Money is a strange thing. For those who have it, it's just a tool. For someone like me, it's a ticket to a life I've never known. My name is Han Lai. I was nobody, just an ordinary loser barely making ends meet. Every day I counted pennies, struggling to get through another week. Life felt gray and meaningless, until one day, everything changed. A cold voice echoed in my head.
Consumption system activated. Spend money to gain experience. Every yuan you spend strengthens your skills, body, and mind.
At first, I didn't understand what it meant, until I looked at my phone. The screen displayed a balance 20,000 yuan. Money I had never seen before.
Use it wisely, the voice warned.
The system was simple: the more I spent, the more experience I gained. These points could be invested in strength, intelligence, health, or skills. Money became the key to becoming better. But with every yuan I spent, something inside me began to crack. At first I kept control. I paid for education, invested in my health. But as my mind and strength grew, I lost control. I bought everything I saw: expensive food, luxurious items, even things I didn't need. The feeling of growing stronger, like a drug, consumed my mind. I spent like a madman. In a single day I bought things I had only ever dreamed of. People stared at me in amazement, and I laughed, feeling omnipotent. But behind all this lay a cold truth: money is not infinite. The more I spent, the higher the stakes became. One mistake could cost me everything. Now, I lived on the edge, balancing between the thrill of endless possibilities and the fear of losing it all. The system allowed no weakness.
You either move forward, or you're left with nothing.
But how did it all begin? Han Lai trudged heavily onto the last subway of the night. The car was mostly empty, yet every face in sight bore the same fatigue and numbness of those returning home late. Han Lai took an empty seat, closed his eyes for a few seconds, and allowed himself a brief moment of rest. But when he reopened them, a faintly glowing interface suddenly appeared before him. Simultaneously, a robotic voice echoed in his mind. Consumer system reporting for duty. A system. Han Lai was no stranger to this concept. Ever since his first year in high school, he'd been reading web novels religiously, a hobby that had sabotaged his grades and derailed his ambitions. Once a decent student, he'd barely managed to get into a third-rate college, leading him down a stagnant path into his 30s. Every time he thought about his rebellious high school years and his indulgent college days, he was filled with regret, blaming his younger self for his failures. If only he could go back. But regret without resolve was his way. Deep down he knew it was no use. He'd wasted the critical years of his youth, missed his shot at the college entrance exams, and now, no amount of effort would bring him back. Why struggle for some semblance of a career or relationship? Would it get him a house? A family? No. Better to lie back and enjoy whatever simple pleasures he could find, reading novels, playing games, and drifting through life comfortably detached. But just as his thoughts began to drift into complacency, he received another prompt. Newbie gift pack activated. Using all accrued consumer points to grant one wish. Please make a wish. I want to go back, Han Lai blurted out, hardly even pausing to consider. He wanted nothing more than a second chance to relive it all and get it right. That wasn't just a wish. It was a dream woven from his deepest regrets and frustrations. I may be a loser, but if I had another shot, I'd become a winner. When Han Lai awoke, he found himself still on the train. But it wasn't the bright, spacious subway car he remembered. It was an old-fashioned train. He looked around and slowly recognized where he was. It was his first ever trip to college, en route to Shanghai International Studies University's Humanities campus. He glanced at the girl sitting across from him, instantly locking in on the time. August 30th, 2013. He remembered this day vividly, as if it had only just happened. Across from him sat Chen Yanfei, the campus beauty from his high school, a girl he'd long admired. They were both headed to colleges right next to each other, and in his naive excitement, Han Lai had once thought it was fate. He'd spent half the journey working up the nerve to talk to her, only to be cut down by her friend Pan Xiaohang's mocking remarks. The humiliation of that exchange had soured his expectations for college life, and had thrown him off balance for years. Taking a deep breath, Han Lai pulled out his cheap knockoff phone, glanced at the time and checked his train ticket. Fortunately, he was still early in the journey, so that painful encounter hadn't yet happened. Relaxing slightly, he turned his attention back to the system. The interface was simple. A few lines of text were listed on the current screen. All points have been used to bring you back to just before university began. To avoid negative consequences, the wish function automatically selected this point in time. Remaining consumer points 12,588. Continue rewinding? Yes or no? No? Seeing the options flickering before him, Han Lai felt a cold sweat break out and immediately clicked no. Returning to the night before the college entrance exams? No way. What was he supposed to do? Set a new record low score? Get a double beating from his parents? No, this time was fine. At least here he'd have a fresh start. Just then, a new prompt flashed. Wish function permanently closed. Consumer system officially activated. No more wishes? That was fine. For now he was filled with contentment, basking in the incredible joy of having his dreams unexpectedly realized. Every sense of dissatisfaction and negativity seemed to melt away. Even Pan Xiaohang, sitting at a diagonal from him, didn't bother him. When their eyes met, Han Lai even gave him a friendly nod. A genuine smile forming on his face. Kid, your old man here loves you. However, Pan Xiaohang's expression was anything but friendly, giving him a derisive snort as if to say he wasn't worth associating with. It seemed this kid was as arrogant as ever, but Han Lai just shook his head, amused. Lowering his gaze, he pretended to read a magazine as he explored the system. Meanwhile, across from him, Chen Yanfei, who had watched the entire scene unfold, quietly observed him. Unaware of her attention, Han Lai was engrossed in the words officially activated, which filled him with a tingling sense of excitement. There were only 3 sections in the system: attributes, items and messages. The items page was empty, and the messages page simply contained the line "more features will unlock with system upgrades." So he clicked on the attributes page. In the upper left corner spun a 3D avatar of himself, reflecting his current physique. Height 174 cm. Weight 60 kg. Slender, with unruly hair hanging messily around his eyes, dark skin, and clunky black-rimmed glasses. A far cry from handsome and faintly awkward. In the upper right were his stats. Basic attributes: strength 62, agility 59, constitution 63, intelligence 65. Secondary attributes: appearance 66, physique 58, health 69, special 75. Skills: math level 2, English level 3, accounting level 1, finance level 3. Skills: driving level 1, culinary level 2, handcrafting level 4, stock trading level 2, writing level 2. Cash 20,385. Experience 12,588. He quickly figured out the gist. Experience points could be earned through consumption and could then be applied to boost any of his attributes or skills. Spending led to both experience and self-improvement, a refreshingly straightforward system. Finally, he checked the cost breakdown. Below 60 points was suboptimal health, with each point requiring 1,000 experience to upgrade. Between 60 and 69 was the normal range, requiring 10,000 experience per point, while anything above that required system upgrades. In terms of raw stats, Han Lai wasn't surprised to find himself firmly average. If geniuses existed to inspire awe and admiration, then he was content to represent the everyday majority. But gazing at the system panel now, Han Lai suddenly understood. He was no longer confined to ordinary people, but could transcend them. He could become something beyond them. He glanced over his secondary attributes again, puzzled by the entry marked special. Checking its description, a mischievous smile crept over his face. Ah, so he did have a hidden talent. But it wasn't until now that he realized this trait had gone completely untapped. A bittersweet realization. Finally, he laughed at his own expense. With his looks, build, and social skills, he hadn't even come close to utilizing it. Now, the reason for his unremarkable handcrafting skill of level 4 suddenly made sense. Sighing, he thought to himself, what an unfriendly world. Yet, despite his self-deprecation, Han Lai was perfectly aware that he was the one responsible for his own failures. He'd spent too much energy finding excuses, deflecting criticism, and avoiding reality, all to protect a fragile ego. But now, with this second chance, that protective shell seemed to vanish. The weight of his past mistakes no longer pained him as it once did. Looking back on his experiences, everything was now crystal clear. Han Lai was finally at peace with himself. His heart brimming with newfound clarity, he gazed at his future with renewed hope. Embracing his second chance, he was ready to walk in harmony with himself and the world, Han Lai recalled, and dreamed with great satisfaction. As time passed, a new worry gradually crept into his mind. While the future looked bright, he now had one big problem. Where would he find points to spend? He had 20,000 in cash, but 14,000 of it was for tuition, 2,000 was for dorm and other fees, and the rest was his living expenses for the semester. According to the system's rules, paying tuition and dorm fees counted as investment spending, which would earn him experience points. But even if he spent all 20,000, it would only yield 20,000 experience points. Added to the 12,588 he already had, he could only boost 3 attributes. What good would that do? The key issue wasn't just about spending money, it was about making money. If he could earn more, he could spend more, turn it into experience, upgrade his abilities, and earn even more, creating a perfect cycle of self-growth. Han Lai gradually realized that this system was designed to push him towards self-improvement. He'd need to actively work on it. There would be no easy way out. Quite the contrast to those shallow systems that simply rewarded you for breathing. As the saying goes, if harmony is above, I'll stand against shallow money worship. Pleased with his vow, he began brainstorming ways to make money. Looking back, he found his memories of 2013 rather dim. No big events, no significant opportunities. His college years were mostly about trivial campus dramas and the whimsical tales he encountered in games. It was only after he started working that he began to understand the world at large. Maybe most college students back then were like that? Or was he an exception? Uncertain, he found he couldn't recall any major opportunity. Generally, there were only 2 types of projects suitable for poor students, starting from scratch, either highly technical or very speculative. Unfortunately, he was good at neither. Wait a minute. Speculative. Han Lai suddenly remembered that next year, there was supposed to be a major bull market. He could work with that. His major was finance. Although his grades weren't stellar, he had a decent grasp of the domestic financial market. Han Lai didn't think his trading skills alone could support him. But with the advanced knowledge of a bull market, even without specific stock tips, he was confident he could carve out a green path for himself. The next round of cutting greenhorns? This time, it'd be his turn. Wonderful. So, should he wait for the bull market next year? After some thought, Han Lai felt it was unwise. People needed big goals and small, practical steps too. If he just sat around, he'd get lazy. Overindulging would sap his motivation. He needed a way to build up his attributes, train his skills, and save a bit of capital. But saving money meant he couldn't spend it. And without spending, he couldn't earn experience, and without experience, he couldn't upgrade his attributes or skills. Wasn't this a paradox? So frustrating. Though this was really a matter of balancing priorities, Han Lai wasn't particularly smart or decisive. So, this round of thinking yielded no solution, just a clearer view of the problem. Progress, perhaps? Whatever. Han Lai decided he'd done enough mental gymnastics and needed a break. Closing the system panel, he turned his attention to the magazine in his hands. After a closer look, he was mildly surprised. You're pretty bold, kid, reading this on a long-distance train? It wasn't a magazine but an original edition of Qini Emperor. The author wasn't famous, but the story was detailed and fantastical, a perfect escape. Han Lai remembered now that he'd bought it randomly to kill time at the station, only to find himself too captivated to put it down. In fact, it was this book that partially inspired him to clumsily strike up a conversation with Chen Yanfei afterward. Stupid book. Disgusted, he turned a few pages, then got lost in a particularly intense passage, quickly drawn back in. A break of this sort required exactly this kind of book. Clear the blood from your brain, everything gets simpler. Youth. The express train from Dream City to Magic City took a full 10 hours. Since Dream City wasn't the departure station, and it was back to school season, there'd been no way to get a sleeper ticket advance. Han Lai had no choice but to endure in the hard-seat car. Not that it was unbearable, he was no longer a spoiled high school kid. Reading, dozing, making future plans. 6 hours passed quickly. Feeling hungry, Han Lai bought a cup of spicy beef instant noodles from the attendant for lunch. After filling it with hot water, he returned to his seat and laid out his side dishes: 2 tea eggs, a sausage, a bag of pickled vegetables, a braised chicken leg, and an apple. Unwrapping the egg shells and adding the extras, his Hermes royal noodles were ready to enjoy. Across the aisle, Pan Xiaoheng grimaced again. Yayan, are you hungry? Let me take you to the dining car. No need, Chen Yanfei shook her head. I'll just get some instant noodles myself. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Han Lai's Hermes noodles, her gaze betraying a hint of longing. But how can you eat that? It's so unhealthy. Pan Xiaoheng also glanced at Han Lai's noodles, brimming with disdain. Then, like a CEO with unshakable determination, he gazed deeply at Chen Yanfei. Besides, your mom didn't approve of you eating this kind of junk. Do you think you're funny? Han Lai was already a bit annoyed with this guy. When he'd been in a good mood earlier, he could tolerate him. But now, with old grudges resurfacing, he found him downright irritating. What kind of upbringing made him so aggressive, like a little fighting cock, eager to attack at any sign of weakness? Dream City did indeed have plenty of arrogant heirs from nouveau riche families, but few were as annoyingly condescending as Pan Xiaohang. In his past life, all Han Lai had done was try to chat with Chen Yanfei, which led to Pan Xiaohang butting in to belittle him. But this time, Han Lai couldn't care less about a petty brat. Wasn't eating noodles in peace more satisfying? Straightening his fork, he peeled back the lid, and the aroma rose immediately. He took a couple of noisy sips of the broth, and his empty stomach was instantly comforted, making him sigh with satisfaction. Chen Yanfei's slender neck moved slightly, catching his attention. Was she swallowing? Little beauty, something's up with you. I'll eat what I want, it's none of your business. Chen Yanfei suddenly lowered her head to rummage through her wallet, letting her hair fall to hide the faint smile tugging at her lips. You're you, I'm me. And my mom is my mom. Got it? Pan Xiaohang flushed red with embarrassment. And at last, Han Lai began to realize that the real Chen Yanfei was not exactly what he had imagined. In fact, she seemed even more interesting. He kept eating his noodles, lost in thought. In his past life, this scene hadn't happened. An hour earlier, he'd already awkwardly tried chatting with her, only to be ruthlessly shut down by Pan Xiaohang. Ultimately, Chen Yanfei and Pan Xiaohang had gone off to the dining car together. So it was his pathetic puppy-like behavior that had set Pan Xiaohang up? Realizing this, Han Lai laughed silently to himself. And he remembered a saying he'd once read on Douyin. Every ill-timed attempt to chase someone only assists your rival. In face-to-face comparisons, any loss is magnified. So, even in defeat, maintain your last ounce of dignity, not for pride, but to keep your weaknesses hidden. Only the strong get a real shot at winning. It was like a light went off in his mind. If his progress were visible, it would read flirting skill +1, +1, +1. He glanced at Pan, whose face was sour as he stared hatefully at his noodles. Han Lai's spirits lifted, and he enjoyed his meal even more. In his previous life, he'd gotten ridiculed and had inadvertently assisted Pan. This time, he'd reclaimed his dignity with a single cup of noodles. What's that saying again? 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, what goes around comes around. When Chen Yanfei returned, she was carefully holding a cup of Master Kong braised beef noodles. She also had a small plastic bag containing a marinated egg, a sausage, and pickled vegetables. She squinted her eyes and pressed her lips together, adding each side item into the noodle cup, strictly following Han Lai's order. Her meticulous little movements were a tiny bit adorable. As she started to open the pickled vegetables, Han Lai suddenly spoke up and stopped her. Wait! That's not the right order! She paused, staring at him with her beautiful big eyes, looking a bit confused. Han Lai took out another marinated chicken leg from his bag and smiled like a grandmother, saying, You're missing one thing. Chen Yanfei's eyes brightened instantly, like a Scottish fold cat that just spotted a fish. Wow! I looked for that just now on the little cart, but they only had whole vacuum-sealed chickens. Oh, right, how much? I'll buy it from you. Han Lai didn't say anything foolish like no need to pay. Instead, he casually replied, $2.50. Go ahead and finish your noodles, no rush. All right, thank you. Chen Yanfei happily nodded, pressed the chicken leg down onto the noodle cake, and carefully sprinkled a layer of pickled vegetables on top, finally satisfied as she used her fork to press down the lid. Cup noodles without a fork pressing down the lid just have no soul. Once the ritual was complete, she cheerfully took out her wallet, a beautiful, authentic Mickey Mouse one. She didn't have a 50-cent coin, so she generously handed Han Lai 3 yuan, smiling, Keep the change. I always lose coins whenever I carry them. After a moment's thought, Han Lai held up the apple beside him with a smile. Then I'll give you half an apple as dessert. It's simple, so don't mind. Chen Yanfei thought this was a wonderful idea. Whether or not the apple was tasty didn't matter, she just liked that kind of sudden, obligation-free surprise. Just as she was about to say deal, a coin was suddenly slapped heavily onto the table in front of her. Startled, Chen Yanfei turned her head. Pan Xiaohang, his face dark, spoke up, No need, I've got change. Keep your lousy apple to yourself. Everything had happened so fast, there was no time to react otherwise. How could he have allowed Chen Yanfei to accept that loser's chicken leg? Do you think I care about a chicken leg? I could buy out all the chickens on this train in a second. The irritable Pan glared hard at Han Lai, his eyes practically sparking. Han Lai didn't say anything. He wasn't particularly good at dealing with situations like this. Mostly he just couldn't immediately think of what approach or reaction would maximize his advantage. But there was one thing he was certain about: getting into an argument with Pan Xiaohang was a bad idea. Both would lose, which meant losing. So, he simply put the apple back on the table, silently looking over at Chen Yanfei. She felt as though she understood what Han Lai meant. It's your business, you handle it. Warmth rose in her heart. For a moment she had been genuinely worried that this familiar boy across from her and Pan Xiaohang might argue or even fight. Nothing could be more embarrassing. She was a very independent and thoughtful girl, and never thought of men fighting over her as a form of honor. On the contrary, it only showed she hadn't properly managed boundaries in her friendships. Or, maybe she just chose the wrong friends altogether. With that thought, her gaze toward Pan Xiaohang suddenly took on a hint of fierceness. But instead of raising her voice, she spoke calmly and quietly. Pan Xiaohang, can you explain to me exactly what you are to me? A lovesick fool. Han Lai silently finished her thought, watching with interest. Pan Xiaohan was visibly worked up, his eyes even turning red. We've been classmates for nearly 12 years, we're practically childhood friends, and yet you're siding with an outsider. This line almost made Han Lai laugh. How old are you? And the first reaction you have is feeling hurt. Meanwhile, Chen Yanfei widened her eyes, staring at Pan Xiaohang for several seconds, then turned her head and quietly resumed eating her noodles. What the heck kind of reaction is that? A bit of genius, maybe? Not only was Pan Xiaohang stunned, but Han Lai was almost thrown for a loop as well. Still, Han Lai didn't say anything, watching from the sidelines like an outsider. Pan Xiaohang stood there, at a loss, and finally grew anxious. He awkwardly sat down, clearly wanting to say something else, but unable to lower himself enough to apologize. It was obvious that he was severely lacking in experience handling situations like this. An impulsive, weak chicken. Han Lai mentally labeled him, chuckling to himself, then suddenly remembered something. In my last life, I was humiliated by this kind of weak chicken. What does that say about me? Trash? Feeling annoyed for a moment, Han Lai quickly let it go. After all, most high school boys around the age of 18 are exactly the same. Their personalities are especially immature, driven by a strong sense of impulsiveness and restlessness. Those from affluent families often have the added traits of arrogance and pride, while those from humbler or less happy families are usually accompanied by sensitivity and inferiority. When a proud little rooster goes up against a sensitive little sparrow, it's mostly a sure win for the rooster. In his past life, Han Lai's loss was understandable. Not because he lost to Pan Xiaohang, but because he lost to his own weakness. But now that he'd come back with the patience and composure of a middle-aged man, having carefully yielded just a half step, the main conflict was no longer between him and Pan. Spark, retreat, and watch the show a series of movements, smooth and precise. Han Lai wasn't doing it on purpose, of course. Brother Han has a big heart, he never holds grudges. Chen Yanfei continued to eat her noodles slowly, her movements graceful yet without a hint of pretense. She held her fork with 3 fingers, slightly tense, causing the veins and knuckles on her hand to stand out. The whiteness of her skin, the blue of her veins, the delicacy of her joints all combined to create a slender, beautifully dynamic hand. The color, shape and texture were all exquisite. Han Lai found the sight before him pleasing. In his previous life, he hadn't been able to see this. Now, he couldn't help but think, whose dirty paw will end up holding such a beautiful hand? And for whom will she one day ladle soup with that hand? Thinking too much. Thinking too much. For a middle-aged man with years of driving experience, hitting the gas was second nature. As Han Lai's thoughts drifted, Pan Xiaohang grew more and more anxious until he finally couldn't stay seated. Yanyan, let me finish eating first. Without even looking up, Chen Yanfei calmly interrupted him. Okay. The calmer she was, the more nervous Pan Xiaohang became, his forehead even beginning to sweat. The next half-minute felt like the final judgment before an execution. Even Han Lai, sitting across from them, could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Not that Han Lai was intimidated, if anything, he wanted to laugh. Not because of any grudge from his past life, just simply because little Pan was begging to be messed with. Running over to show off at every person he thought beneath him. Who taught you that? So aggressive. Yet never been beaten down by life, huh? Being too full of superiority is a sickness, it needs to be cured. If Chen Yanfei can't manage it, then Big Brother will give you a dose. It won't fix you, but it'll definitely leave you stuffed with crap. Han Lai pondered all kinds of random thoughts about martial arts as Chen Yanfei finally finished eating. She wiped her mouth briefly and turned to face Pan Xiaohang. I didn't want you to ruin my appetite just now, so let's clear things up now. What? Pan Xiaohang was dumbfounded. The first words out of the goddess's mouth already hinted at something ominous. Chen Yanfei ignored his reaction and launched into all the words she had prepared. If you count elementary school, we've been classmates for 5 years. And in high school, we happen to live in the same neighborhood. That's pretty much our whole connection. I can barely remember elementary school, and in high school, did we even talk 100 times? Whenever you asked me to hang out alone, did I ever say yes? Do you get what I'm saying? You chose to apply to the same school and major as me, that's your choice. But I find it quite annoying. Honestly, our relationship is just that shallow. What gives you the right to keep bossing me around? Childhood friends? Did I ever acknowledge that? Since all my hints have gone over your head, let me make it clear today. Pan Xiaohang, we're not suited for each other, so stop wasting your time. If you keep pestering me like this at school, I'll ask my dad to have a good talk with Uncle Pan. That's all. Now move aside, I need to throw away some trash. Damn! This girl is ruthless. Han Lai was utterly shocked. Chen Yanfei, who usually seemed so soft and sweet, had a bossy CEO hidden inside her? This contrast was something else. As he was marveling at this, he suddenly heard heavy breathing across from him. Looking up, he saw Pan Xiaohang's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly, looking like an injured wolf cub. Han Lai had no intention of further provoking Pan. No need. Chen Yanfei had already gone all out. Calmly, Han Lai looked away, picked up his book, and prepared to pass the time. It was a sensible and mature thought. However, he completely underestimated one thing: the impact of his indifferent demeanor on a hot-headed little fighter like Pan. To Pan Xiaohang, all of this mess was Han Lai's fault. If he hadn't sat across from them, if he hadn't eaten those noodles, if he hadn't given that chicken leg to Chen Yanfei, then he and Chen Yanfei would still be childhood friends. All of this was the fault of that four-eyed loser sitting there. You messed up my relationship with my girlfriend, and now you're sitting there acting calm like it has nothing to do with you, trying to look cool. Pan Xiaohang was beyond furious, and the more he looked at Han Lai's face, the angrier he got. He hadn't even realized the real problem himself. What angered him wasn't Han Lai's face, but the same calm expression that Chen Yanfei had shown him. Every time he saw that calm look, it reminded him of Chen Yanfei's calmness and finality, bringing back the fear of losing her completely, along with the shame and anger from her rejection. The deeper the fear, the stronger the shame and rage. The rage built up like a tide, quickly shattering Pan Xiaohang's rationality. He suddenly pointed a finger at Han Lai's nose and shouted, "Stand up!" Han Lai looked up, bewildered. Pan Xiaohang grew even more agitated. "I told you to get up." Han Lai caught a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye, followed by a sharp pain in his ribs. Damn! Is he insane? Pan Xiaohang had kicked him hard in the side, leaving him completely stunned. His mindset was still that of a mature adult, where conflicts were hidden behind the scenes and no one ever physically fought. But it was 2013, and in front of him was a rich kid from a small town, a high school bully. This guy wasn't playing by adult rules, he was playing by teenage rules. It took Han Lai several seconds to process the situation and realize, oh, I just got hit. Anger surged within him. Han Lai was never one to back down, and now that he'd been reborn, there was no way he'd fear a little weakling like Pan. But it was obvious that he couldn't win a straight fight. Pan Xiaohang was around 6 feet tall, weighing at least 150 pounds, a whole 2 weight classes above Han Lai. So he could either swallow the insult and seek revenge later, or, "Get up, you idiot! Get the hell away from me!" Pan shouted again, his finger almost jabbing at Han Lai's nose. He had plenty of experience scaring off weak, scrawny kids like this. Normally, a hard kick and a couple of angry shouts would scare them out of their wits. It both vented his anger and showed off his strength and dominance. But this time, he miscalculated. Han Lai spotted Chen Yanfei returning down the aisle and made a firm decision. "Oh, you want to play rough, huh? Alright, let me show you what real roughness is." Han Lai looked up, met Pan Xiaohang's gaze calmly, and softly spoke 2 words. "Loser." Pan Xiaohang was stunned, his pupils instinctively dilating. A mocking smile spread across Han Lai's face as he spoke again, each word a stab to the heart. "If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have even known how to talk to Chen Yanfei. Thanks, loser." Pan Xiaohang exploded, standing over him and throwing a punch. And Han Lai didn't dodge, he just closed his eyes. Bam! A punch landed on his cheek, the pain sharp and clear. His glasses flew off, and then he took a kick to the waist. After that, Pan Xiaohang pounced on him, grabbed him by the hair, and pinned him down on the seat, delivering a flurry of punches. Damn! Han Lai, somehow finding humor in the pain, thought. This idiot Pan sure has a steady rhythm in a fight. In the struggle, Han Lai just kept his hands up defensively, letting his face take the punches without fighting back. Damn! Damn! This really hurts. Finally, in the chaos, Han Lai heard Chen Yanfei's voice, a shocked scream of disbelief. Pan Xiaohang! What are you doing? After she rushed over, some passengers gathered the courage to intervene, and as the chaos ensued, the train police arrived, holding Pan Xiaohang back. Are you all right? Hey, are you okay? Chen Yanfei leaned over Han Lai, looking as though she wanted to help him up but was too scared to move him. Han Lai lay there on the seat, eyes closed, motionless. Chen Yanfei panicked. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor on board? The train officers and attendants were alarmed as well, immediately clearing the area and looking for a doctor while moving Han Lai to a soft sleeper compartment. No matter who called out to him, Han Lai didn't respond. Quietly, he opened the system panel, clicked on the health subcategory, and checked his injuries. Whoa! These injuries aren't minor, huh? Bruises on the ribs, left arm, and thigh. Fractured nose cartilage, one tooth knocked out, 3 or 4 others loosened. Bleeding from the mouth and nose, multiple facial injuries. A normal fight wouldn't leave you in this bad shape, but Han Lai hadn't defended himself at all, practically offering up his face to be hit. He even leaned into the punches. Ridiculous. Counting on the fact that he could add points to health, he'd really let himself take a beating. What he thought was, I didn't like that tooth anyway. Might as well make use of it before replacing it. Perfect. If he'd had a choice, Han Lai wouldn't have wanted to take this beating. Doesn't a man need his dignity? But there was no other option. No one could have foreseen Pan Xiaohang's sudden outburst. Once he'd taken that first kick, his pride was already damaged. He couldn't win the fight, so what was he supposed to do? Back down. How would Chen Yanfei see him then? How smug would Pan Xiaohang feel? No amount of revenge could undo today's humiliation. Han Lai refused to be humiliated, so he had to make the most of the situation, teaching Pan Xiaohang a brutal lesson. He'd endure 800 wounds himself to make sure Pan paid 8,000 or even 80,000, and the lesson wouldn't end with compensation. The next steps are what really matter. Han Lai lay quietly on the soft bed in the sleeper compartment, unconscious for a full half-hour. A doctor came to check his injuries, lifting his eyelids. Han Lai focused intently on his system panel. No matter how the doctor shone the flashlight in his eyes, his pupils didn't react at all. The situation is very serious. The doctor's expression was extremely grave as he turned to ask the train police officer, "Where's the next major station? We need to get this boy to a hospital urgently." The officer and the train conductor both froze in shock. "Doctor, he won't. He's not in life-threatening danger, is he?" His pupils show no response to light. "He's already in a deep coma." The doctor didn't answer directly but let out a heavy sigh. This is a sign of serious brain trauma. In any case, let's move quickly. Sitting on another bed, Pan Xiaohang shuddered at these words, covering his face. The train police officer didn't feel the least bit sorry for him. He was too worried about the potential disaster on his hands. Seeing that this could end in a death on board, he was absolutely livid. He immediately called over the passenger who had been sitting next to Han Lai to take a statement. What exactly happened? Those two young men were arguing. Then the young lady went to throw out some trash. Suddenly, the boy yelled at him to get up, and then kicked him with all his might. Scared me to death. I tell you, kids today are so quick-tempered. The situation was straightforward, and within 2 minutes, the report was prepared, and everyone signed it. Chen Yanfei finally understood why the fight started. When she saw the line suddenly attacked, beating the other party, she nearly burst into tears. It wasn't because she had feelings for Han Lai but because this needless disaster was clearly her fault. If something really happened to this boy, she'd feel guilty forever. She gave a furious glare to the now completely defeated Pan Xiaohang, then wiped her face, pulled out her phone, and walked into the corridor to call her father. The officer noticed and immediately instructed Pan Xiaohang to contact his family. Trembling, Pan Xiaohang asked, "Officer, what's going to happen to me?" The train conductor, who couldn't stand this troublemaker, snapped. "Why didn't you think about that while you were bullying someone? If he's seriously injured, you're liable. If he's not, you'll still be facing jail time." Pan Xiaohang was just a spoiled kid. Having always flaunted his power under his parents' protection, his ability to handle stress was predictably weak. The moment his father picked up the call, he burst into tears. "Dad! Sub. What's wrong, son?" Old Pan panicked. "Aren't you on the train with Yanyan? What happened?" The officer took the phone and formally explained the situation. That's how things stand. We'll be handing your son over to the Jining Station Police Department. Whether to proceed with a criminal investigation depends on Han Lai's medical assessment. Please proceed to the Jining Station Police Department as soon as possible to handle this matter. All right. His mother and I will head to the provincial airport right away and take the next flight to Jining. Thank you, officer. May I ask your name? Old Pan wanted to make a personal connection, but the officer decisively hung up. Make friends with you? Take a look at the moron of a son you've raised. Next, the train conductor asked, should we inform Han Lai's parents too? Of course. The officer put back Han Lai's ID and wallet and began searching his pockets for a phone. At this moment, Han Lai decided it was time to wake up. The timing was perfect. It was time to make a statement. It hurts. It really hurts. Han Lai opened his eyes, groaning, the expression of pain expertly covering his face. Chen Yanfei shot forward to his bedside. Ah, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Does it hurt? She stood by the head of the lower bunk, bending over, her figure suddenly filling his vision. Oh no, you're bleeding again. Doctor. The doctor rushed over and, after a thorough check, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appears to be a concussion, and there's likely no internal bleeding. The situation isn't as severe as initially thought. Not severe was only relative to their earlier assessment. Just from his appearance, Han Lai looked horribly beaten. But when the doctor asked how he felt, Han Lai acted tough. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. No need to help, I can get up on my own. But as soon as he tried to sit up halfway, he fell into Chen Yanfei's arms. Hey, take it easy, be careful. Chen Yanfei had no other thoughts besides concern. But Pan Xiaohang felt differently. He suddenly remembered Han Lai's words, thank you, and immediately assumed that Han Lai was faking it. He glared at Han Lai, cursing under his breath. How big is a sleeper compartment? Though he whispered, everyone nearby heard him. Chen Yanfei didn't even bother looking at him, utterly disappointed and unwilling to have anything more to do with him. The officer seized the opportunity to ask, Han Lai, what do you intend to do? Medical examination, police report. The 4 words, firm and unyielding, made Pan Xiaohang shrink back again. The officer nodded, kindly reminding him, you should quickly notify your parents too. Han Lai didn't intend to bother his parents with this. If his first sum of money went to them, it would undoubtedly turn into savings for buying a house and getting married. Wouldn't that be a waste? So, he replied vaguely, I'll contact them once I reach the hospital. The train began to slow as they approached Jining Station. Han Lai struggled to sit up. I need to use the restroom. I'll help you. Chen Yanfei hurried over to support him, eager to assist. She still hadn't shaken off her guilt and was more anxious than the conductor and doctor combined over Han Lai's condition. Han grinned painfully, looking a bit ugly, but confident. Thank you. Beautiful inside and out, no wonder you're the goddess of second high. Chen Yanfei was stunned, then her face lit up with surprise. So you're from second high too? I thought you looked familiar before. Yeah. Han Lai nodded, trying to keep some distance between them as he hobbled along on his good right leg. This made Chen Yanfei think even better of him. Without hesitation she took his arm, not caring at all about the bloodstains. No need to be polite. If it weren't for me you wouldn't have gotten beaten up so. So badly? Han Lai filled in for her, smiling without a hint of self-consciousness. No need to spare my dignity. I know I'm useless in a fight. Getting pressed down and pummeled is pretty normal for me. He. Chen Yanfei stuck her tongue out playfully, then added indignantly, not knowing how to fight is a good thing. Who even fights these days? I can't stand unreasonable, barbaric people. They're practically lunatics. It was her business if she was angry. Han Lai never mentioned Pan Xiaohang at all. He acted as if Pan didn't even exist. An opportunity to be alone with a girl was rare. Why waste time on pointless grudges? Not even a dog would do something that foolish. Han Lai unhesitatingly flattered her, you have a solid perspective. Fighting really solves nothing. Then he quickly changed his tone. But I suddenly realized that, as a man I should work harder to stay fit. Not to bully others, but to be fully prepared in case of emergencies. If I ever face another crazy jerk, protecting myself would be secondary at the very least. I'd want the strength to protect the girl by my side. Chen Yanfei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not for any particular reason, but because she instinctively imagined herself as the girl by his side in that scenario. She didn't feel like he was hinting at her directly, But a girl's mind works that way, it can wander uncontrollably at times. Wow. To cover her reaction, she pretended to be amazed. You're really my classmate. Your mindset is so mature. What can I say? The longer you're out in the world, the faster you grow. Ha ha ha. Has the world been too harsh on you? Isn't that why I matured so quickly? You're full of witty comebacks. The two didn't move fast, but their conversation flowed effortlessly. Pan Xiaohang could only watch as the goddess of his dreams and the loser he hated moved forward in what was almost an embrace, whispering closely to each other. It broke his heart. Han Lai, to hell with you. When Han Lai reached the bathroom and closed the door, his movements immediately became quick and efficient. He looked at himself in the mirror, carefully inspecting each bruise on his face, feeling his anger gradually intensify. Enjoyed the beating, did he? Not very old, but brave enough to hit hard. Fine, we'll take this slowly. Han Lai extended his right hand and carefully ran his fingers over his mouth, checking each tooth. Besides the one that had been completely knocked out, he found 4 others that were loose. Finding the one that was loosest, he pinched it with 2 fingers and started pulling hard. Up, down, left, right, up, down, A, B, A, B. Cold sweat soon broke out on his forehead, and the pain made veins pop up on his temples. But Han Lai remained silent, stubbornly fighting that tooth. Finally. Ah, whew. With a muffled groan, Han Lai managed to complete his own little surgery. Spitting out a mouthful of blood with tooth fragments, Han Lai looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly grinned. Bruised and swollen, his mouth bloody, but his spirit already sharp and fierce. Kid, with or without a system, you're already somebody. After cleaning himself up and washing as much as he could, Han Lai walked out of the restroom. Chen Yanfei was waiting outside, eyeing him up and down nervously. I thought I heard you groaning. Are you okay? What do you mean by groaning? Han Lai tried to convey his displeasure through his eyes. Let me warn you, forget everything you heard. Brother Lai's reputation as a tough guy will not be tarnished. Chen Yanfei couldn't help but burst out laughing. She'd seen plenty of boys crack jokes, play tough, and show off to get her attention. In fact, people who wanted to pursue her had tried every trick in the book. But she'd never met a guy who'd just gotten beaten up and still managed to be so optimistic, so carefree, and so shamelessly self-deprecating. Especially with his exaggerated, funny little expressions so absurd, yet so endearing. She thought she'd remember that look for the rest of her life. All right, tough guy Brother Lai, should we head back? Let's go. With a grand wave, Han Lai once again leaned half his body onto hers. Ow. It really hurts, I can barely walk. The train arrived smoothly at Jining Station, and Han Lai was carried out on a stretcher by the train staff, taken directly to the station police office. In cases like these, the first instinct of the train police, conductor, or even the station police officers is to aim for a settlement. If it's possible to avoid filing a case, they'll try to avoid it. Since the incident involved a freshman from a prestigious university, they were even more cautious. Old Pan had even used his connections to get in touch with the deputy director of the station police office. But things went south. After hearing that Han Lai had been unconscious for half an hour and nearly hadn't woken up, no one dared to mention an out-of-court settlement. Who'd take responsibility if something seriously went wrong with the kid? Forget about the university freshman or old connections, all of that went out the window. By the book it is. Han Lai didn't waste a word. He just lay there moaning as the process played out. A case was filed, a medical assessment referral issued, and he was driven to the People's Hospital for an injury evaluation and treatment. Little Pan was detained at the station police office, while Chen Yanfei stayed by Han Lai's side the entire time. In fact, if she really wanted to avoid involvement, she could have stayed on the train and headed straight to Shanghai. After all, today's events didn't directly involve her. But she was truly loyal. She felt it was her fault that Han Lai got beaten up and simply followed him all the way to the hospital. The assessment results showed a minor injury, requiring hospitalization. And that tooth came in handy. 1 tooth counts as a minor injury, but 2 teeth are a minor injury with criminal consequences. The general beds at the People's Hospital were in short supply, so Han Lai waved his hand grandly. Any luxury business suites available? I'll take one. The nurse, the doctor, and even Chen Yanfei couldn't hold back their laughter. They'd never seen such an amusing patient. The nurse, with only her beautiful eyes visible, smiled and said, "We only have single rooms. The beds aren't big, but they cost more than a suite. Interested? Bring it on." Han Lai waved his hand again. "Give me the priciest option today, Mr. Pan's," picking up the tab. The nurse couldn't contain her laughter, winking playfully with an OK sign. Don't worry, we're all out of domestic medicine today. A joker indeed. After getting settled, the room was temporarily empty, leaving only Han Lai and Chen Yanfei. His straightforwardness didn't put her off at all. She curiously asked, "Will Pan Xiaohong's family have to pay you a lot?" "What else?" Han Lai let out a half-sincere sigh, partly in jest. "I can't really put him in prison for a few years, right? Technically, you have nothing to do with this. But would Pan Xiaohong's parents see it that way? If he ended up in jail, wouldn't his family hassle you? They wouldn't even need to try anything big, just smearing your name around Dream City would be enough of a pain." Chen Yanfei's expression turned serious as she realized the gravity of the situation. She was smart, but had little real-world experience. Without Han Lai's reminder, she wouldn't have considered the potential issues ahead. Feeling increasingly moved, she didn't know how to respond. You don't have to. You know. Worry about me. You're the one who's injured, think about yourself first. It's not entirely about you." Han Lai waved his hand, calmly continuing his explanation. "Honestly, I didn't intend to push this too far. Prison isn't a trivial matter. To be honest, I'm angry but don't actually hate Pan Xiaohang. This beating was a wake-up call for me. Never underestimate anyone, and never be overconfident. In a way, I'm almost glad I took this fall early on. So, as long as his family lets me vent my anger, I'm okay with settling this. I have two main conditions. First, Pan Xiaohang has to apologize in person and write a formal statement of apology. Second, the compensation should satisfy me. If they play hardball though, I won't hold back." "You're really..." Chen Yanfei paused, taking a moment to find the right word to express her thoughts. "Really special." Actually, she wanted to say handsome but felt it might be too forward, so she quickly corrected herself. But in her heart, everything Han Lai had done today truly was handsome. Right from the start, when he offered kindness to Pan Xiaohang, she felt there was something different about him. Beneath those unfashionable black-rimmed glasses, he had calm, deep eyes that seemed to carry stories. She didn't know where this feeling came from and even doubted it at times. But everything that happened proved her instincts were right. Han Lai's composure, maturity, and humor gave her a glimpse into a different level of high school boy. It was truly remarkable. The way he just reminded her of those potential problems, along with his decision to forgive Pan Xiaohang, was just impressive. Is getting beaten up embarrassing? Some girls might think so, but she didn't. A man should be wise, steady, and humble. What does abusing strength prove? No matter how strong you are, you'll end up crying at the police station. The contrast was so stark that Han Lai's image grew even brighter in her mind, while Pan Xiaohang's favorability score plunged into negative numbers. Deep negative numbers. Thinking about how Pan Xiaohang, that violent maniac, had hurt Han Lai because of her, she couldn't help feeling guilty. She instinctively wanted to do something, but looking around, she found nothing suitable. Then she noticed the empty space on the bedside table, and her eyes lit up. "You rest here, I'll go buy you some fruit." Han Lai didn't refuse. There's a guy on Douyin named Rizmaster Ergu, who shared some tips on wooing girls. If you want to be a simp, just blindly give to the goddess. But if you want the goddess to chase you, reverse it. Reverse it. Use your brain, find a way to get her to do things for you. Now that Chen Yanfei was taking the initiative, only a fool would refuse. Not only did Han Lai accept, but he also added a specific request. "Just don't buy any apples. I can't stand to look at apples right now, they make my head hurt." Chen Yanfei burst out laughing yet again, rolling her eyes and drawing out her response. Got it. So picky. She couldn't see her own face. Otherwise, she'd know just how cute she looked at that moment. Han Lai could see her, and the sight jolted him. Even as she left with her wallet, he kept silently muttering, "Amitabha. This is too much, too much. She's only 18. If she's this sharp now, what will she be like in a few more years?" Han Lai didn't actually know how Chen Yanfei's life turned out later. Without her QQ number, no WeChat, and no mutual friend groups, they were completely on separate paths. He had only vaguely heard from a classmate that she'd married in a grand ceremony held at the best 5-star hotel in Dream City. Which made sense, that was what she deserved. This girl wasn't just beautiful and smart. After interacting with her, Han Lai realized she also had a very nice personality. The best part? She had principles. In fact, she was strong-willed, calm, and had an intense aversion to control. She was sharp and self-aware, a real independent woman. Easy to get along with, but extremely hard to win over. Ordinarily, girls like that weren't Han Lai's type. Back in high school, he'd had a bit of a crush on her because she seemed out of reach, so he didn't see her true nature. Among the 3 school goddesses, she had the warmest, most approachable look. And yet, she turned out to be the hardest to win over. Who would have guessed? Though he'd been single for a long time, Han Lai had seen plenty of breakups and read a lot about relationships. He had his own views on love and marriage. In his eyes, someone like Chen Yanfei would be hard to please while dating, and even more challenging in marriage. The clash between career goals and family obligations, the need to balance strong personalities, her controlling tendencies, all of these would be sources of friction. Not the best match. But after getting to know her, he discovered that she was also someone rational, principled, and capable of independent thought. This meant her assertiveness was based on reason, not emotion. So, she could be reasoned with and convinced. She was someone worth knowing. And he figured, it'd be really interesting to get close to her. For the first time in 30 years, Han Lai felt a spark of excitement. The thought of her being a blank slate, someone he could shape to his own liking, stirred something even stronger in him. If only this system gave affection indicators, he'd have her in no time. But after thinking it over, he decided not to rush. Chen Yanfei wasn't the kind of girl to be moved by momentary romance. To win her over, he'd need time to slowly build up their relationship, as well as become good enough to generate genuine attraction. Regular ways of pursuing her wouldn't work. Just look at her firm rejection of Pan Xiaohang. In fact, he had to thank little Pan today for giving him the perfect opening. Otherwise, how could he have built such a strong level of goodwill? The proof was in that playful eye roll she gave before she left. That kind of look only came from someone who felt quite comfortable around him. So, does this mean I've already secured my spot? Not bad for the first day after my rebirth. The more Han Lai thought about it, the better he felt. Even his injuries didn't hurt as much. Hey, securing my place with some smooth moves. Chen Yanfei didn't go far. She bought some fruit right at the hospital entrance and returned quickly. As she opened the door, the first thing she said was, "My dad's plane just landed. Let's exchange contacts now, in case we don't get a chance later." "All right." Han Lai nodded, acting calmly. "Hey, do you use WeChat?" "Oh, right, do you have WeChat?" They spoke at the same time, overlapping perfectly. "Hey." Chen Yanfei narrowed her eyes, laughing brightly. "Looks like you do. Here, add me." She was straightforward, with no hesitation. So they exchanged WeChat contacts and continued chatting. "I didn't get to ask, what class are you in?" "Class 6, science track." "Wait, in the same class as Miss Foxy?" Han Lai couldn't help but laugh. "I never expected you to call her that too." Chen Yanfei gave a cute little pout. "If she isn't one, then what is she? If you guys can call her that, I can too." Han Lai shook his head. "I've never called her that." "What, feeling sorry for her?" The teasing tone in her voice was playful, but she watched him closely, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "No, it's just that I'm not into her type at all," Han Lai responded with clear conviction. An elementary level question like that couldn't go wrong. If it did, he might as well be taken out and shot. But after that, Han Lai decided to take a different approach. "However, personally, I think her allure is natural. Add in her innocent love for showing off, and that's probably why she's judged so harshly. Looking just at her character, she's actually a very pure-hearted person." Chen Yanfei's expression changed slightly, her look becoming harder to read. She asked thoughtfully, "Speaking so highly of her, even in front of me?" "Just being objective." Han Lai met her gaze calmly and answered in a quiet but firm tone. "I won't lose my own judgment just because people talk loudly. I won't join in the gossip to put down a classmate who's done nothing wrong." Chen Yanfei let out a soft snort. She felt a tiny twinge of jealousy, but found this side of Han Lai even more attractive, uniquely charming and trustworthy. This was exactly her type. He really knew how to hit the mark. It seemed like she wanted to talk more, but Han Lai wasn't planning to continue. Stopping here was just right. Seeing him close his eyes in exhaustion, she suddenly remembered he was a seriously injured patient. A pang of guilt hit her, and she stuck out her tongue, picking up her phone as she quietly stepped out of the room. About an hour later, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed in the hallway. After a knock, the door gently opened, and Chen Yanfei entered, followed by a crowd. Han Lai opened his eyes, calmly watching the people, quietly sizing them up. The tall middle-aged man was Chen Yanfei's father. They looked quite alike. The well-dressed middle-aged couple were Pan Xiaohang's parents, and the man in the suit behind them was probably their lawyer. "Nice. Everyone's here. Make way, make way." The nurse spoke first, changing Han Lai's dressing and helping him sit up, then giving him a wink. Is she cheering me on? Han Lai winked back. Don't worry, I'm all set to swing my bat. The second to speak was Pan Xiaohang's father. Hello Han Lai. Old Pan stepped forward, giving Han Lai a deep bow. I'm Pan Xiaohang's father. I apologize for not raising him properly, which caused you such harm. My wife and I are here to apologize to you. The man seemed to be a seasoned businessman. He was good at this. Compared to him, little Pan's mother didn't handle it as smoothly. She did bow along with him and apologized fluently, but her words were a bit off. Our dear Hao Hang's been spoiled by us. Han, please don't hold it against him, forgive him this once. We're willing to pay whatever you ask. Han Lai blinked, his mouth moving painfully. Where's Pan Xiaohang? His voice was faint and trembling, barely audible to anyone standing farther away. Compared to how he'd sounded when talking with Chen Yanfei, he now appeared extremely weak. Don't ask why, let's just say he used up all his energy during his chat with Chen Yanfei, and now he was barely holding on. Only Chen Yanfei knew what was going on. She held her father's arm, unable to keep herself from pursing her lips. This rascal. Such an actor. The elder Pan couple, unsure of what was going on, hurriedly leaned in closer. One bent down, and the other knelt beside Han Lai's bed. And their tone was all the more polite. They didn't dare show anything less. Afraid that even the slightest loud noise would provoke Han Lai into fainting again. Earlier, when they'd learned Han Lai had been in a deep coma for half an hour and almost didn't wake up, they were terrified to the bone. Damn. What a mess. How could that son of theirs cause so much trouble? When he calmed down, old Pan had nearly gone over to smack little Pan, if not for his wife holding him back. Old Pan was full of anger at little Pan, at his wife, at everything. But facing Han Lai, he spoke in soft, calm tones, showing nothing but kindness. Pan Xiaohang is currently being held at the police station. It's not that uncle didn't want to bring him to apologize, but he needed to receive some disciplinary education. Honestly, I think it's for the best. That brat certainly needs to learn a lesson. Let him stay there for a while, at least for 48 hours. Little Han, let's discuss our matters. Old Pan really knew how to talk, making everyone in the room feel at ease. But Han Lai only softly replied, and that was it. The Pan couple leaned in closer, seeing that Han Lai's gaze was unfocused, his eyes vacant, with no real direction. Their hearts immediately sank. It's over. They're finished. They'd really done it this time. In a panic, Han Lai slowly caught his breath and opened his mouth with difficulty. Are you clear about what happened? The couple nodded quickly. Yes, we're clear. It wasn't my fault, right? Again, they nodded emphatically. No fault, no fault. Even Pan's mother, as protective as she was of her son, couldn't find fault with the boy lying in front of her. If anyone was to blame, it would have to be that girl from the Chen family. And Han Lai, meanwhile, was still piling on. When I saw Pan Xiaohang was upset, I didn't even dare to smile for fear of provoking him, so I quickly lowered my head. And yet he still kicked me. What was I supposed to do? All the outsiders in the room silently shook their heads and sighed. Look at how hurt this poor kid is. So excessive. How could there be such a tyrant like that? Terrible family upbringing. The Pan couple also felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Whatever smiles they'd managed to maintain now shattered. They really had no defense. Han Lai continued his act, layering it on thick. Afterward, I got upset and called him a waste. That was probably my mistake. Oh no. Mo? Old Pan quickly intervened. The poor boy had taken a beating for no reason. What was wrong with calling him that? He had every right to. Han Lai, the problem is definitely with Pan Xiaohang. Most of the responsibility lies in his being too impulsive and hot-headed, and some of it in our lack of proper guidance. It has nothing to do with you. You're a good kid. Uncle understands that you feel wronged, and mere apologies can't make up for the hurt you've endured. So here's my proposal. We'll take full responsibility. All civil expenses, including compensation for mental distress, we'll pay at the highest legal rate. Additionally, I'm willing to offer you 800,000 yuan as settlement compensation. Little Han, would you consider giving Pan Xiaohang another chance? We'll make sure he sincerely apologizes and becomes a better person. Wow. You really went all out. To be honest, Han Lai was taken aback. Despite knowing he was completely in the right, despite knowing that Pan Xiaohang was at a crucial point about to enter college, despite acting to make the gods weep and the spirits cry, despite all of that, he still hadn't expected old Pan to be so decisive, to throw money around like this. Han Lai immediately opened the system panel, focusing on his basic stats, calming the excitement within him and steadying his gaze. Forgive the kid for his eagerness. After all, in his previous life, Han Lai had been nothing but a struggling worker. And although he wouldn't lack for money in this life, what he needed most right now was experience points. 800,000 yuan. How much could that add to his stats? 5 seconds later, Han Lai managed to steady himself and spoke with difficulty. Uncle Pan, when Chen Yanfei was persuading me earlier, I was wondering, is it really necessary to hold on so tightly over one impulsive moment and ruin his whole life? Honestly, I don't want to do that. But I still feel this anger weighing on my chest, making it hard to breathe, Chen Yanfei said. Don't worry, when Uncle Pan comes, he'll definitely help you vent your frustration. Seeing your attitude now, I feel a lot better. Old Pan's eyes immediately brightened after hearing that, his face flushed with excitement. Of course. He then turned to Chen Yanfei, bowing deeply. Yanfei, Uncle thanks you. Thank you for putting aside past grievances and worrying about Pan Xiaohang. Chen Yanfei blushed furiously. When did I ever worry about Pan Xiaohang? It's all this little troublemaker's acting. She quickly waved her hands, saying, No, Uncle Pan, you don't have to be so polite. It's my fault too. What fault of yours? Old Pan interrupted her politely but firmly. He was pursuing you, so you had to agree? You weren't allowed to refuse if you didn't like him? Since when is that reasonable? Then Old Pan extended both hands and shook hands with Chen Yanfei's father. Old Chen, I'm truly sorry for the trouble my boy has caused you. But rest assured, I'll personally arrange for him to switch majors. If he dares to harass Yanfei again, I'll send him abroad immediately. Old Chen, don't let something like this come between our long-standing friendship. No need. Mr. Chen waved his hand, wearing a reserved and distant smile. He said it wasn't necessary, but he clearly thought it was. Another doting father, undoubtedly. But despite Mr. Chen's cold demeanor, Old Pan's sincerity didn't waver. I'm ashamed. Let's just leave it for now, we'll discuss it further later. If anyone epitomized tact and diplomacy, Han Lai had just witnessed it firsthand today. Then again, if Old Pan was this shrewd, just how much was his wife spoiling little Pan to turn him into such a brat? Forget it. Grudges spanning 2 lives were settled in one go, so he wouldn't think about it anymore. But Han Lai's revenge went beyond a hefty settlement. That schemer didn't just get himself a minor injury and report the incident to the police right off the train. What's the difference? A criminal offense is a public prosecution case. Once it's filed, it has to be reviewed. Even if Han Lai accepted compensation and agreed to settle, and even if Old Pan managed to smooth things over with the police station and prosecutor's office, the end result wouldn't be a clean slate. At best, the outcome might be, considering the minor circumstances, good attitude, and reconciliation with the victim, we've decided not to pursue charges. No charges, no sentence. But there would still be a case record. Pan Xiaohan would no longer be able to get a no criminal record certificate. And what is that used for? Studying abroad, family background checks, job applications, they all require a no criminal record certificate. No certificate? Move along next in line. And add the 48-hour detention to the record, so his file now has a violation record. Note, violation doesn't mean crime. But in some situations, that can be a big problem. At the very least, government positions or party membership are off the table. Old Pan was still thinking of switching Little Pan's major. Whether he can continue his studies is now uncertain. The most realistic option now would be to take Little Pan back to Dream City, find a high school, and make him repeat a year, and retake the entrance exam next year. Otherwise? Tough luck. That kid was basically wrecked by Han Lai. And after being wrecked, his parents had to pay a hefty sum, and then thank Han Lai for his mercy. Meanwhile, all the schemer had lost was a couple of expendable teeth in a beating. He really hit the jackpot. Winning big was one thing. But Han Lai still decided to show a little attitude. He couldn't just agree to whatever amount they offered. With a light cough, Han Lai spoke slowly. Uncle Pan, I appreciate your sincerity. The amount of compensation is, honestly, beyond what I expected. So let's do it this way, add another 80,000 to make it an even 880,000, and I'll agree to the settlement. It's not that I want to demand an exorbitant amount just for the extra 80,000. I just want to remind you of something. Whether or not we settle is my right to decide. Your attitude and sincerity moved me, so I'm willing to settle. But if there's ever a next time, or if Pan Xiaohang comes at me again with that same attitude when apologizing, don't blame me for not making things clear ahead of time. I understand. I understand. Pan's father was overjoyed, nodding quickly. Then, he bowed deeply once again. Thank you, thank you. 880,000 it is. As soon as his detention is over, I'll bring the kid over to give you a heartfelt apology. All right. Then that's settled. Han Lai forced a weak smile and slowly closed his eyes, holding his own perfectly. Everyone understood and lowered their voices, each saying a quiet get well soon, Han as they left the room one by one. After exiting, Pan's father held Mr. Chen's hand tightly, his eyes slightly reddened with emotion. Mr. Chen, it might be a bit corny to say, but I'm sorry for what happened to Yanyan, and thank you. In the midst of all this bad luck, it's a blessing she wasn't hurt. Mr. Chen's demeanor softened as he patted Pan's father's hand. It's all in the past now. Just be more cautious in the future. Go handle your other matters, and we'll reconnect when we're back in Meng City. Yes, we'll catch up soon. The Pan couple got into the hotel's car and headed to the police station. Chen Yanfei watched Uncle Pan and Aunt Pan leave in a rush, feeling even more disgusted with Pan Xiaoheng. That guy's just outrageous, causing trouble for no reason. Mr. Chen waved his hand. Let's not talk about him. You're safe and that's what matters. After this he probably won't dare to bother you again. Chen Yanfei nodded cheerfully, then asked in a playful tone, Dad, when are you heading back? What? Just 2 hours here, and you already think I'm in the way? Mr. Chen's joke was well timed, catching his daughter's shy little expression, which sent a faint worry through him. Of course not. I just thought you might be busy, that's all. Without showing any emotion, Mr. Chen shook his head. I'm not busy. After what happened, how could I leave without seeing you safely settled in at school? Without hesitation, Chen Yanfei shared her thoughts. Well, I wanted to go check on Han Lai again tomorrow morning. So, maybe we could head out after that? Inwardly, Mr. Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Alright, let's stay the night in Jinling. I'll take you sightseeing at the Confucius Temple. Great. Chen Yanfei smiled and practically skipped along as she walked. Let me check if there's any local snack I can bring to Han Lai tonight. Her father's heart sank again. Sigh. Up and down, back and forth, it's like riding a roller coaster. Being a dad sure is tough. Still, while he didn't want his daughter dating just yet, he didn't mind her getting to know decent young men. It was a delicate balance. Mr. Chen sighed and, forcing a smile, asked, You and Han Lai only met yesterday, right? You're already this close? Well, he did get hurt because of me. Chen Yanfei gave a quick defense, then admitted openly, even though it's been a short time, I think he's a pretty nice person. What do you think, Dad? Me? Being asked for his opinion, Mr. Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pleased, and thought carefully for a moment. In the end, his assessment boiled down to 3 neutral words. Very mature. Oh, come on. Chen Yanfei pouted. Good thing or bad thing? Neutral. Neutral. Mr. Chen spread his hands, speaking with a tone of fatherly wisdom. Sweetheart, at your age, boys who are as mature as Han Lai tend to be shaped by their life experiences. People like that usually prioritize success over relationships. If you're asking me if Han Lai has potential, my answer is highly likely. He's persistent, flexible, open-minded, straightforward, and exceptionally talented young man. But if you're asking me if he's boyfriend material, I really can't say. Being with a guy like that is likely exhausting. Mr. Chen's approach was flawless, his gentle guidance skillfully insightful. He neither doused her enthusiasm nor fed into it, instead gently awakening her rational side. That makes sense. Chen Yanfei nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly giggled. Then I'll keep observing. Her father was stunned, then shook his head, smiling in resignation. His little girl was growing up. She was no longer the easily placated little sweetheart. Quietly, he became more alert. If Han Lai was already being formally considered by his daughter, it meant he'd made quite the impression on her. It might not mean he'd be a future partner, but she was certainly beginning to see him that way. Mr. Chen pondered, looks like I'll have to check this boy out more closely. Trying to call me father-in-law won't be so easy. Han Lai had no idea there was an old man somewhere analyzing him. Once everyone had left, Brother Lai was left feeling unbearably bored. Mainly his glasses had been broken, so he could barely even see his phone. Not very fun. In no time at all, he got restless. My face injuries can't be touched, my teeth can't be fixed. But maybe secretly healing my nearsightedness won't hurt, right? After some thought, Han Lai figured it wouldn't have any side effects, so he decided to go for it. He opened his interface and went to Health. Then, he located the eyes submenu. The panel described his condition as follows. Left eye 350-degree myopia, 125-degree astigmatism, right eye 425-degree myopia, 150-degree astigmatism, lens clouding, moderate floaters, frequent corneal inflammation. Exactly what I thought. Han Lai slapped his thigh. Nearsightedness and astigmatism were a hassle, sure, but not unbearable. Winter was rough, with glasses fogging up constantly, but that was mostly it. The floaters and inflammation. Though that was a whole other level of awful. Anyone who hasn't had them, please protect your eyes. Trust me, you don't ever want to experience the frustration of dealing with that. Han Lai knew he wasn't about to put up with that stuff even 1 second longer. He locked in on the eyes tab and started pumping an experience. All the subcategories under health don't show exact numbers, but just pour enough experience in, and you'll see changes. You can even just command restore such and such part to health. It's an easy to use system, fully automated. But as it was Han Lai's first time adjusting himself, he wanted to savor it, so he went about it the slow way. As he poured in experience, the status lines on the panel gradually faded. Finally, they were replaced by a new description. Your eyes are in excellent health. Han Lai quickly pulled out his phone. First, he opened a website. Whoa, so unbelievably clear. Even the tiniest font was perfectly readable, and his field of view was fully clear. No more fogginess, no more annoying little floaters. It was amazing. Next, he opened the selfie camera and was stunned. Wow. Those were some pretty eyes. The crystal clear lenses made his pupils look strikingly transparent. Deep black pupils, a dark brown iris, with a lighter brown outer ring, a beautiful level of depth. His once fairly average eyes looked at least a size bigger. The healthy corneas had a sort of glassy clarity that reflected light more, as if his eyes had a perpetual glow. A great aesthetic thinker once said that beautiful eyes have 3 main qualities. First, structural depth. Second, clarity and texture. Third, aesthetic color. Han Lai now checked off the first 2. His eyes had just become his most striking feature. As for color, well, he wasn't too picky. Asian people don't tend to have light-colored eyes anyway, but that never stops handsome guys and pretty girls from showing up everywhere. So, am I officially handsome now? Han Lai checked himself in the mirror, feeling a bit puffed up. But as soon as he caught sight of his still swollen face, his excitement faded. The path to handsomeness is a long one. Sighing, Han Lai looked at how much his eye restoration had cost. A quick glance at the number. Wait, what? 35,886. Why'd that cost so much? And where did I get that much experience? He quickly scanned to the bottom of the interface, where his 2 core stats were displayed. Cash 13,829. Experience 2,875. He opened the detailed breakdown and finally understood. Oh. Examination fees, hospital costs, all those count as personal spending and thus generate experience points. All he'd paid was the initial checkup fee and a small deposit. Before Pan's dad had left, he'd paid the 200,000 yuan hospital bill, which counted as spending on Han Lai's behalf and generated experience. And when the nurse had come by earlier to change his dressings, using the most expensive supplies available, his experience had shot up past 38,000. Throughout his stay, every day, every single bandage change would net him more experience. Awesome. Spending someone else's money while racking up experience, there's nothing better. Feeling ecstatic, Han Lai started humming and thought about how to allocate his upcoming experience. As he pondered, he noticed something else. His health stat hadn't changed, but his appearance stat had. Originally, the secondary attributes were appearance 66, body 58, health 69, special 75. Now, health remained at 69, but appearance had jumped to 69 as well. Crazy. He clicked on each subcategory for details and finally pieced it together. Her appearance only had 4 subcategories. Features, bone structure, hair and skin, all focused on the face. Appearance is basically all about your face. By removing his glasses and restoring his eyesight, he had significantly boosted his feature stat, making him look much better overall. So, technically, even though the system breaks each attribute down individually, there's still overlap between some of them. For example, health can greatly impact both appearance and body. Made sense. Han Lai quickly realized that, when experience is tight, it's best to prioritize upgrading subcategories that affect multiple areas. Get the most out of the least investment, why not? For example, stamina, definitely best to improve core endurance, right? Everyone who exercises understands the importance of core strength, yeah? No one would focus on arm strength alone, right? Nobody would be that silly. Between playing around with the system and daydreaming about the future, Time flew by. Just as he was about to check out a QQ group, he got a message on WeChat. Back then, WeChat wouldn't hit mass popularity until the Chinese New Year the following year, when Red Packets boosted it to 600 million users. At this point, WeChat Pay had only been launched a month prior, so engagement was still pretty low. Most of Han Lai's classmates were still using QQ. So, his first thought was of Chen Yanfei. Opening his messages, he saw that it was indeed her. Yanfei, hey tough guy, what you up to? Han dry kindling pretending it doesn't hurt while I type to you. Yanfei ha ha ha. Yanfei, you're killing me. And what's with that username? Not very tough guy at all. Han rekindling, is this not tough? Yanfei, I don't care. I'm changing your nickname. After a few seconds, she sent him a screenshot of her updated contact name for him. Now he was little tough guy Han. Looked fine at first glance. But she'd added a thumbs up emoji at the end. Was that a subtle jab? Han rekindling, is there some hidden meaning here? Yanfei, no. AC. Han rekindling, alright, I'll let it slide. But then what's with all those ellipses? Yanfei, oh by the way, are you hungry? Yanfei, I'm wandering around the Confucius temple, there's a ton of food here. Clearly changing the subject, huh? Just as Han Lai was about to tease her more, she sent another message. Yanfei, hey Han, aren't you going to set a contact name for me too? Wow. Chen Yanfei, you're a natural. Han Lai thought for a moment, and replied, alright, hang on. Then he opened her WeChat moments to get a sense of her style. WeChat name. Location Dream City. Personal signature around face brings 7 parts wealth, may not be rich, but protects the house. That's quite interesting. To be precise, Chen Yanfei actually has an oval face, not exactly round. Her looks don't quite match the idea of being delicate. Big eyes, a wide smile, a full forehead, and a straight nose bridge. When she smiles, she reveals at least 12 pearly white teeth, perfectly aligned. She is the least social media style beauty Han Lai has ever seen among top-tier girls. Her looks are very natural. And her oval face is not like Fan Bingbing's or Jing Tian's. She's the kind of bright, approachable beauty. When she smiles, there's an infectious quality that just lights up the room. That's why she has more admirers than any of the others. Probably more than the other 2 idols combined. Han Lai's mom once saw Chen Yanfei and was immediately taken aback. Wow. This girl looks really blessed. Sure to bring sons and good fortune. At that time Han Lai was speechless, his forehead covered in imaginary black lines. Now that he's back with a more mature perspective, he has to admit, it's true. She's got a slightly larger bone structure than most girls, making her look a bit sturdy yet not bulky, giving off an incredibly healthy look. In the past, she'd be the ideal perfect wife type, with a lucky look as well. She'd be the most popular girl in the village. If he hadn't been reborn, Han Lai would probably feel self-conscious standing next to her. He estimated her height to be at least 172 cm, and that she wasn't much lighter than he was. But she looks graceful and fit, whereas Han Lai just looked like he hadn't fully grown up yet. They really didn't match standing side by side. But now, they did. Han Lai planned to gradually adjust his height to 188 cm to match anyone. Don't ask, just know that he's a late bloomer. Next, Han Lai scrolled through her moments feed. She posted all kinds of things: food, rants, snippets of life, book notes. But no selfies. This girl so beautiful, yet didn't flaunt her looks. Her spirit was genuinely interesting. An idea suddenly struck Han Lai. He changed her contact name and sent her a screenshot. Guardian Beast, what? Are you serious? Burning Tinder, never underestimate a tough guy. Smoking emoji. Guardian Beast, ha 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 ha. Guardian Beast, alright, actually, I really like it. Guardian Beast, you're the first guy to discover my wild side. Guardian Beast, little Han, you're something. Keep it up. Han Lai noticed something. In her texts, Chen Yanfei loved using exclamation marks. It was just a small habit, but it reflected her passionate personality. A negative way to put it might be assertive. A positive one? Full of emotion and open to expression. Han Lai found her more and more charming. But the old boy remained calm, not rushing toward any goal. A man who's experienced life's ups and downs understands. True success lies in bettering oneself. Love built on luck alone fades, ground down by reality in no time. He'd seen it all before: poor colleagues who relied on kindness to get ahead, and rich kids who married goddesses without effort. In the end, the colleague got divorced. Our life together was so tedious and stifling. Not a single day brought me joy. The rich guy was cheated on. You provided for me, sure. But there's someone who fills my heart and body. What's wrong with that? These cases were the norm. Even more outrageous situations are common in the big city. Each year, the marriage rate drops, the divorce rate climbs, and happiness feels more out of reach. Han Lai was deeply wary of marriage. It wasn't marriage itself that scared him, but the fact that he knew he had no way to manage a successful marriage. How could a man with no joy in his own life generate enough love for a family? People must love themselves first. Only then can they give real value to others. The reborn Han Lai planned to love himself first. So, when dealing with Chen Yanfei, the old boy stayed cool. Even at 30 he wasn't overly steady, but now, in the body of an 18-year-old, he'd finally found his calm. Being reborn and having a system were blessings that boosted his confidence. With both of these in place, anyone would feel reborn. After thinking a bit, Han Lai replied with just an emoji. Salute.jpg. It could be understood as a promise, or maybe as a disinterest in the subject. Either way, he was cooling things down. A few seconds later, Chen Yanfei replied, "Here's good news, food's almost there." WeChat's sticker options were still limited back then, so instead of sending a heart, he typed a message. Burning Tinder grateful. While you're at it, can you bring a book for me? Guardian Beast, you're really not shy. What even is shy? If I'm too shy, what's the difference between me and your other fawning guys? While his thoughts were tough, his words were soft. Burning Tinder, you're just too helpful and kind-hearted. Little Han would never dare ask otherwise. Guardian Beast, ha ha ha. Don't call me hero, a C's will do. Burning Tinder read my contact name out loud 3 times. Guardian Beast. You're killing me, tough guy. Burning Tinder, hurry up. Don't make me get angry. Glare emoji. Guardian Beast, alright, as if you're scared of anything. Huh? Is she hinting at something? Han Lai stroked his chin, chuckling slyly. Half an hour later, Chen Yanfei walked into the room with a bag of snacks. Proudly, she spread it out on the table. Han Lai gave her a pitiful look, saying nothing. She looked puzzled. Why aren't you eating? Don't be shy. Old Han sighed, then quickly typed and sent a message. Look at my face, why would you bring me spicy barbecue? Couldn't you just get a nice beef soup? Huh. Chen Yanfei looked at his bruised, swollen face, then laughed awkwardly, making excuses. Those are for me. Yours is here. She pushed over a bowl of tofu pudding. Then she picked up a skewer of grilled squid, taking a huge bite, with oil dripping down her mouth. Refusing to admit her mistake. Han Lai looked at the spicy tofu pudding and gave her a thumbs up. You're ruthless. In her slightly guilty state, Guardian Beast pretended not to hear. A few insults. Fine, what's the big deal? Wait, no? Never in my life have I been insulted by a guy. Little Han, you're really something. She took another big bite of squid, showing some resistance. Still, she liked the equal footing in their exchange. Deep down, it made her happy. With his gums still sore and fresh wounds in his mouth, Han Lai looked longingly at the delicious food, inhaling all the mouthwatering scents yet unable to taste a single bite. In frustration he asked, how far is your hotel from here? Chen Yanfei blinked, not sure why. Ignoring her question he asked, how much is the cab fare? Chen Yanfei's eyes twinkled, about 15 yuan I think. Why? Han Lai pulled out a 50 yuan bill from his wallet, slapped it on the table in front of her. Here for the cab fare there and back. Take your midnight feast, head back to your hotel, and leave me be. Cough, cough. Caught off guard, she burst into laughter, choking in surprise. She sat right next to him on the bed, close to his right hand. Not missing a beat, old Han patted her back softly, half mocking. Oh dear, how old are you? Be careful, will you? Ah, the softness. When Chen Yanfei sat up again, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Get off, no need to act like a good guy. If you hadn't made me laugh I wouldn't have choked. Han Lai casually pulled back his hand, reclined back on the bed, and lazily replied, all right, it's my fault. You just eat up. After you're done, how about some millet porridge for me? Just wait. She gave him a little playful glare, put down her snacks, and quickly walked out. Almost as if she was running away. So feisty yet sincere. Han Lai chuckled to himself, feeling a kind of pure joy. It was the kind of joy that came from teasing a little tsundere. Chen Yanfei came back again. This time finally bringing something Han Lai could eat. Sipping the plain porridge, Brother Lai's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't from emotion he was in pain. Damn it. Every grain that touched the wounds in his mouth stung like hell. Forget it. Suffer a little for a quick 150k. I can handle it. Struggling through a bowl of millet porridge, Han Lai immediately started ushering her out. It's nearly 9 o'clock. You should head back. Chen Yanfei widened her eyes, feeling a bit put off. Me? Goddess of the second high, Chen Yanfei having to be the one to take the hint and leave? No guys ever pushed me out. Instantly slipping into drama mode, she gave him a pitiful look, as if about to cry. You're rejecting me. Yes, Han Lai nodded without hesitation, looking at her like she was an idiot. Obviously. You. Chen Yanfei couldn't help but laugh, and was about to snap back when she noticed his eyes and froze for a second. Wait. Without your glasses your eyes look really different. Han Lai didn't explain why. He simply raised an eyebrow smugly. Give it a bit once I'm healed up, the change will be even bigger. Curious and amused, Chen Yanfei shot back sarcastically, so what? You're actually a hidden heartthrob, but your looks were just sealed away by those glasses? Exactly. Han Lai gave her a thumbs up with a big grin. Ugh. Chen Yanfei gathered up the leftovers, stuffed them into a trash bag and turned to leave. Keep dreaming, I'll leave you to it. See you tomorrow. Hey, stay a bit longer and listen to me brag a little more? Tomorrow. Get your speech ready, and brag to my dad tomorrow. Han Lai was momentarily taken aback, his cocky attitude fading. Her dad? Coming to check me out? Trying to read my intentions for his little girl right off the bat? Han Lai was puzzled but didn't overthink it. Whatever. Bring it on. Let's just roll with the punches. College lasts 4 years, anything could happen by then. He might not even be my future father-in-law, for now we're just buddies. As carefree as ever, Han Lai didn't give it another thought. After reading a bit, getting his bandages changed, and enjoying a comfortable sleep, he woke to daylight. Around 8:30 a.m., Chen Yanfei arrived with her father in tow. This time, she had her suitcase with her. Hurriedly, Han Lai sat up, trying to look polite. Hello, sir. Thank you for visiting me. Outwardly he acted indifferent, but he actually cared more than anyone. Don't get up. Lie. Just stay lying down. Chen's father stepped closer, stopping him from getting up. He then sat in the chair by the bed, asking with concern, how are you feeling? Still in pain? Any dizziness? I'm feeling much better, thank you for asking. Good. Matey? Although Chen's father had acted like a bystander yesterday, he was actually very skilled with people. Lai, you went through this unfortunate incident mostly because Yanfei didn't handle her interactions with classmates well. As her father, I feel really guilty. Yesterday's situation wasn't suitable for me to speak up, so I held off visiting until today. Please don't hold it against me. I didn't bring anything meaningful for you on such short notice. Giving you something impractical as an apology wouldn't be sincere, so I've prepared a red envelope with a 50,000 yuan check as a token for your recovery. Please accept it. Oh no. Han Lai was taken aback, quickly refusing. Pan Xiaohang going crazy has nothing to do with Chen Yanfei. I can't accept this. Mr. Chen pulled a thin red envelope from his pocket, placing it directly on the bedside table instead of in Han Lai's hand, showing firm resolve. One thing doesn't cancel out the other. If Yanfei knew how to handle personal matters more discreetly and had been a bit softer, would you have gotten so hurt? Legally, we're not responsible, but morally, we're not off the hook either. 50,000 is nothing compared to the pain you endured. But since we've clarified our responsibilities, this is just a small token of our concern. Lie. Take it. Otherwise, Yanfei will carry this guilt too. Don't you think that's fair? Whoa. This guy's good. Han Lai was cornered, wanting to refuse but at a loss for words. Still, he couldn't accept this money. Taking it would change the nature of things. I need her feeling guilty, otherwise, how else can I stay close to her? After a moment's silence, Han Lai carefully composed his words, doing his best to sound sincere. Sir, every situation has different angles. What you see depends on where you're standing. From my perspective, Chen Yanfei is also a victim. I suffered physically, and she suffered emotionally. We can't place the burden of my more visible injuries on her shoulders. So I can't accept the money. I don't believe she did anything wrong. You can't just say her approach was wrong because the outcome was bad. With an irritable, unpredictable guy like that, who's to say what's the right way to handle it? Sure, you think she should have turned him down privately, but what if Pan Xiaohang had gotten angry and hurt her instead? Wouldn't that have been even worse? In situations like this, we can't judge based on results alone. That's no different from blaming the victim, right? As long as Yanfei's intentions were proper, she didn't do anything wrong. Your apology? I can't accept it. We're on the same side here, so why would I expect you to apologize for getting hit by an enemy shell? He picked up the red envelope and handed it respectfully back to Mr. Chen. Please, take the check back. And please understand that I'm not saying this just for Yanfei's sake. No matter who's involved, my stance would be the same. I've got a bit of a fiery personality, and can't stand wishy-washy solutions where everyone gets blamed equally for peace. Either someone's at fault, or they're not. Don't blame Yanfei, and don't apologize to me. I know what's right and wrong. Mr. Chen froze. This really coming from an 18-year-old? Chen Yanfei was stunned too. She couldn't fully grasp the depth of his words, but she sensed Han Lai's unique character. This guy is amazing. She's not a shallow person who only cares about looks. Not that she dislikes handsome guys, but character matters more. In just one day, Han Lai's overall qualities had practically changed her perception of their whole age group. It's ridiculous. Mr. Chen took a moment to process this, finally accepting it. Though Dream City was a small industrial town with plenty of spoiled rich kids, sometimes there were outliers. And here he was, right in front of him. Geniuses aren't limited by logic. Secretly impressed, Mr. Chen pocketed the envelope, his tone becoming even warmer. Lai. Where do you go to school? Judging by your level, you must be aiming for Fudan or Shanghai Jiaotong, right? If you're nearby, could you look after Yanfei? Compared to you, she's got a lot to learn. Although he downplayed her, Chen Yanfei wasn't upset. In fact, she looked at Han Lai with eager anticipation. Their time together had been short. She hadn't even asked about his school yet. Now she was genuinely looking forward to knowing. Looking forward to the best possible answer. Hoping for a surprise. Confronted with Mr. Chen's question, Han Lai was stunned. How did the conversation even get to this point? What's going on here? And you, Chen Yanfei, could you not look at me like that? The pressure is intense. But he had to answer, and there was no point in hiding the truth. I'm attending Shanghai University of Humanities. As soon as he said this, Chen Yanfei's eyes lit up with little stars, her grin widening, showing nearly half of her 12 pearly white teeth. Then, slowly, Han Lai added, the Humanities College. What? The delight on Chen Yanfei's face turned to shock. Her mouth fell open, enough to swallow an entire duck egg. Her tongue quivered slightly, as if she was losing her mind. Mr. Chen looked equally taken aback. Humanities College? Usually that means a third-tier private school, doesn't it? Overwhelmed, still in disbelief, he blurted out, you mean like the Guanghua Management School? The room went dead silent. Han felt a pang of irritation. Seriously, bro? I'm surrendering, and you're still on the attack? Third tier. He did his best to keep his tone steady, though he suddenly felt like singing. If only I had not faltered with those two words, I wouldn't feel this pain. Not trying hard enough in high school was a regret that still gnawed at him. If it had been a matter of trying everything and still failing, he'd have accepted it. If you lack the talent, then own it. Don't waste your life struggling. There's no reason to regret what you can't change. But that wasn't the case back in first year. He'd been doing really well. He could have gone to a top school if he'd just tried a bit harder. Instead, he'd let himself slack off and had fallen far behind. It was only after entering the real world, after repeated setbacks, that he understood what he'd missed out on. The regret was beyond words. By then, though, his life was pretty much set. And it was too late for anything. Even now, back with a second chance, and no longer needing a degree to open doors, he still blamed himself for not working harder in high school. That version of himself let down not only his parents but also himself. What an idiot! Compressing his feelings, he shared a bit of his journey. I was too arrogant. I thought grades meant nothing, that I'd make something of myself no matter what, so I spent way too much time on other things. When my scores came out, the regret was overwhelming. So I pulled myself together, took time to reset, and thought long and hard about the future. Now, I'm not as immature. But those grades are done. I can only push forward in college. He explained well, but it didn't seem to help. Chen Yanfei was still staring at him in disbelief. You're this mature and smart, but you only got into a third-tier college. The person I admire is actually just an academic failure. It wasn't that she looked down on third-tier schools, it was just such a big gap to reconcile. For a moment, the protector of the household was at a loss. With her response, however, Mr. Chen seemed to be processing it faster. Their contact had been brief. All he had was a surface impression. So, Lai, now that you've received this settlement, I assume you'll be going into business? From his perspective, Lai was ambitious and unlikely to settle for an ordinary life. Ambitious, bold, and now with money in hand, he seemed sure to make something of himself. To his surprise though, Han Lai shook his head. For now, I'm not considering starting a business. I'll focus on learning and fitness first. Business isn't a game, it's a life or death battlefield. Until I'm ready, I won't step onto it. Chen Yanfei's eyes brightened suddenly. Yes. That's the right mindset. Mr. Chen, too, was impressed by his awareness and restraint. In truth, he'd seen plenty of bold young people, but a young man with such grounded insight was rare indeed. To gain sudden wealth and not lose yourself in it. That's remarkable. He nodded approvingly. Glad to see you thinking this way, Lai. It's reassuring. China's pace of development is rapid, changing in decade-long leaps. The business environment today is entirely different from 10 or 20 years ago. Past successes no longer guarantee anything. We have to keep pace with the times. It's wise to think it through first. Very good. Lai smiled sheepishly. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Chen. The modesty didn't look fake, but the bruises made him look a little rough. Mr. Chen waved it off with a chuckle. It's not advice, just experience talking. The future is yours. Just seeing you reminds me that I'm getting old. Mutual flattery. Now that's something I know well. Lai didn't miss a beat, following suit enthusiastically. We may just be setting sail, but you're the pillar holding up the whole structure. For the next 20 years we'll be learning from you. Yanfei is independent, smart, and principled. You've raised her very well. I believe she'll carry on your legacy, becoming even greater. The compliments pleased them both. Yanfei's eyes sparkled. A bit shy but more than anything happy. Her dad laughed heartily, practically glowing with approval. In truth, Lai wasn't great at flattery, but with Yanfei's constant sunny smile nearby, his mind seemed sharper than usual. Such is the power of attraction. The conversation could have continued, but Mr. Chen checked his watch and rose, chuckling. Well, we'll leave it here for now. Yanfei and I have a plane to catch. Lai, take care of yourself, and when you're back in Dream City, don't forget to visit us. Lai nodded obediently. Got it, sir. Safe travels. Goodbye, Lai. Yanfei waved at him with a cute little paw-like gesture. Lai nearly melted. Who waves goodbye like that? But it's so cute. The old-school romantic exhaled deeply once they left. Dealing with Mr. Chen wasn't easy. He hadn't let his guard down for a moment. After all, this was a man who could very well become his future father-in-law. He had to keep him happy, right? With the mission completed, he could finally take a break. Time to read. Yanfei had brought him half a set of Duluo Continent novels. She'd really put thought into it, probably assuming he liked the author's works. But it just wasn't what Lai was hoping for. I only liked his early stuff. It's not that the later books aren't good, they just lost that early spark. But it wasn't Yanfei's fault, she couldn't have known that. And besides, the ones who do know ... well, they're not exactly angels. Oh well, I'll make do. No sooner had he opened the book than Mr. Pan and his wife arrived with the settlement agreement. Lai, do you need me to inform the police station so they can get a lawyer to review the agreement for you? Mr. Pan was full of enthusiasm, addressing it head-on. Thank you, sir. But I'll contact someone myself. Lai was polite but didn't accept the offer. Settling things is fine, but keeping a bit of distance is essential. He took the agreement and read through it himself. It was very solid, especially the summary of the incident, which clearly stated that Pan Xiaohong had attacked Lai one-sidedly, with no mutual combat involved. The main point, of course, was the compensation amount, 7 figures before the decimal point. Seeing the numbers made Lai's eyes involuntarily widen. A full 1.15 million. Beyond the initial 880,000 in compensation, they'd added medical, cosmetic, and emotional damages that far exceeded standard rates. And all paid up front, no need for receipts or reimbursements, a real gesture of goodwill. With Mr. Pan being so forthcoming, Lai saw no reason to drag things out. I'm fine with this. Once my lawyer reviews it, I'm ready to sign. Great. How about we come back tomorrow? Mr. Pan, overjoyed, eagerly wanted to set a signing time. After a moment's thought, Lai nodded. Tomorrow works. So the arrangement was finalized without any issues. If Pan Xiaohang were half as smart as his dad, Lai wouldn't have scored his first pot of gold. And probably wouldn't have had a chance with Chen Yanfei either. She's from the main Shanghai University campus. A star student, what would she want with a low-tier slacker? Thanks again, big brother, for the help. Too bad there's no TikTok livestream now, otherwise, Lai would have had all his followers cheering for Pan in gratitude. Where else would you find a top supporter as loyal as this guy? But after today, Big Brother might have to disappear for a while to let things cool off. In the afternoon, an officer from the local police station dropped by. They confirmed Han Lai's intention to settle the matter, then helped arrange for a lawyer. The settlement agreement had no issues. Mr. Pan had been meticulous in preparing it. After the signatures, the matter was entirely settled. So, he signed. The officer also reached out to Han Lai's school to request a leave of absence. After confirming that Han had been attacked by a mentally unstable individual and hadn't been in a fight, the school approved a 15-day leave without hesitation. Nice. He'd even dodged military training. Honestly, Shanghai University of Humanities was a pretty lenient place. Short of something extreme, they never expelled or forced anyone out. If anyone ever wanted to quit, the department chair would personally try to talk them out of it, offering anything they needed. That's also how Han got a position in the student council. And it wasn't just any position. He was in the most popular art department, surrounded by an array of charming personalities, thoroughly enjoying himself. Graduating wasn't a problem either. In his original class, there was even a guy who'd failed over 40 classes. After his final year exams, he still hadn't passed 6 of them, but he got his diploma all the same. And no, that wasn't Han. Han only failed about 20 classes, way behind that legend. Reflecting on all the perks of humanities, Han suddenly realized that this college life might actually be pretty good. Alright, for the next 2 weeks, he'd plan how to spend his money. Then, with his new stats, he'd head back to campus and enjoy the university life he'd left unfinished. The next day, Han signed all 3 copies of the agreement, and Mr. Pan transferred the payment on the spot. With 950,000 yuan in cash, and another 200,000 covering his hospital costs, Han had officially become a millionaire. Despite having worked in finance in his last life, he'd never actually had this much money in his account. 4 years of college had already drained most of his parents' savings. After that, Han had struggled for 8 years in Shanghai. By the end of 2025, with China just about to reach the top spot economically, Han was still living in a 12-square-meter apartment, without enough savings to buy that small bedroom outright. Sorry, I really dragged the nation down. But this time, Han felt he might finally contribute to China's resurgence. Just thinking about it, he felt great. In the afternoon, Mr. Pan and his wife brought a freshly released Pan Xiaohang to formally apologize to Han. After 2 days in detention, his #1 supporter looked a lot less arrogant. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. I was just too impulsive and didn't control my emotions. Han Lai, I'm here to officially apologize and ask for your forgiveness." Pan kept it simple this time. He'd clearly been set straight by the long arm of the law. Although it wasn't strictly necessary, Han formally replied, "I forgive you. You've got wonderful parents, appreciate them, and don't make them worry again." Pan wanted to puke. "Who the hell do you think you are? Lecturing me?" Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Pan were practically teary-eyed. "What a great kid. Why couldn't he have been friends with our son?" Sigh. They parted on good terms, officially closing the matter. Han could have made things harder for Mr. and Mrs. Pan, dragging them through the ringer a few more times, getting his revenge. They'd have had to pay up all the same. But there was no real need. Mr. Pan was intelligent and smooth, clearly a successful businessman with excellent social skills. Why would Han want to make an enemy out of someone like that? Although Han didn't plan to stay in Dream City, his parents would still live there. This way he got all his money, and Mr. and Mrs. Pan had to be grateful for his magnanimity. A total win. If Pan Xiaohang ever gave him more trouble, his dad would be the first to shut him down. Maybe that's worth testing out over winter break? Entertaining these questionable thoughts, Han chuckled to himself for quite a while. When he was done laughing, he turned to the real issue at hand. How to spend his money. First, he calculated how much he'd need to level all his stats up to 69. The final tally was 370,000. Adding the cost of replacing all his teeth, 500,000 should cover it. Han wrote down 2 keywords in his notebook: 50,000 within 2 weeks. After a lot of brainstorming, he started to feel a headache coming on. 50,000 was a tricky number. If it were a bit less, he could easily blow through it on essentials. A new phone, a laptop, clothes, rent, a meal plan. If it were twice as much, he could buy an apartment in Dream City. Residential property counts as a personal expense, and so do multiple apartments, both of which bring experience points. But purchasing commercial property counts as an investment and doesn't provide any experience. So buying an apartment was the best option for large expenditures. Dream City's housing prices were currently between 15,000 and 20,000 yuan per square meter, and they'd peak at a bit over 40,000 in 2016 before gradually dipping again. If he bought a place now, he could sell it later for at least double. It was a good idea, But 500,000 wasn't enough to buy a home. As a college student, he'd need his parents to co-sign any mortgage, but given how he'd earned his first bit of cash, there was no way he'd let his parents find out. The Seven Wolves leather belt and a feather duster combo. Too risky. Scrapping the house idea left only a few other options. Buying a car? No need. Apart from showing off, what purpose would it serve? A watch? Same story. A bunch of luxury brand clothes. Was even less practical. It wasn't that Han didn't like those things, he just didn't have the funds yet. He didn't want to blow through his money for nothing. Han wanted to find a way to gain experience points while also making some profit. This made things complicated. Most profitable ventures count as investments, which don't bring experience. But activities that earn experience aren't exactly moneymakers. After much thought, he still had no solution. If all else failed, he could simply spend all the money and get a small studio apartment near a good school back in Dream City. Then, when the bull market hit next year, he could use the property as collateral, draw out cash, and dive into the stock market. If he went that route, his funds would be maximized, and he'd earn plenty of experience, allowing him to level up both his core stats and some skills. But freshman year might be pretty tough, he'd have to keep living like a poor college kid. Still undecided, Han pondered a bit more. Just then, Nurse Lu Yu came in to change his bandages. "How's it going, big spender?" "Who, me? I'm no big spender." Just as he smiled wryly, he caught a glimpse of the medication bottle in her hand. His face changed, and he quickly gestured with an X over his chest. "Stop. No foreign meds." "Ha!" Lu Yu looked up, startled. Han waved his hands firmly. "Take it all back. Get me the generic domestic stuff. Pan isn't covering the bill anymore." The nurse burst out laughing, nearly doubling over. You're hilarious." "Well, good news, we already ordered today's meds. Tomorrow though, I'll switch them for you. Be a good patient, now." Han watched his experience bar shoot up, feeling the sting of each lost point. No way. Whatever he decided to spend money on, staying here was no longer an option. It was almost 5,000 yuan a day, who could afford that? It wasn't that Han didn't care about his health, but with the system, he didn't need to stay in the hospital to recover. Spending money on the hospital was just a waste. "Fine. I'll finish today's meds and discharge tomorrow." "Wait, really?" Lu Yu's eyes widened. "But your inflammation hasn't gone down." Han waved her off. "I can't afford to stay longer. I'll get drips at an off-campus clinic for just 200 a day." "Gosh, you're a penny pincher." Lu Yu rolled her eyes with a grin. "Fine. You earned that money the hard way, you should save it. I'll let the doctor know to get the paperwork ready." Thanks. Until we meet again." "Sure. Then let's exchange contacts so you can find me next time you're in Nanjing." "For what?" Han wanted to ask, but, seeing the needle in her hand, kept quiet. The nurse seemed like a good person, open, unpretentious and friendly. They exchanged QQQ info, and Lu Yu quickly changed his bandages and left without a backward glance. 2 days of chance encounters, cut off just like that. Han hadn't even seen her real face. Reality was like that. You and springtime both pass by, leaving only memories behind. On the morning of the 3rd, Han Lai completed his discharge paperwork and walked out of the hospital with a fortune totaling 1,127,300 yuan. The sun was warm, the sky was bright, and everything seemed so wonderful. In that moment, Han made a sudden decision. He immediately hailed a cab and headed straight for the airport. He had decided he was going back to Dream City to buy a school district apartment. Right now was a unique period in time. The previous night, Han had researched the real estate market online, which revealed that from 2010 to the present, the overall housing inventory had been growing annually, and sales were tough. Han didn't know the reasons behind it all, but he was clear on the outcome. None of this actually concerned Han directly, so he didn't know the details, just that a chance to get a good deal was coming up. If he could make money in the stock market, the next 10 years would be smooth sailing. And if he didn't make much, that would still be fine. At worst, he'd learn some skills and find an opportunity to start his own business. Being reborn meant avoiding pitfalls, and with a system to raise the stakes, failure was hardly an option. So Han decided to prioritize gathering experience points. With such a bright future, who cared about a rough year? Investing in himself was never something to put off. After landing in the provincial capital, Han crossed the city, and finally caught a long-distance bus to his hometown. The high-speed rail in Dream City wouldn't be operational for another 2 years, so travel was still a hassle. He had to line up to buy tickets and pay in cash. Returning to 2013, he found everything felt unfamiliar. But because of this contrast, Han could fully appreciate the country's rapid development over the past few years. It truly hadn't been easy. In his previous life, Han was just an observer. In this one, who knew if he might get the chance to help tear down a wall or two? Lost in his thoughts, Han's bus finally arrived at the North Station in Dream City, and he took a taxi straight to Dream City 2 High School. Dream City was a new, resource-based city with unusual real estate prices. The old part of town had properties going for around 8,000 yuan per square meter with few buyers. The development zone was priced at 10,000 yuan but hard to sell, while new housing in the central district was in high demand at 12,000 yuan. Riverside luxury apartments, at 16,000 yuan, sold out instantly. However, the priciest properties were the old, run-down school district apartments in the old town. They easily fetched prices of 18,000 yuan per square meter. The number 2 high school included its own middle school, and one of the best public elementary schools was nearby. For school district housing, this area's complexes were the best options. He casually walked into a real estate agency and laid out his requirements. A small unit, 40 to 60 square meters, built within the last 20 years, with school district registration. I'll pay in full. Buying property in the off-season and with full cash payment was, to put it simply, very easy. The agency's agent quickly found 5 or 6 suitable listings for Han, and they went on viewings. Since Han wasn't looking to live in the apartment himself or maximize investment returns, he could settle on a place as long as it felt right. Price was his main consideration. In the end, after just 2 days, he found the cheapest unit. A 2-bedroom, 60 square meter apartment priced exactly at 1 million yuan, with the seller covering assessment fees. Then came the registration check at the police station, tax payments, and ownership transfer. Once everything was complete, Han's cash balance dropped to 75,000 yuan, while his experience points shot up to 1,060,000. It was already September 8th. Considering how fast everything went, the seller's connections really helped speed things up. If he'd been buying from someone else, it probably would have taken several extra days. With the experience points now in hand, the property deed would take another 3 or 4 business days to process, so Han couldn't head back to Shanghai right away. He promptly booked himself into a hotel and began his transformation plan. In preparation, Han splurged on a deluxe executive suite with a king-sized bed. Basic attributes: strength 62, agility 59, constitution 63, intelligence 65. Secondary attributes: appearance 69, physique 58, health 69, special 75. Cash 75,238. Experience 1,063,355. The first order of business was to fix his teeth. Han's teeth were not exactly straight. It was a genetic thing, from his mother's side. And due to their modest family circumstances, his parents hadn't prioritized orthodontics during his early developmental years. Additionally, it might have been a genetic factor, but his teeth were a sort of dull yellow. In short, his teeth were both crooked, not bright, which heavily impacted his looks. In college, once he started caring about his appearance, his teeth had been a huge source of self-consciousness. He didn't dare laugh freely and felt inferior. This made him seem introverted and timid. Later, his teeth deteriorated further due to years of drinking cola, and by the time he was 30 he had frequent toothaches. Back then, Han had no options. Dental tech wasn't that advanced, and he could only afford 2 tubes of super whitening toothpaste. Bought from an online streamer. It helped a bit but didn't solve the real issue. Now, he finally had the chance to do something about it, and Han had only one thought: replace every single one of them. Opening the health menu, he navigated to teeth and commanded, replace with a set of healthy, white, and straight teeth. But the system suddenly displayed a message. Due to the overall experience cost exceeding the current system level, this command cannot be executed. Han froze for a moment, quickly scanned the system's rules, and found the cause. Simply put, the current system was still level 1. He could only max out attributes to 69 points. Replacing all his teeth would push both health and appearance beyond 69 points, so it couldn't be done. The solution was simple: upgrade the system to level 2. So, Han checked the upgrade requirements. All basic and secondary attributes maxed out at 69 points. At least 3 third-level knowledge skills. At least 5 third-level skills. Cumulative spending of 1 million yuan. After reading this, Han let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his decision to return and buy a house. Otherwise, he'd have no idea how to hit 1 million in spending. With over 1 million experience points now, He could meet the requirements in points 1, 2, and 3 whenever he wanted. He adjusted his plans and prioritized upgrading his attributes. Strength plus 7, agility plus 10, constitution plus 6, intelligence plus 4. He spent 270,000 experience points, maxing out his basic attributes. In the next instant, a surge of energy rushed through his body, making him feel filled and energized. Strength surged, his body felt lighter, and his mind was clear. The feeling was indescribable, it was just amazing. Much better than a 4-star massage. With such a significant attribute boost all at once, Han could instantly feel the difference. It was beyond words, almost as if he'd been reborn. It took him 2 hours to fully adjust to the physical changes. His fists felt powerful. His movements were precise and balanced. And his thoughts were sharp and insightful. The system was so miraculous that Han didn't dare take it lightly. He immediately went out, bought 2 new sets of clothes and plenty of food. Back at the hotel, he filled the bathtub with hot water and resumed boosting his secondary attributes. Among the secondary attributes, only physique was upgradable. Han poured all 101,000 experience points into the height subcategory. None of his old classmates were at the humanities college, so ideally he wanted to reach his final height before school started. No one knew him there, so any height was normal. But if he started at 1.74 meters on the first day, then suddenly shot up to 1.84 meters 2 days later, that would attract unwanted attention. So, it was best to do it all at once. As for his old high school friends, he'd avoid going back during the October break. If he ran into them over winter break, they might be a bit surprised, but it would be easy enough to brush off. The only one left to worry about was Chen Yanfei. He'd have to steer clear of her. And at least for 2 months. By then, her memory of his former appearance would have faded enough for him to surprise her. Then, we'll see how shocked she'll be. The height adjustment process lasted a full 14 hours. After eating, bathing, and a good night's sleep, Han Lai's barefoot height measured in at 179.1 cm. The increase wasn't huge, but it was a delightful surprise. Haha. Just another 0.9 cm and I'll finally be out of the shorties league. Calling himself disabled was, of course, just a joke. The average height for Chinese men born in the 90s didn't reach 180 cm. According to health and family planning data, the average height for men in the southern provinces was just under 170 cm, and in regions near the Tropic of Cancer, it was around 175 cm, averaging out nationally at about 172 cm. The 2000s generation really did raise the bar, with an average height of 175 cm and boys in the north reaching 180 cm. In 2013, however, the first 2000s kids hadn't fully grown yet, so there wasn't much pressure on 90s kids. By 2022, however, youngsters on the internet would be taunting, "If you're not 175 cm, you're practically handicapped." This kind of talk had often driven Han mad. But the reality was that these younger kids really were taller, and significantly so. For Han, height had always been his second biggest regret, just behind intelligence, and above looks, teeth, and nearsightedness. Now, with a single night's transformation, Han was thrilled. For a while he bounced around the room, tapping the ceiling and finally letting his inner boyishness show. Once he'd had his fill of joy, he started focusing on improving his knowledge and skills. Knowledge: Math 2, English 3, Accounting 1, Finance 3, Law 1, Marketing 1, Literature 2, Skills: Driving 1, Car Handling 3, Cooking 2, Crafting 4, Stock Trading 2, Writing 2. Knowledge and skills both follow the same system. Level 1 is an introductory level, requiring 1,000 experience points. Level 2 is a basic understanding level, requiring 10,000 points. Level 3 means you can apply it proficiently, requiring 200,000 points. Level 4 is expert level, with a massive 10 million point requirement. Han's only level 4 skill showed this: crafting 125 10 million. Seeing all those zeros, Han immediately felt discouraged. Forget it. Overall, the first 3 levels of knowledge and skills weren't too difficult to level up. Bringing a subject from zero knowledge to an applied level required only 11,000 experience points. However, he'd first need to work hard enough to grasp the subject well before it could be added to the system. Han's high school physics, chemistry, and biology were entirely absent from his list. He'd forgotten them all. However, the knowledge he'd needed for work was still somewhat intact. In short, Han wasn't a top talent, he'd just been a clock-punching employee. Looking at the number of skills and knowledge he had, Han, the former slacker, now an aspiring high performer, made a grand decision and upgraded everything to level 3. This is how high rollers operate, trust me. In an instant, Han was completely flooded with an ocean of knowledge. His eyes rolled back as he was overwhelmed. Calculus, geometry, linear algebra, business law, civil law, criminal law, literary analysis, classical poetry appreciation, key points of spicy novel writing. So much information rushed into his brain all at once, it was full, tense, and feverish, making him feel on the verge of passing out. Han lay half dazed in his hotel bed for the entire day. During that time, Chen Yanfei messaged him to check on his recovery, but Han glanced at it and tossed his phone aside. He had no mood or energy to reply. Damn. That was too much all at once. That night he forced himself to eat a large meal and went back to sleep. By the time he woke up the next morning, he finally felt normal again. When not thinking, he felt no different than before. But as soon as he started contemplating specific issues, the difference was obvious. Too obvious. His thinking speed, grasp of problems, and approach to solving them. Everything was vastly improved over his previous self. The improvement was so tremendous that it left Han in disbelief. However, thanks to his newly established knowledge framework and enhanced intelligence, he quickly understood why. Knowledge exists independently, but thought does not. When enough interconnected knowledge is mastered, a system forms, allowing thought to expand laterally and root vertically. Skills increase significantly. But a top-level professional must have a massive knowledge base. Most of this knowledge won't be directly applicable to their work, but it's essential for structuring their mental framework. Without it, you're just not up to par. Han finally understood why he had struggled so much in his previous life. He had enough general knowledge, he read a lot, and knew many rules. But he had nowhere near the necessary depth and professional expertise to form a systematic understanding. Knowing all the general principles was pointless if he froze up whenever it came time to actually apply them. Compared to 985 graduates, his response speed was slightly slower, his knowledge base was thinner, his learning ability was weaker, and his understanding less deep. All these minor differences combined into a substantial gap in ability. At first, Han refused to accept this, but after going through some real-life experiences, he finally understood that people were not the same. Back then, he thought it was an inherent difference in IQ. Now, Han understood it was a difference in knowledge systems and learning habits developed over time. Except for extraordinary talents like Wei Shen, normal people aren't much smarter or dumber than others. If someone lacks ability, it's usually because they lack foundation. So that's the value of specialized knowledge. Excitedly, Han thought, as long as I have enough time and experience points, I can become a top-tier professional too. So what if my college is low ranking? I'm a pro gamer with cheat codes. After reveling in this thought, he moved on to examine his skills and enjoyed another wave of satisfaction. Skills are relatively independent, so level 3 driving and level 3 cooking have no connection. Level 3 writing skill, however, could be combined with level 3 car skills. Cough cough. No, I don't do those things anymore. Seeing all his stats at 69, Han felt fantastic. Looking at the row of level 3 skills only made him happier. Finally, he opened the blinking notifications menu. And he couldn't contain his grin. He grinned like a delighted fool. You have met all upgrade requirements. Consumption system upgraded to level 2. Changes as follows. 1. Advanced attribute points functionality has been unlocked. Experience points can now be allocated to attributes at any time. For attributes in the 70 to 79 range, each point requires 200,000 experience. Wow. Not cheap. 200,000 per point means 2 million for a single attribute category. To max out all 4 primary and 4 secondary attributes, he'd need a total of 16 million in spending. However, thinking it over, Han realized it wasn't that bad. If high net worth individuals could buy attributes, even at 1,000,000 yuan per point, they'd be thrilled. Some attributes might cost even more. 2 million per health point sounds fair, right? 5 million per special attribute reasonable, no? How many men out there have my level of talent, starting with a score of 75? Any less, and it wouldn't be enough. Hee. 2. Advanced knowledge and skill levels now available. Cap raised to level 4, requiring up to 9,999,999 experience. Those figures made Han's head throb. It would be relatively easy to level skills to 4. 200,000 experience would be sufficient. But going from level 4 to 5? The difficulty was enough to make him despair. 10 million experience points. But then again, if level 4 was considered expert level, then level 5 would be master level. That would be a qualitative leap. And maxing out level 5 would likely mean reaching grandmaster status, becoming the equivalent of mathematicians like Tao Hongsuan or physicists like Yang Zhening. Oh my, better not even think about it. 3. New feature unlocked, purchase bonuses. Huh. A new feature. Han perked up, eagerly diving into the feature's description. Consumer bonus: each time you make a purchase, there is a small chance of receiving a bonus item related to the purchase behavior. Bonus items will be stored directly in the inventory. A simple, 2-line description and nothing more. Han Lai was left scratching his head, feeling like he understood but didn't. A bit frustrating. Oh well, he figured he'd understand once he actually scored a bonus, so there was no need to rush. Han rubbed his hands together, eagerly ready to start on the big project. New teeth. With the command issued, his experience points dropped like a waterfall, leaving Han stunned as he watched them plummet. And then he saw it in the mirror, each of his original teeth falling out one by one in a gush of blood. There was no pain at all, his whole mouth was just numb. Han quickly lowered his head over the toilet, spitting out fragments of teeth and blood. The whole process only lasted about a minute. As feeling returned to his mouth, Han quickly turned on the faucet to rinse, then looked up at the mirror. Whose handsome face was that? Just from replacing his teeth, Han felt like he'd undergone a total transformation. His teeth were straight, close set, as white as jade, and had a glossy finish. His gums were a clean, healthy pink, giving his smile a fresh, healthy look. When he smiled slightly, his whole face radiated an easygoing charm. When he laughed openly, his 2 rows of snowy white teeth gave him a bright, youthful vibe. Is this really me? Staring at the boy in the mirror, Han's eyes filled with tears. Finally, after all those years of being, well, plain, he was ready to join the ranks of the fresh-faced guys. Not quite done yet though. With renewed excitement, Han issued a few more commands: straighten the nose bridge, heal all external wounds. In less than 10 seconds, Han's face was completely clean and bright. The nose wasn't high enough? Make the bridge a bit taller. Nostrils a little too wide? Shrink the nose a bit. Skin tone too dull? Brighten it up. For the first time, Han was experiencing the joy of character customization in real life, playing around like there was no tomorrow. Until the system notification appeared. Insufficient experience points. What? All those points? Gone already. Han snapped out of his excitement and looked at his stats panel, which had undergone quite the transformation. Primary attributes: strength 69, agility 69, stamina 69, intelligence 69. Secondary attributes: appearance 72, body 69, health 71, special 75. Knowledge: math 3, English 3, accounting 3, finance 3, law 3, marketing 3, literature 3, psychology 3. Skills: driving 3, car handling 3, cooking 3, crafting 4, stock trading 3, writing 3, billiards 3, singing 3, persuasion 3, acting 3. Cash 74,830. Experience 125. Ha! Looking at the new scores in appearance and health, Han was thrilled. He'd added 5 points across 2 attributes, which should have cost him 1,000,000 experience points. But thanks to boosting individual sub-attributes and the way they interacted, he'd only used up around 700,000 experience points. A great deal. So even though he was now down to a 3-digit experience count, Han felt no regret whatsoever. He'd just earn more as he went. Nothing was more important than getting taller and better looking. In Han's book, the top 3 priorities to max out were appearance, physique, and intelligence. The special attribute could wait. One's looks were what everyone saw. It was better to max that out while he was still young to avoid future hassle. As for the special attribute, only certain people would see that, and there was plenty of time to build it up slowly. You can't give them everything all at once, right? Han tidied himself up and went out for a haircut, a clean, short trim with tapered sides. With an appearance score of 72, he wasn't exactly top tier, but with clear eyes, a bright smile, and composed demeanor, Han stood out. There was both youthful energy and an unusual calmness about him. As he walked down the street, he couldn't help noticing glances from passers-by. When had Old Man Han ever had such attention? He felt elated. But after a few minutes, he spotted a couple of real lookers walking past, and the thrill wore off. A 72 in looks was still only mid-range handsome good, but nothing extraordinary. A 72 might be popular at a nightclub but would still get picky glances. How could he earn another stack of experience? Thinking it over, his mind returned to real estate. The city's high-tech district had opened several new developments, with aggressive promotions all over the place. But the second-hand housing market had been pretty sluggish. Han had initially thought 100,000 would barely get him a 55 square meter place, but he'd landed a 60 square meter spot. Since it was this affordable, why not go for another one? Maybe he could check out mortgage options while he was waiting on the deed? Reborn Han was a man of action. The idea hit him, and he immediately went to consult with the banks. After some legwork, he found that the local Dream City Bank had the highest loan-to-value ratio, offering 70% financing in a quick process. A 70,000 loan could buy him another 40 square meter 2-room apartment. With a 20-year term at a fixed rate, his monthly payment would be $4,800 per year. A large apartment typically rented for $40,000 per year, and the smaller one would bring in $30,000, easily covering the payments. When he needed cash, he could take out a second mortgage on the new apartment for a quick $50,000. While his investable cash would be slightly less, it was a safe move. And if more funds were needed, he could leverage his stock portfolio. Even in the worst case, he'd still have a safety net when he sold both properties in 2016. But most importantly, he'd instantly gain 70,000 experience points. Right now, Han didn't crave money or even Chen Yanfei, he craved experience points. 70,000 experience points could do so much. Let's do it. With that spontaneous decision, Han was off on a new mission. Filling out forms, waiting for the property certificate, following procedures, checking houses, negotiating prices, signing contracts. Things weren't all sorted out yet, and his medical leave was already over. With no other options, Han Lai had to call his instructor. The advisor sounded worried, asking repeatedly, "Are you planning to retake a year and not come back?" Han Lai decisively activated his level 3 persuasion skill. "I'm really not fully recovered yet. I'll come back as soon as I'm better. You'll see my medical records, it's that serious." As long as he was planning to come, everything else could be arranged. With that, Han Lai secured another half-month of leave. He didn't even need the whole time. On the 22nd, his loan was finally approved, and on the 23rd, he made the payment and signed the contract. While the property certificate would only be issued next month, the place was ready to be rented out. During this time, the 2-room, 60 square meter apartment got rented out for 36,000 yuan a year. The second unit was a 40 square meter, 2-room place. Han Lai set the rent at 24,000 yuan, a bit below market by 2,000 yuan. Just a day after listing it with an agency, a parent showed up. Another one renting just to be near their kid for study, of course. Truly, parents' hearts are universally caring. Thanks to this, both of Han Lai's properties were rented out with ease, covering his mortgage payments. He could now head back with peace of mind. He didn't wait for the property certificates to arrive, leaving the agency to handle everything. Homebound, yes, but mostly he was dying to return to the place where his former self had stumbled, ready to show off. Wealth unreturned is a heart that feels incomplete. Though he wasn't rich, he was definitely refreshed, a new person, ready to let those judgmental eyes see for themselves. After landing at Hongqiao Airport, the options to get to school included taking Metro Line 10, then transferring to Lines 3 or 8. So, naturally, Han Lai took a taxi. Anyone who's been in the city knows how expensive taxis are here. The flag-down fare was 14 yuan for the first 3 kilometers, then 2.5 yuan per kilometer until 10 km, and after that, 3.6 yuan per kilometer. Stop-and-go traffic on North Zhongshan Road was worse than constipation. Han Lai sat in the front seat, watching the meter numbers climb, feeling not a bit of anxiety and even a touch of bliss. Finally, Han Lai had achieved taxi fare freedom. The taxi driver glanced at him repeatedly, wondering, "Is this kid all there?" Goofy as heck. They didn't say a word until he got out. Standing at the entrance to the Humanities College, Han Lai took a moment to gaze quietly at the sign, then smiled. Any special feelings? Yes, there were a few, but nothing worth sharing. Standing once again at a familiar threshold, there was a beauty in the moment that only he could understand. He had to savor, process, and treasure it alone. Dragging his suitcase, Han Lai headed straight to the administration building. The Humanities College was in the HK district, right next to the main university campus, sharing facilities like the gym, cafeteria, library, etc., and 70% of the teaching staff came from the main campus. On the surface it seemed like a good school. In reality, the Humanities College was so small that it only had 4.5 buildings. The classroom building, the multi-purpose building, the administration office building, and 2 apartment blocks, building A and B. The campus was tiny, so the buildings were built tall. Both the dorm and classroom buildings were so crowded during peak times that the elevators could squeeze guys into girls and girls into pregnancies. Meals were either in the main campus dining hall or on the nearby food street. Delivery? Out of the question. Though Ely.me had started service nearby, no delivery driver wanted to bring food to the humanities dorms. Waiting for the elevator alone could take half a day to get just 2 meals. The dorms were decent enough, with bunk beds for 6, air conditioning, and private bathrooms. As for the overall environment, well, there was nothing much to say. The real interest was in the people. When it came to people, there were 3 main points. First, local students in Shanghai applied to humanities as a second-tier school, while out-of-towners applied as third-tier. And right next door was a full-fledged first-tier university. Perfect. Quite the mix. 3 groups squeezed into the same place, sharing the cafeteria, the gym, the library, and even the swimming pool. Oh, the lively chaos. Second, the focus at humanities was the International Exchange Institute, with small classes, starting at 40,000 yuan per year, double rooms, and English-only instruction. All the key student council positions were held by Exchange Institute students. But school preference didn't necessarily mean these students were all that capable. They were certainly wealthy. If the campus were any larger, the Exchange Institute students could probably hold a luxury car expo of their own. They had money, influence, and the teachers doted on them. Make of that what you will. Third, the neighboring HK campus was home to grad students, foreign students, and trainees. Grad students, particularly second-year ones, were generally excellent. As for the foreign students and trainees, let's just say they were quite the eclectic bunch. That's humanities' environment. In his past life, Han Lai's college life was pretty unpleasant, constant frustration, thanks to this bizarre environment. Then something happened that nearly made him drop out. In the end, the department head convinced him to stay, even making him a deputy in the cultural division as compensation. Back then, Han Lai thought it was pretty decent. Later he realized that as a regular student in the cultural division, what was he doing there anyway? Pretty girls were all around. But what did that matter to him? Loads of work, no perks, what was the point? By the time he figured it out, people had already been laughing at him as a joke for a long time. Thinking about it now was embarrassing. All in all, Han Lai had made quite a few rookie mistakes in college, almost every one young people typically make. Thinking he'd wised up after that? Nope. Once he hit the working world, Han Lai just kept stumbling all the way to 26 or 27. He was practically the perfect spokesperson for bitter life experience. Youth is great, sure. But a young person's life isn't always that great. Deep in thought, Han Lai easily found the business college's administration office. The door was open, so he knocked lightly, then walked in confidently. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lu Hu here? I'm Han Lai from the business college finance class." A short, stocky man looked up at the sound and greeted him enthusiastically. "Han Lai, right? Come in, have a seat. I'm your advisor, Mr. Lu Hong. How are you feeling? All better?" Han Lai knew Mr. Lu well. A real smiling tiger, a sly, shady guy who never did anything right. If he had the chance, Han Lai would definitely deal with this guy. But now wasn't the time to reveal his cards, so he acted very respectful. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry to cause you trouble. I'm mostly better, but I do have some lingering symptoms of a mild concussion. Oh, here's my hospital report." Lu Hong took the document, giving it a quick glance and raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Oh. This injury was no joke." He had initially assumed that Han Lai was just trying to avoid training, but after seeing the hospital records from Jinling General, he thought otherwise. Medical records could be faked, but actual hospitalization could not. "You really were unlucky. But it's fine now that you're better. Come on, I'll help you get your paperwork sorted. We have evening self-study for first-year students. This afternoon go settle into your dorm, and tonight, meet up with your classmates." "Thank you, I'll follow your arrangements." Lu Hong smiled, satisfied. The sly old man and the sly young man, round one advantage, Han Lai. Just as he was about to pay his fees, Han Lai asked suddenly, "Mr. Lu, how are the dorm conditions in our class? I still have severe nerve issues, so I really need a quiet place." Mainly, he couldn't stand being around his noisy dormmates again. The finance class had 30 guys, and the top 5 most annoying were all in his dorm. It was a constant ruckus that others couldn't imagine. "The dorm I assigned you to is a bit rowdy." Lu Hong frowned. He was about to advise Han to bear with it. But seeing how tightly Han was clutching his card, with an attitude of "no good dorm, no payment," he didn't press further. Last student of the day had to keep him happy. What to do? After a moment's worry, he remembered something and brightened up. "If you don't mind the cost, I can get you a 4-person dorm instead. But it's more expensive. That would be fantastic. I don't mind the extra cost as long as it's quiet. Han was overjoyed. Both 4 and 2-person rooms were typically reserved for the exchange institute. Other students couldn't get in no matter how much they were willing to pay. The room size was the same, but there was a huge difference between fitting 4 beds and 6. Under normal circumstances, Lu Hong couldn't grant this request. Han hadn't even dared hope for such good fortune. He only wanted to switch to a different dorm, but this, an unexpected bonus. Lu Hong saw how pleased Han was and felt quite smug himself. Every year, a few 4-person dorms were left empty as a backup for exchange students and transfers. But Han's case was unique and had a valid reason, so he'd be able to get it approved. It was the perfect opportunity to show off to the dean. All right, I'll write you a note right away. Go ahead and pay the fees. Round 2. Advantage Han Lai. After paying the annual tuition and dorm fees, Han was left with just 40,000 yuan. But his experience was back up to 150,000. Oh, and he had splurged another 600,000 experience points to raise his appearance to 75 points. Now he was a vibrant-looking guy at 75. Just a little thin. At 179.1 cm tall, he still weighed only 120 pounds, all sharp angles. Han had a hunch. If he could just bulk up, his appearance score would naturally rise. At 79 points, he'd officially be a proper heartthrob. Next, Lu Hong led Han Lai to check out his dorm room 404 in Building A, one of the best male dorms available. In Humanities College, the quality of the dorms largely depends on the floor level. The top floors aren't the most desirable, it's the second floor that's king. Low floors mean no need to wait for elevators, quick access to go in and out, high water pressure, delivery straight to the dorm door, and even the student council doesn't often come around for inspections. The convenience is unbeatable. As for the top-floor Riverview luxury rooms, even dogs wouldn't stay there. Han Lai received the key and took a quick look around his room, fully satisfied. Thank you for arranging this, Mr. Liu. Oh, by the way, do you smoke? I'll go buy you a pack. Han Lai slapped his forehead as if just remembering, leaving his suitcase and turning to go. No, that's not necessary. Lu Hong still had a little dignity. The student didn't even have a pack on him, so how could he make him go out of his way to buy one? He quickly stopped Han, secretly thinking, this kid is so sincere. Feeling better, his smile became a bit more genuine. Go ahead and settle in, no rush on the cigarettes. Oh. Han nodded, feigning innocence, as if he hadn't caught the hint. It was their first meeting, and Lu Hong couldn't push it further. And so he thought to himself, maybe it's a little much being that sincere. Alright then, get yourself organized and get your campus cards sorted out. Be in classroom 222 by 6:30 p.m. for evening study. Han Lai suddenly perked up. Got it. Mr. Liu, let me walk you out. Lu Hong felt half pleased, half helpless, with his hands behind his back as he left. The last student to arrive seemed well off and respectful toward teachers, a good thing. But he was just too naive, he didn't know how to make a move, and teaching him would take time. Being a good instructor isn't easy. Meanwhile, sincere Han hummed a tune, leaving campus and heading to a small market to buy living essentials. Choosing the best he could find, he spent over 4,000 yuan on bedding, toiletries, personal items, and self-defense tools. The amount he'd normally spend for an entire semester didn't bother him a bit. Quickly, Han reminded himself, don't get cocky now. You're still broke. After organizing the dorm, picking up his textbooks, getting his campus card, and paying for the internet, Han's roommates were still nowhere to be seen. He took out his phone, snapped a picture of the dorm room, and sent it to Chen Yanfei. He added a short message with a salute emoji. Reporting in. The message carried a double meaning, reporting to the school and checking in with her. A response came quickly. Excellent. Sly smile. Han smiled knowingly. She clearly got the double meaning, otherwise, she wouldn't have replied with that exact phrase and emoji. Excellent carried the same subtle double meaning. The nuance was there, even if it couldn't be put into words. Lately, both of them had been busy, with limited chances to chat. But whenever they did, they could pick up on each other's thoughts with ease. It was great. As a single guy, Han had never been in a relationship, though he'd seen plenty of couples acting sweetly around him. In his view, this kind of compatibility was rare. But there was a snag: Han wouldn't be able to see Chen anytime soon. His changes were a bit too obvious, a bit too shocking. Luckily, Chen was at the Songjiang campus, and not on the Hongkou campus, which meant they were pretty far apart and seeing each other wouldn't be easy. At least he'd be able to get through the semester like this. By the time they met again during the winter break, she might be surprised, but she wouldn't be suspicious. Han hoped he'd have raised his appearance score to a full 79 by then, going all out in one go. He wanted to surprise her in the best way. After a couple more messages, Chen said goodbye. Xiao Han, my roommates are calling me for dinner. You should get something to eat too, and try to bulk up a little. Afraid I'll get beaten up again? Raised eyebrow. Hey! You just love making me laugh. I like seeing you smile. Raised eyebrow. Alright, go eat. Humming contentedly, Han put away his phone. Seeing that it was getting late, he left campus, found a spicy stir-fry place, and polished off 3 bowls of rice. His appetite had improved since he'd found peace of mind. If he kept eating like this, putting on some weight should be no problem. Finishing dinner around 6, Han strolled to the bookstore near the school, intending to buy a self-help book. Professional books weren't needed, he was aiming for a life guide type. After picking one and paying, the system suddenly chimed. You purchased a life guide and triggered the bonus item feature, receiving an extra gift item. A prize already? Nice. Han eagerly opened his inventory and saw an additional book inside. The title left him baffled. The Medicine Buddha's Original Vows and Merits Sutra. What's this? A reminder to cultivate my mind? I already quit crafting. Still puzzled, he looked at the item's description and couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. A seemingly ordinary sutra. Reading the entire text with focus can increase intelligence by 1 point per level. Each level meant a range 70 to 79 would add 1 point, 80 to 89 another point, and 90 to 99 yet another. Gaining 1 intelligence point per level was straightforward, only 200,000 points per excellent level attribute. But attributes at the genius level were different. If 4th level skills needed 1,000,000 points, then genius points might need 10 million. As for radiant level attributes, best not to even think about it. A conservative estimate suggested this sutra could bring Han hidden benefits worth no less than 200 million. Awesome. Suddenly, Han felt the sky was bluer, the air sweeter, and even the stray dogs more charming. Whistling a happy tune, he headed to evening study. At 6:20 he strolled into classroom 222 with his single-strap backpack and took a seat near the back, ignoring the curious looks around him. Right before 6:30, Lu Hong walked in, hands behind his back. Ahem. Settle down, class. Then he beckoned Han to come forward. I'd like to introduce a new student. For personal reasons he's only now joining us. You'll all be together for the next 4 years, so get to know him well. Han Lai, come up and give a self-introduction. There'd been a similar intro session in his previous life, but Han's performance then had been terrible. He'd just been through a lot with Pan Xiaohang, was feeling low, and was emotionally fragile, bordering on self-destructive. When he got up, he gave what was basically the worst intro in the class. Things were different now. Han didn't plan to go over the top, but he did want to make a lasting impression. He strode from the back row to the podium, wearing a perfect marketing smile, a smile he'd practiced to show exactly 8 teeth, polite and poised. Han wasn't naturally a smiler. But with his now perfect teeth, it would be a waste not to. After all, isn't looking handsome the most important thing? Everyone would understand. Young Han smiled as he turned, smiled as he nodded, and smiled as he spoke. Confidence radiated from him, as dazzling as his 2 rows of white teeth. Hello everyone. I'm Han Lai, Han as in Han Xin, and Lai as in blazing fire. I'm 18 and from Mengcheng. I'm honored to be your classmate, and I hope to make some friends who share my interests and temperament. I won't go into my hobbies right now. I have quite a few, so you'll have to find out over time. Unfortunately, I was hospitalized, so I missed out on going through military training with you all, an experience I'll always regret. But I hope to make up for it sometime in the future. As for why I chose finance, it's because I have a dream. I want to earn my first bucket of gold in the vast markets, realize my own potential, and eventually be a grounded, kind-hearted, wealthy person. It won't be easy, but I'm willing to work hard. At the same time, I'd appreciate everyone's support and encouragement and look forward to finding like-minded friends to join me on this path. Once I wrote a couple of humble lines, and today I'll share them here to inspire everyone. To die a prince's death is worth 1,000 gold, no dream will I trade for the breath of youth. I hope we all make the most of our youth. Lastly, 2 things. First, who's the class monitor? Come find me afterwards so I can catch up on the class dues. I'm very interested in group activities. Second, are there any single ladies who might be interested? I'm young, never dated, eager to find someone, easily fooled, and easy to flirt with. If you're interested, add me to the group chat and send me a private message. I don't respond to public flirting. That's it for my intro, thank you. The moment he finished, the room broke out in applause and laughter. Although Han hadn't gone overboard, this brief self-introduction clearly demonstrated his abilities. Confident, articulate, fluent Mandarin, humorous. Altogether, it put him well above 95% of his peers. Among the elites at a top school, he might not have been the best, but at humanities college, it was a complete knockout. Of course, every word was completely made up, but who would know? As Han returned to his seat, whispers broke out across the classroom. Wow! He's so handsome. I declare Han Lai our class prince. Damn! Those lines were intense. This guy really has skills. Man, I admire people like that, so confident, so poised in front of the whole class. His smile is too charming. Didn't he say he's easy to fool? Go for it. Yeah, right. Doesn't seem like a player, but I doubt he's that easy to fool. I bet Han Lai is smart. Oh, totally. None of the other guys in class came close to his intro. I can't take it, he looked at me. My heart's racing. His eyes are so pretty. Such a nice nose. Such a sunny smile. Hey, aren't guys with high noses supposed to be good at, you know? He. Shut up. But really, is that true? A 75-point appearance score normally wouldn't have this effect, but Han's look was particularly striking. The most important feature, his eyes, scored an 85. His straight nose and lean face gave him a sculpted look, what you'd call chiseled. People who didn't care for it might find him too sharp, but those who did would really like it. And those flawless teeth, so blindingly white when he smiled. Even celebrity veneers wouldn't match them. Add his confidence, humor, and charm, and Han became instantly magnetic. Several girls looked back, pretending to talk to their neighbors while sneaking glances at him. An immediate hit. Of course, not all the comments were compliments. When a guy stood out, other guys rarely took it well. Luo Ji muttered sourly. What's he putting on airs for? Chen Ping grumbled. What, this guy thinks he's something? Duan Xiaoyi looked puzzled, scratching his chin. There's just one empty bed in the dorm, right? And it's still empty. Did this guy get a room outside? In a flash, 3 of finance class's 5 tiger generals had taken a dislike to Han. No surprise there. In his previous life, all 5 of the tiger generals had been in the same dorm as Han. They bickered constantly, but on the rare occasions they all agreed, it was always on disliking Han. In a way, Han was the glue that held room 1918 together. Now, even without him in room 1918, they could still bond over their disdain for him. The universe really wasn't letting him off easy, was it? Noticing the unfriendly glances from those jerks, Han didn't worry but remained on guard. One lesson learned with Pan Xiaohang was more than enough. After Lu Hong wrapped up his usual spiel and left, a girl stood up, a striking red dress flowing around her as she walked over to Han. A whiff of perfume wafted through the air, catching everyone's attention. Hello, Han Lai. I'm the class monitor, she looting. 2 things. First, I'm here to collect the class dues. Second, let's get you added to the group chat. Han's spirits lifted. The fish he was trying to hook had taken the bait. Yiziulu Ting is the most beautiful girl in the business school across 3 class years. Or to be modest, at least one of the most beautiful girls. In his previous life, Han Lai didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her, they were just ordinary classmates. Occasionally stealing a glance, daydreaming a bit, isn't that a harmless mistake? However, she almost got Han Lai expelled. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore, because that incident is destined not to happen again. Brother Lai is broad-minded and never holds a grudge. So Brother Lai just wants to become friends with her again. Seems reasonable, right? Han Lai raised his head, a bit of shyness sparkling in his clear eyes, a truly innocent, naive boy. Class leader, are you mimicking me? Yiziulu Ting raised an eyebrow. What? You can bring up 2 things and I can't. One stands, looking down, strong and confident. One sits, looking up, clean and innocent. Their eyes meet, time seemingly stops, and the atmosphere is instantly heightened. The 2 girls in the front row initially wanted to catch a glimpse of the new student, but instead saw the queen teasing a little puppy, clenching their fists and showing an infatuated auntie smile. Is this scene really free to watch? Yiziulu Ting is a particularly strong-willed, cold and distant woman. She has a model's height of 179 cm, a cold, restrained face, and a pair of long, seductive fox eyes. Her beauty is stunningly aggressive. No boy in the class dares to pursue her, even those with a crush are too shy to speak up. School-wide, only a few elite seniors or international students dare to approach her. In his past life, Han Lai didn't dare to think too much about her. Now, having just started college, she's still quite naive, more like an unpolished gem. When she starts systematically working out her chest, waist and hips at the school gym, in just 6 months, she becomes the goddess of every male student's dreams. People from other departments think she's naturally stunning, but only her finance classmates know how disciplined she is with herself. If her chest is too small, she trains. With the muscle structure built up, her figure becomes particularly upright, supporting more fat with a perfect shape. If her waist is too soft, she trains. Her originally slim waist becomes a bit thicker, but it looks more harmonious and aesthetically pleasing. With increased core strength, her posture is as upright as a poplar tree, her stride rhythmic, her presence elegant. If her hips are too flat, she keeps training. She doesn't consider weight, only training to round and lift them. Eventually, her hips and legs balance, her body looking at least 2 levels more attractive than it does now. Han Lai still remembers, in their second year, when she appeared as a host at a school event, sparking howls from the audience. A tight white dress outlined her devilish figure. Her expression was cold, like the distant, brilliant moon in the sky. Her articulation was clear, her voice magnetic, containing an indescribable power. From that day on, no man on campus could withstand her 3-point combo. Got something to say? Step aside. Get lost. She always showed no mercy to the flies buzzing around her, while being slightly more lenient with her classmates. To those she valued, she would show more patience. In his previous life, Han Lai, of course, never experienced her patience. But now, Brother Lai wants to test how she sees him. I was talking about 3 things. Han Lai suddenly blinked, smiling wide. The previous shyness and innocence vanished, replaced by bright teeth, clear eyes, a high nose, and sharply defined features, giving him a youthful, spirited aura. The impact was immense. Yu Xiuting was taken aback. Han Lai smirked. What's the connection between joining the class group and finding a partner? Class leader, you missed the main point. There's indeed no connection. Zilu Ting nodded, her faint smile suddenly disappearing, her expression turning cold and distant. So, isn't it possible that it's not that I missed the main point, but that I simply don't care about your third thing? The 2 girls in front couldn't hold back, laughing and quickly covering their mouths. Damn it. This woman is hard to deal with. Han Lai silently admired her, feeling not defeated but more determined. There's plenty of time, no need to rush. Han Lai also restrained his smile, his expression quickly becoming calmer than hers. All right, how much is the class fee? Yizilu Ting hesitated slightly, feeling an inexplicable sensation. She felt she'd met someone similar. She was quite sure but showed no reaction. She spoke quietly, her tone strong, distant, businesslike. We're also planning a gathering, around the end of September or the National Day holiday. If fewer people participate, we won't use the class fee, and those attending will split the cost. If everyone joins, it'll come out of the class fund. Han Lai took out 200 yuan from his wallet, handed it to her, and politely asked, "We'll be notified in advance, right?" "Of course. At least 3 days beforehand." "Then count me in for now." "All right, join the class's QQ group, and keep an eye on the announcements." The finance class's main group has always been on QQ. Even many years after graduation, a big announcement could still bring out most of the classmates. Of course, it would take big news, like Zilu Ting's wedding. Rejoining the QQ group gave Brother Lai a strange feeling. After seeing the messages in the group, he felt even stranger. Zilu Ting, let's welcome the new student. At Burning Woodfire, please update your group nickname. Lu Yu Yaji, welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Chen Yu, welcome, welcome, warm welcome. After a series of copy-paste greetings, someone suddenly commented, "Wang Hongli wide eyes, so it's that fire." The group exploded. Jing Li, the new student's a bit reserved but wild. Scroll. Yu Yun, hand over mouth, laughing, so, handsome reserved guy, what type of girl do you like? Scroll again. Chen Ping, come on. A guy this flirty says he's never dated? I don't believe it. No response. Chen Ping, haha, how desperate are you? Still no response. Han Lai couldn't help but laugh. The biggest annoyance in the finance class, already showing her colors. In response to the girl's constant mentions, Han Lai simply replied, "Actually, I'm the Lai from Loyal and Chaste." Blushing, he put on a cute face, then closed his phone, letting them chat as they liked. Don't mind the lively chat now in a month, when they're all familiar, who will still be interested in chatting in the group. Isn't private messaging more fun? What for? Guess? Silu Ting was just about to leave when her dorm mate, Yu Yun, slipped over, put her arm around her waist, and sat in the empty seat next to Han Lai. Hi there. Hi. Han Lai smiled and nodded. Seeing him put his phone down, Yu Yun glanced at it, her eyes lingering on the brand for a second. The rich kid Lai was still using that 1,000 yuan knockoff phone. At first, it was because he wasn't sure how much he'd need to buy a house, so he held off. Later, he simply didn't feel like dealing with it, planning to get a new phone and SIM card once he got to the city. And that's how things are now. My name is Yu Yun, from Jiangnan. The Jiangnan area is known for producing beauties, and Yu Yun was no exception. But Han Lai knew her true nature too well. So he responded casually, Yu Yun, graceful and lingering. Good name. Thank you. Yu Yun giggled, her eyes crinkling. Your name's nice too, loyal and chaste. Brother Lai smiled but said nothing more, lowering his head to read. Yu Yun froze. She felt a bit lost, a bit hurt, and instinctively glanced at Silu Ting. Did I take the joke too far? It shouldn't be. He brought it up himself in the group. Silu Ting didn't care, patting her hand and signaling her to leave. Yu Yun didn't want to leave. After a moment, she forced a new topic. Han Lai, what brand is your phone? I've never seen it. Without looking up, he replied calmly, a knockoff Xiaomi 1. Yu Yun was stunned, emotions fluctuating wildly. What kind of weirdo is this? Head to toe Nike, tall and slender, fair-skinned, looking like a kid from a wealthy family. And he's using a phone that's 2 or 3 years old and fake. She couldn't hold back. Why would you use such a phone? Do you have some special connection to the Xiaomi 1? Han Lai looked up and glanced at her. Then he softly replied with one word. Whore. Yu Yun was speechless, feeling a prickling sensation from his "Are you dumb?" look. Then, hearing his answer, she felt her chest nearly burst from anger. To be honest, very few out-of-province students from less fortunate backgrounds would have insisted on studying in such an expensive city. Most students were at least middle class. If things were really tough, why not study locally, go to a cheaper college, or a trade school and get a skill? The tuition is so high, Shanghai's living expenses are even higher, and the job prospects after graduation aren't great, so why bother? Choosing to study in Shanghai's expensive school, he clearly could afford it. But Han Lai happened to be an exception. His family's circumstances were just average, with a father working at a basic level in a state-owned company, not overworked but earning little, and a mother who did odd jobs and now works as a cashier. The young Han Lai, eager for Shanghai's allure, insisted on coming to this college. Up to this point, it wasn't necessarily wrong. If he'd studied hard, learned real skills, Shanghai could indeed have offered opportunities. But Han Lai failed to seize his last chance in college. His mentality was too fragile, crumbling after a few setbacks. And so came the struggles in his later life. Back to the present. Han Lai was honest, he chose the Xiaomi 1 knockoff simply because he was poor. But Yu Yun wouldn't believe it. No one would believe it seeing how he looked now. To her, it seemed that Han Lai was just unwilling to engage with her. Fine, goodbye. Does this lady need a puppy? Blocked. Blocked. She returned to her seat with Silu Ting, fuming. But Han Lai kept reading, his mind calm as a lake. In fact, Han Lai wasn't particularly skilled at flirting, and even now, he didn't have any flirting skill in his skill set. However, Study King Han had level 3 psychology knowledge. In his past life, he'd worked in marketing, so he knew a bit about behavioral psychology and facial analysis. Normally, that basic knowledge wouldn't be very useful. During his level up though, all knowledge with a name in his skill panel was upgraded to level 3. The effects were immediate and noticeable. Now, he could skillfully apply most basic psychology concepts, so you shouldn't call him Han Lai anymore. Please show some respect and call him Master Han. No matter how smart and mature Yu Yun and Silu Ting were, they were still just first-year girls. In front of Master Han, they were no match. Self-study in college, well, everyone knows what that means. If it's a good school, lots of students are studying hard. But in a place like the humanities college, it's just a time for free activities. The classroom was noisy, with people doing all kinds of things. The worst were the boys in the back corner, who were actually playing cards, loudly and arrogantly. To Han Lai's right was an empty desk, and in front of him sat 2 female classmates who were chatting about celebrities. One of them had already turned back to sneak a peek several times. When she turned around for the fifth or sixth time, Han Lai finally looked up and smiled at her. "Is there something you need?" The girl's face turned bright red. Her deskmate, however, was bolder and turned fully around to face Han Lai. "I'm Lu Yao, and she's Wang Hongli." Han Lai nodded. "Nice to meet you." Both girls were average looking, neither beautiful nor ugly, but Han Lai's attitude was still very polite. Because they were Si Lu Ting and Yu Yun's roommates. "Hey, why were you so impatient with Yu Yun? Isn't she pretty?" The one who spoke was still Lu Yao. Wang Hongli had the type of personality to be a fierce warrior online but timid in real life. "She's very pretty." Han Lai nodded, then countered, "So what?" Lu Yao was stumped by his response, but her impression of Han Lai improved greatly. "Don't think everything's harmonious in the girls' dorm, that's nonsense. In fact, the lower the college's academic standing, the more complex the conflicts tend to be in the girls' dorms. No one studies much, so they spend their energy scheming about each other, making conflicts more likely. On the other hand, schools with a better study environment tend to have a simpler, more genuine atmosphere." "What about the class leader?" Lu Yao eagerly continued. "You don't seem that interested in her either. She's so beautiful. Even I like her. I just don't feel we'd click." Han Lai made up an excuse. Finally, Wang Hongli mustered up her courage and asked timidly, "Aren't you in a hurry to find a girlfriend?" "Yes." Han Lai nodded in confirmation, then added with a smile, "But I don't need to focus only on the prettiest one, right?" His straight, white teeth practically dazzled Wang Hongli. She felt as though she might be falling in love. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Then what kind of girl do you like?" Han Lai gave her a universally appealing answer. "I care more about inner beauty, and compatibility looks only come third." Lu Yao was about to ask another question, but Han Lai had already lowered his head again. "I need to read. You two carry on." The two girls glanced at each other in slight disappointment, turned back around, and started whispering among themselves. Before long, their dorm's internal chat group erupted in discussion about Han Lai. With a bit of frustration, Yu Yun naturally criticized Han Lai a few times. However, Wang Hongli and Lu Yao had a very positive impression of him and defended him fiercely. As the group chat messages kept coming, and seeing Yu Yun grinding her teeth in annoyance, Si Lu Ting finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Just one look. I'll just take one look." But she ended up looking for half an hour. Though it was all trivial gossip, she still managed to extract two important pieces of information. First, the new classmate thinks I'm the most beautiful in the class. Second, the new classmate isn't interested in me. Fine. Then. As if I care. Si Lu Ting closed the chat window, keeping Han Lai firmly in her memory. She didn't need another love-struck admirer, but as a girl she still had a competitive spirit. And the emotions that stem from competitiveness can evolve into many things. What they will ultimately turn into only time will tell. At 8, after self-study, Han Lai blended into the crowd and slowly walked toward the dormitory. Going alone was out of the question. The campus was small, and everyone's range of activity was limited to the space between 4 buildings. The good part was that everyone walked together daily, making for closer relationships. The downside was that whenever two people started dating, hundreds of pairs of eyes would be watching. Do you think this would make cheating less likely? How naive. It actually made cheating more convenient. And after the first time, any remaining guilt disappeared, and people could fully let themselves go. There was even a girl known as a goddess who, over 4 years, slept with all 5 roommates in one dorm. Can you believe it? Originally, Han Lai wouldn't have believed it, until he saw it happen right in front of him. And he was the one left out. It was truly the saddest of sad stories. Lost in random thoughts, Han Lai followed the crowd to the lobby of the dormitory, and then turned directly into the stairwell. The classmates behind him were a bit puzzled, whispering while waiting for the elevator. Han Lai actually lives on a lower floor. He must have connections, right? Of course. New students can't pay extra for a 4-person room. He's not from Shanghai. You think just because you're from Shanghai, you're special. Did you get a better room? A Shanghai graduate certificate will always be better than yours. What about that? Do you want me to beat you up? Hey, come on then. Even though school had only officially started for half a month, everyone was already tired of waiting for the elevator. At these times, tempers were always high. If they didn't bicker once a day, the day felt incomplete. Because of this, Han Lai's arrangement was all the more enviable. Ask him tomorrow how he got that spot. Dorm costs an extra 2,000? Got the money? Forget it. Even if you had the money, they wouldn't let you have it, you'd have to switch to the international school to get it. Sure enough, another argument broke out. Just a normal day. Han Lai walked to his dorm and, from a distance, could already hear the noise coming from his room. As soon as he opened the door, he was almost overwhelmed by the smell. All 6 of his roommates were smoking, each holding a can of beer. They were chatting animatedly, their crude language flowing non-stop. As soon as they saw Han Lai open the door, 6 pairs of eyes turned to him. Han Lai simply left the door wide open and stood calmly in the doorway, looking back at them. After a few seconds, one of the boys in the dorm got impatient. If you don't want to come in, then get lost. What are you standing there for like a doorman? Oh. Han Lai nodded and quietly walked over to his bed. He had an upper bunk with a desk below it, and a guy with dyed yellow hair was sitting in his chair, propping his feet up. Han Lai walked over to his desk, and under the gaze of 6 pairs of eyes, calmly asked, "Can you please get up?" "No." The guy with the yellow hair replied indifferently. Then he barely lifted his eyelids, exhaled a puff of smoke in Han Lai's direction, and gave him a mocking look as if to say, "What are you gonna do about it?" The other 5 guys either laughed, stood up, or looked at Han Lai with mocking eyes. Great. This dorm room was more chaotic than the year 1918. If it had been any regular 18-year-old, they'd probably be furious by now. But for Brother Lai, this was just child's play. After spending 4 years in the Humanities College in his previous life, he knew all too well what the International Exchange Institute was like. Forget about any talk of respect among people, it was pointless. If you wanted to discuss anything, it had to be something deeper. Han Lai, without a hint of emotion, asked again, "Are you from room 404? "Yeah." The yellow-haired guy jerked his head to the right. "I'm in the bed right next to yours." "So what?" "Oh good." Han Lai nodded, showing no other reaction, and climbed up to his bed, calmly carrying his small shoulder bag. "Hey haha." The boys burst out in raucous laughter. "Oh, now this is something." "What? Is he planning to get back at us later?" "Come on dude, come down here now, and I'll give you a little lesson." But Han Lai acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, no extra expression, no additional reaction. He quietly took off his shoes, climbed onto his bed, and pulled a coldly gleaming claw hammer from his bag, placing it carefully under his pillow and pressing it down firmly. The laughter immediately quieted by 2/3. 4 of the boys across from Han Lai went silent, their wide eyes making them look like chickens with their throats squeezed, unable to laugh anymore. Gulp. One boy wearing a new LV shirt even swallowed involuntarily. The sound was soft, but Han Lai's actions froze at the noise. That pause was like pressing the stop button, his whole body suddenly rigid, motionless. But although Han Lai's body didn't move, he slowly turned his head, looking at LV with an eerie expression. His gaze was blank, lifeless, as though his pupils were empty black holes with no focus. The boy in LV felt that Han Lai wasn't even looking at him, but rather, through him, at something beyond. Mr. W, what are you looking at?" A chill shot through LV's heart, and his knees began to shake. Han Lai stayed in that frozen position, staring at him for 5 whole seconds before he calmly turned his gaze away and looked down again. Then he pulled 2 books from his bag, setting them next to his pillow. The book on the bottom, selected works of Mao XX, was surprising enough, but the one on top was even stranger. It was some kind of scripture. LV could clearly see the cover, a Buddha with a benevolent smile, looking down at suffering beings beneath his feet. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Han Lai leaned back against the wall, opened the scripture, and began chanting softly. Gulp. Another boy swallowed hard, completely beyond his control. Finally, the yellow-haired guy and another friend who couldn't see Han Lai realized something was off. They stopped laughing, glancing at their friends with confused expressions. "What's wrong?" Their friends didn't respond. But above them, a solemn chanting drifted down. "May I in my next life attain enlightenment, and if any sentient beings are caught in the grasp of law, bound, beaten, imprisoned, or sentenced to execution, subjected to endless suffering and torment, both in body and soul, if they hear my name, may they be freed from all suffering and danger." A chill suddenly ran through Yellow Hair. "What the hell?" He flicked his cigarette away, jumping up and ready to shout, "You son of a..." But one of his friends across the room immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, pulling him toward the door. The other boys, hearing words like bound and beaten, imprisoned, executed, tormented, and recalling how Han Lai had placed the claw hammer under his pillow with such calm, were covered in goosebumps. Stand up straight, all of you. The boys, one by one, stubbed out their cigarettes and quietly headed for the door, careful not to make a sound. They held their breaths, not even daring to exhale loudly. In less than 10 seconds, the room was empty. Once Yellow Hair had been dragged to the room next door, he felt his courage return and started shouting. Xiao Cheng, what the hell are you holding me back for? That punk dared to put on airs with me, I'll slap him dead with one hit. Zhao Cheng looked terrified, nervously rubbing his arms. Little Dongbei, shaking with fear, cursed, just shut up already. Slap him dead? What if he wakes up in the middle of the night and splatters your brain all over the wall with that hammer? Yellow Hair was stunned. What hammer? A claw hammer. Xiao Cheng gestured with his hands. A big one, he hid it under his pillow. LV still hadn't recovered, drenched in a cold sweat. That guy. He's gotta be a psycho, right? Of course. Who the hell brings a claw hammer to school? Right? I wouldn't be scared if he had a knife, but he pulled out a hammer. I'm telling you, I felt something was off the second he walked in. Too calm, you know. Not normal at all. A marquis or something? Shut up. Don't mention that name in here. Guys, aren't you all overreacting a bit? Is it really that freaky? Hell no, you didn't see his eyes from down there. No joke. That blank stare, he looked like he saw us as animals or something. Exactly. People like him don't see us as the same species. Killing us would be like slaughtering chickens, right? Yellow Hair grew more and more confused. You're not messing with me, are you? They all started explaining at once, each adding their own embellishments, until Yellow Hair, too, was covered in goosebumps. Damn, what the hell was he doing chanting scripture like that? Show some respect, LV warned solemnly, closing his eyes and guessing wildly. He's probably preparing to send you off to the afterlife. They all took a collective gasp. Did anyone catch what he was chanting? I did. Xiao Sheng raised his hand enthusiastically. It was something about tying people up and killing them slowly. His friends nodded in agreement. Something about punishment and humiliation. It sounded like he'd do it with a lot of style, real ceremonial. Ceremonial takes on a whole new meaning when it's not about flirting. The boys all broke out in a cold sweat. Definitely a psycho. Little Dongbei nodded seriously, sounding certain. No one normal would carry some twisted scripture around in their bag. Exactly. Didn't that guy from the West use human skin for drums? Yellow Hair shivered from head to toe, cursing. Damn it. How does someone like that get into college? Another friend muttered dejectedly. At this shitty school, you don't need to pass any test. Little Dongbei scratched his head. So, are we sleeping in our room tonight or not? LV and Yellow Hair exchanged glances, then said in unison, you go if you want to. Little Dongbei thought for a second, shuddering suddenly. No way. I'm staying at an internet cafe tonight and borrowing Xiao Qiang's bed for a nap tomorrow. Yellow Hair hesitantly asked, but we can't keep this up forever, right? We still have 4 years of college, we can't just move rooms either. LV thought for a moment, and then locked eyes with Yellow Hair. How about you apologize to him? I'm not going. Yellow Hair's head shook like a rattle. Little Dongbei tried to reassure him, don't worry about it. I've researched psychopaths, they act like normal people during the day. He definitely won't hurt you. They don't attack directly, it's all about ambushes and sneak attacks. As long as you don't sleep in the same room as him, you'll be fine. LV nodded firmly, he might be just a little psycho, not fully there yet. Just go apologize, let's be friends with him. Otherwise, if we've got a marquis in the dorm, how are we supposed to live? After listening to Little Dongbei's reassurance and LV's suggestion, Yellow Hair felt even more scared. He couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation down the back of his head. Screw it. My dad's worth at least 100 million, and I haven't even spent 2 million. Why should I risk my life here? Renting an apartment for 4 years is nothing. The others agreed, nodding in unison. The students in the International Exchange Institute all came from families with assets in the millions, pampered from a young age. They could be ruthless when bullying weaklings, but if they ran into a real threat, none of them would risk their privileged lives. Was it worth it over a petty squabble? To them, Han Lai was far more terrifying than any regular tough guy. Tough guys you can deal with, what about a psycho? Forget it, we can avoid him if we can't handle him. Let's go! All-night cafe trip. Yellow Hair quickly rallied them, I'll treat everyone. Let's all go. Fine, let's go. Regardless of their preferences or their comfort with staying up, no one wanted to stay in the dorm tonight. And so, they all decided to head out together. But Yellow Hair and LV's locker doors were still open, with their phones, wallets, and keys left in room 404. Are you going? I'm not going. Let's go together. You go with Little Dongbei. After some muttering, they finally agreed that Little Dongbei and LV would go back. The two hadn't directly confronted Han Lai, so they felt safer than Yellow Hair. So, encouraging each other, they tiptoed to their dorm room and slowly pushed the door open. Yo, bro, reading? Little Dongbei entered first, nodding and bowing as he spoke to Han Lai. LV followed, leaving the door open, and his cautious steps made it seem like he might turn and flee at any moment. Back already? Han Lai responded politely. Then he stared straight at them, reaching his right hand under his pillow as he asked, "Where's my neighbor?" LV immediately started trembling. It was that familiar blank stare again. Bro. Could you at least look me in the eyes like a normal person? Little Dongbei, a bit braver, laughed nervously and replied, "You mean Huang Wei? His girlfriend just called him, he's probably out getting a room tonight." A girlfriend? Han Lai nodded thoughtfully. The two of them felt a pang of nervousness, finding him even more unsettling the longer they looked at him. Brother Lai withdrew his hand, returned his gaze to his book, and muttered softly, "No worries, no worries. There will be other chances." They were completely freaked out. Not just the two of them but even the other guys in the hallway eavesdropping, all had chills down their spines. Huang Wei's back was drenched in cold sweat. In his mind he was screaming, "I am not staying in this damn dorm for another second." LV hurried to pack up his things, while Little Dongbei made small talk with Han Lai, trying to fill the silence. "Yo bro, reading huh? Impressive." Han Lai suddenly looked up. "Have you read this?" Little Dongbei, under his intense gaze, wanted to slap himself. Why did I have to open my mouth? But he had to answer, so he quickly shook his head. "No, but I know it's a damn good book." Han Lai nodded, then asked, "How should you deal with enemies?" Little Dongbei had no idea. The answer just slipped out, "Just kill them one at a time." The moment he said it, he realized it was wrong, his face turning pale. He mentally slapped himself again. "Are you insane?" Han Lai chuckled quietly. "Killing is illegal." Shaking his head, he added, "So." LV, relieved, quickly chimed in, "So you handle things peacefully." Brother Lai cast him a sidelong glance and calmly corrected, "So just don't get caught." LV instinctively shrank back, wishing he could disappear. They couldn't keep this up. "I give up, okay? Isn't that enough?" They gathered their things as fast as possible and made their escape. Little Dongbei said an overly friendly goodbye to Han Lai. "Take your time reading, bro. We'll be spending the night at the internet cafe. Feel free to use anything we left out, no need to be polite." "You're not coming back?" Han Lai raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Did I scare them too much?" No, we're not. You get some good rest." The two bolted out of the dorm and carefully shut the door behind them. Was it really necessary? Brother Lai sighed, feeling oddly lonely. Sigh. A bunch of wimps. He shook his head and continued reading. Dealing with the International Exchange Institute's group of troublemakers turned out to be easier than expected. From the moment Han Lai saw room 404, he had a plan, with multiple strategies in place. He had no choice. These were a bunch of spoiled brats on par with Pan Xiaohang in terms of bad behavior. They might not be as reckless as Pan Xiaohang, but when they grouped up, they were even more troublesome. To get along peacefully with them, you had to show some strength, whether it was family background, fighting skills, or something else. Otherwise, they'd just bully you. In his previous position, Brother Lai had no choice but to negotiate with them politely, talking things through. What things? Just what the great man taught: make more friends, have fewer enemies. Being my friend may not benefit you, but being my enemy could get you killed. Friend or enemy, you choose. The effect of level 3 acting skills was excellent, and these kids caught on quickly, fully grasping the essence of the truth. See? Isn't everyone behaving nicely now? Of course there would still be trouble in the future, but no one would be foolish enough to try ganging up on him again. In a good mood, Brother Lai turned the pages, easily immersed in his book. In his previous life, Han Lai hadn't been fond of reading reference books. After his rebirth, his attitude was completely different. Brother Lai had decided to adopt an open-minded approach and embrace anything new that could help. Becoming the best version of himself couldn't just be a slogan, nor could he rely entirely on the system. Knowledge could be upgraded, but thoughts couldn't. Intelligence could be boosted, but wisdom couldn't. Strength could be enhanced, but happiness couldn't. Han Lai wanted to settle down and complete his own process of transformation. That's why he didn't go on a spending spree, flaunting wealth as a rich playboy. Did he want to wear luxury brands, drive fancy cars, and wear a designer watch? Yes, he did. He was a normal man who naturally liked beautiful cars and women, who wanted to be the center of attention and show off. But he also wanted people to cater to him carefully, instead of him constantly being on guard to protect himself. But for now, he just didn't have the resources. So he chose to delay gratification, putting his desires on hold. Once he was truly strong enough, he would indulge in those desires one by one, fulfilling all the needs he'd had for 30 years. Soon. Just wait a little longer. Don't rush. Keeping that hunger alive was the most effective way to sustain motivation. Now that he had finally ignited the fire in his eyes, he didn't plan on letting it die out again. He read quietly until 10:30, then got down to wash up. The bathroom sink was lined with branded toiletries. It looked like his 3 roommates from room 404 came from wealthy families. Well, strictly speaking, there were no poor students in the International Exchange Institute. The only difference was the amount of spending money their families provided. Han Lai didn't touch their things, instead placing his own set of toiletries in the empty space. After washing up, he began checking the latest messages. The first chat he opened was the class group chat, which he hadn't muted. It was bustling with activity. And it was bustling because of him. When Brother Lai opened the chat, Duan Xiaoyi was just there making snide comments. All of us finance students in the business school have to squeeze into the elevator, while he's living it up in a private dorm in the International Exchange Institute. How can you even compare? Fang Feifei really? Xiaoyi, what floor does Han Lai live on? Lu Ji, why don't you ask Han Lai yourself, pretty girl? We lowly folks aren't worthy of that info. Wang Hongli Lu Ji, there you go again. Do you have to be so snarky? Are you looking down on Feifei or on Han Lai? Lu Ji Ho, the lady warrior's here. Would I dare? Wang Hongli scram. Can't be bothered with you. Yu Yun Lu Ji, go easy on Hongli. You're usually such a gentleman. Chen Ping haha. Lu Ji a gentleman? That sycophant only acts like that around the class bell. At Yu Yun. Lu Ji Chen Ping, you seriously need help. Yuzulu Ting enough. The class chat isn't for arguing. With the class leader stepping in to stop the bickering, the chat gradually quieted down. But privately, the storm was bound to keep brewing. In the girls' dormitory, room 2333, Wang Hongli furiously typed in her private chat while muttering curses against Lu Ji. Lu Yao tried to calm her down. Hongli, don't take Lu Ji so seriously. Didn't you see what he was like during military training? Wang Hongli fumed, I just can't stand it. Han Lai didn't even provoke him, but he's been sarcastic all night. Fang Feifei laughed, aren't all 5 guys from room 1918 like that? Lu Yuji casually added, the 5 of them all come from well-off families, right? Seems like none of them respect each other. Today they're probably just jealous of Han Lai. Yu Yun, who had been distracted, suddenly looked over at Jilu Ting. Ting, does Han Lai really live in the international dorms? Lying on her bed, Jilu Ting didn't lift her head as she replied, how would I know? I don't keep track of the boys' dorms. But it's probably true if he's staying on the 6th floor or higher, he wouldn't be taking the stairs. The 1st through 5th floors housed all 1st through 4th year students of the International Exchange Institute, with both male and female dorms set up the same way. Curious, Lu Yao speculated. What do you guys think Han Lai's family does? It must be something impressive, Fang Feifei said confidently. Just look at him, he's got a great presence, so confident when he's on stage. He's definitely seen the world. Yu Yun, however, had her own take. Probably just an average family. Otherwise, why not go straight to the International Exchange Institute? Fang Feifei remained firm. Can an average family raise someone of his caliber? Those guys in Duan Xiaoyi's group come from good families, and 2 are from Shanghai, but they're still so predictable on stage. Lu Yao wavered, seeing logic on both sides. After a moment, she decided to ask Jilu Ting, what's your take? Jilu Ting bit her lip slightly, recalling how suddenly Han Lai had cooled toward her. Even though she had been the one to put some distance between them, she knew deep down that for someone to resist her charm, Han Lai had to be no ordinary person. This wasn't just blind confidence, it was something confirmed through countless experiences. As for that knockoff Xiaomi 1, it didn't mean anything. There could be countless reasons why he'd use an old knockoff phone, but his manner of speaking couldn't be faked, nor could the sharpness he showed in conversation. However, she swallowed her real thoughts and simply shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he ended up in a smaller dorm by accident. Didn't he take a medical leave for a long time? Oh, right. The girls all nodded in agreement. Zilu Ting smirked to herself and lowered her head, resuming her sketching and writing in her notebook. It was a 6-point assessment chart. Each of the 6 points was labeled background, wealth, IQ, abilities, appearance, personality. Each line from the point to the center was divided into 10 sections for scoring. 10 was the highest score, 1 was the lowest. Each attribute had a red-marked weight factor for scoring. The base score X weight factor gave the final score for that attribute. In the center of the chart was the name of the person being assessed. Han Lai. The chart was ready, but she hesitated to mark it. For the first time in her life, she didn't know how to score someone. That guy, Han Lai, was like a mystery. Brother Lai casually closed the class chat, uninterested in the ongoing arguments and drama. In reality, there was never anything major in group chats. With Lu Hong in the chat, people preferred smaller groups or private chats. Han Lai had already received at least 20 group invitations and the same number of friend requests. 90% of them were from girls. The positive effect of his self-introduction was finally showing. Never doubt how perceptive girls can be in these matters. They may not be able to assess a seasoned player's true capabilities in society, but they're definitely able to judge if a peer has potential. A simpler approach? Just compare him to the guys around him, and the answer is obvious. A smarter approach? Use weighted categories and a 6-point rating scale. Just like what Zilu Ting was doing. Brother Lai's old phone wasn't quite up to handling this wave of enthusiasm, so he decided not to join any of the group chats. But he didn't decline any friend requests. There were too many interesting people in the finance class. Brother Lai was counting on their antics to keep him entertained. 3 of the class's top girls sent him friend requests. The first was the goddess Zilu Ting, no extra explanation needed. The second was Fang Fei Fei, the idol. She was the one who nearly completed her collection by dating almost every guy in room 1918. The third was T's Queen Yu Yun, famed for her charm. The surprising part? All 3 of them lived in the same dorm room, 2333, a number Brother Lai wouldn't forget. After adding them, Han Lai didn't respond further. Soon enough, the 3 started messaging him, each with a distinct style. Zilu Ting, send me your WeChat ID. I'll set up a separate group chat for the gathering. Fang Fei Fei, can we be friends? Shy. Yu Yun, Brother Lai, you looked amazing today. Admiration, but in private, you're so aloof. Hey. In the humanities college, where girls outnumbered guys, everyone seemed in need of a backup plan. Han Lai chuckled coldly, ignoring all of them. In his past life, he'd been burned by all 3. With Fang Fei Fei, the damage was light, though it was a bit humiliating. She just didn't see him as worthy. Makes sense. She'd collected every guy in his dorm, except for Han Lai. What was that supposed to mean? Damn it. Yu Yun was the worst. She had strung Han Lai along as her backup for 3 whole years. But ironically, she was also the one he forgot most quickly. Once he snapped out of it, he got over her within a year. Zilu Ting was the one he couldn't let go of. In her eyes, Han Lai had always been nothing but a piece of trash. She ignored him most of the time, only reaching out when she needed someone to take the blame away of recycling waste. Any remorse? Not a chance. With a second chance at life, Han Lai didn't plan to seek revenge on them. Not worth it. Not worth it. He'd been reborn with a system. Obsessing over petty payback against a few girls wasn't his style. Brother Lai had a big heart. He didn't hold grudges. But if the opportunity arose, he'd have no problem teaching them a hard lesson. After all, he had once loved them. Given a fresh start, he could fall in love with them all over again. It wasn't long before the aloof Lai received another round of messages from the 3 beauties. Zilu Ting? Peng? Fang Fei Fei selfie. Fang Fei Fei, sorry if this is sudden. But I was worried you wouldn't recognize me. My name's Fang Fei Fei. Don't forget it. Yu Yun, you just got out of the hospital. Are you tired? Yu Yun, or are you mad at me? Sad face. Fang Fei Fei's selfie was pretty normal, not the kind of picture that would have the public gawking. In the photo, she looked pure and sweet, with a classic first love look. Petite and innocent, the type that brings out a man's protective instinct. Everyone knew her reputation, yet the guys in room 1918 couldn't resist her, a testament to her allure. There's a saying in the humanities college, among thousands of beauties, half are in the business school. The top spot in the business school was unquestionably Zilu Ting's. The 2nd to 5th spots varied by personal taste. Fang Fei Fei and Yu Yun were both contenders for 2nd place. One was sweet, the other sexy, each with their own style. Now that the three top beauties had shown interest, Han Lai felt no sense of honor. With more girls than guys and high-quality girls, low-quality guys, no goddess could afford to overlook any fish in the pond. That's all there was to it. When someone baits you, sure, it means you have some value. But if you start feeling smug about it, you're just fooling yourself. Misunderstanding your own position is a fatal mistake in social settings. At the humanities college, apart from Fang Fai Fai, most girls only dated guys from the International Exchange Institute. Those with even higher standards sought boyfriends from nearby top schools like Fudan and Tongji. Originally, Han Lai hadn't understood this, but now he got it. Girls willing to leave their hometowns to study in Shanghai weren't here to play it safe. Who didn't have dreams? And local Shanghai girls had even higher expectations. Who didn't feel they deserved the best? This left the average humanities college guy in a tough spot. Everyone was a backup, and promotion to official boyfriend was pure fantasy. The girls in his own school just didn't care about them. In his past life, Han Lai had been strung along until senior year before understanding this. It wasn't until he'd been out in the real world for a while that the truth became clear. It wasn't a one-off, the whole environment was flawed. This is the pitfall of not studying seriously. In a top school, like one from the 985 category, things wouldn't be this way. Not every girl there would be perfect, but most of them would be driven, independent, and brave enough to love and hate openly. They'd value self-improvement and wouldn't have the time for backup plans and fish ponds. But by the time Han Lai understood this, it was too late. With a second chance, Han Lai could change himself but not the entire environment. So yes, he'd still be treated like just another fish. Only this time, they wouldn't know that the fish they were reeling in was actually a shark. Han Lai ignored all their messages. There was plenty of time, no need to rush. Before bed, all of Han Lai's free time ended up going to Chen Yanfei. She was such a joy, adorable, genuine, and genuinely adorable. If it weren't for the issue of explaining his current height and face, Han Lai would have gone to see her right away. Sigh. He wouldn't be able to see her for half a semester, and now he had to come up with a reasonable excuse to keep her waiting. What a hassle. The next morning, when Brother Lai woke up, he was still the only one in the dorm room. Alone, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. Well, more like leisurely washed up, then headed out to exercise. The humanities campus was small, but the main campus of the foreign language university had a full stadium. By 6 a.m., many people were already there working out. Han Lai jogged 5 kilometers, then spent some time on the pull-up bars to fully wake up his body. With a physical stat of 69, he had barely reached an excellent level, but with added strength and agility, his overall condition was miles better than before. In both of his lives, Han Lai had never felt this good. Being healthy and strong really boosted a man's confidence. It's an instinct engraved in male genes. Han Lai decided to make working out a long-term commitment. Direct upgrades were tempting, but experience points were too limited early on to allow for full development in every area. So he chose to train himself comfortable, cost-effective, and a natural mental boost. Why not? He worked out until 7:30, then returned to the dorm to shower and head out for breakfast, encountering several familiar faces along the way. It was a strange feeling. The people looked at him like he was a stranger, but he knew their personalities, their futures, their care or betrayal. It felt as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. He enjoyed it but didn't let himself get lost in it. After all, the future had to be created by oneself. Seeing it didn't mean you could make it happen. The cafeteria at the foreign language university was high quality, but prices were a bit on the high side. A glass of milk was 4 yuan, 2 veggie stuffed buns were 6 yuan, a small bowl of beef noodles was 15 yuan, and a small plate of cold vegetables was 5 yuan. Altogether, it came to 30 yuan. In 2013, spending like this was a bit over the top. A guy with a bigger appetite couldn't afford to eat in the cafeteria every day. Han Lai's family sent him 4,000 yuan per semester for living expenses, about 900 yuan a month, giving him a budget of 30 yuan per day. Not enough for meals alone. Normally he'd eat the type of cheap workers' lunch served outside: 2 veggie dishes, a half-meat dish, unlimited rice, and soup for 12 yuan. The taste? Not something to expect much from. 2 regular meals cost 24 yuan. Breakfast was 2 steamed buns and a packet of pickled vegetables for 3.5 yuan. He could save 18 yuan a week for other things. Like an all-nighter at an internet cafe, minus 10 yuan for the night, 3 yuan for a drink, and 5 yuan for an instant noodle cup with an egg. The happiness was so cheap yet felt extravagant. If he went online too often or overspent on essentials, He'd have to cut down on regular meals and eat more instant noodles. And smoking? In better schools he could have applied for scholarships or tutored. But Han Lai had to pass out flyers. An entire day over the weekend paid 80 yuan. 1 week's worth of cigarettes. And dating? Well, he forgot about that. He'd pursued Yu Yun from sophomore year, but all memory of those 3 years faded within half a year. All he remembered was a necklace he'd bought her for 498 yuan. He never saw her wear it once. It would have been better to buy a 50 yuan collar, maybe she'd have worn that occasionally. Although it might have been for someone else. Thinking back, it was all quite amusing. But only after reaching the shore can you look back with nostalgia. When you're still struggling in the waves, there's only bitterness and resentment, no sense of relief. Telling others to be generous is just something people on shore say to those still struggling in the water, not realizing the ease of standing safely on dry land. Having experienced both states, Han Lai decided never to preach generosity or demand tolerance from anyone. It's enough that he himself has a big heart. After a leisurely breakfast, Han Lai walked alone to the classroom. On the way he saw several classmates including Zilu Ting, Yu Yun, and some of the 5 tigers. He nodded and smiled but kept his distance, creating a sense of detachment. Still, it didn't stop some overly familiar types from approaching. Hey, dude. Must be nice. Living on a lower floor, huh? Man, we're all jealous. Zhang Tishu bounced over to him, trying to act friendly and get closer. This guy's nickname was Tree Bark. He'd stick to anyone doing well. Once he attached himself, he'd spend all day bragging about being a close friend. If he couldn't stick to someone, he'd smile to their face and gossip behind their back, wishing for their downfall. Jin Xin came up next, his eyes squinting with a sly smile. Master Han, when are you going to invite us to your dorm? I've never seen the international dorms before. Han Lai thought to himself, I wouldn't dare invite you. Who knows what go missing after one visit. Jin Xin, nicknamed 4 Gold and known for being stingy, wouldn't part with a cent even for Zilu Ting. Throughout college, he only ever spent money on one person, Fang Fai Fai, for room rent, protection, and a meal of spicy skewers. He never splurged on anything fancy. He mooched off everyone else's toiletries, his own toilet paper securely locked in his closet, one roll lasting the whole year. One time he got caught stealing, and when they broke into his closet, everyone was stunned. The closet was packed with others' toilet paper, face wash, condoms, cigarettes and snacks. Ironically, he didn't even smoke and couldn't stand the smell. But he'd take whatever he could, so he'd never leave someone's room empty-handed. And clearly, when he went to hotels with Fang Fei Fei Fei, he didn't pay for the protection himself. Someone else must have unknowingly sponsored it. Talk about shameless. The 5 tigers of room 1918 had a notorious reputation. The other 3 were just as infamous. Duan Xiaoyi, nicknamed Shorty for his small stature and insincere attitude. A master of sarcasm. Chen Ping, a berserker who never spoke without swearing, flaunting his street reputation from his hometown. Lu Ji, nicknamed Lo Ji for his petty, low-class behavior and envy. In his last life, this gang had made Han Lai's life miserable. Thankfully the other 3 were ignoring him now, busy trying to impress Zilu Ting and Yu Yun. Brother Lai quietly let out a breath of relief. If all 5 had come over, he wasn't sure he'd have kept his cool. Smiling politely at 4 Gold and Tree Bark, Han Lai casually brushed them off. Maybe some other time, I'm still getting to know my roommates. That much was true. They hadn't even exchanged names, still strangers in the same room. Just as he finished speaking, a group rounded the corner from the right side of the building's entrance. Each one looked exhausted, barely steady on their feet, cursing non-stop under their breath. What's with that business law teacher? Damn. Other teachers don't even take attendance, but she's got all these rules. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? They bulldozed their way to the elevator, not caring about anyone in their path. People ahead glanced back and instinctively stepped aside. Jin Xin lightly tugged Han Lai's arm, whispering, Master Han, don't block the way. These guys are the cockiest freshmen in the International Exchange Institute. That guy, Huang Wei, even hit someone during military training and didn't get punished. We can't afford to mess with them. Tree Bark wore a fawning smile, nodding deferentially, clearly planning to cozy up to them in case an opportunity to stick close came up later. He never missed an opportunity, and would create one if none existed. Zilu Ting pulled Yu Yun back, stepping aside. They were first in line for the elevator, but judging by Zilu Ting's movement, she wasn't about to share a cramped elevator ride with Huang Wei's group. The 6 from the International Exchange Institute cursed their way forward, clearly accustomed to a certain status on campus. Halfway there, LV glanced up and froze, recognizing a familiar profile that sent a chill down his spine. Huang Wei and little Dong Bei, following close behind, looked up as LV suddenly stopped. Holy crap! They nearly walked right into him. Han Lai turned his head slightly, casting a cool glance their way. Outwardly he seemed to be looking at Huang Wei, but in reality he'd opened his panel again, counting stats for fun. Huang Wei finally understood the blank, cold, detached, soulless, chicken-staring look his friends had described. He had been skeptical. No normal person could look like that, right? Wasn't it just them overreacting? Now he believed it. Not only did he believe it, but he also suspected there might be something wrong with Han Lai mentally. Nobody without some sort of psychological issue would look at people that way. Huang Wei quickly looked away, feeling a rising panic. LV and little Dong Bei, stunned for a split second, immediately nodded and bowed. Good morning, boss. Morning, boss? The 5 tigers, 4 gold, Tree Bark, Shorty, Lo Zhai, and the berserker were all dumbfounded. Yu Lu Ting and Yu Yun widened their eyes, quietly covering their mouths in shock. Good morning. Han Lai nodded, politely responding to their greeting. LV and little Dong Bei immediately felt relieved. The boss seemed to be in a good mood and perfectly normal. Just as they relaxed, they saw Han Lai staring straight at Huang Wei and asking quietly, "Coming back to sleep tonight? I'm gonna lose it." Huang Wei's heart started pounding, and he was shaking in his boots. Forcing a smile, he answered, well, actually, I still have to be with my girlfriend tonight. Sorry, boss. Little Dong Bei and Ding Ding will be here to welcome you instead. Oh! No rush. Han Lai nodded slightly, then turned away, ignoring Huang Wei. Great, Huang Wei finally got the message the boss was definitely keeping tabs on him. He felt utterly defeated. All I did was throw a few insults your way. Do you really have to obsess about me coming back to the dorm every night? Fine. I'll just stay out. What are you gonna do about it? In his mind, Huang Wei cursed furiously, but he clung to LV and little Dong Bei as if his life depended on it. Finally, the 3 of them collectively took a few steps back. The elevator finally arrived. The trio was right by the doors, but they stayed put. Little Dong Bei, eager to please, gestured for Han Lai to go first. Boss, after you. Thanks. Brother Lai nodded in appreciation, always mindful of his politeness and decorum. No problem at all. Little Dong Bei continued to brown nose, stepping aside from the door. There are a lot of us, will take the next one. Since they didn't get in, the students from the finance class did, one by one, until the elevator was full. Yu Lu Ting and Yu Yun, holding hands, ended up right next to Han Lai. The 2 girls exchanged a glance and both stole sidelong glances at Han Lai, secretly curious but hesitant to speak up. Girls are supposed to be reserved, but guys don't have to hold back. Tree Bark, brimming with excitement, stood in front of Han Lai, eager to strike up a conversation. Han, you're amazing. Huang and Ding called you boss. Do you guys know each other from before? Han Lai frowned, looking coldly at Tree Bark. If you spit on me again, I'll give you a new set of teeth that don't smell as bad. Yu Yun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Yu Ting, who had been dodging Tree Bark's flying spit, also couldn't help but smirk. Sorry. Zhang Tishu looked thoroughly embarrassed, his face flushing as he let out an awkward laugh before turning away. If this had happened 10 minutes earlier, and Han Lai had spoken to him like that, Zhang would have spat right back, and maybe even started a fight. But after seeing that scene with his own eyes, he didn't dare. The big shots from the International Exchange Institute didn't dare challenge Han Lai. Who was he to try? Winning or losing was one thing, dealing with the fallout was another. Beside him, Lu Ji, usually quick to make snarky comments, kept his mouth shut. Chen Ping, who never missed an opportunity to curse, stayed silent as well. The elevator suddenly went quiet. Ziliu Ting and Yu Yun exchanged glances, unable to believe that the entire Room 1918 crew was here, yet there was such peace. The intimidation from a guy their own age was that strong. It was uncanny. Before long they reached the 12th floor, and everyone poured into the multimedia classroom. Han Lai was about to find a seat on his own when Zilu Ting suddenly called out to him. Hey Han Lai, that side's for the accounting class. Come sit with us. The multimedia classroom could hold 120 people, with 12 seats per row and 10 rows total, split into 2 sections by a central aisle. The finance class had 64 students, and the accounting class had 55, which just fit the seating. Usually the 2 classes sat separately, but since the finance class was larger, A few students would sit in the accounting section. After a while, everyone got used to it, and it didn't matter where people sat. In any case, the two classes combined only had 40 guys, so they couldn't escape being surrounded by girls no matter where they sat. You think I don't know my way around here, huh? Brother Lai smirked inwardly but didn't refuse Zilziu Ting's offer. Why say no? Seeing what she was up to might be more fun. Sure. Where are we sitting? Let's sit in the middle. Yuxilu Ting walked ahead, quickly finding 3 empty seats in a row. She nudged Yu Yun to sit on the inside seat, took the middle seat herself, and left the aisle seat for Han Lai. The 5th row, not too close or too far. You can see the board, right? She spoke with a calm demeanor. With his perfect 5.5 vision, Brother Lai could probably see from any seat. But he took the spot she'd left for him, deciding to humor her. It's fine for me. Good. Since there was some time left before class, Zilu Ting casually started a conversation. Her aloofness was mainly for show. When she was in a good mood or around guys she deemed worthy, she'd chat with them. So, it wasn't that she avoided talking to guys, she just avoided guys she found unworthy. Like Lu Ji, or the old Han Lai. Of course, no matter how well a conversation went, it didn't mean anything. When it came to setting boundaries, she was mature beyond her 18 years. Yilu Ting's first question sounded both caring and reproachful. Didn't you say you wanted to make friends yesterday? Then why were you so harsh with Zhang Tishu? You scared everyone. Did I say I wanted to be friends with everyone? His response was a question, delivered in a calm, indifferent tone that unsettled Zilu Ting. However, with Han Lai just having shown an impressive amount of influence, her curiosity and tolerance toward him were at their peak. So, her tones softened slightly. True. Zhang Tishu is indeed a bit rude and uncultured. She agreed, then asked, what kind of friends do you want to make? Han Lai suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting her beautiful, fox-like eyes, and he smiled. Friends who don't ask so many questions. For a second, she was distracted by his smile and his perfectly white teeth. But hearing his answer, she felt a pang of irritation. Yu Yun couldn't hold back again and laughed. She quickly raised her hand, apologizing. Sorry. Brother Lai is just too funny. Then she winked at Han Lai, flashing a sweet smile. Brother Lai, I don't ask too many questions, maybe we should exchange WeChat? I'll send it to you tonight. Han Lai agreed but subtly delayed the interaction, adding, but I rarely chat. My WeChat and QQQ are usually muted, so I might not reply immediately. At the mention of this, Zilu Ting's irritation spiked again. She raised an eyebrow, giving him a slightly challenging look. So, by not immediately, do you mean you still haven't replied to my messages? My apologies. Han Lai apologized sincerely. There were just too many messages yesterday, and I didn't have enough time, so I didn't reply to any of them. Zilu Ting took 2 deep breaths. It didn't help much, her emotions were still roiling. He was maddening, but his attitude was so sincere. And yet, his words were so infuriating. What do you mean, too many messages, so I didn't reply to any? Does my message mean the same as everyone else's? Am I not attractive enough, or are your standards too high? Zilu Ting wasn't one to fake smiles, and now she had no idea how to continue the conversation. Ask questions? He finds it annoying. Not ask questions? He shows no intention of taking the lead. So he's really going to play this whole hard-to-get game with me. Fine. Let's see how this plays out. Zilu Ting bit her lip, forced herself to stay calm, opened her book, and went silent. The first class of the morning was Principles of Accounting. Han Lai already had level 3 proficiency in accounting knowledge, covering all the basics. There was nothing new to learn from the teacher or the textbook. So Han Lai took out a notebook and started organizing his own knowledge structure. He thought it would be simple. But once he actually got started, he realized this was harder than he'd imagined. Level 3 knowledge meant proficiency in application, which was vague in description, and even more so in practice. Put simply, Han Lai didn't fully know what he was capable of, or where his limits were. Take a simple example. An experienced accountant can glance at a pile of original invoices and immediately tell whether or not they can do the job. But Han Lai was different. He would have to try it out to know if he could handle it. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. A 50-50 chance. He lacked a clear sense of his own capabilities. The knowledge had all been shoved into his mind, but he hadn't practiced or organized it systematically. If he kept going like this, things would only get messier as he accumulated more knowledge, becoming harder to manage. He wasn't worried about any brain overload or anything that dramatic. But he'd definitely be wasting potential intelligence, knowledge, and even regularly making errors in judgment. Knowledge that doesn't provide a reliable foundation for decisions can sometimes even be a burden. So Han Lai decided to spend some time focused solely on organizing his knowledge structure. First things first, he needed a clear plan. He began jotting down points in his notebook, drafting an outline, and listing them out clearly. Mathematics is a fundamental tool and should be handled first. English and literature are pure humanities subjects and should be left for last. Finance is the central focus, all other related fields should support it. Accounting needs prioritization, he doesn't need full expertise in bookkeeping or practical applications, just mastery of 4 core areas: auditing, financial and cost management, taxation, risk management. Can TB end goal be able to read financial statements, manage costs and risks, and avoid tax-related issues? That should be enough. Law needs similar prioritization, with a focus on economic, financial, and securities law. Everyday knowledge of criminal law is enough. As Professor Zhang San once said, if you're not a professional, don't study criminal law too deeply. Otherwise, you might constantly think about testing the limits, and one mistake could land you in serious trouble. Psychology should be a secondary focus with an emphasis on group psychology to lay the foundation for studying market behavior. Certain branches of psychology are also useful in everyday life, like flirting, wooing, or charming girls. Marketing should primarily serve personal branding and self-promotion. No need to work for others to gain social standing. Entrepreneurship is the right path. Once a finance-centered knowledge system is in place, it's essential to add flesh. That includes political science, international relations, management, and economics. Mastery isn't the goal. Instead, form a broad web to ensure there are no blind spots in perspective. Ultimate goal: develop insight that can pierce the fog of time. Only by seeing further than others can one stay undefeated. Bacon, in his philosophical work New Organon, wrote, "Human knowledge and human power are united. Simplified knowledge is power." Sound familiar? So, never stop learning. Truly value knowledge and skills. Even if it's knowledge handed over freely, organize it yourself. As for skills, practice, use, and reflect on them regularly. Except for manual skills, humanities knowledge should be broad rather than deep. It's not a core part of the system, but it can cultivate character, so cast a wide net without too much focus. What's the use of learning music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song? To charm women? Well, I guess I'd better try a bit harder then. No misunderstanding, what I mean is, work harder to make money and let women come to me. That's it. P.S. Today's reflections were highly productive. This kind of review and introspection should be done more often. Han Lai, written on September 25, 2013. After setting down his pen, Brother Lai felt refreshed. It was the first time he realized that thinking could be so enjoyable. Since the future was clear and upward bound, his outlook had become positive and healthy. Every activity that enriched life felt incredibly rewarding. Not as thrilling as a fling, but certainly more fulfilling over time. Yu Yunyo Miao? With his plan in place, Han Lai immediately started executing it. Ignoring his open principles of accounting textbook, he took out his first semester math textbooks. There were only 3 books. Mathematical Analysis I, Advanced Algebra I, Geometry. To master finance, you have to master math. But the Humanities Institute lacked that level of teaching capability. As for support from the foreign language university, don't even mention it. They didn't even have a math department. What were they going to support? Without a solid foundation in math, the real abilities of finance majors graduating from humanities. Well, let's talk about something else. The reason Han Lai had level 1 knowledge in math was due to self-study later on. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn more, it was just he really couldn't grasp it before. But now things were different. Opening the advanced algebra textbook to the exercises, Han Lai casually worked through a few problems on scratch paper. Instantly, the answers seemed to spring forth. Polynomials, determinants, linear equations, matrices. He could solve the first 4 chapters with his eyes closed. When he got to vector spaces and linear transformations, he needed to think a bit. Still, solving math problems was satisfying. The sense of accomplishment in tackling a difficult problem was unmatched. Seriously. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Brother Lai was getting absorbed in it. When you put your all into something, time flies by. While Han Lai was happily lost in his math, Zilu Ting grew restless. Finance at the Humanities Institute was open to all majors. She had been a liberal arts student, drawn to the field's prospects, but she felt overwhelmed in every single professional course. And the accounting teacher droned on, straight from the textbook, like a repetitive mantra. She tried to focus but lost track halfway through. She glanced at Yu Yoon, unsurprisingly chatting with someone. Then she glanced over at Han Lai. He seemed intensely focused. Everyone else was reading novels, chatting, or watching dramas. Was he actually studying? Unable to resist her curiosity, she leaned in a bit to see what he was doing. One look, and... Oops, my mistake. Must have been seeing things. Shaking her head, she looked again. Ziluting was utterly stunned. Ziluting was stunned for quite a while. No one could tell what she was thinking. Normally, with her personality, she would never take the initiative to chat with Han Lai again. You think you're so amazing, young Master Han, treating me with such indifference. Fine, from now on, let's keep it strictly business. You really think I have no pride? That would be the normal reaction. But now, things were different. Han Lai's behavior was just too intriguing for her. Ziluting had met academic stars before. Some of her high school classmates even got into top universities like Tsinghua and Fudan. But this was a different story. It made sense for a top student to go to a prestigious university, and for an underachiever to end up at humanities. But a slacker suddenly turning into a top student at humanities. It sounded ridiculous. And none of the top students she knew, no matter how smart or hard-working, had the complex, layered, and mysterious air that Han Lai did. Ziluting was intensely curious. She kept reminding herself, don't fall for it. Han Lai is doing this on purpose. If you make the first move, you lose. But as she watched him finish 2 more pages of exercises, and then flip directly to page 100 to do problems on lambda matrices, she couldn't hold back anymore. Forget about principles and self-restraint. I just have to satisfy my curiosity. The teacher hasn't gotten that far yet. Han Lai didn't even look up. Can't I study ahead? Well, I guess you can. Ziluting's gaze turned a bit complicated. But if you're really able to self-study like that, how did you even end up here? Han Lai still didn't look up. I could say I suddenly had an epiphany over the summer, or that I got into a fight before the entrance exams, or that I'm secretly a genius who wasted my high school years but finally decided to turn over a new leaf. Which one do you want to believe? Ziluting narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing his profile suspiciously. Are you messing with me? I don't believe any of those. The third one. Mun. Yu Yun suddenly chimed in, smiling as she playfully raised her fist at him. Brother Lai is definitely a genius. I could tell you were different from the other guys the moment I saw you. Yes, you're quite a genius yourself. Self-taught. And in a few years you turned yourself into the queen of teas, never losing out until you snagged a wealthy husband. Until your downfall, you were legendary among your classmates. Han Lai glanced at her but didn't respond. Yu Yun was the type who wouldn't take action unless she saw potential gains. If you have enough value, she'll endure any amount of cold treatment from you. If you don't, all the effort in the world won't make a difference. Her concern for you isn't rooted in affection, it's mostly a broadcast. It's like throwing feed into a fish pond, get it? Right now, Han Lai didn't have the clout to truly win her over, so he didn't bother with her. It's not like she'd easily commit to anyone or give up any potential catch. So why not take his time? Let's see who time favors. But Ziluting, she was still worth engaging. Class rep. If you don't believe any of my explanations, why not try guessing? Oh, I will guess. A spark of excitement flashed in Ziluting's beautiful eyes. She seemed like she was bursting with energy, showing a side of her that Han Lai had never seen. She raised a finger, starting her theory slowly. You actually are a genius. But in high school you were too rebellious, often fighting, and didn't put in the effort. So your grades were average, just enough for a second-tier university. Before the entrance exams, your girlfriend dumped you for a rich kid, and that threw you off, so you didn't even make it into a second-tier school. After the exams you couldn't get over it and tried to get back at him, but you were outnumbered and got beaten badly. You were bedridden for 3 months. While you were in the hospital, the rich kid came with your ex-girlfriend to taunt you. You swore silently, I'll make you both pay for this. You decided to study finance because it's the quickest way to make money, and you set your sights on a school in Shanghai. For 3 months in the hospital, you studied college-level material on your own. On September 22nd, you finally recovered. Carrying your resentment and dreams, you boarded a train to Shanghai. Only this city could hold your ambition, satisfy your thirst for revenge. To remind yourself of your purpose, you still use the knockoff phone your ex-girlfriend gave you. Every time you see it, you remind yourself stay away from pretty girls and focus on studying. Don't get involved with people like Ziluting, or you'll get hurt. The only thing that matters now is to fight for success, no time to waste on romance. So, you arrived late, took control of the dorm with your strength, clearly don't lack money but still use an old phone, and mastered calculus in advance. You say you're looking for a girlfriend as a way to forget her, but in reality, you're still afraid of relationships. You act mature yet try to play hard to get with me, because you're both attracted to and afraid of me. See? Doesn't that make more sense? You really went for it. Not only do you never let yourself lose, but your comeback is this ruthless. Han Lai finally found himself interested. Setting down his pen, he turned to her, smirking. Do you write novels for Jinjiang on the side? Zilu Ting's ears turned red in an instant, but thanks to her hair, neither Han Lai nor Yu noticed. What are you talking about? You're the one who asked me to guess. Han Lai chuckled. Sure, I asked you to guess, but I didn't ask you to write a drama script, did I? Zilu Ting raised an eyebrow, a smirk on her face. A touch of playfulness and brightness showed on her usually cool face. It was beautiful. Why should it matter if it's a script or whatever? Just tell me, does it make sense or not? Han Lai pursed his lips, feeling slightly annoyed. Without any external cheat factors, Yu Ting's explanation actually sounded like the most reasonable assumption. Utterly absurd. Of course, he wasn't going to give her a direct answer. Well, keep testing your theory then. He offered a mysterious smile and quickly changed the subject. Hey, what's your novel on Jinjiang called? Let me read it. The previously confident Zilu Ting finally lost her cool. She fiddled with her hair, avoiding his gaze. She had, in fact, written a novel before. A liberal arts student, not great academically, full of pride, looking to make money off her own efforts, turning to online fiction made sense. In 2013, licensing for online novels was booming, and many female-oriented web novels were getting adapted into popular shows. She jumped in eagerly, thinking it would be a breeze to become a hit author, but she bombed so badly she didn't even leave a ripple. She was too embarrassed to mention it. Even worse. In female-oriented web novels, without a little ahem, authors wouldn't survive in group chats, if you know what I mean? So, naturally, she had to cater to the market. However, it seemed she misallocated her talent points. Those scenes turned out much better than the actual plot. So, even more reason not to reveal it. You're reading too much into it. She put on a serious face, adamantly denying it. I have to study, manage the class, and juggle my work with the student council. Where would I find time to write web novels? Han Lai had only been joking. But his level 3 knowledge of psychology paid off. A glance at her reaction, a note of her micro-expressions, a listen to her tone and speed. Master Han confirmed it immediately. She did write something. And it was definitely for Jinjiang. Interesting. In his previous life, Han Lai had never heard anything about this. Zilu Ting had always been a flat, one-dimensional character in his mind. Whether she was in a fiery red dress or a pure white gown, she only left him with 4 words. Beautiful. Want to sleep with her. As for anything else, why bother? She would never open up her heart to him anyway. A little daydreaming about her face and figure was enough. So all those years had passed, and all he knew was that Zilu Ting was strong, smart, cold, married well but wasn't happy. He never knew she had this side. Han Lai chuckled, amused. Miss Zilu Ting, you seem particularly sensitive about that little web novel, huh? Did it not go so well? So, should I dig up your masterpiece, give it a good read, and then encourage you to keep going? You lack talent? No worries, I can help. Writing those spicy stories? I'm an expert. A little guidance, a bit of encouragement, become her mentor or online confidant, then slowly pry into her little secrets. And on the day the truth finally comes out, ha! Just imagining the look on her face at that meeting had Han Lai bubbling with excitement. This kind of mischievous plan was honestly so much fun. So, now the most important question is, how do I find her book? When class was in session, Han Lai kept on solving problems. But the moment class was over, he started scheming. First off, it was pretty certain that the online story account wouldn't be linked to her main account. In his previous life, even by the time they graduated, he hadn't heard a whisper about it. This meant she'd kept it very low-key and managed to keep it secret. So, she must have used an alternate account to sign up, right? Zilu Ting definitely had a QQ secondary account. Han Lai found out in the most random way. Later on, when he was vice president of the arts department, Zilu Ting had already worked her way up to be student council president, complete with a private office. Once, there was an event, and Han Lai had to use the office printer. Coincidentally, Zilu Ting also had some urgent business and had to leave in a rush, so Han Lai noticed there were 2 logged-in QQ accounts on the computer. One was her main account, and the other, obviously, was her secondary account. At the time, Han Lai casually opened it and took a quick look, finding only 4 chat groups and just over 30 contacts on the secondary account. So, he didn't think much of it. Though it did lead to some unpleasantness afterward, there was no point recalling those memories now. But because of that, Han Lai remembered the secondary account's username and one of the group names. The username was Amusing Lonely. The group name was Party. Were the characters for Party really correct? Han Lai wasn't sure anymore. But it was the suggestive and yellow Martian code characters in the username that made the name so memorable to him. Back then, Han Lai hadn't thought much of it, he just assumed it was a minor account Siluting used for fangirling or flirting. It made sense who didn't have some unknown little hobby. But now that he gave it some thought, the real answer was as clear as day. It was the account she used to sign up, right, and manage her fan base. Plus, Han Lai had every reason to suspect that Jilu Ting hadn't given up on her dream of becoming an online fiction star until right before graduation. Otherwise, why keep that alternate account logged in? Keeping her dream alive. Well, that was good. It meant he had a chance. Han Lai quietly worked it out, quickly coming up with a detailed plan. Ha ha ha. He didn't know why, but just thinking about messing with Silu Ting filled him with excitement. Not even being held by Chen Yanfei had made him this excited. Am I just weird in the head? Suddenly, Han Lai gained a new understanding of his twisted sense of humor. It's not entirely my fault. Silu Ting has that height, that figure, that cold, irresistible face. Chen Yanfei is just a bit spoiled. But Silu Ting, she's the queen. Sorry, Feifei, but 2 of the 101 moves I had in store for you are going to Silu Ting. Move 1, teasing in the dark, flirting online. Move 2, a surprising turn of events at an ERL meetup. Ending, she dies of embarrassment, and I die from her beating me to death. Though the outcome might be a bit tragic, Han Lai was all in. Silu Ting, unlike Yu Yun and Fang Feifei, was a woman without obvious weaknesses. If he wanted to get even for what happened in the last life. If he wanted to become her friend, he'd have to go all out. The second class of the morning was English. Han Lai quietly continued solving math problems, not acting out of the ordinary. Silu Ting took English seriously and studied diligently, so everything was peaceful. After class, Yu Yun invited him. Han Lai, where are you going for lunch? Want to eat together in the cafeteria? No thanks, I've got something to do outside. You guys take your time, bye. Han Lai waved goodbye and walked away. It was the type of polite in words only, but really leaving no room for lingering behind. Yu Yun pouted in frustration. Ting Ting, what's up with Han Lai? Silu Ting responded calmly, aren't most straight guys like that? Straight guy, huh? To deal with a straight guy, maybe I need to be more straightforward, go all in? And bet big? Yu Yun pondered, her mind racing. She'd only been in college for a month, so she was still learning the tricks of the game and wasn't yet the master-level T-Queen she'd one day become. But now, her first attempt was met with an iron-willed straight guy like Han Lai, leaving her with a deep sense of failure. Back in high school, guys were so easy to get. Just stick out your chest a little, bat an eyelash, and they'd come wagging their tails, tongues out. Why were the top-quality guys in college so hard to handle? Texting got no response, chatting fell flat, even pouting didn't work. So frustrating. She kept mulling it over, questioning herself, Han Lai, and even Silu Ting. A chaotic mess of thoughts. But Yu Yun did have a resilient personality, just as Han Lai had judged. Her mind wandered for a while, but when she spotted Duan Xiaoyi, she quickly put her worries aside and greeted him with a smile. There were plenty of fish in the sea, after all. Han Lai might be great, but Duan Xiaoyi could be just as good. Who knew which one would be worth more until they were ready to commit? Keep them all on standby. Silu Ting glanced at Yu Yun, who had already started chatting with Duan Xiaoyi, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. Han Lai planned to go to the electronics market, buy a new phone, and maybe a laptop too. The old phone was lagging too much, it was long overdue for a replacement. Plus, the number was from Meng Cheng, so there were roaming and long-distance charges, total money drain. Han Lai might lack experience points, but right now, he was even more strapped for cash. Better to save wherever he could. Before leaving, he stopped by the dorm. As soon as he reached the door, he heard snoring from inside. Oh, are the little ones catching up on sleep? Stayed out all night, and now had nowhere to nap during the day. Han Lai quickly put the pieces together. He knew this scene all too well from his college days. Alright, since fate's brought us together, I'll say hi again. Han Lai stepped quietly, slowly turned the key in the lock, trying not to make a sound. As he opened and closed the door, it made a faint creak. Originally there were 3 types of snores, but now, one of them suddenly stopped. Han Lai didn't react. The curtains were tightly drawn in front of the balcony, and with the 4th floor of the men's dorm blocked by the women's dorm from sunlight, the room was quite dim. Han Lai tiptoed to Huang Wei's bed and stopped by his bedside. Huang Wei was sleeping soundly, clutching his blanket, lying on his side, facing the wall. Han Lai stood still, staring at the back of Huang Wei's head, his breathing gradually getting heavier. LV, who had something on his mind, was sleeping lightly and fitfully. When Han Lai opened the door, he noticed it. After the creak, he was almost fully awake, but he didn't open his eyes immediately, unsure of what to say if Han Lai spoke. But then Han Lai's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he didn't go to his own bed. This puzzled LV. "Big bro, what are you doing now?" LV secretly opened his eyes and saw a silent figure standing at the head of Huang Wei's bed. Holy crap. LV covered his mouth tightly, feeling a sudden contraction in his bladder. He needed to pee. Han Lai stood there for a solid 10 minutes, and LV just stared with wide eyes for those 10 minutes. He didn't dare make a sound or move a muscle. The internal struggle was indescribable. At the 11th minute, Huang Wei's snoring stopped too. He mumbled something incoherent, curling up even tighter and pushing his head against the wall. He was curled up like a prawn, his head practically touching the wall. Finally, Han Lai moved. LV quickly shut his eyes and pulled the blanket over his face, covering his head completely. In his mind, that terrifying figure stood motionless at the end of his bed for what felt like forever. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? LV didn't know, each second felt like a year. There were gaps in the blanket, but he didn't dare look. What if those blank, terrifying eyes were staring back from the other side? LV didn't dare risk it, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he got. Until the footsteps receded, he heard the bag being placed on the desk, the door open and shut, and then footsteps receding down the hall. Only then did LV dare to pull down the blanket, breathing heavily. Just then, diagonally across from him, Huang Wei suddenly sat up, bursting out in a tearful curse. "Damn it! How am I supposed to live in this dorm anymore? Huh! Damn it, he scared me to death. Holy crap!" LV shivered all over. "Old Huang, when did you wake up?" Huang Wei continued whining, his voice full of grievance. "Damn it. I was sleeping soundly, then I suddenly felt something was wrong. My head felt cold, like something was breathing on me from behind. Bit by bit, I woke up, felt like someone was standing behind me, breathing down my neck. I didn't dare move, just lay there for ages." Cursing, Huang Wei got dressed in a hurry. "Screw it, man, you're on your own. I'm outta here to rent a place. Screw this dorm." He packed his things in a flash and turned to leave. Before he left, he threw a box of tissues at Xia Dongbei's head. "Idiot. Sleeping like a rock. I hope you sleep yourself to death." Xia Dongbei woke up, rubbing his eyes in confusion. "Huh? Is it evening already? Are we going to eat? Go eat dirt." LV couldn't help laughing, rolling over and pulling the blanket over himself. "Whatever, do what you want. The main culprit left already, it's not like he'll take it out on me. If I get ticked off, I'll go rent a place too." Xiao Dongbei looked around, bewildered. What was going on? Were his roommates fighting? What about tonight? Who's treating? Han Lai exited the school gates and took a cab straight to the Seg Electronics Market. Standing on BJ East Road, he looked up at the building, a relic of its time. Back in the day, this place had been thriving, but it would soon hit rock bottom. One day, they'd even close on weekends. Ever heard of a market that doesn't open on Saturdays and Sundays? Well, this would be it. But in 2013, its decline had not yet begun, so scammers and petty con artists were still thriving here. It wasn't just Seg, other places like Buy Now and Pacific Plaza had the same vibe. Most of the shopkeepers all shared the same approach: scam each customer while you could, profit however you could. And thanks to the heavy foot traffic in Shanghai, they often succeeded. It was surreal, almost like some strange mix of reality and fiction. Han Lai didn't have the expertise to buy a desktop here without getting scammed, so he simply decided on a laptop. In 2013, there were really only 2 top choices for laptops: a ThinkPad or a MacBook. The former was a no-go for him. He didn't need to explain why. But he wouldn't contribute a single cent to Lenovo. MacBooks were incredible, but he just couldn't get used to the OS system. So he compromised and bought Sony's latest release in the P-Series Ultrabooks. There was also some sentimentality behind this choice. Between Taiwanese brands, Samsung and Sony, the Sony laptop was his best option. Why? Because in just a few years, Sony's electronics business would collapse, and it would end up as more of an entertainment company and a semiconductor factory for Huawei. Compared to other brands, Sony was the least threatening to China, which made it more appealing to him. As for phones, there was no competition. He bought one Huawei P6 and the recently released iPhone 5S. For a groundbreaking product like this, any issues with iOS were worth tolerating. He was eager to experience fingerprint recognition and 4G technology again. To be fair, for the next year and a half, no phone would really be able to compete with the iPhone 5S, not even the iPhone 6. Xiaomi, Huawei, and Vivo still had a long way to go. But he still bought a Huawei partly to show support, and also because he'd need an Android device for managing multiple accounts. The P6 was under 2,900 yuan, while the 64GB 5S had been marked up to 8,000. But with 4G being at least 5 times faster than 3G, it was hard to say it wasn't worth it. Who would have guessed that one day Huawei would be the first to release a 5G phone while the iPhone 10 and 11 lagged behind? Self-reliance truly is remarkable. After this hefty purchase, Han Lai was left with just 15,000 yuan in cash, while his experience points still weren't enough to add a single attribute, with only 180,000. Enrolling in a driving school alone will cost at least another 4,000. No more splurging. This first bit of money had been blown close to the warning line, drastically lowering his sense of security. He began to wonder if there was any chance of securing some kind of sugar arrangement, but after sizing things up he found Jilu Ting, Yu Yun, and Fang Feifei were all as broke as each other, each one stingier than the next. Tough luck. On his way downstairs he'd initially planned to buy a plum juice but ended up switching it to Coke to save 5.5 yuan. But some expenses were inevitable, like a new SIM card. Sipping his ice-cold Coke, he headed to the mobile store downstairs at Seg. He stared enviously at the fancy numbers displayed outside for a while, but he eventually settled for a standard global access package. Registered in his own name, the monthly fee was 88 yuan, far more luxurious than the campus card he'd had before, but it was still manageable. He paid, received his receipt, and pocketed the card. As he was memorizing his new number, the system suddenly chimed. Your purchase has hit a small probability jackpot, and you've received a free item. Ha! Not a word when I bought those big-ticket items, but a 200 yuan SIM card triggers a freebie. For a moment, Han Lai didn't know whether to laugh or be annoyed. But remembering the value of the last freebie he received, he eagerly opened his item inventory. Inside was a single SIM card, lying quietly. It really was a buy one get one free situation. A simple phone card. Description: don't overthink it, it's just a phone card. Self-chosen number. Automatic network registration and name registration. Top-level internal system permissions: no tracking, no monitoring. Automatically blocks all spam, telemarketing, and scam calls and texts. Can bypass all call blocking systems to reach any number. His eyes widened as he read through the description, his breathing growing heavier. You're calling this an ordinary SIM card? I could call Li Bansheng right now and chew him out, and he'd be helpless to do anything but glare. This was insanely powerful. The value of this card couldn't be calculated in ordinary terms. It would offer Han Lai tremendous support and protection. Its worth was beyond measure. He immediately inserted the new card into his P6, while trimming the gift card to fit into the 5S. This had to be his main card. Before using it, he needed to set up a phone number for it through the system panel. The first number that popped into his head was strangely familiar: -18,888,888,888. But he quickly rejected it. No, that's way too flashy. That kind of number is controlled by top executives at China Mobile and can only be obtained through official auctions or applications. Trying to get one stealthily would immediately attract attention. He remembered hearing about that number in his previous life. It belonged to some big shot, if he recalled correctly. That guy ended up getting in serious trouble, mostly because he couldn't keep a low profile. I can't afford to be that cocky. Glancing back at the premium numbers hanging in the store, he casually picked a more low-key option. A prompt popped up on the screen. This number is currently in use. Force replacement. Han Lai rubbed his forehead in frustration. I'm not some psycho, why would I force someone else to give up their number? No. Don't mess with me. He tried another number, which was also in use, then another, but the area code wasn't open yet. Finally, after multiple attempts, he managed to find an unused premium number in the 139 area code. It was one of those numbers that didn't scream for attention at first glance but had a subtle appeal. 139 was one of the first mobile area codes opened in 1995. The next 4 digits were regional codes -0010, 0011, and 0012, which all belonged to Beijing. 0013 was Shanghai. Even though Han Lai was in Shanghai, he deliberately chose an old Beijing area code, a calculated move. And to anyone who didn't know better, it was just a tail-end repeating number worth some money, but not a big deal. But to those who understood, it wasn't about money at all. In 1995, in Beijing, who would have a first-generation mobile number like this? Moreover, there were only 10 of these tail-ending quadruple-digit numbers in the 0011 code, with 1111 being the most valuable, followed by 8888 and 6666 in third or fourth place. Frankly, it was pretty intimidating. Anyone with inside knowledge would definitely take a second look at Han Lai, silently wondering, whose kid is this? People who didn't understand would never realize, which fit perfectly with Han Lai's discreet style. Those who did would fill in the blanks themselves, satisfying his need to make a subtle impression. There couldn't be a better outcome. Without another word, Han Lai immediately linked both his ICBC and CCB cards to the new number. Then he used the number to create a new WeChat account, sending his first message to Chen Yanfei. He used his real name for the WeChat handle, keeping it professional for future collaborations. Chen Yanfei didn't reply, she was probably napping. Next, he logged into QQ and sent Jilu Ting a message. 13911XXXX, it's my phone number and WeChat ID. Try not to share it around. Zilu Ting, staring blankly at her computer screen, clicked on the message and watched as her eyes grew wider. Once again she was completely stunned. Shi Luting knew a little about mobile numbers. In her opinion, an old number starting with 139, with an A-B pattern and ending in 6666, must be worth quite a bit. Maybe it could even go for 6 figures? He's using a knockoff Mi 1 phone with such a good number. Who on earth is this guy? Shi Luting was lost in thought when suddenly Yu Yun, in the bed next to her, let out a gasp. Wang Hongli was the first to look up. Yun, what's wrong? Everyone looked over as Yu Yun patted her chest, shaking her head hard. It's nothing, just a really scary joke. Shi Luting glanced at Yu Yun's phone screen and saw it was on QQ. She instantly knew. It had to be Han Lai's message. That jerk, he tells me to keep it a secret but goes and tells everyone. Shi Luting smirked coldly, ignoring Han Lai. It's not like you're short on people to chat with anyway. She put her phone down and looked up, just as Yu Yun turned around and their eyes met. Shi Luting kept her expression cool and aloof, while Yu Yun, lacking such mental fortitude, looked away instinctively. Barely 2 seconds later, Yu Yun sent her a message ting. Have you added Han Lai on WeChat yet? Shi Luting replied, can't be bothered with him. That was absolutely true but also not the whole truth. Yu Yun, however, took the response at face value and was secretly pleased. He hasn't even told Shi Luting his phone number. Clearly he feels more for me than for her. It makes sense, Ting is so cold and proud. I'm much more gentle, cute, and understanding. Maybe I should make a move first. Suddenly, Yu Yun felt a sense of urgency. The reason? Well, it seemed like Han Lai was a bigger catch than she'd initially thought. In her mind, that phone number alone was worth tens of thousands. It didn't matter if Han Lai dressed plainly or used a cheap phone, he definitely came from a well-off family. Otherwise, who would casually have such a number? As for why he used a knockoff phone, it was easy to explain. Strict upbringing, maybe his family believed in raising boys with frugality. The number isn't cash, and it can't be sold, so they let their son use it. But no extra spending money, so he wouldn't pick up bad habits. Cases like this were all too common in school. Otherwise, where would Han Lai get that kind of aura? It had to be true. Just from his introduction alone, Han Lai was in a league of his own among the guys. His family background must be substantial. At least it had to be 2 levels above Duan Xiaoyi's family, right? Each of these unusual details had Yu Yun's imagination running wild. His introduction, his composure in front of Shi Luting, staying in the international exchange dorms, being chased around by a group of bullies calling him Big Bro, and using a phone number worth tens of thousands. The more she thought, the wider Yu Yun's eyes grew. Could Han Lai be some kind of heir to a family fortune? It wasn't uncommon for clans and families to exist in the country, after all. Bigger families could make it onto the wealth rankings, while smaller ones might just be well known in a county. A family in Mengcheng. It should be somewhere in between, right? Yu Yun didn't dare let her imagination stretch to the rich lists, showing she was at least smart enough not to get totally carried away by unreliable TV dramas. But she still overestimated Han Lai. Not entirely her fault, though Lai Gi really was a bit eccentric. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be thrown for a loop. Look at Shi Looting, she was already bewildered by him. Excitement rising, Yu Yun typed out another message to Han Lai. Lai Gi, you worked so hard this morning, you should take a good rest at noon, otherwise, how will you have the energy for afternoon classes? Little Han Fish is quite studious, I should take good care of him. She eagerly waited for a response. But nothing came. After 10 minutes, her eyes strained from staring, she threw her phone onto the bed in frustration. Stupid straight guy. Who cares if your family has money? No wonder you're single. Fang Feifei looked over at her but stayed silent. Lu Yao, curious, asked, Yun Yun, what's wrong now? Who made you mad? A dog. Yu Yun pouted, venting her anger. Lu Yao smelled gossip and immediately pressed on. Duan Xiaoyi? Yu Yun's heart skipped a beat, quickly denying it. What does Duan Xiaoyi have to do with me? We're just classmates, okay? We chat if we bump into each other, if not, I barely even remember what he looks like. The girls in the dorm were all a bit puzzled. At lunch you were chatting up a storm with Duan Xiaoyi. Was he really just a time killer? Among the girls, only Shi Looting had a clue what was going on. But she didn't plan to expose Yu Yun. In fact, she wanted her to keep trying to weigh up Han Lai. For some reason, whenever Shi Looting thought about him, she felt annoyed. Forget it, there was no way to describe it. It wasn't love, it wasn't hate, it wasn't irritation, but there was genuine curiosity, along with a trace of indignation. If she ever got the chance, she'd love to teach that arrogant guy a lesson. The arrogant man himself, back in his dorm, logged into QQ and searched for the group A Gathering of Cucumbers. Nothing. He tried searching A Gathering of Yellow Cucumbers, still nothing. Han Lai felt a bit stumped. Seriously? Shi Looting didn't even set up a fan group back in freshman year? So, was it during her second or third year, on summer break after releasing her new book, that she started building her fanbase? Han Lai immediately began searching for the personal ID A Lonely Cucumber. When the result finally came up, he sighed with relief. Thank goodness Shi Looting's alt account was already under this name. Han Lai excitedly clicked Add Friend. Instead of the friend request page, he saw a series of questions. First question, who am I? Second question, who are you? Third question, why do you want to add me? What the heck? Lai Ge was stunned. Shi Looting, are you writing novels or running an underground operation? Would you like me to submit my background check for review? Lai Ge would actually be willing to submit it, but it wouldn't do any good. No chance unless he was her real fan or editor. It was impossible to be added as her friend. So what now? This is where Lai Ge's knack for mischief came in handy. After a bit of thinking, he opened a website and searched for the pen name A Lonely Cucumber. Nothing. Then he searched A Yellow Cucumber's Solitude, still no results. Han Lai sighed under his breath. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Shi Looting's alt ID wasn't her author name. Out of desperation, Lai Ge went all out, searching every author even remotely related to the word cucumber. Results flooded the page. Based on the page count, there must be over 100. Sighing, Lai Ge plowed through 5 pages and saw enough bizarre profiles. But everyone was apparently beefing with cucumbers. How was he supposed to find Shi Looting? With no other options, he carefully studied the search functions, repeatedly tweaking the filters. Finally, sorting by date, he focused on novels published after the June 7th college entrance exams, but ending or pausing by September 1st. Even with this narrow range, 6 possible candidates remained. Han Lai saved all 6 novels and skimmed the first 3 chapters. He wanted to narrow it down by identifying names. But none of the novels had a female lead named Shi. Checking each story's setting, there were 2 set in Shanghai, 1 in Beijing, and 3 in fictional worlds. He ruled out the Beijing one. Shi Looting had never lived in Beijing, so it was unlikely she'd set a modern novel there. That left 5. Key. After a while he thought of another way to filter them. He opened each author's profile and ruled out anyone with more than 2 works. Chances were, Shi Looting only started writing online novels during the summer after the college entrance exams. As a beginner, it was likely she'd only written 1, maybe 2 stories in 2 months, not 3. That would be too much for a new writer. Now, only 2 candidates remained. One was called Proud Little Cucumber. The other, Bloodied Cucumber. Their first uploads were both in early June. The first had 120,000 words, and was abandoned on August 20th. The second had 80,000 words, with 2 projects on hold, both abandoned by August 25th. After reading their first 3 chapters, he saw that the writing was decent but lacked focus, the plot development was odd, and there was little to keep readers hooked. Yep, both were pure beginners. Hanlai realized that one of them was likely the one he was looking for. Take a guess who's the real Shi Looting? At this point, Hanlai became even more cautious. First, he registered an account on Jinjiang, topped it up with 500 yuan, and then manually upgraded it to a basic VIP account. After getting everything ready, he gifted each of the 2 books a deep-sea torpedo. This torpedo was basically a gift worth 100 yuan. Not too expensive, but on Jinjiang, where the culture is all about supporting original subscriptions rather than rewards, this was already quite a grand gesture. Additionally, both books were short and had been abandoned midway, so after tipping, Hanlai subscribed to each chapter, which immediately raised his fan level to little adorable master. Then he left a comment in each book's section. The author's writing style is so fresh and pure. I love it so much. The female lead Shixi really killed me. It's so heartbreaking that it's unfinished, sob sob sob. Who wouldn't want to play the little fairy? He. With all the groundwork done, he began reading the 2 suspect novels. There was no class for the first period in the afternoon, so he read diligently while keeping an eye on the comments section. In the end, he didn't receive a reply from the author, but Hanlai wasn't worried. If the author felt even a little frustrated, they'd come take a peek sooner or later. Back in his previous life, Shi Looting still logged into her alt account occasionally by junior year, so she definitely hadn't given up on it. If Shi Looting turned out to be neither of the authors, that was fine too. After all, 200 yuan wasn't a big loss for Hanlai. He could simply eliminate 2 wrong answers and move on to the next option. After June 7, 2013, fewer than 20 new authors uploaded a first book, and then stopped writing by September 1st. Worst case scenario, he'd just spend some extra time and money to go through every single one. No big deal. Brother Lai's got a big heart, and doesn't mind a little hassle when doing a good deed. It was Shi Looting's good luck to run into him. The second class in the afternoon was microeconomics, and Hanlai attended as usual. Yu Yun kept an eye on the door, spotting Hanlai among the crowd as soon as he entered, and waved urgently. Lai Gi, over here. The room immediately went quiet, with most people turning to look at Hanlai. A few others looked at Yu Yun, whispering among themselves. Is Yu Yun going after Hanlai? Isn't she usually friendly with everyone? Yeah, she chats with everyone, but she's never been this forward with any guy. Hey, dropping the act? Isn't she starting to act now instead? Yu Yun's popularity in the class wasn't great to begin with, and with Hanlai being a hot topic among the girls, her calling him out so openly stirred a lot of resentment. Even Hanlai found it surprising. Yu Yun was usually a woman who could hold her ground pretty well, right? Throughout college, she'd been pursued by many guys, but she always kept them at arm's length, never revealing her feelings. It wasn't until a year after graduating that she quietly married Duan Xiaoyi, putting an end to it all. Strictly speaking, Duan Xiaoyi was her first love. After all, a queen of the sea only hooks fish, never actually settles down with one. Of course, she eventually cheated on Duan Xiaoyi, so finding someone else was actually easy to understand. Brother Lai couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It must have been miserable, putting up with a man with a subpar personality, lazy and unskilled, till she was 30. How much frustration must have built up in her heart. Is it so outrageous to look for someone else? Okay, it's outrageous alright, just that she didn't come to me. Brother Lai strongly suspected that Duan Xiaoyi must not have told her about the dorm swinging hammer rankings. Otherwise, she'd have found him long ago for a nice catch-up session. Hold on, let's not get sidetracked with the future. The point is, what's gotten into her today? Being so openly friendly with a guy, that's unlike her. Hanlai couldn't figure it out, but he sensed a shift in Yu Yun's behavior and decided to just go along with it, walking over without overthinking it. If she wanted to fish, he'd play along. 2 skilled players together, it was all about you hook me. I hook you. Just for fun. Who's afraid of who? Hanlai walked over calmly and took the seat next to Yu Yun. Shi Looting was still seated next to Yu Yun, only this time, she was sitting on the inner side. When she saw Hanlai, she glanced at him briefly and, as if he were a stranger, didn't bother greeting him. Brother Lai's face remained calm, but he sneered inwardly. Enjoy your last moments of pride, little cucumber. Seated in front of Shi Looting were the other 4 girls from her dorm. Fang Fei, sitting directly in front of her, turned her head to give Hanlai a quick look. Sitting next to Fang Feifei was Duan Xiaoyi, and in front of Han Lai was Lu Ji, making for quite the chaotic setup. In a multimedia classroom, everyone's seating was random, but Duan Xiaoyi, Lu Ji, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Luting formed an exceptionally sensitive group. Let's sort this out briefly. Initially, Fang Feifei had a bit of a crush on Lu Ji, but quickly realized he wasn't it, and instead got closer to Duan Jie. Lu Ji was completely unable to resist Yu Yun's allure, pining for her passionately every night, while feeling quite sour about Fang Feifei's shift in attention. Duan Xiaoyi had a deep crush on Shi Luting but never dared express it outright, while being tangled up with Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. Fang Feifei and Yu Yun didn't get along from the beginning. Lu Ji and Duan Xiaoyi were thick as thieves, one as jealous as a lemon, the other sarcastic, a match made in heaven, but constantly clashing over girls. Confused yet? And this was just freshman year. The developments afterward would get even more absurd, but we'll leave that for now. Han Lai's arrival was like sitting at the eye of a storm, drawing everyone's attention to him. Brother Lai didn't shy away, he actually welcomed it. Come on, bring it on! Honestly, the main thing keeping Han Lai in the College of Humanities was this cast of eccentric characters, each leaving him with vivid memories from his previous life. Young Han Lai was indeed immature, but if the environment hadn't been so hostile, he wouldn't have been affected so much. Even another third-rate school would have been better. The Humanities College was too small, the student population too dense, amplifying conflicts. In Shanghai, people were too grounded in reality, dreams were too heavy, and everyone was both repressed and restless. The locals had a strong sense of superiority, backed by a second-tier diploma, while students from other regions were either wealthy or had big dreams, creating constant tension. In these fierce clashes, there would always be a scapegoat. Whoever adapted the slowest got the worst of it. With all that pressure concentrated on a sensitive, struggling young man, the outcome was inevitable. Han Lai ended up being that scapegoat. This time around, Brother Lai intended to reclaim his dignity. Otherwise, he'd forever carry that thorn in his heart. Of course, he wasn't planning on direct revenge. Where's the fun in that? What Brother Lai truly wanted to do was rise up right under their noses, become someone beyond their reach, help a few worthy people along the way, and let the rest stew in envy and regret for a lifetime. Psychological shadows? Your turn. And sure enough, as if his thoughts had summoned it, Yu Yun deliberately called him over, clearly ready to make a move. Her first sentence was bound to make people's imaginations run wild. Lai Gi, what were you up to this afternoon? Why didn't you reply to my text? Yu Yun's voice was soft and sweet, drawing out the last note, making it sound less like she was complaining and more like she was whining. Honestly, it took Han Lai by surprise. Queen C, you're not just fishing, you're launching a full assault. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Could just a phone number really scare you into this? Unable to figure out Yu Yun's intentions, Han Lai casually replied, just studying in the dorm. A scoff came from Lu Ji in the front. Duan Xiaoyi immediately put his arm around Lu Ji's shoulders and mock scolded him. Tch at what? Look at Brother Lai, then look at yourself. TSK, no comparison at all. Two dark-humored wizards, missing no chance to take a jab at others. A hint of amusement flashed in Yu Yun's eyes, but she let out a surprised gasp. Wow. Han Lai, are you planning to take the transfer exam? As soon as she said it, Shi Luting paused her writing, Fang Feifei turned around, and the nearby students all fell silent, turning their gazes toward him. The Transfer Student Policy is a specialized talent cultivation program in Shanghai. It's also known as a second college entrance exam with zero risk. Any first-year full-time undergraduate student studying at a regular university in Shanghai, upon completing their first year with passing grades, can apply for the transfer exam to 12 prestigious universities. If accepted, the student transfers to the corresponding university, graduating with that school's diploma and degree, equivalent to a transfer. These 12 universities are all top schools in Shanghai, including Fudan University, Jiaotong University, Tongji University, East China Normal University, East China University of Science and Technology, Shanghai University, Donghua University, East China University of Political Science and Law, Shanghai Polytechnic, Maritime University, Ocean University, and Shanghai University of Political Science and Law. If one could get into Fudan or Jiaotong, it would be like leaping to success overnight. Going from a third-tier school to a top 5 national university, it would be beyond mere family pride. However, the difficulty is obvious. At Fudan alone, for its 20 or so transfer slots, at least 600 academic stars compete each year. Few students from second-tier schools even dare to apply, as they can't keep up with students from Project 985 and 211 universities. As for third-tier students, they're hardly even in the race. Transfer student? Han Lai gave a non-committal shake of his head. Isn't it still early? The more he dodged the question, the more curious everyone became. But since they hadn't known each other for long, it wasn't convenient to press further. Yu Yun flashed a sweet smile. The exam's in May next year, so yeah, it's early. But I believe with your effort, as long as you start preparing, you've definitely got a shot. She had a distinctly alluring look, but her smile wasn't as sweet as it appeared. With arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, full lips, and a sultry gaze, when she smiled, it was almost as if she were saying, "Hey big guy, come and play." After speaking so many words at once, her lips were a bit dry, so she reached out her tongue and licked her upper lip. Her tongue was slender and long, like a snake's. A shame if she never tries spicy crawfish. Brother Lai crossed one leg over the other and gave a small cough. Well, thanks for the good luck. But I really haven't decided. Yu Yun clearly had more to say, but suddenly Duan Xiaoyi in the front row turned to Lu Ji with a cheeky grin. Hey, do you want to take the transfer exam? Of course I do. Lu Ji replied sarcastically. But what's the point of wanting it? As if I'd actually get in. Duan Xiaoyi patted him on the shoulder. Give it a try. There's still more than half a year left. Talking about it doesn't cost a thing. No thanks. Lu Ji shook his head firmly. If I brag about it now and fail the exam later, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Then he shot a sideways glance at Duan Xiaoyi. Why keep pushing me? Why don't you take it? Duan Xiaoyi shrugged. I'm already in a second-tier school, and I don't need to work after graduation, so why bother with the effort? The two of them played off each other, clearly targeting Han Lai. After the morning's events, they didn't dare confront him directly, but as master provocateurs, they knew how to get under someone's skin. What are you going to do? Punch me in the classroom. Fang Feifei sensed the awkwardness and quickly interjected. I'm so envious of Xiaoyi. Not having to work sounds amazing. Exactly. Duan Xiaoyi laughed smugly. So what if you graduate from Fudan or Jiaotong? After 2 years, all you can afford is a single room in one of my family's apartments. From the row ahead, Zhang Tishu turned back and immediately chimed in with flattery. Didn't your family get 4 apartments? And all of them within the inner ring, how much must they be worth? Who told you 4 apartments? Duan Xiaoyi gave him a side-eye, raising his eyebrows with disdain. It's 4 entire units, okay. What? Nearby students gasped, faces full of shock. Even the usually composed Shi Luting covered her mouth in surprise. In recent years, housing prices in the inner ring have been stable between 35,000 and 50,000 yuan per square meter. Not high by future standards, but to these freshmen, it was beyond reach. A 100 square meter apartment costs 4 or 5 million, and an entire unit of apartments. Wow. Duan Ji, you hit it well, huh? My roommate's actually a billionaire. Tishu's exaggerated reaction worked perfectly, and the surrounding students immediately began whispering and discussing. Although their families were well off, most were only middle class. Parents buying a single apartment in Shanghai was already difficult, so who could imagine a classmate was actually the rich kid of a redevelopment family? Several girls couldn't hold back and asked Duan Xiaoyi, "Where's your place? How much are the apartments worth now?" And so on. In an instant, the area was as lively as a marketplace. Only Han Lai hid a knowing smile. He knew exactly what was going on. Duan Xiaoyi was indeed part of a family who received redevelopment compensation, and the developer provided 4 entire units. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and distant relatives. It was a compensation package for the entire village. The units that actually belonged to Duan Xiaoyi's family amounted to 8 medium to small apartments and a shop on the ground floor. His parents used the shop to run a small convenience store, collecting rent when they could. Their life was indeed quite comfortable, and at the peak, their family wealth was likely close to 50 million, which made the former Han Lai envious. But their social standing? Well, that's a different story. It was far from the powerful, glamorous image that Duan Xiaoyi liked to portray. Duan Xiaoyi and Yu Yun's 160 square meter marital home was bought at the peak of the market, emptying their savings just to make the down payment. It was easy to see how much liquidity the family actually had. Later, Yu Yun cheated on him, and it wasn't hard to imagine that his deceit played a role. Her expectations and reality were miles apart, and with Duan Xiaoyi's poor behavior, there was no way her ambitious heart would stand by him. As for the outcome, of course it ended in forgiveness. This guy was hopeless in that department, completely under Yu Yun's control, never daring to lift a hand against her. Later, it seemed he developed some kind of strange, submissive trait. That's just what they say. Brother Lai never tested it himself. Anyway, though things got messy, the two of them still stayed happily married. Even when Han Lai was reborn, they hadn't divorced. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. So, watching Duan Xiaoyi put on a show, Ti Shu groveling, and Fang Feifei and Yu Yun's shock and excitement, Brother Lai wasn't angry in the slightest. In fact, he found it amusing. With a god's eye view, it's impossible to stay a mere participant. When everyone's fate is in your hands, and the story's outcome is crystal clear, how can you still be emotionally invested? That's why Han Lai's focus remained on Shi Luding. She was a new challenge, an unknown, high-level target. Only she could bring Han Lai any real surprise or thrill, making his rebirth worthwhile. While the others chatted animatedly, Han Lai quietly continued working through problems. He wasn't provoked by the two Dark Masters, nor was he disappointed that Yu Yun was so absorbed in talking with them. He radiated calm, inside and out. People with goals are always like this. Shi Luding listened to their boasting for a while, shook her head, and withdrew her attention. She was a person of firm conviction and strong beliefs. She valued the 4 apartment units, but she still didn't think much of Duan Xiaoyi himself. Valuing and admiring are two different things. Using a 6-factor model to assess him, Duan Xiaoyi's background could score a 6, wealth a 9, but personality and capability only a 2 or 3, making him still a low score overall. A valuable but ultimately unimpressive person. In contrast, Han Lai's personality, ability, intelligence, and looks all scored around 7. Ignoring background and wealth for now, he already outscored Duan Xiaoyi by a small margin once weighted. Thinking of Han Lai, Shi Luding couldn't resist looking his way. Huh? He was still working on calculus? Shi Luding studied his actions carefully, quickly realizing he wasn't trying to hide anything. He was genuinely focused. Personality gets another 0.5 points, now 7.5. She glanced at his profile again. His skin was smooth, not very fair but clean, with angular features and deep contours. When he slightly furrowed his brows at the problem on the page, his clear eyes seemed to shine with a quiet light. A focused man is really attractive. Shi Luding quietly added another 0.5 points to Han Lai's appearance score. Duan Xiaoyi had been basking in everyone's praise, his confidence and courage surging, yet he still felt like something was missing. A glance to the side, and he knew exactly what it was. Han Lai was quietly working on problems, head down. Bro, what's the deal? Why are you the only one not giving me face? Feeling smug and emboldened, and not having received any pushback from Han Lai earlier, Duan Xiaoyi was both relieved and dissatisfied. So, he went ahead and provoked him again. Whoa. Brother Lai's hard at work. What's up? Really thinking about applying as a transfer student? Han Lai, focused on solving a problem, replied casually, still need to think it over. Which school are you aiming for? Unexpectedly, it was Fang Feifei who asked, and her tone wasn't just curious, it was certain. Although she hadn't paid special attention to Han Lai, she was the first to pick up on his detachment. The guy in front of her, aside from a certain level of enthusiasm during his self-introduction, mostly seemed out of sync with the entire finance class. It was as if he simply didn't belong here. He lacked any real interest in his classmates, didn't care to engage, and didn't want to build deeper connections. It didn't matter if you were a pretty girl or not. Originally, she hadn't understood why, but the mention of the transfer policy gave her a sudden realization. Han Lai didn't plan on staying in the humanities department for long. Fang Feifei's question had barely left her mouth when Shi Luding caught on too, instinctively turning her head to focus intently on Han Lai. Haven't really decided yet. Finally looking up, Han Lai smiled at Fang Feifei. Thanks for the concern, but you're asking too soon. Fang Feifei was puzzled. If you haven't decided, why work so hard every day? I saw you've self-studied calculus up to the last 2 chapters. Yu Yun pouted and added, liar. If you're not thinking about the transfer exam, why are you studying math? Do we even need it at this school? No wonder you don't talk to me. Whoa, gotta hand it to you when it comes to stirring things up. Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji's faces darkened in unison. But Han Lai could barely hold back his laughter. Even if she'd just used him to start trouble and made him a target, Han Lai didn't feel like exposing her. Where would the fun be in that? Coming back to life, Brother Lai enjoyed watching the little ones put on a show, applauding at the good parts, and even joining in when things got really interesting. Isn't that what being an adult above it all looks like? Sure enough, Lu Ji grew agitated. Not decided yet? More like you're afraid of failing so you won't say it outright, huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Feigning sincerity. Duan Xiaoye chastised Lu Ji, then turned to mockingly ask, "Can it be that Brother Lai has lofty ambitions and set his sights high, so he's just not ready to announce it to everyone? Right, Brother Lai? You've got your eye on Fudan or Jiayatong, don't you?" Fang Fei frowned, Shi Luting raised her head, and Yu Yun looked on with amusement. Everyone picked up on Duan Xiaoye's underlying hostility. But Han Lai just calmly nodded. "Yeah, I've thought about it." "What?" "Dream on." Lu Zhai spat out in disbelief. "If you can get into Fudan, I'll eat a pound of Yu Yun's." "Poop!" Fang Fei burst out laughing. Yu Yun nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. Shi Luting recoiled in disgust, pursing her lips and looking at him with utter disdain. Brother Lai, on the other hand, took it in stride, calmly retorting, "You're really imagining things. Open your mouth and expect free food. Why don't you ask Yu Yun if she's even willing to serve you?" Ha 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 ha. Heek! As soon as Han Lai spoke, the girls nearly laughed themselves to tears. It was only 2013, and live streaming hadn't yet taken off, so no one had heard the joke of eating poop live as a dare. This unexpected comeback had them in stitches. Even the usually aloof Shi Luting clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Hey ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Only Yu Yun wasn't laughing. Han Lai. Her face flushed as she yelled, so mad her chest heaved. Then she reached over to grab at Han Lai's thigh. Brother Lai had to dodge. He pulled back, but she still managed to catch hold of his entire leg. Hiss. Brother Lai let out an unclear sound, somewhere between pain and something else. Shouldn't have dodged. Then he asked, exasperated, "If Lu Ji's the one acting up, why pinch me?" Yu Yun's ears turned red as she quickly let go, forcing herself to calm her racing heart. But she still responded confidently. "I can't be bothered with Lu Ji. But you shouldn't follow his example. It's disgusting." The other girls, having laughed enough, started chiding Lu Ji. "How can you be so low class? Such shamelessness. If you keep this up, we'll tell Teacher Lu." Lu Ji's face flushed with anger. "When I say it, I'm trash, but when Han Lai says it, it's clever. Who's the real shameless one here?" He was livid. Duan Xiaoyi couldn't be bothered with Lu Ji's reaction. He sensed that the situation wasn't in his favor. Why was Yu Yun all shy around Han Lai? When did Shi Luting ever laugh so happily? Damn. He couldn't stand watching Han Lai flirt with Yu Yun anymore, so he jumped in. "Alright. Brother Lai's really got ambition. If you can get into Fudan, no need to worry about rent outside campus, I'll cover it for you. My family lives close to Fudan. As long as you get in, you can live rent-free for the next 3 years. How about it? Generous enough. Brother Lai, you'd better give it your all. Don't go making a big fuss only to chicken out later, that'd be disappointing. Just showing off how many houses your family owns, right? And while you're at it, pressuring Han Lai to apply for Fudan?" This guy was sneaky. Han Lai caught on immediately but wasn't upset. He'd agreed to play along with the little ones, and it was only right to applaud at the good parts, no sense in getting mad. So, Brother Lai just gave a calm smile. "I really haven't decided. Mainly because none of the 12 schools offer finance-related majors, just biology, chemistry, environmental science, architecture, and the like. Pretty unappealing." Fang Fei, Yu Yun, Shi Luting, and even Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji were all taken aback. They didn't believe for a second that Han Lai hadn't picked up on Duan Xiaoyi's snide tone. Someone as sharp as Han Lai couldn't miss it. Yet, despite catching on, he remained calm. The girls' emotions suddenly became complicated. On the one hand, they found Duan Xiaoyi's aggression distasteful. Why did he care so much whether or not Han Lai applied? Can't he stand to see someone succeed? On the other hand, they were surprised by Han Lai's grace and composure. After being repeatedly mocked and provoked by Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji, anyone else would have lost their cool by now. But here was Han Lai, as composed as ever, showing a calmness far beyond that of an average 18-year-old. It was really impressive. If there were no comparison, it might not have stood out so much, but with Lu Ji and Duan Xiaoyi right there, the difference was stark. What's more, Han Lai's looks were leagues above theirs too. And so, feelings started to tilt heavily in his favor. After a brief pause, Shi Luting suddenly chimed in, "With your math skills, as long as you don't aim too high, Getting into the law program at the Political Science and Law University, or the business management program at East China University of Science and Technology should be very doable. Miss Ice Queen, have you softened up? Not only did she compliment Han Lai, but she even gave him a face-saving way out. Was she defending him? The girls were surprised. Han Lai found it interesting, and Duan Xiaoyi was getting anxious. At this moment, Duan Xiaoyi was fully immersed in his obsession with Shi Luding. More specifically, he was in the phase of trying to impress her, showing off at every opportunity. In the previous life, Duan Xiaoyi had often bragged in the dorm about his progress with her. For instance, he'd mention having a great chat with her one day or making her laugh another day. Eventually it became clear that these were all just normal interactions. Shi Luding wasn't interested in him in the slightest. But the truth was, in dorm 1918, Duan Xiaoyi did have the closest relationship with Shi Luding. At least they were able to chat casually now and then. There were no more than 5 guys in the entire class who had that privilege. So Duan Xiaoyi constantly thought of himself as her good friend, convinced he had a real shot, and was just waiting for the right moment. But what was happening now didn't fit at all. Between him and Han Lai, Shi Luding was actively defending Han Lai. Duan Xiaoyi couldn't handle it. He was truly getting anxious. How impressive must your math skills be to get this kind of praise from the class leader? Let's see here. Oh, it's just filling in answers on a problem sheet? There isn't even a single scrap of scratch paper. Don't tell me he's doing it all in his head? Just filling in answers blindfolded. I could do that too. Before Han Lai could respond, Shi Luding's patience wore thin. She tilted her head slightly, giving him a familiar queenly side-eye that Han Lai knew all too well. Filling in answers? You can't even fill in the formulas right. Duan Xiaoyi's face instantly turned a mix of colors. Fang Feifei leaned over the back of her chair to take a quick look, then tilted her small face up, full of curiosity. Han Lai, are you actually solving problems? Why isn't there any work shown? The question was naive, but surprisingly, her tone was sincere, with an air of innocence. It was easy to sense that her question was just that, a question, without any malice. Han Lai's mood turned a bit complicated. In the early days, Fang Feifei was not only not annoying but also had a straightforward charm. So how did she turn out the way she did? What a shame. Han Lai shook his head, replying casually, the problems are too simple. Mental math is enough. A level 3 in math is at least equivalent to a second-year student in Tsinghua or Peking's math department, so dealing with a basic advanced algebra workbook doesn't exactly call for scratch paper. In fact, scratch paper isn't even necessary, just fill it out with eyes closed. Wow. Fang Feifei let out a long sigh of awe, her eyes filled with admiration. You're amazing. I've been studying for half a month, and I still don't understand the first chapter. As if I understand any of it either, Yu Yun giggled, covering her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with bashfulness. Brother Lai, you must have put in a lot of effort, right? So hard-working, so motivated. Brother Lai wasn't sure how to respond. Am I really that diligent? Thinking about that tooth he'd lost, he confidently nodded. I did put in a lot of work, but it's been worth it. Inspiring. Yu Yun gave him a thumbs up. Inspiring. Fang Feifei joined in cheerfully. Shi Luding rolled her eyes, smirking inwardly. 2 hopeless fangirls. Then, silently, she added another 0.5 points to Han Lai's skill score. Duan Xiaoyi was fuming. It was bad enough that Shi Luding was supporting Han Lai. Now, his fan Fang Feifei and close friend Yu Yun had both switched sides. I'm a second-generation property heir in Shanghai, don't I get any respect? The contempt that Shanghai locals held for outsiders seemed etched in his very bones. No matter how well he hid it on the surface, it would always come out at critical moments. With his emotions thoroughly stirred up, Duan Xiaoyi finally snapped. Mental math? Wow, you're amazing. Then I wish you all the best with getting into Fudan or Jiaotong and landing a great job soon. Work hard, and maybe with some support from your family. In 10 years or so you'll have saved up enough for a down payment on one of my family's apartments. But those first few years after graduation probably won't be easy, right? Better save up that salary. If it really gets rough, you can rent a place from my family. As classmates, I'll even let you name your discount. How about that? Lu Ji, hearing this, was thrilled. He saw his chance to back Duan Xiaoyi up and jumped right in. Brother Lai's staying in the 3,500 a year international dorm. Do you think he cares about your rent discount? Oh, but that's not the same. Duan Xiaoyi sneered, curling his lip. 3,500 a year is nothing compared to over 100,000 a year. Our building's within the inner ring without a starting salary of at least 25,000 a month, good luck affording it. Their back and forth was truly disgusting. Fang Feifei, who had originally liked Duan Xiaoyi, now frowned deeply. Sure, having property was impressive, but did he have to keep bringing it up? It's not like it was his own accomplishment. Han Lai wasn't even engaging him, and here he was, pushing things too far. Yu Yun didn't feel a strong sense of justice, and was entirely conflicted: should I stand up for Han Lai, or wait and see? She was certain that Han Lai's family background wasn't ordinary, but she didn't know if it could match up to the 4 apartment units in Duan Xiaoyi's family. Maybe it's best to let the men handle their own issues? Meanwhile, Shi Luting watched the spectacle with a faint smile. Did she understand Duan Xiaoyi's intentions? Of course she did. Which was exactly why she'd intentionally sided with Han Lai, giving Duan Xiaoyi a slight jab. She was clearly fanning the flames. Dog man, you think you can show off to me? She didn't hate Han Lai and certainly didn't dislike him. In fact, she was leaning toward him emotionally. But that didn't stop her from wanting to teach him a lesson and enjoy watching him struggle. What if the tension escalates and they end up fighting? That would be perfect. Anyway, Han Lai wouldn't really lose out. At most, he'd get a little flustered. The more flustered, the happier she'd be. After all, Shi Luting was just an 18-year-old girl, and the so-called queenly personality, without enough experience, was really just strong-willed and a little headstrong. She just wanted to see Han Lai embarrassed. Then she could step in, calm the storm, and finally ask him. So, still think you can play cool and tease me with the hot and cold act? Yep, she'd need to hold back her smile, maintain an air of superiority, and keep her expression calm, though with a hint of mischief in her gaze. Wow. Just thinking about it was satisfying. While her inner thoughts were brimming with excitement, her expression remained completely calm. She relaxed back in her chair, entering full spectator mode. Everyone else was tense. Everyone except Han Lai. The show had played out to the point where it was losing novelty. There was no need to watch any longer. It was time to flip the table. So, with a half smile, Han Lai raised his head, looking Duan Xiaoyi straight in the eye. Which of your family's apartments cost that much? Every single one of them does. Duan Xiaoyi replied instinctively. He. Han Lai chuckled, shaking his head. Kid, do you really think all 4 of those units, pooled together by your whole village, count as your own family's apartments? Shut up. Duan Xiaoyi's heart pounded, his face turned pale, and his lips trembled, unable to contain his rage. What nonsense are you talking about? The girls looked at him in surprise, their faces full of doubt. Han Lai continued to smile, casually but confidently, as if everything was under control. Then he spoke calmly. Building 4 in Xinyuan Gardens, UIP district, right? Mid-rise, 4 units per floor, 42 square meter single apartments, and 64 square meter 2-bedroom apartments. Your family, with 3 generations involved, received 8 apartments on floors 10 and 11 of Unit 1. 2 for your own use, 6 rented out. Oh, and your parents bought a 48 square meter shop on the ground floor from the developer to open a small grocery store, right? So what's the average price for relocation apartments in YP district this year? I didn't bother remembering. Do you know? Now, I'll give you a chance to rephrase. Think carefully before you speak. Which one of your family's apartments is so expensive? You. Duan Xiaoyi's eyes widened, his face went pale, and he looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Not just him, Lu Ji, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun and Shi Luting were all stunned into silence. Dude, what exactly does your family do? FBI alert? Han Lai smiled, taunting but not overbearing. It looked pretty suave. But in Duan Xiaoyi's eyes, it was more terrifying than a devil's sneer. And the devil's whisper continued. It's impressive that the local residents joined forces to pressure the developer and secured a full relocation. But your family wasn't the leader in that negotiation. And you didn't have any connections. You were just tagging along and got lucky. Duan Xiaoyi, you're a fortunate child of the times. The tide of history, driven by the country's rapid development, delivered wealth beyond imagination right to your doorstep. You can brag about your family's wealth, but don't pretend it's the result of your own effort. You should be grateful to the party and the country, not to yourself. Remember 2 things. First, your family isn't as impressive as you boast. Second, even if your family has a bit of money, it has nothing to do with you. Right now you have nothing. You are nobody. So don't jump around acting all smug and snide in front of me. You're not qualified. Got it? Duan Xiaoyi was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a tangled mess, full of confusion, and yet for a moment, completely blank. Finally, he blurted out his biggest question. How? How do you even know all this? With his level 3 acting skills in full effect, Brother Lai gave a calm yet playful smile. Shanghai is full of hidden talents. My family sent me here to study, and they don't want me causing trouble, but they also don't want me getting bullied. Out of our 64 classmates, they looked into who I can afford to mess with and who I can't. I know exactly where you stand, and you should too. Kid, don't even think about it next time. Did I make myself clear? Han Lai's voice was soft and slow, but the words were unmistakable. And Duan Xiaoyi understood every one of them. He had more than enough time to feel the chilling tension beneath those words. He stared in a daze for a moment, then hastily nodded. Yeah, don't worry, Brother Lai, there won't be a next time. He couldn't bring himself to say it out loud, but his expression was as obedient as a frightened chick. A deep fear had taken hold of his heart, suddenly and tightly. Years later, when Duan Xiaoyi saw the media stories online claiming that Han Lai was from an ordinary family, a self-made success, and the comments were all praises and admiration, he sneered in disdain, full of self-righteous superiority, and spat on his screen. You idiots believe anything. A bunch of fools. Brother Lai usually didn't flaunt himself, but when he did, it was always, well, a grand display. This time, it wasn't just grand, it was smooth and flawless. The first to bear the brunt was Duan Xiaoyi, who was almost scared out of his mind. Like a quail, he buried his head in his textbook, and didn't dare lift it for the entire class. Seeing Duan Xiaoyi's reaction, Yu Yun Fai, and the others immediately understood. Everything Han Lai said was true. Wow. Fang Fei gasped, quickly covering her mouth, pulling back slightly as if intimidated by Han Lai's aura. Then she started whispering with her roommates. Yu Yun glanced up at the teacher who'd just entered, shifted in her seat, and leaned a little closer to Han Lai. She opened her mouth several times but never found the words. Shi Luding kept her eyes down, pretending to read, but her gaze remained unfocused, lost in thought. Lu Ji slumped over his desk, pretending to sleep. Further up front, 2 other classmates exchanged glances, pulling out their phones to message each other rapidly. A tense yet strange atmosphere radiated from Han Lai, enveloping those around him. They were all definitely shocked. But beyond the shock, there was a subtle excitement brewing. In the finance class was a real big shot about to emerge. Fang Fei and Lu Yaji leaned in close, muttering constantly. Oh my gosh! What does Han Lai's family actually do? No idea. Maybe he's from an official's family? What kind of official would have power from Mengqing all the way to Shanghai? Then could it be the mafia? Stop it. Don't be ridiculous. Han Lai has such a refined temperament, he totally seems like he's from an intellectual family. An intellectual family that sends him here? Wouldn't they break his legs if he came to this school? Ah, fair point. But maybe he's from a really successful business family with assets in Shanghai? How would I know? If you're so curious, ask him yourself. No way, I don't dare. Lu Yaji snickered at Fang Fei's timid expression, winking. What happened to all that courage you had when you flirted with him before? That was online. I can say anything online, but face to face, I'd feel so awkward. Then keep flirting online. But what? Don't tell me you still like Duan Xiaoyi? Who's Duan Xiaoyi? Do we even have someone by that name in our class? You're brutal. Sigh. Fang Fei suddenly sighed, looking frustrated. Yaji, do you think I have bad taste? Why would you say that? Look, first I thought Lu Ji was nice, but he turned out to be an idiot. Then I thought Duan Xiaoyi was good, and he turned out to be a show-off. Lu Yaji had a hunch about Fang Fei's troubles but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Ultimately, out of loyalty to her friend, she decided to play along. You're just a bit too naive and trusting. Give it time. Isn't Han Lai pretty decent? So should I go after him? Go for it. Lu Yaji pumped her fist decisively. If you don't make a move, are you going to leave him for that little fox Yu Yun? All right, I'll do it. Fang Fei hyped herself up, then covered her flushed face and chuckled dreamily, lost in her own fantasies. She looked like a total fangirl. Meanwhile, Lu Yaji glanced back at Yu Yun, smirking in disdain. Meanwhile, little fox Yu Yun still hadn't figured out how to make her move. Her heart was racing, but she couldn't find the courage. Mom, I'm in love. This is exactly the kind of man I've been looking for. Brother Lai is so domineering yet gentle, I can't handle it. And so magnificent. Her mind was spinning with thoughts, but Han Lai was absorbed in his math problems, not giving her a second glance. At first, she suspected it was a ploy to play hard to get, Now, she was convinced it wasn't. For one, Han Lai was genuinely engrossed. He'd already worked through nearly 80% of the advanced calculus workbook. On the other hand, considering Han Lai's status, background and character, if he wanted to pursue a girl, he'd go about it directly. Who could resist? There was no need to play hard to get with her. With that suspicion gone, however, a new worry emerged. If he wasn't playing hard to get, then he genuinely wasn't interested in her. But why? Was it her looks? Did she not meet his standards? Did he find her too forward? Did he like Fang Fei Fei, or maybe she looting more? Or was it because she hadn't firmly taken his side earlier? Yu Yun couldn't figure it out, but a sense of urgency now loomed large. After all, she looting was stunning, Fang Fei Fei was no pushover, and there was only one Han Lai. If you didn't act fast, you'd lose out. She was feeling the pressure. She looting wasn't discussing anything with anyone, she just quietly listened to the class. Or to be more precise, sat quietly in a daze. Her gaze was vacant, unfocused. She was annoyed. Duan Xiaoyi, how could you be so useless? How did you let him turn the tables like that? But, at the same time, she felt immensely satisfied. Zheng Gufan once said, "Speak softly, but act firmly." Only by being both gentle and tough can one be a true man. Han Lai's performance just now was beyond anything she could have imagined. He was poised when showing patience, and sharp when showing strength. And that final line, "Did I make myself clear?" was unbelievably cool. Though she'd only been a bystander, she looting had found it thrilling. People like Duan Xiaoyi, with their arrogant nouveau riche mindset, deserved someone to set them straight. Thinking everyone had to indulge his every whim, just because of his status, what a joke. But now, her plan to teach Han Lai a lesson was totally derailed. She'd played the villain for nothing. So dumb, so foolish. Ji Looting's feelings were extremely conflicted. And she was even more curious about Han Lai. What does your family actually do? Why don't you seem like someone my age at all? You're too mature, almost unnervingly so. If the male leads I write had this kind of charm and poise, how could my books possibly flop? Or maybe, should I start a new story about a domineering CEO falling for me, based on Han Lai? But I barely know anything about him. She wanted nothing more than to send Yu Yun packing and chat with Han Lai until the mysteries of this man were unraveled. Yet she did nothing, simply lost in thought. Though her emotions were turbulent, she kept them well under control. As a clever and precocious woman, Shi Looting had already developed an instinct to recognize the pitfalls of letting emotions run wild. So she habitually restrained her emotions and kept her thoughts to herself, trusting no one. With no family background and striking looks, if she didn't know how to protect herself, who could she rely on? Instead of trying to please everyone, it was better to remain distant, keeping only a few trustworthy friends. And the most important rule of maintaining independence: don't fawn over anyone. If you do, there's no longer a foundation for an equal relationship. So, upon realizing her heart was pounding, and that she even admired Han Lai a little, Shi Looting immediately chose to calm herself down alone. As long as I stay calm, everything will go back to normal. Oops. Scheduled this post for 6 p.m. tomorrow by accident. Good thing I double-checked. Just before class ended, the teacher finished up early, leaving some extra time. Finally gathering her courage, Yu Yun found the perfect moment to strike up a conversation with Han Lai. "Brother Lai, where are you planning to eat later? Tingting and I are heading to the cafeteria. Want to join us?" "The cafeteria?" Han Lai shook his head. "Too expensive for me. Can't afford it." Actually, he just wanted to keep some distance from Yu Yun. But as soon as he answered, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and, just as he'd hoped, it was a friend request from Chen Yanfei. His mood brightened immediately. Seeing the flashy gold iPhone 5S in his hand, Yu Yun gritted her teeth. "Can't afford the cafeteria. But you can buy the brand new 5S. "Exactly." With his thoughts on Chen Yanfei, Brother Lai replied absently, "That's why I spent all my money on the 5S. Now I'm left eating dirt." Perfect excuse. Brother Lai felt his rejection was both gentlemanly and tactful. Yu Yun's response, however, was entirely unexpected. "It's fine, I'll treat you." Those 6 words were sharp and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Quickly accepting Chen Yanfei's friend request, Han Lai casually brushed her off. "For real? I have no money to treat you back." Yu Yun was almost ready to explode. How can this guy be so dense? "Do you think I'm offering to treat just so you'll repay me?" Grinding her teeth and suppressing her anger, she replied, "For real. You don't have to treat me back. I have enough allowance to cover us both several times, if needed." Han Lai didn't have any particular skills in flirting, and his mind was partly elsewhere, so his initial response was slow. But with his level 3 psychology knowledge, he eventually caught on. Oh? Did I just pull off a reverse fishing move? Now the roles were reversed. She was nervous, invested, hooked, and anxious. Alright, time for Brother Lai to play along. With a slightly hesitant look, his clear, shy eyes glanced at her. Are you sure it's okay? Is there something you want to tell me? Watching Han Lai's performance, Shi Luting almost rolled her eyes to the ceiling. Here we go again. Straight out of last century. Not only did she see through it, but so did Yu Yun. After what had just happened, anyone who still believed Han Lai was an innocent schoolboy would have to be completely clueless. Come on, Brother Lai. Just give me a chance to treat you. Come on, come on. Ignoring Han Lai's little act, Yu Yun pressed harder. Han Lai dropped the act, casually making an okay sign. Alright, let's go then. If you're willing to treat, I'm willing to eat. As long as you're buying, I'm eating. Fang Feifei, who'd been eavesdropping, couldn't hold back her laughter at his phrasing. She even leaned over the desk, shoulders shaking with laughter. Yu Yun didn't catch the meaning immediately. But soon enough, Shi Luting burst out laughing as well, unable to contain herself. Irritated, Yu Yun nudged Shi Luting a couple of times. What's so funny? Are you too crazy? As long as you're buying, I'm eating, ha ha ha. Yu Yun's face flushed red with embarrassment as the joke dawned on her. In a fit of impulse, she grabbed Han Lai's thigh, and blushing furiously, asked with a scolding tone, Tell me. Did you say that on purpose? If it weren't for her seductive eyes, almost dripping with charm, Brother Lai might have actually believed her. Yikes. Watch it, seductress. Take your hand off my thigh. With a mix of discomfort and amusement, Brother Lai winced and replied, What do you mean on purpose? You think I'm Lu Ji? I only eat proper cafeteria food. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, quietly sitting there, got dragged into the joke yet again. But this time, he didn't dare look back. Say whatever you want, it's not like it hurts, and arguing only makes it worse. Yu Yun gave another pinch to Han Lai's thigh before finally letting go. Her heart pounded wildly, blood rushing to her cheeks, and she felt a dizzy wave wash over her. What's gotten into you? But the rush of dopamine urged her on, be bold, it feels amazing. Once her reason kicked back in, she started to regret her behavior. Why are you so shameless? This inner turmoil seemed to rip her apart, leaving her speechless for a good 10 seconds, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Fortunately, no one noticed anything strange. Everyone assumed her embarrassment came from the joke, not suspecting anything more. After finally catching her breath, Fang Feifei suddenly threw a direct pitch. Brother Lai, going out to eat with Yu Yun sounds gross, how about I treat you instead? Did the class goddess just jump in too? Han Lai paused and met her gaze. Fang Feifei propped her chin on her hands, smiling sweetly with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Han Lai quickly pieced it together. In his past life around this time, Duan Xiaoyi was mostly focused on chasing after Shi Luting. While Fang Feifei had some interest in Duan Xiaoyi, she didn't show much enthusiasm due to Shi Luting's presence. At this point, she got along well with most of the boys in the class. Even in the past, Han Lai had an okay relationship with her. But back then, Han Lai was overly sensitive, and an incident on the train with Pan Xiaohong had hit his self-esteem hard, so he hadn't dared show any interest in her. Later, 2 other incidents led Fang Feifei to lose all interest in him. Afterward, Duan Xiaoyi eventually gave up on Shi Luting and turned his attention to Fang Feifei. Within a month, they were dating. That happened in the second semester of freshman year. A lot must have gone down in between, but Han Lai's poor relationship with his roommates meant he never learned the details. In any case, later on, Fang Feifei somehow spiraled, ending up with everyone in the dorm except him. And later, on the day Duan Xiaoyi and Yu Yun got married, Fang Feifei posted in the class group chat, Duan Xiaoyi, may you die a horrible death, and Yu Yun, live to regret it. Yu Yun probably did regret it. According to some insiders, Yu Yun cheated on Duan Xiaoyi quite openly, and it was Yu Yun who filed for divorce, with Duan Xiaoyi practically begging her not to go. Quite the mess. Han Lai didn't know or care about how true those rumors were. But now, thinking back, some things started to make sense. For instance, the current Fang Feifei wasn't yet the class goddess everyone would idolize later. Right now, she was just a somewhat impulsive girl without real feelings for Duan Xiaoyi. She was definitely more daring in love and hate than Yu Yun. So, her developing feelings for Han Lai and actively pursuing him wasn't that surprising. Compared to Duan Xiaoyi, the fully upgraded Han Lai outshined him in every way. The battle they'd just had was brutally one-sided. With Duan Xiaoyi's perfect assist, if Brother Lai wanted, he could have something going with either Yu Yun or Fang Feifei within 3 days. But the thing was, Brother Lai wasn't interested. For a genuine relationship, neither of them measured up. Looks weren't the issue, both were striking, scoring around 90 in looks. But it was their personalities and values that fell short. Both had clear character flaws and lacked depth. Being poor students wasn't a deal breaker, but it would be nice if they had some ambition or at least a hobby they cared about. Instead, one had her mind set solely on romance, while the other constantly dreamed of marrying into wealth. Their hobbies were watching dramas, makeup, gossip, and parking around. Dating either of them? Not happening. But free food was free food. So, Han Lai smiled at Fang Feifei, then shamelessly shifted the decision to Yu Yun. I'm just here for the free meals as long as it's tasty and free. I'll take it. Why don't you work it out with Yu Yun? All the girls stared, wide-eyed. Shocked again. How could someone be so shameless? The girls were utterly shocked, but Han Lai's calmness and confidence blurred the line between humor and audacity. They couldn't help but second-guess themselves. Could it be? Maybe, just maybe, Brother Lai was trying not to hurt anyone's feelings? Perhaps he was using jokes to give everyone a graceful way out. Alright, that's enough. No need to keep fooling themselves. Yu Yun and Fang Feifei weren't stupid, they knew what Han Lai's attitude meant. He clearly wasn't interested in either of them. So eating together was just that, eating. He didn't care who was paying. If Han Lai liked one of them, he wouldn't have reacted like this. Yu Yun felt a bit discouraged, but she quickly found her determination again. For a guy like Han Lai, a little challenge was normal. If he were easy to win over, he wouldn't still be single now, would he? If he were the type to loosen his belt a little, some girl would have already claimed him by now. To win him over, she'd have to play the long game. Yu Yun was certain her judgment was spot on, and felt a renewed surge of confidence. A straight-laced guy was ideal. He'd take relationships seriously, and that could lead to something lasting. As for the fact he wasn't the type to sweet-talk girls, that didn't matter. If they could be together, she could make herself happy. If she held out for 5 or 6 years, and if they ended up getting married, wouldn't she be the lady of the house? The more Yu Yun thought about it, the happier she felt. Fang Feifei, however, skipped the internal monologue and directly challenged Yu Yun. Didn't you just buy a skincare set and say you were running low on spending money? I'll treat Brother Lai. Yu Yun felt a bit guilty. That skincare set hadn't come from her own wallet, it was a gift from a simp back from high school. I can still afford one cafeteria meal. Don't worry about it, she retorted. Fang Feifei scoffed. Fine, treat him if you want. But let's see what happens when you run out of allowance. THA. If I run out, I'll just ask my family for more, or I'll borrow from the simp if I have to. Worst case, I'll get a part-time job, none of your business. The bell rang, and Yu Yun, shooting a glare at Fang Feifei, urged Han Lai to hurry up. Let's go, Brother Lai. Hey, is there anything special you'd like to eat? Cafeteria, street food, anything you want. Seafood or cafeteria food? Han Lai swallowed slightly, keeping his response polite. Something simple is fine. I'm not picky. So the group headed toward the cafeteria. On the way, they chatted casually. Yu Yun asked curiously, Hey Han Lai, why did you suddenly switch phones? Brother Lai, sly as ever, used the opportunity to call out Ji looting. So the class monitor wouldn't make up stories about me. If I'd kept using that old phone, the whole school would think I was still hung up on my ex. Isn't that unfair? What are you even talking about? Fang Feifei looked confused. But Yu Yun burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Shi Looting didn't say a word, just glanced at Han Lai with a knowing look. Her gaze lingered, full of mystery and charm. Still puzzled, Fang Feifei blurted out, Brother Lai, have you really never dated anyone? Never, Han Lai nodded. I was too invisible in high school. No one ever noticed me. Yeah, right. Liar. Everyone rolled their eyes, clearly not buying it. Fang Feifei threw out a direct question. So what kind of girl do you like? Chen Yanfei's image flashed in Han Lai's mind. But what came out was pure strategy. Someone who's not too pretty. I like gentle, sensible girls who just feel easy to be around. At that, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Looting all froze. That first sentence alone effectively ruled all three of them out. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Yu Yun quickly recovered and smoothly offered a compliment. No wonder you haven't dated yet. You're just too traditional. Brother Lai, men like you are so rare nowadays. You deserve the best. Wow. It was refreshing to be flattered by a pretty girl. Brother Lai was all smiles. But instead of letting it go to his head, he countered with a playful question, and who's the best? It's said that ancient wisdom could use a single peach to divide 3 men. Well, here was one comment splitting 3 beauties. At his words, the thoughts of all 3 women took a sudden turn. Shi Luting's thoughts went to what do they have that I don't? Yu Yun felt a mix of pride and insecurity. Girl, I'm an E-cup. Fang Feifei, frowning slightly Tingting is beautiful, Yu Yun has a presence. And they're both taller than me. Will I have to go all in to stand a chance? In management, this is called introducing competition. In psychology, it's creating anxiety. Watching the atmosphere between the 3 grow tense, Han Lai could barely contain his amusement. Shi Luting, though, was the most out of place. Right now she wasn't even interested in Han Lai, yet here she was, getting pulled into her roommate's rivalry. Too proud to back down, she was getting caught up in the competition. With frenemies, there's no way to step aside. Winner takes all. So from that moment, Han Lai became the absolute center of attention. The 2 bees were all over him, and even though Shi Luting wasn't actively joining the conversation, she was definitely tuned in. At the cafeteria, Yu Yun even lightly took Han Lai by the arm, not quite holding hands, but with her warm, soft hand gently gripping his forearm. Let's go, Brother Lai. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it. She seemed a little flustered, clearly not used to these kinds of moves. Actually, Han Lai was a bit out of his comfort zone too, but thanks to his level 3 acting skills, he managed to keep his composure on the outside. He neither pulled away nor responded to her touch, simply following her to the counter calmly. Fang Fei, on the other hand, gritted her teeth in frustration. Show off. Mary A. She muttered under her breath, stomping off with Lu Yu Yaji to get her own food. Shi Luting watched all this with interest, particularly focused on Han Lai's reaction, which was just as she'd expected. She smiled to herself, feeling like she'd figured him out. This dogman actually has a good moral compass. Looks like his upbringing is genuinely solid. A girl like Yu Yun doesn't stand a chance with him. Despite the rare opportunity to enjoy a free meal courtesy of Yu Yun, Han Lai didn't go overboard with his order. 1 bowl of spicy sour noodles, a grilled sausage, and a plate of seafood pala, a decent meal that wasn't extravagant. But Yu Yun, fearing it wasn't enough, added a big chicken leg and a box of fresh-cut fruit. Even though Han Lai hadn't pushed it, she was all in. The cafeteria served mostly upperclassmen and international students, so the ingredients and dishes were top-notch, but the prices were higher than the small eateries on campus. The final bill came to over 80 yuan. It didn't sound like much, but added up, it wasn't cheap either. If she did this every day, she'd be spending 2,500 yuan a month. Even if it was every other day, it would still be 1,250 yuan. Most girls' monthly allowance ranged from 1,500 to 2,000 yuan, which meant this was only sustainable for so long. Returning to the table with the tray, Fei Fei grumbled, "Pretty high standards, huh?" Yu Yun responded with a proud little hum, "Of course I have to make sure Brother Lai eats well." "Thanks," Han Lai said politely. "Sorry to make you spend so much." Yu Yun, pleased, sat down next to him, suddenly finding the joy in spending on a guy. "No problem. If you ever need it, I can cover you until you get your allowance." It was a habit for her to act cutesy, but with her sincere look and smoldering gaze, it almost looked like she was declaring her commitment to him. Unfortunately, Brother Lai didn't bite. Looking at her seriously, he replied, "If you kept covering me like today, I'd bankrupt you within a week." A simple, matter-of-fact statement that shattered any hint of flirtation or romantic tension. Fang Feifei burst out laughing, and Shi Luting covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling in mirth. Yu Yun was nearly fuming. "Stupid straight man. Are you a bottomless pit?" Holding back her frustration, she tried to keep up her charm. "Then maybe we could eat a little more simply. I don't mind a few rough days if it means I get to be with you." "No need." Han Lai shook his head, then turned his gaze toward Fang Feifei. "You enjoy that. Next week, I'll be eating with Feifei." As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl's jaws dropped. A group of young women, their worldviews once again shattered by Han Lai's brazen words. Could he really have said that? Shi Luting started coughing, choking on her duck blood vermicelli soup. Yu Yun, seething, glared at Han Lai, her chest rising and falling in anger as she struggled to contain her reaction. Fang Feifei, the least self-restrained, hesitated at first, but then nodded cheerfully. All right. You go ahead and drain Yu Yun's wallet, and next week, I'll take over. Han Lai chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. You're the best. Yu Yun finally understood this guy was just here to mooch off free meals. Not a hint of gratitude. Actually, Fang Feifei saw through him as well, but she didn't mind at all. As long as Yu Yun didn't get the chance, Han Lai was worth it to her. Oh, no problem. Fang Feifei grinned and gave Han Lai a thumbs up in return, proudly sealing the deal. Yu Yun, furious, gritted her teeth and glared at Han Lai. Drop dead. There won't be another meal. Brother Lai ignored her, turning back to Fang Feifei with a slight nod that seemed to say, So, what do you think? Fang Feifei, thrilled, responded quickly, Next meal's on me. Don't worry, Brother Lai. I get more allowance than her, and I can afford to cover you for at least half a month. Being the underdog with a slim chance, she couldn't afford to miss any opportunity, hoping Yu Yun would back down. Yu Yun was so mad her head hurt, and her chest seemed ready to burst with frustration. She wanted to tie Fang Feifei up and scold her. I dare you to compete for him. I dare you to steal my man. But she couldn't push things any further. If she really let Fang Feifei spend half a month treating him to meals, she'd be left in the dust while they shared seafood hotpots. So she quickly softened, leaning in closer to Han Lai with a sweet, pleading tone. Brother Lai, I was just joking earlier. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll wake up early to get it for you. No thanks. Han Lai waved his hand firmly, smiling like the big bad wolf. Why would I stick to one person? I'll have breakfast with Feifei tomorrow. Oh, and about lunch, are you going to queue up? Shi Luting couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. Yu Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. Huh? Her chest heaved in frustration, climbing to new heights. Arg. This was supposed to be a proud, cold-hearted CEO, and now he's treating me like I'm just some option. I'm the class beauty who has to line up to treat you to lunch. Alright, that's a deal then. Feifei's out tomorrow at lunch, and I'll treat you to something soft and warm. Repeating to herself, stay calm. Be patient. Yu Yun forced herself to smile sweetly as she locked in the lunch date. Anyone listening might think she was just joking. But Yu Yun knew that by tomorrow noon, she wouldn't be joking at all. Han Lai's difficulty level was totally unexpected. But she was determined. She had endured 4 years in her last life, and she wouldn't give up now. As long as Shi Luting stayed out of it, why should she fear a mere Fang Feifei? Yu Yun glared at Fang Feifei, and the two women locked eyes, sparks flying. Clearly, Han Lai had no intention of dating either of them seriously. Yes, it would be easy to get either one right now, thanks to Duan Xiaoyi's timely assist, which boosted his favorability with both girls by more than 60%. At this rate, he could win over Fang Feifei within 3 days, reach third base in a week, and break up in 2 months, then start pursuing Yu Yun, bagging her within half a month. But what was the point? Just for the sake of dating 2 pretty girls? The benefits wouldn't match the potential fallout. Fang Feifei was intense, with a somewhat obsessive personality. If forced into a breakup, she might go after Han Lai's entire dorm in revenge. Yu Yun, on the other hand, was even more unpredictable. No one could guess what she might do. Ruining his reputation wasn't a big deal. The school's reputation wasn't worth much anyway. The real concern was the toll on his peace of mind. As for Shi Luting, forget it. She valued her pride too much to give him a chance after this. Why waste time with temporary thrills when his main focus, the most challenging prize, remained out of reach? So no, he had no intention of seriously dating either of them. What to do then? Play it cool, staying right in the middle, and keep them hooked. This technique had been Yu Yun's original idea, a difficult move to pull off, but effective when done right. Don't initiate, don't reject, and don't commit. Let them make the first move. If they chose to fawn over him, that was their business. He wasn't going to chase after them. At least, not until he dealt with Shi Luting. In the meantime, they'd serve as his wingwomen, throwing off little cucumbers guard as needed. Heartless? Not exactly. Han Lai was never naturally aggressive, but in his past life he'd endured too many regrets that needed addressing. They owed him, and he intended to collect. When they'd repaid him, he'd leave them with something better for their future. But if they didn't, they could watch him soar to heights they'd never reach. Everyone's character has roots in their past. Having survived 30 years without settling down, Han Lai's heart was steeled. Thus, he remained at ease even as Fang Feifei and Yu Yun vied for his attention. After they'd finished eating, Fang Feifei brought him a fruit tea. Smiling, Brother Lai thanked both of them, wiped his mouth, and returned to his dorm to study. Want to go for a walk? Next time, definitely next time. As soon as Han Lai left, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun's rivalry fully erupted. Fortunately, neither expected one meal to secure their relationship, so it didn't escalate into a fight. Plus, the watchful presence of Ji Looting kept both of them in check. But a verbal sparring session was inevitable, and their relationship suddenly plunged to a freezing point. What a mess! And it's all Duan Xiaoyi's fault. When Han Lai returned to the dorm, he was surprised to find that LV and Xiao Dongbei were both there. "You're back, big bro." Xiao Dongbei nodded, practically bowing in deference, showing none of the bravado one might expect from a northeast tiger. LV, on the other hand, was more reserved. Or maybe, just a little more intimidated by Han Lai? After all, with his flawless skin and shy gaze, he seemed like the ideal little cutie. "Gee, good afternoon, big bro." Brother Lai greeted them politely. "Good nap? Have you two eaten yet?" They were practically moved to tears. When Big Bro wasn't in his moods, he was so warm. "Not yet, we were just about to go out." "Did you eat, Big Bro? Want to join us?" "My treat." Han Lai waved them off. "No need, I just ate." He paused, then asked, "Planning to stay out all night again?" Xiao Dongbei sighed, full of complaints. "This campus is so small, nothing to do but go online." "Just wait. In a little while you'll be discovering a whole new world." Han Lai gave a mysterious smile. In their eyes, that smile seemed almost prophetic. He knew all too well how the International Exchange Academy's rich kids spent their days. After military training, but before the October break, they'd still be settling in. But after October, they'd be led by the older sophomores into a new lifestyle. During the day, they might show up for roll call, but most of the time, they'd be in the dorm playing poker or mahjong at pretty high stakes, too. Evenings were spent drinking heavily, then heading out to sing karaoke and bar hop. And for some of the more depraved types, their focus shifted to exploring the massage parlors of Shanghai. When the standard options bored them, they'd venture into high-end spas. At 1,688 yuan an hour, some would drop 10 hours worth just for a private dance show. 80% of the masseuses could be swayed with that kind of spending, including but not limited to those at the city's top 5-star hotels. They'd go on like that for a year or two before eventually going abroad. Reforming? No, they'd just be changing scenery to continue living it up. Han Lai used to wonder, how are they so rich? So fearless with their spending? But now, he no longer wondered. Because soon, he'd be richer and bolder than any of them. The future was set, so this period of waiting, while dull, wasn't hard to endure. For Han Lai, it was worth every moment. Xiao Dongbei noticed that Han Lai seemed to be in a good mood and, mustering up his courage, began to introduce himself. "Big bro, my name's Fang Xiangbei, from the northeast. You can call me Xiao Bei or Xiao Dongbei, whatever works." LV jumped in quickly. "My name's Ding Yu, nickname Ding Ding." Han Lai. Brother Lai nodded, casually perching himself on the edge of the desk. Under the power of his level 3 acting skills, Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei felt as if they were sitting before a seasoned gang leader, their nerves completely flattened. Fortunately for them, today Brother Lai wasn't going for a dark vibe, so the atmosphere was relaxed. Xiao Dongbei chattered on, "My hometown is this tiny mountain county. My parents used to work at a logging site, but now they deal in lumber. Hard work, really. Bro, if you ever need solid wood floors or furniture, just let me know, and we'll hook you up." Outgoing, sure, but maybe not the sharpest tool in the shed. With his blocky head, big face, and loud personality, he had simpleton written all over him. Ding Ding spoke up, "I'm from Jiangsu's Zhejiang area. My family runs a factory. Wanna smoke, bro?" He grabbed a pricey pack of He Tianxie cigarettes from his drawer and eagerly offered one to Han Lai. Brother Lai waved him off. "I don't smoke, but go ahead if you want." Both of them put the cigarette pack down immediately. "Right, smoking's not that great for us either." "Yeah, we barely smoke at all. Just for fun, why no?" Brother Lai barely held back his laughter. "These kids look scared to death. What a pity." But keeping things like this wouldn't help dorm unity. He decided to clear things up. "Look, I might have a little quirk or two." Han Lai began earnestly, looking as sincere as he could. "I'm sensitive, introverted, maybe even a little insecure. I bottle up my frustrations, don't know how to let them go. Sometimes I'm overly confident, other times I'm down in the dumps. My mood shifts quickly, and I tend to overthink things. I know it's not a good way to be, so as you can see, I read Buddhist teachings now and then to settle my mind. I hope we can get along and become real friends." Listening to Han Lai's self-reflection, the two were dumbstruck. How could you be called Han Lai? They should call you Han Extra. Sensitive, insecure, introverted, overthinking. Each word sent shivers down their spines. And thinking of those friends of Brother Massachusetts who'd met bad ends. Mom, I want to go home. The two of them forced themselves to chat a bit more before using dinner as an excuse to flee. As soon as they left the campus, Xiao Dongbei scratched his head, asking suspiciously, Ding Ding, am I imagining things, or is Brother Lai just messing with us? Could be. Ding Ding hesitated. But it's hard to say, this guy's too strange. Just looking at him gives me the chills. Right. Xiao Dongbei nodded wildly. Not one thing about him is normal. They were both more worldly than most people their age, but they'd never come across anyone like Han Lai before. He was hard to predict, impossible to read, and they couldn't even begin to understand him. In the end, they could only resort to a single word to sum him up. Strange. Ding Yu sighed. Forget it, I can't think anymore. If it weren't so hard to rent around here, I'd have moved out already. Where's your ambition, huh? Xiao Dongbei punched the air, suddenly inspired. Think of the upside. With a bro like this backing us up, we'll run this whole department. How exactly do we run it? Xiao Dongbei painted the scene. Imagine us swaggering out front, Brother Lai following behind, hammer in hand, calm as ever. Everywhere we go, chaos breaks out, people scattering left and right. Ding Yu imagined the scene and shuddered. Way too over the top. But Xiao Dongbei was ecstatic, caught up in the idea. Picture it. The Human Academy's street tigers, with their fearless, loyal duo. Impressive, right? Ding Yu quickly waved him off. No thanks. I don't have ambitions that big. You and Huang Wei can take those positions. Hey, come on. Xiao Dongbei pleaded. Without you, I can't manage Brother Lai. What am I supposed to do? Ding Yu replied in disbelief. There's no way Brother Lai and I would ever see eye to eye. Xiao Dongbei grinned mischievously. Maybe not, but you've got a great sister. Send Sister Lilac in, and no guy can resist. Damn it! Ding Yu threw up a middle finger, thoroughly triggered. Go as far away as possible. Even if every man on Earth vanished, I wouldn't let my sister marry a psycho. Wait. From Brother Extra to Psycho, has Brother Lai leveled up again? After they left, Han Lai went back to studying. 30 minutes later, he'd finished his advanced algebra course and moved on to math analysis. Every half hour or so, he'd take a quick 5-minute break to reply to someone briefly. By the way, Fang Feifei had finally gotten his WeChat Idaho and predictably spent a good while gushing about it. Han Lai didn't bother responding much. He couldn't even be bothered to brush her off politely. Showing off takes skill and finesse. Take Duan Xiaoyi's crude flaunting. It only works on people who are materialistic, but not very bright. Yu Yun, for instance, was highly materialistic, yet she didn't date Duan Xiaoyi until after graduation. Why? Because she was smart. In her mind, Duan Xiaoyi was always a backup, someone she kept around because she had no better options. So, when someone like Han Lai suddenly appeared, she quickly switched her target. And why was that? Because Brother Lai's showmanship was on another level. Although in his past life he'd had no wealth or status, he'd consumed endless novels and videos, giving him an intuitive sense of timing. Combined with his level 3 psychology, he understood the art of subtlety and leaving an impression. Maybe it wouldn't work on seasoned pros, but with peers his own age, it was a breeze. The less he mentioned his background, the more the girls filled in the blanks on their own. That's the difference between active persuasion and passive suggestion. Active persuasion requires you to spot their weaknesses. Passive suggestion lets them dig into their insecurities on their own. The results couldn't be more different. Believe it or not, sometimes it's better when guys keep things hands off. So by the time he was about to sleep, both Fang Feifei and Yu Yun had sent Han Lai at least 50 messages each, while he replied to fewer than 1/5 of them. The night passed quietly. Some tossed and turned, while others enjoyed a peaceful sleep. At precisely 6 in the morning, Han Lai got up. He ran 5 kilometers, did some pull-ups, and while his legs and back were still fine, his eyes were exhausted. There were so many foreign girls at the university, many of whom worked out in just yoga shorts. Quite the view. But the best scenery wasn't in the early morning, it was in the afternoon at the swimming pool. Those foreign girls' bikinis felt like a different species compared to domestic swimsuits. Originally, Brother Lai had loved swimming, but he now avoided it because of them. Was he shy? Not at all, it was because he was skinny. Foreign girls disliked guys with thin, bony builds. They saw men like that as weak and lacking vitality, too fragile to hold their own. Brother Lai didn't want to make a weak first impression, so he forced himself to resist the temptation to swim, until he built up his pecs and 8-pack abs. Then we'll see who can't help but stare. At 7:30, Brother Lai showered, then went to the cafeteria for breakfast. As soon as he arrived, he was intercepted by Fang Feifei. Brother Lai, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Since it was hard to turn her down, Han Lai sat quietly and watched as she bustled around. While he ate, Yu Yun showed up, giving Fang Feifei several angry looks. The girls' rivalry? Not my problem. Brother Lai focused on eating, happily polishing off his food. Several people noticed this scene, and rumors about the two beauties from the business school fighting over one guy spread like wildfire. When he got to class, Duan Xiaoyi and Lo Ji quickly retreated to a corner, far from Han Lai. Meanwhile, Taishu Pi and Shun Lu slid closer, taking every chance to butter him up. Han Lai didn't even look up, absorbed in his studies. By lunchtime, he had completed math analysis and geometry, and headed to the library to check out second-year textbooks, determined to tackle higher-level math. Days passed, and Han Lai's life became a predictable routine of girls, schoolwork, and exercise. As the campus was quite small, Han Lai quickly became well known. Many girls muttered to themselves, "Ugh, what a player!" While many guys thought, "Scumbag." And most of his classmates speculated about when he'd settle down with one of the girls. But Scumbag Lai's routine remained a simple 3-point rotation: the sports field, the classroom, and the dorm. No matter how often he was invited out, he wouldn't step foot off campus. Gradually, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun started getting anxious. Finally, it was September 30th. There were no evening classes today, and no courses scheduled in the afternoon, which meant it was the perfect day for the class's planned gathering. Starting from early morning, the group chat was flooded with messages. Let's go to Happy Valley. Happy Valley during Golden Week? It'll be packed. Didn't we decide yesterday on the Safari Zoo? Who agreed on that? What's fun about a zoo? Exactly. US Shanghai locals are sick of it. Why didn't you mention it yesterday then? So you're backing out at the last minute? Have some manners. Watch your mouth. Why should we locals have to go along with you? Oh, so being from Shanghai makes you special? Typical playing the regional card. Just like in his past life, everyone started arguing before the trip even began. It wasn't entirely the local students' fault. The situation was complicated. In the same program, studying the same subjects and taking the same classes, some students earned second-tier diplomas, while others got third-tier diplomas. Peaceful harmony was hard to expect. Sometimes conflicts would escalate over an offhand comment. A couple of these incidents and misunderstandings would pile up, naturally dividing the class. Blame the locals for being prideful? Or the non-locals for being overly sensitive? Both sides had issues, but nobody was necessarily in the wrong. Some clashes were inevitable. Having experienced it all once before, Han Lai saw things clearly this time. It was obviously the school's fault, and nobody else's. Shi Luting was busy trying to manage the situation, privately messaging each person. It was a futile effort. She could calm things down for a moment, but keeping the peace for 4 years? Impossible. Still, it was a good opportunity for Han Lai to boost his favorability, so he decided not to let it go to waste. He began tagging people in the group chat. Duan Xiaoyi don't want to go? Fine. But keep your complaints out of the group. Lo Ji arguing with girls doesn't make you impressive. Chen Ping come at me. After those 3 messages, the group chat quieted down considerably. Had this been back during orientation, Han Lai wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this. But things had changed. Since putting Duan Xiaoyi in his place, rumors had started circulating about young Master Han's powerful connections. No one had kept things under wraps. The whole confrontation had been spread around, with creative retellings making it even more dramatic. Han Lai himself didn't know which influential family he supposedly belonged to, but he seemed pretty intimidating. As a result, young Master Han's authority skyrocketed. At times he could command the group even more effectively than Shi Luting. Little Cucumber relied on her personal charm to lead. People respected her as class monitor, but if they decided not to listen, she had to appease them one by one. But with Han Lai, it was different. When young Master Han called someone out, there was a layer of implied threat. When dealing with the dorm's 5 tigers group, it carried extra weight. One jab was all it took to make each of them shudder. Even the other classmates noticed, hey, we've got a boss in this class. With a looming presence, arguments died down naturally. What's the secret to intimidating the crowd? Choose a big chicken. Duan Xiaoyi with his 8 properties, Lo Ji with his shameless antics, Chen Ping with his brashness. They were big enough. One clean blow, and they'd fall silent. Who else would dare make noise? As the chat quieted down, Shi Looting breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, she privately messaged Han Lai. Thank you. Han Lai thought to himself, 2 words? You hesitated that long for 2 words? Wait, maybe it wasn't just 2 words. The chat showed typing as if she was still deciding. After a moment, Brother Lai replied with just 2 words, no problem. Shutting down the conversation, leaving no opening for further chatting. What would we even talk about? No matter what we say, it won't bring us closer. Only little cucumber deserves my full attention. While Shi Looting hesitated, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei didn't hold back. Yu Yun, you're awesome, Brother Lai. Yu Yun's so bold. My heart's racing. Yu Yun, shy emoji, shy emoji, shy emoji. Hey. Racing heart. My foot. I'll let it slide this time. While Yu Yun flirted, Fang Feifei took a bolder approach, sending a selfie. Facing the mirror, holding her phone in her right hand, with a thumbs up from her left hand. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, she was only wearing a thin nightgown. Everyone knew how hot Shanghai could be, and wearing thick sleepwear was unbearable, so light and breathable was the trend. How short was it? With both hands raised, the shoulder straps lifted the nightgown slightly, and Han Lai felt he could almost see the edge of the world. And how sheer was it? Better not describe it any further. He was trying to reform, after all. The weather suddenly felt warmer, so Brother Lai quickly put his phone away, ignoring the 2 simps. When it comes to fangirls, letting them pine on until the end of time is the kindest thing you can do. Giving them everything easily would only cheapen their pure, heartfelt devotion. Get it? Lesson dismissed. Han Lai put down his phone, opened his computer, and logged into Jinjiang. As soon as he clicked on his first book, he received a huge surprise. The author finally replied. Arrogant little cucumber replied to Ham for Cucumber, thank you so much for your support. So grateful. I'm in tears. It was obvious this fledgling author was beyond thrilled, even adding 3 exclamation marks. Brother Lai was even more excited. No need to thank me. If you're the real deal, there are plenty more tears to come. When he saw the timestamp, Han Lai realized the young author had responded the night before. He rubbed his chin, thought it over for a while, and finally decided to go all in with a direct approach. What's your QQ, great author? Do you have a reader group? Any plans for your next book? You have so much talent, don't give up. I'll always support you, great author. Going full fangirl. This approach works well on certain people who could resist a devoted, generous fan. Cackling, Han Lai shut down the page when there was no immediate response. Authors don't sit around waiting for messages in the comments. Just then, a message came in from Shi Looting. The meetup is set this afternoon, we're going to the safari park. Dinner afterward, then a stroll around Shikumen New World. I already covered your fees. Thanks for your help. Han Lai casually glanced at the participant list, noting a few changes from last time. Yu Yun was in, and Lo Ji was out, no big deal. But covering his costs? Me, the mighty young master Han, letting someone else pay for me? Han Lai, how much? Shi Looting, not much. Don't ask again. Han Lai. Oh. That single O nearly made Shi Looting see stars. When have I ever been given an O? She was furious. I just spent money on him, and this is how he responds. He's worse than a dog. Han Lai, look, how about I just send you the money back? Shi Looting put down her phone, took several deep breaths, but the irritation wouldn't fade. It stayed with her for half an hour. Hello? Mom? School's got stuff going on, so I can't come home for the holiday. Yes. It's student council stuff. I know. Could you send me a bit more? It's so expensive here in Shanghai. Okay. Love you. Hanging up, Yu Yun felt her confidence surge. Not only did she get to stay, but she also had 5,000 more in her account. She was ready. Han Lai, prepare yourself. Her sudden decision wasn't completely out of the blue. With Fang Feifei and Han Lai staying on campus, there was no way she'd let the 2 of them have 7 whole days alone. The idea of him becoming pre-owned was unbearable. It wasn't that she cared about his history, she just didn't want Fang Feifei to claim him first. Once Feifei got comfortable with him, what would Yu Yun do? Lie in bed reminiscing? No way. And so, Sea Queen changed her plans. All morning, she contemplated how to do her makeup for the afternoon. Around noon, Han Lai also called home, using the SIM in his P6 phone. Mom, how are you and Dad? Me? I'm great. Eating well, sleeping soundly, and I've grown a few centimeters. My voice? I'm in the middle of voice changing. Better than before. That's good, right? No, I have plenty of money. Things around campus are cheap. My classmates? They're nice. Really polite. They're always saying hello, big brother. No one bullies me. If anyone tries, I'll just endure it. Don't worry, I'm so mild-mannered. How could I cause trouble? Yes, you both take care. I'll work hard here so I can bring you guys over when I'm settled in Shanghai to live in a big house. I'm not making it up. I've grown up now. Okay, love you. After he hung up, Han Lai let out a long breath. Parents really have it hard. The tragedy of my past life won't happen again. I'll be your pride. Don't worry. At 1 o'clock, everyone gathered noisily at the school gate and then wandered over to the subway. Of the 64 students, only 16 decided to join today's outing. It was the holiday, so most students who lived close by went home while others had plans of their own. The remaining ones were all here. The 4 from room 1918 came, except for Lo Ji. 4 from room 2333 came, but not Lu Yao or Wang Honglei. Adding Han Lai, Zheng Lei, and 6 nameless extras rounded out the group. The guys were casual t-shirts and shorts, nothing fancy. But the girls? They were out to turn heads. The most striking, of course, was Ji Shi Luting. She dressed simply a long t-shirt, shorts and running shoes. Her whole outfit probably didn't add up to 1,000 yuan. But the t-shirt was just long enough to cover her shorts, and with each stride, it seemed like it was all legs. Those legs, long, white and slim, were practically mesmerizing. The guys couldn't resist sneaking glances every few seconds, practically drooling. Class rep is just. Wow. Jing Liai couldn't take his eyes off her, muttering under his breath. Shun Lu and Tai Shu Pi nodded in unison, like chickens pecking rice, a real leg goddess. Only Han Lai remained upright. He gave her a couple of glances, then smirked. That's it? You guys really haven't seen much. All the boys looked up, eyes full of curiosity. Young Master Han, tell us. To them, Han Lai wasn't an average guy, he was a man of the world. Now was the perfect time to ask. Han Lai took a quick glance around, noting that the girls were far ahead and wouldn't hear. The coast was clear for him to play the wise elder. What's so special about those skinny chopsticks? They're straight and white, yeah, but they're not captivating or practical. If you pay attention, you'll notice she never shows her waist, always wears loose tops. Why? Because she's tall and flat-chested, and anything tight would reveal the lack of shape immediately. So, what's a real goddess figure? Thighs that are proportional, calves that are slender, with no gap when the legs are together. Muscles shaping the outline, evenly distributed, fat-toned, but still soft. Bare legs that look healthy, black stockings that look sexy, that's a goddess figure. Drool. The sheltered, provincial boys could barely contain their excitement, practically drooling. Shun Lu sighed. Where am I gonna find legs that perfect? I've never even seen any. Han Lai smirked. Next year, she looting herself, of course. Why else would I know what ideal legs look like? With a fit and toned she looting, it was like a knockout weapon. Whenever she wore a dress, shorts or stockings, it would cause an uproar. Like that foreign movie star, Jill Bonding. You get it, right? If not, there's nothing I can do, you just haven't seen such beauty in person. Tai Shu Pai sidled over, shamelessly buttering him up. If Brother Lai says so, then it must be true. Brother Lai, could you bring us some photos sometime so we can see for ourselves? Han Lai brushed him off casually. That kind of leg shape isn't natural, it's the result of training and body sculpting. Meet some women in their late 20s or early 30s, and you'll see a whole new world. Wow. The young men were captivated, full of admiration. The love for older women is timeless. Minus 2023, 2013, it's all the same. Many guys under 20 date girls their age only because they can't find someone older. You're amazing, Brother Lai. You totally get it. Suddenly, the class rep doesn't seem as appealing. Please. Everyone raised their middle fingers at Zheng Lei. As if you had a shot. Tai Shu Pi continued to flatter Han Lai. Who else but Brother Lai would be worthy of our class rep? We should know our place. His voice was a little loud, and Duan Xiaoyi and Chen Ping, who were walking a bit ahead, overheard him. Brother Yi's face turned dark as he shot a glare at Tai Shu Pi. But he didn't dare glare at Han Lai. Tai Shu Pi pretended not to notice, patting his chest and pledging, Brother Lai, when we get to the zoo, we'll make sure you have some alone time. Just say the word, and we'll distract the other 2 girls for you. Han Lai stared at him, dumbfounded. Whoa. After knowing each other for 2 lifetimes, you still find ways to lower the bar even further. Truly impressive. Quit talking nonsense, I'm not that kind of guy. Brother Lai rejected the offer immediately, giving Tai Shu Pi an approving look instead. Time to test your powers of understanding, kid. With laughter and chatter, the group of young men and women boarded the subway together. The zoo was quite far, requiring them to transfer at the south square of the train station, making it a bit of a hassle. Though it wasn't peak travel time, finding seats was still difficult. By the time they finally reached the Shanghai Wildlife Zoo, everyone's initial excitement had already cooled off by at least half. Someone couldn't help but complain. Whose idea was this? All this travel just to see some monkeys. The voice belonged to a local girl from Shanghai. Duan Xiaoyi was nearby and chimed in, right? Since we were kids, how many times has the school dragged us out here? It's cheap though. The student ticket is only 65 yuan. Not everyone's as rich as you with your 8 apartments that rent themselves out, you know? Chen Ping's tone was casual, without malice, but just hearing 8 apartments made Duan Xiaoyi's face flush with embarrassment and anger. Damn it, why are we doing this just to save money? If you're short on cash, how much do you need? I'll cover it. Chen Ping's own short fuse was instantly triggered. Screw that, nobody forced you to come. Duan Xiaoyi might be humble around Lai, but with his wealth, he wasn't one to back down easily. You think you're tough? Chen Ping didn't quite catch his meaning, but the hostile stare said enough. Oh, so this is the prelude to a brawl? She instantly squared up to match him. What the hell are you looking at? One speaking in a Shanghai dialect and the other in a northeastern accent, they threw barbs back and forth. Hearing the commotion, Shi Luding turned around and was stunned. What? These two, who were thick as thieves this morning, are about to throw down. What is going on with you two? She strode over, face stern as frost, and stood between them. Duan Xiaoyi was the first to back down, but Chen Ping didn't yield so easily. Watching them, Yu Yun decided to hide by Han Lai's side, clinging to his arm as if trembling in fear. Oh my gosh! They're not really going to fight, are they? How scary! It was indeed scary. Han Lai's arm was practically squashed under the pressure. Intense wasn't even the word for it. He tried to calm her. Don't worry, they won't actually fight. Now let go. Are you sure? It was as if she hadn't heard him, tightening her grip even more. Han Lai's nerves were shot. I can take it, but my pants can't take much more. But with everyone's attention on the escalating tension between Chen Ping and Duan Xiaoyi, no one noticed his predicament. Except for one. Feng Fei Fai gawked at Yu Yun's shameless act, keenly aware of the gap between them. After only a moment's hesitation, she decisively grabbed Han Lai's other arm. Lai, I'm scared too. Han Lai was torn between laughter and frustration. What on earth are you two afraid of? Those two clowns argue like this 8 times a day, only fought twice, and today's definitely not one of those days. I should be the one feeling scared here, right? Then let go so I can break it up. He tried persuading them gently, but it was no use. No. Don't go. What if they hit you? It's just 2 dogs fighting, ignore them. These two had excuses for days, and they were still clinging tightly to him, hands roaming ever so subtly. It was enough to drive him insane. Now, he didn't lack intelligence, experience, or social skills, only his physical self was still an innocent, making him particularly sensitive to any stimuli. Both girls were dressed to impress, their bodies freshly showered and scented, exuding a warm, alluring energy. Han Lai couldn't hold out any longer. Since he couldn't move his arms, he bent his wrists, slid his palms into position, and gave a slight pinch with his fingers. Feng Feifei and Yu Yun both let out a startled cry, instantly letting go of his arms, faces flushing red. Han Lai exhaled, quickly adjusting his pants. Dear God, these girls are dangerous. They weren't like this last life, or... Wait. Maybe they were always like this, they just hadn't aimed it at me. Han Lai suddenly realized that if he kept this up, he'd be in serious trouble. They're not bluffing. They'd actually go for it if they had the chance. Maybe I should dial it down? Just as he was considering it, he noticed Shi Luding glancing around, searching the crowd. What's she looking for? Wait. She's looking for me? By the time Han Lai figured it out, their eyes met. Shi Luding's face lit up with a strong sense of relief as she waved at him, clearly saying, "Come on, stop watching the drama and give me a hand." Once again he froze. How am I supposed to help? I can barely stand right now. In a flash of inspiration, Han Lai doubled over, clutching his stomach, grimacing with a pained expression, and turned away. Shi Luding's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. Is he really faking a stomachache to get out of helping me? Fine, fine. She shot him one last, icy glare as he hobbled away, and with a voice as cold as ice, turned on the two guys. "Oh, you want to fight, huh? Fine, go find somewhere private, go all out. Settle it however you want, but clean up your own mess and don't drag everyone else into it. As of now, the group is dismissed. Go enjoy yourselves." With that, she spun on her heel and stormed toward the zoo entrance. Duan Xiaoyi and Chen Ping shrank back, exchanging resentful glares before reluctantly going their separate ways. The rest of the group was left dumbfounded. They'd barely arrived, and now, out of nowhere, the trip was over. What the heck? Those two are insane. So, what now? Well, we're already here. Let's just team up and explore on our own. Everyone exchanged glances, eventually grouping up with friends and scattering in small groups. Shi Looting strode off alone, heading straight for the penguin exhibit. Fang Feifei and Yu Yun stared at each other for a moment, neither having the nerve to chase after Han Lai. Before long, Lu Yu Yaji pulled Fang Feifei away, while Yu Yun huffed, heading in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, others vented their frustrations in small private groups, cursing out Duan Xiaoye, Chen Ping, and even Shi Looting. The group outing had officially fallen apart. Han Lai squatted by a small plaza outside the restrooms, checking the temporary WeChat group, quietly waiting. After a long while, the group was completely silent. Switching over to QQ, he checked the class group's same silence. What's going on? He was stumped. Not being in any smaller group chats and not having added any of the guys, he was left completely in the dark. Have I been ditched? Bemused, he sat there for a while, until finally, messages from Fang Feifei and Yu Yun popped up. "Fang Feifei, what are you doing, Lai? I'm behind the elephant exhibit in the little grove. Come find me, okay? Yu Yun, bad boy. My safety shorts are a total bust. What should I do? Wonder if there's a hotel nearby." Damn. He felt himself begin to waver. When a girl takes the initiative, men don't stand a chance. It was getting tough to resist. So, should he go check out the elephants, or head to the hotel to lend a helping hand? Backing down wasn't an option, but weighing the pros and cons was a must. He didn't have to ponder too long before decisively opening Shi Looting's chat window. 3 straightforward words. "Help me." Over at the penguin exhibit, Shi Looting was still fuming when she saw his message pop up. She wasn't planning to reply. But those 3 words had her dying of curiosity. After a few moments of struggle, she couldn't help herself and grudgingly responded with 3 punctuation marks. "My stomach's killing me, and I didn't bring paper." Crying emoji x3. Caught completely off guard, Shi Looting burst into laughter. Han Lai's reply wasn't an explanation but somehow explained everything. In an instant, her anger evaporated. And yet, a mischievous sense of satisfaction crept in. "Gotcha, didn't I? You're finally at my mercy. Wait right there. Today I'll make you cry if it's the last thing I do." Out of caution, Shi Looting asked again, "Are you crazy? Why not ask one of the guys?" "Han Lai, I don't have any guy friends on WeChat. I can't just ask for help in the class group, right? I'd die of embarrassment." Crying emoji. Oh wow. He's really cornered himself now. Shi Looting was thrilled, her eyes practically sparkling, but she still played it cool, pretending to hesitate. "Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm just a girl, how am I supposed to help you?" Han Lai just come to the restroom entrance and asked the janitor for some help. Easy. Ha ha ha. Easy? Not at all, okay? Shi Looting was so amused she was practically dancing in place, even her toes tapping in delight. "Look, Han. When you're asking for help, maybe you should act like you need it." Picks nose emoji. Han Lai, sis. What kind of attitude are you looking for? Pleading emojis. Shi Looting, maybe think a bit more, does calling me sis really seem right? Sly grin. Han Lai, huh? Han Lai, mom? Shi Looting spat out her water, choking as she laughed uncontrollably. Han Lai. What's wrong with you? She was genuinely baffled. Normally sharp, he'd somehow managed to be this clueless. Would it kill you to just say something like, "Oh, most beautiful goddess," or "the sweetest, kindest little angel"? But mom, what kind of brain lapse was that? Caught somewhere between exasperation and amusement, her feelings were doing somersaults. Is Shi Looting, do you have some sort of mental condition? Shi Looting, try again. Han Lai, sweat emojis. Han Lai, teary-eyed my. Dear. Shi Looting, crazy emoji. Was Shi Looting, your toilet paper fell in the water. It got fed to the penguins. Shi Looting was so close to losing it. I was supposed to make him cry. But now this jerk is perfectly fine while I'm the one about to lose it here. How is this even possible? This is nuts. Meanwhile, Han Lai chuckled to himself, standing up and finding a zoo map. So, you're at the penguin exhibit, huh? Well, you're about to see a very dashing penguin come waddling your way. As he traced the map, he kept up the teasing. Han Lai crying emoji. Then what do you want me to do? She looting bonk emoji. How about saying something nice? Can't you even charm a girl a little? Han Lai sweat emoji. I'm not really good at this. Like what, for example? She looting crazy emoji example? Wait. Who's the one asking for help here? Han Lai smile emoji wave goodbye emoji forget it. I'll ask Fei Fei or Yun Yun, Miss Fussy. Is she looting was about to explode. Are you here just to mess with me? I swear, if I respond to you again, I'm a total sucker. She clicked off her phone in frustration, not wanting to reply to him at all. For the next 10 minutes, all she could picture was tying Han Lai up and whacking him until he was crying and begging for mercy. She wasn't even getting much satisfaction from the image, but his face grew more vivid in her mind. From a psychology standpoint, why do love-hate relationships tend to be so strong? Because of the emotional roller coaster. As the saying goes, a mountain road that's all uphill gets tiring, and so does love without any spice. That's why people get so hooked on the unpredictability of bad boys. They make you feel disappointment, anger, and irritation, only to turn around and surprise you with something nice. Straightforward guys? They'd say things like, "It's your birthday tomorrow, what gift do you want? Can you stop bothering me when I'm gaming? Christmas is just a commercial holiday, what's there to celebrate? An anniversary for our 100th day together? Isn't that a bit much?" Brothers out there who've done any of these, feel free to raise your hand. You're certified as classic straight. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a straightforward guy with the right person, you'll be fine. But for most people, that special someone is really hard to find. So, most straightforward guys struggle to navigate dating, with very few making it to the finish line. As for simps or doormats, straightforward guys might struggle with romance, but they have a chance to learn and adapt. Doormats, on the other hand, have no room to grow because they're constantly putting themselves down from the start. Straightforward guys might eventually win, but doormats, they never end well. Han Lai, as straightforward as he was, had a new advantage level 3 psychology. He was already playing the long game. She looting was still fuming when a vanilla ice cream suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could look up, Han Lai sat down right beside her. Take it. I got it from a stall with a long line. Supposed to be really good. Like I care about your ice cream. Nishi looting didn't move, ignoring him completely. Hurry up and take it. Han Lai urged, feigning impatience. I just bought my toilet paper, I have to get back. She looting blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, unable to hold it in. Oh my god, you're disgusting. Han Lai smirked, not responding. He'd noticed that Shi Looting's cool demeanor was real, and she rarely laughed, no matter how much people joked around. But make one joke about something gross? She'd laugh every time. She was a textbook case of finding unconventional things funny. After a long, hearty laugh, she slumped back in her seat, breathless. Without hesitation, Han Lai pushed the ice cream cone to her lips, threatening, "If you don't take it, I'll shove it right in your mouth." Resigned, Shi Looting took the ice cream cone, muttering, "Did you even wash your hands?" Han Lai shot back confidently, "Wash them? Why would I need to? I didn't even." She clutched her stomach, leaning back, and broke into uncontrollable laughter. She knew it wasn't true, but his deadpan delivery was hilarious. As she laughed harder, she leaned against Han Lai's arm, shoulders shaking as she gasped for breath. Being close like this, he suddenly seemed fun. It wasn't like she was truly interested in him, not yet. Her standards were high, and she had her own ambitions. But to say she felt nothing for Han Lai? That wasn't true either. If you lined up all the freshmen from the 6 major departments in humanities, he was undoubtedly in the top tier. In her mind, only 2 freshmen from the International Relations Institute were rumored to be above Han Lai. Everyone else was just a junior in comparison. Adding the 2 girls from her dorm fighting for his attention, her feelings grew all the more complicated. Finally, her laughter subsided, and an idea popped into her head. Maybe I should give him a chance? Thinking this, she sat up straight and continued eating her ice cream in silence. Giving him a chance means letting him pursue me. Not that I'd make any moves. Got that, little Han? But the sudden coolness from her caught him off guard. Before he could guess what she was thinking, a notification lit up on his screen. Congratulations. After sustained effort, you have acquired a new skill. The new skill was quite interesting, named Push and Pull, Level 1. It was similar to flirting but not exactly the same. Its range extended well beyond simple flirtation. Real push and pull could be used in any interaction with people. It involved concealing one's intentions while probing the other person. Bluffing plus pulling plus acting. What's the result? Han Lai couldn't quite figure it out yet, but maybe it would add up to Jia leading? Or half of Papa Ma. Whatever it was, it seemed powerful. Seeing he had around 180,000 points left, Han Lai decisively upgraded push and pull to level 3 and 200,000. The total cost was 11,000 points, very cost effective. Adding points to a skill didn't come with any new memories, so Han Lai felt completely normal. But as he glanced back at Shi Looting, he suddenly felt an urge to mess with her. That feisty little expression of hers, it'd be such a waste not to tease her a bit. Is it tasty? He asked out of nowhere. Shi Looting, caught off guard, didn't feel suspicious. Yeah, it's good. The milk flavor is rich, they must use fresh milk. She answered sincerely. But just then, the rascal threw out another question. So there's really no other flavor? What else could? Halfway through her answer, she froze. Her eyes widened as her cheeks flushed a little pink. You scumbag! Are you looking to die? Han Lai dodged her slap, snickering as he defended himself. Hey, don't hit me. I just meant, did you taste the flavor of love? Love your sister. Shi Looting lost her composure, tossed her cone in the trash, and chased him, kicking him several times. Normally she wouldn't let herself get so close to any guy. But this wasn't a normal moment, it was a special situation where she was furious but not actually annoyed. With a few solid kicks, she felt completely vented and relaxed. As for Han Lai, he made a show of dodging her half-heartedly, then just stared, dazed, at her long legs. Though he had bragged about not liking legs that were too thin, in reality, with those long legs swinging right in front of him, he felt himself zoning out. So fair. Nice. So smooth. So tempting. But he was staring a little too intently, and Shi Looting noticed. What are you looking at? A little embarrassed, she glared. Go on then, back to the bathroom. An average guy would have been intimidated by now, but Han Lai didn't care at all, grinning. When Shi Looting was truly angry, she squinted her eyes and got straight to the point with no small talk. Her go-to responses were, something wrong? Move. Scram. These three lines signified different levels of impatience. Han Lai knew this well. He leaned back against the bench and lazily drawled, you show it off, people are bound to look, and as for the bathroom, you kick that out of me. She covered her mouth, unable to hold back a laugh. What a freaking maniac. To get along with her, just keep the gross humor coming. Then again, a strange sense of humor was one thing, but getting her to open up was a whole other story. Luckily, Han Lai wasn't in a hurry, his big move was yet to come. After she'd had enough of laughing, Shi Looting sat back next to him, murmuring complaints. Why are our classmates so hard to deal with? My high school was already bad enough, low-ranked in the city, full of weirdos, but it was never this frustrating. Both the guys and the girls are such headaches as every day, they just drag me into petty dramas and arguments. They say managing international exchange students is hard, but their class rep's way more relaxed than me. Even the English finance class has a female rep, and she doesn't run into any issues for weeks at a time. I'm seriously over it. The fact that she could say these things meant she was truly starting to trust him. In their past lives, even in their third year working in the student council together, she never saw him as anything more than a nobody, and he'd never once heard her complain. Han Lai was determined to make the most of this opportunity. There's actually something you haven't realized. Yes? Immediately intrigued, she looked at him with wide, curious eyes. What's that? People's energy is limited, and, ultimately, cheap. Got it? The first line was already setting up a big insight, and Shi Looting found herself stumped. What does that even mean? Han Lai spread his hands and started to explain. Limited energy means we can only get so much done in a day. But when there's nothing meaningful to do, that extra energy goes unused, so it becomes cheap and wasted. Why is the international exchange class mostly rich kids but easier to manage? Because they have money, they can indulge in all that a big city has to offer, so they're always running low on energy. But our classmates are stuck on campus, their entertainment limited to phones or computers, so they're always restless with energy they can't get rid of. They're like lions that just ate their fill, they won't challenge someone of equal strength so easily. While we're the restless young calves, always riled up with little impulse control. So which group is easier to handle? It's pretty obvious, right? The problem is, when the lions are provoked, it's a serious mess. Young calves might butt heads every day, but the damage they do is minimal. You've got to understand that difference. And then approach managing accordingly. Her eyes gradually widened, impressed at how spot on his analogy was. So, our class may get caught up in all kinds of annoying little conflicts, but they won't cause any major issues. The exchange class may seem quiet, but when they do act out, it's on a grand scale? Han Lai nodded with a smile. Exactly. In reality, after their second year, the international exchange students practically disappeared, always out in the city, and regularly making headlines with their escapades. After a pause, she nodded in agreement, visibly impressed. Honestly, Han Lai, your insight is incredible. He grinned, basking in her praise. Shi Luting blinked her large, expressive eyes and asked for advice. So how do I manage our class? Han Lai shook his head. You can't suppress it, the energy is inevitable at this age. And it's not like you can make them study hard or send them off campus to vent. Plus, the school's so small, being confined just makes it worse. So, there's no way. Nothing at all. Disappointment clouded her face. He was surprised. He hadn't expected her to care this much about her responsibilities. He chuckled softly. You're too idle yourself. You need to stay busy. Find something worthwhile to focus on. Worrying about people like Dan Xiaoyi and Chen Ping isn't worth it. She was silent for a moment, studying his expression. Finally, she nodded slowly. I finally understand why you're always buried in your work. You don't even see us as the same kind of people. Not me, not Fang Feifei, not Yu Yun, right? A bit cold-hearted, maybe, but you've opened my eyes. I should focus on myself more. Yeah, I'll follow your lead. Han Lai just smiled. He neither confirmed nor denied. To him, she was special, but not so special as to be irreplaceable. So, let her think what she wanted. Eventually, they'd all be looking up to him. It didn't make a difference. His relaxed, confident smile made her heart flutter. She saw his pride for what it was, and yet couldn't find it in herself to think of him as arrogant. Pride without ability was arrogance, but pride with capability? That was confidence. Ambition, resolve. Far from being annoyed, she felt a hint of admiration. Han Lai's discipline and persistence were undeniable. There was nothing to criticize. She realized her own ambitions weren't as grounded as his. Her mindset was far off. Suddenly, her urge to teach him a lesson vanished, replaced by a desire to compete. Fine. I won't lose to you. Just wait and see. Yu Xin rarely displayed the coyness, cuteness, or fragility typical of most girls. She stared intently at Han Lai, then suddenly snorted, lifted her chin proudly, and turned her head. The meaning was roughly, what's so special about you? She was a master of saying one thing and meaning another. Han Lai didn't give her any face and immediately let out a mocking laugh. Si Luting bristled, glaring at him. Is that funny to you? No, no. Han Lai quickly raised his hands in surrender, though his face still had a clear trace of amusement, as if he were humoring a child. Yu Luting knew that her behavior was a bit out of character for the image she usually tried hard to maintain. Now that Han Lai had exposed her so mercilessly, she was both angry and embarrassed. She jumped up and turned to leave. I don't want to deal with you. Go away. She was furious, really furious. Han Lai touched his chin, letting out a mischievous chuckle. In a tug of war, there's pushing, pulling, and some teasing. That last move was to provoke her. Now it was time to pull her back. Han Lai leisurely followed behind Shi Luting, getting ready to coax her, when a girl suddenly hurried over at the entrance. It was Yu Yin. Yu Yin spotted the tall and graceful Shi Luting immediately, then noticed Han Lai not far behind her. Her pupils shrank. After standing still for about 3 seconds, Yu Yin spread her arms wide and called out cheerfully to Shi Luting. Ting Ting, finally found you. How are you? Feeling better? Yu Luting was momentarily stunned when she saw Yu Yin, but then she walked over with a slight smile. I'm fine. Not worth getting mad over with them. When the two girls finally hugged each other, Han Lai finally understood why they always hung out together. Yu Luting was 179 cm tall, Yu Ying was 168 cm. Si Luting was a plus, Yu Yin was exuberant and bold. Zi Luting was cool and aloof, Yu Yin was flirtatious and charming. Yu Luting wore shorts that showed off her legs, while Yu Yin wore a tight t-shirt with a deep V-neck that showed half an arc. They complemented each other perfectly. Standing together, they had a mutually enhancing effect, with Zi Luting looking even more cool and ethereal, while Yu Yin appeared voluptuous, seductive, and incredibly alluring. In terms of beauty alone, Zi Luting was undoubtedly more striking. But when it came to turning heads, Yu Yin was no slouch, maybe even stronger. The two girls chatted warmly and decided to visit the elephant pavilion together. At that moment, Han Lai felt a pang in his heart. Wasn't there another troublemaker over at the elephant pavilion? After talking long enough, the two girls decided to invite Han Lai along. But when they turned around, where was Han Lai? The two girls looked around, scanning the area, but there was no trace of him, just waves of unfamiliar visitors. Yu Yin grew anxious. Should we call him? Zilu Ting thought for a moment, then took out her phone. Alright, I'll ask him. She dialed, put it on speaker, and they walked toward the pavilion entrance while looking for him. The call connected quickly. Han Lai, where are you? Guess. Han Lai's voice sounded particularly relaxed, with a hint of mischief. I'm off to continue what I left unfinished. Why are you calling? To cheer me on. Go die. Zilu Ting hung up the phone, both annoyed and embarrassed. Yu Yin looked at her suspiciously, instinctively asking, what's his business? What were you two doing earlier? That's exactly what was bothering Zilu Ting. Joking around in private was one thing, but putting it on speaker for Yu Yin to hear, was that polite? Stomping her foot twice in frustration, she resolved not to speak to that dog of a man today. However, Yu Yin continued to ask, looking especially concerned. Yu Ziling had no choice but to respond in the calmest, most indifferent tone possible. He went to the bathroom. He's just playing around. Immature. Yu Yin didn't believe a single word. She instinctively felt that Han Lai wasn't that kind of person, and Zilu Ting's reaction didn't add up either. But she simply gave a quiet "oh" and didn't press further. Suspicious or anxious thoughts could stay in her mind. She didn't intend to confront Zilu Ting about it. Against Zilu Ting, her chances were too slim. As the day at the zoo went on, everyone gradually gathered together. Honestly, visiting the zoo every once in a while is actually pretty fun. Han Lai had a particularly good time on the Golden Monkey Island and in the petting zoo. Especially with the golden monkeys so different from their cousins in Mount Amei. Beautiful, polite, and well-behaved, feeding them was so satisfying. If it weren't for the criminal penalties, Han Lai would have loved to keep a pair at home. Petting them would definitely be more satisfying than petting a cat. But alas, it was just a thought. Han Lai could only take a bunch of videos and photos, then sent them all to Chen Yanfei. The house guardian beast was waiting at the airport, responding with a flood of excited voice messages, brimming with regret for not being there. Han Lai quickly made a bunch of empty promises. When you're free, I'll bring you here. If there's time, we can even go to Sichuan to see the pandas. The dolphin show here is so over winter break. We can go to Sanya. It felt like his level 3 bluffing skills weren't enough. He wanted to raise it to level 5. And Chen Yanfei's response was always enthusiastic, expressing strong interest while leaving plenty of room for change. After chatting for half an hour, when Han Lai saw Yu Yin, Zilu Ting and Fang Feifei again, his restless energy had calmed down significantly. Around 4:30, everyone left the zoo together, planning to go for dinner. Then, as expected, arguments broke out again. This scene had happened in a past life, and couldn't be avoided in this one either. Which made sense. Young people from all over the country meeting in Shanghai for the first time, with different tastes and even more varied views on spending. Those who wanted spicy food were frustrated by the locals from Jiangsu and Zhejiang who preferred milder flavors. Those who liked sweets weren't happy with the Northeasterners, or Sichuanese, who couldn't stand it. Some didn't mind the price, while others didn't want to pay extra. Zilu Ting could easily put everyone in their place, but since it was a casual outing, she couldn't be too forceful. Han Lai watched coldly for a while, then suddenly offered a suggestion. How about we skip the restaurant and go to Chengli Road Street Food Market? We can stroll around, eat separately, and spend individually. Fang Feifei might not have heard clearly but clapped right away. Yes, sounds good. Yu Yin quickly agreed. With Tree Bark and Shun Liu's strong support, before Zilu Ting could think it through, Han Lai had already secured a majority vote. So off they went. And they strolled and ate through Changli Road until 7:30, still not done. Everyone seemed extremely satisfied. Han Lai was even more pleased. Fang Feifei treated him to Zhu Bin's stinky tofu, and Yu Yin insisted on getting him some roasted seafood. Wow! They spared no expense, with squid, oysters and large scallops, leaving Han Lai's mouth watering. The best of all was the grilled abalone, tender, firm, and bursting with flavor. Delicious! Han Lai was the first to get full, then walked around, taking in a second round 2 hours later. Of course he didn't eat for free. Han Lai put in some effort, accompanying Fang Feifei and Yu Yin through various interesting stores. Hands behind his back, standing still, letting them choose and complimenting every choice. He kept this routine up for over 2.5 hours. But eventually, it backfired. That happened at a Swarovski store. Yu Yin pulled him in firmly, never letting go of his hand. Having just enjoyed her seafood treat and holding a cup of milk tea, Han Lai felt he should show some gratitude. So he half-heartedly entertained her for a while. Then Yu Yin stopped in front of a necklace, exclaiming, "Wow! It's beautiful." Han Lai glanced over, his eyes narrowing with a peculiar expression. "Pretty, isn't it?" Yu Yin nodded enthusiastically. "It's gorgeous." It was a classic Swarovski swan necklace, the same black swan that would become all too common in the future. And this one Yu Yin liked was a new gradient blue swan released this year. As fate would have it, in his past life, Han Lai had scrimped and saved to buy her this exact necklace. Yu Yin had accepted it indifferently and never wore it. Now, seeing her enthusiasm for the same necklace made Han Lai feel an intense mix of irony and amusement. "Miss, can I try it on?" Yu Yin was excited, speaking to the sales associate. Soon, she wore the necklace, which shimmered with a soft blue glow. She happily looked in the mirror and repeatedly asked Han Lai for his opinion. "Is it nice? Does it look nice?" "It looks pretty good." Han Lai looked at the blue swan resting in the center of her cleavage and nodded sincerely. Yu Yin suddenly looked up, clinging to Han Lai's arm with a pitiful look. "I really like it, but I'm running low on allowance." "What?" Han Lai was at a loss. Did she expect a freeloader to spit back up what he'd eaten? Han Lai knew well that she didn't actually want the money but a gift with some special meaning. Just like Han Lai mooching her meal wasn't due to lack of money but out of a playful sense of payback. It was tricky. Han Lai had already eaten 200 yuan worth of her seafood without a word, with her only picking the priciest items. He couldn't just flip now. Besides, Han Lai actually found this amusing. In a past life he had poured his feelings into this gift, which she had discarded. Now, viewing her as merely a plaything, she was pleading for it. Right now, a strange mix of fate and satisfaction stirred in Han Lai's soul, bringing him both joy and curiosity. This time, how would things turn out? So interesting. A faint smile, mysterious yet charming, appeared on Han Lai's lips, making Yu Yin feel dazed. She moved closer, then leaned forward, swaying his arm in anticipation and acting cute. "Pretty please. Can you get it for me?" Han Lai, both enjoying and contemplating, finally decided to let this necklace be a symbol connecting his past and present lives. He pulled out his wallet and handed the exact 498 yuan to the clerk. "Wrap it." Yu Yin was overjoyed, clinging to him even more. Thank you. You're the best. I'm so happy." It looked like if not for their classmates around, she would have planted a kiss right then. Not that Han Lai would care for such a reward, it wasn't nearly enough. But just as he handed over the money, the system reacted. "You made a meaningful, strange, and special purchase, so you earned a unique bonus item." Han Lai immediately noticed that the system's description this time was slightly different than before. A strange and special purchase? So, would the bonus item be something unusual too? Curiosity overtook him, and he opened the item inventory with a deep breath. Inside was a plain black rope. Stunned, Han Lai quickly looked at the item's description. Pet leash set. When you attach the collar to a pet like a cat or dog and fasten it with the leash, you can safely take them out for a walk. Effect obedience plus 50, happiness plus 50. Note obviously, it's not only meant for walking dogs. Not bad. What a useful tool. If he used this on a husky, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yes, absolutely fantastic. With a gleeful expression, Han Lai closed the inventory and stole a glance at Yu Yin's fair neck. The necklace looked quite nice. Yu Yin was almost ecstatic, admiring herself in the mirror and giggling the whole time. The moment she spotted Fang Feifei, she called out, "Feifei, come here. Check out this necklace brother Lai got me. Isn't it beautiful?" Fang Feifei was completely shocked, glancing back and forth between Yu Yin and Han Lai, looking at Yu Yin's necklace, and then back at Han Lai. Soon her eyes filled with disappointment, looking as though she was on the verge of tears. "Brother Lai." She pursed her lips, her voice trembling with a hint of a sob. Stop. Han Lai was in a good mood, and didn't want to ruin it over something trivial, so he promptly promised, "You'll get one too. Go pick it out." Fang Feifei immediately brightened up. But Yu Yin looked displeased. She clung to Han Lai's arm, pleading, "Don't pay attention to her, okay? Please?" Fang Feifei quickly moved closer, grabbing his other arm. "Look at her. How annoying is she?" Han Lai, who rarely lost his composure, couldn't hold back his laughter. Where did they pick up this nonsense? Ridiculous. If you two don't let go, I'll have to take action, he said with a mischievous grin. Both girls blushed and quickly let go, as if jolted by electricity. Brother Lie's taking action was usually something girls couldn't handle, especially not in a public setting. Though they released his arms, Fang Feifei and Yu Yin didn't stop bickering. The customers and store clerks in the shop were all visibly stunned by the scene. Several female customers eyed Han Lai up and down, puzzled what charm did this average-looking guy with a slim build have. They couldn't understand it, and even Han Lai himself found it surprising. Maybe it was just the start of the school term, and given the confined environment of the humanities department, the girls had only limited exposure to their classmates, making him stand out. And the timing was perfect. They were excited to explore the world, but hadn't yet gained much experience. But most importantly, there was Zilu Ting in their class and Pan Ge in the International Relations Department, monopolizing the attention of all the top boys, making Yu Yin and Fang Feifei feel insecure about their own attractiveness. If it weren't for these internal and external factors, they might still like him but wouldn't be this enthusiastic. Oh, and another key reason they didn't usually get along, so there was an added rivalry. For Han Lai, this kind of attention was something he'd never experienced before, not even with Duan Xiaoyi, who never faced this kind of competition. When Duan Xiaoyi and Fang Feifei first started dating, Yu Yin had laughed at Fang Feifei for her poor taste. Later Yu Yin married Duan Xiaoyi herself, realizing that being with a wealthy fool had its perks: housing, residency, and all decision-making power handed over to her. She'd struck gold. In any case, this was a unique, nearly impossible to replicate situation. And Han Lai was just a bit frustrated by it. You two side characters aren't doing your jobs, instead, you're fighting for power. Ridiculous. Annoyed, he pulled out 500 yuan, cutting off their argument. Look, same rules for you both. But it can only be a necklace, so pick quickly. Okay. Fang Feifei leaned over the counter and quickly chose the same model as Yu Yin's, 8 pink swan. Brother Lai. I want this one. Yu Yin nearly exploded. Why do you have to wear the same one as me? I like pink. What's the big deal? Fang Feifei shot back, then shyly glanced at Han Lai. Brother Lai, don't you like pink too? Gulp. Han Lai swallowed hard. Goddess. Did you really just ask that? Can that even be written out? It wasn't his fault for overthinking. Her expression made it impossible not to. Yu Yun's vision swam. She felt close to losing it. Maybe she could smother her tonight? Not with a pillow, of course, that would be murder. But if she held her in her arms and accidentally squeezed too hard, and she just stopped breathing, well, it'd be an accident. Fang Feifei noticed Yu Yin's intense hostility, but she didn't care in the slightest. With a satisfied smile, she put on the necklace, insisting that Han Lai give her his opinion. The store clerk looked at the cash on the counter and then at Fang Feifei's radiant smile, thinking this guy had some serious charm. But Han Lai didn't feel that way. He felt like he was about to turn into a fool. Outside the store, Yilu Ting, Lu Yu Yaji, Old Stingy, Tree Bark, and Duan Xiaoyi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, some laughing, some watching with indifference. Oh boy. Ting Ting. Let me explain. Han Lai was about to move when he suddenly thought, what's there to explain? I'm into Little Cucumber. My love is meant to shine online. The offline Shilu Ting is just a nobody. With both side characters so excited, why should he care what anyone thought? Anyway, he had no intention of pursuing her offline. The angrier she got, the better. Having thought it over, Han Lai relaxed. He turned to his classmates outside the window with a bright smile, flashing a set of white teeth, and even waved casually. A superstar. Absolutely superstar energy. And sure enough, Silu Ting became quietly sulky, feeling disappointed in her idol. The exchange in the afternoon had been so enjoyable. She'd just started admiring him, and now he was acting like this. Stupid jerk. Zilu Ting turned away, as if she hadn't seen his wave. Everyone was used to her icy demeanor, so no one thought much of it. Only her doormate, Lu Yu Yaji, cast a suspicious glance at her back. Could it be? No, impossible. She shook her head, brushing off the silly thought. Leaving Swarovski, the group decided to call it a day and go see the night view. They headed for Xintiandi. As one of Shanghai's top attractions, Xintiandi was indeed beautiful, almost magical. But the evening wasn't pleasant. Yuzi Luting was calm and aloof, barely speaking. Duan Xiaoyi sulked the entire time, exuding negativity. Chen Ping fully embraced his role as a wild card, cursing non-stop. Meanwhile, Yu Yin and Fang Fei Fei, who might have eased the tension, were too busy fuming at each other to try. So, after just 20 minutes, everyone was already losing interest. This is boring. I'm going home, Duan Xiaoyi said bluntly before walking off. Alright, let's call it a night, Yizilu Ting calmly announced, ending the outing. Some were caught off guard, while others looked relieved, but no one objected. They half-heartedly exchanged today was fun, let's hang out again soon. But only Han Lai knew that the finance class would never gather like this again. Which was fine, really. Life is a journey from loneliness to loneliness, with some people sticking around longer and others only joining us for a short while. For the latter, there's no need to worry about their names, origins, or destinations. If you feel like it, wave and smile. If you don't, just focus on yourself. There's no point in letting passers-by affect your mood. Past life Han Lai didn't understand this, and it cost him dearly. But this time, he wasn't about to make the same mistake. With a carefree smile, he quietly followed the group back to campus. At the dorm entrance, ignoring Fang Fei Fei and Yu Yin's longing, resentful glances, he slipped away. The dorm was empty. As expected, Ding Ding and Little Northeastern were either home or out. Perfect. He could read for an hour. His plan was set. But after he showered and casually opened the Jinjiang website, a new comment grabbed all his attention. The proud little cucumber, thank you for your support and encouragement. Here's my QQ. That 10-digit number was so familiar he'd memorized it. The sly smile on his face spread wider. Finally caught you. Zilu Ting. Han Lai didn't rush to add her as a friend. Instead, he opened that mysterious novel with the enigmatic title, Mist and Frost, and began reading carefully. By 11 p.m., he'd finally finished all 120,000 words and had a solid grasp of it. He opened his alternate account, entered her number, and searched. That same profile screen appeared. Who am I? The proud little cucumber. Who are you? Exchanges for cucumber. What do you want? Exchange. Ah, forget it. He deleted it and carefully changed it to another word, chat. He sent the request, turned the volume up to maximum, and went to take a shower and brush his teeth. The lights in the humanities dorm went out at 11:30 p.m., though small dorms were an exception. But everyone now had smartphones, so even with the power out, chatting on QQ was still possible on the tail end of the 3G era. There wasn't much else to do besides chatting and reading online novels. So, Han Lai guessed there was a good chance Zilu Ting would log in on her alternate account tonight. Around 11:30, as he was getting ready to go to bed, his laptop speakers suddenly emitted a little cough. Got it. Friend request accepted. Han Lai jumped out of bed and sat down at his desk. A lonely cucumber has accepted your friend request. A lonely cucumber, hello. Thank you for your support. Such a reserved, quiet opening line. That wouldn't do at all. Han Lai promptly sent a silly meme to set the mood. Bows before the master. Ham exchanges for cucumber master. Why did you leave your book unfinished? Ham exchanges for cucumber, I really love your writing. Ham exchanges for cucumber, do you have plans to start a new book? In dorm room 2333, Zilu Ting lay on her bed, curled up on her side, anxiously watching her phone's QQ screen. Her novel had so many rookie mistakes. The more arrogant she'd been when she started it, the more disappointed and embarrassed she felt with the final result. After a month and a half, she had only 100 followers, 3 tip gifts, and around 20 generic comments. The truth was, there were likely very few people who genuinely liked her book, and not a single reader had ever reached out to chat with her. So for the first time she had added a reader's QQ number to chat. She felt both excited and worried, mainly because this reader was her only major supporter, a wealthy fan. She valued him but had no idea how to respond. So, her mind swung back and forth. Yet, when she saw 3 enthusiastic messages from him in a row, she felt an electric surge of excitement, like she'd been jolted with energy. Look, that's my fan. Finally, someone out there in the vast sea of books appreciates my artistic expression. I'm not some poor little nobody that nobody understands. Overcome with joy, she felt a comfort and delight like a musician finding a kindred spirit, and she let her guard down. A lonely cucumber, ha ha ha. Thank you for liking it. A lonely cucumber, I didn't want to leave it unfinished. It's just that the low stats hit my confidence hard, I really couldn't keep writing. A lonely cucumber, sometimes I even wonder if I'm suited to writing novels besides the words, I'm just a total mess. A lonely cucumber, crying, 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 crying. When chatting with girls, the key is knowing what they want to hear. Many guys think that mindless praise is the way to go, huge mistake. Every beautiful woman has been complimented 1,000 times since she was little, so compliments usually feel shallow and meaningless. This also ties into a matter of credibility. Meaning, do you have enough credibility to compliment her? For example, if a famous director says, "You're very beautiful and graceful." Wow! Such an honor. But if a random guy goes up and says, "You're beautiful," that's just superficial. Han Lai's 100 yuan tip had established some credibility, allowing him to compliment her writing without causing resentment. However, blindly continuing with compliments wouldn't work. So, after carefully analyzing Xilu Ting's mentality, Han Lai decided what she most needed to hear and began steering the conversation with care. Ham exchanges for cucumber, huh? Your current state seems pretty good. Ham exchanges for cucumber. Honestly, Mist and Frost does have some issues with plot structure. Ham exchanges for cucumber, and the writing technique is still a bit rough. Ham exchanges for cucumber, but now that you're calm enough to recognize your flaws, you're bound to improve quickly. Ham exchanges for cucumber for web fiction authors. Apart from the exceptionally gifted few, most of the top writers are all self-trained. Your later style is already pretty impressive. Seeing those critical comments, Xilu Ting did feel a bit uncomfortable. But when she read the encouragement that followed, a warmth washed over her. She easily accepted his right to critique her work. Yes, my friend is right. To succeed, I need to face my weaknesses head-on. With unprecedented humility, she asked her only reader for advice. Could you specifically point out my problems? Also, how do I fix them? This question was a bit broad, a sign of desperation. Han Lai couldn't help but chuckle. If any fan could analyze such questions in depth, there'd be no need for professionals, right? Well, she was in luck, as he happened to be one. Years of reading experience, level 3 literature knowledge, level 3 writing skills, a capable instructor. To establish authority in Xilu Ting's eyes, Han Lai immediately went all out. Ham exchanges for cucumber. Let me say first that the following are just my personal impressions. I think your biggest issue might not be typical concerns like plot, character setup, or pacing, but rather a lack of life experience and social insight to support a story like this. Put simply, it's a classic case of ambition surpassing experience. The story you want to tell is vast, grand, and dreamlike, your vision of perfection. But you can't fill in the necessary details, so it ends up feeling superficial. As I read, I often had a sense of straining to follow along. Your language is more than enough in some places. It's even quite inspired. But looking at the big picture, it feels like a pony pulling a heavy cart. You can't quite handle it. As a result, it falls apart, becoming disorganized. Combined with your whimsical imagination, the loose structure makes it much harder to read than typical web novels. So, it's not that your writing is bad, it's just that it takes someone who understands it to truly appreciate it. I even suspect you might be either underage or just barely an adult. Older writers rarely maintain this frosty, restrained, and yet sensitive and pure style. Wow. Xilu Ting's eyes widened, gripping her phone tightly, her entire body trembling with excitement. This wasn't just two like-minded musicians meeting. It was as if she, the poet Gu Jingwan, had finally met her soulmate, the poet Nalan Rongruo. How could he know me so well? Xilu Ting was overcome by a sense of euphoric dizziness, her head swimming, flooded with dopamine. In the end, she managed to reply with just 7 words. How do I improve? I'll listen to you. Those 3 exclamation points conveyed her total commitment. Ha ha ha. Han Lai clutched his stomach, laughing so hard his sides ached, nearly tearing up. Little cucumber, just listen to me. Would I ever lead you wrong? Of course not. Now, let's enjoy the time we'll spend together. Han Lai's goal wasn't merely to tease Xilu Ting, she had other uses. So, he had to keep up the act. Ham exchanges for cucumber. Your main issue is that you're too young and lack experience, which can only be improved with time. There's no quick fix for that. My suggestion is to avoid topics that are hard for you to handle and focus on something within your grasp. Then use your writing skills to build a fanbase gradually. So, have you thought about which genre you find easiest to write? Writing passionate scenes? An answer immediately popped into Xilu Ting's mind. Big spender, you wouldn't know. But I've never actually watched any real films. I just picked up bits and pieces from random steamy fiction, and can now write all kinds of imaginative scenes. Natural talent. But of course, she couldn't put it that bluntly. After thinking it over, she replied more tactfully. I may be better at detailed descriptions of certain scenes, and have a sensitive grasp of women's emotional and psychological changes. Reading this, Han Lai didn't quite get it at first. But after a moment of consideration he burst out laughing, instantly figuring it out. Without mercy, he pointed it out. Ham exchanges for cucumber passionate scenes. Yu Ting was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. Luckily, she was curled up under her own covers and discussing this behind a screen. She weakly replied with one word yes. Ham exchanges for cucumber passionate scenes are just seasoning. It's tricky. Little Cucumber's confidence dwindled even more. Then what should I do? Ham exchanges for cucumber. Are you sure you really enjoy this field and want to keep honing your skills? Yu Ting thought this question was strange, but her answer was clear. A lonely cucumber, yes. I really love writing. Nonsense. In truth, she didn't have much of a choice. Yu Ting was a girl with a clear understanding of herself. At first, her dream was to become a celebrity. But by the age of 16, she had shot up to 1.77 meters, and her dreams of stardom were crushed. With her height and looks, she could probably succeed as a model. But the modeling industry in China had a poor reputation and limited opportunities, and she didn't want to wade into those murky waters. Working a regular job was out of the question, so only two paths were left for her: marry well or start her own business. Studying finance was part of that attempt, and so was writing online. As long as she could succeed, she didn't mind trying any legitimate or slightly less legitimate means. So, filled with hope, she asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Ham exchanges for cucumber. It's not exactly a brilliant suggestion, just a sudden idea. A lonely cucumber? Oh? I'd love to hear it. Ham exchanges for cucumber. Actually, I've always wanted to write a non-traditional romance with a tyrannical CEO, one that starts sweet, gets dark in the middle, and has plot twist after plot twist. A lonely cucumber, that sounds great. What's the story about? Ham exchanges for cucumber. The male lead, Wang Yan, is a handsome, proud, and ruthless real tyrannical CEO. The female lead, Shi Meng, is a beautiful, kind, and resilient pseudo-Cinderella. They meet on a train and, after a series of coincidences, fall for each other, starting off sweet. Then, Shi's father's company clashes with Wang Yan's in business, and Wang Yan's cold, ruthless nature drives him to show no mercy, sending Shi's father to prison. Shi Meng's half-sister sacrifices herself to protect both her father and Shi Meng, allowing herself to be exploited by Wang Yan. It turns out that the male lead has a rather unique taste, and while he loves the female lead too much to harm her, he needs a stand-in to vent his desires. The female lead's admirer reveals the truth to her, pushing her into full-on revenge mode. She goes from an innocent nobody to a strong, cool, and ruthless leading lady. She pretends to be infatuated and marries the male lead as part of her revenge. At their grand wedding, her sister endures the humiliation. The female lead sheds tears of happiness and the drama is intense. In the end, she utterly destroys the male lead's career, life and manhood before taking her own life in front of him, leaving behind a child, making him live in agony. Basically, it's maximum drama, with love and hate taken to their extremes. What do you think? Does it have potential? Oh my god! So intense. Yu Ting trembled slightly as she read the message on her screen. The classic dominant CEO romance was timeless but increasingly difficult to make fresh. And while period-style tragic romances were on the rise, they often felt insubstantial. Combining the CEO genre with a tragic romance, breaking traditional formulas, could be both refreshing and incredibly emotionally powerful. A lonely cucumber. I want to read it. It's way better than my story. Write it, and I'll be your first reader. Han Lai let out a sly laugh, his trap closing in. Ham exchanges for cucumber, but I'm only good at part of it. I can't write intense scenes or capture women's psychology well. After all, I'm a guy. Ham exchanges for cucumber, and your style and passion are just what I lack. Ham exchanges for cucumber. So here's an idea. Ham exchanges for cucumber. I'd hire you to refine and polish my draft. You'd have two options. First, a fixed rate of 20 yuan per 1,000 words. Second, if you believe in the story, you could take 1/3 of all subscription, tipping, and licensing revenue. But all credits and ownership would remain with me. Yu Ting was floored. A guy. A man who enjoys reading female-targeted novels and even wants to write a CEO romance. Fine. Let's set gender aside. He's asking me to co-write. No, to ghostwrite? Her mind was spinning, her thoughts tangled. A lonely cucumber. This is all so sudden. Let me think about it. Ham exchanges for cucumber, of course. I'll prepare the outline soon and draft the first 3 chapters for you to review. Then you can decide. Even if we don't end up working together, we're still friends, no pressure. A lonely cucumber. All right. Then I'm going to bed. Good night. Her profile icon dimmed as she logged off, and Yu Ting was left deeply puzzled. How did things come to this? Her fan suddenly turned into a potential employer. The story was fresh and interesting, but it had plenty of competition. Would it really succeed? Still, that tragic romance had such an appeal. Austin thought. Yizilu Ting couldn't possibly have known that this genre would go viral in the future, as the chase wife crematorium romance. Although Han Lai hadn't read many female-targeted novels, he knew of this concept. His random tweaks might not perfectly match the standard format, but the dramatic tension was certainly maxed out. In 2013, this would likely be enough. As for why he wanted to do this, the major bull market of 2014 would start in January. Before jumping in, Han Lai hoped to make some extra cash and level up his stock trading skills as much as possible. With his reading experience, level 3 literature knowledge, and level 3 writing skills, why not make the most of them? Plus, he could train Yizilu Ting a bit, a win-win. And writing for a female audience was just a test. His real goal was a finance-focused stock trading novel he was preparing. In his past life, just before the stock market crashed in 2015, there had been a stock trading novel that became a huge hit, amassing tens of thousands of supporters and becoming the first novel to reach 1,000 alliances. So, it wasn't risky. And Yizilu Ting. She was simply the wings that would help Han Lai soar. The next few days were torturous for Yizilu Ting. She had carefully considered Ham's proposal and was increasingly inclined to accept it. 20 yuan per 1,000 words wasn't a high rate, but it was negotiable. Even if it didn't increase, revising 100,000 words to earn 2,000 yuan was still a decent side job. She knew that crafting an original draft with a storyline was the most challenging part, but revising and polishing it was much easier. Less work, not tiring, no need to show her face, and she could even use someone else's money to hone her skills. It was worth it. It wasn't that she badly needed money. Her family owned 2 apartments and a commercial property in a medium-sized city. Her father was a civil servant, her mother a teacher, a comfortable middle-class family, never lacking in support. But if she wanted to establish herself in Shanghai, her family could offer little help. She had to rely on herself. Unfortunately, her planned path didn't seem feasible, and she also lacked any natural aptitude for studying, something she would grudgingly admit, often feeling secretly jealous of Han Lai. They were both students from lower-tier colleges, so why was her learning ability so much weaker than that jerk's? Her IQ wasn't low either. Fate was unfair. So, with her limited professional skills, her future path after graduation looked rough. Now, the chance to try her hand at online literature again felt like a golden opportunity. If Ham's outline and initial chapters were solid, she was even willing to take a chance on a revenue share. But ever since their last conversation, 3 days had passed, and Ham hadn't logged in again. She grew more anxious by the day. On the evening of the 3rd, with little hope, she logged into her alternate account and finally saw his bright, blinking avatar. Finally, he's here. She quickly opened the chat window, immediately greeted by a line of grinning emojis. Ham exchanges for Cucumber. The outline and first 3 chapters are ready. Ham exchanges for Cucumber. I'll send them to you. By the way, the outline only covers the beginning, so just use it as a reference. Yizilu Ting replied with a quick got it, then eagerly began downloading the file. As she opened the document, the first thing that caught her eye was the title. The Rest of Your Life Without Me, Live Well. It was a bit poetic, slightly offbeat, but it struck a chord with her. Moving on to the story, the first chapter opened with the female lead, Xi Meng, meeting Wang Yan on a high-speed train. The story begins as Xi Meng, kind and timid, is harassed by an older man she doesn't know how to reject, allowing him to become increasingly intrusive. This eventually disrupts Wang Yan, seated nearby, prompting him to step in with a cool, commanding presence. Like a detective, Wang Yan dissects the man's background, wealth, and family status based solely on his clothes, watch and mannerisms, dismantling him layer by layer. His words are sharp and cutting, angering the older man. But just as the tension escalates, Wang Yan coolly reveals his trump card. To me, you're nothing more than a transparent, laughable amoeba. What do you have to rely on? Tongshen Group? It's unlikely that your direct superior is as high up as Gu Mingtong, but if I called Gu Mingtong, he probably wouldn't mind firing a clueless middle manager on my behalf. What do you think? Care to bet whether I really have his number in my phone? The petty villain is scared speechless, backs down, and runs off in disgrace. With just a few lines, Wang Yan has displayed incredible analytical skills and control, along with an unbeatable coolness revealing a new, almost bug-like skill: cold reading. Xi Meng is completely taken by Wang Yan's display. Meanwhile, Yizilu Ting herself was captivated by Ham's writing skill. Oh my god! Who is my little fan? His ability to pull off these cool face-slapping scenes is off the charts. After just the first chapter, Zilu Ting felt a thrill, eagerly looking forward to what would come next. Of course, it wasn't without flaws. In Zilu Ting's view, some of the phrasing and descriptive habits in this chapter were a bit stiff. By stiff, she meant it was too male-centered. For example, the description of Ji Meng's reluctance seemed to be written from a male perspective in reality. Ji Meng's inner reaction should be portrayed as more delicate, but these were minor issues. Overall, from character setup to the thematic execution, to the perfect flow of those face-slapping scenes, the chapter felt masterfully crafted. Female-targeted web novels might not focus much on face-slapping, but if it's done stylishly and with class, it can be incredibly satisfying, appealing to both genders. And the dialogue in Ham's story was practically ready to be used in a drama script. The cinematic quality was rare to find. Zilu Ting devoured all 3 chapters, with one thought pounding in her mind. Collaborate with him. A lonely cucumber. I don't want the per-word fee, I want a third of the revenue. Han Lai received her message just as he'd reached chapter 6 of his outrageous, money-grabbing new book. In that case, I'll hold you to a higher standard. Are you ready? A lonely cucumber, bring it on. Han Lai smirked. Quite evilly. Ham exchanges for cucumber then. Draft a scene between Xi Meng and Wang Yan. Make it a passionate scene, and let me see it. Describe the reason, setting, details, and any symbolic elements clearly. Use your imagination, approach it from a female perspective, make it beautiful, and make it intense. Oh, and there's no word limit. Zilu Ting's cheeks flushed as all 10 toes curled up in embarrassment. Damn it! This is so humiliating. Why am I writing this sort of thing just for a guy? Alright, fine. For the sake of dreams and art. Luckily, this was online. Luckily, he was just a stranger. She forced herself to push through the discomfort, but it still felt awkward. A lonely cucumber. I have a small request. Ham exchanges for cucumber. What is it? A lonely cucumber. Could we maybe change the female lead's name? Ham exchanges for cucumber. Why? A lonely cucumber. Don't you think it's a bit too plain? Ham exchanges for cucumber then. How about Xi Mengting? The moment she saw Xi Mengting, Zilu Ting froze. Mom. It's getting closer and closer. At this rate, I'm actually going to end up identifying with this character. A lonely cucumber. No. I meant, could we maybe change her surname? Han Lai almost burst out laughing. He wiped away tears from laughing so hard and decisively rejected Zilu Ting's unreasonable request. Ham exchanges for cucumber. The surname stays. It has special meaning. Zilu Ting's whole body shuddered, her heart racing wildly. What meaning? Ham exchanges for cucumber. She a mat woven from grass or reeds. Don't you think it suits her fate? Suits what? Zilu Ting muttered in frustration, just about to make another attempt to convince him when another message arrived. Ham exchanges for cucumber. The female lead's last name can't change, but you can choose the first names for both the male and female leads. I'm not great with names for female-oriented stories, so feel free to decide. Zilu Ting's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling a strange surge of excitement. Why does the male lead's last name have to be Wang? I'll make his last name Han. Within a single day, Zilu Ting submitted her work to Han Lai. She had written a full 10,000 words. It was impressively detailed. Han Lai had no way of knowing if the psychological descriptions and specific feelings were accurate. After all, our brother Han was quite inexperienced in this area. He was only skilled in the technical aspects and hadn't encountered such intense situations himself. But it certainly felt convincing. It seemed real. And it was incredibly intense. Han Lai found himself banging on the desk beneath him. Thud. Thud. Mr. Han read through every single word, spending a full half hour on the 10,000 words. In the end, he enthusiastically praised Little Cucumber. Your writing is fantastic. Far beyond my expectations. To be honest, this was unbelievable. Even with his level 3 literary skill, level 3 writing skill, and level 3 technical skill, Han Lai couldn't match Zilu Ting's talent in this area. If it could be quantified, Zilu Ting's particular talent would at least be level 4. But how many books had she even read? And how much had she written? Han Lai had to admit once more that geniuses ruled the world. Talent is unfair, plain and simple. But Zilu Ting's talent? Well, it was seriously skewed. Han Lai rubbed his chin, pondering for a while, and had the nagging feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Could it be? Was her gift for writing steamy scenes actually just an extension of a much bigger talent? Han was intensely curious. Yuzelu Ting anxiously but eagerly waited for half an hour before finally receiving the praise from Ham the wealthy fan. She shivered, feeling an electric thrill run through her. A lonely cucumber, did I pass? Ham exchanges for cucumber, yes. My little brother here tells me that you're the only one deserving of that 1/3 share. It was a compliment, yet why did it sound so strange? Blushing. Silu Ting felt a mix of joy, excitement, embarrassment, and a bit of thrill. She silently scolded herself, Silu Ting, you're such a weirdo. Forcing herself to calm down, she got back to business. A lonely cucumber, should we sign a contract? Ham exchanges for cucumber, what do you think? Silu Ting bit her lip, torn. She wanted some security, but she wasn't eager to sign a formal contract. Mainly, she didn't want to reveal her ID number or share a photo. She preferred to keep things simple with Ham, hoping he wouldn't treat her differently if he knew what she looked like. But if the book turned out to be a big hit, that 1/3 share could be a substantial amount. Without a contract, how could she protect her interests? A lonely cucumber, I don't know. Han Lai chuckled quietly and asked, do you have any concerns? A lonely cucumber, I'm really ugly and don't want to show my photo. Ham exchanges for cucumber, no problem. I care about your talent, not your appearance. A lonely cucumber, touched. Ham exchanges for cucumber, how about this, I'll give you access to the author's dashboard, so you can check the actual revenue anytime. Then just give me your bank account number. On payday, I'll transfer your share immediately. How about that? Can you trust me? Silu Ting wasn't naive, but she didn't expect the book to earn much through subscriptions alone. On Jinjiang, most big earnings came from selling rights. So she agreed readily, all right, I trust you. Ham exchanges for cucumber, laughing, that's the spirit, my little cucumber. A lonely cucumber, laughing, happy to work with you, Ham. Ham exchanges for cucumber, love, yeah, cucumber girl. A lonely cucumber, shy. In the days that followed, Han Lai lived a quiet and productive life. He worked out in the morning, mooched off Fang Fei for lunch, mooched off Yu Yin for dinner, studied during the day, wrote from 8 p.m. onwards, and at 11:30 he'd flirt with little cucumber. The novel progressed rapidly, with at least 5,000 words written every day, which he then sent to Zilu Ting for polishing. As for Zilu Ting, her days were both thrilling and fulfilling. She spent entire days revising the manuscript, trying to avoid the prying eyes of her roommates by constantly moving between the library and classrooms. She finally found a quiet room in her school's library and settled there. By the time they uploaded the first chapter of the new book on the 7th, they'd accumulated 25,000 words. Author Ham exchanges for cucumber. Title: The Revenge Goddess of the Tyrant CEO. Female lead Shimeng Jun. Male lead Han Lai. Core themes: melodrama, pretentiousness, artistic flair, dark male lead, strong female lead, intense love-hate relationships. Seeing the male lead's name, Han Lai couldn't hold back. What's the significance of the male lead's name? Silu Ting hesitated for a long time. In the end, trusting Ham, she confessed part of the truth. A lonely cucumber, I know someone who might be from a wealthy family, with the last name Han. I thought his personality had traits that would help me develop a domineering CEO character. Ham exchanges for cucumber, surprised, impressive. You actually know a real-life tyrant CEO. A lonely cucumber, not really. That guy's still a student, but his mannerisms do give off CEO vibes. Stifling his laughter, Han kindly advised her. Then you should build a good rapport with him, get closer, and study his inner world carefully. It'll really help your writing. A lonely cucumber, I will. A lonely cucumber, but I don't really like him, he's so arrogant, always looking down on us low-performing students. Ham exchanges for cucumber, smirking, so you're going to take your revenge by fantasizing about him in your book? A lonely cucumber, I am not. A lonely cucumber, you're so annoying. Go away. Han Lai laughed heartily. I don't usually do this unless I can't help it. Ham exchanges for cucumber, all right, you're not. A lonely cucumber, of course not. Ham exchanges for cucumber, then give it your best shot. Right, well, and when the results come in, throw them in his face. Why do you look down on me? I'm a published author. A lonely cucumber, wow. Great idea. Starry-eyed. Ham exchanges for cucumber, go for it. A lonely cucumber, determined. Ending the chat, Han Lai rubbed his chin, chuckling mischievously. Clearly, Zilu Ting's feelings toward him were far from neutral. No matter how well she usually hid it, her reaction just now had given it all away. And as the story's relationship between the main characters developed, her personal investment would only deepen. This was getting interesting. Hey. In high spirits, Han Lai stretched and began tidying up his room, where a week's worth of trash had piled up. As he cleaned, he couldn't help but laugh, picturing his future encounters with Zilu Ting. Bro. We're back. The dorm door suddenly swung open as Ding Ding and Little Northeast burst in, carrying bags of stuff. The two cheerful guys froze in their tracks, stunned. In the dim, unlit room, Big Brother Han was crouched in the far corner, holding a huge black garbage bag, stuffing it full, while letting out a creepy, low chuckle. The dim light from his laptop screen cast eerie shadows across his face, highlighting a sinister smile. Oh God! Big Brother, what are you plotting? Han Lai turned his head, smiling as he greeted his two doormates. Welcome back. Seeing that half-shadowed grin, the two guys shivered as their legs went weak. Big bro, what? What are you doing? Little Northeast asked cautiously. He'd always thought of himself as fearless, but his voice shook as he spoke. Han Lai looked up, confused. Just tidying up some trash. Why didn't you two turn on the light? Right away. The two brothers were instantly relieved. Ding Ding darted to the switch, turning on the light as fast as he could. Click. The dorm lit up brightly, and when they looked at Han Lai again, that eerie horror movie vibe was thankfully gone. Whew! They both let out a sigh of relief, and their hearts finally settled. Little Northeast glanced at the black trash bag. It was full but didn't look heavy. Huang Wei shouldn't be in there. No way. Definitely not. The two wiped the sweat off their foreheads and went to their beds. Big bro, I brought you some hometown treats. Ding Ding grinned as he opened his travel bag, pulling out salted duck, vacuum-packed snacks and more. Han Lai wasn't particularly interested in snacks, but he accepted out of courtesy. He asked, "Does your family run a snack factory?" "Yes. These are all products from my family's business." Ding Ding nodded shyly, adding, "My family's really careful about hygiene, so you can eat them with confidence, bro." Han glanced at the packaging, which said Meat Delight, a brand he'd never heard of. But Ding Ding seemed genuine. He even opened a pack of chicken gizzards, taking a big bite himself and eating it with obvious enjoyment. "My sister and I grew up on our family's snacks, totally safe." Well, if the young boss himself dared to eat it, it should be reliable. Han Lai casually opened a bag of pickled chicken feet and gave it a try. It tasted decent, though nothing memorable. But he still gave some praise. "Not bad, tastes good." Ding Ding grinned, looking a bit goofy. This kid was way more likable than Huang Wei. Finally, Little Northeast opened his bag and placed large packs of pine nuts, hazelnuts, almonds, and candied chestnuts on Han's desk. "Here, big bro, try some specialties from our northeastern forests." "Whoa, that's a lot, man." Han quickly tried to refuse. No, just a sample is enough. Take the rest back." "No way. Just take it. If you can't finish, share it with others. No need to be polite. I brought these just for you, bro. I've been eating them since I was a kid, and I'm sick of them." Little Northeast slapped his chest as if he wouldn't be loyal without making some noise. Han Lai thought, how badly did I scare these two? Feels kind of bad. Of course, he didn't actually regret it. Without intimidating them, he'd be the one getting bullied. Even though Huang Wei had started it, it was clear that if he'd made the first move, the others would have likely followed along. Are they bad people? Not really. They'd just gotten used to never taking bullying seriously and doing whatever everyone else did. But now it seemed that Ding Ding and Little Northeast were worth a bit of reforming. Unlike Huang Wei. Thinking of Huang Wei, Han asked casually, "Where's Huang? Did he move out for good?" It was just a casual question, but Ding Ding and Little Northeast clearly didn't see it that way. They exchanged a quick glance, both feeling a shiver of fear. "Look, big bro's still holding a grudge. Oh man, we'd better warn Huang not to come back and show himself. That trash bag could hold garbage and other things too." Little Northeast replied vaguely, "Don't worry, big bro, he definitely won't mess with you again. Moving or not, it's all the same." Ding Ding quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, exactly." Han laughed, shaking his head. "Alright, let's not talk about him. You two just got back. Have you eaten?" "No, not yet." "Then let's go. You brought me so many treats, I'll treat you to a meal in return." He waved his hand lightly, trying to keep his tone as friendly as possible. The two brothers nodded eagerly, feeling oddly honored. The three of them didn't go far. They found a barbecue place nearby on the snack street. After sitting down, Han asked, "Mind if I invite a couple more classmates?" Little Northeast jumped in, "Not at all. Big bro, want me to arrange for a few girls to join us?" "Oh, come on." Han laughed. School just started, and you're already that well connected? It's not about me. Little Northeast scratched his head with a bashful grin. It's just that our class girls, after hearing about Big Bro's reputation, are all super curious. Han spat out his drink. My reputation? Curious about what? These people are nuts. Stop joking. The ones I plan to call are girls anyway. Han promptly dismissed Little Northeast's idea. The main thing was that, since he'd been eating free meals from Fang Fei and Yu Yin every day, it felt polite to invite them along today as a gesture of thanks. Plus, with him around, there'd be no chance of anything unpleasant happening between them and Ding Ding or Little Northeast. As Han reached for his phone, Ding Ding suddenly tapped him and whispered, "Bro, maybe wait a moment. Those two over there are our classmates, they're coming over." Han turned and saw a stunningly beautiful girl entering the small shop, accompanied by a chubby girl. Little Northeast's eyes lit up, and he stood up to greet them loudly. "Panji Tofu? You guys here for dinner?" Ding Ding nudged Han. "What do you think? Pretty, right?" She was indeed pretty. These were the famous beauties of the 2013 Humanities Department, exceptional and captivating, the kind of women who could make men both enchanted and despairing. One was Zijilu Ting, and the other was Panji. Unlike Zilu Ting, who still had a bit of maturing to do, Panji was a complete package from the moment she entered university, the goddess every guy dreamed of. Her height was perfect, exactly 166.5 centimeters. Don't ask how Han knew that later, someone had even measured her full proportions. In terms of figure, Panji was an ideal 8.5 head proportion, small face, straight shoulders, long legs. And she had that uniquely cinematic face. Past life Han had never understood what cinematic face really meant. All he knew was that from freshman year, until Panji left to study abroad at the end of sophomore year, she was constantly approached by talent scouts. With his level 3 acting skill now, Han finally got it. It was all about bone structure, elegant and refined, holding up beautifully on the big screen. No matter how close the camera zoomed or from what angle it shot, she looked stunning. Describing it precisely, Han couldn't. All he knew was that the first time he'd been truly awestruck by a real-life woman was when he first saw Panji. Chen Yanfei hadn't done that, nor had Zili Ting. Only Panji had. That sense of amazement was a pure, simple impact. At the time, Han had no lewd thoughts, just pure admiration. How could a girl be so beautiful? Now, seeing her again through the eyes of a mature man after rebirth, Han felt the same. This girl was truly beautiful. But it was a pity she was like a princess, untouchable and distant. Panji smiled politely, nodding toward Little Northeast. "Hello, Qi Xiangbei." The girl called Tofu saw Ding Yu sitting there and beamed with joy. "Ding Ding, when did you get back?" Ding Yu stood up, smiling shyly. "Just now. Came out for dinner with my roommates. Tofu, Panji, want to join us?" Tofu looked delighted and was about to accept, but she paused, glancing back at Panji with a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if asking for permission. Panji instinctively glanced at Han Lai, then hesitated for just over a second before nodding slightly. "Thank you." She was graceful, and her voice was soft as a bubbling stream. Little Northeast enthusiastically arranged for Panji to sit directly across from Han Lai. "Bro Lai, let me introduce you," Little Northeast said with typical Northeastern enthusiasm, stepping in to make the introductions. "This here is our finance class monitor, Fududu, also known as Tofu." Tofu, bright and outgoing, laughed and gave Little Northeast a playful smack. "Ugh, you're the one who started calling me Tofu, aren't you?" He. Little Northeast chuckled, then turned to introduce Panji with a theatrical flair. "And this is the real deal, the flower of our class. The College of International Studies, the 2013 freshman class, and the entire Humanities Department. Panji, the beautiful Miss Pan." Han Lai actually felt embarrassed for Panji. She probably did too, judging by the slightly awkward smile on her face. Oblivious, Little Northeast was about to start introducing Han Lai when Han stepped in to save everyone from further embarrassment. "Hi, I'm Han Lai, from the Business College Finance Program. I guess we're sort of classmates." Both Tofu and Panji looked surprised. They probably hadn't expected Ding Ding and Little Northeast's roommate to be a student from the business college. Tofu, quick to smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I guess we're kind of classmates. You're in the same class as Zilu Ting, right?" Little Northeast slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering. "Wait, so that tall, cold-looking girl is in Bro Lai's class?" "Yep," Tofu replied with a curious expression. You're in the same dorm as Han Lai and didn't even know? Little Northeast was at a loss. How was he supposed to explain? That he'd been so scared he didn't dare ask? Just then, Panji gently pulled Tofu aside. Let's order. Don't keep the server waiting. Little Northeast immediately jumped in. Right. Let's order. Bro Lai's treating us tonight, so order whatever you like, don't be shy. The two girls were surprised, turning to look at Han Lai. If they'd known an unfamiliar guy was footing the bill, they wouldn't have sat down so casually. We'll just order individually then. No way. Little Northeast looked worried and turned to Han Lai, hoping for backup. Bro Lai? What do you think? Wow. They finally remembered I'm here. Han Lai couldn't help but laugh to himself. A bunch of people had been talking around him for ages, and he hadn't had a single line. But this did give him a sense of each person's personality. Ding Ding was shy and introverted, even among friends. Little Northeast was outgoing, chatty, and liked taking charge, though he often missed the mark and spoke before he thought. Tofu was cheerful, blunt, and straightforward. Panji was different from what Han Lai had thought. Just from the way she guided Tofu earlier, it was clear she was sharp and perceptive, with a high emotional intelligence. With just one sentence, she'd helped 3 people out of an awkward situation. And earlier, she had agreed to sit with strangers for Tofu's sake, showing that she was considerate of her friend's feelings. Han Lai had always assumed Panji was a high and mighty princess. But he now realized that before, he'd lacked the skills to accurately judge character. Han quietly reminded himself not to be superficial and smiled warmly at Tofu and Panji. It's fate that we all ran into each other. No need to make a big deal over one meal, none of us are short on cash for some barbecue. Just think of it as a casual gathering of classmates, alright? It was well said. Tofu and Panji exchanged glances, and after a slight nod from Panji, Tofu raised her drink with a smile. Alright then, thank you. Bro Lai. Please, you don't have to call me that, Han quickly interjected. Ding Ding and Little Northeast are just teasing. Just call me Han Lai. He didn't want the girls calling him Bro Lai, it sounded too formal and distant. Not great for building connections. What's the best way for them to address him? Ideally, something like a double nickname, like Lai Lai. Girls tended to warm up quickly to that kind of name. But Han couldn't suggest it himself. If he just came out and said, "You can call me Lai Lai," he'd seem creepy. Tofu laughed, and was about to continue chatting, but Ding Ding handed over the menu just in time. Let's order. The 3 younger ones enthusiastically picked out dishes, adding a round of beer and a bottle of soda. Panji and Han Lai didn't join the ordering but didn't just sit silently either. Panji spoke up, I can't handle much alcohol, but I'll have 1 glass with everyone, if that's alright with you, Han Lai. Her approach was pleasant. Han smiled. Drink as much as you're comfortable with. We're here for a casual meal, not a drinking competition. Panji gave a small smile, and Han took the chance to study her eyes. The irises were an uncommon shade of light amber for East Asians. She suddenly looked up, meeting his gaze. Caught in the act, Han held her gaze for a moment, and Panji didn't look away either. For 3 seconds, their eyes stayed locked, calm and steady. Finally, Han looked away first. Staring too long would be impolite. Your eyes have a very unique color. Nichem? Panji nodded lightly. My mom is from an ethnic minority. Her eyes are a deep brown, but mine are 2 shades lighter. Does it look strange? Not at all. Han wasn't stupid, so he shook his head without hesitation. It's very beautiful. They were genuinely beautiful, almost mesmerizing. Panji didn't seem fazed by the compliment. She was clearly used to it. She casually asked, Where are you from? Dream City. Have you heard of it? Yeah, a new city rich in mineral resources. What's the scenery like? There are a lot of mountains but not much in terms of scenery. Damage from mining? Yes, the cost of development. Their conversation was casual, without any specific aim, but pleasant. Meanwhile, the 3 others finished ordering and started opening the drinks. Little Northeast led the first toast, and Tofu joined him, while Panji took a polite sip. After refilling, Tofu picked up her glass and looked at Han Lai. Just as she was about to take a drink, she slapped her thigh in realization. Oh, now I remember why your name sounded so familiar. Huh? Han was momentarily confused. He thought she was about to mention his heroic feat of scaring off 6 guys, and was already thinking about how to downplay it. But Tofu leaned in, her expression gossip hungry, and asked excitedly, So, there's this rumor that 2 gorgeous girls from the business college have been buying meals for the same guy, one after another. He's become the latest soft rice king in the humanities department. Hey, is that you, bro? Lie. Huh? Is that actually a thing? Little Northeast and Ding Ding were stunned. Then their eyes lit up with interest, and they gave him some odd looks. Panji widened her eyes and gave Han Lai a second look, her lips curling into a very knowing smile. Han felt a wave of embarrassment, feeling the world's mockery descending upon him. Just as he was about to explain himself, Little Northeast suddenly tugged on his arm, almost shouting. Bro. Bro. What? Look. Is that the beautiful girl who's been buying you meals? Han turned around just in time to see Zilu Ting striding through the entrance, her long legs making her seem even taller than her actual 1.8 meters. As if by fate, the moment she entered, her gaze landed directly on him. When Zilu Ting saw Han Lai, she was a little surprised but not exactly shocked. The campus was small, and apart from the cafeteria, the only dining options were on this snack street. Running into someone here was pretty ordinary. But as soon as she saw who was sitting across from Han Lai, her pupils contracted in shock, her face unable to hide her astonishment. Panji. Why was she sitting across from Han Lai? Zilu Ting and Panji had never interacted directly, but they had crossed paths a few times. Beauty had met beauty, and they had taken note of each other. Normally they were worlds apart, with no reason to be at odds. Zilu Ting was active as the class monitor and a member of the student council. Initially, she aimed to become the host of the school events, and later she planned to use her position in the arts department as a stepping stone toward higher roles. Her goals were clear. She was focused on building her skills and gaining experience. Panji, on the other hand, wasn't interested in anything at school. She didn't get involved in any activities and was simply waiting to go abroad. By all rights, Zilu Ting and Panji should never have intersected. But given how small the humanities department was, avoiding each other was impossible. Not only did they cross paths, but Zilu Ting found herself thoroughly outmatched. Let's break it down. Zilu Ting joined the arts department as an officer. The department head was preparing to go abroad, and the deputy position was vacant, leaving the work in the hands of a few officers. To encourage her to work hard, the student council president promised her a promotion by the second semester of freshman year. She would be deputy head, managing the department. Zilu Ting had barely started enjoying this news when she heard another rumor. The deputy head position was purposely left open for a freshman, someone they had been courting repeatedly, though she had yet to accept. Despite her refusals, the position was still being held for her. Only if this big shot completely declined would Zilu Ting have a chance. So, I'm just a backup? Upon learning this, Zilu Ting was furious. Great, I'm here working myself to the bone, just for scraps left by someone else? Having been praised her whole life, Zilu Ting had always been proud and had never endured such an insult. It was humiliating. She quickly found out who the person was. Panji, from the international finance class. A girl just as beautiful as she was, but from a much wealthier family. Accept this? Not a chance. If Panji had only been wealthy but not as pretty, Zilu Ting might have taken it in stride, and maybe even befriended her. But the problem was that Panji wasn't lacking in any area. You can imagine how frustrated Zilu Ting felt. Whenever she saw Panji on campus, her eyes would unconsciously show a hint of hostility. In the entire humanities department, Zilu Ting got along with everyone except Panji, who inexplicably irked her. Now, seeing Han Lai and Panji sitting across from each other, after the initial shock, her mood took a nosedive. That jerk. Such a social butterfly. Can't you stop for 1 second without cozying up to someone? Wasn't having Yu Yin and Fang Fei both chasing after you enough? Before Han Lai could figure out how to greet her, Zilu Ting, fuming inside, stormed over. Han Lai. What are you doing here? Yu Yin is still waiting in the dorm for you to get back to her. Whoa. Little cucumber, you're lethal. With that one line, she made Han Lai look like a total player. Tofu had just asked if he was the notorious freeloader. And this confirmed it. Tofu and Panji both glanced at Han Lai with a bit of a strange look. Han felt his head throb. Did I do something to offend you? Weren't you the one who agreed to take notes on my CEO style? You traitor. Han felt a strong urge to curse, but his face remained calm, thanks to his level 3 acting skill. I was treating my roommates to dinner, and I happened to run into 2 classmates from international finance. I actually planned to invite Yu Yin and Fang Fei too, but it seems that might be inconvenient now. Han kept his explanation brief, then immediately turned the tables. Perfect timing, class monitor. Could you do me a favor and bring some food back to the dorm afterward? Consider it my treat for all of you this way, you don't have to wait in line for a table. At first glance, Han Lai's words seemed polite. But if you thought about it, whoa, he was being pretty direct. No need to wait for a table implied you're not welcome here. Either wait in line and get your own food, or go back to the dorm with the others. Pan Ji and Ji Yuting caught on immediately. Pan Ji's eyes curved in amusement, finding the situation rather entertaining. But Ji Luting's eyes narrowed, her face frosting over, radiating anger. She was truly furious. Ding Ding, picking up on the tension, instinctively shrank back, thinking, big bro's not in a good mood, better steer clear. Tofu, sensing something was off, wisely kept quiet. But little Northeast, missing all the signs, thought it was all friendly and spoke up eagerly. It's dinner rush right now. You'd have to wait forever. Hey beautiful, if you don't mind squeezing in, we're all friends here. No need to stand on ceremony. Ding Ding's face changed, and he quietly kicked little Northeast under the table. Can you not make things worse? Little Northeast, a bit startled, glanced at Ding Ding, who nodded back, as if saying, trust me on this. Then, without hesitation, little Northeast waved the server over. Hey waiter, could you bring us an extra chair? After that he looked at Han Lai with a knowing grin. Big bro, make some space for your class monitor. He was practically urging Han Lai, come on man, be a gentleman and help her out. Ding Ding covered his face in despair. Seriously? The things I have to deal with. Han Lai shot little Northeast an amused look, then said in a low voice, thanks man, tonight I'll teach you to recite scriptures. Ding Ding and little Northeast both shuddered. Oh no. That book, Put Down the Sword, had haunted them so much they were scared to go to the bathroom at night. Bro, it's not that serious, right? Even little Northeast finally realized his blunder. He'd completely misfired with his attempt at flattery. Lowering his head, he sat in embarrassed silence. But the scene had already been set, and now it was up to Siluting to decide if she wanted to carry on with the performance. Yiluting's narrowed eyes opened again, a polite smile slowly spreading across her face. She sat down at the long table, slipping into the seat between Han Lai and Pan Ji. Then, with a cheerful smile, she asked Han Lai, I'm not interrupting, am I? Little Northeast kept his head down, unable to resist sneaking a peek at the unfolding drama. Tofu leaned closer to Ding Ding, whispering, what's going on? Panji didn't seem to care either way but was intrigued, a slight smile on her face. Yu Ting kept her fake smile, her gaze ice cold, her aura intense as she stared directly into Han Lai's eyes. It looked like things might explode at any moment. Han Lai, however, remained calm, his expression sincere, and his gaze steady. In a low, steady voice he responded, actually yes you are. Do you honestly not get it? Things are already messy enough between me, Yu Yin and Fang Feifei. Why do you need to add yourself into the mix? Oh, Han Lai, you're truly unshakable. Everyone at the table was frozen, every single one stunned speechless. Han Lai's words carried 3 layers of meaning. First, he didn't welcome her. Second, he wasn't trying to hide anything regarding Yu Ying or Fang Feifei and didn't need her to butt in. Third, she shouldn't bother liking him, nothing would come of it. In front of everyone, Han Lai left Siluting no room to save face. He made his point clear without any ambiguity. Was it bold? It was incredibly bold. Ding Ding and little Northeast practically wanted to applaud, giving him all the thumbs up they had. Not because they found Jiluting's assertiveness particularly irritating, it really wasn't about that. It was purely the strength of Han Lai's unyielding attitude that left an impression. No matter how beautiful she was, if he wasn't going to cater to her, he just wouldn't. They were in awe. In contrast, Ziluting looked like she'd just taken a punch straight to the chest. She felt an intense sting, almost losing her vision for a moment. Her eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly recognized the calm look in Han Lai's eyes. That calmness, she knew, meant he'd thought this through and stood firm in his decision. And so, she accepted the reality. Han Lai had bluntly, maybe even brutally, responded to her own lack of courtesy. More domineering than any CEO, he seemed almost tyrannical. All right, I understand, she forced through gritted teeth, then stood up abruptly and stormed toward the door. Her steps were large and quick, her head held high as if she refused to bow even an inch. Her retreat carried a sense of defeat, but her anger radiated with every step. It was clear to everyone that she was hurt. Ding Ding and Tofu felt a pang of sympathy, as if something wasn't right. Little Northeast watched Ziluting's back until she left, then clicked his tongue in admiration and raised a thumbs up to Han Lai. Bro Lai, you're something else. Even such a stunning girl, and you shut her down. Han Lai smiled lightly and quoted an old saying, "True strength lies in self-restraint unclouded by desire, one finds firmness." His calm demeanor and poised tone elevated him, leaving everyone in silent admiration. Han might not have been the most courteous, but he was undeniably a true man. Strong-willed. Pan Ji's gaze toward Han Lai shifted. "But with some empathy for Zilu Ting," she murmured, "I can only imagine how upset she must feel." "Is that really what you think?" Han Lai glanced at her with a smile. "No other thoughts?" Pan Ji tilted her head, thought for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, covering her mouth. "Fine, I'll admit, I feel a tiny bit satisfied watching it all unfold." Han Lai shared a knowing smile with her. "You two don't even have any issues with each other, right?" Tofu asked, puzzled. "I work with her in the student council, and I think she's actually pretty nice." "Of course there's no conflict," Pan Ji replied calmly, shaking her head. "But Zilu Ting is too assertive and a bit of a double standard. I just don't like it." Tofu was even more confused. "Assertive, sure, but double standard?" Pan Ji shrugged. "Forget it. Let's not talk behind her back. You'll see it yourself if you pay attention. Come on, tell me." Tofu wrapped her arm around Pan Ji, urging her to spill more. Pan, you know I work with her in student council. What if I accidentally get on her bad side?" But no matter how much Tofu pestered her, Pan Ji only smiled and refused to answer. Finally, fed up with Tofu's nagging, she threw the question at Han Lai. "Why don't you ask Han Lai? They're in the same class." Han Lai froze, staring at Pan Ji for several seconds. "Not cool, Pan Ji. I didn't expect someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes to be this sneaky." Pan Ji, feeling his gaze, turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth still held a smile. Now, not only Tofu but Little Northeast and Ding Ding were intrigued. "Come on, bro, tell us what you know." After considering for a moment, Han Lai decided it was okay to speak since he'd started this situation, and he wasn't bad-mouthing Zilu Ting, just objectively analyzing her behavior. Zilu Ting's double standard shows up in how she manages boundaries. She expects others to keep a respectful distance from her, no overstepping, no sudden advances, or else she'll get upset. But she often crosses boundaries herself, sometimes doing things that are surprisingly forward. And then, she expects you to keep respecting her boundaries. Do you think that's reasonable? Oh. The others thought about her recent actions and suddenly understood. Little Northeast slapped his thigh. "Isn't that just?" But Han Lai shook his head unexpectedly. "Calling her that isn't accurate." "Then what is it?" It was Little Northeast who asked, but everyone leaned in, curious about his answer. Han hadn't wanted to elaborate, but calling her that was too harsh. Zilu Ting wasn't that kind of person. So he chose his words carefully. Zilu Ting isn't intentionally playing games to gain benefits or string people along. This isn't her trying to manipulate anyone, it's more a case of immaturity, of being a little spoiled and self-centered. There's a difference between making mistakes and committing wrongdoing. Everyone has selfish moments, and if we set the bar too high, we'll find that no one measures up. It's too extreme to look at people and situations that way. Little Northeast scratched his head, feeling like the explanation went over his head. He glanced at Ding Ding, who looked equally lost, his face contorted in confusion. They exchanged looks, both feeling this was strangely ironic. Isn't Bro Lai the same guy who'll pull out a hammer at the drop of a hat? Bro, we've lost nights of sleep because of that, you wouldn't understand. Ding Ding grimaced, pointing to his temple, then shook his head. Little Northeast got the message, bro's in his enlightened monk mode. Don't argue, just clap and nod. Han Lai noticed their silly exchange and gave a faint smile. Honestly, discussing things with these 18 or 19-year-olds wouldn't make much difference. Even if they got it momentarily, the understanding would likely pass without any lasting impact. But Han Lai wasn't naive enough to think he was enlightening anyone. He'd just made a point to show off a bit, and to see how Pan Ji would react. Tofu looked thoughtful, as if she genuinely understood and was reflecting on it. Pan Ji, on the other hand, was smiling gently, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Clearly she was more mature and perceptive than Han had expected, seeing things from a more elevated perspective. Interesting. Han's estimation of Pan Ji rose even higher. She truly had the qualities of a goddess, surpassing Zilu Ting in many respects. Still, she was too sophisticated, most men wouldn't stand a chance with her. She might not excel academically, but she definitely had a strong upbringing. When she came back from a top Ivy League school's business or philosophy program, she'd be a pure boss. Unfortunately, she was a bit too proper, not as entertaining as Little Cucumber. So, Han Lai simply ate his meal normally without trying to deepen the conversation with Pan Ji. She wasn't someone he could easily fool. He saw no need to spend energy pursuing her, he was rational about it. The teenage urge to conquer was misguided, and Han Lai had no use for it. The gambler's illusion of maybe was also empty, and he'd left it behind. Han Lai was left with a heart that had been trampled by life, cold and bruised. 20 minutes later, he finally got the message he'd been waiting for from Little Cucumber, who was in a huff. Grinning, he opened his side account. Han Lai caused the trouble. Ham brother would play the hero. Self-sufficiency at its finest. A lonely cucumber, damn it, today really pissed me off. When chatting online, she Looting would occasionally curse, especially when she was excited or angry. Seeing those 3 exclamation marks, Han Lai got a clear sense of just how angry she was. And he was ready to be righteously indignant. Ham exchanging cucumber, what happened? Ham exchanging cucumber, who bullied you? Ham exchanging cucumber, anger. A lonely cucumber, some jerk. I swear I've never met a guy like him. Let me tell you. Blah blah blah. It was obvious Han Lai had really crossed her this time. In nearly a week of chatting, she Looting had never shared anything about her personal life with Ham, but tonight, she went on and on. And the funny thing was, their online relationship was advancing thanks to Han Lai's real-life blunders. A bit ironic, honestly. A lonely cucumber, that jerk acts all nice one moment and then completely dismisses me the next. Such a scumbag. He's definitely just trying to mess with me. Oh, she was actually pretty sharp. The term pua wasn't popular yet, but if it was, she'd have used it to describe him perfectly. Han Lai had never underestimated her intelligence, so he played along with her without hesitation. Ham exchanging cucumber, exactly. Classic hot and cold tactic. So outdated. Ham exchanging cucumber, don't even let that scumbag get to you. He's not worth it, just treat him like a fart, let it go, and it's gone. A lonely cucumber, no worries. I didn't even give him the time of day, I held my head high and walked away. A lonely cucumber, you wouldn't believe how cool I looked. A lonely cucumber, he was stunned right there. Bet he regrets it now. Han Lai couldn't help it, he laughed out loud. Panji looked over briefly but didn't interrupt his enjoyment. Tofu, however, was more straightforward and joked, which one of those 2 beauties is your girlfriend? You look so happy chatting with her. You mean Fang Fei Fei and Yu Yin? Han Lai put down his phone, smiling. They're both my sponsors, not my girlfriends. Nice. Little Northeast gave him a thumbs up, while Ding Ding quickly poured him another drink. Tofu was taken aback. You really are. But since they weren't close, she didn't feel comfortable finishing her sentence. Panji cut in with a laugh, all that money you saved, and now you're spending it all on us. This BBQ is making me feel so guilty. Everyone burst into laughter. Han Lai glared at her playfully. Hey, put down that squid skewer before you say that. Ahaha. They laughed even harder, and Tofu nearly fell over. Panji's face flushed, her eyes crinkling with laughter, her glossy lips pressed together, a breathtaking sight. Han Lai's heart raced. This girl ... is a killer. Her face was no bigger than a palm, her delicate features like a painting. Even though it was just the common oval face, she stood out instantly from internet-famous types. That natural vivacity, no plastic surgeon could create that. She was purely a work of God's own bias. Sitting right across from her, with barely a meter between them, Han Lai saw her in all her unfiltered beauty, and it was absolutely stunning. Her facial proportions were perfectly divided into thirds, and every feature was beautifully refined. Many models might have similar proportions, but they only looked good in photos. Because their bone structures were too sharp and their features too deep, their flaws were easily exposed in videos. Yet Panji looked even better in motion. Her face had a soft harmony, her expressions were lively, and her presence was incredibly charming. Just watching her put him in a good mood. But after a few glances, Han Lai stopped looking, joined in for another round with the others, and turned his attention back to his phone. Little Cucumber was already waiting. A lonely cucumber, where are you? A lonely cucumber, hey rich guy? Big bro? Master? Dear Ham? A lonely cucumber crying. Han Lai snickered. Today she Looting was really ticked off. She'd found a venting partner and wouldn't let go, entirely dropping her usual aloofness. Ham exchanging cucumber, sorry, my friends interrupted me for a moment. Ham exchanging cucumber, here's an idea, why don't we put that guy into your novel, make him a tacky little villain, and just wipe him out. A lonely cucumber, no way. Ham exchanging cucumber scratches head, why not? A lonely cucumber, A lonely cucumber, actually, he's kind of my research subject. He's the one I mentioned, the guy with that dominant CEO vibe. Ham exchanging cucumber, OH, the inspiration for the male lead? A lonely cucumber sigh. Yes. Han Lai held back his laughter and kept going. Ham exchanging cucumber that complicates things. Although, from what you've said, he sounds pretty much like the real deal, totally cold-hearted, doesn't spare anyone's feelings. A lonely cucumber exactly. Super heartless. Like he has this constant resting jerk face that changes on a whim. Ham exchanging cucumber. So what's your plan? A lonely cucumber me? I have no idea. Ham exchanging cucumber. Alright, I'll tell you where I stand on this. A lonely cucumber, huh? Oh, okay, go ahead. Ham exchanging cucumber. Whatever the reason, I'm 100% on your side. Right or wrong doesn't matter to me, I'm here for you, not the logic. A lonely cucumber. I'm crying. Thank you. Ham exchanging cucumber. This is an online friendship, so all that matters is we get along. Nothing else is important. But in real life we can't do things this way. I hope you won't take my unconditional support as proof you're right, and then keep marching down a path of arrogance. I'm always here to vent about him and help you blow off steam, but once you're back in reality, you still have to know your limits. Okay, I won't go on. You get the point. Ji Looting was stunned. My rich bro is so ... rational? He makes the distinction so clear. She Looting was calm by now, and could see that she'd brought this mess on herself, with the responsibility about 70-30. Han Lai at 30, herself at 70. What made her so mad was just how harsh his reaction had been. Fine, maybe I was wrong, but did you have to humiliate me like that? In front of Pan Ji, no less, making me look like a complete fool. I hate you. Though She Looting prided herself on being calm and reasonable, she'd lost control in this situation. So, reflection was one thing, and anger was another. They didn't cancel each other out. A lonely cucumber. I get it. Don't worry, I'll be more careful from now on. A lonely cucumber kiss. Thanks for the reminder. You're way more likable than that jerk. Love ya. Han Lai took several deep breaths to hold back his laughter. Little cucumber, I love you too. He joined Ding Ding and the others for another drink, tamped down his giddiness, and replied earnestly. Relax and rest up. Tomorrow's a new day. Yep, I'm off to write. Wish me luck. Brimming with motivation, She Looting went offline. Soon after, her main account updated with a new status. I'd rather online date than deal with dogs again. This update stirred up quite the reaction. Han Lai thought for a moment, then quietly switched to his main account and gave her status a like. As She Looting saw Han Lai's like, and she was so angry it made her chest hurt. Just then, the plot of Bossy Goddess was at the point where the male lead, with nothing else to do, was teasing the female lead. She Looting poured her emotions into it, thinking about Han Lai's nastiness, writing about his wickedness with real feeling. After finishing 3 chapters, she suddenly had a premonition this book might become popular. The first chapter of her new book was already uploaded, and she began refreshing the webpage over and over. As for those bootlickers and actual dogs liking and commenting on her new post, they could all go to hell. This lady has no time to deal with you all. Han Lai put down his phone and had another couple of rounds of drinks with Ding Ding and Little Northeast. After too much beer, the 3 of them couldn't sit still and headed to the bathroom together. As soon as the guys left, Tofu hugged Pan Ji and started whispering. Hey, a while back wasn't Dia Huang bullied by someone? From what I heard from Xiao Cheng, it should have been done by the new guy in the dorm. Could it be Han Lai? Pan Ji didn't pay much attention to the boys' drama in class, so she hadn't heard about this at all. But now that Han Lai was mentioned, she finally became a little interested. Are you sure Da Huang got bullied? Of course. Why wouldn't I be sure? Tofu spoke with conviction. Those days, Da Huang looked all defeated, and he didn't let anyone bring it up. Every time someone did, he got angry. He must have been humiliated. Pan Ji frowned, looking a bit confused. Is that possible? Da Huang, Xiao Cheng, and the others always hang out together. Wouldn't they outnumber him 6 or 7 to 1? Tofu couldn't figure it out either but was still very sure. Just look at how Little Northeast and Ding treat Han Lai. They're clearly a bit scared of him. I don't know why, but it's pretty clear. Pan Ji nodded thoughtfully. He's quite an interesting person. Tofu grinned mischievously, winking. Anyone who can resist our Pan's beauty must be capable of great things, right? Pan Ji chuckled. Stop it, what does someone's potential have to do with me? Oh, it has everything to do with you. Since school started, this is the first guy I've seen who remains unaffected by you. That's self-control. TSK's. Pan Ji just smiled, not wanting to continue on this topic, but deep down, she had to admit that Han Lai did have a unique aura, When the trio returned, Tofu started asking questions indirectly. So, how did you guys meet? What's your relationship like? Any tension in the boys' dorm? But Ding Ding and Little Northeast weren't giving anything away, so she couldn't get a single detail. Rumors had been circulating among the guys about a weirdo moving into room 404, but no one would admit it in front of Han Lai. Explain? That they were almost scared to death by the guy? It wouldn't sound good. And admitting to issues in front of him? That's like asking for trouble. After getting nothing out of them, Tofu became even more convinced that something was going on between them. Han Lai just watched with a smile, neither helping nor exposing anyone. Seeing that Tofu was about to focus on him, he took the initiative. Are you guys done eating? Skillful interruption. Then, paying the bill, heading back to the dorm. On the way back, Han Lai got a lot of attention. Pan Ge was just too eye-catching. With his average looks, Han Lai couldn't help but look like a supporting role next to her. But he was used to it. After all, even next to Little Cucumber, he was the side character. It made no difference. At the point between the boys' and girls' dorms, they said their goodbyes. Pan Ge waved at Han Lai. Thanks for treating us. Next time let us treat you back. There'll be a chance. Han Lai calmly said goodbye. You guys go on up. Bye-bye? It wasn't that Han Lai couldn't be bold with Pan Ge, but dealing with her, he couldn't act as frivolous as he did with Yu Yunyan and Fang Feifei. This girl was on another level. Those simple tricks wouldn't break through her defenses. He could only approach her normally. Level 3 in psychology wasn't for show, and Han Lai figured that to get through to her, he'd need both skill and wit. But right now, what did he have? He couldn't even afford her shoes. Better not to think too much, and let things unfold naturally. Watching the beautiful girl walk into the dorm, Little Northeast elbowed Han Lai, winking. What do you think, boss? Isn't she beautiful? Class beauty? Too modest. Too modest. There wasn't a third girl in the whole school as beautiful as her. Han Lai nodded honestly. She's very pretty. Hey boss, want to go after her? Ding Ding and I can help. Why don't you go after her? Han Lai replied with a question. Little Northeast waved his hand decisively. I know my limits. Can't catch her, can't keep her, can't protect her. Even if she came after me, I'd hesitate. Oh? That's rare. Han Lai was a little impressed. This kid might be dumb, but he knew his limits. See. Little Northeast proudly began boasting. This is Shanghai. If you have money, there's no shortage of girls. Mermaids are 998 yuan each. ISO techniques complete satisfaction. Why torture yourself with her? Low class, so low class. Han Lai didn't like it and turned to Ding Ding. And you? Ding Ding shook his head calmly. Not my type. Oh, you're pretty bold, kid. Han Lai chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Well done. Little Northeast nudged Han Lai with a smirk. You don't know, boss. Ding Ding, hey. Halfway through, Ding Ding glared and slapped him, cutting him off. Han Lai smiled, not asking further. What was there to know about kids' secrets? Better to pretend he hadn't noticed. Climbing 4 flights of stairs back to the dorm, they hadn't been there long when Ding Ding got a call inviting them out. Ding Ding casually invited Han Lai. Boss, coming out with us? Got some beauties from the performing arts school joining. Han Lai raised his eyebrows. You guys can handle the theater girls? It's just a gathering. Ding Ding explained. They're usually busy with assignments but come out to relax with friends. A senior of ours knows the class president from the 13th grade drama class, so they sometimes invite us. It's not what you think. Nonsense. Just being used for the bill. Little Northeast scoffed, looking frustrated. The art girls come from families with no money issues, with high standards to boot. Hard to please. But it's still impressive to be around them. Otherwise I wouldn't go. Han Lai was intrigued by the theater girls, but he wasn't interested in playing the backup role. The timing wasn't right. Interacting with those high-class girls would be meaningless now. You guys go, I'll read. Outstanding. Little Northeast gave a thumbs up, then rushed to spray his hair. Oh, not interested. Yeah, right. Even knowing they'd be the ones paying, they were still excited to go. Women are always men's source of desire, ambition and drive. But there were very few like Pan Ge, so beautiful they made men hesitate to make a move. After the two left, Han Lai began soothing his sugar daddies. Or sugar mommies rather. Yu Yun and Fang Feifei had found out he treated Pan Ge to a meal, and were a little upset. Yu Yun, I'm mad. Only a kiss can make it better. Han Lai, go find Fang Feifei and send photos. Yu Yun, fine. I'm better now. Han Lai, who did you kiss? Fang Fei Fei, I want to drink and book you for the night. Will you come? Han Lai, no. Fang Fei Fei Fei, come out if you're a man. Refuse me to my face. Han Lai, not coming. Quickly handling the two, Han Lai logged into his alt account. No need to ask, it had to be Little Cucumber who reported him. So, it was time to give her a little extra load. Han Lai smirked, throwing out a soul-crushing question. Regarding the part about bondage and discipline? Any thoughts? At 11 o'clock, Shi Looting logged into her QQ account. After seeing that question, her expression was like this. She thought and thought again, then weakly asked, that part. Am I supposed to write it? Am Cucumber, of course. If it's written from the male lead's perspective, it will be too intense. Ham Cucumber, besides, I think you truly have a talent for this. Seeing Ham Bro's response, Shi Looting was both excited and proud. But she still had some concerns. A lonely cucumber, but I have no experience. I don't know much about regular passionate scenes either, it's all just made up. Ham Cucumber, that's why I said you have talent. Shi Looting was completely embarrassed. Praise is one thing, but why make it so nauseatingly cheesy? Discussing this with a strange man made her feel a strong sense of forbidden excitement. But she remained very clear-headed. Her relationship with Ham Bro was only an online partnership, she would never let him enter her life. So, she didn't get too involved, and tried not to let the topic drift. A lonely cucumber, but that kind of content can't be all imagination, right? I've heard. It's quite technical. Ham Cucumber, exactly, so you need to do careful research. Ham Cucumber, remember this website, it has a lot of professional articles from experts. You can take your time learning, we still have time. A lonely cucumber then. I'll give it a try? Ham Cucumber, you can do it. Just go for it. A lonely cucumber, okay. A lonely cucumber, you focus on making the plot solid. For a successful work, the foundation is always the plot and characters, don't waste my efforts. Oh? Improvement is coming along quickly? This comment made Han Lai take a new look at her. Little Cucumber, even though she hadn't mastered web novels herself, had the right idea. And she cleverly and subtly expressed her attitude. It's because your plot is engaging enough that I'm willing to collaborate with you, don't let me down. Very stylish. Ham Cucumber, don't worry, leave the plot to me. With the two cucumbers united, we'll cut through anything. A lonely cucumber, knocks head, dumb name. Bye-bye. Closing his QQ account, Han Lai went back to carefully thinking about the outline. Ham Bro's core appeal to Shi Looting lay in this outline, one step ahead of its time, it couldn't be taken lightly. Every night before bed, he reviewed it, adding ideas as they came, to ensure the plot's excitement and to keep Little Cucumber hooked long-term. Until the day the nuclear bomb went off. On the 8th, school started, and life returned to normal. Morning run, freeloading meals, studying, freeloading meals, writing, freeloading meals. Yu Yun and Fang Fei Fei were sticking to him more and more, but aside from freeloading meals, Han Lai didn't respond to anything else. Wu Lai Tingting, however, had fully initiated a cold war with Han Lai. If they ran into each other on the road, she wouldn't even glance sideways. At lunch, even if they were sitting at the same table, she pretended not to see him, saying nothing. And Han Lai was even more headstrong. If she ignored him, he ignored her right back. A mutual cold shoulder, who's afraid of who? After all, at night, she'd still end up in his hands. Within a day, Yu Yun and Fang Fei Fei noticed something strange. The two girls found it rather surprising. During the second period in the afternoon, Fang Fei Fei sat beside Han Lai, smiling broadly. Hey, are you and Shi Looting on bad terms? Girl, could you be a bit more subtle? Han Lai gave her a sidelong glance, replying disdainfully, as if breaking up with her would mean you'd get a chance. Fang Fei Fei was stunned. You jerk? But after being mad for barely 2 minutes, she bounced back. So what happened? Tell me. This girl's personality was quite strange. If you thought she was forgiving, she'd later pull something big. If you thought she was petty, she didn't mind however Han Lai treated her, never staying mad for more than 10 minutes. Yu Yun would take insults in stride, but remember them, she truly forgot and didn't take them seriously. What could it be? She's like you, trying to get close to me, and I rebuffed her. Han Bro made up something offhand, and she actually believed it. Tingting's not as easygoing as I am, of course she's angry with you. You really don't have any interest in her, even though she's so pretty? No, she's too much to handle. Having received the answer she wanted, Fang Fei Fei finally settled down. She happily went back to reading her novel. Then at night, Shi Looting vented to Ham Bro about Han Lai for a full half hour. Han Lai expected it room 2333 was like a palace drama every day, with all sorts of tricks, using the 36 strategies better than the official Italian army. After this incident, Shi Luting's opinion of Han Lai took another sharp nosedive. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed more and more unlikable. But she still had to observe him. The male lead of Bossy Goddess, Han Lai Yi, was increasingly based on Han Lai's image and style. Tough, self-centered, cold, focused, with ambition greater than anyone else's, always looking toward the future. Shi Luting had to secretly observe Han Lai to capture the life details of a fitting bossy male lead. For example, when he dealt with Feng Fei and Yu Yun's clinging, she would always hide and quietly watch, then analyze the man's every word and move. Honestly, it was a pretty dumb approach, but she had no better option. Han Lai wasn't a powerful CEO, but at least his personality was close to the male lead's, and when he was shameless, even more so. The more she observed, the more confused she felt. The more she vented to Ham Bro about Han Lai, the more her attention focused on the guy. Time passed slowly this way. On Sunday the 11th, Han Lai registered at the Wujiaocheng driving school, planning to get his driver's license again. Driving practice wasn't necessary. He paid 4,500 yuan, gave a carton of cigarettes, and the instructor agreed to let him take the test directly. By October 14th, Han Lai had completed organizing all the professional knowledge he needed, ready to begin advanced study. The focus of this study was a specialized field within finance, securities investment. But you couldn't learn this from books, it required real experience. So Han Lai opened an investment account. With little money he couldn't lower the commission, so it remained at the mainstream rate of 0.1%. Back at school, he downloaded the brokerage software and started practicing with a simulation account. Han Lai was already a mature stock trader, well versed in theory and aggressive in practice. But unfortunately, Han the Leek only had experience losing money, never profiting. In his previous life, the more he lost, the more he wanted to trade. With even 5,000 yuan in his account, he couldn't hold back from buying something. With another chance at life, with a wealth of knowledge and experience as a foundation, and knowing that a bull market would start next year, Han Lai became calm. He raised his standards, focusing on the longer-term future. Staying steady, his early goal was to explore trading models. If the model wasn't ready, he wouldn't enter the market. On the 15th, Bossy Goddess was finally officially signed. Upon receiving the news, Little Cucumber was overjoyed. Signed in 8 days. Our 2 cucumber combo is unstoppable. Oh, so the 2 cucumber team isn't so dumb after all? Han Lai just chuckled for a moment without teasing her. But after the excitement, a new issue surfaced for Shi Luting. Ham Bro, I still can't find the right vibe. I can't write that special scene well. What should I do? Ham Cucumber, did you carefully read all the articles on the website? The lonely cucumber read them many times. But I still can't feel that kind of emotion. Enduring it for family I get, but feeling pleasure from it. How is that possible? Han Lai pondered, realizing this was indeed a problem. Shi Luting's personality was clear. Playing the queen wouldn't be an issue for her. But making her write about that kind of emotional transition was genuinely unreliable. But there was no other choice. This part had to be written by her. Shi Luting had no defenses against the good stuff Ham Bro mentioned. But she was cautious about exposing her address. What kind of stuff? Will it be helpful to me? It'll be extremely helpful. Ham Bro was full of confidence, and Little Cucumber hesitated. A lonely cucumber then? Ham Cucumber, just give me a rough address and phone number, and I'll have the delivery person call you directly, so you can pick it up. Shi Luting thought it over carefully, felt that this approach wasn't too risky, and agreed. A lonely cucumber, all right, just have it sent to the Hongkou campus of Shanghai International Studies University. Put the recipient's name as Jishi Mengjun, phone number 155, and have the courier contact me in advance when delivering. Ham Cucumber stunned. Ham Cucumber Hoa. A top student at Shanghai International Studies University? Awesome. Shi Luting's face turned red, thinking, Missy here is a 24K purebred academic slacker, and you just had to bring up the worst topic. But out of caution and a tiny bit of vanity, she didn't correct his mistake. A lonely cucumber, just average. Han Lai secretly chuckled. Oh, you really dared to agree. Shi Luting was in a good mood and asked politely, by the way, where are you from? Ham Cucumber, funny enough, I'm also studying in the Magic City. A lonely cucumber, huh? That's a coincidence. Which school are you at? Ham Cucumber, me? I'm a slacker at a private third-tier college, just getting by. Shi Luting suddenly didn't feel like chatting anymore. She felt a sense of shame. Look at how honest Ham Bro is. But here I am, being so fake. It was really discouraging. Shi Luding's main intention was to keep her personal information hidden, but with Ham Bro's words, she was suddenly full of guilt, and her mood soured. A lonely cucumber, sorry. My classmate's calling me, so let's end it here today. Ham Cucumber, alright, good night, top student. Shi Luding was completely dumbfounded. She shamefully climbed into bed, with one thought on her mind: no way, sis has got to work harder. So, early the next morning, Han Lai suddenly saw Shi Luding on the track field and was startled on the spot. Little Cucumber was supposed to start working out next semester, why is she running early? Ignoring their Cold War, he took the initiative to greet her. Morning. Morning. Shi Luding replied coldly, keeping her pride intact. Han Lai didn't mind at all and kept up some casual conversation. What made you start running all of a sudden? Shi Luding shot him a glance, sneered. Someone complained that my chopstick legs don't have enough meat, so I decided to start working out and slap that jerk's face with it. Got a problem with that? Even with Han Lai's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush a bit. Damn it. Who snitched on me? Last time at the zoo, Han Lai indeed criticized Shi Luding's figure. But gossiping behind someone's back was one thing, being confronted face to face was something else. Haha. The class president's beautiful legs, and someone actually disapproves. That guy has no taste. Han Lai thickened his skin to salvage his pride. If I completely lose all sense of shame, no one can hurt me. Shi Luding's eyes widened, recognizing the shamelessness of this dog man. You're something else. Forget it, stay away from me. I don't want to talk to you. Han Lai shrugged and stayed quiet. But he didn't actually leave. Instead, he slowed his pace and jogged alongside her for a few laps. When Shi Luding, covered in a fragrant sweat, finally stopped, he spoke again. Don't just stand there, walk around for half a lap. Shi Luding rolled her eyes but still obediently started walking slowly. Han Lai stayed beside her, silent and calm. Once Shi Luding caught her breath and left the track, he resumed his own run. Halfway through, the tall girl glanced back, biting her lips slightly, her gaze complex and difficult to read. After breakfast, Han Lai headed straight to the commercial street. He picked out a decent gift box, placed that the system had given him inside, and included a printed set of instructions. Then he went to the Fudan University courier point and dropped off the package. He put down the sender's name as Han Lai Yi and used a backup phone number from the P6 card. Imagining little Cucumber's delight upon receiving the gift, Han Bro wore a warm smile. Sweetie, Daddy loves you. With everything settled, Han Lai went back to his dorm, grabbed his laptop, and headed to the classroom. The first class of the morning was securities investment, and Han Bro planned to start his simulated trading training today. The teacher, Mr. Wu, was a very amiable and responsible middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His sense of responsibility showed in how he rarely stuck to the textbook. He had his own understanding of the material, and was never tired of reminding students. Theory is theory, the market is the market. Realizing this was already admirable, being willing to admit it to students was even rarer. Today Mr. Wu was in full lecture mode. Many outsiders, and even finance students, misunderstand this course. It's never been a practical guide to investing, it's a theoretical course to understand investment. Investment skills can't be taught from any textbook, they require a lot of practice. Hey? The student in the back, why is your laptop open? Everyone turned to look. While there were many playing on their phones or reading novels, Han Lai was the first to bring a laptop to class. Everyone was surprised. Han Lai was even more surprised, as Mr. Wu usually encouraged this, right? For a moment he remembered that Mr. Wu's encouragement for bringing laptops to combine textbooks with real trading only started in chapter 14. Well, I've messed up the timeline. But Han Lai remained calm, responding steadily, sir, I'm practicing. He haha. Han Lai's response drew laughter from the class. Mr. Wu adjusted his glasses, smiling as he asked, live trading? Han Lai shook his head. Simulation. Not bad. Although you're overestimating, at least you have some restraint. Mr. Wu nodded and asked, so do you think a simulation with no real stakes is useful? Yes. What for? To explore trading models. Oh, quite ambitious. Mr. Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise, put down his laser pointer, and opened the attendance sheet. What's your name? Han Lai. Han. Found it. The students were puzzled by Mr. Wu's actions, while Han Lai remained composed. Mr. Wu pulled out a pen, hovering over the attendance sheet. All right, Han, explain to everyone what parts make up a complete, mature trading model. If you do well, I'll give you a perfect participation score, and you're free to attend or skip as you like. But if your explanation is nonsense, I'll dock you 30 points today. Wow. The noise in the room rose by several decibels. Another sign of Mr. Wu's responsibility was that he took attendance every class and often checked homework, so those participation points weren't easy to lose. Many envied Han Lai for this chance, though not everyone did. Lu Ji muttered with a sneer, "He'll talk crap." The voice wasn't loud, only Dan Xiaowei heard it. I agreed. Feeling smug your family's wealth doesn't make you smart. What do you know about trading models? Compared to the guy's jealousy and skepticism, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei felt more worried. What was a trading model? The two slackers hadn't even heard of it but felt it sounded fancy. Can Han Lai handle this? Though losing 30 points wasn't a big deal, they didn't want to see Han Lai ridiculed. Their pursuit had already tied their reputation to Han Lai's, and any disgrace to him would also reflect on them. The most conflicted of all was Ji Shi looting. She couldn't figure out her feelings now. On one hand, she wanted to see Han Lai embarrassed to ease her own anger. On the other, she wanted him to keep winning, maintaining that strong, domineering image. "You're such a weirdo," she quietly muttered to herself, eyes glistening as she kept a close watch on Han Lai's profile. A strong sense of anticipation rose in her heart. Han Lai, of course, wouldn't be nervous. Whether others expected him to succeed or fail had nothing to do with him. Teacher Wu was exercising his right to ask questions. As a teacher, it was a normal question. Han Lai answered what he understood, solving the problem normally. That was all. He stood up calmly, standing straight, and began speaking with a clear, respectful tone. A trading model isn't a clearly defined concept, it's more of a framework summary of a trader's own investment strategy. So, I'm not qualified to determine if a trading model is mature or correct. I can only share what I understand a stable, profitable trading model generally looks like. It should consist of the following parts. First, the trading cycle. Second, trading techniques. Third, position management. Fourth, risk control. Fifth, trading discipline. When these 5 key elements are combined and adjusted according to market conditions, it forms a complete and clear trading system. When isolated to handle a specific situation, it's a trading model. Teacher Wu, my answer is complete. The explanation wasn't long, but most students were dumbfounded. They understood each word clearly, yet together, it was confusing. It felt like listening to a big speech that seemed impressive but passed like a breeze. Clap, clap, clap. Teacher Wu lightly clapped 3 times, but no one else followed. The class didn't react, they didn't find it exciting or impressive, lacking any motivation to clap. In short, Han Lai's answer was too concise and high level for those without a solid foundation to understand. Teacher Wu understood though. He was a true veteran in the market, having made modest profits but still developed his own trading model. Therefore, he could deeply appreciate the clarity and value in Han Lai's few words. After a brief pause, he motioned to Han Lai to come forward. "Han, please come up and elaborate on the details." Wow. A burst of surprise filled the room. They hadn't understood the 5 key elements, but Teacher Wu's intentions were crystal clear. He had something valuable to share. Fearing Han Lai might refuse, Teacher Wu added, "The reward I promise starts now. If you can help your classmates understand the importance of a trading model, for the final exam, you can hand in a blank sheet with just your name, and I'll give you 95 points." The room exploded with excitement. Freshmen didn't yet realize how lenient humanities exams could be, and were still scared of failing. This offer meant that Han Lai had essentially been exempted from a core course exam. They finally realized how impressive Han Lai was. Even though he had only shared an overview. Amid admiring, hopeful, and jealous gazes, Han Lai reluctantly stepped out of his seat. Then, amid the quiet murmur of discussion, he walked to the podium. Teacher Wu kindly patted his shoulder, saying, "Good luck." Han Bro felt troubled. "Teacher Wu, this is way beyond the syllabus." Teacher Wu smiled gently, "I believe in my students. You can do it, and so can they. Am I an upstanding person? Am I even normal? I might manage it. But they probably can't." Han Lai had no expectations for this lecture. But since he had been put on the spot, and had some thoughts prepared, he might as well share and validate them. Whether or not the classmates could understand, not his problem. Turning to face the class, he saw that the 120-seat lecture hall wasn't too large, but the back rows were significantly higher than the podium. Most students from the finance and accounting classes were present, with almost 80 girls and fewer than 40 boys. From where he stood, it was a beautiful sight. The classroom wasn't quiet. The girls were like ducks, unable to stop once they got going. Some of the boys, faces flushed with excitement, cheered, "Go Han." Others, filled with envy and resentment, muttered angrily, "Such a show-off." Han Lai smiled faintly, showing off his little white teeth. He didn't take it too lightly, but neither did he overdo it, beginning with a calm tone. "Previously, in my self-introduction, I shared that I hope to accumulate my first bucket of gold in the vast market, to achieve my own value, and ultimately, to become a wealthy person who is both tacky and kind. This won't be easy, but I'm willing to work for it. At the same time, I hope to receive encouragement and support from everyone and look forward to having like-minded partners accompany me. Now, I will prove the efforts I'm putting toward my goal, and once again extend an invitation to those interested." The details of a mature, complete trading model are as follows. He casually picked up a piece of chalk, turning to write on the blackboard. The handwriting was messy and casual, just like his manner at the moment. Casual doesn't necessarily mean cool, but confidence is always attractive. At that moment, Han Lai was radiant. First, the trading cycle. It is the core of a trading model. Only by determining our operating philosophy and time frame can we fill in the details step by step. The trading cycle is generally divided according to the length of stock holding time. From short to long they are: ultra short, overnight trading; short term, holding for less than a week; medium term, holding for more than a week but no longer than 3 months. What the market often calls swing trading falls into this category. Long term, holding for an extended period. Classic value investing is more simplified as trend trading in the A share market. Determining the holding period sets the framework for the entire trading model. Only then can we arrange everything that follows. Second, trading techniques. Different trading cycles require different buying and selling techniques. For ultra short, specific techniques are needed. For example, how to determine the buying and selling points. The technical requirements are very strict. A slight mistake in buying, a small error in selling, and 3% profit vanishes, possibly turning a profit into a loss. The advantage of ultra short is that it only requires focusing on 3 factors: short-term technical indicators, overall market sentiment, and profit potential. There's no need to consider long-term factors like macroeconomic changes, industry outlook, or company fundamentals. Long-term, on the other hand, requires judgment on the macroeconomy, industry information, company fundamentals, and financial reports. Trading techniques are where we need to invest the most effort and energy in learning. I won't go further here. Third, position management. The key is simple. Control your trades during a market downturn, reduce positions if uncertain, and go heavy when the market is favorable. However, it's best never to be fully invested. Leave some space for flexibility. Managing positions is the first step to overcoming human nature. Fourth, risk control. It's unrelated to position management but is closely related to diversification. Position management is about the percentage of funds allocated to stocks. Diversification is about dividing that fund into several stocks. The purpose of diversification is to spread risk. Even top traders emphasize it unless dealing with ultra short, as risk diversification is a constant necessity. Another key in risk control is setting stop gain and stop loss points. For both ultra short and trend trading, the requirements for these are different. Generally, long term can tolerate higher profit pullbacks, but stop loss should never exceed 30%. If a stock drops by 30%, it means your buying logic is entirely wrong, and the wisest move is to admit defeat and leave. Fifth, trading discipline. Now that we have a complete model framework, it's best to set aside some time to validate its accuracy on a simulated account. If it's not accurate enough, find the problem quickly. Identify and fix issues until the success rate reaches above 60%, ideally as high as possible. At this point, the trading model is fully formed. We have a preset procedure to deal with any situation. Only the hardest, most important part remains: strict adherence. When the buying point arrives, buy decisively. When the selling point arrives, sell decisively. Exit the market when needed, cut losses if necessary. How do people become long-term shareholders or bagholders? Lack of discipline. Or having discipline but failing to follow it strictly. That concludes my explanation of the trading model. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for this opportunity. Lastly, I'll say a few words on a side topic. Historically, China's stock market has a 7-to-1 ratio, where 7 lose, 2 break even, and 1 makes money. At first glance it sounds terrifying. But given the large base of stockholders, the absolute number of those who profit is still considerable. How do they make money? They have a model, and follow discipline. How do people lose? They dive into the market without understanding a thing, blinded by false hopes. Today they hear about insider info, tomorrow they learn a winning method, only to be confused by it all. No common sense, no perseverance, no method, no resolve. Who would lose if not them? But because there are so many of these types, it gives us room to shine. Respect the market, revere trends, master the right methods, and making money isn't hard. Classmates, let's strive together. Han Lai took a step back, bowed slightly, and left the podium. Teacher Wu nodded with satisfaction, smiling, and just as he raised his hands to lead applause, thunderous clapping and cheers erupted. The first voice was a rough one, quickly joined by the excited shouts of Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. The chaotic cheers merged, but 4 words stood out clearly: Han Bro is awesome. In fact, the ones cheering the loudest didn't understand a thing. Han Lai's purpose was to organize his own framework, checking for gaps in understanding as he explained, ideally getting some feedback from Mr. Wu. He didn't care whether the people sitting below him understood or not. Therefore, the so-called details he shared remained at a conceptual level. Of course, understanding is one thing, and authenticity is another. What Brother Lai explained was all genuine knowledge. In fact, it could be called highly valuable knowledge. Because it was the exact system he used himself, complete, clear, comprehensive, and ahead of its time. Anyone willing to put in the effort, following this theory and gradually practicing it in the market, could build a trading system that suited them best. Step 1: determine a trading direction, whether to go for short-term, swing, or trend trading. Then, learn the necessary techniques. Afterward, manage positions well, set clear profit-taking and stop-loss points, and strictly adhere to trading discipline. Next, practice on a simulation account until fully proficient. If the success rate is insufficient, continue adjusting. If it's high enough, move to real trading. Finally, cultivate market intuition and experience. Then, you're ready to start collecting profits. Doesn't sound hard, does it? 1 out of 10 stock traders can make money. Isn't that easier than getting into Tsinghua University? Brother Lai held nothing back. He taught a big picture approach, a complete methodology. As the saying goes, once the outline is set, the details follow. Of course, it's not the only correct answer. There are plenty of related theories, and every successful trader who's emerged from the market has their own approach. For example, the new generation of short-term traders mostly focuses on emotions. Then there are institutional giants like President Zhu and his peers, who mainly focus on cycles. There are countless ways to make money in the market. At every moment, stories of grassroots success are unfolding. In reality, the techniques aren't hard to learn. The challenge lies in overcoming human nature. In his previous life, Han Lai, after so many years, only reached level 2 in stock trading skills. Why? Because his professional knowledge was fragmented, unable to form a cohesive system. Because his intelligence was average and learning ability poor. And because he was impatient and undisciplined. After being reborn, all 3 flaws were corrected. Now, in a bull market, Han Lai could finally make big money. Even without a bull market, in just a fluctuating market, he was confident in making stable profits. This was his calm assurance. From now until January next year would be his accumulation phase. His focus was ultra short, with a short-term goal of establishing a mature, stable trading model. His ultimate goal was to gain reputation, connections, and capital before the market crash. There was enough time, and the future was promising. Han Lai was full of fighting spirit, calm and confident like never before. The show-off king slowly walked back to his seat, and the applause grew even louder. Brother Lai? You're amazing. Han Lai, could I ask you some questions after class? Brother Lai, don't hang out with Fang Feifei at lunch today, let me treat you to Sichuan-style grilled fish. Han Lai looks more handsome the more I look at him. Right. Those two, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun, guard him like hawks. Annoying. I don't care who's dating who, I just want to make money. Hey, since Han Lai brought his laptop and mentioned he's practicing, does that mean he's already set up a trading model? Probably. Let's ask him after class. Let's. Their enthusiasm was about to overwhelm Han Lai. Most of them didn't understand a thing, but there were still plenty who did, mainly the local students. The local students in the Magic City had a deep-seated interest in the stock market that outsiders couldn't quite understand. Ever since the Shanghai Stock Exchange opened in 1990 and created a wave of millionaires, the local aunties went crazy. Over the past 30 years, finance has seeped into the city's bones. If a family didn't have at least 2 relatives trading stocks, it was practically unheard of. Being exposed to it over time, local students' understanding of the stock market was at least 5 years ahead of their non-local classmates. So not only could they understand, but they also recognized its value. This was not like 10 years later when all kinds of lectures and sharing sessions were everywhere, and you could find anything you wanted to learn. If you searched for related theories online now, you'd mostly find scam websites. Now, someone was finally sharing real knowledge, and those who recognized its worth were already quietly contemplating how to build a relationship with Han Lai. The pragmatism, shrewdness, and financial savvy of the people of the Magic City were fully displayed at this moment. Han Lai remembered very clearly that in next year's bull market, many local students in the finance class made a killing. Speaking of which, we have to mention Little Cucumber again. Despite all the simps recommending stocks to her, she somehow bought at the peak and stayed stuck until 2022. Was it because she was too green? Either way, it was kind of miraculous. In comparison, Yu Yun made enough to buy an iPhone 6s, performing well. Fang Feifei turned 5,000 yuan into 40,000, a superhuman feat in half a year. But neither of them seemed to have exited before the crash, so who knows how much their profits pulled back. As for Han Lai, being broke meant he couldn't afford to trade stocks. In any case, everyone worked hard to prove one thing: the money you make by luck, you eventually lose by skill. The financial class's eventual success rate was very low. By around 2020, only a few students were still thriving in the financial markets. Among them were two people whom Han Lai wanted to recruit. They'd be incredibly helpful to his plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep pushing the concept of partners on everyone. Those two characters, written as partners but read as underlings. One of them was Zheng Lei, who was now clapping enthusiastically, "Brother Lai, take me with you." The other was a local native, Hong Huan, nicknamed the Hero, a girl skilled in marketing and writing research reports. She didn't join in the hype, instead bowing her head to take notes. Sitting next to her, Lu Ji muttered bitterly, "Why bother taking notes on this stuff? Just because Han Lai says something, you think it's the Bible?" Ahem. Dan Xiaoyi cleared his throat, starting to make grand statements. "What Brother Lai said isn't necessarily wrong, but it's just rehashing old ideas. Nothing new. If you want to learn, you should check out the True Master's insights on forums like Tao Guba, they're much more helpful." And is that even the right way to use cycles? His first step isn't precise at all. The Hero didn't want to engage, but he wouldn't stop talking, so she had to look up. "I know the difference between trading cycles, cycle theory, and cyclical stocks. Do you want to go talk to Han Lai instead of bothering me?" Dan Xiaoyi looked embarrassed, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "As a local in the Magic City, shouldn't we?" "Thanks for your concern," the Hero replied in the local dialect, turning away and shifting her notes even farther. Dan Xiaoyi felt isolated and bitter, looking around and seeing that everyone else, except Lu Ji, was expressing admiration for Han Lai. So lonely, so very lonely. Shallow, all of them, so shallow. Returning to his seat, Han Lai had just settled down when Mr. Wu knocked on the blackboard with force. "Class, you should all be grateful for Han Lai's sharing. His ideas and perspective are highly valuable. Although they differ from my understanding, they are self-consistent and well worth learning." What does self-consistency mean? It's a closed loop that can be repeated and verified. In fact, you don't need a fully self-consistent theory to make money in the market. But if you want to make money in the market long term, a system is essential. What is a system? Han Lai explained it very well. Mr. Wu was in high spirits, passionately analyzing. Shi Luting listened for a while before feeling dizzy, lowering her head to scribble on her notebook. One page held Han Lai's 6-dimensional attribute chart. Another page had a title-detailed analysis of the dominant CEO personality. Below were messy notes with scribbles and sketches. Now, she was recording her new thoughts. Today the dogman was called up to the podium by the teacher. Content-wise, I didn't fully understand but felt it was impressive. The applause from the classmates was enthusiastic. I don't know how much was genuine, encouraging, or simply because they thought he was handsome. It sounded pretty solid but was overly complex, a bit dry. And I don't think he's handsome. But his demeanor is worth observing and analyzing. Poised, confident, concise, logically clear. He had a "whether you understand or not, I'm right" vibe. Very strong presence. The teacher was very excited, highly praising him. Then, he gave an in-depth analysis of self-consistency. I suddenly realized, if a person has a fully self-consistent system in their field and continuously refines it, achieving repeated success with it, doesn't that build a strong confidence? That inner and absolute confidence is the root of dominance. It's not blind arrogance, not an inexplicable pride, not derived from family wealth or power. It's completely independent, entirely their own, and entirely internal. Able to withstand any test. It's the fundamental charm of a dominant CEO. People think Han Lai is handsome, not because of his looks, but because he appears tough, calm, collected, and confident. A man's handsomeness isn't in his appearance, it's in his aura and character. But can Han Lai really succeed with that system? Can his confidence withstand testing? I'll be watching. Returning to my work with Ham. Han Lai Yi should have a similar system. His character, charm, and ferocity all stem from it. And women admire strong men, craving to be conquered. That's why Shi Mingjun's love would be so intense. That's why Shi Mingjun's sister would find thrill, pleasure, and peace in such brutality. I finally get it. But I still can't fully grasp that feeling of being tamed. What should I do? Should I start talking to Han Lai again? Though interactions with that dog man are always unpleasant, he's the only boy in school who makes me feel a bit of admiration. Yes, I somewhat admire that dog man. Even though I can act colder, more confident, and more assertive than him, I deeply know that I lack his underlying confidence. I've never truly believed in myself. Aside from looks and figure, I haven't achieved anything impressive. That confidence is shallow and blind. Shi Looting, stay clear-headed. Don't get swayed by these low-tier flattery. That dog man may be despicable, but at least his knowledge and focus are genuine. He's already completed junior year's advanced calculus, and all the major courses. How did he do it? It's insane. By next May, that dog man could at least get into a 211 university if he does well. Fudan isn't a dream. Not much time to learn from him. Perhaps I should. Forget it. I'll think it over later. I'll ask Ham Bro's advice tonight. The new book is doing well, Shi Looting. Make the most of this opportunity. Lastly, Han Lai actually is a bit handsome, I feel it. Cross that out above. Bastard. Flirting with Big Boob Yun again. Where are her hands? And you're just smiling. Dogman, one day your reputation will die with those two. Just wait and see. Where was Yu Yun's hand? Sneakily on Han Lai's thigh. It was close to his upper thigh, a slight movement, and she'd touched something. The T-girl had recently started acting more flirtatious, becoming increasingly touchy with Han Lai. Brother Lai, of course, was dissatisfied with this, so he firmly grabbed her hand, moved it away, only for her to grab it back, not letting go. Her hand wasn't chubby, well padded, and exceptionally soft. So Brother Lai didn't resist further, letting her hold on. Honestly, it felt nice. Fang Feifei, sitting on the other side of Han Lai, lowered her head and noticed the sneaky moves under the table, furious. She reached over and placed her hand on Han Lai's thigh too. With his right hand busy on the laptop, Brother Lai had no way to handle her, so he let her be. Then, like a mad woman, she slipped her hand inside his shirt, counting his abs. Brother Lai had 8 abs. But they weren't very defined. His stats were as follows. Primary attributes: strength 69, agility 69, constitution 69, intelligence 70. Secondary attributes: looks 76, physique 71, health 71, special 75. With a month of good food, Brother Lai had gained about 6 kg, now at 132 lbs. Naturally, his physique reached 71 points. Currently, his muscles were semi-formed, but his body fat percentage was too high for them to be visible, though they could still be felt. Fang Feifei enjoyed this and let out 2 silly giggles. Surrounded on both sides, Brother Lai was quite uncomfortable. They loved to tease but never took responsibility. They were full of mischief. Previously, the two had fought over him, always sparking conflict when they met, but now they'd come to an unspoken truce, each playing their own game. Originally, Brother Lai could have smoothly handled both, swaying between them. But now he was in trouble. Are we playing landlord? If Shi Looting weren't seated nearby, he'd definitely teach them a lesson. What color would it be? Yellow. He shook off Yu Yun's salty pig hand, flicked Fang Feifei's arm, and adjusted his pants, giving each of them a glare. Finally, they dared not continue, and Brother Lai refocused on his screen. In the end, making money was more important than yellow thoughts. Of course, making money was for better enjoyment later. It was all about priorities. Step 1. Build a stock selection pool. Custom Stock 1, first board. Custom Stock 2, second board. Custom Stock 3, third board. Custom Stock 4, fourth board and above. Custom Stock 6, sector leaders. He then set up alerts, configured multiple screens, and focused on the market. The flashing numbers and moving lines all looked like money to Han Lai. Even though humanities is not a prestigious field, there are still some smart people in it. After class, Han Lai was surrounded. When he introduced himself before, no one took his declarations seriously, they just thought he had a knack for speaking and a confident demeanor. Now that he'd shared some genuine insights, the more curious students began to act. Brother Lai, you must have been in the stock market for a while, right? Brother Lai, can we really do value investing in China? Brother Lai, I've been learning insider trading techniques from my dad, but why hasn't it worked well in the past 2 years? Brother Lai, what do you think about the daredevils who chase daily limit stocks? The leader is my idol. Brother Lai, recently, the hot stocks have been shifting strangely, and there's been continuous outflow from blue chips in the main market. Do you think the bear market will continue for a long time? Brother Lai, I agree with your overall approach, but where can I learn trading techniques? The questions kept coming, and some of them were quite insightful. These local students from the Magic City really had a good level of understanding. But all Han Lai could sense was an overwhelming stale atmosphere. Those questions reeked of a specific era. He'd crossed over 10 years in time, and the market environment now was entirely different. The retail investors back then were strong, simple, and enthusiastic, and cutting them down must have been satisfying. Unlike the future, where everyone had technical knowledge, individual investors leveled with institutional players, and market sentiment was unpredictable. That new generation of financial elites shared a lot of insights and techniques, creating many skilled personal investors. As for the previous generation's stock god, the top figure in private investment and idol of retail traders, Yishu Zhang, he was about to be buried along with the old era. If the students hadn't brought him up, Han Lai might have forgotten him, and forgotten that this moment was the final afterglow of a chaotic stock market era. Han Lai realized he was far ahead of this second generation in every way. His mood brightened considerably. Value investing can be done anytime. But are you sure your understanding of value aligns with future economic trends? I won't comment on Yishu Zhang, time will judge him. There aren't many manipulated stocks left, smart people are avoiding them. For trading techniques, try looking online, or watch the top winners when there's a competition. Han Lai responded briefly to a few questions before being drowned in more. Thankfully, the break was only 15 minutes, so it wasn't too much trouble. Even so, by the time he was free, he'd broken into a slight sweat. Yu Yun grinned mischievously and asked, "Any regrets?" "Regrets?" Brother Lai was puzzled. What's there to regret about showing off? Sitting nearby, Shi Luting almost spat from laughter at Han Lai's honesty. Fang Fei gave a thumbs up. Since you started showing off, you better finish it. Even if you're in tears, right? Exactly, that was the idea. The group laughed and joked for a while until the English teacher gave them a stern look, and they finally quieted down. Han Lai closed his laptop, realizing he should start skipping classes. There was nothing convenient to do in class, and he'd learned everything he needed, so it was pointless to waste time here. As for participation points, honestly, do locals with a second-tier university degree care about them? Why should a third-tier underdog like him? Once he made up his mind, Brother Lai spent the afternoon watching the market from his dorm room. His phone chimed repeatedly, but he ignored it. He watched the market until 3 p.m., analyzed until 5 p.m., went out for dinner, and returned to his dorm to write his bossy CEO novel as a mental break. It was quite fulfilling. Around 11 p.m., after exchanging notes about the day with Chen Yanfei, Han Lai received a consultation request from Little Cucumber. A lonely cucumber, ham bro, I have an idea. A lonely cucumber? Ah! I'm thinking of making up with that dog man. Do you think it's worth it? It's so worth it. Not only should you make up, but you should give him a hug too. With a mischievous smile, Han Lai typed a serious reply. Explain your thoughts in detail, and I'll help you weigh them. Shi Luting felt a bit shy, but since it was over the internet, she didn't hold back too much. A lonely cucumber today, he was called to the podium by the teacher and performed exceptionally. Of course, the point isn't the parts I didn't understand. The point is that I suddenly realized that the dog man genuinely possesses our male lead's core trait, a confidence so intense it's almost absolute. I don't understand why, and I want to know, for what reason. Although I'm still very angry about how he treated me, I can endure it for the sake of our work. I plan to get a bit closer to him and observe closely. Shi Luting's explanation was difficult, as she couldn't fully express herself, but Ham Bro didn't disappoint, remaining objective and calm. Ham Cucumber, you have to understand, having a strong curiosity about a man is often the beginning of a relationship. Ham Cucumber, no piece of work is worth this much. Ham Cucumber, so you need to be honest with yourself about your thoughts. Ham Cucumber, if it's solely for the sake of the work, my answer is no, there's no need. I'm the main writer, and I can shape the male lead well enough. Ham Cucumber, but if it's personal interest, then I support you and wish you well. Ham Cucumber being a little proactive towards someone worthwhile is no big deal. Ham Cucumber youth shouldn't mean indulgence, but it should mean courage. Don't leave yourself with regrets. With 7 replies, he broke down the thoughts that Shi Luting hadn't even clarified for herself. Shi Luting was both touched and hesitant. Am I truly that curious about Han Lai? Well, yes. Should I really take a step forward? Seems like. Yes? Initially she wasn't sure, but with Ham Bro's encouragement, her feelings began to lean significantly. They say the observer sees things clearly. Ham Bro was so smart, and he was a peer, his advice must be reliable, right? So, should I try? After some thought, Shi Luting raised a new concern. But I'm not very good at making the first move. Ham Cucumber just express kindness. Don't you have examples around you? Examples? Yes, 2 of them. A lonely cucumber. I have 2 female classmates who are always clinging to him and inviting him to eat. Ham Cucumber, that's a good approach. You can advance or retreat. Does he often turn them down? A lonely cucumber, no. He doesn't refuse anyone. Ham Cucumber, ha ha ha. He really is an interesting guy. Just follow their example. A lonely cucumber, isn't that too clingy? What if that dog man gets full of himself? Ham Cucumber, then wouldn't that prove he's not worth your attention? After all, you won't lose much, you can back out in time. A lonely cucumber? Oh? That makes sense. Ham Cucumber, take your time, get to know him better. Look at his strengths but also his flaws, especially in comparison to your own. A lonely cucumber, why? Ham Cucumber, because love is about 2 people, you idiot. A lonely cucumber? Oh, come on. It's not love. It's nowhere near that. Ham Cucumber, yes, but at this rate, the possibility is not only there, it's high, isn't it? A lonely cucumber. Could it be?
Ham Cucumber. Couldn't it be?
A lonely cucumber, goodbye, I'm hiding. I'll think it over. A lonely cucumber, thanks. Even after setting her phone aside, Shi Luting's mind was still unsettled. I just want to get closer to Han Lai, to smooth things out, and experience up close the essence of the bossy CEO personality. That's all. How did it turn into this? But Ham Bro made sense. It's rare to meet someone worth it. Being proactive isn't a big deal. Shi Luting, aren't you someone who never gives up? You've got to step up. Han Lai tossed his phone aside, rolling on the bed, laughing until he nearly split. This tactic is called teaching a goddess to pursue me. You're welcome, dear. The next morning, Han Lai met Shi Luting again at the sports field. Leggy was wearing loose workout pants and had her hair in a bun. She looked a bit like a giraffe, not much to look at. So Han Lai greeted her calmly, good morning. Morning. Shi Luting's gaze held a hint of complexity. Seemingly unaware, Han Lai gave her an encouraging smile, kissed by the morning sunlight. Come on, run with me. He adjusted his pace perfectly, making it easy for Shi Luting to keep up without much effort, feeling both relaxed and invigorated. Shi Luting's mood gradually brightened. The dog man was actually cute today. After 5 laps, Shi Luting was exhausted, slowly walking along the track. Meanwhile, Han Lai continued his workout. Unlike yesterday, after catching her breath, Shi Luting didn't leave immediately. She walked lap after lap until Han Lai finished his exercise. When he saw her again, he was visibly surprised. Huh? You haven't gone back yet? Shi Luting felt awkward but kept a calm face. Speaking openly, let's go, I'll treat you to breakfast. Thanks for running with me. Is there something you want? Han Lai asked reflexively, a clear look of surprise on his face. What, are you scared? The awkwardness in Shi Luting's heart suddenly turned into a pleasant feeling, and she felt like herself again. It's just breakfast, why so many questions? You're not so scary after all. Han Lai gave her a deep look, his expression a bit strange. Shi Luting didn't understand the look in Han Lai's eyes, she just felt that this dog man was still as impolite as ever. I'll put up with you for now. Just wait until I have you all figured out. What, are you scared to go? Coward. She glanced at him sideways, challenging him again. Actually, she wasn't angry, she was in a good mood. The reason she acted like this was mainly to test Han Lai's reaction. Scared? Brother Lai couldn't help but laugh. Why would I be scared? Shi Luting casually shot back, of you Yun Fi, or even me. Take your pick. TSK. All wrong. Han Lai raised an eyebrow dismissively and said in a completely indifferent tone, it doesn't matter who I'm eating with. Let's go. Xi Luding's eyes brightened. Yes. That's exactly it. Acting as if no one matters, letting anyone come as they please. No special treatment, no big deal, even if she was the top beauty of the business school. At first, Xi Luding thought Han Lai was just playing hard to get, but now she didn't think so. She was certain now that, in front of Han Lai, she really didn't have the typical pretty girl privilege. When she first realized this, she was quite upset. What gives you the right to treat me like that? But after calming down, she found it refreshing and exciting. As a beautiful girl, Xi Luding had been pampered all her life, and with her strong personality, anyone wanting to be friends with her had to prove themselves. And if someone wanted to have an emotional entanglement with her, they not only needed ability, but they also had to be more assertive than she was. Han Lai just happened to meet all the requirements. The two of them walked slowly toward the cafeteria, side by side. Xi Luding had so many questions, she didn't even know where to start. In the end, she foolishly asked, "Do you really think you can make money in the stock market?" Han Lai chuckled. "Why wouldn't I? Because the domestic market is more like a big casino, where the big players and institutions devour everyone. Without connections or insider info, aren't you just a lamb to the slaughter?" Han Lai wasn't surprised by Xi Luding's perspective. Now and even 10 years from now, a lot of outsiders would still think that way. As a freshman, it was completely normal for her not to understand. However, Dog Lai still put on a look of deep disappointment. As a future professional, do you really think that way? Then what's the point of studying finance? Xi Luding was completely thrown off. Feeling indignant, she retorted, "Then tell me, what's wrong with my thinking?" "Everything." Han Lai shook his head and calmly began explaining. "First, a casino is an absolutely balanced market of pure probability with no inherent trends. But every bull market, every collective movement in the stock market, has its own internal logic. The purpose of studying finance is to grasp that logic. Then, we follow the trend to create wealth. It's good that outsiders view the stock market as a casino, because it makes them respect the market, keeping them from diving in without understanding and becoming cannon fodder. But it's really uninformed for a professional to say so." Xi Luding's face turned red. She thought to herself, "I'm just a freshman. How am I supposed to be a professional? This dogman is so annoying, deliberately putting me down." She was right, Han Lai was indeed doing it on purpose. But since he made sense, she couldn't argue back and had to swallow her pride. "Keep talking." Han Lai glanced at her, smiling as he shook his head. "Second, there are very few so-called big players left now. Article 182 of the criminal law, the crime of market manipulation in securities and futures, was made specifically for these manipulators. From 1990 to 2005 was the first phase of our stock market, when big players ran rampant, and retail investors were obsessed with learning how to follow their moves. But now it's already 2013, sister. It's the era of institutional players and capital pools now, and those who break the rules will be dealt with by the iron fist. Tighter regulation, stricter policies. Do you know what that means? It means that many acts of manipulation that weren't previously considered criminal and were only administratively penalized by the Securities Commission are now treated as criminal offenses. In early September, Hong Yuan Securities President Hu Qiang was taken in by Public Security. In mid-September, Sun Mingxia, head of Guosen Securities Fixed Income Department, was arrested. Over 400 people have been detained this year alone. Don't you follow industry news at all? No worries. Start paying attention now and see how many industry elites get sentenced next year for insider trading and market manipulation. The wheels of the era are rolling forward. The new way of playing is to cooperate with listed companies in manipulation, and in the future, it might even involve AI manipulation. The old tactics are now truly criminal. Of course, any so-called new ways that involve insider trading will eventually face reckoning. In our country, the authorities may not always intervene immediately, but they always have the power to act when they choose. Understand? Is that true? Xi Luding was completely floored. Her view was far from encompassing the bigger picture. Hearing Han Lai's explanation now, she suddenly realized that the market wasn't what she'd imagined. It was utterly shocking. Han Lai shrugged. "If you don't believe me, go ask Professor Luo from your securities law class." In fact, from 2020 to 2025, investors frequently got caught in big scandals with high-ranking company executives and controlling shareholders due to insider trading. Regulation only got stricter, and things became more intense. Later on, stock analysts, certified advisors, and capital pool leaders were all prohibited from publicly discussing stock names and codes on public platforms. They couldn't even discuss it. Technical analysis could only be shared after obscuring stock codes. Otherwise, it was easy to fall under hat trading manipulation. Even a certified advisor wanting to write a novel about stock trading, even if set in 2013, would have to obscure stock names, or risk getting flagged for a light penalty of reduced visibility, or worse, a complete ban. That certain platform already received a warning, and all their previous drafts and planned plots were scrapped. Shi Luting was deeply shaken, turning her head to look intently at Han Lai, admiration evident in her eyes. "How do you know so much?" "Because I have a dream." Han Lai gazed into the distance with a profound look in his eyes. At this moment, the morning light bathed his sharply defined face in a warm, golden glow. He looked as if he were wearing the mask of a god. His clear, bright eyes reflected light, and from the side, they seemed to blaze with a golden flame, making Shi Luting feel as though her heart was melting. She jerked her gaze away like she'd been shocked, her mind going blank. Time passed second by second, and when Han Lai broke his pose, he asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know?" His voice was softer than ever, making Shi Luting's heart pound like a drum, completely entranced. "Clearly, the Oscars owe Brother Lai an award for Best Actor." Han Lai suddenly raised his tone, and the subject elevated to a whole new level, which Shi Luting couldn't handle. "Listen to this, dreams." Such an inspiring word. For 18-year-olds, it's the time when they believe in dreams. If you talk to them about society's darkness, they'll immediately believe it all, feeling righteous indignation, as if the whole world is beyond redemption. But if you mention dreams again, their eyes will light up, itching to save the world. It's the natural response at that age. Shi Luting was a calm and rational girl, but she was still stirred by Han Lai. The key wasn't about how this dogman was showing off. The key was that he actually backed it up. No one could know so much without good reason. Things like Hong Yuan Securities president or Sun Mingxia from the fixed income department, she had never even heard of. There might not be another person in the whole school who paid attention to such news. Han Lai must have gone through rigorous study, followed the latest news for a long time, and consistently thought for himself to reach his current level. And he was only 18 this year. So, when did he start dreaming of this? It must have been at least 3 years ago, in his first year of high school. So that's the real reason he's so smart but doesn't get high grades. Han Lai matured very early, which explains his composed and steady demeanor. This guy has grand ambitions, started early, and treats beauties like they're just passing clouds. He'll surely accomplish great things in the future. The early stages of a bossy CEO should look just like this. I was right about him after all. The great author Shi began filling in the blanks with her imagination, raising Han Lai to a rather absurd level, and yet believed it wholeheartedly. It was really amusing. But Shi Luting didn't think there was any problem with it. Instead, she felt full of joy. The dogman actually initiated a conversation with me. And he's chatting without holding anything back, saying whatever's on his mind. Isn't that a sign of interest? When he talks to Yu Yun and Fang Feifei. Wait. The dogman accepts soft meals from anyone without hesitation. As soon as she thought of Big Na Yun and Free Fang, Shi Luting was jolted out of her pleasant fantasies, inwardly scolding herself. "Hey, get a grip. Don't let this dogman fool you, he's no good." She quickly touched her flushed earlobe and casually threw out a question. "So, even small, ordinary investors like us can make money in the market?" It was just a random question, keeping the conversation going. Han Lai chuckled to himself but remained serious on the outside. "Of course we can. Now is the best time. The government is becoming stricter in regulating large funds and cracking down harder on market manipulation. The market environment is getting fairer, but most investors' skills haven't evolved to match the changes. As a result, countless grassroots heroes will rise to seize a piece of the big, sweet pie. Why can't you and I be among them?" Shi Luting had just asked casually, but she was once again struck by Han Lai's ambition. Because this time, the dogman deliberately included her in his plans. She'd never thought she could make money in the A-share market. To her, it was a mysterious, dangerous market, full of insider trading, power exchanges, and controlled gambling. So, in her previous life, when the bull market arrived, she ignored it at first, then hesitated endlessly. By the time enough examples proved it was possible to make money, the best timing had passed. She entered the market for less than a month before she was completely trapped. A classic case of a sentry standing guard. Foolish? Perhaps a bit. But it wasn't just her problem. Even by 2025, plenty of people still believed the stock market was rigged, and that it was impossible to make money without insider information. This mindset wasn't limited to ordinary people, it included university students, professors, and elite professionals from other fields. Conspiracy theories are human nature. However, anyone who's seen a brokerage's back-end data would understand, regardless of the period, there are always 5% of investors who can earn consistently. In a bear market, they might earn less or lose a bit. In a bull market, they increase their holdings and make big profits. During bull-bear transitions, they pull out most of their funds, only playing with small amounts. Every brokerage has these kinds of skilled but cautious veteran investors. The new generation experts are even more formidable. In the next 10 years, at least 30 famous short-term traders will emerge, building impressive reputations, starting with small funds of 10,000 or 50,000 or 80,000, and growing to tens or even hundreds of millions. They then quietly continue in short-term trading, sometimes profiting, sometimes taking losses from retail investors. Additionally, well-known long-term investors like Zhang Jianping, Yang Lianming, Fan Hui, Liang Xinghua, and Ge Weidong often make hundreds of millions from a single stock. Whenever they make big gains, the Securities Commission investigates them. Fan Hui, for example, was fined over 30 million for a minor issue, but the rest made clean, legal profits. If I predict the new energy sector will grow and invest early, then wait patiently. What's wrong with that? Conspiracy theorists might ask, what if the main players don't push it up and want to do a squeeze out? Nonsense. In this new era, a stock's rise depends on consensus, the collective strength of funds, and group sentiment. There are no longer big players with full control over prices. What should rise will rise, and no one can suppress it. What shouldn't rise might occasionally surge, but the Economic Crime Division will always get their bonuses, catching plenty of offenders. Zixiang Yifei, Lao Naiyu, Wu Chengzi, all part of insider rings. Having experienced future regulatory changes, Han Lai understood better than anyone what could be done and what couldn't. Helping little cucumber fly was on the permissible list. Flying too high wasn't an option, but feeding her a bit of sweetness was necessary, wasn't it? Whether she survived her social demise would depend on how high she flew and how thrilled she felt. Satisfying her was Brother Lai's only path. Unaware of the dogman's malicious thoughts, Shi Luting was still excited. Me too? But I don't understand any of it. You're so smart, why couldn't you? He. Then will you teach me? Shi Luting grew more excited, looking at Han Lai with a charming glow in her eyes. If it were an eager novice, he'd probably lose control and take things further. But as a psychology novice, a master of subtle manipulation, and the sly Han Lai, he wouldn't fall for it. At the critical moment, Master Lai decisively distanced himself. Sure, but you have to pay a tuition fee. Shi Luting felt a bucket of cold water pour over her, snapping her back to reality. How would I pay? It's not like you need a meal ticket. Ktsk, her tone definitely had a hint of resentment. Han Lai, having clearly left his dignity back in the dorm, responded confidently, you're different from them. When they treat me, it's out of kindness. But when you treat me, it's respect. Wham! Shi Luting's face turned red with anger, and she smacked him on the back, leaving her hand numb with pain. Respect, my ass. Are you annoying or what? She was mad, really mad. Once she used crude language, it meant she wasn't joking anymore. Who? Are you trying to murder your mentor? The pain made Han Lai wince, but he was in a good mood. Little Cucumber was feeling more comfortable around him, which was great. She probably didn't even realize it, but after being her classmate for 4 years, Han Lai knew her personality well. Sure, she'd often argue, but she'd never hit a guy before. If things kept going this way, her boundaries would lower bit by bit, and eventually, there'd be no distance at all. He. Mentor? Are you even qualified? Did I ever agree to that? Just today's breakfast, don't even think about another meal. Stop dreaming. Shi Luting's face flushed as she ranted, resisting fiercely. But it was all just talk. The next time Han Lai invited her, she'd surely argue and then obediently pay up. And this was before any results. Once Han Lai achieved real success, the balance would tip even further. Of course, regardless of the situation, her tough facade would remain intact. After all, everyone's got a little prideful, stubborn streak, right? As Han Lai stretched to relieve the pain, just about to tease her further, Little Cucumber's phone suddenly rang. Who calls this early? She pulled out her phone and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, who's calling? Shi Meng? Oh yes, that's me. Yes, I'm at the East Campus. You can come straight to the East Gate. All right, thank you very much. Hearing her response, a thought crossed Han Lai's mind. Oh ho. So the generous gift from good brother Ham has arrived. Ji Luting had no clue what the delivery was, feeling lighthearted. After hanging up, she tilted her head slightly towards Han Lai and said, "Let's go grab my delivery first, then eat breakfast. I'll open it in the cafeteria since I need it right away." Her movements were incredibly graceful and spirited. But brother Lai suddenly covered his face, shaking with laughter, barely holding it in. "What's wrong with you, dog man?" Shi Luting was fuming with anger and couldn't hold back. She lashed out at Han Lai again. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Han Lai pursed his lips tightly, standing straight with a serious expression. "My back itches." "You hit too hard." Level 3 acting skills activated. His small, innocent-looking eyes added to the act. Shi Luting let out a cold, prideful snort, reluctantly accepting Han Lai's explanation. Truthfully, she was feeling guilty. When she hit him earlier, she hadn't thought about it at all. After venting her anger, she felt a little embarrassed and just a tiny bit of fear. How could I be so unladylike? Besides, this dogman doesn't have the looks of a domineering CEO but has the temperament of one bad-tempered and never indulgent toward women. What if he fought back? If he swung that big hand of his and smacked me hard? Just thinking about it made her cringe. It would really hurt. Lately, Shi Luting had been reading a lot of those heavy content novels. No matter how strong her mental resistance was, she couldn't help but be influenced. Plus, she always saw Han Lai as the embodiment of the male lead, completely immersing herself in the plot. In a split second, she conjured up a slew of, vivid scenes. Her ears turned bright red. It really wasn't her fault for overthinking. Let's be honest, people with a knack for writing beautiful, delicate prose tend to be like this. Great at imagination, skilled at turning words into vivid mental images, with a colorful inner world and an uncontrollable stream of whimsical thoughts. Otherwise, how could she have turned into a daydreaming maniac? It's just her nature. Shi Luting tried hard to maintain her composure, acting as if nothing had happened, and turned to head toward the school gate. "Keep up." Han Lai smirked playfully and trailed leisurely behind her. "This was your idea. If something unexpected happens later, don't blame me." The two walked about 50 meters, one ahead and one behind, before Shi Luting finally calmed down and started making small talk with Han Lai. "Why are you delivering packages so early in the morning? Aren't you being a bit too diligent?" Han Lai almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "You're asking me? Hey cucumber, you've asked the right person. I do know the answer. Intercampus deliveries share a single delivery point, so it's naturally faster. Plus, Ham Brother made sure to expedite it for you. Hold it in, don't laugh." Han Lai feigned seriousness and replied, "It's proof of your good fortune today. Everything's going your way. Hey, what's your zodiac sign?" At this, Shi Luting's attention immediately shifted. "I'm a Capricorn girl. And the last Capricorn of 94. You know astrology?" "Astrology, my foot. I just know you're lucky today." Han Lai thought to himself but didn't let it show. Instead, he smoothly said, "Strong-willed, sensitive, proud, loyal in love, with a rich inner world. Yeah, that does sound like you." Shi Luting instantly lit up with delight, her mood soaring. Plenty of guys had tried using zodiac signs to get closer to her, and she always dismissed them. But now, it felt like she'd found a kindred spirit. See, flattery doesn't work. Only by being outstanding yourself can you spark a connection through shared interests. What about you? What's your zodiac sign? Shi Luting pouted and mimicked his question. Guess? Han Lai teased, half smiling. Leo? Wow. You're good. Han Lai feigned surprise. Shi Luting raised her chin proudly, her swan-like neck taut with a faint, elegant allure. Dominant, resolute, rational, and decisive. What else could you be but a Leo? Impressive, impressive. Han Lai gave her a thumbs up, flattering her until her face was beaming, her fox-like eyes curving into crescent moons. Let me tell you. Shi Luting enthusiastically launched into a discussion of her zodiac knowledge, chattering non-stop. Han Lai nodded along with MHMS and AHS, secretly laughing to himself. Of course he knew the truth. When Ham Brother was writing, he deliberately set the male lead's birthday as August 1st, just 8 days earlier than Han Lai's. The real and fictional male leads were the same zodiac sign. Shi Luting instinctively guessed Leo. How could she not get it right? As they chatted happily, the two arrived at the gate of the Shanghai Foreign Language School and found the delivery guy. She casually took the package and shook it. Huh? It's so light. Let's go eat. I'm starving, Han Lai said, deliberately feigning indifference, as if he wasn't curious about her package at all. Alright, let's go. Shi Looting glanced at the delivery label, which listed jewelry under the item description. The beauty finally let out a sigh of relief. Actually, she'd already realized halfway through that whatever Ham Brother had sent probably wasn't something she could open in front of Han Lai. Ham Brother had called it a good thing and said it would be hugely helpful. What could it be? She was genuinely worried that Ham Brother had sent a professional book on Sima research. If she opened something like that in front of Han Lai, it would be mortifying. Jewelry was perfect easy to explain away. Despite repeatedly warning herself, Shi Looting couldn't stop her thoughts from drifting. She suddenly wondered Han Lai must never know the truth. But if he caught a glimpse by accident, would it be so bad? He is, after all, the embodiment of the male lead. If he saw it, would it count as a form of participation? Would it enhance my experience? Would it? Oh my goodness! No. Shi Looting, you mustn't get too carried away. As they were about to reach the cafeteria entrance, Shi Looting suddenly fell silent. Han Lai, curious, turned around and saw her standing there, a mix of confusion and gritted teeth as if she was overthinking something. This girl had an incredible imagination. Han Lai couldn't guess what she was pondering this time, so he simply waved a hand in front of her face, amused. Hey, wake up, we're here. Huh? Oh, let's go. Shi Looting snapped out of it abruptly. She immediately put on a stern expression, as if someone owed her a fortune. As the two stepped inside and turned right, they both stopped in their tracks. A figure was blocking their way. Yu Yun stood there, clenching her fists, glaring at them with gritted teeth. Her breathing was heavy, her chest rising and falling visibly. Shi Looting suddenly remembered it was Yu Yun's turn to treat the dogman to breakfast today, and she had stolen the opportunity. She didn't feel guilty at all, but she had no intention of arguing with Yu Yun in the cafeteria. So she nodded calmly and greeted her with composure. Awake already? I bumped into Han Lai during my morning jog, so we decided to eat together. Han Lai, even more nonchalant, added with a thick-skinned tone, the class president is treating today. She doesn't know what I like, so you can go help her order. Both girls froze. Are you even human? Yu Yun hadn't even gotten a word in before being cleanly assigned her role. She started to question herself. Did I accidentally do something wrong? Is this some sort of punishment? Otherwise, why would Han Lai be so confident about this? Shi Looting, for her part, was equally dumbfounded. I'm treating you to breakfast, and you're sitting there like a lord, even assigning me a maid to supervise my order. What is this, paying homage to the great master? The two girls exchanged glances and, suddenly, no longer felt upset with each other. With Han Lai present, getting mad at anyone else just didn't make sense. Who could outdo his shamelessness? Shi Looting, her long legs striding ahead, headed straight for the cafeteria counter, leaving behind a curt remark. Come if you want, whatever I order is what you're eating. As for Yu Yun. 1 second, she had been standing united with Shi Looting against Han Lai, and the next, she had slipped over to Han Lai's side, softly asking. Brother Lai, did I do something wrong to upset you? Why did you suddenly ask Tingting to join you today? If I've done anything wrong, tell me, I'll fix it right away. Katsk. The queen of manipulation strikes again. She evolved on the spot. Han Lai casually passed the blame. No, it's just a coincidence today. She suddenly insisted on treating me, and even I was surprised. Yu Yun, hearing this, didn't look pleased at all. Why? Tingting. Never mind, I won't ask any more. Seeing Han Lai grow a little impatient, she quickly changed her tone, though her heart sank. She wasn't afraid of Fang Feifei. No matter how bold Fang Feifei got, she was still manageable. But Shi Looting? That leggy goddess, whose face alone was already a mortal enemy. She was terrifying. Yu Yun took a step closer, trying to grab Han Lai's arm, only to be firmly pushed away. Go help bring the food. I'll find a seat. This brusque action left her obedient and submissive, without the slightest protest. Okay. Yu Yun pouted pitifully and turned to chase after Shi Looting, unwilling as she seemed. Despite herself, she followed through. Han Lai's thoughts wandered for a moment. How stupid was I in my last life? Why did I waste 3 years on someone like her? The answer was simple. In his past life, Han Lai had no idea where he truly stood. He aimed too high, wanting to date someone out of his league. If he had just lowered his standards, finding a girlfriend would have been easy. But he wasn't interested in those who suited him, and those he was interested in were far out of reach. So, he resorted to simping, hoping for a slim chance of success. Look at that. Even he knew his chances were slim, Yet he refused to give up or work to improve himself. With such a mindset, how could he not fail? The world is simple. Mediocrity complicates it. It wasn't until Han Lai approached 30 that he gained a clear understanding of himself. Life got much easier after that, even enjoyable. Looking back, his past behavior seemed laughable. But that's how most ordinary lives are, a series of trial and error realizations. As for the kind of hyper-competent elites who never falter, Han Lai had met a few. He could only say, "I'm no match. And I don't envy them." If it weren't for the system, Han Lai would still be a regular guy with a bit more self-awareness. Not someone doomed to loneliness, but also not someone destined for great achievements. His life would have been simple and average. That's self-awareness for you. Han Lai knew very well that he wasn't born a winner. He was just an ordinary guy who got lucky with a cheat code. The upside was, he had a deep understanding of ordinary people's mindsets. He knew exactly what Yu Yun wanted. A true golden boy might not be able to handle her. This was a woman who could boldly cuckold her own husband. Her ability to adapt and grow far outpaced those oblivious straight men. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Han Lai soon found an inconspicuous corner and plopped down like a lord. Shi Luting and Yu Yun made 2 trips to bring over all the food: egg cakes with meat sandwiches, beef noodles with marinated eggs, and 2 plates of side dishes, a hearty spread. But the 2 usually close girls were clearly at odds today. Yu Yun pouted angrily, while Shi Luting's face was ice cold. No need to ask, they'd obviously just had an argument. With her long legs, Shi Luting quickly took the seat next to Han Lai. Yu Yun gritted her teeth, tugged at her fitted t-shirt, and sat heavily across from Han Lai. Don't overthink it, she was just trying to cover her waist. Clearly. Once seated, Shi Luting handed Han Lai a pair of chopsticks. "Eat, Your Majesty. Eat." The sky could fall. And it wouldn't matter, eating comes first. As Han Lai was reaching for the chopsticks, 2 people suddenly walked over. 2 girls, both familiar faces. Their eyes met, and for a moment, everyone froze. Shi Luting's sharp senses kicked in, and she instinctively looked up. Her pupils contracted, and her expression turned even colder. Han Lai greeted them with ease. "Long time no see, you two." Pan Ge, masking her surprise, glanced at Shi Luting with a faint smile and nodded politely. "Good morning." Du Fu, however, wore an odd expression. "Brother Lai, what's this? Switch to a new meal ticket." The remark infuriated Shi Luting, leaving her fuming. Han Lai had no intention of defending her. He jokingly replied, "Not sure yet. The new ticket's not very stable." And Shi Luting's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Yun felt vindicated, and secretly giggled. Pan Ge quietly tugged on Du Fu's sleeve, only to have Du Fu pull her back and press her into the seat at Han Lai's table. Oh boy, this is getting lively. Han Lai didn't mind at all. He continued eating and chatting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "You're up early today," he remarked. "Early?" Pan Ge raised her wrist to check her watch. "It's 7:15. If I stay on campus, I always eat breakfast at this time." Her watch was a brand Han Lai didn't recognize but looked quite luxurious. Her movements were particularly graceful, not the affected kind, but a natural elegance. Yu Yun's eyes flashed with envy, while Shi Luting's filled with wariness. "Avoiding the rush?" Han Lai guessed with a smile. Pan Ge hesitated, then smiled and nodded, confirming his guess. Breakfast rush hour was typically between 7:30 and 7:50. Coming 20 minutes early meant fewer hassles. Everyone could figure that out, but someone had to explain it. Only Han Lai could pick up on such a nuance from one comment. His sharp mind and quick thinking were evident. Watching their smooth exchange, Shi Luting suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Dogman, and this girl looked like such a match. What do they call that? Couple energy. On impulse, she peeled an egg for Han Lai and placed it in his bowl, her voice cold but caring. "Eat properly. I worked hard to get this for you, it won't taste good cold." Hiss, hiss. Yu Yun gasped audibly, stunned that Shi Luting could go this far for Han Lai. "So, am I getting demoted to ex-girlfriend now?" Pan Ge sensed the challenge but found it amusing. "Showing off in front of me. Are you nervous?" Du Fu lost interest in her meal, too absorbed in the drama unfolding. Who needs TV when real-life shows like this are so much better? Missing even a second could mean missing the juiciest part. All the actors were in place. The only one yet to act was Han Lai. Everyone turned to him in unison, their eyes fixed on the sole male lead. The scene was set for chaos. So thrilling. Han Lai felt a tingling sensation all over his body, goosebumps forming under the intense gazes of the girls. Scientific research suggests that stares have weight. if ranked by intensity. Little cucumbers she looting. Big chest yu yun yun. Drama lover du fu. Proper lady pan ji. If ranked by excitement. Drama lover du fu. Big chest yu yun. Little cucumber. Proper lady. This all made sense, but the mounting pressure on Han Lai was immense. Seriously, which kid could endure this kind of weight? Oh right, he's no kid, he's an old baby. Never mind then. The crafty and sly Han Lai's eyes flickered, his level 3 psychology skills kicking in at 1/3 capacity. He immediately grasped what each of them wanted to see. Du Fu simply wanted entertainment, she'd be thrilled if a fight broke out. Yu Yun wanted to gauge Han Lai's attitude toward Ji Looting to plan her next move. Shi Looting wanted to save face in front of Pan Ji, and also test how Han Lai truly felt about her. Pan Ji was the simplest, she was just curious. Last time you made Shi Looting cry in front of me. Today, with her being so softened, what will you do? Han Lai saw through all of their intentions. Cough, cough. Okay, maybe not perfectly, but he had a general idea. That was enough. The real question now was, what's the solution? Han Lai's usual principle was clear, he wouldn't indulge Shi Looting. We're not that close. And you're already acting like my lawful wife? But then, he noticed the package Shi Looting had casually placed on the table, and felt a bit soft-hearted. Little Cucumber was teetering on the brink of a social death. Might as well be kinder to her. A person needs a conscience. So, Han Lai smiled warmly and graciously. Alright, today is your show. I'll go along with your arrangements. Then, he picked up a marinated egg and took a big bite. Shi Looting's tense gaze relaxed, her mood lifted, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Dogman is so well behaved today. She glanced at Pan Ji, raised her chin proudly, and felt like she'd regained some ground. Last time was just a fluke. This time, you're seeing the real me. Yu Yun, meanwhile, gripped her t-shirt tightly, eyes wide with frustration. But she always preferred the soft approach, never confronting things head-on. Pouting, she began to act coy. Brother Lai, how could you do this? Don't you have any principles? Wow. The way she swayed. Han Lai didn't know what the girls were thinking, but for him, the sight made his head spin. My principles aren't clear enough? He shifted his gaze back and replied slowly. I stand by whoever feeds me. Fair and just, no discrimination. Cough, cough. Du Fu, who was sipping soy milk, choked and started coughing violently. This guy's so shameless. I've never seen anyone flaunt freeloading with such confidence. This is eye-opening. She gave Han Lai a thumbs up, deeply impressed. Big bro? You're amazing. Han Lai immediately teased, right? Want to try VIP treatment yourself? No way. My allowance barely covers my own weight. Du Fu shook her head like a rattle drum, but then her eyes lit up mischievously. She dragged Pan Ji into the mix. Hey, go find Pan Ji. Her weekly allowance could cover your cafeteria meals for a year. Pan Ji chuckled helplessly and shot Du Fu a sharp glare. But instead of refuting, she calmly drank her porridge, leaving the ball in Han Lai's court. Smart move. Shi Looting grew anxious, gripping her chopsticks so tightly her knuckles turned white. This shameless dogman is bound to climb this ladder without a second thought. But unexpectedly, Han Lai shook his head. Forget it. I can barely keep up with the 3 benefactors I have now. I really don't have the energy to develop a new sponsor. Plus I've got breakfast, lunch, and dinner slots perfectly filled. Where would another fit in? Most importantly, letting Pan Pan treat me in the cafeteria would be such a waste. If we bump into each other outside someday, how about treating me to Wangjiang Pavilion? That would be much better. Pan Ji was particularly satisfied with Han Lai's response. First, he subtly distanced her from the topic. Second, he complimented her naturally. Third, he was neither overly flattering nor coldly indifferent. So, she looked at him openly, smiling as she made a promise. All right. If we meet outside, I'll treat you to Wangjiang Pavilion. Just don't scare me with a ring proposal. Yu Yun, Shi Looting, and Du Fu were all dumbfounded. What is this conversation even about? Only Han Lai understood. Wangjiang Pavilion was a private restaurant with the best views of the Bund in Shanghai, known as the city's top proposal spot. The top floor has a 2-person suite with just average food, but the butler works with customers to set up themed decorations perfect for couples seeking a memorable experience. By stating it so plainly, Pan Ji made her stance clear. I can treat you to Wangjiang Pavilion, but it's just a meal, don't overthink it. She was very skilled, deserving her nickname Proper Lady. But Han Lai wasn't one to lag behind. He casually joked back. I was just throwing out ideas. It doesn't have to be Wangjiang Pavilion. Any top-tier restaurant will do, as long as it's expensive. They exchanged a glance and smiled in sync, showing mutual understanding. Yu Yun, Shi Luting, and Du Fu, meanwhile, kept glancing back and forth, utterly clueless about the hidden signals between them. And so, Little Cucumber exploded once again. All right, dog man. Eating my food, drinking my drinks, and now you're scheduling your next free meal. I don't even have a way to stop you. Realizing this only made her angrier, she stabbed at her porridge with her chopsticks, grinding her teeth in frustration. Yu Yun wasn't mad, but she was anxious. How is this even fair? One Shi Luting was bad enough, and now there's another equal-level threat in Pan Ji. The helplessness of the situation was unbearable for anyone who hadn't been through it. But Yu Yun's greatest strength was resilience. Where others might give up, she didn't. She thought my judgment isn't wrong. Han Lai is a 24K pure golden husband material. If others are fighting for him, he must be worth it. Which other guy in school could attract both Shi Luting and Pan Ji at the same time? It's worth the effort. The proud master manipulator was driving herself into madness. But in truth, did Han Lai have any romantic ties with these two? Nope. It was just ordinary interaction, no feelings involved. Yet, due to a series of coincidences, the girls' rivalries got amplified. And in came Han Lai, the sly fox, stirring things up and reaping all the benefits in the chaos. What battle arena? What others saw as a dramatic showdown was merely Han Lai's stage for gaining the upper hand. Shi Luting, filled with anger but with no reason to argue, slammed her chopsticks down and sat coldly. Yu Yun blinked, deciding to reconcile with Shi Luting. Pan Ji brought too much pressure. Her figure wasn't as explosive as Yu Yun's, but her elegance and wealth were unmatched. Better to keep it in the family, at least there's a chance to sneak a taste. If an outsider takes the whole pot, what's left for me? A united front against Pan Ji was essential. I hereby declare the Yun Ting alliance officially formed. Yu Yun's eyes darted to the delivery box on the table, and she immediately found a conversation starter. Ting, what did you buy? In truth, Shi Luting didn't want to talk about the gift with Yu Yun. She felt a bit uneasy. Ham Brother hadn't clarified what it was. Judging by the weight, it didn't seem like that kind of toy, but what if it really wasn't something suitable to be opened in front of others? The concern was genuine. But under the pressure from Pan Ji, Shi Luting couldn't afford to get into a fight with Yu Yun again. Those sisters, Pan and Du Fu, were all chummy. If she and Yu Yun started bickering, wouldn't they just be giving them a show? So she tried to downplay the gift as much as possible, reducing its presence in the conversation. It's not something I bought. A friend sent it as a gift. Wow. Your friend treats you so well. Just like a dog can't stop itself from eating trash, Yu Yun couldn't resist her tea-flavored remarks. Even though she had decided to temporarily align with Shi Luting, she still instinctively dug a hole for her ally. What kind of friend? We've been besties for 2 months, but I've never heard you mention them. Shi Luting froze, her scalp tingling. How should she respond? An online friend who co-writes domineering CEO stories with me. If they were back in the dorms, she might be able to come up with an excuse. But in front of Han Lai and Pan Ji, no matter how she explained it, it wouldn't sound good. Narrowing her eyes, Shi Luting shot Yu Yun a dagger-like glare. Coldly, she said, "Do you know all my friends?" Yu Yun snapped out of it. Oh no! Why am I picking a fight with Shi Luting now? I should be teaming up with her against the outsiders. Yu Yun quickly changed her tune. Who cares who it is? You've got so many admirers, I'm too lazy to ask about all of them. I'm just curious what's in the box. She thought her complimenting skills were decent. See? Our Ting is never short on suitors, she's in demand. And it subtly reminded Han Lai to be more mindful. Han Lai acted as if he hadn't heard a word, focusing entirely on his food. Relax. I know that guy. The relationship between those two. You don't get it. Pan Ji and Du Fu exchanged glances and chuckled. Pan Ji's smile was gentle and composed, while Du Fu's was mischievous. Still smiling, Du Fu added, of course. Ting has always been popular, even in the student council. Shi Luting's head began to ache. She flipped the shipping label on the package upside down and pressed it flat against the table. It's just a piece of jewelry I asked a friend to buy for me. Nothing to do with any admirers. She didn't want anyone to think she randomly accepted gifts from admirers. On one hand, she was treating the dog man to breakfast, on the other, she was accepting gifts from suitors. How would that look? Boasting about this in front of Pan Ji? That'd be even more embarrassing. Shi Luting could endure anything, but she couldn't stand being laughed at by Pan Ji. Yu Yun's eyes lit up, her curiosity growing. You bought it? What kind of jewelry? Open it and show me. Her request wasn't unreasonable. Between girls, unboxing together when things were good was perfectly normal. Commenting and laughing as the box was opened doubled the fun. Shi Luting froze. She wasn't good at lying and usually suppressed disagreements with sheer force. But today, everything was going wrong. One mishap after another. She had planned to enjoy a quiet meal and chat with the dogman, but who would have thought they'd end up at a table with this crowd? If she refused now, it would seem like she was hiding something. How would the dogman and Pan Ji interpret it? Maybe. No way. She absolutely couldn't open the package here. Who knew what was inside? Thinking it through, she found a random excuse. I'll show you later. If you like it, you can borrow it for a couple of days. I don't have a box cutter with me right now. How am I supposed to get through all that tape? Her expression was calm, and her tone light, exuding an air of openness. Box cutter? Yu Yun frowned, thinking for a moment, before suddenly letting out an ah. I've got it! Shi Luting stared blankly as Yu Yun excitedly rummaged through her small bag and pulled out an eyebrow razor. She held it up proudly. Problem solved. Wow. Thanks a lot. Watching as Yu Yun pressed the package down ready to slice it open, Shi Luting jolted and quickly stopped her. Don't mess around. The tape is thick, and that little blade is dangerous. What if you cut yourself? Her concern was obvious. Oh. Yu Yun realized she had a point and obediently put the razor away, even flashing an ingratiating smile at Shi Luting. She loved Shi Luting's strong, confident personality. As Yu Yun stowed the razor, Shi Luting quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had just started to feel lucky when a Swiss Army knife was suddenly pushed across the table. What the heck? Shi Luting's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming an O. Then, the dogman lowered his head and continued eating his beef noodles, as if nothing had happened. Here, use it. Don't mention it. Thank you. So much. Shi Luting felt like she might explode. Her voice rising, she demanded, Wait, why the hell are you carrying this thing on a morning jog? The environment on the lower floors isn't great for jogging. I bring it for self-defense. Han Lai's response was casual, but two people understood immediately. One was Shi Luting. She'd heard about the misconduct of some international studies students through the student council. The other was Pan Ji. Not only had she heard about it, but she'd also seen male students in her class bullying others firsthand. Shi Luting's anger instantly turned into pity. So the dogman's life isn't easy either. Just as she was about to say something comforting, she was startled by a sharp snap. Turning her head, she saw. Good heavens! Big chest Yu Yun had already pulled out the serrated blade, one hand pressing the box while the other gleefully tested the knife's edge. As she measured the cuts, she cheerfully declared, So exciting. I love this kind of surprise. Ting Ting was completely stunned. MMP, what are you all, debt collectors? How much do I owe you from my past life? Fine. I give up. Resigned, Shi Luting decided to let it happen. She had no excuses left to stop them. It's probably just a ring or something. Ask all you want, it's earrings. If it's a chain. Short ones are anklets, long ones are waist chains. She braced herself, but she couldn't suppress the nervousness in her heart. Nervousness mingled with a hint of anticipation. Ham Brother was an incredibly talented and interesting person, almost like a mentor to her. What kind of gift would he send? The sound of tearing tape filled the air. A few thuds later, Yu Yun eagerly tore open the cardboard box. Inside was a pink gift box. Wow. Such a cute box. Yu Yun was delighted, and Shi Luting nodded silently. The box was indeed beautiful. It was clear Ham Brother had chosen it carefully. Yu Yun picked up the box and gave it a gentle shake. It was light and made no sound. That's strange, she muttered before impatiently opening the lid. What came next? Yu Yun's eyes went wide, and she froze completely, her entire face filled with shock. Judging by her expression, whatever was inside was either incredibly valuable or completely unexpected. Which one was it? Everyone's curiosity was piqued except for Han Lai. Shi Luting, on the other hand, felt a wave of strong unease amid her curiosity. Did I underestimate this too much? Yu Yun's expression was absolutely hilarious. Even Pan Ji, who wasn't originally curious, raised her head to look. It's over. Total disaster. How am I supposed to explain this? For a moment, Shi Luting's mind was in utter chaos. Her whole body froze except for her toes, which twitched nervously. Still dazed, she instinctively responded to Yu Yun's question, going along naturally. We're sisters, no need to be polite. No, no, no. Yu Yun jumped in fright, waving her hands in horror. I think Fang Feifei is pretty good too. Maybe you should ask her? Shi Luting froze. What do you mean? Why are you dragging Fang Feifei into this? Pan Ji and Du Fu didn't understand a word either, finding the situation increasingly odd. Pan Ji was sharp. While she'd never seen it firsthand, she'd heard of all sorts of strange hobbies. Humans are varied, nothing should be too surprising. But she never expected that not only would Shi Luting have such a preference, but she'd also set her sights on her close friend Yu Yun. Utterly shocked, she blurted out her admiration. Shi Luting, you're amazing. Pan Ji was being sincere. This was the first time she'd ever been so impressed by a peer. So bold. Her words snapped as Shi Luting back to reality. Panicking, she scrambled to close the box and stammered out an explanation. No, I didn't mean anything about Yu Yun. No, wait, I didn't mean anything at all. It's not even mine. Damn it. The lies she had told earlier now became chains holding her down. Shi Luting couldn't explain herself at all. Her face turned bright red, like a tomato ready to burst. Half was shame, half was anger. Finally, she slammed the table in frustration and swore loudly. Dear God, can someone please save me? Instinctively, she turned to her best friend Yu Yun, hoping for some help in clearing her name. Yu Yun, you know me. It's not like that. But before she could finish, Yu Yun shrank back in fear, cutting her off with trembling words and a terrified look. Sister Shi, I respect you so much, but I really truly like Han Lai. Shi Luting was on the verge of losing her mind. What does your love for that dogman have to do with my explanation? Wait. Actually, it kind of does, doesn't it? Realizing the connection, Shi Luting felt like she was going to explode. I'm really not. I really didn't. I swear. At the critical moment, Pan Ji stepped in, seemingly inspired. With her face both radiant and solemn, she spoke with righteous encouragement. It's okay. As long as you're not hurting anyone, everyone's preferences deserve respect. Shi Luting, you don't need to explain yourself to anyone. Those who understand you won't blame you, and those who don't aren't worth your time. By the way, Sister Tingting, do you have any private photos to share? We'll keep it quiet, I promise not to leak them. Shi Luting was utterly defeated. Forget it. She was tired. Let the world burn. As she sat there wallowing in despair, a goose-like laugh suddenly erupted beside her, completely out of place. Ho 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 ha 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 ha. All four girls turned to look. And there he was. Han Lai was slumped in his chair, clutching his mouth in an effort to stifle his laughter, on the verge of splitting in two. Du Fu, still in shock and unable to get a word in, snapped out of it when she noticed Han Lai. Her mind blank, she blurted out. Brother Lai? Say something? Han Lai froze for a moment, then clutched his stomach as tears streamed down his face. You're laughing at what? Bang. Shi Luting lost it. Furious, humiliated, and devoid of reason, she slapped him hard on the back. The impact stung her own hand. Overwhelmed by sadness, her emotions spiraled further, embarrassment, frustration, and grievance all mixed together. This is so humiliating. Absolutely mortifying. YH. And then she cried. For real. Not a single tear was fake. Even third graders, with their budding self-esteem, wouldn't cry like that. Du Fu and Pan Ji exchanged looks. Du Fu remained dumbfounded, but a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Pan Ji's eyes. She wasn't the harmless good girl she appeared to be, never had been. She hated being targeted, no matter the reason. Yu Yun glanced at Shi Luting, who was slumped over the table, and smirked slightly. Meat cooking in my pot is delicious, sure. But letting it cook in my stomach, with no one else to share. That's even better. With that thought, the Yun-Ting alliance officially dissolved. Shi Luting, we're done. Yu Yun reveled in the satisfaction of her private victory, and looked over at Han Lai. Brother Lai, would you still like such a strange woman? Huh? She noticed Han Lai's profile and froze. Han Lai was no longer laughing, but his lips still held a faint smile. Quietly, he gazed at Shi Luting slumped on the table, his eyes deep and calm, with a hint of gentle warmth. Yu Yun was stunned, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. Why? Can't you see what kind of person she is? In her daze, she watched as Han Lai lightly patted Shi Luting's back, coaxing the once dominant queen like a child. There. Don't cry anymore. It's just a small misunderstanding, it's nothing. I'll go get you some ice cream, okay? Once you eat it, no more tears. Got it? Yu Yun was filled with jealousy. Brother Lai, you've never treated me like this. Why? Aren't you always the one most annoyed by Shi Luding's arrogance and stubbornness? Consumed by frustration, Yu Yun saw Han Lai stand tall and head toward the tea stand, pulling out a wallet rarely seen. After a moment of disbelief, Yu Yun suddenly shivered, clarity dawning on her. Han Lai never said he disliked Shi Luding. He disliked her personality, but that's not the same as disliking her. It was just that Shi Luding's usual demeanor made her too difficult to approach. Her indiscriminate pride and arrogance hurt everyone, making genuine connection and love impossible. Yu Yun, who spent every day with her, knew this all too well. Shi Luding was nearly incapable of being a good girlfriend. She was picky, headstrong, demanding, obsessed with saving face, and unflinchingly ruthless. No matter how passionate someone was, they'd inevitably crash and burn against her. It wasn't intentional, it was just her nature. Unless her pride is completely shattered. The absurdity of it all hit Yu Yun like a truck. What am I doing? I just helped my rival score a perfect assist against myself. It was all wrong, totally wrong. Were we all just working for the dogman for free this whole time? Yu Yun finally understood. Her heart grew cold, but she couldn't suppress her admiration for Han Lai. Trembling slightly, she thought, "Dogman, you're something else." She started muttering curses at him but couldn't deny her genuine awe at his depth, cunning and decisiveness. A situation that looked hopeless? He turned it into an opportunity and seized it with both hands. For the first time, Yu Yun felt like she might truly lose him. Sigh. A sigh escaped her lips, burying all the earlier joy. Meanwhile, the dogman was basking in double the happiness. He paid 2 yuan and 50 cents for the ice cream. As he grabbed it, the system popped up again. So, it really just cost me 250. When others play the villain, you hand out ice cream. To be this shameless deserves a reward. You've received a new bonus item, sweet candy. Sweet candy. It comes from a bitter accident yet exudes an irresistible sweet fragrance. Feed it to someone, and before the sweet milky flavor fades, they are significantly more likely to agree to your request. This probability depends on the difficulty of the request. Note it cannot create miracles, but if used wisely, it will definitely bring surprises. Wow. What perfect timing. Han Lai was thrilled and felt like buying that ice cream had been the right call. He casually slipped the candy into his pocket and turned back toward his seat. Du Fu and Pan Ji-ish had already finished their meal. They didn't wait for him, and simply waved from afar. Han Lai, we're heading out first. Bye-bye. A handful of early birds nearby stared at Pan Ji and Han Lai in astonishment. The stunning beauty was too famous, and so was the freeloading king. Hardly anyone in their grade didn't know them. Adding in Shi Luding, who was still sobbing at the table, the scene practically reeked of gossip. But Han Lai remained unfazed, calmly waving goodbye. See you. Hand in hand, Du Fu and Pan Ji left, whispering to each other. No need to guess they were undoubtedly discussing the bold and feisty Shi Luding. Neither of them was the type to spread rumors. But the thing was, they'd personally witnessed Shi Luding's ferocity. Gossiping with friends about it wasn't exactly slander. Add to that Yu Yun, who was paranoid about Shi Luding stealing her man. Well, it was settled Little Cucumber's name would echo across campus today. And wasn't she crying so hard because she had already guessed the outcome? A moment of pride fades, but social death lasts forever. Back at the table, Han Lai dismissed Yu Yun with a single sentence. Yu Yun, you go to class first. I'll sit with her for a while. Yu Yun really didn't want to leave but knew she had no choice. Shi Luding likely hated her guts by now, and Han Lai's personality left no room for negotiation. She gave up, standing gracefully and saying, all right. You comfort her well. I'll go save you two some seats. Her tone was soft, her posture gentle, her expression tender. Look at that resilience, indomitable spirit. Even knowing her personality and manipulative tendencies, Han Lai couldn't help but admire her. This girl is ruthless, she gets things done. Watching her walk away, Han Lai sat down and patted Shi Luding's back again. She flinched, her shoulders trembling, and whimpered, you leave too. Why didn't you say that when Yu Yun was still here? So tsundere. Han Lai wasn't bothered. Smiling, he patted her back again. Come on, stop crying. I bought you ice cream. Take it away. I don't want it. Han Lai coaxed patiently. Have one bite, and I'll tell you how to fix this mess. Really? Shi Luding instantly sat up straight, her tear-filled eyes looking at him with hope. Her long, thick eyelashes glistened with tiny tear droplets. She looked absolutely stunning. Most women look terrible when they cry. Shi Luding wasn't one of them. Her fox-like eyes, usually narrow and alluring with upturned corners, softened after crying. The shimmering tears gave her a pure, pitiful charm that made her irresistibly captivating. Han Lai studied her face carefully, his heart pounding. This goddess, whom he hadn't dared to dream of in his previous life, was now his little cucumber, someone he teased openly. Nothing could be more satisfying. Of course. A good man never lies to a woman. Han Lai nodded earnestly, exuding confidence and boyfriend-like reliability. After some thought, Shi Luding decided to trust him. She took the ice cream cone, still teary-eyed, and took a big bite. So, what's the solution? Tell me. Simple. Han Lai snapped his fingers. Go public. His confident tone made Shi Luding nod instinctively. 3 seconds later, she froze and asked blankly, go public with what? Your preferences, of course. Han Lai replied as if it were the most obvious thing. Just admit that you like what you like. Who cares what anyone thinks? It's none of their business. Plop. The ice cream fell from her hand onto the table. Ignoring the dropped cone, Shi Luding grabbed Han Lai's arm, opened her mouth, and bit down hard. Hey! Han Lai yelped, jerking his arm back just in time to avoid her teeth. What are you doing? I'll bite you to death. This is your solution? Yeah, what else could you do? Tears welled up in Shi Luding's eyes again, her frustration pushing her to the verge of crying. Han Lai, unfazed, remained unapologetic. Look, you're scared of public opinion, afraid of being laughed at. So why not just embrace it? If you give up caring, people might be shocked for a moment, but if you keep a strong front, who would dare mock you then? Huh? Shi Luding paused, her mind spinning. That kind of makes sense? Although it was twisted logic, the more she thought about it, the more it seemed like an extreme but viable plan. So, I should really act like a queen in the future? Pretending is boring. Get lost. You're definitely up to no good. Han Lai sighed dramatically, looking aggrieved. Why are you so ungrateful? You becoming a queen doesn't benefit me at all. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't agree. Shi Luding rolled her eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. Enough. All these bad ideas are coming from you. I never said I wanted to be a queen. Her voice was unusually soft and delicate. When she glanced at Han Lai again, sure enough, his expression was a tangled mix of emotions. Shi Luding gave up entirely. Forget it. I'm done explaining. You just don't get it. Han Lai sighed but didn't tease her further. Instead, he patted her shoulder gently, his tone unexpectedly soft. I really don't get it, but I trust you have your reasons. So, just do what you need to do. Is other people's understanding important? Of course it is. But if they don't understand, should you stop doing what you believe in? Absolutely not. Bae? You don't need to explain anything to me. Just be yourself, okay? Tears blurred Shi Luding's vision once again. Why am I crying so much today? She nodded vigorously, feeling a warmth in her heart. The dogman might usually be insufferable, but when it mattered he was more reliable than anyone. This was true masculinity strength, understanding and responsibility. It was rare and precious. Through her tear-filled eyes, Han Lai seemed to overlap with the idealized version of him in her heart, becoming clearer and more significant. As she clumsily wiped away her tears, Han Lai pulled out a piece of candy, unwrapped it carefully, and gently brought it to her lips. Sugar can help soothe your emotions. What do you mean? Shi Luding shivered for a moment before finally piecing it together. Oh, so you want to play the role of the leash holder, huh? Fine, since you're the male lead and I'm the female lead, I guess I can think of this as experiencing it on behalf of my sister. Wait. What sister? That's part of the story, not real life. Just as she was about to agree in her daze, the thought of a sister snapped Shi Luding out of it, jolting her entire body in shock. Dogman, you're trying to trick me again. Get lost. Shi Luding glared at Han Lai, grinding her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. Dream on. After hurling the insult, she grabbed the gift box from the table and stormed off. Hey! Han Lai barely got a word out before her long legs carried her off like a gust of wind, leaving nothing but a blur. It looked like she was furious, but in reality, her ears and neck had turned as red as rouge. Let's talk this over, Han Lai muttered, even though no one was around to hear him. He spoke with a faint smile, his expression tinged with amusement. Did it bother him that all his effort to coax her had failed? Not at all. If it had worked so easily, she wouldn't be she looting. Some women are like moths, they're drawn to your light, and would rather burn themselves for a chance to get close. For example, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. Other women are like cranes, they might briefly rest in your garden if it's lush with herbs, but they won't let you have your way with them. For example, Shi Looting and Pan Ji. The truth was, Han Lai never expected this to succeed so easily. That candy seemed like a cheat at first glance, but its limitations were clear. Making a request that crossed someone's boundaries? Almost impossible. Han Lai's real goal was simply to plant a seed in her mind, leaving a future opportunity open, nothing more. If it worked out, great. If it didn't, no big deal. Ultimately, this was just a sprinkle of fun in life, a playful game. Most of his energy remained focused on self-improvement. Was Ji Looting adorable? Right now, yes. Everything about her was enough to make someone's heart race. But in truth, to the Han Lai of his previous life, she might as well have been detestable. She had once framed him to take the fall, ruthlessly. She had argued with him, standing arrogantly above him. How could the same person change so much? Because her charm only unfolded for those she deemed worthy. Or, to put it more bluntly, it was because the current Han Lai was excellent, valuable, and capable of keeping her in check. That's why she was soft and lovable now. A loser wouldn't get to see her sweetness. And that's the cold, harsh truth of the world. Everyone treats people of different value differently. We reserve smiles and admiration for elites, the wealthy, the powerful, the brave, and the great. We give disdain and rejection to losers, scum, filth, and enemies. Is it wrong? Not at all. That's why it's crucial to understand where other people's attitudes toward you come from. Only parents love all of you. A lover will only love your good parts. When you're no longer good enough, or when the traits that first attracted them are overshadowed by your flaws, the outcome will inevitably be a breakup or divorce. It's a simple truth. Every smart and self-aware person knows self-improvement is the only path to permanence. That's why Han Lai was never blinded by the attitudes of Yu Yun, Fang Feifei, Shi Looting, or anyone else. If he became weak, all of this would vanish. If he grew stronger, he'd receive even more favor, perhaps even catching Pan Ji's interest. For a man, the first step to becoming strong is, clearly, money. Alright then, time to make money. Han Lai wiped his mouth and headed back to the dorm. Han Lai didn't leave his computer all morning. It was market day. And he started analyzing the distribution and movement of emotions in the market. In the stock market, emotion is a subtle concept. To understand it, you must first tackle a few questions. 1. Does emotion matter? Obviously it does. Some of the most famous individual investors in history were experts in emotional analysis. Forums are filled with posts from seasoned traders sharing their transaction records and full play-by-play of stock trading competitions. Winning rates don't lie. The facts speak for themselves. 2. Is emotion the truth? Absolutely. It's rooted in the most fundamental, primal aspects of human nature. Human nature doesn't change, and neither do emotions. It's the only certainty in the market. 3. How does emotion influence the market? Through the herd effect. In psychology, this describes a tendency to follow the crowd. As Gustave Le Bon wrote in The Crowd, a study of the popular mind. A crowd knows only two actions: adding flowers to the brocade and throwing stones at someone who's fallen into a well. Similarly, in Irrational Exuberance, Robert Schiller explained, markets rise and fall for the same reason: human nature's inherent flaws. From ancient times to now, there are countless examples: stampedes, bank runs, panic sales, all share the same roots. 4. What is the process of emotional shifts? Negative news appears, creating pessimistic expectations. To minimize risk, some people begin selling. Stock prices drop, spreading pessimism. Followers join, creating panic. The effect solidifies, leading to an irrational crash. After reaching its peak, panic subsides, and rationality returns. Prices recover, waiting for the next piece of good or bad news. 5. How do you make money from emotions? By waiting for certainty. For instance, when panic reaches its peak and prices collapse irrationally, recovery is inevitable. Panic doesn't last forever. Or, when an entire industry receives favorable news and funds flood in, the sector will see widespread gains. Predict this in advance, position yourself, and you have the low buy strategy. Identify the leader, chase the top orders, and you have the leader strategy. If the leader slows down, look for stocks in the same sector or concept that haven't risen much yet, and you have the secondary rebound strategy. Once the sector's momentum fades, funds move to upstream or downstream branches, copying the trend. This is the follow-up strategy. Simple, right? For those who know, it really is. With Han Lai's level 2 stock trading skill, even playing oversold rebounds gives him a 90% success rate, yielding at least a 5% profit each time. The problem? He lacks discipline. True oversold opportunities are rare. Unable to resist temptation, he often dabbles in what he's not good at. One mistake can wipe out a month's gains. The gap between experts and amateurs lies in defense. So, what is emotion? Essentially, it's a market consensus. A theme sparks a rally and creates a profit effect, attracting the market's attention. Some people observe cautiously. Others speculate impulsively. When enough people speculate, consensus forms. This is emotion. Knowing when to enter and let subsequent speculators drive up the price, that's technique. In essence, stocks boil down to buying and selling, simplicity itself. Yet, as more share their techniques, beginners grow more sophisticated, and advancements in trading happen faster, making it seem chaotic. The year 2014 might have been the best of times. Forget the year-and-a-half-long bull market, even the current environment made Han Lai thrilled. Few truly understood emotion, not even institutions or professional investors. Technical analysis was still rudimentary, with experts preaching about indicators and beginners obsessing over golden patterns like 3 advancing soldiers. This left institutional strategies looking outdated. After a few days of watching the market, Han Lai's biggest takeaway was 2 words: that's it. Still, he didn't rush. He focused on refining his system. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting of firewood. A robust system speaks for itself. He worked diligently until noon, when Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei burst in. Seeing Han Lai, they were inexplicably excited. "Bro, big news. Have you heard that she looting in your class? She's a lesbian." Han Lai burst out laughing. "What kind of rumor is that? Ridiculous." Xiao Dongbei, seeing his disbelief, got flustered. "It's true. During the break she came to our class and confessed to Pan Ji." Han Lai was dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. What's going on here? A giant question mark loomed over Han Lai's head as his mind started playing strange and ridiculous scenarios. She looting and Pan Ji. Hiss. If the 2 of them were starring in a movie, no matter how much it cost, it'd be worth it. An unsettling yet thrilling sense of agitation ignited inside him, burning hotter by the second. "Explain it in detail." "He. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei burst into strange laughter, their expressions identical, lewd and full of excitement. Xiao Dongbei said, "We couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about, but the way they looked at each other was electric." Ding Ding added, his face lighting up as if witnessing some historic event. Han Lai narrowed his eyes, his lips twitching slightly. This subtle movement sent shivers down the 2 lackeys' spines. Crap. The boss is getting weird again. What do we do? He's terrifying. Still frozen in their nervousness, they watched as Han Lai calmly packed his things and prepared to leave. "I'm going out to eat. What about you 2? The pair lit up like Christmas trees and quickly responded, "We stayed up late playing games last night. We're going to nap this afternoon." "Got it." After thinking for a moment, Han Lai kindly said, "I'll go to class this afternoon so I won't bother you. Rest well, boss." The 2 immediately put on a performance of exaggerated gratitude, teary-eyed as if they had been granted the greatest kindness in the world. What a pair of idiots! Han Lai waved off his 2 lackeys and left the dorm. The moment he stepped outside, he was yanked by Fang Fei. Brother Lai. Brother Lai. Something big has happened." The petite girl almost clung to him, bouncing with excitement, her face flushed bright red. "What's got her so worked up?" "Sister Tingting has come clean, no more pretending. She's gone all out, and you didn't see it, she was so cool." Fang Fei's righteous outburst left Han Lai deep in thought. Why is she suddenly calling her sister Tingting instead of class monitor? Are you 2 even that close? Do you have some thoughts about her? Fang Fei suddenly patted her cheeks, as if trying to cool them down. "Reasonable," Han Lai muttered to himself, but something still felt off. He suddenly reached out, pinching Fang Fei's chin to scrutinize her expression. She dodged his gaze, her face uncharacteristically shy and flustered. Han Lai thought he understood. This feels strange. Thrilling, but strange. But in truth, he hadn't understood at all. Fang Fei raised her head and met his gaze, her eyes misty with emotion. Han Lai froze, stunned into silence by the sheer force of it. What the hell? What kind of glitchy school subplot have I stumbled into? Wave after wave of unexpected events left him momentarily speechless. Fang Feifei obediently took his hand, leading him into the cafeteria under the bewildered stares of their classmates. Room 2333's Wang Hongli and Lu Yao saw them, and asked in shock, "Are you two dating now?" Fang Feifei immediately released his hand and replied firmly, "No, we're just good friends. Brother Lai is like my brother or a close girlfriend to me." Excuse me. Me, a pure and upright man, reduced to being someone's girlfriend? So what now? We're just playmates for building Lego together, while you and Shiji looting are the real deal. Is that it? Han Lai was too stunned to speak. His level 3 persuasion, level 3 manipulation, and level 3 acting skills were all completely useless at this point. Make money. Hurry and make money. Spend it. Upgrade your skills ASAP. I swear I'm losing control of this herd of wild horses. While approaching the cafeteria counter, Fang Feifei tugged at his sleeve and whined, "Brother Lai, you're treating me today, right?" Fine. I'll treat." Han Lai reluctantly pulled out his wallet, inwardly cursing as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. The fish have slipped off the hook, the meal tickets have grown wings, and the servants have started revolting, yet I can't even complain. He silently finished his meal, still unable to figure out where things were headed. Fang Feifei was supposed to be a goddess. In his previous life, she was a powerhouse. Now, Shi Looting's unexpected rise had forced her to unlock her potential in some unknown direction. Everything was falling apart. Han Lai could only confirm one thing: Fang Feifei still liked him, but her feelings were no longer as irrational or fervent as before. It seemed like her lack of rationality had shifted toward Queen Ting. And Queen Ting, in a bid for survival and revenge, had dragged the humanities goddess Panji into the chaos. What about Yu Yun? How would she react? She had completely fallen out with Shi Looting and never got along with Fang Feifei. Surrounded by enemies, she would probably cling to Han Lai even more tightly. If I keep stringing her along, her stability might crumble. And Panji? What's her stance on all this? Han Lai's head throbbed as he tried to make sense of the chaos, but everything still felt muddled. After finishing his meal, he rushed to an internet cafe, logged into his alternate QQ account, and checked to see if Shi Looting had reached out to Ham Brother for advice or complaints. Sure enough, his inbox was flooded with messages. So much cursing. And such juicy gossip. "Get out here, you lackey. You filthy pervert. Do you even know what I went through today? Ha! Do you know how many people saw that stupid dog leash? Do you know how much I wanted to hang myself with that leash right in the cafeteria? Huh. The cafeteria. It was in the freaking cafeteria. I'm so stupid, really. Can you even imagine the look on my classmates' faces? Holding that collar, wide-eyed, trembling and staring at me in utter shock. Content omitted. Even though it was just text on a screen, Han Lai instinctively shrank his neck, as if angry spit might spray out of the screen at any moment. An enraged Shi Looting was truly terrifying. After ranting for 10 sentences or so, Little Cucumber realized Ham Brother wasn't online. Realizing further ranting was pointless, she finally calmed down. Well, not exactly calm. She stopped yelling at Ham Brother but began venting her anger toward everyone else. They were up to no good from the start when they opened my package. I must have been out of my mind not to catch on. If I just told them it was a gift from a female friend, none of this would have happened. And she dared to act so innocent. My male god avoids her whenever possible, and she still doesn't know her place. Her complaints were so many that Han Lai didn't even know where to start. First, when did I get promoted to male god? Probably just today. It wasn't for nothing that I comforted her and gave her candy. Even though she ran off quickly, her thoughts have clearly changed. She wouldn't admit it in front of me, but in front of Ham Brother she had no reservations. This progress is a bit ahead of schedule. Second, she's not dumb. She finally realized Yu Yun's devious intentions. The Tea Queen wasn't your average girl. No matter what kind of toy it was, she wouldn't genuinely react with terror like that. Clearly Yu Yun was acting. Performance is her specialty, and improvisation is her strength. Little Cucumber didn't lose unfairly. Third, you weren't paying attention in class? Just watching Yu Yun's every little move? Damn it, good thing I'm so righteous and proper. Otherwise, wouldn't I have given you a free show? Fourth, you've finally realized something big. I'm pure and upright. Why didn't you say this earlier? Such a prime opportunity wasted. Cough, cough. Pure. Upright. After cursing Yu Yun, Little Cucumber turned her sights to Panji. That fake White Lotus isn't any better. All black inside. blah blah blah. Finally, she gritted her teeth and swore. If I'm having a hard time, they won't have it easy either. That black-hearted White Lotus only hung out with girls in high school, and always looked down on anyone who pursued her. Just wait. If I go down, I'm taking her with me. Filthy pervert. I'm blowing everything up. Reply when you're online, I've got something to discuss with you. This was sent at 9:20 p.m. The next message came at 10:35 p.m. Ha ha ha. My heart is racing, and I'm trembling all over. But damn, it feels amazing. I've taken down the black-hearted White Lotus. Today I've got her trending on the school forum with me. Han Lai instinctively opened his main QQ account and checked the group chats. Sure enough, they had completely exploded. It looked like the entire humanities department was discussing it. At 11 a.m., she sent 2 more updates. Hey, you know what? She smells so good, and her body is so soft. Hugging her felt incredible. Han Lai suddenly felt a pang of regret. Who knows what kind of trouble she'll stir up next? And as for Pan Ge, was her curiosity real or fake? What a disaster. 2 more messages arrived at 11:25 a.m., just before class ended. Nishi Looting's ruthlessness was no joke. But her early blackening wasn't something Han Lai had anticipated. If she kept spiraling like this, the consequences could be disastrous. Han Lai, who had been leisurely managing his delicate balance between women, now found his life a chaotic mess. Any little spark could set everything ablaze. Han Lai couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly replied with a "here I come" emoji. There was no response. She was probably eating. Or basking in the admiration of her followers. Han Lai had no choice but to wait. With nothing else to do, he opened a few group chats to see what people were saying. The main class group was dead silent, because their advisor, Lu Hong, had posted, "Shi Looting, come to my office before class this afternoon." Oh boy. Oh boy. Even the smiling tiger has stepped in. In other groups, whether Shi Looting was present or not, everyone was frantically discussing. Chen Ping, holy crap, she's so bold. Lu Ji, the class monitor, isn't leaving any room for us to breathe. Jing Li, Han Lai. Brother Lai? What do you think? Han Lai thought for a moment, and replied. A teapot can only pour tea into 6 cups at most. It can't pour any more. But a master key? It can open countless locks. So, you're asking me what I think? I firmly support banning master keys. Unless that master key belongs to me. The group chat exploded. Brother Lai was now a person of influence, and his words carried weight even if it was clear he was joking. Zheng Lei support. Zhang Tishu down with the greedy class monitor hogging resources. Lu Yao Brother Lai, you're no better. Fang Feifei, Brother Lai, does that mean if you get your 6 teacups filled, you won't have time to care about who's using what key? Hee. Wow. The goddess really does manage to have her rare flashes of cleverness from the strangest angles. Han Lai thought it over and surprisingly found the suggestion rather constructive. He silently nodded in agreement. After watching the chaos in the group for a bit longer, Han Lai didn't send any more messages. Once the time was right, he logged off and returned to campus. He skipped the first afternoon class, ideological and moral education, and instead stared at stock charts in the library until 3 p.m. Afterward, he headed to the classroom for the second English session. As soon as he entered, countless eyes turned toward him. Yu Yun and Shi Looting waved simultaneously. Brother Lai, there's a seat here. Han Lai, come here. I have something to talk to you about. Good grief. A head-splitting situation from the get-go. Keeping a cold expression, Han Lai glanced around before decisively heading over to sit next to Shi Looting. He kept his cool and didn't say a word. Yu Yun, now isolated and helpless, was easier to handle. She could wait. But Queen Looting? She was like a ticking time bomb, she needed to be appeased. When you're playing the role of a scumbag, you've got to have a strategy. Got it? Shi Looting smugly raised her chin, glaring at Yu Yun with a side-eye glance, and let out a disdainful snort through her nose. Ho, their conflict escalated fast. It's all out in the open now, no attempt to hide it. Han Lai had no intention of meddling in their spat, so he turned to Shi Looting and asked, "What did Liu Hong want with you?" Scolding me. Acting all high and mighty. Shi Looting, clearly upset, still made an effort to lower her voice. He wanted to know how we're going to handle this. He said my actions caused too much of a stir, and that I might be removed as class monitor. What a load of crap. How bad could it possibly be? Han Lai sneered dismissively. Shi Looting frowned, but instead of the frailty of a Lin Dayu type character, her aura was sharp and fierce. So, You're saying he's just nitpicking? Of course. A guy like Lu Hong thrives on finding leverage over others to bolster his authority or squeeze out some benefits. And with the scene you caused, he's not letting this one slide. Then what do I do? Easy. Buy 2 packs of premium Zhonghua cigarettes, wrap them in a black plastic bag, and leave them under his desk. Then send him a private message with a written apology. Done. 2 packs of Zhonghua for such a small issue. Do you plan to stay squeaky clean from now on? Can you guarantee you won't slip up and give him more ammo? Do you think it's fun having him breathe down your neck every day? Well, the 3 pointed questions left Shi Looting speechless. A sheltered young lady, she hadn't yet experienced the harsh realities of adulthood and didn't understand the unspoken rules of the game. Still, she trusted Han Lai wholeheartedly. Fine, I'll do as you say. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning. Her decisiveness caught Han Lai off guard. To trust him with such a private matter, it wasn't just trust anymore. It felt more like dependence. Han Lai couldn't help but tease her, smirking mischievously. Honestly, I kind of prefer your rebellious side. Shi Looting pursed her lips, wrinkled her nose, and waved a small fist at him. You dogman. Stop gloating, or I'll snatch your meal ticket in a heartbeat. Wow. Adorable. The queen didn't often act coy, but when she did, it was disarmingly effective. The freshness and contrast so unlike anyone else were intoxicating. Han Lai's heart raced wildly, though he kept his composure, refusing to let her win completely. Feigning nonchalance, he casually tried his luck. Hey, keeping that little toy with you isn't ideal, right? Too much gossip. Why not let me hold on to it for safekeeping? Shi Looting's reaction was instant, her eyes filled with suspicion. What are you up to? What could I possibly do? Why are you so paranoid? Han the actor put on an expression of utter innocence. But Shi Looting wasn't fooled. No need for you. She shot back firmly, but then her lips curled into a sly smile. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm thinking of trying it out on your number 2 fangirl first. Don't blame me for poaching your people, she asked for it herself. Han Lai was dumbfounded. It took him a while before he managed to sputter. Do you even have morals? Shi Looting snorted, her tone dripping with disdain. As if you're one to talk about morals. Han Lai was struck speechless. Oh right, this girl's moral compass was unconventional. In Han Lai's limited life experience, it seemed that most successful people had flexible moral standards. The ones who played by the rules, too timid to take bold risks or cross boundaries, were usually left behind, serving as stepping stones for others. Above all, they lived exhausting lives. Han Lai wasn't about to live that way. Can't do this? Shouldn't do that? Says who? Self-interest was a natural part of human nature. When you're powerless, stay quiet. But once you've got the ability, why put up with anything? Fair transactions, no bullying, no malice, that was enough. Beyond that, do whatever you want. No one's going to tie me down. Han Lai's still developing worldview leaned heavily toward this philosophy. Some of it was even influenced by Shi Looting, and her sharp retorts left him momentarily speechless. All right, do whatever you want. Just don't come crying to me when it blows up in your face. What's the worst that could happen? Shi Looting was fearless, rolling up her sleeves as if ready for a fight. Could it get worse than me nearly getting socially executed? I'm all in now. If I don't show some guts, I'll never be able to deal with Panji. Whoa, what's with the grudge? Han Lai laughed in disbelief. What do you know? What do you know? All right, I don't get it. You win. Even with 3 levels of psychology skills, Han Lai couldn't comprehend Shi Looting's hostility toward Panji. Despite his confusion, Han Lai chose not to intervene. Panji wasn't easy to win over, and Shi Looting wasn't likely to succeed quickly. Fang Feifei and Yu Yung could do as they pleased, they wouldn't be a big loss if they left. Besides, with his book-domineering goddess about to hit its first wave of recommendations, who had time to meddle in their drama? The royalties from this novel were going to come in handy. Making money was far more important than playing games of romance. Letting Queen Looting run wild wasn't such a bad idea, as long as he kept her firmly in hand. No one would slip away entirely. P.T. Isn't she kind of like a different kind of tool now? Han Lai thought it over for a long time, and finally decided let her wreak a little havoc. After all, sometimes chaos brought opportunity. All right. Best of luck. If Panji is too hard, I'll allow you to practice on Fang Feifei. Seriously, what am I going to do with you? That's more like it. Shi Looting beamed, brimming with confidence. Just as Han Lai was about to chuckle, A notification from his system popped up. Congratulations! You have unlocked a new skill instigate. Level 1 and 0/100th. Description: I do the good stuff, you handle the mess. Effects: when combined with persuade, it deflects responsibility effectively. When combined with manipulate, its instigative effects are enhanced. Note: learn something respectable for once, you rascal, you're practically a walking five-fold disaster. To prove he wasn't manipulative, let alone a bad person, Han Lai refrained from using his instigate skill and didn't gain a single point of experience. 3 days later, the instigate skill naturally leveled up to level 2. Ahem. Over the past few days, the Humanities Institute had been in an uproar. The campus was in chaos, with new gossip about them popping up every day. But the real instigator, Han Lai, had already retreated into the shadows, his objectives quietly achieved. Shutting himself away to train, he was greeted by constant good news. On Thursday, October 17th, Domineering Goddess successfully applied for a ranking slot, entering a leaderboard nicknamed the Whiplash Chart. With 2 stable updates a day, by Sunday, October 20th, the collection count had soared to 578. Following the editor's advice, Han Lai began applying for the next round of curated recommendations. 578 collections might sound pitiful, but this was just the first 3 days of the book's first recommendation slot. Moreover, collections on Jinjiang were exceptionally reliable. As long as the updates remained consistent, the ratio of collections to subscriptions could surpass 1:1. 578 collections could translate to 550 paid subscriptions, or even 1,100 if you accounted for readers bookmarking the story via web browsers, which weren't included in the displayed count. At this point, Domineering Goddess had reached 42,000 words. With the release threshold at around 90,000 words, it was still poised to receive 3 more curated recommendations and several organic rankings. This marked the book's initial success. Shi Luting was thrilled, acting as though she were on a sugar high, pestering Panji daily. Meanwhile, she treated Ham Bro like a deity. Lone Melon of Emptiness, Ham Bro, you're amazing. It hardly felt like the Shi Luting he knew. Han Lai smirked mischievously. More amazing than your male idol? Lone Melon of Emptiness, ugh, totally different categories. Lone Melon of Emptiness, when it comes to writing, you're the best. But as for posturing and charming women, that's his specialty. Ham for Melon's posturing and charming are compliments now. Lone Melon of Emptiness, of course they are. Lone Melon of Emptiness, Dogman might seem upright, but he has top-tier scumbag potential, doesn't take the initiative, doesn't refuse, and doesn't commit. I've seen right through him. Ham for Melons, oh. Lone Melon of Emptiness, ugh. How can you not understand? Sure, he might be scummy, but being around him is so much fun. Lone Melon of Emptiness, Dogman can handle everything perfectly, making you feel proud and constantly entertained. Sometimes, it's even exhilarating. Lone Melon of Emptiness, he's irresistible. Lone Melon of Emptiness, I've never liked overly submissive simps, or straight-laced guys who can't read the room. Lone Melon of Emptiness, Ham Bro, you can't be too honest. Seriously, I'm a girl, I know better than you do. Warm-hearted guys just aren't appealing anymore, they're too easily treated as backups. Wow. I'm a warm-hearted guy. Fine, maybe he was. And he was proud of it. Han Lai chuckled mischievously and decided to lean fully into the role. Ham for Melons, I don't care about being appealing, I'll just be myself. Besides, think about it, if your idol ever hurts you, at least I can be your safe harbor, right? So touching. But Shi Luting only found Ham Bro hopeless. She truly couldn't understand the self-indulgent, sentimental types, she'd encountered too many of them, and they were all nuts. What she lacked wasn't warmth and concern. What she needed was someone who could conquer her. Lone Melon of Emptiness, forget it. Talking to you is pointless. Just kill me already. Lone Melon of Emptiness, anyway, you should hurry up and find a girlfriend. While I have time, I can help you with suggestions and advice. At this stage of their collaboration, Shi Luting and Ham had developed a deeply personal rapport. Emotionally, they were already close friends. So, she took the initiative to set boundaries. This was where Shi Luting differed from Yu Yun. She never kept backups. If she wasn't interested, she'd make it clear up front, leaving no room for ambiguity. Han Lai admired her self-respect. But he was stunned, his head buzzing. Was this how you opened the door to a whole new world? Instinctively, he replied with a mean no pic, no proof. His lips felt dry. Shi Luting responded with a meme of a massive 40-meter long blade, wanna die. She added, behave yourself. Han Lai calmed down, stroked his chin, and fell into thought. Finally, he brushed off the topic casually. Am for Melons, no rush. Let's take our time. Ham for melons, by the way. What are your expectations for Domineering Goddess? Lone Melon of Emptiness 3000 collections by release. And lots of money every month. Ham for melons, how much, exactly? Lone Melon of Emptiness, huh? I haven't really thought about it. 6,000 yuan a month? You get 4,000, I get 2,000. Ah, is that too high? Han Lai immediately relaxed. Not only was it not high, it was way too low. She really didn't understand online literature. If the final earnings exceeded her expectations significantly, her mindset would naturally shift. By then, she'd pay more attention to quality and invest more effort in that storyline. But who could help her gain that experience? The Dogman, of course. Suddenly, Han Lai felt brimming with motivation and drive. You ate my candy, and now you want to run away? Not a chance. Ham for melons, that's a lofty goal. And it won't be easy. But whether we achieve it depends entirely on how much effort we put in. Let's give it our all. Shi Luting, fired up and full of energy, responded enthusiastically. Yes, let's do it. When we work together, we're unstoppable. In the days that followed, Han Lai's schedule became even more packed. Watching the stock market, simulating trades, and writing, he worked and studied for an average of 14 hours a day. It was exhausting, but with a clear goal ahead, he found joy in the process. To his classmates, it was as if Han Lai had disappeared. Conveniently, in October, the A-shares market took another dive. On the 29th, the Shanghai Composite Index even briefly fell below the 2100-point mark. Many joked that Brother Lai got wrecked by the stock market. Among them, Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji were the loudest. They didn't dare mock him too blatantly, so they disguised their jabs as friendly concern. But in reality, Han Lai's simulated trading was profitable. The earnings weren't much, but his strategy was solid. Han Lai didn't remember which demon stocks dominated the market in late 2013 and early 2014, because back then, he hadn't participated. At most, he'd come across them during later reviews of historical trends. The only thing he knew for sure was that the market index started rising around September 2014 and climbed until June or July 2015. The peak was just over 5,000 points, though he didn't recall the exact figure. How could he profit without remembering much? Actually, it was simple. Around January 2014, the market bottomed out, then entered a narrow range of fluctuations until September. This wasn't considered a bull market, but activity in the market was already high. The index stagnated, large cap stocks continued to decline, and the financial sector approached historical lows. Meanwhile, small cap stocks and startups in the Shenzhen market were bursting with demon stocks showing explosive potential. From a modern perspective, this was a classic example of market divergence. The skyrocketing gains were driven by new economic growth models, represented by the mobile internet. Once you understood the root cause of the upward trend and knew where profits were concentrated, the next step was simply to act decisively. The combined number of small cap and startup stocks totaled only a few hundred. Reviewing them all once a day took less than a month to memorize every one. By then, whenever a notification popped up on the trading assistant stock X is accelerating, Han Lai could glance at it and know, oh, the Apple supply chain stocks are surging. Yushan is the leader, Changxin is following suit. At that level, losing money would be difficult. So even though his simulated trading profits weren't high, Han Lai wasn't worried. Every day he worked, thought, and analyzed with all his might, watching his trading skill experience soar. Trading level 3, 71, 523 200,000. In terms of knowledge and skills, level 4 was a significant milestone. Level 3 meant proficiency, while level 4 was professional grade. What did that mean? It was good enough to make a living. A top-tier graduate from a prestigious 985 university would typically have level 4 skills at the entry level. Master's graduates would be at mid-level 4, and doctoral graduates would peak at level 4. The difference lay in experience. Level 4 required 10 million experience points in total, roughly covering the span from undergraduate to PH. Level 5 was expert level. People at this level were extremely rare. Most PhD holders couldn't reach it. In the stock market, level 5 likely corresponded to top-tier fund managers, consistently profitable individual traders, and major market players. Whether there were even 100 people at this level was debatable. Still, the stock market was a uniquely fascinating place. Theoretically, level 4 trading skills were the minimum for stable profitability. But some people, with level 1 skills, still stumbled into immense wealth. For example, there was an auntie in Sea City's high-tech zone who bought 50,000 yuan worth of Sea City high-tech shares on a whim, only to forget her account password. Years later, during a bull market, she suddenly remembered, oh right, I bought stocks. After retrieving her account credentials, she discovered her shares were worth 5 million yuan. Startled by the amount, she immediately sold everything and used the money to buy a house in Shanghai for her son. She even specifically chose the Pudong New District because it had New District in its name, like the stock she'd invested in. At the time 2015, new properties there cost 37,000 yuan per square meter, with a 5% discount for full payment. She bought a 150 square meter apartment. Years later, around late 2018 or early 2019, her son casually invested 500,000 yuan in Bide. Han Lai jokingly teased him, "You're in the industry, yet you're just sitting on it." The son smiled without saying much. Years later, the son quit his job, married a stunning wife, opened a store, and welcomed a second child in 2025. Han Lai never dared to ask, "Did you hold on to your Bide shares from 30 yuan to hundreds?" Reflecting on these past events, Han Lai no longer felt envy or frustration. Instead, he deeply understood that technique wasn't everything. If you found a long-term certainty and held firm, you could make money without advanced skills. For example, when China's 13th five-year plan identified new energy vehicles as a priority, just following national policy would have been enough. To hesitate in such circumstances was merely a sign of impatience. Likewise, level 3 skills, in the right environment and with the right framework, were sufficient. What mattered most was mindset and discipline. With a stable mindset and strict adherence to discipline, compounding profits would eventually yield extraordinary results. With about a month and a half left before mid-January, Han Lai had 3 clear short-term goals. Refine his trading model, level up his trading skills to level 4, save more starting capital. The first 2 required time and effort, but progress was already ahead of schedule. So, Han Lai decided to pour the rest of his experience points into his writing skill. Writing level 4, 12,50710 million. A whopping 170,000 experience points were spent in an instant. But the results were worth it. Looking back at his draft for Domineering Goddess, he immediately spotted flaws in the structure, pacing, plot, and emotional engagement. Time to revise. After refining the manuscript, he sent it to Shi Luting for further polishing. Her reaction was immediate. "Lone Melon of Emptiness Master, I bow to you. Lone Melon of Emptiness, the new version is so much better. How am I supposed to edit this?" For melons, just edit it with your female perspective. I'm a guy, I can't capture that vibe no matter how hard I try. Even with level 4 writing skills, Shi Luting's contributions remained indispensable. After all, men and women thought differently. Lone Melon of Emptiness, alright, I'll do my best. The pressure. Pressure? Good. That was exactly what he wanted. As time passed, Domineering Goddess climbed the rankings. On November 1st, it surpassed 3,000 collections. By November 7th, it was scheduled for release. Shi Luting grew increasingly nervous, suffering from a severe case of rookie author launch syndrome. She constantly vented to Han Lai and spent her free time bullying Pan Ji. Feigning impatience, Han Lai teased her. For melons, I'm busy. Go find your male idol. Lone Melon of Emptiness, he's busy building his trading model. I can't see him during the day, and it's inconvenient at night. For melons, what about the weekend? No trading on weekends, ask him out. Lone Melon of Emptiness, I've never asked him out before. And I'm pretending to be a lesbian right now. Don't you get it? For melons, all the more reason to confess. Dog man, you're unbelievable. Even Han Lai thought Ham was going too far, but his fingers typed on their own. For melons, if you don't give him some reassurance soon, what if he really thinks you're a lesbian? Lone Melon of Emptiness. Oh, you're right. Lone Melon of Emptiness, should I try asking him out tomorrow morning? For melons, perfect timing, it's Saturday. Go for it. Lone Melon of Emptiness, but how do I ask? And where do we go? How could she be so clueless? Was his instigate skill still too low? Sighing, Han Lai patiently guided her through it. This was next level, teaching the goddess to chase me. For melons, pick a secluded, dark place, pretend to be scared, drop a subtle hint, and let him handle the rest. Lone Melon of Emptiness, wow. You boys really know your stuff. Lone Melon of Emptiness, I'll do it. Let me check some guides right now. With a determined emoji, she logged off. Han Lai snapped his laptop shut, grabbed his phone, keys, and wallet, and dashed downstairs. He headed straight to the best salon near campus. Get me a Tony stylist, I need a fresh look. After all, who wasn't a bit of a schemer? Right? The next morning Han Lai, with his fresh buzz cut, was running laps on the track, huffing and puffing like a wind-chasing teenager. When Shi Luting appeared on the track, dressed up and strategically tying her hair into a high ponytail, her gaze immediately landed on his shiny, round head. She paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "What's with your head? Gone for 3 or 4 days? And it turns out you took a trip to a detention center. Your sharp tongue, can you use it for something productive for once?" Han Lai chuckled through his annoyance. "I'll give you one chance to rephrase, does it look good or not?" "It looks so dumb, teasing you is productive." Shi Luting covered her mouth, giggling, then playfully tugged at Han Lai's arm. "Slow down. Come on, spill it. What's the story behind this?" She got into character quickly, her expression from the start showing that she was on the offensive. "Don't even get me started." Han Lai sighed, putting on a pained, woeful expression. "Yesterday on my way back I passed by that hair salon just outside campus, the one with the big storefront. It didn't look like a detention center, but stepping inside felt more like entering some male host club. As soon as I walked in, one of the stylists greeted me with, 'Welcome, VIP guest,' and handed me a token. They were enthusiastic, no doubt about that, but something felt off about the whole vibe. I didn't think too much of it at the time and casually said, 'Get me a stylist, someone who can tidy up my hair.' Then, the guy asked me, 'What price range of stylist would you like, handsome?'" Shi Luting burst out laughing, stumbling sideways into Han Lai. Han Lai reached out to steady her, his hand grazing her arm. It felt icy cold yet soft. What a feeling. Shi Luting shrugged off his touch and plopped down on the grass at the center of the track, unwilling to continue running. "Wait. Are you sure you went to a hair salon and not somewhere else? Since when do hair salons greet people as VIPs and hand out tokens?" Han Lai squinted at her suspiciously, looking her up and down. "You're acting weird." Shi Luting's eyes sparkled mischievously. "And you're even weirder. Be honest, were you up to something shady yesterday?" Han Lai countered. "Be honest, did you used to work at a bathhouse or something?" Shi Luting broke down, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha! Stop teasing me. Aren't you supposed to be the cold and aloof type?" Han Lai, in a mockingly skeptical tone, retorted, "And aren't you supposed to be the cool, composed one? What's with you today?" Shi Luting was laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. "I look at your head, and then I hear your story, and I just can't help it." Han Lai rubbed his hand over his own head. It felt great, honestly, but he couldn't deny that it was a bit different from his usual image. Still, it wasn't that bad, was it? Shi Luting finally calmed down, waving her hand as if to signal she was ready. "Go on, I'm good now." "What do you mean good now? And go on?" Han Lai took a deep breath, silently chanting mantras to keep himself focused, and resumed his story in an animated tone. "I had to get to the bottom of it, right? So I asked, 'You've got a lot of stylists, huh? What's the price range?' The guy told me, 'We've got Tony Viki, a senior stylist, for 68 yuan, Tony Holly, our styling director, for 158 yuan, and Tony Jerry, the store manager, for 298 yuan. Handsome, which one would you like?'" "Ha ha ha." Shi Luting grabbed Han Lai's arm with one hand and pounded the grass with the other, laughing so hard she was gasping for air. Han Lai ignored her and pressed on. "I figured, well, the names were a bit off. But you get what you pay for, right? So I said, 'All right, I'll take the most expensive one.' Then, the guy motioned for me to go upstairs. As I was heading up, he suddenly shouted, 'VIP guest heading to the second floor, requesting Tony Jerry. Little sis, prepare to assist. Esteemed guest, take your time and enjoy your stay. We wish you every success.' That dramatic announcement, so loud and exaggerated, sent a chill right down my spine. At that moment, I thought, this is bad. There's gotta be some kind of special service waiting upstairs. Stop, ha ha ha." Shi Luting suddenly collapsed onto the grass, rolled over, and pounded the ground repeatedly, her laughter echoing across the track. Han Lai stood there, his feelings complicated. "Honestly, only you, little melon. Even guys might not catch this joke right away, but you got it instantly." Shi Luting lay curled up, laughing herself silly, and Han Lai's eyes involuntarily wandered over her form. Her curves were stunning when she lay on her side. Her slim waist dipped dramatically, only to rise again like a smooth, sculpted peak at her hips. Her petite frame wasn't fully developed yet, but it held undeniable potential. A few more pounds, and she'd be a knockout. Her skin, exposed at her waist, was flawless, fair and smooth, almost glowing. It was the kind of skin that made you want to touch it, not inappropriately. just to see how soft it felt. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Shi Luting abruptly stopped laughing. She tugged down her top slightly, rolled over, and sat up, adjusting her hair with flushed cheeks. Her expression was soft, her eyes misty, as if she were caught somewhere between laughter and something else entirely. She glanced sideways, breaking the silence. So, did Tony Jerry give you this cut for 298 yuan? Han Lai steadied himself and continued spinning his tail. It had nothing to do with the store manager. I just thought to myself, what if, when it's time to pay, that guy shouts, "Dear VIP, your total is 298 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" With that booming voice of his, what if a couple of classmates happened to walk by outside? How would I survive that embarrassment? So I said, "Forget it, buddy. Just get me the 68 yuan Tony." And then the guy got annoyed, rolled his eyes, and brought over a Tony who looked like he'd been training for MA. Shi Luting, who was already laughing herself silly, immediately understood. The wave of humor from earlier hadn't subsided yet, and this new punchline hit her like a sledgehammer. She gave up all resistance. "Ha ha ha. You're just making this up to mess with me. I don't believe you for a second. Ha ha ha." Han Lai looked helpless and rubbed his freshly cut hair. "Does this hairstyle look fake to you? Seriously, just don't go to that place. It's obvious that they weren't exactly cutting hair in the past. Their staff training reeks of legacy habits." Shi Luting laughed so hard she swayed back and forth, then suddenly collapsed into Han Lai's arms. "Oh boy, what do you mean by this?" This put Han Lai in quite the predicament. Didn't she just boast to Ham Hock Bro about how I'm a pure and upright guy? Now, should I act pure or upright? After careful consideration for a second, Han Lai chose to be upright. His left hand supported the back of her head, while his right hand rested on her shoulder, making sure she wouldn't bump into anything. "All right everyone, go ahead and chant, 'Han Lai is so considerate.'" And what would have happened if he had chosen to be pure? He. That's a secret. This time, Shi Luting laughed for a long while. When she finally tried to stand up, she was completely limp, unable to muster any strength. "You're too funny. Your usual aloofness must all be an act, you fraud." Shi Luting genuinely found Han Lai's sense of humor perfectly aligned with her own. None of her peers had ever made her feel this way. She couldn't figure out why. In truth, this was the classic trick of slightly risky jokes perfected by experienced jokesters. Fresh, exciting, and layered with innuendo. The key was that the delivery couldn't be sleazy. The speaker's demeanor had to be upright, their tone refined. The more serious they appeared, the funnier it became through contrast. It was 2013, and Shi Luting had never attended any adult social gatherings, so she found it novel. Fast forward to later years, and men like Han Lai, middle-aged with a subtle sense of humor, would have already lived through eras of bawdy jokes, risky live streams, and tacky viral videos. Almost every one of them would have a bit of dirty in their repertoire. Unfortunately, by their 30s, no matter how much they tried to act refined, it had come across as greasy. So yeah, reborn individuals are just cheaters. With the face of an 18-year-old and the heart of a well-honed adult, reborn into a simpler time, add just a pinch of mischief, and even misbehavior can come across as endearing. This wasn't Han Lai's victory, it was a perk of reincarnation. That said, Han Lai had nailed Shi Luting's preferences, and his alter ego, Ham Hock Bro, had certainly contributed. "Tell me, was the haircut story real or fake?" Shi Luting's expression and tone carried a hint of playful coquettishness. But Han Lai didn't answer directly. "You guess." "It's gotta be fake. How could something that absurd be real?" Han Lai simply smiled without saying a word. "Was it real or fake? Did it matter? The result was that I made you laugh. Who cares about the details? You." Clearly, Shi Luting didn't care. She was delighted. Months. After resting enough, she leaned on Han Lai's knee and got up from his lap, patted the dirt off her clothes, and headed back toward the track. "Fine, don't say it. Let's get on with today's workout." And so, the two began their training session in earnest. After finishing her 5 laps 2,000 meters, Shi Luting waited for Han Lai in the exercise area. When Han Lai finished his 100 pull-ups on the bar, she finally blurted out the invitation she'd been planning for ages. "It's Saturday today. Do you still need to review your trades?" Han Lai, fully aware of her intentions, feigned ignorance. "Reviewing? Not really, but I do have some other things to do." "Why?" His response wasn't what she had expected, but Shi Luting didn't panic. She responded casually, "A new escape room opened at Hongkou Mall. I really want to check it out." "All right folks, take notes. When a girl drops a hint like this, she's waiting for you to make the first move. With this kind of half-spoken suggestion, just jump in and say yes. It's a guaranteed win. That said, giving in so easily might not score you many points. With a sweet girl, it's mutual affection, no harm done. But with someone manipulative, you'd risk exposing yourself and getting strung along. Though Shi Luding wasn't manipulative, Han Lai had other plans. He glanced at her with a teasing smile. Wouldn't Feng Fei be happy to go with you? She's scared of escape rooms. Without missing a beat, Shi Luding gave a perfectly reasonable explanation. Lately, she and Feng Fei had been hanging out a lot. Han Lai had to know, so she'd already prepared to clarify their relationship. But then, Han Lai didn't ask about it at all. How about Pan Ji? Shi Luding froze, then frowned. My relationship with her isn't that close. Han Lai spread his hands. Well, my relationship with you isn't that close either. You. Shi Luding's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling with frustration. Just now he'd been cracking jokes and even put his arm around her. Now he was so eager to draw the line? Dogman. Han Lai acted as if he didn't notice her reaction and asked casually, You've already stolen one of my meal tickets, made a scene with Pan Ji, and now you want to invite me out. What's the idea here? Afraid my life's too peaceful. Shi Luding was left speechless. She really just wanted to clear things up with him so he wouldn't misunderstand her. Did she like Han Lai that much yet? Not really. Calling him her male god in private was partly due to her admiration, but mostly out of respect. After Hamhok Bro's persuasion, she thought why not develop some rapport first and take things further once the dust settled. But it turned out Han Lai wasn't playing along. At this critical moment, the dogman was still as stubborn as ever. When Han Lai hardened his stance, she had no choice but to soften hers. With a hint of pleading she explained, I didn't mean it that way, it's just. I really don't have other male friends. If I don't ask you, who else can I ask? She thought her attitude was soft enough, her hints clear enough, and that it would work. But Han Lai remained unmoved. The dogman furrowed his brows, maintaining a deliberately distant tone and firmly upholding his boundaries. What you do with your friends or how you like to have fun, I don't care. You have your life, I have my ambitions. We're basically parallel lines. And those guys who are always chasing after you Zhu Qin, Kong Yi eyes, they've been making a lot of noise lately. They're hard to ignore, huh? You want me to shield you from them? Sorry, I can't handle that, and I don't want to. All the jokes I've made before, let's cancel them all. Goodbye. With that, Han Lai suddenly flipped the script and walked away without looking back. Shi Luding was stunned, her mind racing. After mentally replaying the names Zhu Qin and Kong Yi eyes a couple of times, she finally understood. Wait. Han Lai, you've got it wrong. But just as she was about to explain, Han Lai waved her off, disappearing without hesitation. Shi Luding was so furious that she stomped her feet in frustration. But her anger wasn't at his cold attitude, it was at herself for not thinking things through. Truth be told, she was dealing with some trouble. Zhu Qin, the student council president, was a junior and one of her admirers. Kong Yi eyes, a freshman and class president of international trade, was another. Both were campus elites, one had power and capability, the other wealth and looks, and among the few who dared pursue her. The root of the problem lay in her recent confession. Ever since she began publicly pursuing Pan Ji, both her admirers and Pan Ji's admirers had been restless. The specifics didn't matter, there was gossip every day. At this point, anyone approaching her or Pan Ji risked becoming the target of collective backlash. So she felt Han Lai's misunderstanding was reasonable. Who wouldn't think the same in his shoes? And Shi Luding was close to tears. I really didn't want you to take the fall. Han Lai might have believed her if she'd said that. But in their previous life she had done such a thing. So today his deliberate misinterpretation wasn't without reason. For one, he didn't want to get involved in that messy situation so soon. For another, he didn't want to keep letting Shi Luding lead him by the nose. A man who can't take the lead and gets bossed around by a woman, what kind of man is that? Let's see all the real men stand up with me. With that thought, Han Lai leisurely headed to the cafeteria, leaving Shi Luding stomping in place, full of frustration. Dogman. What do you take me for? I really wasn't trying to make you take the blame. You won't even give me a chance to explain? Fine. You win. I'm going to deal with Pan Ji. Meanwhile, Pan Ji was peacefully napping at home in her velvet bed when her phone rang, waking her up. Groggily answering, she was instantly furious upon hearing the voice on the other end. I'm already home, and you're still chasing after me? What is this? Eat sleep bully Pan Pan. Fine. You'll see. Panji coldly hung up, opened WeChat, and searched for a number she'd already looked up in advance, then sent a friend request. A notification popped up on the screen. You have sent a friend request to dry firewood in fierce flames. Waiting for their approval. The dark-hearted Lotus finally made her first move in retaliation. Han Lai was eating when he suddenly received a friend request. He glanced at it casually and was momentarily stunned. The applicant's nickname was Sing a Dream. The verification message contained an unexpected 4-character phrase, I am Panji. What was going on? Han Lai wiped his hands and rested his chin in thought. First of all, his relationship with Panji wasn't that close, they were just schoolmates who got along well. She didn't have a reason to be thinking about him. Secondly, the timing was too odd. He had just provoked Ji Lutong, and within 10 minutes, Panji sent him a friend request. How could that be a coincidence? The conclusion was simple. She was here because of Ji Lutong. It didn't take much effort for Han Lai to figure this out. He smirked with amusement. Interesting. This was getting really interesting. So, the black-hearted White Lotus couldn't hold back anymore and was ready to take on the queen directly. But if she thought she could use him as a weapon, she was sorely mistaken. Han Lai clicked accept and took the initiative to send a question mark. The stage is yours. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got. Panji got straight to the point. Are you free today? I want to have some sushi. I reserved a table at Sushi One, but the friend I planned to go with can't make it, so I thought I'd treat you instead. Don't say I'm insincere, I asked you first. Han Lai wasn't sure what she was up to, but he was certain it had something to do with Ji Lutong. So, he responded with a clever question at noon. Panji replied, lunch is at noon. But it'd be better if we could head out earlier, I was planning to wander around in the morning. Han Lai immediately understood. Got it. Most likely, Ji Lutong had been tormenting Panji again, and now the black-hearted Lotus was preparing to strike back. As for why she wanted to use him for her counterattack, that question underestimated Panji's intelligence. After their 2 previous encounters, any smart person could see that Han Lai was Ji Lutong's nemesis. Previously, Panji had been hesitant to involve him. Today, it seemed, she was truly enraged and ready to make a big move. So, should he go? Han Lai thought about it for a while and decided not to indulge anyone. If he didn't answer Ji Lutong's calls but immediately went out when Panji invited him, it wouldn't make sense. What was the point of pleasing Panji anyway? She wasn't the kind of woman who could be won over with flattery. If she were, Han Lai would have her crying in minutes, then use her allowance money to upgrade his sugar-coated dagger skills to the highest level. What would be the point of working hard anymore? Wouldn't that be the ultimate cheat code for life? Too bad such good fortune didn't even happen in his dreams. Besides, putting her and Ji Lutong together was like Mars colliding with Earth. There would be no peace. Right now, he wasn't strong enough to control the situation. If things escalated, who would he side with? Better to stay out of it, retreat to level up, and prepare for another day. Once I've earned enough resources to play at their level. With that thought, Han Lai decisively typed his reply. Sorry, I'm busy today. A classmate invited me to an escape room earlier, and I couldn't make it either. Maybe next time. Panji was momentarily stunned. She wasn't used to being rejected by men. Well, this was refreshing. But it didn't stop her from maintaining her politeness. No worries. Take care of your business. Let's meet up another time. After sending the message, Panji tossed her phone aside and began to ponder. Classmate? Escape room? The combination of those 2 words clearly pointed to a girl. And among the girls who dared to invite Han Lai, the candidates could only be Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, or Ji Lutong. Earlier that morning, Ji Lutong had angrily asked her to go to the salon, which likely meant she'd been frustrated somewhere. Both she and Han Lai had a habit of waking up early to exercise. Connecting the dots, the answer became obvious. Oh, Ji Lutong, so you got rebuffed by Han Lai and came running to me to compensate? Clever move. Fine. Let's play this game slowly and carefully. After mentally adding Ji Lutong to her little black book, Panji started to wonder, was Han Lai's explanation at the end intentional or not? It didn't seem like an explanation. It felt more like a warning. Otherwise, why would he bring up a classmate and an escape room out of nowhere? Was it necessary to explain that to her? Panji's life experiences made her naturally overthink everything. If Han Lai had been deliberate, then the hidden meaning of his last sentence was this. I know why you suddenly added me and invited me out. I don't want to get involved in your mess. If I can refuse Ji Lutong, I can refuse you too. Next time, don't try this again. It was a subtle and masterful warning, far beyond his age. But was Han Lai really capable of such sophistication? Pan Ji found it hard to believe. She decided to confirm her suspicions by messaging Shi Lutong. So early in the morning, are salons even open yet? How about we find something else to do to pass the time? Shi Lutong replied quickly, forget it. Let's go to an escape room. The words hit Pan Ji like a thunderbolt. Her pupils constricted sharply. A moment later, she narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. Han Lai? Are you a monster? Meanwhile, Monster Han was engrossed in his writing. Writing wasn't exactly fun, but seeing an interesting plot unfold through his own words was deeply satisfying. If it could also bring some tangible success, that would be even better. His serialized novel The CEO Goddess was gaining popularity fast. This was evident in the growing number of bookmarks and rewards. Even more telling was the increase in enthusiastic comments. In the latest chapter, the male and female leads had just experienced a minor misunderstanding. While comforting her heartbroken best friend over late-night snacks, the female lead, Shi Mingjun, was harassed by a group of drunken thugs. The male lead, Han Lai, happened to come by to explain their misunderstanding. Through a floor-to-ceiling window, he saw the scene and was immediately enraged. As he rushed in, one of the thugs roughly shoved Shi Mingjun. Two of them surrounded her, spewing filthy words and trying to touch her. The situation was dramatic, but it caught readers off guard. Han Lai's expression went cold as his anger reached its peak. His face became emotionless, his dark eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not now. Fighting back could be seen as mutual assault. His legal expertise flashed in his mind. Han Lai moved quickly, shielding the two women while bowing apologetically to the thugs. Sirs? I'm sorry. They didn't mean any trouble. Smack. One of the thugs slapped Han Lai across the face. Shi Mingjun froze. Her bright, spring-like eyes filled with pain, grievance, and confusion. She couldn't understand why, in 2013, such things were still happening. The proud Han Lai, who hadn't even frowned when losing $2 billion in a deal, was now bowing and scraping for her, even enduring humiliation. She hadn't cried during the slap. But now, tears streamed down her face. She wanted to rush over to protect him, but he held her back firmly. Han Lai opened his bag, pulled out a wad of cash, and handed it to the thugs, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, sirs. Here, this is for you. One of the thugs knocked the money out of his hand. Who do you think you are, huh? Another kicked him hard in the stomach. Still not enough. Fighting back now could be judged as excessive self-defense. Han Lai stumbled backward, his bag falling open to reveal more wads of cash. Meanwhile, a third thug swung a chair toward his head. Another grabbed Shi Mingjun's best friend by the hair, dragging her toward the door. Finally, one thug picked up Han Lai's bag and slung it over his shoulder with a triumphant swagger. Disturbing the peace, intentional harm, robbery, gang activity. That's enough. As Shi Mingjun's screams filled the air, Han Lai blocked the chair with his shoulder. He deliberately hit a table, then accidentally grabbed several iron skewers. The thugs had gone too far, and the reader's emotions had also been pushed to the brink. Amid the chaos, Han Lai's eyes burned with fury as he launched his counterattack. The first stab went into the eye. The second pierced a throat. What looked like a wild, desperate flurry was, in reality, calculated and deadly. Two thugs fell instantly, while the third, spared for now, fled in terror. Get him, boys. A brutal fight broke out, leaving a heap of gangsters sprawled on the ground. Only one, still mostly intact, managed to escape gangster toward an L-shaped corner. That spot was a surveillance blind zone. Han Lai, who had been staggering after him, abruptly slowed his pace and straightened up as soon as he stepped out of the camera's range. He flexed his fingers lightly and tilted his neck from side to side. His slender neck emitted crisp popping sounds, like some sort of horn signaling an attack. It was a dead end up ahead. Gangstera picked up a brick and charged back with a loud roar. Han Lai stood upright like a pine tree, silent as a mountain. When Gangstera got close, Han delivered a textbook perfect front kick, sending him flying. Gone was any trace of his earlier clumsiness. Han Lai slid his left hand into his pants pocket and strolled forward leisurely. Kneel. Gangstera whimpered and cursed, struggling to his feet. Han took another step forward and delivered a low sweeping kick with fluid grace. With a crisp snap, Gangstera crumpled to his knees, clutching his leg and wailing. Brother. Brother, I was wrong. I was drunk earlier, please don't hold it against me. My older brother is. Shut it. Han kicked him over again and squatted down to pick up the brick Gangstera had just used. Your left hand touched my girlfriend, didn't it? Now, stretch it out. Gangstera refused, crying and begging for mercy, his previous arrogance completely gone. Han ignored him. With one knee pressing on the man's shoulder blade and his foot pinning his elbow joint, he forcefully positioned Gangstera's left hand in front of him. Gangstera struggled in vain, clenching his fist tightly while sobbing and pleading. Hey! Han chuckled lightly and swung the brick down on the clenched fist. Once. Twice. 3 times. The cries for mercy turned into screams, then wails, and finally low groans. The alley transformed into a vision of hell, where a devil tormented a demon. It wasn't until the hand became unrecognizable that Han finally let go. As Gangstera barely caught his breath, Han's deep, magnetic voice rang out again. You slapped my girlfriend with your right hand, didn't you? Now, stretch it out. Gangstera completely broke down. No, big brother, ancestor, please. The only response was the dull sound of the brick descending. Bang! 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 When the deed was done, Han kicked Gangstera onto his back. He pulled a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and calmly wiped his hands while speaking casually. Do you know why I only went for your hands? Beating you to death with a brick would be too easy, and it'd probably count as excessive self-defense. Worms like you deserve to live the rest of your life in pain, torment, fear, and nightmares. You think this is over? Don't be so naive. Remember, no matter where you end up serving time, I'll find you. I'll make sure that every single day and night for the rest of your life, you'll curse yourself for ever laying a finger on that girl. Gangstera's vision went black, and he passed out. Han Lai turned and walked out of the alley, spotting his briefcase at the entrance. He removed a Patek Philippe celestial watch from his wrist and casually tossed it into the briefcase. The briefcase, originally holding less than 100,000 yuan in cash, now contained over 10 million in total assets. Robbery involving such a massive sum, exceeding 10,000 yuan, increases the base sentence by 1 year for every additional 50,000 yuan. If the amount exceeds 200,000 yuan and meets specific conditions outlined in Article 263 of the Criminal Code excluding repeat offenses, or causes a severe societal impact, the base sentence is life imprisonment. Touch my woman? Hey! As Han exited the alley, the sound of police sirens blared. The gang members, 4 dead, 5 injured, had turned the police operation into a crisis. Han gently caressed the cheek of Siming Jun and said softly, Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'll handle it. Siming Jun sobbed uncontrollably. Han ended up in the hospital too, but soon found himself surrounded by the gang members' enraged relatives, who cursed and screamed all night. Dark currents swirled beneath the surface. That night, Han's assistant duplicated the surveillance footage. And so, the chapter ended. Despite knowing Han's actions were in self-defense, and that his injuries were deliberate, readers were still on edge about what might happen next. The mix of satisfaction and suspense left them clamoring for the next chapter, flooding the comments section with demands and tips, propelling the story's popularity to new heights. Margaret's so satisfying. I'm losing my mind. Jiusi Yiju Wei, what kind of godlike boyfriend is this? I'd throw myself at him regardless of gender if I could. Bai Wuxia, take my votes, my coins, and even my life. Just update already. Linger Ariel author, name your price. How much for one Han Lai? Kian, please. I'm begging you, update faster. Even the editor, Xiao Qilin, couldn't resist contacting the author. Xiao Qilin, ham, big shot. This is amazing. I've never been so hooked on a story before. By the way, we're going live on the 7th. How many chapters do you have saved up? Ham replaces cucumber about 130,000 words. Is that enough? Xiao Qilin, more than enough. Keep it up, and we'll launch a massive promotion. Curious, Han asked about subscription milestones. Ham replaces cucumber, think we can hit 5,000 subs? Xiao Qilin, 5,000. You're underestimating us. Double it. She added, just focus on writing. I'll clear every obstacle for you. The conversation turned to the potential of the platform's best performing books. The editor explained that the top single book subscription had reached 75,000 readers, with film rights selling for up to 3 million yuan and physical book rights for 1 million. Modern romance, Han's genre, was among the highest in reader engagement, though less lucrative for film rights than historical romance. Still, any book surpassing 5,000 subscriptions could expect to sell its rights without issue. The potential earnings for the overbearing female CEO were projected to comfortably hit over 1 million yuan. If the later parts don't collapse, the expectations for this work can be raised even higher. In reality, the overbearing female CEO starts sweet, turns bitter in the middle, and becomes downright toxic toward the end. The real strength of the story emerges during the midpoint when the torment begins. Its current popularity is entirely due to Han Lai's skillful mastery of pretentious face-slapping tactics. How can third-tier literature skills and entry-level fourth-tier writing skills have such an impact? It's true Han Lai doesn't rely on prose but on the perfected formulas developed in later eras. As a work ahead of its time, the overbearing female CEO stands as the ultimate example of a thrilling and tormenting novel, reaping enormous benefits from being ahead of the curve. Jinjiang's reader base is rock solid, and the culture of legitimate subscriptions is excellent. Add to that the dominance of the current top channel, the mobile reading base, which hasn't yet fallen behind. Oh my, it's too much to even imagine. To ensure the book's launch is even more explosive, Han Lai began revising his saved chapters, holding back on climactic scenes. After tweaking and polishing, the day quickly passed. In the evening, while chatting with Little Cucumber, Han Lai could clearly sense her low spirits. Had she been outdone by Panji again? Han didn't ask anything, nor did he share the editor's optimistic predictions with her. When the launch finally happens, everything will become clear naturally. For now, he thought, let her hold on to a bit of hope. She Looting was clearly filled with both anticipation and anxiety. It was obvious she was becoming increasingly invested in editing the manuscript. At 9:30 tonight, she logged into her secondary account right on time to discuss the plot with Ham Bro. Han Lai focused on showing off, while she handled the detailed editing and embellishments. After reviewing the finalized version, Han Lai's assessment was that her overall writing skills had just surpassed the third-tier level but were improving rapidly. Meanwhile, her prose writing ability alone was at mid-fourth-tier level. Online novel writing skills include prose, but even fifth-tier prose can only slightly enhance writing skills overall, as it often exceeds what's strictly necessary. Everyone understands this. In addition, her little erotic writing skill level was almost fully at the upper fourth-tier level. Talent isn't something that can be reasoned with. Right now, her ability to depict intense scenes of conflict is nearly perfect. The imagery is vivid, tension is maxed out, and only psychological descriptions are slightly lacking. Regardless of her personality, Little Cucumber is undeniably an exceptional partner. Without her, the overbearing female CEO probably wouldn't have earned even a tenth of its current royalties. This is no exaggeration. Female-oriented and male-oriented fiction are fundamentally different things, and throughout this process, Han Lai learned far too much. On Sunday the 3rd, Han Lai originally planned to spend another full day writing to save up more chapters. But as noon approached, Panji sent another invitation. This time, she straightforwardly laid it all out today. It's just the two of us. Come on, give me some face, won't you? I was so angry I wanted to hit someone. I've seen and been through countless fights in the Northeast, but I've never encountered scum as revolting as them. Panji lowered her stance so much that it left no room for refusal. Since Han Lai had to go out for a meal anyway, he figured he might as well get a free, good one while seeing what she was up to. Alright, where are we going? Panji continued to keep her humble attitude and sought his opinion. It's November now, and Crab Row has just matured. How about we find a place to eat hairy crabs? Oh, a true young lady indeed. With just one sentence, Panji had Han Lai feeling respect. In his previous life, it wasn't until he was about 28 years old that he accidentally learned from someone bragging about the proper etiquette for eating hairy crabs. Those who truly knew the craft would eat only female crabs in October and only male crabs in November. In October, female crabs are full of rich, delicious crab roe. By November, as the cold air arrives, the male crab's roe solidifies into a creamy and flavorful paste, while the female crab's roe becomes lumpy and loses its texture. Han Lai, back then, didn't know this and had foolishly ordered a mixed set of male and female crabs as gifts for his boss. Complete rookie move. Ordinary people are often like this. Limited knowledge frequently betrays them. And this isn't limited to just food. It's not a big deal when making friends on the same social level, but when trying to cross social strata, people can often judge your standing by subtle details. Without some exceptional talent or skill, it's hard to truly connect with them. And if you do have special skills, sometimes those connections turn less intellectual. This is why the old saying goes, don't force your way into a different circle. It's got truth to it. Now Panji asking Han Lai out felt like she was forcing her way in. Brother Lai couldn't think of any common ground he might have with her. Whatever, he thought, might as well enjoy the opportunity. So the scumbag decided to play dumb. Sounds good, but I'm not familiar with the city. You pick the place. How about Wang Baohe on Fuzhou Road? It's an old establishment from before the liberation. Perfect for newcomers to the city to experience. Wang Baohe, huh? That brought back memories. That place was ridiculously expensive. Han Lai had only been twice, but the crabs and yellow wine left a deep impression. Alright, thanks for the recommendation. I'm looking forward to it. After putting down his phone, Han Lai tidied himself up a bit. Not that there was much tidying to do, he just put on a clean tracksuit. He only had a few thousand yuan left to his name and couldn't even afford a decent pair of shoes. But for a university student, a pair of Jordans was plenty respectable, not shabby at all. He hailed a cab straight to Fuzhou Road. The moment he mentioned Wang Baohe, even the driver knew where to go. By the time Han Lai arrived, Pan Ji was already waiting inside. Today the young lady was dressed in a little black dress, paired with gray stockings and white boots. Absolutely stunning. She wore light makeup, with orange lipstick and matching eyeshadow, dazzlingly beautiful. When she stood up and waved at him with a smile, Brother Lai couldn't help but discreetly swallow hard. Oh, little cucumber, this woman is seducing me. Come sit. I've already ordered. It was obvious that today, Pan Ji was more enthusiastic than usual. Her smile was sweet enough to kill without shedding a drop of blood. Han Lai maintained his composure, speaking as little as possible. Alright, I'll leave it to you. His third-tier acting skills were barely holding up. Even his third-tier facial control was reaching its limit. Pan Ji waved the waiter over and started ordering with practiced ease. 4 hairy crabs, over half a jin each, male crabs only. 1 order of crab roe with silver fungus. Han Lai, you have to try this, it's amazing. Shrimp and crab 2-tone noodles, crab roe scallops, golden crab shell, 8 treasure rice. Oh, and Han Lai, do you want to try their yellow wine? Han nodded. Sure. Steamed hairy crabs paired with yellow wine, 1 word divine. While waiting for the food, Pan Ji smiled and chatted with Han Lai. Hey, do you think the decor here is too shabby? Wang Baohe, a century-old establishment, still retained its state-owned enterprise-style decor, which indeed looked a bit outdated. But as the saying goes, it's the flavor that matters, not the presentation. Thinking about the food, he decided to play the role of a simp with you here. The place feels like a palace. How could it be shabby? Pan Ji covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. Oh, you're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Once you start simping, there's no going back. You're treating me to such a great meal. Doesn't that mean you're kind and beautiful? You deserve a little flattery. The way you say it, kind and beautiful, sounds more like naive and rich. That's definitely a misunderstanding. Han shrugged. My professional ethics are widely praised. I've always had the utmost respect for my benefactors. If her earlier smile had been polite, it now seemed much more genuine. Oh my! You really do know how to make a girl happy. Her tone, expression, and gaze were hard to read. Was she praising him, teasing him, or testing him? The ambiguity left Han completely at a loss. His third-tier psychology skills weren't enough to decipher her intentions. Damn it, he thought. I really need to make money fast and level up. Even if he couldn't figure her out, Han had a tactic redirect. He suddenly sniffed the air and exclaimed with delight, Wow, that smells amazing. Miss Pan, my expectations are through the roof now. Pan Ji seemed pleased and responded with the natural joy of an ordinary girl, right? Their hairy crabs are truly exceptional. Eat as much as you want later. The previous topic was smoothly glossed over. A few minutes later, the first dish arrived: shrimp and crab 2-tone noodles. It wasn't a large portion, nor was it presented in the most refined way, but the color, aroma, and taste were all on point. Pan Ji cheerfully pulled out her phone. Let me take a picture. Han Lai smiled and nodded, watching her lift her phone. A few seconds later, he realized something was off. Wait, why is she taking pictures of this? Even if she loved posting on social media, shouldn't it at least be for some high-end place like Sushi Ichi? The setting and plating at Wang Baohe weren't exactly photogenic. Maintaining his smile, Han discreetly leaned back. With every dish that arrived, Pan Ji snapped more pictures, and Han kept inching further away. When the dishes were finally served and she finished her photos, Han casually picked up his iPhone 5S under the table and checked her social media. Sure enough, there was a new post. Finally, the first weekend of November. Having dinner at Wang Baohe with a classmate. 4 pictures accompanied the caption. Han felt a wave of relief as he scanned the post. He wasn't in any of the shots. But when he zoomed in, the first photo made his head spin. Good grief, while his face wasn't visible, his size 43 Jordans were clearly on display. There was no need to guess this was obviously meant for Shi Looting to see. Pan-Ge, you truly live up to your nickname. Black-hearted White Lotus. Here, try this. It's amazing. Han looked at the enthusiastic Pan-Ge, smiling bitterly to himself. He had only managed to manipulate Shi Looting because of foreknowledge and clever maneuvering. If he underestimated his peers because of one victory, he'd be in trouble sooner or later. Teacher Pan, you've taught me yet another lesson. As he brooded, Han noticed a sudden change in Pan-Ge's expression. She froze, her gaze flustered. Behind him? What's behind me? Before he could turn around, he heard a commotion of hurried footsteps. Then, a booming voice greeted Pan-Ge. Well, Nan, having dinner with a friend? Pan-Ge jumped to her feet in a panic and blurted out, Dad. Han was dumbfounded. Han Lai quickly stood up, turning to face the direction of the voice. A group of 6 people approached, led by a short, chubby middle-aged man. His body was far from fit, with a pronounced beer belly, but the remnants of his youthful charm could still be seen on his round face. Alright, maybe not just youthful charm, he still looked better than Han Lai even now. Moreover, his eyebrows and eyes bore an 80% resemblance to Pan-Ge's. Pan-Ge appeared a little flustered. Dad, why are you here? Your Uncle Pang has been craving some crab roe, so we arranged a gathering. And we're sneaking in a few drinks behind your mom's back. Old Pan's voice was hearty, his demeanor confident, as he strode energetically to the table. Behind him were 2 other middle-aged men, one dressed meticulously in a crisp shirt, exuding a refined air, and the other in a short-sleeved shirt, showing off well-toned muscles and tattoos. Trailing behind were 3 younger individuals who looked like assistants or bodyguards. Han Lai felt his heart race. Old Pan's social circle seemed complicated. Is he going to intimidate me? I just shaved my head to look like an ex-convict. My image isn't exactly stellar right now. Bad luck. As he worried, Old Pan's gaze shifted to Han, scanning him up and down. Then, Old Pan suddenly extended his hand with an enthusiastic smile. Young man, are you my Nan's classmate? Han quickly clasped Old Pan's hand with both of his, slightly bowing. Hello, Uncle Pan. My name is Han Lai, and I'm a schoolmate of Pan-Ge. Old Pan shook Han's hand firmly, using his free hand to pat Han on the shoulder. A schoolmate? Good. Our Pan-Ge has never gone out to eat alone with a boy before. You're the first I've heard of. I fully support her making friends, so don't feel any pressure, Xiao Han. You've got a solid frame, though you're a bit on the thin side. Han was dumbfounded. What is even happening right now? The tattooed man behind them laughed, chiming in with an even more outrageous comment. Hey, at this age, most boys are like bean sprouts who isn't skinny. Xiao Han's not bad. Look at those sharp features and bright eyes. Not like the boys around here, all soft and effeminate. The refined gentleman shot a glance at the tattooed man and sneered through gritted teeth, country bumpkin. The 3 older men laughed and bickered, leaving Pan-Ge visibly mortified. She stomped her foot and began ushering them out. Dad, I'm just having a meal with a classmate. Why are you rambling so much? Weren't you heading upstairs? Go on. All right, we're going. Old Pan nodded with a smile, releasing Han's hand. He even made a point to bid him goodbye. Xiao Han, take your time eating. If it's not enough, order more dishes. You don't need to pay for anything today, no matter who was supposed to treat. It's on me now. Eat well, drink well, and have fun, okay? What could Han say? He could only nod. All right, thank you, Uncle Pan. Have a good evening. As the group headed upstairs, Pan-Ge's cheeks remained flushed, while Han's mind swirled with disbelief. Is Old Pan really this open-minded? He seemed too enthusiastic. Is he worried his daughter won't find a boyfriend? Han glanced at Pan-Ge, his gaze tinged with curiosity. All of her previous composure had evaporated as she glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Her feisty, pouty expression was oddly cute. Han held back his laughter and began eating. He complimented one dish, then another, gradually soothing her mood. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped a sly question. Hey, your dad is pretty interesting. What does he do? Pan-Ge's chopsticks froze mid-air. A hint of hostility flickered in her eyes, but she didn't rush to answer. Instead, she gave him a half-smile and stared. Our dad? Dad! Han's expression was innocent. Slip of the tongue. Pan-Ge smirked coldly. If you're so bold, why not go upstairs and call him Dad to his face? Then I'll tell you everything. She thought she had him cornered. But to her surprise, Han's eyes lit up with excitement, and he looked eager. Really? Panji instantly lost her composure. Are you sick or something? Where's your professionalism? Han shrank back, muttering softly, it's not like you're paying for this meal. Why would I owe you professionalism? Panji was furious. This dinner felt completely out of control, and it was all old Pan's fault. As she simmered, Han suddenly turned serious. All right, enough joking. What does Uncle Pan actually do? That refined gentleman with him looked really familiar. Panji rolled her eyes, thinking Shi Looting calls him a dogman for a reason. She's not wrong. He's just a fellow student, how can he be so annoying? Frustrated but unable to dodge the question, she relented. That's Uncle Zhang. His photo is on our school's official website. Han blinked, suddenly connecting the dots. Oh wow! That guy was none other than the principal of the humanities department. Panji continued, her tone dry. As for my dad, one of his roles is as a school director. But he never gets involved in school affairs. Good grief. So you're the actual crown princess of our university? No wonder you chose such a random school. Curiosity piqued. Han asked another question. I've always known your family is well off, but why didn't you apply directly to an overseas university after high school? It wasn't easy to study abroad from their school. Despite the high tuition fees for the international program, getting into Ivy League schools was rare. Most students ended up at second-rate foreign institutions. Panji shook her head. It doesn't matter where I study. I probably wouldn't graduate from a prestigious school anyway. Besides, my mom doesn't want me to go too far away. Han could somewhat understand her perspective of it doesn't matter. In some old money families, the business was so complex that the question of succession wasn't even considered. Positions of power weren't something you could secure with degrees, awards, or scholarships. If a child showed potential, they'd be groomed early by working in the business and shaped over time, with their capabilities reassessed in their 30s. If not, they'd just be left to enjoy a life of luxury without causing trouble, ideally settling down and starting a family early. This is why you'd always see waves of second-generation heirs living carefree lives. The most famous one? Everyone knows who that is. So, you're not planning to study abroad anymore. When Han asked this, his feelings were a bit complicated. Panji suddenly looked up, staring at him intently for 3 seconds. Then she smiled enigmatically. We'll see. For me, the future is mostly set. The process doesn't really matter. Set? So, it's not you inheriting but your future husband. That's a jackpot. A massive one. Han felt his inner greed stir but quickly reasoned with himself, I'm not after her family's money. I just admire her intelligence and beauty. Still, he kept his thoughts to himself. It wasn't that simple. Old Pan might seem easygoing now, but who knew what he was really like? Better to focus on self-improvement. Eat crab, eat crab. At 420 yuan a jin, it'd be a waste not to devour a few more. Han stopped chatting and focused on dismantling the hairy crabs. The roe was rich, the meat tender and sweet, and paired with Wang Baohe's special ginger vinegar, it was heavenly. But before long, Panji suddenly looked up, narrowing her eyes with a hint of menace as she stared behind him. A familiar, chilly voice followed. Pan. What a coincidence. You're here too. Han dropped his crab leg, his appetite instantly plummeting. Little cucumber. Aren't you being a bit too fake? Leaning back in his chair, Han watched Shi Looting rush over to cling to Panji, chattering affectionately. He felt like a complete fool. Knowing Panji's scheming nature, why had he stuck around to watch her antics? Now look, he'd been dragged down with her. As he silently cursed himself, Han noticed Shi Looting hugging Panji tightly, despite the latter's visible resistance. A flash of realization struck him. Wait. Old Pan's overly warm attitude. As if he was worried about his daughter's disinterest in men. Could Shi Looting have something to do with this? Crap. What kind of chain reaction did my manipulation of Little Cucumber set off? Han rubbed his chin, his smile growing deeper. The situation between Shi Looting and Panji had caused such a stir that it was only natural for Principal Zhang to hear about it. He might not have gotten all the details, but he'd heard enough something about an unusually close relationship between the two campus idols. As for the specifics, those under him probably didn't feel comfortable sharing, right? Then Old Pan received a subtle reminder. And perhaps, since Panji was typically so aloof toward boys, always maintaining perfect boundaries, Old Pan started worrying in private about her big orange cat. So when he suddenly saw Panji on a date with a boy today, his mood couldn't help but improve. Thus, Everything about Han Lai started to seem pleasing to him. Think about it, Pan Ji had just arrived at Wang Bao-he, and then old Pan showed up right after with Principal Zhang. Was that really a coincidence? Yes, November is crab roe season, but in a city as massive as Shanghai, there are countless great places to eat crab. Why focus so specifically on Wang Bao-he? There's only one truth. Brother Lai worked through the logic, and the more he thought about it, the more it all clicked. Wow. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Shi Luting was still causing trouble, could he take this chance to build a father-in-law relationship with old Pan? If not father-in-law, then at least a brotherly bond would do. Initially, Pan Ji had planned to use him to stir up trouble for Shi Luting. But now? It was clear that her scheme had backfired completely. Her misfortune had reached a breaking point. Serves her right. Did she think she could trap Brother Lai so easily? See what karma looks like now. As Han Lai chuckled to himself, his eyes lit up with a new idea. Once he thought of it, he acted immediately. Always decisive, Brother Lai stood up and casually told the two women, "I'm going to the restroom." The two beauties were too busy silently competing to pay attention to him. They just gave a dismissive nod. So, Han leisurely made his way upstairs and asked a server, "The 6 guests who just came upstairs, what room are they in?" The server told him the room number. "Thanks. Could you bring me a bottle of yellow wine and a cup?" In less than half a minute, everything was ready. With a bottle in one hand and a cup in the other, Han asked the server to knock on old Pan's private room door. "Uncle Pan, thank you for your hospitality. I've come to toast you and the other uncles." With third-tier acting skills and years of drinking experience from his past life, Han handled the situation with perfect ease. Standing there with confidence, he exuded both respect and youthful energy. Old Pan was delighted and immediately waved him in. "Come in, Xiao Han, let's chat." Then old Pan glanced toward the doorway and noticed no one else. He felt a bit puzzled. "Where's Nan Nan? Didn't she come up with you?" Holding his cup at shoulder height, Han casually replied, "A female classmate came over. Pan Ji is chatting with her." The mention of a female classmate immediately struck a nerve with old Pan, and his expression changed slightly. "Oh? I know most of Nan Nan's friends. Who is it?" Han respectfully answered, "Her name is Shi Luting. She's the class president of my class. I got to know Pan Ji through her." Wow. Brother Lai had just shaved the entire bamboo forest bare. Who actually met whom first? It was pure nonsense. But old Pan didn't know that. He exchanged a glance with Principal Zhang, who gave a slight nod. But being the master strategist he was, old Pan remained completely composed and smoothly changed the topic. Come, Xiao Han. Let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Pang, and this is your Uncle Zhang." Han toasted each person in turn, behaving impeccably. And then, that was it. Even adults don't form deep bonds over a single toast, let alone a young student. The lively atmosphere would pass as quickly as it came. No one would take him seriously afterward. Don't be naive. Even 10 rounds of drinking might not earn you a favor from someone important. This is why Han hated drinking parties and networking events. They were pointless and a waste of time. After finishing his toast, he decisively excused himself. "Uncle Pan, enjoy your meal. I'll head back downstairs." "Alright, go ahead. Take good care of Pan Ji for me." Old Pan waved him off with a smile, but the moment Han left, his expression darkened. Outrageous. "I'm going to take a look." Hey, old Pan, calm down." "Exactly. You don't know what's going on yet. Hold on, wait a little while longer. Don't scare the kids." While the other men tried to calm him down, Han handed the wine bottle and cup back to the server and strolled downstairs with a grin. Back at the table, he resumed eating crab in peace. Meanwhile, Shi Luting and Pan Ji had finally settled their little battle. It was clear that Pan Ji had taken a silent loss. Queen Ting had a triumphant smile on her face as she clung tightly to Pan Ji's shoulder. Pan Ji barely resisted, pouting with a sullen expression that made her look heartbreakingly beautiful. Han took one look and immediately grasped the situation. When it came to scheming, Shi Luting was no match for Pan Ji. But face to face. Outsmart me? Fine. Outfight me? Don't even try. At 179 cm, Queen Ting towered over the 167 cm little Pan. With a 12 cm height difference and a 10 kg weight advantage, it was a complete mismatch. After being pinned down twice, Pan Ji gave up and shifted her attention to Han. She was clearly up to something, but whatever it was, it couldn't be good. If she succeeded, Han would be caught between the two of them, and that would truly be uncomfortable. But for now. "Hey Dogman, How did you end up meeting Pan Pan here? As Shi Luding raised an eyebrow, her tone accusatory. She was still riding high from her earlier victory, so Han didn't bother arguing. Panji wanted to treat me. You know I'm not good at refusing invitations. What about you? How did you end up here? I just felt like eating crab. What? You think you're the only ones who know about century-old establishments? One asked innocent-sounding questions, while the other spewed blatant nonsense. It was a perfect match. Panji glared at the pair, her anger boiling over. Even while being hugged, she couldn't resist snapping, "Stop lying to yourselves. Just admit it, you've been stalking my social media, haven't you?" Shi Luding grinned smugly. Ha! Who has the time? This is called destiny when bad people meet their karma. Panji immediately regretted her actions. She had only wanted to provoke Shi Luding a little, and then slowly implement her counterattack. But who could have guessed that Shi Luding would see her post so quickly? And not only that, she'd barged in on the spot. And yet, Shi Luding charged in recklessly and showed up on the spot. Now that Panji Yi was in her hands, it was too late to do anything. She could only endure it. Shi Luding, her face full of the joy of victory, called the server over with a smile. "Could you bring us 4 more hairy crabs?" Panji pursed her lips and remained silent. Han Lai watched with great interest, finding their relationship particularly fascinating. They were rivals but not mortal enemies who wished for the other's downfall. They were like frenemies, begrudgingly ensuring the other didn't have a better life. Panji could tolerate Shi Luding touching and holding her without snapping. Shi Luding could endure Panji pointing out her flaws without getting truly angry. Their dynamic was filled with clashes and subtle harmony. A rare kind of connection. 2 eccentric individuals. Honestly, why not just become a couple? That way they could stop dragging me into their mess. As he thought this, trouble came knocking. Shi Luding's expression turned sharp, and she glared at Han Lai. "Dogman, you're something else. Are you trying to mooch off every beauty in school? Is Panji's support soft and delicious?" Finally, Panji found her chance to retaliate and immediately stepped in to defend Han Lai. "Han Lai's a good guy. I enjoy sharing good food with him. You don't always have to think so negatively. Here it comes." Her master-level verbal sparring was in full play. Han Lai still couldn't figure out what she was plotting, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the one person who could deal with her old Pan had finally come downstairs. From his seat, which directly faced the staircase, Han Lai clearly saw old Pan poking half his body out stealthily. Good grief! The moment old Pan saw Shi Luding hugging Panji tightly, his face immediately darkened. Han Lai quickly looked away, pretending not to notice, and raised his glass toward the 2 girls with a playful smile. "I can't keep up with the 2 of you. Stop picking on me, okay? I'll just wish you both eternal happiness. How's that?" Old Pan's body jolted, and he clutched his forehead. Shi Luding, thinking Han Lai was backing down, grinned smugly and raised her glass. "Fine, I'll take your blessing." Good grief! She really dared to accept it. Old Pan grabbed the staircase railing, swaying unsteadily. "Oh no, don't tell me the man has high blood pressure." Han Lai started to panic and shot Panji a look that clearly said, "Stop it. Quit while you're ahead." But despite his good intentions, Panji completely misunderstood. The scheming goddess gritted her teeth in fury. "Dogman, are you really okay with stabbing me in the back like this? Oh, so that's how it is? You stab me, and still dare to wink at me as if you're taunting me." No wonder she jumped to conclusions just yesterday. Han Lai had sent her a warning text. Now, teasing her twice in a row seemed par for the course. Who wouldn't interpret it that way? Seething inside but unwilling to lose face, Panji forced a bright smile and jabbed back at Han Lai, while subtly setting up a trap for Shi Luding. "So what's this? The 2 of us are getting along, and you're aiming for 2 birds with 1 stone?" Old Pan shuddered, and some strength seemed to return to his body. Thank heavens. Nan Nan isn't entirely uninterested in men. Look, isn't she just flirting with his Xiao Han? My daughter still has hope. But just as Old Pan felt a surge of relief, a wave of indignation rose. 2 birds with 1 stone? Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, Shi Luding blushed. Unlike the scheming Panji, she genuinely had feelings for Han Lai. Messing with Panji was just for fun, but with Han Lai, she saw a real future. "Xiao Han, go ahead and think about it. Don't be scared. As long as you can win Nan Nan back, everything else can be worked out slowly." Suddenly, Old Pan placed enormous hope on Han Lai. Time was of the essence, he could feel it. At the same time, Panji had been thrown completely off by Shi Luding's actions. She didn't mind being hugged by Queen Ting, especially since Shi Luting was the only girl who could rival her in looks. Beautiful things are naturally likable, and being held by someone soft and fragrant wasn't unpleasant, but she truly didn't have those kinds of feelings. Deep down, she just couldn't accept it. So, suppressing her shyness, she shot back at Shi Luting while roping Han Lai into the mix. Why don't you ask Fang Feifei about it? She's only playing with you, but she'd probably marry Han Lai tomorrow if she could. Do you really think you're that amazing? Han Lai. Take Fang Feifei away, would you? Stop letting Shi Luting act so smug. It was a perfectly normal statement, but once again old Pan was left fuming. My dear Nan Nan, you're hopelessly devoted to Shi Luting. Are you eating with Han Lai just to break up your girlfriend and her boyfriend? Why can't you try things out with Han Lai yourself? Trust me, dear. Men and women are completely different. Old Pan was desperate. Convinced he had pieced everything together, he finally couldn't hold back and came downstairs. Ahem. Pan Ji heard the cough and quickly turned around. Dad, why are you down here? She didn't think much of Shi Luting hugging her waist. Back in high school, she and her close friends hugged all the time, it was normal. But Shi Luting, hearing the word dad, let go of Pan Ji as if she'd been electrocuted. She had a guilty conscience, unlike Pan Ji. Shi Luting quickly straightened up and greeted Old Pan politely. Hello, Uncle Pan. Old Pan took in both of their reactions, his eyelid twitching wildly. One knew to avoid me, while the other acted completely fearless. Despite the storm brewing inside him, Old Pan maintained his composure, smiling warmly. Good to see you both. Then he sat down beside Han Lai and started chatting with Shi Luting. Ting Ting, where are you from? How are your parents doing? His questions sounded casual, like a caring elder. But they were anything but. Pan Ji and Shi Luting didn't sense anything unusual, assuming it was just normal concern from a senior, so they responded politely. Meanwhile, Han Lai sat there silently, trying to suppress his laughter so hard that his temples throbbed. Old Pan didn't push too far, wrapping things up shortly. His impatience didn't overshadow his sense of decorum. Before leaving, he patted Han Lai on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiao Han, our Pan Ji is very reserved. She doesn't have many friends she truly connects with. I really like you and Ting Ting. Please feel free to visit us on weekends. Don't feel shy, alright? What could Han Lai say? He simply nodded. Alright, Uncle Pan. After Old Pan went back upstairs, Shi Luting praised him enthusiastically. Little Pan Pan, your dad is so kind and down to earth. Blah blah blah. Pan Ji, however, furrowed her brows and scrutinized Han Lai suspiciously. It doesn't make sense. My dad has always been strict with boys, why does he favor Han Lai so much? What kind of spell does this dogman have? They've only met twice. Han Lai simply smiled, quietly accepting her scrutiny. Pan Ji was utterly baffled but couldn't let it go. In the end, her competitiveness kicked in. What makes this dogman so special that even dad values him? Don't get too smug. I'll figure it out. You have to give it to Old Pan, he really knew how to spark his daughter's curiosity. This time Old Pan played it perfectly. Now the question is, where does this leave Han Lai? Han Lai devoured 4 hairy crabs, while Shi Luting finished 3. The two of them ate so much that their mouths glistened with oil. Pan Ji had the worst luck. Even though it was her dad footing the bill, she only managed to grab 1 crab, leaving her both half full and thoroughly annoyed. This was the first time in her life she'd felt so aggrieved. Not only was Shi Luting eating joyfully, but she also had an overbearing attitude. Pan Pan, pour me a cup of longan ginger tea. Pan Ji gritted her teeth, pretending not to hear. Instead, she turned to Han Lai and poured him some tea, gently coaxing him. Han Lai, when you eat the crab meat, dip it in their ginger vinegar. The plum aroma is really unique, and it cuts through the greasiness. Han Lai glanced around. Neither of the two girls showed a hint of kindness in their expressions. Normally, Brother Lai would retort and leave them both speechless. But today was different. Alright, I'll give it a try. He nodded with a smile, and then slid the cup of ginger tea over to Shi Luting. You fight your battle, I'll practice my sword. Let's not interfere with each other. At that moment, Shi Luting was on cloud 9. She sneered at Pan Ji, who started grinding her teeth again in frustration. But before she could come up with a counterattack, Han Lai checked the time on his phone and abruptly announced, I've got something to do. I need to head back to campus. Let's call it a day, shall we? Pan Ji widened her eyes in disbelief. She knew he was shameless, but she didn't expect this level of shamelessness. What did he mean by this? Eat and leave without any second thought? Did he really think of her as a free meal ticket? Meanwhile, Shi Luoting was laughing so hard her eyes turned into slits. Watching Han Lai abandon Pan Ji so decisively felt both satisfying and hilarious. That's right. My idol should behave exactly like this. Thanks for the treat. You two have fun. Bye, beauties. Han Lai waved casually, calling them beauties with his mouth but showing no hesitation in his actions. He left without a second glance. Pan Ji, too prideful to stop him, glanced at Shi Luoting for help. But instead of assisting, Shi Luoting urged, "Go on, leave. Pan and I were planning to go shopping anyway. You're not needed." Pan Ji was completely cornered. Forcing a smile, she nodded, "Well then. Take care on the way. Don't get bitten by a stray dog on the road." She could only watch in anger as her carefully chosen avenger walked away, taking her plans and hopes along with him. Black-hearted White Lotus vs. Old Dog, Round 1. The White Lotus lost miserably. For the first time in her life, Pan Ji began doubting her own charm and raised her guard against him. This dog of a man was trouble. Unless she was absolutely confident, she couldn't rely on him again. All he'd bring was an empty stomach and a whole load of frustration. "Goodbye, you rascal. We're done here. There won't be a next time." Grinding her teeth, Pan Ji resolved herself to give up. She turned to look at Shi Luoting, planning her escape. Without Han Lai around, she couldn't handle this tall, strong queen alone. While Pan Ji was scheming her way out, Shi Luoting suddenly wrapped an arm around her neck and grinned. Pan, what's next? Don't even think about running off. Now that I'm out, I'm not going back before 8. Pan Ji's shoulders slumped. Her future suddenly felt bleak. When Han Lai returned to the dorm, Little Ding and Xiao Dongbei were actually there. "Whoa! Why aren't you two out?" Usually, unless absolutely necessary, the duo wouldn't spend much time in the dorm. Xiao Dongbei and Ding were the more disciplined ones among their circle of second-generation hooligans. Han Lai, though he wasn't a saint himself, was also not entirely on their level. The duo loved partying with the second-generation crowd, while Han Lai focused on self-improvement and preparing for his entrepreneurial dreams. After some time they realized they didn't quite click, so they maintained a polite distance. Han Lai did his thing during the day, while the duo partied at night. Sometimes they'd crash at a hotel, sometimes in other dorms, or pull all-nighters outside. Rarely did they cross paths. But today, they were both hanging around, which was unusual. Xiao Dongbei and Ding exchanged a glance, clearly having something to say. Xiao Dongbei spoke up, "Brother Lai, we were waiting for you today." "Huh? What's up?" Han Lai frowned and turned around, radiating an aura that made the duo uneasy. It reminded them of a previous fright that had left a psychological shadow. "Well, someone from our class, Dan Zihao, asked about you just now," Xiao Dongbei stammered. Han Lai raised an eyebrow, now more curious. "Why?" "No idea." Both shook their heads. "Oh? Seems like he's got his eyes on me," Han Lai chuckled lightly. "What's his story?" The two took turns explaining. "The richest guy in our class. Local. Kind of the class leader. One of the top 4 big shots in the school." Han Lai thought for a moment and vaguely recalled some details. "Oh, that guy." The culture around the humanities dorms had always been a mess with all kinds of drama, so there was an informal trouble ranking floating around. It listed the so-called most unmanageable guys with categories like 1 power, 2 muscle, 3 wealth, 4 prestige. Dan Zihao was the 3 wealth guy. It sounded impressive, didn't it? In his previous life, Han Lai had been intimidated by these 4 big troublemakers. But after his rebirth he realized they were nothing special. After all, the humanities college wasn't anything remarkable. At 985 universities, students rarely flaunted wealth, but the campuses were filled with children of top-tier billionaires and officials of vice-ministerial rank or higher. In contrast, the International Humanities Exchange College? Sure, tuition ranged from 40,000 to over 60,000 yuan per year, which seemed intimidating at first. But in reality the students mostly came from nouveau riche families, demolition payouts, small-time local tycoons, or the newly wealthy over the past 2 years. Families with real power wouldn't bother with such places. True elites had paved paths long before high school. Good students had extra points added for exams or went through direct admission. Average ones attended private international high schools and went straight to prestigious overseas universities. Using a third-rate domestic university as a stepping stone for international programs? That was the worst option. It was costly, limited, and had a bad crowd. Real elites wouldn't touch it. Han Lai dismissed the matter with a light-hearted laugh. Thanks for the heads up. So what does he want? No idea. The duo shrugged again. Ding hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. I think it's probably because of Panji. Obviously. Who else would it be? Huang Wei. Han Lai chuckled, brushing it off entirely. Let's not talk about it. At worst, he'll mess with me behind the scenes. Let him try. Zhao Dongbei hesitated, then finally said, Brother Lai, Dan Zihao seems to know some sketchy people. I've seen them playing cards together. Actually, this sentence didn't have to be said, but Xiao Dongbei spoke up mainly because he didn't want any deaths to happen. Lai Gi is so unpredictable, no one knows when or why that hammer of his might activate. If Dan Zihao refuses to believe in fate and insists on testing him, Xiao Dongbei is afraid he'll get splattered with blood. But Han Lai didn't take it seriously. He just felt a little puzzled. Are there still street thugs in Shanghai nowadays? Why wouldn't there be? At the mention of this, Xiao Dongbei perked up. Think about it, those bathhouses, each one has dozens, maybe even hundreds, of specialized underground repairmen. Someone's gotta manage them and keep order, right? And what about the loan sharks, the gambling dens, the DVD bootleggers running assembly line operations? Sure, the public safety here is good, but with so many gray area businesses, how could there not be street thugs involved? At most, there are no gangs committing heinous violent crimes anymore. But if you're willing to pay, calling in a few small-time punks to scare someone? That's absolutely no problem. Han Lai gave a thumbs up in admiration. Bai Shou, you're impressive. When it comes to shady stuff, no one knows more than you. Xiao Dongbei scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Anyway, Lai Gi, be careful. If something really happens, don't get too impulsive. Alright, I've got it. Han Lai was genuinely moved, and patted his two brothers on their shoulders. From now on, you two can come back and sleep here. My hammer never swings at friends. It would have been better if Han Lai hadn't mentioned it. Bringing it up gave the two of them a sudden chill. Big bro, we're fine sleeping outside. With the serious talk over, Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding left, feeling much lighter, and went out to have some fun. Who knows how much pressure these two poor kids had been under before? Just the thought of Dan Zihao fighting Han Lai probably gave them headaches. But honestly, the fight probably wouldn't happen. For now, Han Lai wasn't planning to make any moves on Panji. He didn't have the time or energy. If someone had the skills to win Panji over early, good for them. Still, given the habits of the guys in the humanities department, it seemed unlikely they'd stand a chance against Qi looting. Once Xiao Ding Ding and his buddy left, Han Lai went back to typing at his computer. Today's update covered the follow-up handling of a self-defense scenario. To summarize briefly, the thugs' families used public opinion to twist the truth, while a powerful protector secretly destroyed the surveillance footage. They also pressured the local police station to charge Han Lai with manslaughter due to fighting. The police resisted the pressure and handled the case strictly according to the rules. However, the male protagonist's rival in the business world stepped in just in time, making the evidence heavily unfavorable for him. On another front, with help from paid trolls, online public opinion also surged against him. Amid this tough and complex situation, the female lead confessed her feelings to the male lead. Cue the cliffhanger. Yes, the tradition of a good cliffhanger must not be lost. Little Cucumber's ability to evoke emotions was excellent, and with Ham Brothers' 20 years of experience crafting cliffhangers, the comment section exploded once again. The story's popularity soared, leaving Little Cucumber overjoyed. Lonely Cucumber master? Are we about to strike it rich? Ham replacing Cucumber, you little money grubber. In your eyes, how much does the first month's manuscript fee need to be for us to be rich? Lonely Cucumber, at first, I thought 6,000 yuan was enough, and if I could get 2,000, I'd be satisfied. But now I realize, that's not enough at all. So, how about 15,000? What a joke. Han Lai couldn't believe it. Shi looting was so naive, so easy to satisfy these days. But thinking about it, maybe it wasn't surprising. This year's national average monthly salary for urban employees was reportedly less than 2,700 yuan. If she could get 5,000 yuan, it would almost match the median in Shanghai. And in fact, for fresh graduates in Shanghai this year, starting salaries of 5,000 yuan were pretty rare. For schools like the humanities department, 2,200 yuan during the probation period and 3,500 yuan after becoming a regular employee was probably the norm. Ham replacing Cucumber, you can hope for it. I think there's a good chance. Ham replacing Cucumber, what happened? Why do you suddenly feel like money's tight? Lonely Cucumber, yesterday, I spent the whole day with that black-hearted White Lotus, bullying her nonstop. But today she went out with my male god for dinner, and it drove me crazy. Luckily I found out in time, rushed to the scene, and beat her until she cried. But get this, she treated my male god to hairy crabs, and it cost 3,000 yuan. That's her average spending level, can you believe it? Her mom gives her 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Her dad gives her unlimited funds, whatever she asks for. And the worst part? She has her own private stash. Every red envelope she's ever gotten as a kid is hers. I've grown up without even knowing what a red envelope looks like. It's so unfair. Ham replacing cucumber. On that note, you're not alone. I've never seen one either. Lonely cucumber, don't joke. Come on, help me think of something. I suspect the black-hearted White Lotus has her eyes on my male god too. What should I do? Ham replacing cucumber, are you worried your male god can't resist her financial firepower? Lonely cucumber, exactly. That's why I want to start making big money as soon as possible. Why should she get to spend money so freely to win over my male god? Ham replacing cucumber, but you're only starting to earn money now. How long will it take to catch up with her parents' years of hard work? Lonely cucumber sigh. Ham replacing cucumber, you can't beat her in wealth. Change your approach. Lonely cucumber, like what? Ham replacing cucumber, if you're better looking, seduce him. If not, outshine her in boldness. If you can't do that either, well, just drug him. Lonely cucumber, ugh. I'll beat you to death for such awful ideas. Ham replacing cucumber, then you tell me what's your advantage. Lonely cucumber, I have. Wait, I just want to win. I want sweet love, not a one-night stand. Oops, busted. Han Lai felt this round of goading had been a failure, but at least he gained 138 experience points for his skills, time well spent. Ham replacing cucumber, fine, forget it. Maybe you should go after that black-hearted White Lotus yourself. Who knows? You two might make a sweeter couple. Shi Looting was so angry she threw out a pile of hammers and went offline. Han Lai didn't mind, turned to check financial news, and then took a shower before heading to bed. The next morning, Monday the 4th. During his morning run, Shi Looting showed up as usual, her expression brighter than usual. She was stunning when cold, enchanting with a slight smile, but if she smiled too widely, she looked a bit goofy. Today she had that goofy look. So Han Lai glanced at her and asked, "Did you sleep with Pan Ji yesterday? You're smiling so wide I can see your gums." Shi Looting's face instantly turned frosty. She glared at the scoundrel and ran off. Damn it! I shouldn't have been nice to him. Han Lai skipped his morning classes as usual. In the afternoon there was a class on securities investment. Since Professor Wu's lectures were always entertaining, Han Lai decided to attend with his notebook. The first half of the class went smoothly, but the second half took a sudden turn. Professor Wu made a special announcement on the spot. Class, as I've emphasized before, securities investment is purely theoretical. To truly achieve something, you need real-world experience in the market. However, most of us don't have that capital, neither now nor in the near future. So what do? We seize every opportunity we can. And now, you have such an opportunity. The students were abuzz, excitement filling the room. Even Han Lai was intrigued. Suddenly he realized he might have overlooked something crucial. Quiet down, quiet down. Listen up carefully. Right now, a stock trading competition, hosted by Tencent Finance, technically supported by Great Wisdom Software, and exclusively partnered with Haitong Securities, is officially open for registration to the public. Let me explain the competition structure in detail. Round 1, preliminary simulated trading. The simulated trading round lasts for 9 weeks, from November 11th to January 10th. Round 2, preliminary small live trading. The small live trading round lasts for 7 weeks, from November 25th to January 10th. Round 3, finals. From January 13th, 2014, to January 27th, 2014. What does this mean? To put it simply, you can advance from the simulated trading round. Once you qualify for the small live trading round, you will be given 300,000 yuan in real funds to trade with. If you make it to the finals, you'll be entrusted with 1 million yuan in real funds. During the final 2 weeks of the competition, any profits you make with this 1 million yuan will be legally yours. If you rank in the top 10, there will also be a grand award ceremony. The ceremony will take place in Beijing, where top traders and industry experts will gather. Not only do you earn profits, but you'll also gain fame. 2 weeks, 1 million yuan. Let's not aim for doubling the money. If you achieve a 50% profit, how much is that? Even if you don't make it to the finals, just participating in the trading battles and understanding how the market works will be a great gain. Am I right? The students shouted in unison yes. Their excitement hit its peak, and they were all restless with energy. Han Lai slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. So it really is this. How could I have forgotten about this path? Stock trading competitions might seem unfamiliar to outsiders, but those in the industry should never ignore them. Take Taoxian's live trading competition for example. How many legendary traders and hotshot investors have come out of it? But unlike Taoxian's competition, which uses participants' own funds and focuses more on fame and reputation, Tencent finances a share competition lends funds to participants. Whether or not you can succeed depends entirely on your own skills. If you're good enough to secure 1 million yuan in live trading funds, earning some extra cash is a certainty. At that point, all you'd need to do is play defensively, aim for a 10% return, and pocket 100,000 yuan in profit, an easy first bucket of gold. After that, you could snowball your gains in the A-share market. Of course, if Han Lai could make it to the finals, he wouldn't set his sights so low. 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough, 300,000 would be decent, 500,000 ideal, and 800,000 the best. Any more than that would be unrealistic. There are only 10 trading days, and going full on to hit 7 limit ups to double your money is way too difficult. For those who want to register, log in to the official website using your QQ account to fill out your information. Then report to me, and for the rest of the semester, I'll base my lectures on analyzing your trading performance. Those who perform well will be exempted from exams. When Professor Wu finished speaking, Shi Luting was thrilled. She didn't care about staying mad at Han Lai anymore and turned to borrow his laptop. Han Lai, lend me your laptop so I can log into QQ and register. I'm determined to reach the live trading finals. Han Lai gave her an indescribable look that made her scalp tingle. Why are you looking at me like that? For someone who entered the bull market at its peak, who gave you the courage to expect victory in a bear market competition? I think. Han Lai started slowly, carefully choosing his words. But in the end, he couldn't think of a polite way to phrase it that would make her see reason. Forget it. No need to be polite. I think you might be misunderstanding your own abilities. Either way, I'm not lending you my laptop. If you want to register, go back to your dorm and do it yourself so you don't blame my computer for your losses later. Shi Luting's eyes widened in anger as she clenched her fists tightly, grinding her teeth. Before she could act, Han Lai raised his finger in warning. Don't even think about hitting me. If you lay a finger on me, you're buying me lunch for the whole week. I won't even bother with the cafeteria. Fuming, Shi Luting stormed off, reducing the dog of a man in her mind to a dog of a thing. Han Lai discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and shut down his laptop decisively. There was another reason he didn't dare lend her his computer, his secret QQ account. If Ham Brother got exposed now, Shi Luting's reaction would be one thing, but Han Lai himself would definitely be done for. And it wouldn't even be a worthwhile death, just pure humiliation. Phew, lucky I reacted quickly. After calming down, Han Lai followed behind Shi Luting to register with Professor Wu. Shi Luting, of course, stubbornly registered as well. Great. The first tragic incident in the financial class's simulated trading competition was still going to happen. In his past life, Professor Wu had also organized this competition. Back then, Han Lai didn't take it seriously and ended up with a mediocre ranking in the middle of the class. Meanwhile, Shi Luting managed to halve her portfolio twice in 2 months, finishing with a -77% return and securing last place in the class. It wasn't that she was the worst trader, others stopped trading after a few big losses, but she kept fighting, defeat after defeat, proving herself to be the ultimate rookie trader. When the bull market finally came, why was everyone else willing to jump in and ride the wave while she held back? Because the lesson she learned here was too brutal. When she finally mustered the courage to re-enter the market, she bought at the peak and got trapped. Drawing on her simulated trading experience, she resolved to hold firm and not make rash decisions. As a result, while the market eventually stabilized, her stocks kept dipping for another 2 years. Sigh, what a remarkable woman. When registration was over, Professor Wu knocked on the blackboard and made another suggestion. Our entire class is participating in the competition. For the sake of organization, I suggest we use a unified naming format. The International Finance class has already done this. For example, we could use something like Suibi Humanities Finance 13XX, where 13 represents the class of 2013, and XX is your student number. If anyone makes it to the finals and represents the school will certainly reward you. What do you think? Great idea. No problem. Today I'm proud of my school, tomorrow my school will be proud of me. Han Lai looked around to see who was being so shameless. It turned out to be Duan Xiaoyi. Never mind, that explained everything. Thinking about Duan Xiaoyi reminded Han Lai of something else. Duan and Fang Feifei's relationship seemed to have taken off because of this competition. In the class, Zheng Lei, Xie Heng Quan, and Duan Xiaoyi ranked in the top 3. While none of them made it to the live trading round, their returns were impressive, exceeding 20%. Perhaps that's why Duan Xiaoyi earned the beauty's favor. Han Lai wasn't worried about Fang Feifei making another foolish choice. Mostly, he just saw this as a rare chance to show off. An officially sanctioned opportunity to flaunt his skills? How could he refuse? While thinking this, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun squeezed in on either side of him. Lai Yi, can you teach me how to build a trading model? Lai Yi, this is your chance to prove yourself, go for it. I believe in you. Before Han Lai could respond, a bitter curse rang out from ahead. Dog man, when your big talk collapses, I'll see what you do then. What will I do? The first thing will be deducting your pay, ham brother. Han Lai blinked, one bad idea after another bubbling up in his mind. Finally he smiled faintly and asked, since you have so much confidence in me, how about a bet? If it were anyone else, after being screwed over by the dog of a man so many times, they'd definitely never gamble with him again. But for Shi Luding, this stubborn-headed girl, backing down? Not a chance. She lifted her chin and said, what are we betting on? Her aura was at its peak. Let's bet on who gets the higher return rate. How about that? No way. Shi Luding might be stubborn, but she wasn't dumb. She refused on the spot. Teacher Wu already said you're an expert. This is my first time buying stocks, and you're betting return rates with me? Don't you have any shame? Exactly, Lai Yi. This is just bullying. Duan Xiaoye suddenly chimed in from a row ahead, smiling mischievously. He had stopped directly opposing Han Lai in the past and usually avoided him. But today, maybe because of the chance to prove himself in the competition, he seemed especially spirited and eager to challenge Han Lai. Other nearby girls also joined in on the fun. Yeah, you're so good. You should at least give the class monitor a 10% head start. 10% isn't enough, make it 20%. With Lai Yi's skill level, it doesn't matter how much of a handicap he gives the class monitor, still won't win. Honestly, you shouldn't even bet with him. Duan Xiaoyi suddenly had a stroke of wisdom and tried persuading Shi Luding. Actually, that's true. Monitor, don't take the bet. Ironically, his reasoning had the opposite effect. Shi Luding slapped the table and declared, fine, 20%. If you're willing to give me that, I'll bet with you. Han Lai was overjoyed. All right, it's a deal. Oh, Shi Luding, if you trade the way you did in the last life, I could give you an 80% lead, and you'd still lose. What's the wager? In front of everyone, Han Lai didn't dare go too far, so he casually said, you can ask for anything. But if I win, you have to unconditionally forgive me for something once. What are you planning to do? Shi Luding's eyes widened with suspicion. What could I possibly do? Han Lai spread his hands innocently. At most, you'd catch me two-timing someone. There was an uproar as the surrounding students burst into laughter. Wow, monitor. There's a story between you two, huh? The rowdy crowd teased and egged them on. I like girls. Why would I care about catching you? Shi Luding felt both embarrassed and angry. You dog of a man, you're shameless to the core. But since they were still in the classroom, she had to maintain her composure and keep up her dignity as class monitor. She forced herself to stay firm. Date whoever you want. Your personal affairs have nothing to do with me. Han Lai seized the opportunity to push further. So, what's your wager? Without thinking, Shi Luding blurted out, if you lose, you're not allowed to date anyone for the next 4 years in college. Hey haha. The surrounding students burst into laughter again, applauding and cheering for her. Well done, monitor. Yeah, make him suffer. Lai Yi has Yu Yun and Fang Feifei, and that's still not enough. He dares to think about you too. Shi Luding ignored the laughter and provocatively stared at Han Lai. Well? Do you dare? Han Lai wasn't scared at all but couldn't help feeling puzzled. If I can't date, what good does that do for you? Shi Luding's reasoning was simple. Her heart wasn't settled yet. She liked Han Lai but also resisted him. She longed for love but feared it too. So, she decided to lock the dog of a man in place and slowly train him. A him, something like that. When she said those words, Fang Feifei doubled over laughing, but Yu Yun grew anxious. Fang Feifei had just started hanging out with Shi Luding, so she was still in the honeymoon phase of their friendship. She still liked Han Lai but wasn't particularly focused on pursuing a relationship with him. Her state of mind was odd. She didn't mind something happening between her and Han Lai, but she also didn't want to leave Shi Luting's side. She was in a chaotic limbo. Yu Yun, however, was a normal girl. Her dream was to become Mrs. Han. Lai Gi, don't listen to her. She's up to no good. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop Han Lai. Fine. It's a deal. Han Lai raised his right hand and arched his brow at Shi Luting. She snorted and slapped her hand against his with a heavy thud. Fang Fei 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 clapped excitedly. I declare the bet officially on. Dog of a man, just wait and see. Good luck, Monitor. Make us girls proud. Most of the girls cheered for Shi Luting, causing quite a stir. Han Lai shook his head and smiled, not bothering to argue with them. Let the results speak for themselves. After a while the commotion died down, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yu Yun practically clung to Han Lai, but was pushed away for the nth time. With Yi Shi Luting in the picture, what use were Fang Fei 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 and Yu Yun as side characters? Han Lai wasn't going to hand her over to anyone else, but he also wouldn't establish a relationship with her. The grinding would continue. Once most of the students had left, Zheng Lei suddenly caught up with him. Lai Gi, I wanted to ask you something. About trading models. Is that okay? Han Lai readily agreed. Of course, ask away. Zheng Lei was an interesting person. His academics were average, his looks slightly above average, and his personality very laid back. His favorite phrase was not interesting, and he had no youthful ambition. However, he was kind and got along well with most of his classmates. It wasn't until his wedding in 2019 that everyone learned his father was a top official in a prefecture-level city, and his wife was the only daughter of a local entrepreneur, a true childhood sweetheart. After marriage, the couple settled down early, essentially living a retired life. They had 3 children, and their only real income came from stock trading. Their returns were steady, never explosive, but they consistently made profits. He was a quintessential example of personality determines destiny. Han Lai looked down on most of his classmates in the finance program, but Zheng Lei was someone he admired and even envied. If possible, Han Lai wanted to recruit Zheng Lei and fully unleash his potential. With such a strong defensive talent and a good personality, it would be a waste not to have him manage a fund. Moreover, Zheng Lei's father's city was directly above Mengcheng in the administrative hierarchy. In fact, Han Lai's high-profile bragging in his self-introduction and trading model lecture was 80% aimed at winning over Zheng Liai and Xia Hongquan. Otherwise, as a man above petty interests, Lai Gi would have kept a low profile. Really. At this moment, Zheng Liai's personality was fully formed, but his skills were still immature. Lai Gi, I want to focus on trend investing, but I don't know how to train my trading skills. I can't identify reliable entry and exit points. Han Lai immediately understood Zheng Lei didn't truly grasp market trends yet. Just as he was about to explain, a few nearby students perked up their ears and gathered around again. Among them were Xia Hongquan, Duan Xiaoye Shunlu, and Fang Fei Fei Fei. Damn, these nosy little busybodies. Han Lai didn't mind sharing tips with Zheng Lei, Xia Hongquan, or Fang Fei Fei. After all, there's always more money in the market to be made. But what were Duan Xiaoyi and Shunlu doing here? Get lost. It wouldn't be realistic to shoo them away directly, but Han Lai had his methods. He paused for a moment and replied sincerely, whatever I explain to you now will only be half understood. You probably won't grasp it fully right away. Here's what you should do: follow your own ideas for now, and think carefully about your trades. Once the competition is over, or during one of Teacher Wu's review sessions, I'll point out where your approach or actions were wrong. How does that sound? Zheng Lei was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Great, great. Thanks in advance, Lai Gi. Xia Hongguan glanced at Han Lai, then smiled broadly. Can I reserve a spot to listen in too, Lai Gi? Of course. Han Lai agreed enthusiastically. In a finance class of this size, having 2 promising students with good character was rare. He wouldn't withhold any helpful knowledge it would pay off in the future. Duan Xiaoyi and Shunlu realized they wouldn't get any free lessons, exchanged a disdainful glance, and left. The classroom quieted down again, leaving only Yu Yun still clinging to Han Lai. Han Lai tilted his head. Let's go eat. Although he often found her too clingy, when it came to mealtime, she was suddenly a good friend again. Yu Yun didn't mind. In fact, she seemed delighted. As long as you still need me, I can wait for the rest. How about we get spicy hot pot today? Let's just go to the cafeteria. I don't feel like walking far. Oh. Okay. After dinner, can you take a walk with me on the track? No, I don't want to make it look like we're dating or something. Fine, I get it. Your heart isn't here on campus, it's in bigger places. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll always be here for you, waiting for you. Wow. No wonder people say jerks and T-girls always win. She's too good at this, too understanding. With her soft, obedient demeanor, who could resist? If Han Lai hadn't already been burned once, he'd have fallen for it again. Such thoughtful behavior was outrageous. For a moment, Han Lai hesitated. The real question was how to deal with her going forward. Two options, one cruel, the other even crueler. A perfect ending? She didn't deserve it. All her kindness and understanding were based on the mistaken belief that Han Lai came from money and power. If she found out the truth, no one would hate him more than she would. She only deserved a figurative toss aside. So, Han Lai turned his head slightly, glanced at her with a faint smile, and coldly replied, I don't believe in promises. I only believe in time. Yu Yun froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Shi Luding's theory wasn't entirely right, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. Han Lai must have been hurt in love before. No wonder he didn't fall for me or Fang Fei Fei. He's afraid of being hurt again. If that's the case, winning him over will be difficult, but not impossible. I just need to stay patient and persistent. 5 years? 8 years? I don't believe I can't thaw this ice. This is what sets high-level T-mothers apart from regular T-girls. They don't need external motivation. Their self-confidence is self-sustaining and endless. Watching Yu Yun suddenly reinvigorate herself after his cold words, Han Lai was honestly baffled. I didn't trick her, did I? Wait. Han Lai quickly opened his skill panel and took a look. Goodness. His manipulation skill, which had just hit level 2, was now close to maxing out its experience. Leveling up unconsciously, what kind of move is this? Glancing at it again, Han Lai quickly closed the panel, feeling a little guilty. Alright, mystery solved. I haven't done a single good thing recently, have I? Never mind, time to meditate. May I reach enlightenment in the next life. For now, this life will have to suffice. First I'll fix the regrets of my past life to achieve inner peace. Only then will I be worthy of enlightenment, right? Han Lai wasn't sure if he was right. But a man's heart is as steadfast as steel. Once he decides, he doesn't turn back. In the following days, the campus was bustling with activity. The participants preparing for the competition weren't limited to the finance classes from the business school and the International Relations Institute. Even unrelated majors were getting involved. In fact, due to the city's characteristics, nearly all universities in Shanghai were abuzz. Fudan University's Finance and Trade Department, the two major polytechnic universities, and the teacher training colleges already had their own stock market academic societies. Reportedly, there were even cross-university private groups, and everyone was ready and eager to compete. For university students in second-tier cities, it would probably be hard to imagine such a scene. Take students in the finance class at Jilin University's Liberal Arts College as an example. By their third year, most might not even consider entering the stock market. Their biggest ambition in studying finance might be to work at a bank. In contrast, local students from the Liberal Arts Department at Shanghai International Studies University often already had hands-on experience by their freshman year. That's why Duan Xiaoyi and Xia Hongguan were able to achieve a 20% return. Both of them had 2 or 3 years of experience in the stock market, making them seasoned leaks, a term for inexperienced retail investors. In simulated trading, they operated effortlessly, showcasing impressive skill. Across Shanghai, there were plenty of students like them. Being academically weak and unable to get into a prestigious university didn't necessarily mean their stock trading skills were inferior to those of top-tier graduates from 985 universities. Understandable, right? A top student from a rural background who made it into the finance department of Tsinghua or Peking University might not actually excel in real-world trading. In reality, the retail investors who could grow small funds into substantial amounts were rarely from elite universities. High IQ academic stars generally went upstream in the financial world, earning low-risk, high-reward intellectual money. Short-term trading, however, is a battlefield for grassroots heroes who claw their way out of desperation and adversity. Now, let's return to the current competition. A bear market, 9 weeks, 20% returns. While it doesn't sound impressive, it's actually quite challenging to achieve. Based on Han Lai's memory, during the 9-week competition phase, the top 2 contestants who advanced to the finals from the simulated trading rounds only achieved a total return of just over 40%. Among the many contestants, fewer than 1 in 10 managed to end with a positive return. Of course, calling this period a bear market wasn't entirely accurate. The simulated and small real money trading phases coincided with the stabilization phase right before the last dip of the bear market. The index fluctuated within a narrow range, with many opportunities for oversold rebounds among individual stocks, and the growth enterprise market index continued to lead gains. Relatively speaking, this phase wasn't too difficult. You could casually pick a demon stock, invest half your funds, hold it for a while, and easily achieve returns of over 40%. But when it came to the finals, that's when the trouble began. It coincided perfectly with the last dip of the bull to bear transition, making trading particularly challenging. If Han Lai remembered correctly, the champion of this year's finals only managed a return of about 10%. By then, it was all about defensive strategies. It was purely a case of bad timing. Take Tencent's 2014 stock trading competition, for example. The simulated competition champion achieved a return of over 150%, and the real money competition champion used Tencent's capital to pocket 600,000 yuan. Anyone who made it to the finals earned positive returns. It was like picking money off the ground. And the funniest part? Out of 1.2 million participants, 1 million achieved positive returns, 10,000 made over 20%, and more than 10,000 made over 50%. There were even complete newcomers among them. Then, each of them thought they had it all figured out. They plunged into the real market with their hard-earned money, happily made some quick profits, and ultimately got buried in the stock crash. True cutting the leaks in action. This is why professionals always emphasize making money in the stock market is easy, but achieving long-term, stable profits is hard. Continuous learning is essential. Unfortunately, few retail investors truly listen. As a result, they end up in a cycle of small wins and massive losses over and over again. Such is human nature. What can you do? Among these finance students, in terms of personality alone, only a rare 3 or 4 out of the group had the potential for long-term, stable profitability. Shi Luting wouldn't make it too headstrong and stubborn, a classic retail investor. Duan Xiaoyi wouldn't make it impulsive, vain, and overly clingy. She might do well in a bull market, but she'd lose heavily in a bear market for years. Yu Yunxing had determination, intelligence, and clear goals, but unfortunately, she didn't put them to good use. Always relying on others and looking for shortcuts, she refused to put in the effort to truly learn. Chen Ping wouldn't make it either arrogant, aggressive, and overly self-assured. The more he made in a bull market, the more likely he'd crash in a bear market. Fang Feifei was impulsive, easily excited, and lacked strategic thinking. Another retail investor type. Han Lai would often analyze his classmates when he had nothing better to do. His experience points in psychology had already surpassed 20,000, and he felt his grasp of human nature had become increasingly profound, making him more adept in social interactions. Who would believe that someone like this had been a mild social recluse in his previous life? But from the moment of his rebirth, he was no longer that person. When the entire school was eagerly preparing for the competition, Han Lai continued following his plan, doing what he was supposed to do. On the 7th, Dominant Goddess was finally released. At 12 noon, its total collection count froze at 7,899. Perfectly aligned with the number 9. Han Lai updated 6 chapters in one go, each with 3,000 characters, for a total of 18,000 characters. It had the length of a baguette and the hardness of frozen fish. The storyline was incredibly captivating. It wasn't like those short pieces with lots of flaws that couldn't even grow despite delaying their release announcement. Dominant Goddess naturally came with a release announcement. Brother Lai didn't lack the words to write one. Moreover, the announcement was particularly cheeky. Dear readers, and all the beautiful fairies out there. This is your newbie author Ham. Let me briefly introduce myself. My real name is Han XX, 35 years old. I've got 4 out of 5 tall, rich, handsome traits, plus an extra big, so let's just say I'm a handsome uncle. This book is actually a co-authored autobiography between me and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi and I met in the vast sea of people at an age similar to most of you here. Then, a lot of things happened between us, and in the end, let me keep you in suspense for now. In short, we suddenly decided to record everything that happened between us. The results don't matter. I'm not short on money, so please, absolutely don't give me any tips. But support does matter. I hope you like this story and the reality behind it. So please, try not to read pirated versions. Additionally, if we publish a physical book later, I'll consider using Xiaoxi's photo as the cover. Stay tuned, her looks will definitely exceed your imagination. Han Lai hyped it up for so long that Shi Luting, who had been following along, was completely dumbfounded. A lonely root stick, what the heck are you doing? Switches to cucumber getting subscriptions. A lonely root stick, then why are you telling them not to tip? Switches to cucumber, Jinjiang doesn't really have a tipping culture. Those tips are just pocket change. A lonely root stick? Switches to cucumber, silly. If I don't want tips, won't they feel obligated to subscribe? A lonely root stick, but you didn't have to drag me into this. What if it really goes to print? Switches to cucumber, I'm helping you gain fans and build a following. Later, if you write your own book, you can just use the pen name Shimeng Jun. Imagine the hype. Switches to cucumber, as for the photo, if you can use your own, great. If you really don't look good enough, we'll just stall. A lonely root stick who doesn't look good? I'm gorgeous. If necessary, I'll use my own photo, let's see if it scares them. Nishi Looting was finally pushed over the edge by Han Lai's antics. Brother Lai watched as his deception and instigation skills gained a surge of experience points, chuckling mischievously. If you dare to use your photo, your male god will surely find out. Wave after wave of social death moments, will they forge you into someone as shameless as me? Dog man and woman. Fine. The dog man and woman training plan was just a small sideshow. The main point was that subscriptions had surpassed 6,000 within an hour. At this rate, 24-hour subscriptions might reach 15,000. How much money would that be? Han Lai couldn't figure it out, so he asked little Keelan, who happened to be online, and received some devastating news. A lonely root stick, OMG. We're really going to get rich. Starry-eyed. Switches to cucumber, rich. My foot. I'm about to lose it. A lonely root stick, huh? What's wrong? Switches to cucumber, I just found out Jinjiang doesn't pay royalties monthly. You have to finish the whole book before you can apply for withdrawal. Damn it. A lonely root stick, oh no. That's so shady. Are you sure? Yep, she was clueless too. Han Lai sighed, feeling disheartened. He'd originally hoped to use the royalties to splurge a little. Now it was clear it would be at least 4 months before the money was in hand. What a pointless expectation. This made the stock trading competition prize money even more critical. The weekly championship prize of 10,000 yuan could ease the pressure a little, and the finals million yuan jackpot was the ultimate goal. Not winning it would be disastrous. But here was the issue: without royalties to upgrade his stock trading skills, making money in the crashing market environment of the finals would be ridiculously hard. How could he take off like this? Damn it! The pressure was enormous. Little Keelan tried to comfort him instead. Don't worry. It's ours sooner or later. Once we get rich all at once, won't that be amazing? Han Lai responded half-heartedly but still felt low-spirited. Without the expected royalties, he wasn't sure he could level up his stock trading skills to level 4 before the finals. In reality, with his current level 3 skills, even making it to the finals wasn't guaranteed. After all, this was a large-scale competition with millions of participants and plenty of strong competitors. The schedule also made the margin for error very low. Or could he figure out a way to earn some extra cash elsewhere? Not much. Just 100,000 yuan. Pawning the second house back in Dream City? The process would take at least a week, but every weekday was packed with competition matches. There wasn't time. After racking his brain, he couldn't think of a good solution. Han Lai even joked to himself in his misery, if worse comes to worst, I might have to target someone. That's right, him, my big brother Pan. Dealing with the black-hearted White Lotus isn't easy, but her dad is desperate right now. Give me 100,000 yuan, and I'll straighten out your daughter. Deal or no deal? It's definitely a good deal, but it might earn me a beating. And if I end up messing with both Shi Looting and Pan Ji, it'll be a double beating. My chances of survival would be slim. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better not to be that reckless. After carefully weighing the consequences, Han Lai backed down and obediently focused on preparing for the competition, no longer teasing Pan Ji. On Friday the 8th, it was the last trading day before the simulated trading competition began. Han Lai put aside his usual Tonghuashan trading software and downloaded the designated trading platform, Great Wisdom, feeling a bit nostalgic. Returning to 2013 meant witnessing the tears of the times again, and Great Wisdom was one of them. At this time it still had the highest market share and was quite active, but it inexplicably declined year after year, until it faded into obscurity. Faded into obscurity was how Han Lai felt about it, though in reality, it was still a 3rd or 4th ranked player in the industry, far from extinct. Then again, there were only 4 professional companies in the industry to begin with. In the simulation feature, he found the stock trading competition, clicked on it, and located the Tencent a share competition. After linking his account and confirming registration, a fresh new account was created. Shanghai International Studies University Humanities Finance Class 1358, a name full of potential. He glanced at the number of participants: 800, 000, 400,000 fewer than next year's event. The market lacked confidence, and the herd was already numb, which was understandable. This was the darkest hour before dawn. If they made it through, they'd have a whole year and a half to celebrate. Han Lai transferred the stocks he had been observing and trading in the simulated platform to Great Wisdom and casually opened the class group chat. The group was lively. First-time contestants, rookie traders, were chirping away enthusiastically. Every word they typed exuded confidence in the future, as if they could defeat any obstacle, face gods or devils, and rise to the skies to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Han Lai smiled nostalgically. Ah, to be young again. When he was younger, he lacked passion and drive. He was too sensitive and self-conscious. Otherwise, he probably would have fallen even harder. For those without ability, passion is wrong, impulsiveness is wrong, sensitivity is wrong, and self-doubt is even more wrong. In short, doing anything was wrong. So, what was right? Be quiet as a chicken, stay low, and work hard to improve yourself. Avoid getting involved in anything unrelated to studying. University isn't the battlefield society is. The better prepared you are in school, the more composed you'll be when you step onto the battlefield. Even a third-rate school like Humanities provided its students with practical opportunities to learn about the stock market. Professor Wu even devoted half a semester to organizing trading reviews, which was quite considerate. If Han Lai had worked hard from his freshman year and truly focused on studying, even if his trading skills weren't entirely stable, he could have at least become an analyst at a brokerage firm. The pay and career growth there were worlds apart from marketing positions. Why waste time until his 30s? There are two kinds of difficulties in life. The first is not knowing early on what you should have known. The second, even worse, is knowing what to do but failing to act on it. Rebirth allowed Han Lai to overcome the first hurdle, and the system helped him pass the second. Now it could be said nothing in the world is difficult if you're playing with cheats. The 8th, 9th and 10th were soon over, filled with busy yet subtle undercurrents. On the 11th morning, the number of students skipping class reached a new high for the semester. Professor Shang, who taught macroeconomics, merely smiled calmly and gave up on taking attendance. Flipping through his schedule, the seasoned professor said lightly, "My next class is on Friday. By then, everyone will be present. Or you can bring your laptops and let me see what all the fuss is about." Those who understood were indignant and vented their frustrations in the group chat. But Han Lai felt a sense of déjà vu, like an old leak lying down and calmly watching the younger ones flailing about. Honestly, the professor's kindly amused demeanor was spot on. It's said that economics and finance professors in universities are historically the biggest losers in the market. That rumor was probably 80% true. Good luck, everyone. Han Lai actively sent a message in the group to cut through the complaints. The conversation gradually shifted back to the market. Today there was no major news. Strong expectations of reform dividends foreign capital accelerating its inflow into China. Shanghai tightened real estate demand with new control policies, stricter purchase and loan restrictions. Experts claimed liquidity tension wasn't caused by the central bank, but by internal economic pressures. That was about it, nothing impactful for the broader market. Han Lai opened his watch list and quietly waited for the auction session to begin, all the while reflecting on market sentiment. Last Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, the stock index had closed with 3 small bearish candles. The Shanghai Composite Index had dropped from 2166 points to 2106. In terms of chart patterns, the index showed signs of being oversold. Today's candlestick was likely to be a small doji. Regardless of the future trend, the market needed to stabilize first before deciding its direction. It could become a continuation of the downtrend, or it might start a small rebound. Either way, a dramatic surge was impossible. What would happen exactly? Han Lai didn't remember. But it didn't matter, his trading strategy was already set. In Han Lai's trading system, there was only one response to the current situation: wait. The uncertainty was too high, and opportunities were hard to spot. So, he would remain on the sidelines with no positions. The biggest flaw of leaks is itchy hands. Regardless of the market environment or sentiment, as long as there's money in their account, they can't sit still. They feel an itch that starts at their fingers and spreads to their toes. But in a proper trading system, position management is even more important than trading skills. If you can't learn to stay out of the market, and you can't control your hands, you'll never leave the ranks of leaks. Pushing forward in a bad market is like going headfirst into a power line. How could that end well? What, is the money in your account not real? Do you think it's just numbers you wrote yourself? Don't bother with whether it's cowardly or not, call me a coward if you like. That said, the above applies to personal funds. Now, in the simulated competition, the pressure from the rules was significant, and Han Lai couldn't afford to just sit and watch. The competition rules were as follows. The top 10 contestants in the first week of the simulated competition would directly qualify for the small real money competition. The real money competition would start on November 25th. Each contestant would receive 300,000 yuan in real funds. If their weekly returns were negative, their rank fell out of the top 5, or their total losses exceeded 6%, their trading privileges would be revoked, and they'd be eliminated. Vacancies would be filled based on rankings from the previous week's simulated competition. Contestants could choose to advance or continue competing in the simulated rounds. In the end, after 9 weeks of simulated competition, the top 2 contestants with the highest overall returns would qualify for the finals. So, Han Lai had 2 strategies. There were 2 strategies. Fight for a spot in the small real money competition and maintain a top 5 ranking every week to survive until the end. Skip the real money stage, aim for total returns, and compete for the top 2 spots in the final simulation rankings. The first option was much more stressful but provided greater experience. The second option was better suited for swing traders or trend followers. Since Han Lai was determined to excel in short-term trading, he naturally chose the first strategy. Therefore, regardless of the overall market conditions today, Brother Lai had no choice but to push forward. Of course, pushing forward didn't mean charging in blindly without preparation. For today's market, there were basically 3 relatively stable approaches. A defensive approach, sectors like liquor and pharmaceuticals, areas where funds flock for safety when the market drops. Additionally, it's the peak season for liquor consumption as the year-end approaches. Oversold approach, high-quality companies that were mistakenly sold off, market hotspots with a steady upward trajectory, or stocks that had dropped significantly and were primed for a rebound. Contrarian approach, chasing demon stocks. The weaker the market, the more panic among retail investors, and the more their attention focuses on specific stocks. That's why bear markets produce demon stocks. The worse the market, the more demonic they become. The profit potential concentrates in 2 or 3 sectors, and just 4 or 5 leading stocks. Everyone's watching them, making them easy to trade actively. If not these stocks, then what else? When overall market sentiment is poor, you either stay out of the game or boldly chase the high prices of market leaders. Avoid getting stuck with random, low-quality stocks. Does this sound counterintuitive? Good, because that's the point. In the stock market, you need to go against the herd. Never follow the crowd. Today, Han Lai had his sights set on last week's demon stock. His primary target was stock code 2373, Liangxin. It had been suspended in June due to a restructuring announcement and resumed trading on November 5th, hitting 4 consecutive limit-up days. For a stock like this, if it were real trading, Han Lai would have placed an overnight order last Thursday, aiming to grab shares at the limit-up price. That said, for regular retail investors, placing overnight orders on limit-up stocks isn't very meaningful. Large clients with exclusive channels usually dominate the trades. On a limit-up day, the trading volume might reach tens of millions of shares, but only large funds can get in. Retail investors don't stand a chance. Today, Han Lai was watching Liangxin because he suspected the stock might break its limit-up streak. This stock had already sparked interest in restructuring and high dividend themes. If the stock opened up today and allowed for some profit-taking, there would likely be another push higher tomorrow, making a profit highly predictable. Han Lai's goal was modest, just a 3% gain. A good start was all he needed. In weak markets, certainty was far more valuable than high returns. Key point: weak markets. Some seasoned retail investors love bottom fishing during these times, especially targeting former demon stocks that hit limit down prices. They hope for a weak to strong reversal and aim for a 20% floor to ceiling return. Han Lai couldn't understand this. If the market accelerated its decline, trapping you with 3 consecutive limit down drops, what's your next move? Moreover, where's the core logic for a reversal? It's obviously gambling. But if you're determined to gamble, why not bet on stocks that are already strong like Liangxin, which has maintained consecutive limit ups without heavy volume? Of course, the chance of a steep market decline today was relatively low, which gave Han Lai the confidence to target a limit up stock. However, he had no plans to hold it long term. He'd sell no later than tomorrow. Such was the essence of short-term thinking. At 9:15 a.m., the auction session began. Han Lai carefully observed the market and found it somewhat weak. Liangxin, however, remained strong, with 20,000 buy orders queued before the open. Han Lai's plan was simple: if the stock broke its limit up, he'd wait for a rebound and enter. If it didn't, he wouldn't bother. There were plenty of opportunities, this one just had the highest certainty. At 9:30 a.m., the market opened, and Liangxin continued its limit up streak, with buy orders growing to 50,000. By 9:44 a.m., however, the queue suddenly dropped by 20,000 shares. Large sell orders started hitting the market. If this had been 3 or 10 years later, any manipulation like this where the same account placed and cancelled large orders would have resulted in fines and warnings. The penalties weren't severe, and wealthy manipulators could afford them. But repeated warnings could lead to trading bans, which were far more troublesome. Take the infamous Shanghai Emperor, who escaped criminal charges due to lack of profits but still faced a fine of 600,000 yuan. This wasn't just a slap on the wrist, his case was simply too minor. If he had earned 50 million instead, his profits would have been confiscated, he'd face maximum fines, and he'd likely spend 3 years in prison. Eventually, brokers became so strict that even a few order cancellations in a day would trigger compliance reviews, requiring lengthy reports. But back in 2013, regulations were looser, so manipulative tactics like these were common. Han Lai closely observed Liangxin's trades. Small orders were dense, and selling pressure was heavy. At this point, placing a buy order would almost guarantee a purchase. But Han Lai wasn't in a hurry. He let a few large sell orders, mixed with numerous small ones, break the limit up price. The stock quickly fell from the limit up price of 10.99 to 10.90. At this level, however, the price stabilized, and buy orders began to push it upward. The stock started fluctuating narrowly between 10.990 and 10.95. After observing for 3 minutes, Han Lai was impressed. Wow! This stock is that strong. Only offering a 10-cent dip? Without hesitation, he gave up waiting for a better entry, and used 80% of his funds to buy 7,000 shares at 10.925. His plan was to profit from tomorrow's potential surge. Since Liangxin's strength was evident, there was no need to waste time over minor details. The so-called perfect entry point was a myth. As long as the strategy was correct, stick to the plan, and follow the rules. Never wait for perfection. Why do all short-term traders love chasing limit ups? Because while the price is high, the certainty is even higher. A minute after Han Lai's trade, selling pressure eased, and a large buy order for 8,000 shares pushed the stock back to its limit up price of 10.99. More orders followed, firmly locking the price at the limit up. It was done. The battle was over. Meanwhile, the class group chat was abuzz with activity screenshots, recommendations, and excited chatter about trades. Despite the excitement, none of his classmates were as aggressive as Han Lai. Well, except one. Looting. Opportunities for oversold rebounds are more likely to come from previously strong demon stocks. The reason is simple: market attention remains high, popularity is easier to gather, and major funds tend to repeatedly speculate on them. Based on this logic, I screened 7 stocks that doubled or nearly doubled in the past 3 months. Sharing the list now. Screenshot. I bought Huaqingbao. What about you all? Wow. That smiley face was killer, subtly exuding high-class indifference. Who wouldn't bow down to that? Curious, Han Lai opened Huaqingbao's chart and, after 3 seconds, covered his face. Little cucumber, are you seriously a share analysis guru? Your analysis sounds impressive. But how on earth did you conclude this stock could turn strong again? Yet the group was full of admirers. Duan Xiaoyi, great pick. It's already built a solid base at the bottom. The 15-minute chart shows clear upward momentum. Class rep, you're amazing. Wang Hongli, dizzy, so professional. Ting. Chen Ping, darn it, class rep, why didn't you share earlier? I've already gone all in on Motai. Zhang Tishu, no wonder you're the class rep, spot on analysis. Fang Fei, alright. I'm all in too. One bold talker, a group of flatterers, and one fool who dared to follow blindly. This amateur show was truly something else. Just as he was chuckling, looting suddenly at him. Hey you dog! What did you buy? Brother Lai thought for a moment, and quietly sent a screenshot of his position. The group fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Holy crap, Brother Lai, you're way too bold. Jing Lei's exclamation opened the floodgates of everyone's amazement. Zhang Tishu became Zhang Iron sycophant. Brother Lai has the guts to match his skills. Fang Feifei was utterly shocked. Oh my god. I get nervous just looking at those limit ups, and you're chasing after 5 consecutive ones? Terrifying. Yu Yun simply sent a dizzy emoji. Duan Xiaoyi chimed in sarcastically. Brother Lai, you were so confident when teaching us position management. And now, with the market like this, you go all in on a limit up stock? Exactly. Lu Ji instinctively backed her up. Which of your strategies am I supposed to follow? These two weren't bold enough to outright cause trouble, but their snide remarks were clearly more toxic than before. Their comments left the rest of the group feeling uncomfortable. Some classmates started doubting Han Lai, thinking he either withheld valuable insights when sharing his strategies or couldn't practice what he preached, his so-called trading model? Probably just bragging. A female classmate even complained outright. What? I've been studying Brother Lai's trading theory all along, and I'm already nervous trading at 30% position sizes. Now you're doing this? I'm so confused. TSK. So now teaching them is somehow my fault? Human nature. What can you do? But Han Lai remained calm. He already knew what his classmates were like, and with no expectations, there was no disappointment. His reason for responding in the group was solely to one-up Shi Luting. What others thought of him. Not his concern. That said, a few still trusted him. For instance, Xie Honghuan asked respectfully, Brother Lai, could you share the reasoning behind buying this stock? The moment Shi Luting saw this, she perked up. Exactly. Share your logic. I feel like winning this way might not be very honorable. Oh, the arrogance. You want a beating? Brother will gladly oblige. And so, Han Lai typed out a lengthy reply. The class rep's thinking is correct. The weaker the market, the more you should focus on strong stocks. But her understanding of strength and weakness is flawed. Huaqingbao is currently a typical weak stock. It might turn strong or it might weaken further. The likelihood of the former is far less than the latter. Liangxin, on the other hand, is the single strongest stock in the current market. If there are no new sector rotations or fresh market hotspots, funds will continue to pile into themes like high dividend payouts and restructuring. In this case, Liangxin is highly likely to hit a 7th consecutive limit up. Even if new hotspots emerge, Liangxin will at least make one more push higher tomorrow. From a certainty perspective, the probability of making money with Liangxin tomorrow is 90%. For Huaqingbao, it's 30%. That's why I dared to go heavy on this stock. Clear now? The smarter classmates immediately understood. It was like a light bulb went off, and they wholeheartedly agreed with his logic, showering him with compliments in the group chat. Ho! Brother Lai, your thinking is brilliant. Zhao Loj and a god use the same strategy, always go for the strongest. Congrats to the Limit Up Daredevil squad for recruiting another top-tier member. Man! Brother Lai's courage is unmatched. Exactly. I understand Brother Lai's core logic is spot on, but I still don't have the guts to buy such high stocks. I can only watch. Damn. Liangxin's Limit Up is so solid. Brother Lai, can I jump in tomorrow? Sweat. You've got guts to even consider that. Han Lai quickly distanced himself from any responsibility. I'll probably sell during tomorrow's high. Don't ask me how to trade. This competition is about learning and practice. Make your own decisions. With that, he logged off. Meanwhile, Shi Luting typed out a long counter-argument, but by the time she posted her essay, the dogman was already gone. Her effort had no audience, and she was so furious her chest hurt. She chased him down in private chat, insisting on debating with him. Han Lai's only response, aha! You're absolutely right. And that completely pushed her over the edge. See Luting get lost. That afternoon, Han Lai continued writing until the market closed. Liangxin's Limit Up held steadily, with a turnover rate of 13% and a total trading volume of 200 million yuan. Around 3:30 p.m., the top traders list was released. Han Lai opened it and noticed something exciting. Top buyer 1 Shanghai Securities, Gongqi New Road Branch. Purchase amount 13.45 million yuan. Top buyer 2 Shenwan Securities, Wenzhou Station Avenue Branch. Purchase amount 12.06 million yuan. Gongqi New Road? Wasn't that Zhao Laoji's backup account? Wenzhou Station Avenue Branch? The Wenzhou Gang. Zhao Laoj plus Wenzhou Gang, and the third and fourth spots were Foshan-based funds. This was as solid as it gets. Overjoyed, Han Lai grew even more confident in his judgment. At this point in time, Zhao Laoj was the most elite individual retail investor. Meanwhile, groups like the Wenzhou Gang, Ningbo Gang, Foshan Gang and Chengdu Gang were the top-tier team-based funds. With all of them diving in together, the chance of a surge tomorrow had risen to 95%. Before his rebirth, Han Lai's trading skills were poor, but under the strict guidance of his company manager, his ability to read major players was decent. What does reading major players mean? Simply put, it's memorizing the seats of every institution, fund, and prominent retail investor in the market, and deeply understanding their trading styles. For example, Whitehouse, foreign banks represent long-term, low-frequency trades and love bottom fishing. The LS Tuanji Road No. 2 branch symbolizes aggressive retail sentiment, but has a low overall win rate. Be cautious when encountering them. Zhao Laoji's early seat at Galaxy Securities Ningbo Liberation Road. A gamble every time, requiring sharp judgment. Why memorize these things? For a retail investor who understands the moves of most active players, making small profits becomes significantly easier. Every day, just check the top traders list. If you see Master Zhang, follow. If you see Sun Ge, run. This method doesn't require brilliance. Anyone can learn it. Just put in the effort to collect data, memorize the key players, and track the ones aligned with your strategy. Is it hard? Not really. For example, on May 19, 2022, when highly reliable players like Dongyaqi Securities North Division and Ge Weidong entered Zhongtong Shenshanch, smart investors should have followed suit. On May 23, when Angxin Securities Xi and Qi South Road branch bought 30 million yuan worth of shares, that was the final confirmation to act. People like Fang Xingxie had already identified the market's leading stock for you. Just follow. What's Fang Xingxie's style? He focuses on popular leading stocks, daring to chase high prices and increase positions relentlessly. On May 24, buy at 9.32 yuan. Even if you don't hold until 19 yuan, you could at least sell at 15 yuan, right? On May 31, Fang Xingxie exited using a custody account. Sell on June 1's opening, and you'd have made a 70% profit. No thinking needed, just hands. By sticking to daily reviews and tracking the Dongyaqi Securities North Division and Fang Xingxie, you could have made blind profits without being greedy. That's the 2022 formula for wealth. Understand now. When they fail twice in a row, switch strategies. Simple as that. Now, do you see what market synergy looks like? High win rate funds take the lead. Smart retail investors follow immediately. As the price rises, it attracts broader market attention. Different players take over at various levels, pushing the price higher. That's synergy. And the latecomers, afraid of missing out, end up being the leaks who buy at the top. Class dismissed. Monday passed uneventfully. Some classmates noticed Zhao Laoj and the Wenzhou gang on the top traders list and gossiped about it in the group chat until midnight. But Han Lai ignored everyone, quietly going about his own business. November 12, Tuesday. In the morning, the rankings from the previous day were released. With a 0.48% profit, Han Lai was ranked 77,352nd. Out of more than 800,000 participants, fewer than 10% made any profit on the first day. It was a tough competition. Within the class rankings, Han Lai placed 13th. This showed that the finance students, especially those from Shanghai, performed above the average level. Duan Xiaoyi, known for her crafty moves, had gone half in on great wisdom the day before, enjoying a small rebound and temporarily securing second place. First place was a surprise, the berserker Chen Ping. He had gone all in at the lowest point on Mutai and closed with a 3.28% return by the end of the day. As for Shi looting, let's not mention it. The group chat was lively, with classmates buzzing with enthusiasm. Chen Ping and Duan Xiaoyi were particularly animated, dominating the conversation. By 9:30 a.m., as the stock market officially opened, the chat quieted down. Following his plan, Han Lai waited for Liang Xin to surge. When it hit 3%, he was ready to sell but saw that the momentum was still strong. He held on until it reached about 5.5%. Seeing that the upward movement was losing steam and the broader market was strongly rebounding with plenty of hot spots, he decisively exited his position. Later, Liang Xin peaked at 11.99, but Han Lai didn't feel the slightest regret. He remained emotionally detached. His strategy had been to profit from the surge, and his exit plan was clear from the beginning. If the market was weak, hold a little longer. If the market was strong, exit immediately. Initially, his goal had only been 3%. Exceeding that by 2.5% was already a big success. Even if Liangxin had locked at the limit up, it wouldn't have been considered a missed opportunity. Moreover, as other sectors rallied and funds dispersed, Liangxin did indeed pull back after its surge, proving that his strategy was spot on. It was a solid and precise trade. After selling Liangxin, Han Lai immediately switched to Kaiyuan instruments. Kaiyuan and Liangxin were in the same category, high dividend payout stocks. Liangxin, as the first to rally, was the leading stock in this short-term sector theme. Kai Yuan, meanwhile, was a secondary stock that rose due to spillover effects from the leading stock's rally. Having just locked its first limit up the day before, it presented a clear catch-up opportunity. Seeing Kai Yuan make a move, Han Lai trusted his instincts and bought high. He purchased 5,000 shares at 15.29 yuan, using 80% of his funds. This wasn't a random purchase, the logic was clear. Catch-up trades have high certainty. When the leading stock's price becomes too high or trading is restricted by consecutive limit-ups, market attention naturally shifts to lower-priced stocks within the same theme. This isn't guesswork, it's psychology. When Zhongtong Shenshu was rising crazily, it was understandable if people were hesitant to chase it. But in such a market, anything remotely related to buses was rallying in tandem. If you still didn't dare to buy, it just meant you didn't understand certainty in trading. Shortly after buying Kai Yuan, it hit its limit up at 15.99 yuan, netting him a quick 7 cents per share. After the market closed, Han Lai checked the top traders list and smiled. Well, what a coincidence, Zhao Laoj again. Zhao's purchase of this stock wasn't large, just over 5.8 million yuan. Catch-up trades rarely outperform the leading stocks, so Zhao likely saw limited upside potential. But that didn't bother Han Lai. If the leading stock Langxin could rally over 80%, a 50% rally for Kai Yuan was reasonable. Capturing 30% of that was plenty, why ask for more? After school in the afternoon, the group chat lit up again. Duan Xiaoyi captured another 4.2% rebound, and the Great Wisdom stock trading competition seemed to be pushing her to new heights. She was currently dominating the chat, bragging incessantly. Chen Ping's Motai had also performed well. Soon, their dorm's idiot brigade erupted into an internal rivalry. As for Shi Looting, she remained silent. Curious, Han Lai checked Waking Bao's chart and nearly burst out laughing. Oh boy, it was the worst performer today. Her analysis from the day before was still fresh in his mind, but today Waking Bao was slapping her in the face. How amusing! After some thought, Han Lai messaged her privately to tease her. My stock's performance was great today. I feel like celebrating. Want to join me for a treat? Scram. Caught! Shi Looting's temper seemed to be escalating, shutting him down with just one word. Han Lai, suit yourself. Saves me the trouble. Han Lai, la, thinking about saving at least 100 yuan makes me even happier. Shi Looting, why are you so shameless? Shi Looting, what kind of dominant CEO behaves like you? Feigning ignorance. Han Lai replied, huh? Dominant CEO? Realizing her slip, Shi Looting quickly retracted her message. Damn it, I let that slip. She tried to cover it up. Nothing. Some girl from the dorm next door thinks you're like a dominant CEO. She's blind. Hey! Some girl? Which one? Or was it you? The moment those words were sent, Shi Looting froze. Come out here. If I don't kick you to death, I'll take your last name. Han Lai ignored her. Yep, best to wait a bit until she calmed down. This wasn't about stopping while ahead, it was about timing the market. As the noisy chat continued, someone suddenly added Han Lai. Jia Hongquan, brother Lai, Liangxin performed so well. Did you sell? Jing Li, I bet 20 cents that brother Lai sold. Discipline is discipline. He's not the clingy type. Ah. No wonder these two showed so much promise. Even now, their potential was clear. They knew how to prioritize and stay rational. Casually, Han Lai posted a screenshot of his account in the group chat. It wasn't about showing off, he just couldn't hide it. Otherwise, he'd have preferred to stay low-key. Once the screenshot was posted, the group erupted. Whoa! Another limit up for brother Lai? Man, you really love dancing on high wires. Wow. 4,500 yuan yesterday, and another 3,500 today. You made more in 2 days than I get in a semester's allowance. Brother Lai, if you perform well in the competition, just go pro as a trader. Yeah, we'll all follow you. When you take off, bring me along too, Daddy Lai. Damn. Who's this shameless idiot? Oh, Zhang Tishu. Never mind. Not wanting to deal with him, Han Lai pulled Chen Ping and Duan Xiaoyi into the spotlight instead. Chen Ping. At Duan Xiaoyi, they both did better than me. While Liangxin wasn't the best performing stock, Han Lai's heavy position pushed his overall return to 4.5%, placing him third in the class rankings. First was Chen Ping with his full position bet on Mutai, and second was Duan Xiaoyi, who rode Great Wisdom's momentum for 2 consecutive days. At the bottom were Feng Feifei and Shi Looting. But the group's admiration for Han Lai wasn't just about returns, it was his trading approach. You units not the same. Their gains were pure luck. How can they compare to your skill? Xie Hongguan exactly. Jing Li I agreed. Fang Fai Fai Wa, brother Lai, save me and Tingting. Peeking at the chat, Shi Looting nearly spat blood. Save me? By relying on him? Wait for tomorrow, Huoking Bao is sure to rebound. Han Lai ignored the praise and questions, closed the group chat, and moved on with his day. It was boring anyway. Without Little Cucumber stirring things up, there wasn't much fun in showing off. He continued writing until 5:30 p.m., stretched, and went out to eat. Today he didn't invite Yu Yun, he planned to pay for his meal himself. Yu Yun had been overly emotional, flooding his private chat with confessions and admiration. She was clingy. Why? Brother Lai's performance was simply too impressive. With a heavy position in Kaiyuan, there was a high chance of another surge tomorrow. He might even make the weekly leaderboard. This wasn't just potential, it was solid proof of ability. Money, looks, skill. Why wouldn't she try to lock him down before some other girl snatched him up? But Han Lai remained indifferent. She'd played hard to get before, now he was just returning the favor. Fair game. Walking into the cafeteria, he was pondering what to eat when someone called out. Han Lai, over here. He looked up and saw a radiant smile. The kind of beauty that could blind you. It could only be Pan Ji. As Han Lai looked over, he couldn't help but wonder, why is Pan so enthusiastic today? Scanning the table, he immediately understood. Sitting with Pan Ji Yi was Du Fu, her usual sidekick. Across from them was a cool-looking guy with sharp features, a hooked nose, thin lips, and a sharp gaze. There was hostility. As the cool guy sized him up, his narrowed eyes brimmed with scrutiny, impatience, and faint disdain. All in all, his attitude screamed hostility. Ah, got it. Pan Ji Yi was retaliating against him by causing trouble. She had plenty of admirers and usually handled them with ease. Since when did she need a scapegoat? Come on, we've been waiting for you forever. Pan Ji waved warmly, her voice 3 degrees sweeter than usual. Well, that confirmed it. Another crazy one. Her condition? If I can't beat Shi Looting, I'll destroy Han Lai instead. After all, this dog won't help me, and I'll feel better dragging him down. Her symptoms were similar to Shi Looting's self-destructive tendencies with a vendetta. The only difference was that Pan Ji's case was less severe. But 1 or 2 more triggers and things could escalate. Du Fu, the ever-perceptive sidekick, immediately gave up his seat, moving beside the cool guy. Brother Lai, sit here. We've already ordered for you. Ah, no escape. Han Lai was tempted to leave but remembered the 100,000 yuan gap he needed to fill, likely from Pan Jie and her dad. So, he reluctantly sat down. Whatever. Relying on skills to freeload isn't shameful. But thinking you can control me with petty tricks? Impossible. Sorry, I was writing and lost track of time, he said casually with a warm smile. Then, as he passed behind Pan Ji, he reached out and ruffled her hair. It was silky, soft, and felt like petting a cat. Pan Ji froze, Du Fu was dumbfounded, and the cool guy's sharp eyes widened into saucers. Brother Lai sat beside her, exuding affection, and gently scolded. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why don't you ever listen? Pan Ji turned to look at him, stunned. Her wide eyes met the dogman's, sparking a mix of absurdity and fury. You could almost hear the sizzling sound of her burning rage. Pan Ji had heard Shi Looting complain about Han Lai's dog before. She thought it was just an exaggeration, but the reality was debatable. Now, she finally realized how naive she had been. This dog is the king of all dogs. If possible, she wanted to smack the hateful smirk off Han Lai's face and reshape it into a puffed, flaky pastry right here, right now. Even my dad doesn't dare touch my head. She inhaled deeply, forcing air into her lungs, holding it, and struggling to suppress the slight trembling in her body. But it was useless, her fingertips still shook. What's worse, her ears seemed to have turned red. For someone with her level of emotional control, this was a total defeat. Yet the worst part was, she had no way to deal with the situation in front of her. Han Lai was someone she had invited over. She had been the one to pretend they were close friends in front of Dan Zihao. She had built this stage herself. Now, this dog had climbed up the ladder she had set. What to do? Scold him? If the act collapsed, not only would she look like a joke, but Dan Zihao would definitely take it further. Hold it in? She couldn't swallow her anger. And this dog was even better than Dan Zihao at exploiting every inch given. No matter what she did, she would have to endure things no delicate, elegant girl should have to endure, right? Damn it! Pan Ji glared furiously at Han Lai. unleashing a skill she had never lost within her 18 years of life, the silent stare of condemnation. When she was little, so young she was still a chubby baby learning to crawl, if she pouted her lips and looked pitifully at her parents or grandparents, within 3 seconds, they would start reflecting on themselves and bring out all the delicious treats and fun toys to coax her. As she grew older, she mastered this technique even more. When facing teachers or elders, her gaze would be pitiful, afraid, and meek. When dealing with male classmates, she would infuse her stare with anger or dissatisfaction, and after 3 to 5 seconds of silent eye contact, they would typically cover their faces and retreat. Regardless of their family backgrounds, no boy had ever been able to meet her gaze for more than 10 seconds. An extreme level of beauty naturally came with extreme destructive power, and her light amber eyes only amplified this effect. Shortly after hitting puberty, Pan-Gi had fully realized this. So, at this moment, when faced with a dog immune to ordinary methods, her instincts activated her silent stare. "Apologize, scumbag." Han-Lai, who was being stared at, returned her gaze with tenderness. The smile on his face was warm and indulgent, his eyes soft and watery, as if he were confessing, "No matter what, my feelings for you are only love." After less than 5 seconds of this exchange, Pan-Gi felt a chill run down her spine. What the? This dog of a man is shameless. Have I lost control here? Scratch the have I lost control part, she absolutely had. Han-Lai, a man in his 30s, armed with years of experience and thick-skinned confidence, remained utterly unshaken. Effortless, composed. In his element, the intense gaze of affection lasted until the 5th second, when a loud, wheezing noise broke the tension. Neither side had won the battle, but the spectator had had enough. Cool guy Dan Zihao's face had turned ashen, his labored breathing clearly audible. His eyes were fixed on the two of them, fists clenched tightly under the table. He was absolutely livid. Pan-Gi snapped out of it, lowered her eyes and shifted her focus. She casually tucked her hair behind her ear. He. Tofu suddenly let out an auntie-style laugh, her expression indescribable. This scene, she was thoroughly enjoying it. Pan-Gi shot her a sharp look, then silently picked up her chopsticks, ultimately ignoring Han-Lai's earlier remarks. The atmosphere became a little strange. Dan Zihao perked up, sensing a chance to salvage the situation. The Pan-Gi I know hates this kind of greasy, shallow behavior the most. See? She's ignoring you. Stupid dog, I haven't lost yet. Dan Zihao wasn't wrong in his judgment. He also vaguely sensed that Pan-Gi and Han-Lai's relationship hadn't crossed into full-on couple territory. So, gathering his spirits, he prepared to stir up trouble. "You're Han-Lai?" Dan Zihao's voice carried a chill, not the detached indifference of Shi looting, but a coldness laced with hostility. His tone was condescending, reminiscent of someone familiar. Wulai Hanghang. Han-Lai still didn't know who this guy was, though he had narrowed it down to 2 names. Zhou Ci or Dan Zihao. The 2 most notorious among Pan-Gi's admirers. No matter, testing it out would clarify things. "You got something to say?" Han-Lai lifted his gaze and positioned his system interface a few centimeters behind Dan Zihao's head, staring intently at the numbers displayed. Dan Zihao shifted back awkwardly, crossing his arms and leaning against his chair. Han-Lai kept adjusting the interface, locking his gaze on the back of Dan Zihao's head. Dan Zihao's composure was starting to crack. The system interface had 2 features. It could be freely adjusted within a 5-meter radius. Regardless of any obstacles, Han-Lai could always focus on the displayed text. These features were meant for convenience but had become tools in Han-Lai's hands for psychological warfare. No need for harsh words to intimidate people. Dan Zihao wasn't really afraid that Han-Lai would resort to violence. In fact, he wouldn't have minded being beaten in front of Pan-Gi. But that rumored psychopath's empty, soulless gaze gave him chills. What's wrong with this guy? Is he actually mentally ill? And worse still, he seemed to have it completely under control. Ridiculous. As for Lai Ji, the moment Dan Zihao raised his defensive stance, he immediately realized who stood before him. Oh, so it's little Dan. Because Dan Zihao was a classmate of Huang Wei, Ding Ding and the others, he already knew about Han-Lai's special traits. Zhao Ci, being from another class, wouldn't have had such a big reaction to Lai's unsettling gaze. Having tested the waters, Han-Lai retaliated sharply with a cold sneer. "You're Dan Zihao? Damn. How could this guy be so disgusting?" Dan Zihao was furious, but he still managed to maintain a psychological advantage over Han-Lai to some extent. With a fake smile plastered on his face, he nodded and said, "Yes. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei from your dorm are good friends of mine. Let's hang out together sometime, get a little closer. Huang Wei, terrified of Han Lai, was practically paralyzed with fear. He was genuinely scared out of his wits. Dan Zihao, however, didn't live in the dorms and didn't have to deal with Han Lai at all. So what? You think you're going to smash me with a hammer in public? Of course Han Lai wouldn't dare, nor did he even bother scaring Dan Zihao anymore. Pulling the same tricks all the time was getting boring, it didn't show off his flair. Closing the panel, Han Lai suddenly broke into a bright smile. Alright, let's grab a drink sometime. Dan Zihao froze, caught off guard by Han Lai's sudden change in demeanor. You're this soft? How am I supposed to carry out my original plan now? How about we set a time now? Han Lai didn't reply, instead sweeping his gaze across the table. He suddenly grumbled at Pan Ji, why didn't you get me chopsticks? Pan Ji rolled her eyes at the shameless man. Acting like you're enjoying yourself, huh? Who knew you'd show up? We only dragged you along at the last minute for extra muscle. Do you think I'd go out of my way to prepare utensils for you? Tofu caught on quickly and hurriedly set down the half-eaten bun in her hand. Lai Gi, I'll go get some for you. No need. Han Lai quickly stopped her and casually took Pan Ji's spoon instead. No trouble at all. I'll just use Pan's. Thud. Tofu's hand slipped, and the half-eaten bun fell to the ground with a dull thud. Dan Zihao's eyes widened in horror. What the? That spoon was from her personal handcrafted dinnerware set, the Goa collection by Portugal's Cutipole, custom made in rose gold. Key point: custom made. Tofu wouldn't even dream of touching such a thing, yet she let him use it. Dan Zihao thought Pan Ji would stop Han Lai and tell him to get some sanitized utensils from the school. But all Pan Ji did was glance at him calmly and say nothing. In truth, it wasn't calmness but resignation. Pan Ji had given up. Her heart was filled with a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Oh, so you're targeting Dan Zihao now, huh? Damn it! I can't do anything to you, so you're really pushing your luck. Fine, use it if you like. I'll just toss the whole set and buy a new one later. Han Lai had no clue what Cutipole was, nor did he know that the front part of the spoon was made from 75% pure rose gold, costing a small fortune. His movements were utterly careless. He knew Pan Ji wouldn't stop him. Pan Ji, determined to maintain her image, didn't plan to publicly clash with the shameless man, so she could only let him flaunt his behavior. As a result, their natural interaction drove a metaphorical knife into Dan Zihao's chest. Critical hit, 99,999 damage. A 5-digit blow nearly wiped out his health bar. Damn! Dan Zihao's temples throbbed furiously, and his vision darkened. Even exclusive dinnerware was shared now? Just how far had their relationship progressed? Taking deep breaths, Dan Zihao forced himself to calm down. Stay composed, Hao, stay composed. Then he painstakingly reviewed the sequence of events. Pan Ji happily greeted him. Han Lai cheerfully walked over, casually ruffled her hair, asked her a concerned question. Pan Ji shyly glared at him. The two exchanged a lingering look. He interrupted them. Pan Ji shyly lowered her head. Tofu laughed, satisfied at the dog food she was consuming. Pan Ji playfully rolled her eyes at her. He interrupted them again. Han Lai talked to him. Pan Ji stayed silent the entire time. Han Lai suddenly took her exclusive dinnerware. Pan Ji tacitly allowed it. This time he failed to interrupt. Damn it. Aren't they basically a couple? If I hadn't come over, would they have started feeding each other? They're already sharing utensils. Have they kissed too? Damn. But wait. Something doesn't add up. What's up with Shi Looting? How could Pan Ji and Han Lai's relationship progress so quickly right under Shi Looting's nose? The more Dan Zihao thought about it, the more confused he became, sadness and anger intertwining until his brain felt like it couldn't keep up. Fine, it's true. Normal people could never imagine someone like Han Lai being this bold and shameless. When Pan Ji tried to give him a little trouble, he turned it around and kissed her directly. Who could even deal with that? While Dan Zihao was still in a daze, Han Lai had already started eating with Pan Ji's spoon. Not only that, but he even dipped the spoon directly into Pan Ji's bowl. There were 4 people at the table, and 3 of them had trembling lips. Tofu was trembling with excitement. Dan Zihao trembled from pain. Pan Ji trembled from anger. She was seriously on the verge of losing it. Why am I so stupid? To get rid of a toad, I called over a dog. Now the toad's gone, and the dog's taken 8 bites out of me. What's the point? Han Lai. She glared at him, her expression severe, practically shouting, "One more step, and I won't let this slide." Tofu and Dan Zihao both froze. Tofu looked worried, while a flash of joy crossed Dan Zihao's face. Pan, such a clean and elegant beauty, how could she possibly feed each other with this dog? No problem, I still have a chance. Dog, I'll watch how you meet your end. While Dan Zihao was gloating, Han Lai had already burst into laughter. Pan the great beauty, you're really giving me a chance here. Keeping a cold face, he abruptly stood up. Not eating anymore. This is so frustrating. Every weekend, you and she looting are all lovey-dovey, and when we finally have a meal together, you bring a third wheel along. Did I say anything? And now you're disgusted with me? Fine, I'm done. Remember this until you clear things up with the she looting, don't come looking for me again. I can't deal with your spoiled princess attitude. His words were sharp, righteous, and filled with anger. He turned and strode away with the air of an upright hero who wouldn't bow to power, wealth, or lowly temptations. Pan Ji's first reaction was anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Wait. That's not right. By the time she realized something was off, the dog had long disappeared. What kind of dog is this? I let you push me around for so long, held back and cooperated just so you could help me deal with a toad. But instead you didn't get anything done. And then found an excuse to just walk away like that. Was I just played for nothing? 36 stratagems. And you used at least 10 on me in one go. But Pan Ji wasn't a fool. She quickly figured it out. Feigning ignorance, creating something from nothing, hiding a knife in a smile, playing hard to get, fishing in troubled waters, taking the ladder away, becoming the master instead of the guest, slipping away like a cicada shedding its shell. Damn it. A military strategy master. Pan Ji was so furious her chest felt like it was about to burst. She nearly exploded. By contrast, Dan Zihao was overjoyed, unable to hide his glee as he pretended to console her. Pan Ji, don't get angry with a man like that. Shut up. What does this have to do with you? Pan Ji, her head pounding with anger, slammed the table and completely flipped out on Dan Zihao. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not even as good as a dog. After she finished yelling, she suddenly realized something. Oh great. Better add another one to the list, borrowing a knife to kill someone. Did that dog calculate that I could only vent my anger on Dan Zihao? So smart, yet so useless. Fuming, Pan Ji began gathering the utensils, planning to take them home, clean them, and throw them away. Halfway through, she froze. Wait, where's my spoon? She frowned and thought for a moment. A scene flashed through her mind, Han Lai striding away with her spoon tightly in hand. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Pan Ji braced herself on the table, laughing angrily. Another stratagem, taking something for free. What, you're just using me for entertainment now? Great, military strategy master. Remember this, we're not done. Tofu stared at Pan Ji in horror. Her heart filled with despair. It's over. Barbie QED. My sister Pan hasn't laughed like this in years. She's done pretending. She snapped. She's gone dark. Wait. Dark? What dark? This is just her true nature coming out. Mama? The storm is coming. Are you ready? Dan Zihao, looking utterly humiliated, frowned and stared at the suddenly transformed Pan Ji in disbelief. My goddess. Is there something wrong with her? But what's the problem? The once arrogant and victorious rich kid, who relied on his wealth to always come out on top, was now utterly confused. Girls' dormitory, room 303, two-person room. Pan Ji returned to the dorm with a cold expression, growing more and more frustrated the more she thought about it. But instead of speaking, she sat silently in her chair, calculating something in her head. Tofu, indignant on her behalf, ranted furiously, that dog. How can he be so awful? Lies just spill out of his mouth. After venting for a while, she suddenly changed the tone. Hey, are you two really dating? Her round, comical face somehow managed to pull off a shifty, sneaky expression. Pan Ji rolled her eyes, annoyed. You're incredible. You're even here to gossip about me now? Tofu grinned sheepishly. It's so entertaining. Other love triangles are always two girls fighting over one guy, but in your case, it's mutual backstabbing. Where else have I seen something like this? Lai Gi is incredible. Pan Ji squinted at her. Whose side are you on anyway? Yours, of course. Always yours. Tofu raised her hand in an oath, then muttered. The thing is, I can't really do much to help with this. Pan Ji nearly exploded in frustration. She scolded her. Look at the sisterhood in tiny times. How did Tang Wanru treat you, Lai? Now look at yourself. Tofu immediately rolled up her sleeves. Just say the word, how do you want me to deal with Han Lai? Watch me fix him. Pan Ji laughed in exasperation. Waving her hand wearily, she said, get lost. Let me rest for a while. Roger that. Roger that. Tofu gave a mock salute and strolled off to visit the dorm across the hall, humming a tune. Watching her leave, Pan Ji smiled self-deprecatingly and muttered softly, each one smarter than the last. The dark dorm room started to fill with an air of sadness. Tofu had been genuinely trying to cheer her up by playing the clown. That much was true. But it was also true that Tofu just wanted to watch the drama unfold without getting involved in Pan Ji's issues with Xie Luting and Han Lai. Pan Ji could feel Tofu's genuine concern alongside a subtle sense of keeping her distance. To put it plainly, Tofu was willing to be her classmate, her roommate, even a good friend, but not a close confidant or sister willing to share in her life's burdens. Why? 3 years ago, Pan Ji wouldn't have understood. Now, she did. For someone with a family background like hers, it's almost impossible to have genuine friends. Kids from smaller households, if they get too close, will inevitably get hurt. She could change their lives easily, but that might not be a good thing. And when she needed help, her struggles might end up tearing their world apart. Smart people always keep a polite distance from those too far above or below them. Don't cling to those way out of your league. Don't condescend to those far beneath you. The first group is too likely to turn into sycophants. The latter tends to prove the old adage of favor of one measure turns into hatred of 10. If you still don't get it, think about living in the same dorm as someone like C.I. Kong for 4 years. Does anyone naively believe you could become best friends with someone like him? That's just reality, no one can change it. Pan Ji could understand this, but she still often felt lonely. At 18 she wasn't yet old enough to enjoy that kind of loneliness. Hugging her knees and curling up in her chair, she tried to distract herself by thinking about Han Lai. Not in the way of missing him, more like analyzing and recalling. Ever since meeting Han Lai, her life had been completely turned upside down. Their first encounter was actually pleasant. They had a good conversation, bonded a little, and got to see Xie Luting in an awkward situation. An accidental meal sharing brought plenty of surprises. The second encounter was even more entertaining. Watching Xie Luting get utterly humiliated by Yu Yun and Han Lai teaming up in the cafeteria had her laughing for an entire day. But from that day onward, everything spiraled out of control. A crazed Xie Luting completely destroyed her peaceful life. A suddenly motivated Zhu Xi and Dan Zihao brought even more headaches. Then came the third meeting, the time with the hairy crabs. Absolutely dreadful. She accidentally bumped into her father, accidentally got tracked down by Xie Luting, then that dog of a man just left her high and dry, and finally, Dan Zihao showed up with a poorly staged coincidental meeting. She'd spent her own money only to bring herself endless frustration. And today was the cherry on top. Pan's bizarre adventure. How had a harmless little prank spiraled into all of this? In the end, the one who got pranked wasn't really affected, while the prankster was thoroughly satisfied. And no doubt, rumors would fly like crazy tomorrow. It's bad enough you made up stories about me. But why did you have to take my spoon too? People shouldn't. No, they couldn't. But somehow, that dog actually managed to sink so low. Pan Ji decided to get her revenge. But the more she thought about it, the less she knew where to start. That dog. He's like a riddle. Freshman and sophomore boys can be cunning, slick, sharp or clever, but all within limits. Who could possibly be as sly as him? It's absurd. Everyone has a weakness, Han Lai must too. But Pan Ji couldn't find it. Which meant, for all intents and purposes, he didn't have one. Unlike Xie Luting, Pan Ji couldn't go all out, using herself as a wager or a weapon. It was precisely because she lacked that ruthless edge that she was always outplayed by Xie Luting. After today she realized that Han Lai not only had Xie Luting's ruthlessness, but also a cunning and cleverness that Xie Luting didn't possess. It was exhausting. Pan Ji racked her brains but couldn't come up with a reliable plan. Frowning, she looked as pitiful as a tragic beauty. A while later, Tofu suddenly sent her a file, shouting for her to check it out. Wow! Pan, look at this. The A-share stock trading competition rankings for each class are out. The student council even ranked the top 50 based on profitability, and Han Lai is actually on the list. Something stirred in Pan Ji's mind, a vague idea that quickly vanished. She hurriedly opened the file, and soon found Han Lai's name in 9th place, along with his holdings and total returns. No. 9. Business School Finance Class, Han Lai, 5,000 shares of Kuyuan, Current price 15.99, 8%. As someone who wasn't really into this stuff, Panji couldn't properly grasp the ranking's significance. So she asked Tofu directly, "Is ninth place impressive?" "Hold on." Tofu sent a quick reply, then rushed over from the other dorm, eager to explain. "You're asking about Hanlai's actual skill, right? Normally an 8% return in 2 days is really strong. But the current situation is special, so it's hard to judge. The last 2 days were during a market rebound, so a lot of lucky beginners made abnormal gains. For example, Dan Zihao, who came over earlier to show off, acting all high and mighty. You know his skill level, right? Yesterday, he went all in randomly and made a 13% return in 2 days, easily taking first place. But can he keep it up? Absolutely not. There are plenty of people like him near the top, pure luck. The real experts, facing such a messy market, are cautious. They hold small positions or spread their bets, so their early gains are lower. In short, the skilled ones are steady, while the amateurs go all in recklessly. So what about Han Lai? 80% of his position on one stock that screams rookie. But making 2 successful gains in a row with that style? That's impressive. I'm betting there's a 20% chance he's actually an expert. But we'll know for sure after tomorrow. If he makes another profit, just call him hubby and be done with it. Anyway, why do you care? Panji smiled faintly, her voice soft. Me? I'm planning to make him famous. Seeing her smile, Tofu couldn't help but shiver. Panji pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent Shi Looting a message. I saw Han Lai on the school's stock trading leaderboard. What good luck. When Shi Looting received the message, he was fuming at the rankings. Dog man, just my luck. But seeing Panji's comment made him even angrier. When has my idol ever relied on luck? He immediately typed back furiously. What do you mean luck? Don't you finance students have investment classes? Do you think any beginner can pull off such precise trading? Panji replied. Oh? So he's actually skilled? Shi Looting, of course. A while back never mind. You wouldn't get it. Anyway, the guy's good. Panji, how can I understand if you don't explain? Shi Looting Pan the submissive, something's off with you. You're not up to anything good, are you? Panji, you're even weirder. Where's your usual aloofness? Shi Looting, come upstairs, put on a collar, and I'll show you aloof queen vibes right away. The conversation took a turn. Panji decisively ignored him and found another number in her contacts. Hello, Teacher Chi? Oh, Panji. Hello, what can I do for you? Don't hesitate to ask. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask, does the school have any plans to focus its next phase of publicity on the stock trading competition? Normally it depends on the results. If there are good results, of course, we'd focus on that. But we also have an obligation to motivate students midway. In other words, if you want it, it can happen. Panji had expected this answer. She smiled subtly. I have a friend in the business school finance class, Han Lai. I think his performance is worth highlighting in the promotions. Sure. Han Lai, right? I'll look into it tomorrow. Are we aiming for an outstanding student feature or the progress scholarship? The approach is different for each. Panji replied seriously. Publicity is fine, but any awards at the end of the semester should be based on real results. Otherwise, it won't be convincing. Teacher Che was stunned. What did she mean? Publicity without perks? Though confused, he still understood his task. He pounded his chest confidently. Don't worry. We'll start planning the promotions immediately. Thank you for your effort. Satisfied, Panji hung up. Tofu gave her a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. You're ruthless. Little Lai is doomed. Roasted over the fire, and he won't even get a bite of the meat. Not just no meat. If he was hyped up too much but failed to deliver, he'd take a massive fall. If he flopped completely, his social death would be as humiliating as a cringy transformation in a bad cosplay skit. Panji smirked triumphantly, her expression both sweet and smug. Took my spoon? Ha! Blind dog eyes. Are you sure it's about the spoon? Tofu raised her eyebrows mischievously. Or is it because he resisted your charm and flipped the tables on you? Panji dodged the question. Humming a cheerful tune, she went to wash up. Wednesday, the 13th. The subscriptions for the Dominant CEO and the Goddess had surged to double its bookmark numbers. The plot was still at its climax. Under Han Lai's wild remote control, his subordinates released videos and used cash power for large-scale distribution, causing online opinion to immediately reverse. On a personal level, the male and female leads had reached their first turning point, officially confirming their relationship. The comment section was filled with posts like "This is so satisfying, hha, and I love them both." The rare female community powerhouse Xiao Aguanghai threw 1,000,000 coins as a Ba Zong Piao Overlord ticket, bringing a huge wave of traffic to the goddess. As a result, Shi Looting became even more annoyed. That scene, she still couldn't get it right. What was she supposed to do? And even worse, her stocks had dropped again. When the market opened, it sank straight down. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Kiyuan Instruments, the stock she'd been keeping an eye on, not only opened 1% higher but also surged right from the start. Damn it. Dogman, are you trying to wipe me out completely? It was only the third day, and the profit gap between them had already exceeded 20%. So annoying. So frustrating. As a result, Shi Looting didn't show her face in the group chat all day. Han Lai, being the generous man he was, kindly reminded her, "Don't sell recklessly. Huiying Treasure is really about to rebound." She replied with a wall of bomb, knife, and hammer emojis. And then furiously roared, "Dog man. Like I'd believe you. Sold, sold, sold." Han Lai froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, slapping his leg. She really would do something like that. But honestly, Han Lai genuinely believed Huiying Treasure would rebound today. Look at the mess they'd made. Sigh. Back to Kiyuan Instruments. At 9:30 a.m., it opened high at 16.16 and began climbing. The profit-taking pressure at this level was intense. Trading was highly active, but breaking through was challenging. From a purely short-term perspective, Han Lai might have exited to lock in profits. However, he was optimistic about Kiyuan's potential for further gains. Opening his watch list, he glanced at other low-position stocks in the same sector. Most were performing well, except for the previous frontrunner, Liangxin, which struggled. Thus, Han Lai held his position. At 9:45 a.m., Kiyuan, unable to maintain its peak, quickly dropped below the opening price. It fell as low as 15.63, 36 cents below yesterday's closing price. Still, Han Lai remained unfazed, waiting for it to retest the 5-day moving average. As it turned out, it was stronger than expected. Even large sell orders couldn't push the price down. Noticing that active selling had thinned out and disagreements were fading, Han Lai invested his remaining 20% position. Execution price 15.66. By 10:22 a.m., the stock peaked again at 17.55, but then faltered. Han Lai sold 20% of his shares at 17.4. A successful trade, earning him a 70-cent profit per share. By the closing bell, Kiyuan had risen 6%. Han Lai's overall return reached 15.4%. This catapulted him to first place in his class and first in the entire school. Thanks to a recent update to the simulation platform, the leaderboard now displayed results in real time. Han Lai also entered the top 10 of the weekly national leaderboard for the simulation contest. He ranked 7th, not even at the bottom of the list. The class erupts. When the news broke, the entire class exploded. Zhang Tishu, holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Lai Gi is amazing. Chen Ping MLGBD, I only made 1% today. The gap just widened so much. Jing Liai, master of the Du sect, terrifying as expected. Lu Yao, forget battle through the heavens. The hottest thing now is the king's avatar. Xia Hongguan, losing the competition is fine. But don't lose your faith too. Li Meng at Xie Hongguan, respect. Are you the female Yeshu? Xia Hongguan, not at all, not at all. Lai Gaji is Yeshu, I'm just a humble Tianqi. Wang Hongli, then who's Sumusheng? Fang Fei 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 at Shi Looting, Muchun? Come entertain your customers. Lurking in the chat, Shi Looting was so furious she wanted to whip Fang Fei Fei. Well, maybe just slap her. Yu Yunyun chimed in sourly, I don't know what you're all saying. Just praise Lai Ji Yi. Lai Gi Yi, you're our pride. Truly amazing. If possible, she wouldn't have added the word our. But right now, she was somewhat afraid of Han Lai, and didn't dare to be too straightforward or enthusiastic. In fact, Han Lai was lurking too. Their conversation stirred fond memories for him. Who still remembers those early works that brought us so much joy back in the day? Han Lai did plenty of them. Battle Through the Heavens, Stellar Transformations, The King's Avatar, Evernight, Back to the Ming Dynasty, Godhead Shotgun. Having been reborn into 2013, he hadn't gone back to reread the web novels he'd once loved. Instead, he focused on doing what a 30-year-old man should, building a career. It was just a matter of different choices at different stages, not a loss of passion or mockery of his past. Maybe it was time to move up his plans for a stock trading web novel. Lost in thought, he snapped back to reality to find the group still bustling. Though many boys didn't like Han Lai, he always seemed out of place, like he was floating above them. They couldn't deny their pride. See? A national top 10 genius is from our class. Han Lai gave them bragging rights. Their approval made sense. Of course, some were bitter like Duan Jiayi, Lu Ji Chen Ping, and a few other aimless students. Lai Gi generously comforted them, even quoting the king's avatar. Don't take today's competition too seriously. It's not that you aren't strong enough, the opponent is just too powerful. Those who got the reference burst into laughter. Those who didn't? No problem, just join in the noise. A new round of chaos. Amid the chatter, Han Lai maliciously poked at Shi Looting again. At Shi Looting, class rep, see? Huiying treasure really rebounded. He attached a screenshot, and the group went wild. Fang Fai Fai Ting Ting, what happened? Did you sell Huiying treasure? Duan Xiaoyi, wow. It rebounded 4% today. Yu Yun, haha. Ting Ting, you're so funny. Xia Hongquan Shi Looting, are you okay? After endless prodding, Shi Looting finally replied tersely. Yeah, I sold it. Everyone asked, so what did you buy now? Shi Looting posted a screenshot with a sly smile emoji. When the others saw it, the chat instantly flooded with 50 to 60 messages. The astonishment was even greater than when Han Lai entered the top 10. Lai Gi sensed something was off. Why is everyone me? What does this have to do with me? He scrolled up, opened the screenshot, and his eyes widened as his jaw dropped. Shanghai Humanities Finance Class 1314. Kaiyuan Instruments, 6,300 shares, purchase price 15.70, closing price 16.90, profit 7,650, total return 3.5%. Damn it. You copied my homework. Now that the screenshot was out, Shi Looting didn't bother hiding it. She smugly delivered her victory speech. Stock trading is a long-term, dynamic learning process that requires persistence. Sometimes we take detours, but that's okay. Correcting them is what matters. Mistakes are the nutrients for our growth. How do we correct them? When walking with others, there's always something to learn. Some comrades may not have great personalities, they might be petty, foul-mouthed, or stingy, but their stock-picking methods are worth recognizing. We must boldly learn, carefully discern, and take their strengths to make up for our shortcomings. Blah blah blah. Her rambling gave Han Lai a headache. Damn it. You stole my stock, went all in, and now you're bragging in my face. When has Lai Gi ever suffered such humiliation? A dark thought crossed his mind. He suddenly asked, do you really want to learn from others' strengths? Instantly, the chat fell silent, like someone had pulled the plug. A few seconds later, the group chat exploded. Jin Sing Zoom. What a fast car. Chen Ping, damn, it just ran right over my face. Lai Gi Yi, you're too much. Wang Hongli, what are you two babbling about? How is this about you? Lu Yao, Lai Gi Yi, you pervert. Lu Xiaomi covers mouth, laughing down with the stinky rogue. Xia Hongguan Shi's looting, fully support you stealing all of Lai Gi Yi's stocks. Do it again tomorrow. Jing Li Lai, cut it out already. Stop talking stocks and get to the main event. Zhang Tishu Hoa. Is this content we're getting for free? Fang Fai Fai Han Lai, Lai Gi Yi, you're so dead. Yu Yun, I'm trembling all over with anger. Lai Gi Yi, how could you treat Ting Ting like this? If you're so tough, come at me instead. Sun Yu, wow. Yu Yun, you're such a saint. The group chat instantly became a chaotic mess. Only Shi Looting remained silent, stunned, numb, frozen. She didn't know how to respond. She typed, deleted, typed again, deleted again. Finally, gritting her teeth, she sent 6 words. Fine. Come down here right now. Han Lai saw the message and thought, well, we've already reached this point, so why not keep going? He replied playfully. What for? Gonna confess your feelings face to face. Damn it. Why are you so good at turning the tables? Shi Looting was furious and bit back. That's right. Or are you too scared to come down? Come down here, and I'll beat you to death. But Han Lai's next comment completely broke her defenses. I get it. But can we not talk about feelings and just focus on money instead? Shi Looting's vision went dark, and she nearly exploded with rage. Good grief. What do you take me for? Fang Feifei, even angrier, spoke up for her. Lai Ge. Don't go too far. So what if you have money? Does that mean you can bully people? Yu Yunyan, on the other hand, poked fun with glee. Hee hee, Lai Ge, how much are you planning to throw Ting Ting's way? One meant well but made it worse, the other stirred the pot on purpose. Caught between them, she looting was completely cornered. No matter how she responded, it would be a loss. She could feel countless people waiting to laugh at her and add salt to the wound. Thinking about how she'd idolized this dog man as her dream guy, only for him to humiliate her like this, her nose started to sting with frustration. And then, out of nowhere, Han Lai made a sharp pivot. What are you all thinking? Of course she's giving me money. The Duck King of Dream City, there's no way I'd pay out of pocket. Side-eye emoji. Boom. The group chat exploded again. Ha 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 ha. Hey. The screen filled with laughing emojis, and many girls joined in the teasing. Wang Honglei, what's the rate? Let me see if I can afford it. Lu Yao, count me in. Count me in. Lu Yaji, little Han. What services are you good at? Sun Yu, the key question is, do you take group bookings? Smirk emoji, smirk emoji, smirk emoji. Fang Fai Fai, huh? Group? Is it what I think it is? Xia Hung Wan, wow. If this is the topic, count me in. I'm awake now. Under the siege of teasing, Han Lai replied boldly. Don't underestimate my professional ethics. As long as you pay enough, I don't care how many of you there are. She Looting, who had been sulking moments ago, suddenly burst into laughter through her tears. This dog man, why is he so shameless? So annoying. With Han Lai turning himself into the joke, the earlier tension naturally dissolved. The head-to-head clash transformed into light-hearted banter. She Looting, saved from an embarrassing defeat, felt an odd sense of gratitude and relief. It was absurd. He was the one who started the nonsense and embarrassed me. But in the end, I still have to appreciate him for bailing me out. He got to play both the hero and the villain. But then again, it made sense. The system panel's glaring level 3 manipulation was clearly beyond Shi Looting's ability to handle. What did she know? Keep a straight face, act aloof, and curse get lost. Those were her 3 go-to moves. When they didn't work, she was out of ideas. With Han Lai's full arsenal of roguish skills, he could take her down with a flick of his finger. But Han Lai didn't get to revel in his victory for long. Less than 5 seconds later, the advisor, Lu Hong, suddenly appeared in the public class group chat and tagged him. What nonsense are you up to? Flirting and acting indecent? Come to my office during the break tomorrow. Then he tagged Shi Looting. Why haven't class matters been announced in the class group? I still haven't seen the rankings file. Finally, he tagged everyone. You're all university students. Watch your tone in public chats. Show some decency. The entertainment group fell dead silent. Lu Hong had sent these messages in the official class group, where he was the admin. That group included other teachers and all students. The chat where everyone had been joking around was a private group created by Shi Looting, which only had students. It was clear someone had leaked screenshots to Lu Hong. Now, no one dared to speak in the entertainment group. Meanwhile, smaller private chats exploded. Damn. Who's the snitch? Seriously. Reporting on jokes in our own group. Stupid basket case Lu Hong. What's his problem? Blowing this out of proportion over nothing. What's his brain made of mud? Han Lai wasn't in many small groups, but plenty of classmates messaged him privately, expressing their anger and offering support. Shi Looting, however, was the angriest of all. Damn it. I really don't want to be class rep anymore. Stupid advisor, stupid classmates. Seeing that she was no longer mad at him, Han Lai's mischievous side flared up again. Hurry up and pay me. Trying to freeload off me. Shi Looting was confused. Pay you for what? I'm not hiring you. What are you dreaming about? Do you think you can afford me? I'm asking for tuition fees for copying my homework. When Han Lai brought up the stock trading incident, Shi Looting's mood instantly brightened. That had been her boldest and wisest decision yet. Initially, she had planned to be stubborn about it. I'm no rookie. It's just stock picking who can't do that. But at the critical moment, she'd instinctively opened Kai Yuan's K-line chart. After staring at it repeatedly, she still couldn't make sense of it and felt a sudden fear of heights. Should I buy the stock I've been watching? Or follow Han Lai's lead? She hesitated for a moment until Kai Yuan's price dipped close to Han Lai's cost basis. Feeling a surge of joy, she closed her eyes and went all in. It turned out perfect. With a radiant smile, her fingers danced across the keyboard with a lively rhythm. Hee hee. You wish. I already copied your work. What money? Next time, I promise. Han Lai chuckled playfully, closed QQ and didn't reply further. Queen Ting? That's it? You'll soon be begging me to play along. Thursday the 14th. Shi Luding's good mood carried over into the morning. While running, she proactively greeted Han Lai again. Han Lai, morning? Han Lai deliberately snapped at her, shut up and keep up. She gave a cold snort, then secretly giggled, swishing her high ponytail as she obediently followed behind him. After running, they ate breakfast together. Nothing unusual happened today. When it was time to part ways, Shi Luding suddenly called out to him. Hey, second period today is Professor Wu's investment studies. Don't forget to attend. Got it. Han Lai nodded. Just as they were about to separate, the rarely used school loudspeakers crackled to life. Dear students, here is a special announcement of good news. Han Lai, a first-year student in the business school finance class of 2013, achieved an outstanding result of 7th place nationally during the first week of the Tencent A Share competition preliminary round. On behalf of the Humanities School Office, Publicity Office, Student Council, and all faculty and students, we extend our warm congratulations to Han Lai. The Tencent A Share competition is. Han Lai is. The loudspeaker went on with an extended explanation and over-the-top praise, portraying Han Lai as the pride of the Humanities School, a model student, and a future investment elite. Shi Luding pressed her lips together, unable to stop smiling. She looked even happier than Han Lai. Meanwhile, Han Lai was dumbfounded. Seriously? Was this level of urgency necessary? The first week isn't even over yet, and you're already jumping the gun? How desperate is humanities for a win? Though puzzled, Han Lai didn't dwell on it. After all, humanities really didn't have much to brag about, and organizing publicity was always a struggle. From his past life's experience in the literary arts department, he knew how lousy humanities was. Put it this way, without relying on the main campus, they couldn't even pull off a decent evening gala on their own. So now I'm their lifeline? Han Lai couldn't help but feel a little smug. As the two walked back, they soon spotted a bulletin board near the teaching building entrance with a large congratulatory announcement. A crowd of students had gathered around, chattering about it. Who's this Han Lai nobody? Never heard of him. Exactly. Such a big deal over nothing. This trash school is doomed. Jealous much? Our Lai Gi is a beast, okay? Oh, so he's got fans now? Jealous of what? Han Lai? As if. A bunch of broke business school losers trying to make themselves feel important. Hey you. Hey, get lost before I knock you out. A few of Han Lai's classmates were quickly chased off by students from the International Exchange Institute. One of the Exchange Institute students, leading the charge, spat disdainfully on the ground, let out a sneer, and walked away with swagger. Shi Luding had initially wanted to drag Han Lai over to check out the announcement, but seeing this, she quickly changed her mind. She even started worrying for him. Don't pay attention to those guys. They're just jealous. If you take it seriously, you've already lost. Han Lai glanced at her with amusement, then casually strolled toward the dorm. Don't worry. Even if you get anxious, I won't. Go on, focus on your class. Alright, bye-bye. They parted ways in front of the teaching building. Shi Luding went to class, and Han Lai returned to the dorm to monitor the market. On the way back, Han Lai coincidentally bumped into Dan Zihao and his group. Dan Zihao, Huang Wei, 2 familiar boys, and 3 unfamiliar faces. 7 guys in total were strutting down the middle of the road. The moment Huang Wei saw Han Lai, he flinched. He instinctively put on a flattering smile. Good morning, Lai Ge. Dan Zihao's expression immediately turned dark, and he glared at Huang Wei with dissatisfaction, letting out a disdainful snort. But Huang Wei ignored him, stepping aside to make way with the same ingratiating smile. Han Lai nodded and swaggered right through the middle of the group. He hadn't gone far when whispers began behind him. So that's the arrogant guy? Huang Wei, you're such a coward. Yeah, there's so many of us here, and Hao Ji is with us too. What are you afraid of? Dan Zihao added, you're embarrassing me. Next time, stand your ground. What, are you afraid I won't back you up? At this, Huang Wei suddenly grew defiant. If you want to stand your ground, you do it yourself. This is how I am. The argument escalated, with 3 of their classmates criticizing Huang Wei. Huang Wei, however, stood his ground, boldly snapping back. What, you think Dan Zihao has any face in front of Han Lai? If you're not happy with him, then handle it yourself. Fight him, curse him, I don't care. I'm not getting involved. And you 3 stop pestering me. I don't owe any of you a damn thing. Oh wow. The little punk hasn't lost his edge. Han Lai chuckled to himself, shook his head, and ignored their bickering. They wouldn't resolve anything anyway. Although Dan Zihao's family was much wealthier than Huang Wei's, Huang Wei didn't need anything from him. Both were young and had access to similar resources and pocket money, so there was no question of one fearing the other. On the contrary, Huang Wei's fear of Han Lai was deeply ingrained. He'd rather clash with Dan Zihao than risk provoking Han Lai again. That chilling gaze at the back of your head while you're trying to sleep, it's unforgettable if you've experienced it. Finally back at the dorm, Han Lai found Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding there, having breakfast. The moment they saw him, they greeted him eagerly. Lai Gi. Have you eaten yet, Lai Gi? Want some shrimp dumplings from Rongfengzhai? Han Lai waved them off. You guys eat. I'm taking a shower. 5 minutes later, shower done, Han Lai stepped out to find the two grinning from ear to ear, showering him with praise. Lai Gi, you're amazing. 7th place out of 800,000 participants, like a cow riding a power line, electrifying. Han Lai smiled calmly. How'd you find out? Did you guys join the competition? We wouldn't have known at first, Xiao Dongbei replied casually. But the loudspeaker announcement just now, we could hear it in the dorm. Ding Ding added shyly, we signed up, but honestly, we didn't put any effort in. Just picked random stocks and left them there. Han Lai asked, didn't your class have a few people doing well? Ding Ding scratched his head. Not really. Most of us can't even follow the regular lectures, let alone English taught ones. Xiao Dongbei nodded vigorously. Exactly. Passing the language requirement is hard enough for us. Those who do well usually rely on luck. Some of them started trading in middle school, but all they do is use insider info to scalp profits. And even with insider info, some idiots still get stuck. Yeah, so. Ding Ding hesitated, then cautiously continued, now our class is pretty bitter about you. Especially those who like showing off. They've been making snide comments. Han Lai nodded, showing he understood. Xiao Dongbei dismissed it. The school's holding Lai Gi up as a model. Let's see them prove themselves instead of sulking. Ding Ding shyly muttered again, I just think the publicity is too much, too soon. It's unnecessary. Oh? The kid's got a sharp mind. Han Lai gave Ding Ding a second look. Though timid, the boy had a clear grasp of the situation. In truth, the publicity push was premature and likely to backfire. For one thing, half of the International Exchange Institute now disliked Han Lai. Seems ridiculous? Maybe. But the Exchange Institute always saw themselves as elite and looked down on other departments. Now that Han Lai had outshone them, and significantly so, many of them were quietly fuming. It's just human nature. If Han Lai could maintain his lead, fine. But if he stumbled, the backlash would be severe. And here's the kicker, the school hadn't even informed Han Lai directly. They launched the campaign with great fanfare, yet offered no tangible benefits. It felt like a rushed, chaotic effort. That's why today was critical. If Han Lai could secure another 3% profit, he'd stabilize in the weekly top 10 and advance to the semi-finals. But if his profits took a significant hit, big publicity, then an immediate flop, you can imagine the outcome. A heavy pressure settled over him, one he shouldn't have had to bear. Time to show some real skill. Since the school gave me this platform, I want to win. Sitting steadily in front of the computer, Han Lai worked to calm the feelings of uncertainty in his heart. Emotions were emotions, and trading was trading. The idea was that a good trader could feel anger or frustration, but could never let emotions take control and influence their decisions. Once on the battlefield, strict discipline must be followed. Before the market opened, Han Lai calmly reviewed his strategy for the day. The original plan was to firmly hold Kaiyuan, but now he needed to reassess. There had been an unexpected development. At the recently concluded 13th plenary session, the government announced a major policy to promote deep integration of the military and civilian sectors. It was almost certain that today would belong to military stocks. If the broader market was strong, there would be no issue, military stocks would lead, and multiple sectors could rise together. If the broader market was weak, however, capital would likely concentrate in the military sector, temporarily stifling other hotspots. Kaiyuan would naturally be affected. Thus, today required adaptability. Short-term trading is really difficult. The market was constantly changing, and your logic had to adapt accordingly. If you couldn't keep up, you'd fall behind. Yesterday's certainty belonged to yesterday. Today came with its own variables. The moment you realized the basic premise had changed, what was right was no longer right, you had to accept it and exit immediately. This is why indecisive people couldn't succeed in short-term trading. When Han Lai had just been reborn, he hadn't rushed into the stock market because he knew he wasn't ready. His lack of readiness wasn't due to low confidence but rather a clear self-assessment. After a period of intense learning, Gradually cultivating focus and discipline, the old man had finally built a framework and confidence, leading to today's results. To be honest, while Han Lai could be carefree and reckless most of the time, in critical moments, he was incredibly composed. The foundation of success: talent, vision and temperament. He had all three. 9:30 a.m. The Shanghai index opened 3 points lower. The market appeared weak, with significant divergence overall, but the military sector immediately took off. CG Aerospace, JG Aerospace, CF Aerospace. Meanwhile, Kaiyuan hesitated as it attempted to climb. Han Lai felt a trace of anxiety. Two thoughts clashed repeatedly in his mind: wait a bit longer or take profits now. For those unfamiliar with the market, it's hard to understand this struggle. A single, seemingly simple decision, wait or sell, could determine thousands, tens of thousands, or even more in profit or loss. That's real money. Whose money isn't hard-earned? But in the market, a moment of hesitation could completely change the outcome. This immense pressure is what causes many otherwise capable professionals to become chives market fools. Although Han Lai wasn't immune to this pressure, his mental fortitude was far stronger than most, allowing him to overcome the anxiety. Focusing intensely on the screen, he worked to capture key information, update his judgment in real time, and hold his ground. Finally, clarity emerged. Around 9:50 a.m., the broader market stabilized, the Chanext index continued its rebound, and divergence turned into consensus. Kaiyuan's momentum strengthened. By 9:58 a.m., it hit the limit up price. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lai Yi clenched his fist triumphantly. Locking in the limit up within half an hour. Whether the broader market is strong or weak going forward, Kaiyuan has fully turned bullish. Tomorrow it would rise by at least another 6%. If things went well, it might even hit another limit up. The rankings are secured. At the limit up price, Han Lai sold 2,000 shares, deciding not to touch military stocks further. If this were his own real money, he'd definitely capitalize on the military sector's opportunities. An extra 3% is still profit. But this was the qualification round, and the semi-final small real money account would reset from zero in 2 weeks. Defense was sufficient. At this point, his total return was 25.5%, with 3,000 shares remaining. Even if he took a small loss tomorrow, it wouldn't affect his place in the weekly top 10. Glancing at the rankings, yesterday's leader had an 18.5% return, while 10th place had only 14.7%. Locked in, no surprises now. Just as he stretched lazily, a private message notification dinged on QQ. Opening it, he saw a message from Shi Looting. Smiling Tiger was just asking about you. Be careful, this bastard is up to no good. He scolded me a few times before, dropping all kinds of hints. Then when I said I'd resign as class rep, he was dumbfounded. Sorry, but you're an easy target for his anger. Oh, little cucumber, you're finally showing some Queen Ting vibes. Han Lai felt genuinely pleased. The mature version of Shi Looting, though aloof and out of touch, had sharp insight and a strong presence when needed. That version of her was the most captivating. Now, thanks to his antics, she'd been thrown into chaos, yet she was still pushing herself toward her best self. That was great. It'll make messing with her even more fun. The dogman closed his laptop, packed it into his bag, and headed out. Lu Hong was likely waiting in his office. Time to see what the schemer was planning. Whatever nonsense he's up to, I'm in a good mood today. Let's see how this goes. Wandering into the office, Han Lai found several business school advisors inside. Knocking lightly at the door, he greeted politely. Good morning, Teacher Liu. He looked every bit the courteous, well-mannered student aside from his buzzcut and cocky demeanor. Lu Hong looked up, and the moment he saw Han Lai, his previously stern face broke into a broad smile. Han Lai. Come in, come in. He even stood up, taking 2 steps forward to greet him. Huh? What's Smiling Tiger scheming now? From what Han Lai knew of Lu Hong, the warmer he acted, the bigger the favor he wanted. The hierarchy went something like this. Stern scolding free of charge. Calm admonishment costs a Zonghua cigarette. Smiling concern 2 bottles of Maotai. Warm hospitality bring out the cash. This level of enthusiasm was unprecedented. Maybe Lu Hong was sick? Before Han Lai could ponder further, the other advisors chimed in. Ah? So this is Han Lai? What a sharp young man, said an older woman. Yes, very impressive, added a middle-aged man with a teacup. You've brought honor to the business school and to Teacher Liu. Keep up the good work. This came from the highest-ranking person in the room, the business school vice dean. Lu Hong's face beamed like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Everyone's too kind. One good result doesn't mean much. We all have to keep striving. What does this have to do with you? Suppressing his annoyance, Han Lai put on a humble smile and approached Liu Hong's desk. Sit, sit. Liu Hong pulled up a swivel chair and gestured for him to sit. This level of courtesy was rare. As Liu Hong rambled on, the truth began to emerge. He wanted Han Lai to apply to the student council. He urged him to maintain his performance and bring glory to humanities. At the same time, Liu Hong subtly probed about Han Lai's background and trading skills. This left Han Lai puzzled. I have a background? Why don't I know about it? Finally, the truth slipped out. This time, the school is taking unprecedented interest. Director Che called me last night to ask about your personal situation. Suddenly, it clicked. The timing doesn't add up. Yesterday at the close, Han Lai had secured 7th place on the weekly leaderboard, a seemingly impressive result. But anyone experienced would know early rankings meant little. The market was full of reckless newcomers. How could 1 or 2 days prove skill? 15% returns don't justify this level of hype. If this had come after today, with him securing first place, it would have made sense. So, what's going on? With his enhanced 70 intelligence, a name immediately came to mind. Pan Ji. As the school's undisputed princess, Pan Ji definitely had the influence to sway Director Shi. Otherwise, following the normal procedure, results being finalized today, Liu Hong reporting to the department after the afternoon close, the department investigating tomorrow, then reporting to the school deliberating, assigning the task to the publicity department, and the publicity team taking their sweet time. Everything wouldn't be fully operational until next Monday at the earliest. How could it possibly move this fast? And she had a motive. Yesterday in the cafeteria, she'd been seriously offended. That spoon was indeed nice to use. No wonder she felt attached to it. Of course, Han Lai knew perfectly well it wasn't about the spoon, but he just enjoyed thinking of it that way. After all, Pan Ji wasn't exactly a saint, and this wave of publicity was clearly done with ill intentions, blowing him up after he'd barely reached 7th place. What was the goal? Afraid he wouldn't fall hard enough after slipping down the rankings? Yet, despite her black-hearted scheming, Han Lai wasn't angry at all. He actually found it amusing. How interesting, using flattery to try and destroy me? She'd propped him up, but now he was curious about her next move. Just wait. Let's have a nice little chat later. Casually deflecting Liu Hong, Han Lai danced around the topic for 10 minutes, giving away nothing. Joining the student council was out of the question. Even the more worthwhile arts department wasn't appealing, with only the etiquette and modeling teams being slightly notable. As for the other departments, not worth it. And about the etiquette and modeling teams, cough, no decent person cares about them. Even the prettiest girls there were at best on Fang Feifei's level, still a notch below someone like Big Nai Yun. We all know what they're missing, right? As for grades, Han Lai was absolutely determined to do his best, not for the school, let's not kid ourselves, but for himself. Though the practical benefits were distant, let's be real, what guy doesn't want to be the campus idol? Even if the additional dating options weren't necessary, the bragging rights were worth it. After finishing his verbal sparring session, Han Lai used Professor Wu's review session as an excuse to leave. Liu Hong was a bit reluctant, but had no choice but to let him go. Before parting, Han Lai feigned hesitation and said, Teacher Liu, one more thing. Recently, I've been spending too much time on trading, and I haven't been focusing on class. No problem. Focus entirely on the competition. Liu Hong responded enthusiastically, probably the most accommodating he'd ever been in his career. For your participation grades, I'll coordinate with your professors and give you full marks across the board. Got it. With Han Lai's current knowledge, he wasn't worried about the final exams, no matter how difficult they were. Anything below a 90 would be a failure, considering the amount of level 3 knowledge he'd gained. The only thing missing was participation points, which made up 40% of the total grade. By now, most of his points had probably been docked, but if he truly got full marks, wouldn't the scholarship be in the bag? The money wasn't important, but the recognition certainly was. Han Lai's parents didn't have grand ambitions, they just hoped he'd study well. Yet, in his younger years, he'd been so reckless that his grades fell to the 3rd tier, deeply disappointing them. Now, with a fresh start, bringing home a scholarship and gaining some recognition would surely make them proud. Being a filial son is everyone's duty, right? So, those seemingly insignificant participation points were actually quite important. Of course, this wasn't thanks to Liu Hong, it was Pan Ji who deserved the credit. If she hadn't pulled strings behind the scenes, there's no way Liu Hong would have been this cooperative. Fine, When I get the scholarship, I'll treat you to a bowl of spicy hot pot. Bidding farewell to Lu Hong, Han Lai swaggered his way to the multimedia classroom for class. By the time he arrived, he was 20 minutes late. Knocking on the door, he walked in to find today's market charts projected on the screen. Professor Wu was enthusiastically explaining something. The moment Professor Wu saw Han Lai, he set down his laser pointer and clapped twice with a big smile. Clap, clap, clap. Following his lead, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause and ear-piercing shrieks that sent chills down Han Lai's spine. Lai God, you're amazing. Uff. This kind of flattery is unbearable. I think I might die of second-hand embarrassment. Han Lai raised his hands in mock surrender and said, Professor, if you keep this up, I won't come next time. Besides, my participation grades are already sorted. Wu chuckled and waved him over. Come on, come on. Don't rush to sit down, share some thoughts with the class. Han Lai smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Please no, I've got nothing to share this time. I said everything last time, now it's all about execution. Just let me sit quietly. No way. Professor Wu insisted. You don't have to share your strategies, they're too advanced for them anyway. How about this, come up and critique your classmates' ideas? Han Lai froze. Wow. That's even worse. I'd rather share my strategies than risk offending people. Before he could refuse, the students started chanting. Lai Gi, get on stage. Lai Gi, get on stage. Even the girls from the neighboring accounting class joined in. With over 40 girls in their class, while none matched Shi Zi Luting's level, there were plenty of cute ones. Their sweet voices calling out Lai Gi could make anyone's head spin. Left with no choice, Han Lai reluctantly walked to the podium with a bitter smile. Alright, let's agree on one thing, I'll critique just one idea, and then I'm out. The girls cheered in victory. They didn't care about stocks. Just having Han Lai on stage to look at was enough. With a 79 appearance rating, he wasn't the most handsome, but his reputation and charisma elevated him beyond the truly handsome. Among the finance students, the competition for attention was fierce. Professor Wu's lectures were engaging, filled with anecdotes and insights. But stock trading wasn't about theory, it demanded results. And Han Lai, with his proven track record, was miles ahead of Wu in their eyes. Lai Gi, pick me. Me, me, me. Almost all the boys raised their hands, except for Dan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji. The girls were more reserved but still raised their hands. Only two people didn't raise their hands. Yu Yun, resting her elbows on the table, chin in her hands, gazing dreamily at Han Lai. To her, standing on stage, he seemed to glow. She Luting, arms crossed and leaning back like a boss, her expression cool with a hint of disdain. But her sparkling eyes betrayed her, shining brighter than the stars. Her lips might say dogman, but her heart screamed dream guy. She thought Han Lai didn't notice, so she kept up the act. Lose a bet? Sure. But drop her pride? Never. Eventually, Han Lai chose Zheng Lei, who owed him a question. Zheng excitedly explained his reasoning for picking CRRC North. The Guangxi section of the Nangguang High-Speed Railway was completed on September 15, 2013, with joint testing scheduled for November and operations expected in April next year. Impressed, Han Lai thought, as expected from someone from a government family, sharp with macro policies. Still, Zheng's perspective was too naive. After some thought, Han Lai responded, "We need to establish one fundamental fact. The market always has a main narrative, sometimes one, sometimes several. The strength and quantity of these narratives depend entirely on capital. Your idea about North and South CRRC is solid, but here's the problem. This is a bear market. Is there enough capital to make two large cap stocks the main narrative? Clearly, no. So, it's all empty talk. In today's environment, with current investor sentiment, only small and mid-cap stocks can be the main narrative. Look at today's hot military sector. Why are the leaders all small to mid-cap stocks, while the large caps are just following? Your reasoning is sound, but the timing is off. If you're half a step ahead, you'll make big money. If you're 2 steps ahead, you'll be stuck for 2 years. Taking this further, he added. Now, think about this, can the military sector become a long-term narrative? If so, for how long? If not, how high can it go? Han Lai wrapped up, leaving the smarter students murmuring it can't. Before a bull market arrives, the Chinext index remains the core of speculation. With a smile, Han Lai declined further questions, greeted Professor Wu, and stepped off the stage. Fang Fei and Yu Yun waved at him excitedly. Glancing at their seats, Han Lai decisively chose Fang Fei, who was sitting beside Shi Luting. Lai Gi, you're amazing. Fang Feifei whispered, clearly still impressed. Han Lai side-eyed her, feeling she'd been thoroughly influenced by Shi Luting. She clearly still liked him but was completely torn. If he and Shi Luting clashed, she'd side with Shi Luting without hesitation. When they didn't, she'd shamelessly fawn over him. Classic double-dipping. How does it feel, getting your first limit up stock? Han Lai asked with a smile. Shi Luting, secretly thrilled, was now second in the class, third in the school, and 379th on the platform. Yet, she remained calm. It's whatever. I don't really care about it, she added. Looks like our bet might not have a conclusion. You're advancing to real money trading while I stay in simulation. Different tracks, you know? So, this is your angle, huh? Amused, Han Lai raised his eyebrows and smirked. Don't be so sure. Advancing to real money trading isn't that hard. There might be a surprise for you. Shi Luting's heart skipped a beat. What? I might advance too. I only copied one trade. Do you really have to drag me into the national spotlight for public humiliation? Han Lai's words left Shi Luting deeply troubled. Now, she was starting to have some awareness of her actual level. After all, she wasn't stupid. Her previous inexplicable confidence was just the result of not having been schooled by the market, yet she'd made the mistakes all rookies make. After seeing Han Lai's operations firsthand, she could no longer be so naive, thinking she truly had the skills. Messing around in the simulated trading account was fine since there wasn't much pressure. But if she advanced to the small real money account? Wow. Only 10 contestants in total, being watched by tens of thousands of people. Make one silly mistake, and wouldn't she be laughed at until next year? No, this couldn't go on. In that instant, Shi Luting made up her mind. Still, she didn't immediately admit defeat. Instead, she snorted coldly on purpose and ignored Han Lai. But in her heart, she thought, dog of a man, you want to see me make a fool of myself? Keep dreaming. Behind Han Lai's back, she opened the Great Wisdom app and sold all her stocks at the upper limit price. Her final earnings were locked in. She decided not to buy anything else going forward. I'm done playing. What can you do about it? Han Lai only found out about this the next day. When the market opened in the morning, Kyuan stock hit the upper limit again at lightning speed. Even though Han Lai had already reduced his position size, his total returns broke the 30% threshold, firmly securing him the top rank. But Shi Luting, who was fully invested in Kyuan, hadn't moved a single spot on the leaderboard. Han Lai sensed something was off and quickly messaged her privately. What's going on with you? At the same time, many classmates also noticed the anomaly and started at-ing her in the group chat. Shi Luting sent a few goofy laughing emojis and casually replied with 3 words sold too early. No one believed her, but they also didn't push further. It was Liu Hong who got anxious. Why didn't you consult Han Lai before selling? If you hadn't acted rashly, 2 of us from our class could have made it into the top 10 in the first week. Imagine how much that would inspire everyone. Shi Luting pursed her lips, fully aware of Liu Hong's intentions. She didn't hold back and posted a long reply in the group chat. Everyone knows I copied Han Lai's trades. At the time I was just joking around with him. I never expected to achieve such great results. Honestly, my skills don't match the outcome. Looking back now, my decision was indeed thoughtless. I'm sorry, Han Lai. I apologize to you. As for Mr. Liu's so-called consultation, what's mine is mine, what isn't, I don't want. If you're looking for results, go find someone who genuinely has the ability. Wow, what boldness. Liu Hong was left furious but speechless, and the classmates finally saw a new side of Shi Luting's audacity. However, her private response to Han Lai's message was entirely different. So you're really that eager to throw me into the real money competition and beat me up, huh? I won't let you have your way. Han Lai tried to coax her further. Why do you put it that way? Am I that kind of person? Shi Luting sneered. You're not human. That's for sure, you dog. At that, Han Lai was utterly stumped. He never imagined that Shi Luting could be so perceptive, guessing his intentions from a single look and one teasing comment. Not only that, but she also acted so decisively, opting to give up entirely. What she abandoned wasn't just a spot in the small real money competition, it was also a golden opportunity to make a name for herself, something others could only dream of. Duang Xiaoyan Shenzihao wished desperately to rise to the top but simply lacked the ability. Shi Luting, on the other hand, had the spot firmly in her grasp, yet she chose to retreat at the peak moment. As expected, deep down, she was always that ruthless queen who could be cruel enough to herself. At critical moments, she had the determination and decisiveness to cut her losses. Remarkable. Still, it wasn't a big problem. She was already teetering on the edge of public embarrassment. Where could she escape to now? Go ahead, try swallowing the overbearing CEO's goddess whole. Try not asking me for help when it comes to experiencing the pet collar. With a heart full of calculations, Han Lai knew she'd already lost all her bargaining chips long ago. Her current struggles only added to his amusement. Dog-like devotion doesn't end well. A wolf gets it all in the end. Have you learned that lesson yet? Back to the competition. Since it was Friday, the settlement day for the first week of the simulated trading competition, all eyes were on the event. When Kaiyuan stock hit the upper limit again, Han Lai maintained his top position, and the competition forum exploded as expected. Neighbor Lao Wang, wow! Where did this big shot come from? Beat the second place by 12 centimeters. Philly no. 3 look at the ID. Doesn't it just scream for roasting? Yixu Qingzhu, my god, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Truly absurd. Once dreamed day and night, oh, a student from the Humanities and Business College at Shanghai International Studies University, Finance Class 1358. College students these days are terrifying. 4 corners of dawn even more absurd. Isn't Humanities College a private third-tier institution? Demon King on the loose, he's a short-term trader. Academic qualifications don't matter, ability does. But hey, I noticed several IDs with the same prefix but different suffixes. Does 13 mean 2013? Is this guy just a freshman? Young and fat Han Xiaopeng, impossible. No way. When I was a freshman, I was too busy drooling over girls' legs to even think about this stuff. Flower Village's handsome Shimada Gen, where are the platform admins? Hurry up and post the transaction records. A bunch of people joined in the commotion, and the post quickly reached over 600 replies. At the 618th floor, the Tencent platform manager appeared and replied, "We'll be interviewing the 1358 champion soon. Please stay tuned. Looking forward to it." Looking forward +1. The queue of replies kept growing. After the market closed in the afternoon, Tencent Finance's staff promptly reached out to Han Lai. Upon confirming his decision to advance to the small real money competition, they arranged an exclusive interview, showing considerable importance. But Han Lai didn't think much of it. He just wanted to get it over with. The main issue was that there wasn't much tangible benefit to being the weekly champion. It wasn't that convincing. However, his school treated it with extraordinary importance. Not only did Lu Hong storm into his dorm room, but he was also accompanied by Director Shi from the administrative office, Dean Lu from the business school, Student Council President Yu Shuqin, and Publicity Department Head Wang Tianqing. Director Che was especially enthusiastic. "Student Han, the honor you've brought to the school is significant, valuable, and rare. On behalf of the school leadership, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. I hope you'll continue to excel, showcase your talents and skills, and bring more glory to our school. Humanities College never neglects any student who makes major contributions to the school. Do you have any requests or difficulties? Feel free to speak up. I'm here today to solve any concerns you might have." Lu Hong quickly chimed in to back him up. "That's right, Han Lai. Whatever reward you want, Director Chi and Dean Lu can make the decision for you." Dean Lu was more concise. "Xiao Han, let me be upfront. If you can advance to the finals, you're guaranteed a spot in next year's exchange program. You can choose any school, and all expenses will be covered by the department." As soon as he said this, Yu Shuqin and Wang Tianqing, who had come along, couldn't help but feel envious. Yu Shuqin was a self-made legend in the foreign languages college. Coming from a modest background, he had relied purely on his ability to become the student council president. Wang Tianqing, on the other hand, was the campus beauty of the Arts and Media College. Charismatic, with a sweet voice, and surrounded by admirers. But none of that mattered. Their family conditions couldn't compare to the wealthy students in the International Relations College, who could study abroad whenever they wanted. Joining the student council was merely a way to gain a competitive edge after graduation. Studying abroad on a full scholarship? They didn't even dare to dream of it. The best they could hope for was a partial self-funded exchange program, fiercely competing for every opportunity. Take one of the most popular programs in Humanities College, for example, a 1-year exchange at the University of Wisconsin in the U.S. Tuition fees were waived, but other expenses still totaled $12,000. 80,000 RMB, certainly not a small sum, but it was already the most affordable option. Only 3 spots were available each year, and guess how many people competed for them this year? Dean Lu's promise meant what? You can pick the best, most expensive school you want, and all expenses will be covered by the department. Not just saving money, it was a windfall. Fixed costs would go through official accounts, and variable costs like living expenses would typically be given up front, according to a set standard. A $20,000 stipend wouldn't be an exaggeration. Spend carefully, work a part-time job, and you could buy a car upon returning. A net difference of 200,000 RMB. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yu Shuqin and Wang Tianqing didn't dare speak up, but they kept stealing glances at Han Lai. They were undoubtedly envious, and perhaps had other thoughts in mind. However, Han Lai didn't take the leadership's promise seriously at all. Empty promises? I'm way better at that myself. And honestly, trying to buy me off with such a small benefit, who are you insulting? With a calm smile he replied, Director Che, Dean Liu, I don't have any requests or difficulties. If my final results are poor, I wouldn't have the face to make any requests. If my results are exceptional, then I won't need to. Don't you agree? This statement stunned all the visitors. So bold, yet so confident. Indeed, considering the length of the competition, anyone who made it to the finals had to be incredibly skilled. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that anyone who placed in the top 20 in the finals was among the most elite traders in the market. Achieving consistent profits. Child's play. If the results were outstanding, countless major institutions would come knocking. Who would care about a mere study abroad spot? Wang Tianqing was awed by Han Lai's confidence. Yu Zhuqin, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable. Something he valued so highly was as insignificant as straw in Han Lai's eyes, an undeniably frustrating feeling. Dean Liu froze briefly, then furrowed his brows slightly. Director Che, however, maintained his enthusiasm. It's fine, it's fine. Han Lai's practical attitude is a good thing. It gives me even more confidence in you. But of course, the school won't let any student's contributions go unrewarded. We'll discuss it further. Han Lai smiled lightly and nodded. Thank you for understanding. His composed and steady demeanor left another deep impression on the group. In reality, the reason for Han Lai's somewhat provocative attitude was to prevent the school from pulling any unexpected stunts. Don't assume they wouldn't. Quite the opposite, it was all too likely. This school defied common sense. Now, he'd made his stance clear. Whatever they planned to do, they'd have to tread carefully. Because he didn't need anything from the school needed him. Having grasped the key, Han Lai remained as steady as ever. Director Xie exchanged a few more pleasantries, but ultimately found no breakthrough and gave Lu Hong a discreet signal. Lu Hong quickly stepped up. About Tencent Finance's interview. How do you think I should respond? When it came to minor matters unrelated to core interests, Han Lai was happy to cooperate. Wang Tianqing stepped forward with a sweet smile. Junior Han, here's a rough outline of Tencent's interview questions. Take a look and see if you can follow this framework. She handed over a handwritten outline with key points marked in red. Han Lai skimmed through it and understood. As expected, it was all about emphasizing the school's guidance and education, praising the campus culture and teaching quality, a promotional piece. Sure, I don't mind. He agreed readily. This kind of interview held little value for him, so little that he didn't even care. But the school clearly thought differently. In Shanghai, the top-tier schools in the bragging industry were Fudan and Jiaotong University, masters of spinning narratives. Shanghai International Studies University wasn't bad either, with strong professional advantages that left little room for criticism. But Humanities College? A virtual nobody. Forget bragging, they didn't even dare breathe too loudly. Now it was different. Finance 1358, Humanities and Business College, Shanghai International Studies University was shining brightly at the top of Tencent's share competition weekly leaderboard, soon to be featured on Tencent Finance's news headlines. What a moment of pride. This wasn't just breaking new ground, it was storming the heavenly palace. So, when Tencent's interviewers contacted Han Lai via QQQ, he directly typed out answers according to the script, adopting an official tone. Our Humanities College's educational philosophy has had a profound impact on me. Blah blah blah. After 5 questions, the interviewer couldn't hold back. Are you really 1358? Of course, who else? Oh, I thought I was talking to one of the school's leaders. After wrapping up the interview, both the dean and Director Che were satisfied and left after offering more words of encouragement, smiling all the way. Yu Zhuqing gave Han Lai a deep look before leaving second to last. Wang Tianqing, however, didn't rush out. Hands behind her back, she bent slightly to look at his laptop screen. Junior Han, could I have your QQ number? Han Lai looked up, his eyes suddenly fixed. LED outfits are truly abundant. Black, stockings, halfway. He originally didn't want to give it, but the senior was so committed November weather, wearing only a windbreaker outside and a shirt inside. The shirt was a deep V-neck with the first button undone. How cold must she be? And her smile was so bright no, so wide no, so sweet. So, Han Lai opened QQ and moved aside a little, saying calmly, "See for yourself." Wang Tianqing was stunned. This junior. Truly unexpected. An experienced playboy? But as she looked into his clear eyes she began to doubt herself. Tiger? Mouse? Hard to say. Which was exactly what she wanted. She leaned in closer, reading and memorizing the number. Han Lai doubted her intelligence. It was an 11-digit number, yet she spent 30 seconds staring at it repeatedly. She even seemed to notice the blue lines and faint red patterns on his QQ skin. Finally, after memorizing it, she stood up and smiled sweetly at him. "Junior Han, if I ever ask you for stock trading advice in the future, please don't turn me down." "What trading?" Han Lai didn't quite catch it, but it didn't stop him from nodding. Sure, no problem at all." Wang Tianqing was very satisfied, feeling she had given enough incentive and secured the junior. She waved gently, swaying her hips as she walked out gracefully. Then, 5 seconds after she left, Han Lai completely forgot about the promise he just made. If she's a keeper, full marks. If not, 0. If she's baiting, negative. Most likely another negative scorer. But no worries. Han Lai was best at turning negatives into full marks. Fang Feifei and Yu Yun were off limits due to their proximity to sensitive figures, but Wang Tianqing had no such shield. What gave her the nerve to try? Not that it mattered. With his current schedule he didn't have time for this anyway. Maybe later, if he felt like it. Director Chi and Dean Liu parted ways, and Director Chi immediately headed straight for the principal's office. Before entering, he bent down habitually. "Principal Zhang." "Ah, Xiao Ke?" Principal Zhang, dressed sharply in a Shanghai-style gentleman's suit, raised his eyes slightly and removed his gold-rimmed glasses. "What brings you here?" "Well, it's like this." Director Che clearly reported on Han Lai's achievements, the benefits this could bring to the school, his publicity plans, and also sought the principal's opinion on the reward scheme. Although Director Chi often resorted to flattery, even with little girls, his work was undeniably thorough and meticulous in every aspect. However, Principal Zhang's reaction was unusual. "You're saying that it was old Pan's daughter who reached out to you first?" "Huh?" Director Che was momentarily stunned. "Yes, when I got the call I found it a bit strange." "And the boy's name is Han Lai?" Principal Zhang asked with interest. "Is he very thin, with big, bright eyes?" "Yes, exactly." "You know him?" A steady image of a young boy surfaced in Principal Zhang's mind, making this situation increasingly intriguing. "I met him once. Old Pan has a good impression of the kid." With a casual remark, Principal Zhang gave his approval. "The plan is good. Go ahead with your ideas. Set the reward ceiling a bit higher, and we'll decide further based on the competition results." "Got it. I'll start arranging things now." "Go on." Director Che left the office feeling triumphant, grinning ear to ear like a satisfied orange. "Goodness, I've hit the jackpot this time." Being a sharp individual, Director Che easily inferred a few key facts from Principal Zhang's remarks. Principal Zhang didn't actually know Han Lai very well. Chairman Pan wasn't particularly familiar with Han Lai, either likely not a long-standing family acquaintance. Therefore, the only logical conclusion was this: Han Lai and Pan Ji's relationship wasn't simple. Moreover, Chairman Pan didn't seem opposed to their interaction. As a result, Principal Zhang was happy to use this opportunity to curry favor with Han Lai. The final takeaway? Recognizing and rewarding Han Lai, as much as possible maximum effort to please Pan Ji. If the little princess was satisfied and casually praised him to Chairman Pan upon returning home. Becoming the office director wouldn't be Director Chi's endpoint after all. Director Chi's focus on Pan Ji stemmed from the unique nature of private third-tier colleges, which lacked formal administrative structures. Unlike conventional universities, promotions here operated differently. In the Humanities College, only Principal Zhang held a concurrent role as a vice principal of Shanghai International Studies University, and the finance director was also seconded from there. Every other leader was independently hired. The so-called vice principals, deans and department heads were, in essence, high-level employees. In theory, Principal Zhang had control over personnel decisions. But in reality, securing a senior position often depended more on the board's opinion than the principal's. The problem was that mid-level leaders like Director Chi had no direct access to the board members. Especially someone like Chairman Pan, a major shareholder. Getting a nod and a smile from him was already a stretch. With such a gap in wealth and status, currying favor was nearly impossible. So, he had to find an alternative path. For example, fulfilling the little princess's wishes and winning over her beloved. Then, at a critical moment, she'd speak a favorable word for him. Wouldn't that solve everything? Pleased with himself, Director Che hummed a song. Ah, the happy drum beats celebrate the festive season. Today is a good day, hey. Returning to his office, the first thing Director Che did was call Pan Ji. Pan Ji, Uncle Che wants to thank you. Thank you for recommending such an outstanding talent to the school. Pan Ji. If not for your reminder, Uncle Che wouldn't have thought of this brilliant promotional idea. Don't worry, I'll make sure Han Lai becomes the campus idol. Pan Ji's breathing grew heavier, so much so that Director Che could hear it clearly. Feeling triumphant, he chuckled silently. Ha. No need to get emotional, this is what Han Lai deserves. Alright, you can notify him personally later, okay? Pan Ji, stay composed. Taking a deep breath, Pan Ji resisted the urge to curse. She had no choice but to endure the consequences of her own actions. There was no way she could backtrack now and give Director Shi another laugh at her expense. Fine. Thank you, Uncle Che. Not at all. If there's anything else, feel free to come to me. I might not be able to help with big things, but taking care of Xiao Han, Uncle Che can handle that. Hanging up, Director Che beamed, feeling that his prospects had widened significantly. Pan Ji gritted her teeth, mentally branding this pig into her memory. Putting down her phone, she immediately grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Where are you going? Her roommate Tofu asked, confused. Home. Tofu checked the time, baffled. Wasn't the family car supposed to pick her up? What's the rush? Just as Pan Ji hurried out of the school gate and hailed a cab, Principal Zhang was dialing Chairman Pan's number. Meanwhile, Han Lai had just finished typing 3 chapters of his novel and paused for a break. He opened WeChat to check on messages from his sponsors as usual. To his surprise, a message popped up from someone he hadn't heard from in a while. Hardman, are you in Humanities College's finance class? Why would she ask this? Han Lai felt both surprised and pleased. It had been over 10 days since he last heard from Chen Yanfei. In the beginning their chats were lively, but as time went on, distance and different lifestyles inevitably created a gap. This wasn't unusual. Long-distance relationships rarely worked out. Her concerns were things he couldn't understand, and his doubts were feelings she couldn't share. What was there to talk about? Life, work, studies all out of sync. Most of the time it felt like grasping for topics. After a while it just naturally faded. So her sudden question caught him off guard. Yes, I'm in the finance class. Why do you ask? Her excitement was palpable through her words. Wow. Do you know who's in finance class 1358? Han Lai instantly understood. You've joined Tencent's share competition? Guardian Beast, yup. My roommate and I joined for fun, but we totally messed up our trades. Haha. Guardian Beast still. It's pretty fun. Guardian Beast, so today, she told me the lower tier college has risen up, and I saw the top spot was from your class, so I thought I'd ask. Guardian Beast, do you know that big shot? Can you introduce us? My roommate really admires him. Han Lai laughed, feeling genuinely happy. Burning Passion, and you? Do you admire him too? Guardian Beast, I'm okay. I just heard my roommate rave about how amazing he is, but I can't really relate. Guardian Beast. Hardman, are you jealous? Haha. Burning Passion picking nose emoji. Burning Passion, why would I be jealous? Not only do I know him, but you know him too. Guardian Beast, how would I know someone from your class? Guardian Beast, wait. Is it you? Guardian Beast shocked emoji x3. Burning Passion, it's your Hardman brother, no doubt. ID 58, just finished an interview with Tencent Finance. Guardian Beast, hold on, I need a moment. She needed a moment for a full minute and a half, then sent several emojis. Guardian Beast, well done, Xiao Lai. You're making our dream city too high proud. Guardian Beast, my roommate keeps asking what you look like. Should I tell her? Han Lai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked quickly, how do you plan to describe me? Guardian Beast, short, small eyes, beaten up but still pretending to be tough. How's that? Burning Passion, 3 days apart, and you should look at me with fresh eyes. I've grown a few centimeters, had eye surgery, and my skin's fair now. I'm super handsome, okay? No proof, just talk. She sent a panda meme, and Han Lai responded with the same one. If there's a red envelope, I'd even send a nude photo.jpg. Guardian Beast, alright, you said it. Within 10 seconds, she sent a red envelope. The WeChat red envelope feature was relatively new, yet she was already adept at using it and even had spare change. Sensing something off, Han Lai hesitated before accepting. Burning passion, swear that if it's a penny, you're a dog. Guardian Beast, how dare you not trust me? Guardian Beast, fine. I swear. If it's a penny, I'm a dog. Feeling slightly reassured, Han Lai cautiously opened the envelope. Damn. It was 0.01 yuan. Burning passion. Burning passion. Guardian Beast, woof woof. Woof woof woof. Damn it. He surrendered. Guardian Beast, haha. Burning passion, no photo for you. Guardian Beast, who cares? Oh, my roommate says she wants to visit you this weekend to ask for advice. Will you host her? Burning passion, are you coming? Guardian Beast, of course I am. My roommate is super pretty, way prettier than me. Do you think I'd let her meet you alone? Burning passion, are you worried about her or me? Guardian Beast, Hardman, you're getting cocky, huh? Burning passion, so cocky. The no. Too high goddess is coming to see me. I don't even remember my own name now. Guardian Beast, listen up, it's not me visiting you for fun, I'm accompanying my roommate to meet the big shot. Burning passion, then I'm busy. Guardian Beast, you're so mean. Burning passion, little she dog calling others dogs. Guardian Beast, goodbye. If we keep chatting, this will go downhill fast. I'm out. And true to her word, she vanished, leaving no further messages. Tomorrow was Saturday. Would she actually come? Han Lai smiled wryly but didn't ask. It didn't matter either way. If she came, fine. If not, even better. Too much had changed too quickly, making things hard to explain. Still, she might not remember all the details clearly, it wouldn't be hard to gloss over. So, let her decide. Elsewhere, Pan Ji-hee just arrived home when her father summoned her. Seeing the kind smile on his face, her heart skipped a beat. Nanan. The moment old Pan started speaking, Pan Ji-hee immediately knew her premonition was right. This wasn't going to be good news. How clever was she? She knew this overly conciliatory man in front of her far too well. Dad. I'm so tired. Can't we talk about this tomorrow? Please? Pretty please. She instantly switched to her sugar-coated tone, sweetening her voice by 400%. With her soft, syrupy voice, delicate face, and cute smile, anyone would fall for it. Old Pan was completely disarmed. He grinned, baring his teeth, momentarily dazed by her charm. A sly glint flashed in Pan Ji-hee's eyes, and she was about to make her escape when her mom suddenly appeared behind her, wrapping an arm around her slim waist. Oh my darling, what have you been up to at school today? Come tell mommy everything. I haven't seen you all week, I missed you so much. Ma! Pan Ji's face instantly darkened. Great. This must be something huge if it's got both of you teaming up. Her mom, Zhao Annie, had a name that sounded old-fashioned, but she was anything but. She was exceptionally clever, or perhaps it was better to say, deviously cunning. Her specialty was using subtle, gentle methods to deliver fatal blows. Pan Ji's temperament and skills were all inherited from her mother. However, limited by age and experience, she was no match for her. Nothing much. Under Zhao Annie's watchful gaze, Pan Ji was escorted to the sofa, her confidence deflated as she sat down, visibly anxious. Sigh. No way out now. Then why is our darling so tired? Oh, I know, is it emotional fatigue? Come, sweetheart, let mommy sit down and talk with you. Zhao Annie's concern was a trap, woven with warmth and tenderness, leaving Pan Ji with no room to escape. Dad. What was it you wanted to say? Pan Ji quickly gave in, figuring it was better to get it over with. Oh right. Old Pan snapped back to his senses, catching his wife's subtle but triumphant look. Ah, my wife, she's the best. So, here's the thing. Old Pan cleared his throat and began following his carefully rehearsed script. You know how I've been dabbling in stocks all these years whenever I have free time. And, well, I keep losing money. With a dramatic slap on his thigh, Old Pan put on an expression of utter despair. The moment Pan Ji heard the word stocks, her bad feeling escalated to its peak. Your mom's been furious with me about this. Nonsense. Don't think I don't know that your stock account has only a few cents in it. Pan Ji screamed internally, ready to retort, but her mother chimed in from the side. Tell me about it. had shut her up instantly. She sat quietly, like a little chicken. Old Pan sighed again. So, now I've come to terms with my own incompetence. But all that money I've lost still needs a resolution. So, I asked some friends for advice. Crack. A flash of insight struck Pan Ge, illuminating a figure in her mind. No way. Is it? It was. The more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to occur. And what do you know? Today Uncle Jean called me and said there's this young guy who's exceptionally skilled in this field. And you know him too. So I thought, why not invite him over for some advice? Pan Ge's eyes widened as her lips trembled. She slowly uttered the name. Lai. Yes, that's him. Old Pan grinned broadly, his intentions now fully revealed. Finally understanding what her father was up to, Pan Ge couldn't wrap her head around one thing. Why do you care so much about someone you've only met once? It didn't make sense. Pan Ge was cunning, but in certain areas, she was utterly naive. Take Shi Lucian's entanglement with Han Lai, for example. She saw it as nothing more than a game between two top-tier beauties, never considering it to be a romantic matter. She could also tell that Shi Lucian's real preferences were men, and most likely, dog-like men. Her playful closeness to Pan Ge was half joking, half appreciating beauty. Pan Ge felt the same way. The reason she didn't reject or feel uncomfortable with Shi Lucian's gestures was simply that she was stunningly beautiful. To her, it was perfectly normal and healthy, nothing to read into. So why did her father admire Han Lai so much after just one meeting? Could it be that this dog had some dazzling quality I missed? Doubting herself, questioning life, she was nudged further into a corner by her mother, Zhao Annie. Sweetheart, you have to help mommy. I really can't stand seeing your dad fiddle with that stock account anymore. It's not much money, but the losses are enough to drive me mad. Why not invite Xiao Han over for a chat and see if he can help? If he's really good, my idea is to let him manage the stock account entirely. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't worry, darling, we won't mistreat him. Pan Ge was stunned. What am I supposed to be worried about? What does that even mean? Suddenly realization dawned on her. Wait, are you suspecting something between me and that dog? Impossible. The words burst out of her before she could stop them. Zhao Annie raised an eyebrow, smiling as she stared at her daughter. Why not? It had to be admitted there was such a thing as a generational power imbalance. Pan Ge instantly caved, scrambling to change her tune. I mean, I don't think he's that capable. Old Pan said leisurely, how would you know if you don't ask? I'm not clueless, you know I can tell if someone's competent. Pan Ge rolled her eyes. If you're not clueless, then there wouldn't be any clueless people in the world. Desperately searching for a way out, she found herself thwarted when Zhao Annie made the final decision. That's settled, then. Tomorrow evening invite Xiao Han over for dinner. We'll host him with a family meal. Defeated. Pan Ge stared blankly ahead, her delicate face contorted in dismay, looking utterly lifeless. Remember, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Reach out to him early, and I'll prepare a feast for you two. Got it. Listless. Pan Ge mumbled a reply before pouting and shuffling upstairs. The couple watched her retreating figure until it disappeared. Then they exchanged a worried glance. Old Pan? You're right. This is concerning. Exactly. Old Pan nodded emphatically. Xiao Han is already the only boy she's close to. But when I suggested inviting him over, she still reacted so strongly. Zhao Annie sighed, her head throbbing. At her age, developing feelings for the opposite sex is only natural. We've always been open-minded about this, we never forbade early dating, just taught her to protect herself. But all these years, even as her adolescence is ending, she's still uninterested in boys. This isn't normal. Sigh. Old Pan let out a heavy sigh, the image of a worried father. With other girls, parents are terrified of early romance, keeping a close watch from middle school through college. We didn't have that stress and even boasted about it to our friends. Now it's all catching up to us. Old Pan, we can't just sit and do nothing. Zhao Annie clenched her fist, full of determination. But I'm already giving Xiao Han opportunities, what else can we do? We need to figure out why she's not interested in boys, and then address the root cause. Okay, you analyze, and I'll add to it. The two launched into a fervent discussion, brainstorming endlessly, but achieving little. Parenting and understanding children truly are monumental challenges. It has nothing to do with wealth or status. The Pan couple was already open-minded, often engaging in heart-to-heart talks with their daughter. By most standards they were excellent parents. But Pan Ge was an enigma. Intelligent, mature, headstrong, and deeply reserved, she was difficult for anyone, even her parents, to decipher. Because of her maturity, they had trusted her and rarely worried about her. Now that they'd stumbled upon a problem, they had no idea where to begin. They were completely stumped. In truth, the so-called uninterested in boys narrative was inaccurate. A more accurate description would be she wasn't interested in boys her age. Her early emotional maturity made her see boys as childish. By middle school, the boys around her felt like little kids. In high school, the ones trying to show off seemed even more juvenile and annoying. It wasn't that she never had romantic fantasies, they were just directed at older, more mature figures from movies and dramas. How could she share this with her mom? So she kept up a calm facade, dismissive of her parents' concerns about early romance. Left to her own devices, she would have naturally entered a relationship after graduating college and entering the workforce, where she'd meet more mature men. But an unexpected twist disrupted everything. Shi Lucian, frustrated by Han Lai, staged a dramatic self-destruction, which old Pan inadvertently witnessed. The couple, who hadn't even considered this angle before, suddenly grew anxious. The more they observed, the more they felt something was off, yet, afraid to confront her, they could only maneuver indirectly. As for Pan Ji, she couldn't have imagined such a turn of events. She was so worried about her parents misunderstanding her relationship with Han Lai. Little did she know, they were hoping she'd get involved with him. Fate truly has a twisted sense of humor. Back in her room, Panji sat in her 80 square meter space, staring at her phone, conflicted for a long time. What's done is done. There's no avoiding it now. How should I even bring this up with Han Lai? After much hesitation, she decided to play it cool. After all, he didn't know about her role in the school's promotional plans. She opened WeChat and began typing furiously. Dog. Congrats on winning the first week of the competition. To distance herself, she intentionally kept her tone rude, pretending she was still annoyed with him. Sigh. I really am a genius. When Han Lai saw the message, he was in the middle of freeloading a dinner from Shi Lucian. As for the prior unpleasantness between them, what unpleasantness? There was none. With how pliable this little cucumber was, one teasing joke from the dogman was enough to coax her back into a good mood. Reading Panji's message, Han Lai's mind quickly turned, and he deliberately showed a playful smile. Seeing the overbearing CEO's mischievous smirk on her male god's face, Shi Lucian's heart skipped a beat. She tried to act nonchalant and casually asked, "What's up?" All three of them were acting. Life's a stage, and it's all about the performance. Clearly, the near-professional level actor Han Lai had the upper hand. Nothing. The future best actor shook his head, feigning confusion. Panji suddenly sent me a message. She wasn't very polite. Did you say something bad about me to her? I didn't. Shi Lucian felt a bit guilty but spoke firmly. What did she say? Let me see. She leaned in, trying to look at his phone. But this subtle display of dominance wasn't something Han Lai would indulge. He frowned, and his voice turned cold. If you've got the ability to fully support me, you can see whatever you want. One stern rebuke, and she immediately backed down. Fine. If you won't let me, I won't look. Why are you so mean? Well, a classic case of preferring tough over soft, a pure masochist. Of course it wasn't that just anyone could be tough with her. For now, only Han Lai could get away with it, and only when she was in the wrong. After scolding her, Han Lai immediately softened the blow. She's calling me a dogman while congratulating me on getting first place. Feels like she's not all there. Hearing his explanation, Shi Lucian's eyes flashed with recognition. She knew this trick well. Isn't this just the classic tsundere act? Wow. Little Pan, you're really playing for keeps now? Trying to cut off my retreat, are you? Shi Lucian could only interpret it this way. On the surface she remained calm, but inside, she was grinding her teeth. You're forcing me to take this seriously, huh? Just you wait. Han Lai casually took another jab at Panji and, holding back a laugh, typed a reply thanks. Panji waited for 3 minutes before seeing the response. When she opened it, her brow furrowed slightly. That's it? How am I supposed to continue the conversation? It wasn't that she expected Han Lai to grovel, but the dismissive tone of those 2 words made it impossible for her to smoothly bring up her invitation. Why could she sense resistance? When chatting with me, anything less than enthusiasm equals distance and rejection. Panji's reasoning sounded unreliable at first, but in practice, it was almost always spot on. Han Lai had indeed intentionally cooled the tone, curious to see what she'd try next. Her next move was amusing. You should thank me. That spoon works well, doesn't it? Good thing it's expensive. Han Lai clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow. What a true black-hearted white lotus. Incredible. A normal guy reading that message would probably want to die of shame. Even a slightly thin-skinned person couldn't handle it, regardless of age. Then again, thin-skinned people wouldn't pull off such stunts in the first place. Putting on a masterclass in thick-skin deflection, Han Lai replied earnestly, "It works great. Just missing a matching pair of chopsticks. Using it alone feels a bit awkward." Pan Ji's eyes widened, and she breathed heavily in anger. Shameless. Utterly despicable. Still, she didn't let her fury show in her message. On the contrary, she displayed remarkable emotional control in her response. "That's easy to fix. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll give you the matching chopsticks, fork, and carving knife. Look at this. Isn't the cutlery box beautiful?" Photo. Kia. A sense of mutual respect rose in Han Lai's heart. As expected of a boss-level goddess in her early form, truly tough to deal with. "At 25, I wouldn't have been qualified to spar with you." After some thought, he snapped a picture. The photo showed that pink and gold spoon holding a piece of soft white tofu, looking exceptionally elegant. But the spoon wasn't the main point. The focus was the partial shot of Ji Lushan that Han Lai intentionally included just half a leg, yet unmistakably her. He sent the photo. The moment Pan Ji saw it, her ears burned. The dogman's photography style was identical to her sneaky antics from last week. Angle, details, everything. It was a very subtle mockery, deliberately reminding her, "Don't think I don't know what you did. Look, I can do it too." She wanted to play dumb, but Han Lai sent another message. "Ji Luchan asked me where the spoon came from. I said you gave it to me." She got mad but refused to believe it. "Once you give me the full set tomorrow, let's see how she argues." Pan Ji almost spit blood and completely lost her composure. "When did I ever give you that spoon? Are you afraid Ji Lushan won't hit me hard enough, huh? How can you, a grown man, be so shameless and manipulative?" She leapt off her bed and punched her teddy bear, only to cry out in pain. "Ouch. I pulled something." Enduring the pain, she deleted her initial response and typed, "I thought about it. This set of cutlery is too nice for a dog to use." "Oh, she's getting desperate now." Han Lai chuckled to himself and calmly replied, "You only reach out when you need something, don't you? Don't say it, I don't want to ruin our friendship." Sigh. Pan Ji collapsed onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling in a daze. Only the rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive. What a sight! If Han Lai saw her like this, his sense of achievement would be through the roof. After a while she collected herself and typed, despite her seething emotions, "Come to my house tomorrow. My dad wants to ask you about stocks. We'll treat you to a good meal. Take the cutlery box with you when you leave." Han Lai froze for a moment, then a smile flashed in his eyes. Wow. Big Sister Pan doesn't make a move often, but when she does, it's a big one. So, should I go? From a relationship standpoint, Han Lai felt the timing wasn't right yet, but the excuse she gave opened up new possibilities. So, go. Fortune favors the bold. Who cares if the timing isn't perfect? I'll make it perfect. Han Lai glanced at Ji Lushan, who was eavesdropping nervously with her ears pricked up. He grinned like a mischievous husky ready to wreak havoc. "Pan Ji invited me to dinner at her house tomorrow. Want to come?" Ji Lushan's eyes lit up, and her expression turned eager. "Can I?" Han Lai shrugged nonchalantly. "Why ask me? If you want to go, ask her yourself." 10 seconds later, Pan Ji received a message from Ji Lushan. "Little Pan, you're naughty, aren't you? Sneaking behind my back to invite the dog to your house for a feast? I don't care if you don't take me along, I'll crash your dinner date by taking the dog to a hotel instead. Your call." Staring at the screen, Pan Ji's eyes widened, her lips trembled, and her fingers clenched. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. Han Lai. She kicked her teddy bear across the room, stormed out of her bedroom, and headed downstairs furiously. "Mom." Han Lai didn't. Her parents looked up in unison, their expressions laced with intrigue. Pan Ji froze, her brain instantly cooling down. Han Lai didn't have a problem. "You can start preparing." With that, she turned calmly and walked back to her room step by step. Her figure radiated both determination and melancholy. Pan Xingwu and Zhao Annie exchanged puzzled glances. Is she mad at us for meddling in her feelings? Should we rethink this? It was their first time meddling like this, and they felt a little guilty. They sighed in unison, their determination wavering. Then suddenly they heard their daughter call out from upstairs. "Oh, by the way, Shi Lucian's coming too." Crack. Crack. Pan Xingwu's face darkened as he slammed his favorite teacup, chipping it. Zhao Ani took a deep breath, her still elegant face now filled with murderous intent. "Tomorrow, let's properly evaluate that young man. If he's good, we'll set the wedding date for her." Pan Xingwu hesitated, conflicted but resolute. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. "Fine." On Saturday, Han Lai maintained his healthy routine, starting the day with an early morning run. The mid-November weather was already chilly, but Han Lai wore only thin jogging pants and a short-sleeved shirt, his body beginning to show hints of muscle definition. Opening his stats panel, he saw significant changes. Basic attributes: strength 70, agility 70, constitution 70, intelligence 70. Secondary attributes: appearance 79, body 74, health 75, special 75. Knowledge: math level 3, English level 3, accounting level 3, finance level 3, law level 3, marketing level 3, literature level 3, psychology level 3. Skills: driving level 3, vehicle skills level 3, cooking level 3, craftsmanship level 4, stock trading level 3, writing level 4, billiards level 3, singing level 3, persuasion level 3, acting level 3, maneuvering level 3, instigating level 3. Instigating level 3. In the basic attributes, strength, agility and constitution had each increased by 1 due to training, while intelligence had passively improved through studying scriptures. In the secondary attributes, his weight gain had naturally boosted his appearance score. However, this wasn't a permanent trend, it was mainly because he had been too thin before. With more flesh on his face now, he had suddenly reached his peak appearance. His most striking features were clear eyes, white and neatly aligned teeth, clean and glowing skin, a well-defined facial structure, and a straight nose bridge. He wasn't the kind of flawless beauty that stood up to scrutiny from every angle, but he was undoubtedly very handsome at first glance. His body stats were: height 179.8 cm, weight 137.5 lbs, waist 78.2 cm, leg length 101.7 cm, calf circumference 18.8 cm. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, his overall proportions were excellent. However, his body fat percentage wasn't fully optimized, so his abdominal muscles weren't clearly defined. To most people, he still looked slim rather than robust. One crucial but less noticeable stat was health, which kept him energized all day. He had virtually no minor ailments, and after a good night's sleep, he could fully recover from intense study or work. Compared to the suboptimal state he had been in during his 30s, this was truly his golden period. Unfortunately, some of this energy wasn't being used effectively. In terms of knowledge and skills, the fastest growing areas were finance, literature, stock trading, and the 4 rogue skills. Stock trading 98, 522,000. Stock trading was the most critical skill, and with 100,000 more experience points, it could easily level up. But the 4 rogue skills, acting, persuasion, maneuvering and instigating, were progressing even faster than stock trading. Han Lai firmly denied that this was a matter of personal character. "It's just talent. What can I do about it?" As for cash and experience points, they were indeed pitiful. If someone else had obtained a system this powerful, they'd probably have gone wild by now. But Han Lai, having been scarred by harsh life lessons, was in no rush. His initial capital was too limited, and the margin for error too slim. He needed to stay calm and avoid hasty decisions. For a late-game hero, slow and steady growth was the way to go. Halfway through his workout, Shi Lucian arrived. Today she seemed distracted. Han Lai didn't ask, but he knew why. Yesterday, Ham Brother had discussed that troublesome plotline with Little Cucumber again. Although they hadn't gone into too much depth, it had still left her feeling pressured. The success of Overbearing Goddess was growing, and the potential earnings from her 1/3 share were now in the tens of thousands, a small fortune. The stakes were making her increasingly anxious. The issue was that while she could articulate the events of the plot clearly, she couldn't effectively write the psychological dynamics of Shi Yang Mingjun, or Shi Mingjun's elder sister. In female-oriented novels, psychological descriptions were paramount. If they weren't detailed enough, it would be better to leave them out entirely. The progression from the victim's inner struggles to their eventual indulgence and submission had to be smooth and natural. The heroine's emotional shift was even harder to write, her faith collapsing, her love turning to hate, yet still being entangled in a mess of melodramatic passion and hollow resentment. The thought of it made Shi Lucian's head hurt. From a character perspective, the tortured love big heroine and little she had some similarities, but the differences were greater. If Ji Luchan truly hated a man, she would never go so far as to have his child just to take revenge in a dramatic and cliched way. If she had even the slightest chance, she'd send him straight to jail. And if she didn't have the means, "I'll go have a baby with your dad before I ever let you off easy." She'd taunt him every day, torment him every night, and leave him writhing. If he had a son with another woman, she'd wait until the kid turned 14, then seduce him. Good days, she'd call him father-in-law. Bad days, she'd call him son. How's that for revenge? In short, Queen Ting was no ordinary person. That was the problem: her skills weren't advanced enough to detach from reality and fully immerse herself in fictional writing, yet her personality couldn't comprehend the motivations of the characters in her story. Anyone who has written novels would understand this. As a new author, it's nearly impossible to create protagonists whose values deviate significantly from your own. Forcing yourself to write it would only result in clunky, awkward storytelling with poor results. So Ji Luchan was tied up in knots. Han Lai could sense her turmoil but hadn't expected her to be thinking so deeply. The way her overactive mind worked was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. After finishing their workout, the two went out for breakfast together. Soy milk and fried dough sticks, a simple meal. Ji Luchan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Wow. Going easy today?" Han Lai replied seriously. "Don't eat too much at lunch either. There's a big dinner tonight." Ji Luchan couldn't handle his sudden dry humor. "You're not short on money, but you still freeload off us. Now you're going to a beautiful woman's house as a guest and planning to skip lunch to save room? So are you an overbearing CEO or a husky?" Yet she found this version of Han Lai authentic and down-to-earth, not pretentious at all. If another man were invited by Pan Ji, he'd probably act as dignified and composed as possible, trying to showcase his manners and elegance. Being polite was fine, but overdoing it would just be dull. Wasn't the reason she liked this dogman his authenticity and independence? "Let's just grab something light for lunch, then leave together at 5 p.m.? Ji Luchan wanted to stick to Han Lai a bit longer, but the dogman thought for a moment and turned her down. "Forget it. A friend might be visiting me today. You go by yourself." Look, Ji Luchan didn't think much of it and casually nodded. "Okay, see you tonight." They waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Barely 2 minutes later, Han Lai received a message from Chen Yanfei. "Are you up yet? We're on our way." Han Lai glanced at the time. It was only 7:20 a.m. "Hey, the guardian beast sure lives a disciplined life, just as healthy as she is herself." Casually he replied. "Already finished a 5-kilometer run and 100 pull-ups. When are you arriving?" "Guardian beast, at least 2 hours. Song Jiang is so out of the way." "Guardian beast, how's your training going? Got abs yet?" Hard eyes emoji. "Dry wood and raging fire, why don't you stop teasing and come feel for yourself?" Guardian beast, the bus is here. See you soon, coward. Han Lai didn't tease her further. Instead, he gave her a serious reminder: stay safe, keep an eye on your phone and wallet. Let me know when you're almost here, and I'll meet you at the station exit. Guardian beast, got it. Our macho man is so sweet today, truly praiseworthy. Han Lai smirked, tossed his phone aside, and started typing. Chen Yanfei was someone who could take jokes but didn't particularly enjoy ones of a certain kind completely different from Ji Luchan. Chen seemed more outgoing and approachable, but was actually conservative at heart. She, on the other hand, exuded an intimidatingly cold and dominant aura but secretly loved dirty jokes and was incredibly cheeky deep down. When dealing with the two of them, you needed different styles and strategies. What's emotional intelligence? This is it. Han Lai quietly wrote his web novel The CEO Goddess for 2 hours before Chen Yanfei finally arrived. He tidied up briefly, still dressed in sportswear, and headed downstairs empty-handed. The walk from Renwen to the Hongqiao station exit was a little over a kilometer. With his long strides, it took him less than 2 minutes to spot the village belle, Chen Yanfei. They hadn't seen each other in over 2.5 months, and she looked even better than in high school. Her hair was dyed chestnut with loose waves, giving her a more mature appearance. Her oval face had a touch of makeup. Her lipstick seemed to be one of those nude or mauve shades, natural but very glossy. She wore a beige trench coat over tight-fitting jeans and a pair of white Adidas Originals. The overall look was simple yet elegant, not flashy at all. But she could afford to be flashy. Her father was clearly not an average man. The saying "marry a virtuous woman" seemed to describe girls like her perfectly. She was walking and looking around, and when her eyes landed on Han Lai, her expression betrayed a hint of hesitation. She didn't even dare to greet him outright. It seems I've really changed a lot. Feeling smug, Han Lai flashed her a big smile. Hey village belle. Chen Yanfei's eyes widened slightly, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Han Lai. The girl walking arm in arm with her also looked up in astonishment. Han Lai, with his sharp ears, caught her muttering, well? Fei, you liar. Chen ignored her friend and quickly walked up to Han Lai, giving him a close inspection. Let's be real. Did you go to Korea for a makeover? What nonsense. Han Lai was both amused by her casualness and annoyed by her sharp eye. With no other option, he decided to bluff. All I did was ditch my glasses and get my teeth fixed. Just how ugly did you think I was before? Chen Yanfei burst out laughing, wide-mouthed and unrestrained. Not ugly, per se, more like bruised and battered to the point where your potential was unrecognizable. Han Lai's face darkened. If you bring that up again, we're done. No more friendship. Enough chatter, introduce your friend. Oh. Chen Yanfei smacked her forehead, then pulled the girl beside her forward. This is Lilac, my doormate, best friend, and one of the campus belles from our business administration department. Lilac's delicate face flushed red as she nudged Chen lightly with her elbow, seemingly unhappy with such an exaggerated introduction. But to Han Lai, it didn't seem exaggerated at all. Chen Yanfei was already a rare goddess-tier beauty, with her striking and radiant features. Yet standing next to Lilac, she was noticeably less stunning. The word stunning here referred to the kind of beauty that would leave you breathless at first glance, a more striking and impactful allure. Lilac had the look of a frail, sickly beauty, a delicate and soft type. Her face was shaped like a melon seed, with large, expressive eyes framed by long, thick lashes. Her nose was petite, her lips small and dainty, and her skin was so fair it seemed almost bloodless, like a living version of Lin Daiyu. Her shoulders were narrow, her waist slender, and her calves particularly slim. Even though she was at least 1.62 meters tall, her frame made her appear especially petite and fragile. She was the kind of girl who made you feel like it would be a waste not to tease her to the point of tears. Especially when she stood next to Chen Yanfei, she looked like a fragile, doll-like girl, so endearing you couldn't help but want to protect her. It felt almost like not hearing her softly cry out would be a missed opportunity. But never mind, you wouldn't get it at your age. Han Lai sized her up for about 2 seconds. Thanks to the improvement in his vision, his clear gaze gave him an innocent and youthful charm. As a result, Lilac merely felt a bit shy but didn't think he was being rude. Hi, I'm Han Lai. He smiled warmly and introduced himself. My classmates call me Brother Lai, but you can follow Chen Yanfei's lead and call me Tough Guy. Lilac quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes bending into crescents as she laughed. It was obvious that Chen Yanfei had already told her about the origin of the nickname Tough Guy. Han Lai immediately understood, pointing dramatically at Chen Yanfei as if to scare her. Wow. Just how many people have you told about my embarrassing stories? 3 years from now, such an exaggerated reaction might lose its effect. But for 19-year-old Chen Yanfei, Han Lai's delivery was perfectly on point. She laughed heartily, swatting his hand away with a smug look. Do you think I'd dare bring our campus belle to meet you without giving her a heads up first? Han Lai clasped his hands in mock surrender, turning his head as if admitting defeat. The awkwardness of not seeing each other for a long time instantly dissolved. Let's go. Wherever you two want to hang out, Brother Lai will accompany you the whole way. Chen Yanfei moved to make space on her left, her right arm linked with Lilac's, and excitedly said, Let's check out the CCSU campus first. We've always been curious about the main campus. Han Lai rolled his eyes. Other than having a lot of foreigners, it's nothing special compared to your Songjiang campus. Let's go. The three of them strolled toward the CCSU campus, chatting along the way. Tough Guy, what did you just call me? Village belle. When Chen Yanfei brought it up, Lilac also looked up curiously. Han Lai held back his laughter and explained, One time my mom came to pick me up from school, and she happened to see you. She sighed and said, This girl is so beautiful, healthy and sturdy, perfect for having kids. If she were in the countryside, matchmakers from 10 villages would wear out our doorstep. Chen Yanfei burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Lilac covered her mouth tightly, laughing in a strange, muffled way. She's too cute. Too cute. Han Lai felt an overwhelming urge to lightly bully her. But it was just a thought. Before he could act, Chen Yanfei smacked him on the arm. You're such a jerk. Han Lai chuckled and raised his eyebrows at her. I'll give you another chance, try punching my abs. The mention of abs made Chen Yanfei a bit shy. You're such a waste of time. Sooner or later, someone will put you in your place. Laughing and joking. The three quickly circled the CCU campus. Space was tight in Hongkou district, and the campus was indeed small. Two beautiful girls walking with a handsome guy naturally attracted some attention. When they reached the back of Building 4, they encountered three foreign exchange students walking toward them, two white and one black. One of them whistled at them, while the other two stepped in front of Chen Yanfei. "Hey, beautiful lady, my name is Michael Chen. Can I know your name?" The first white guy's Mandarin was a bit stiff but still understandable. He was well built, even showing off some chest hair despite the cool November weather. Chen Yanfei frowned and tried to walk around him. "Sorry, no." The other two exchange students burst into laughter and stepped closer. "Hey bro, your Chinese beauty isn't too friendly, huh? Wow. This black guy has a northeast accent. Must have had a local teacher." The second white guy approached Lilac, grinning as he asked, "What department are you from, Junior?" His pronunciation of Junior was ridiculously accurate. It was clear he'd practiced. Chen Yanfei and Lilac had never encountered such a situation before, and were a bit flustered. Han Lai immediately stepped forward, pressing a hand against Michael Chen's chest and shoving him back. Then with a stern face he warned, "Hey, this is a school. Don't cause trouble, okay?" Michael Chen stumbled back a step and frowned as he sized Han Lai up. The black guy, still acting nonchalant, said, "We're exchange students in this department." "Stop." Han Lai interrupted his clumsy explanation. "Leave now, or do you want to fight?" The three exchange students realized Han Lai was serious. They raised their hands in mock surrender, saying, "Hey, easy, easy, easy." They then shrugged and walked off, laughing and joking, but still turning back occasionally to ogle Chen Yanfei and Lilac. "Why are they like that?" Lilac, still shaken, clutched her chest tightly. Chen Yanfei, though slightly rattled, recovered quickly, showing impressive composure. "Tough guy, that was awesome." She gave him a thumbs up, grinning like a meme. "I noticed last time you were tough, but now you're even more manly." Lilac nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with gratitude and admiration as she looked at Han Lai. But since they weren't that familiar yet, she shyly held back, softly murmuring, "Thank you." Chen Yanfei, on the other hand, was excited and asked, "Hey tough guy, weren't you afraid of getting into a real fight?" "There were three of them." Han Lai laughed. "Don't overestimate them. Foreigners, you see enough of them and you'll get it. They respect strength, not kindness. If you're polite, they'll cling to you endlessly." Chen Yanfei nodded in sudden realization. "So if you stand firm, they'll back off?" "Of course." Han Lai gestured toward the teaching building. "In school, whether you win or lose a fight, you'll get punished. They don't want trouble either, they'd rather enjoy a carefree life. You're quick-witted and handled it so well." Chen Yanfei was genuinely impressed. "If it weren't for you, the two of us would have had to avoid them and still might not have gotten away." "Don't be so formal." Han Lai waved it off casually. "You were there for me during my worst times. Our bond is like an old married couple's." Smack. Tough guy Lai immediately got slapped on the back, making him wince in pain. The guardian beast glared at him, shaking her hand. "Go a day without a beating, and you'll think you can take over the world." "Oops, almost forgot Chen Yanfei was just as hands-on as Ji Shi Looting." Lilac tilted her head, sneaking glances at Han Lai. Her eyes held amusement and a touch of envy. "Let's stop circling around." Chen Yanfei spun on her heel and quickened her pace. "Lead the way. Let's check out your campus." She thought no one noticed, but the sly guy's sharp eyes had already caught the blush on her cheeks. Knowing how to be shy makes things easier. On the way they passed several international couples. Chen Yanfei grumbled, "Why is it always white or black guys with Chinese girls? I haven't seen any Chinese guys with foreign girls. Looks like the forums weren't lying." Lilac, who rarely spoke, nodded in agreement. "The ratio is definitely off. No wonder people online are so upset." Chen Yanfei suddenly turned to Han Lai. "Tough guy, you're a guy who's here all the time. What's your take?" Han Lai wasn't happy about it. Even at 30 he'd remained a grumpy patriot. But after seeing the situation up close, he understood it was more complicated. Not wanting to dump negativity on Chen Yanfei and Lilac, he carefully crafted a neutral response. "The reasons are pretty complex. Sure, some of it is gold digging, but that's actually a small percentage. Honestly, China's second-generation rich kids are way more impressive than exchange students. From my observation, the biggest reason is this: foreign students are bolder and more straightforward. They aren't afraid to fail. If one doesn't work out, they move on to the next. What's the big deal? Like those guys earlier, what did they lose by trying?" To be honest, If you had their initiative, you could find a girlfriend in any country. In contrast, Chinese men are more modest, reserved, and introverted. They hesitate to pursue foreign women. That gap creates a huge disparity. Then there's novelty and vanity. No matter the gender, people sometimes get bored and want to try something different. It's all just for fun. Nobody takes it seriously. And because rarity increases value, some ordinary people use international relationships to boost their self-esteem in social circles. These behaviors aren't exclusive to one gender. It's just that men find it harder to achieve, while women find it easier. So, outwardly, the disparity seems bigger. In reality, true cross-cultural love and outright cheap thrills are both rare. That's why it draws so much attention. As for me, as long as it doesn't bother me, I don't care or judge. People choose their own paths and face the consequences themselves. Simple as that. Wow, tough guy. 3 days apart, and I see you with new eyes. Chen Yanfei, a straightforward and clever girl, found his analysis convincing and wasn't stingy with her praise. Lila quietly observed the eloquent Han Lai, her admiration for him growing by the second. When Han Lai casually glanced back and caught her gaze, he felt a bit smug. At the same time, he was puzzled how could such an amazing girl seem so easy to charm? Just as they neared his dorm, he brushed off the thought, turning his attention to their plans. By the way, why are you here? Lilac hasn't said a word about needing advice or anything. Did you just come to see my face? Don't flatter yourself. Chen Yanfei rolled her eyes and gestured toward Lilac. Her brother studies here, not in your department. She came to visit him, so I tagged along to see you. Han Lai froze. A bolt of realization hitting him. Both with the surname Ding, both extraordinarily good-looking. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? While he was still piecing it together, a dashing young man suddenly bolted out from the dorm entrance, calling out excitedly, "Sis." The moment their eyes met, the boy's expression froze. Crap. Should I call him boss? Or not? If I don't introduce him to my sister, will he show up by my bed at midnight? So frustrating. What rotten luck. As his sister handed her bag to Han Lai and greeted him with a gentle smile, Ding Yu felt his world collapse. Why even bother defending myself, when my sister willingly serves herself up? Seconds later, Ding Yu plastered on a wide grin and greeted Han Lai with forced cheerfulness. "Hi, brother-in-law." Before Ding Yu could even react, his brain short-circuited, and he blurted out something that left him relieved afterward. Sigh. Finally, I don't have to keep hiding my sister, worrying that the dads in the dorm will spot her. Sis. It's not that I didn't try to protect you, it's that you just handed yourself over. While frustrated by his sister's lack of foresight, he also felt an immense sense of relief. Finally, I can sleep peacefully in the dorm. Finally, I don't have to be terrified that I'll wake up in the middle of the night to pee and see the big boss standing at my bedside. Unlike Huang Wei and the northeastern kid, Ding Yu wasn't the flashy type. He had never intended to act all high and mighty at school. A quiet little brother like him just wanted to sleep soundly. Is that too much to ask? Ding Yu didn't think so. But just as he was about to establish rapport with Han Lai as a proper brother-in-law, he realized something was off. Han Lai stared at Ding Yu with a mix of amusement and disbelief, thinking this kid must have some serious PTSD or other issues. Lilac's face turned bright red. Embarrassed and angry, she quickly defended herself. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Lai is your sister Yanfei's good friend. We just met today. Ha ha ha. Chen Yanfei was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She leaned on Lilac for support, her full weight on her shoulders, gasping for air. Your brother is hilarious. Wait, what? I made a mistake. Ding Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, and his mind went blank. Han Lai sighed, patted the would-be little brother on the shoulder, and said, "Good bro, I appreciate the thought, but let's stick to being ourselves from now on." Han Lai. Lilac, utterly mortified, stomped her foot twice. Her pale cheeks were now so red they looked like they were about to drip blood, and steam seemed to rise from her forehead. She glared at her brother with fiery eyes, wishing she could bury him on the spot. Ding Yu, under her intense gaze, felt his scalp go numb, and his limbs began to tremble. "Sis, let me explain. I didn't mean to sell you out. Damn it." Both siblings were terrible with words. Now, with faces as red as tomatoes, they were entirely at a loss. The only one who could defuse the situation was Chen Yanfei, but she was too busy laughing like a fool, wiping tears from her eyes. Lilac had no choice but to shove Chen Yanfei toward Han Lai. He's your tough guy, you deal with him. Ah? Overcome with shame and frustration, Lilac didn't control her strength. Chen Yanfei, already weak-kneed from laughing, staggered forward under the push, stumbling straight toward Han Lai. Han Lai's eyes lit up. What can I do? I can't just watch her fall. So, he opened his arms to catch her, steadying her impact and pulling her into his embrace. Their chests collided, and both let out a muffled grunt. The exact reason? Let's just say it's not something we dare put into words. Though reluctant to let go, Han Lai behaved himself. Supporting her by the waist, he helped her stand upright and immediately released her gently. For once, the sly man acted like a gentleman. Though Chen Yanfei was both shy and annoyed, she couldn't find it in herself to scold him. Instead, she turned on Lilac. Little Ding, are you looking for trouble? Who told you to laugh at me? Stop. I'm sorry. Sigh. What a pair of cowards. As the siblings argued, chaos broke out at the girls' dorm entrance. There were only 2 dormitory buildings at Renwen, Building A for boys and Building B for girls, with their main entrances facing each other. The group was less than 20 meters from the girls' dorm main entrance. And wouldn't you know it, just as Han Lai was catching Chen Yanfei, 3 of his female classmates walked out of the dorm lobby. Lu Yao, Wang Hongli, and Yu Yun. The 3 had just woken up from a lazy morning nap and were heading to the cafeteria for a late brunch. Their next meal would probably be dinner. Chatting and laughing as they reached the door, they stumbled upon the dramatic scene. Yu Yun froze on the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yao and Wang Hongli turned to Yu Yun in unison, their eyes filled with both pity and mockery. A second later, Lu Yao whipped out her phone with exaggerated flair and made a call. Oh my god, big news! I have to tell the class rep. Without a second thought, Wang Hongli opened the class entertainment group chat and, using her highly active LV5 account, posted a bombshell message. I think I just saw Brother Lai's official girlfriend. Boom! It was like a drop of water into a sizzling oil pan. The previously quiet group chat exploded with activity. Meanwhile, Lu Yao's call connected to Shi Luding. Yu Yun, after taking several deep breaths to calm herself, finally managed to suppress her boiling emotions. With a faint smile on her face, she began walking toward Han Lai step by step. I might lose, but I won't back down. Lu Yao and Wang Hongli's eyes widened, their nostrils flaring and their cheeks flushed. Let's go, gossip gods. Activate celestial powers. Heaven's eye, open. We were just going out for brunch. Who knew we'd stumble upon such juicy drama? If you don't eat this gossip, there's something wrong with you. The onlookers were thrilled, but Yu Yun grew more regretful with each step she took. Who are these 2 girls? They're way too pretty. One was vibrant and radiant, the other was delicate and shy. Together they were like 2 magnetic poles, exuding a strong, irresistible charm. Standing side by side, their contrasting styles created a striking effect, a 1-1-3 kind of impact. How is that 3? What man wouldn't want to be in the middle of this scene? I can't even look away. How can I expect Brother Lai not to be moved? The unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on Yu Yun. Realizing her rashness, she felt like she was charging into a doomed battle. Maybe I should wait for Shi Luding? Just as she slowed her steps, Chen Yanfei seemed to sense something. She turned her head to look over. From her angle, she and Lilac were side-facing Yu Yun, while Han Lai had his back to her, so she was the first to notice. Their eyes met, and Yu Yun gritted her teeth. If I'm already charging, might as well go all the way. Brother Lai. With a sweet, delicate call, Yu Yun clasped her hands in front of her stomach and gave a shy, reserved smile. Are these your friends visiting you? The soft, sugary tone made every hair on Han Lai's body stand on end. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yu Yun, just that he couldn't handle her overly saccharine and affected voice. If it were her natural tone, maybe he could tolerate it. But forcing it like this just doesn't feel right. Under Chen Yanfei's amused smirk and Lilac's silent observation, Han Lai kept his face calm as he turned around. What the? As soon as he saw Yu Yun's expression, he nearly lost it. Wow. Big Cup you, why aren't you starring in ghost stories? Why are you acting in a campus romance now? What's this? A new role as the pure school beauty? Han Lai's face twitched uncontrollably, barely holding his composure. The main problem was how Yu Yun was dressed today, way too innocent. She was wearing a long, oversized sweater that reached just above her knees, with a pair of fuzzy pajama pants underneath, casually paired with platform shoes. The sweater's sleeves were so long they covered her hands completely, leaving only her face visible. It was the most conservative look he'd ever seen her wear. Casual and natural, her outfit concealed her figure. Combined with her shy little expression, she looked like a harmless, delicate flower. Big cup you, fake innocence flower. Han Lai's level 3 acting skills were barely enough to hold up. Damn it, once I've got enough experience points to spare, I'm upgrading my acting skills to level 5. Suppressing the urge to curse, Han Lai gave her a perfunctory nod. Yeah, high school friends came to visit. Are you heading to eat? Yu Yun nodded obediently, glancing at Chen Yanfei with curiosity. Is she your girlfriend from high school? Wow, she's so beautiful. I'm done. Han Lai's face darkened. Suddenly, bringing Chen Yanfei to the dorm felt like a huge mistake. But what could he do? Who could have guessed Lilac would turn out to be Ding Yu's sister? Sigh. Silently sighing, Han Lai forced himself to keep up his polite act with Yu Yun. Aren't you going to eat? Then go ahead. The implication hurry up and leave. But Yu Yun, being the ultimate tea master, wasn't so easily dealt with. She had been holding back under Shi Luding's dominance. But now, seeing two stunning high school friends, her sense of crisis was through the roof. It was time to bare her fangs. I'm about to. But I need to wait for Ting Ting. She fluttered her charming eyes and gave Han Lai a sweet smile. Aren't you going to introduce your two friends to me, brother? Han Lai's face turned green. What the hell? You came to stir the pot, and now you're calling down the cucumber. Are we forming a mahjong table here? Just as he was fuming, Chen Yanfei decided she'd seen enough and made her move. Oh crap. She's stepping in herself. She walked over to Han Lai in 2 quick steps, tilted her head with a bright smile, and asked, Is she your dear little sister? I'm done for. As Han Lai scrambled to think of a solution, Yu Yun boldly stepped forward to engage. Hello, sister. I'm Yu Yun, Han Lai's classmate, little sister, and good friend. You're so mature and beautiful. What should I call you? Chen Yanfei smiled and extended her hand. I'm Chen Yanfei, Han Lai's high school classmate. It seems like Han Lai is very popular at your school? Of course. Brother is amazing. Yu Yun clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He's not only the most hard-working, already self-studying sophomore courses, but he's also exceptional in so many other areas. The prettiest girls in our class and the neighboring department all like him. Wow. Just wow. Han Lai felt that if Yu Yun kept this up, his reputation would be shredded. But what could he do? As long as Chen Yanfei wanted to chat, he was powerless. Chen Yanfei glanced at Han Lai with a subtle expression. 3 days apart, and you've truly changed. I need to reevaluate you on all fronts, don't I? My head is spinning. Han Lai was internally panicking, but he forced himself to stay calm. With a faint smile, he neither explained nor intervened, standing quietly like a wooden post. His calm demeanor eased Chen Yanfei's mind. The jealousy bubbling inside her began to simmer down. Her emotions gradually returned to rational control. Logically, she had no reason to feel jealous of Han Lai. But emotions don't always listen to logic. If she had to summarize, there were 3 reasons. The new Han Lai was too impressive. He was still funny, but now taller, more handsome, and quick-witted in critical moments. Even Lilac liked him. How could Chen Yanfei be an exception? She felt a possessive mine, not yours mentality toward Han Lai. She was the first person to meet him, and their encounter was highly unique. She believed her bond with Han Lai was far deeper than anyone else's. She simply didn't like Yu Yun. At all. Women can sense insincerity or pretense in each other, even if they can't pinpoint why. Some women become instant best friends, while others are annoying at first glance. With all these reasons combined, it wasn't strange for her to feel uncomfortable. However, Han Lai's calm, detached attitude pleased her immensely. That simmering fire of jealousy no longer targeted Han Lai. Now it burned solely for the Tea Queen. Chen Yanfei looked Yu Yun up and down, smiled and nodded. Well, it's true. Among his peers, Han Lai is one of the best. Even at the main campus of Sisu, I haven't seen anyone more impressive. First kill academic superiority. Yu Yun's face changed slightly, and she felt a bit self-conscious. A Tier 3 college standing against a top-tier institution's main campus? It was hard to feel confident. Then Chen Yanfei followed up with a cutting question. Do you like Han Lai too? No progress yet? He's pretty picky. But don't worry, if you want to know his type, feel free to ask me. Second strike, exposing the lack of progress and asserting insider knowledge. Chen Yanfei's words were pure bluff. But Han Lai could barely contain his laughter. Even so, she wasn't wrong. Guessing Yu Yun had made no headway was spot on. Han Lai had no intention of exposing her bluff. Yu Yun's face turned even paler, her hands clenching tightly. Suddenly, Chen Yanfei clapped her forehead and shook her head regretfully. Oh no! I just remembered my best friend likes Han Lai too. Sorry, I can't help you. The Ding siblings, who were watching the drama unfold, were stunned. Why are we being dragged into this? Chen Yanfei waved Lilac over with a grin. Lilac, come here. Lilac didn't want to go. But Chen Yanfei narrowed her eyes with a menacing look. Fine, I'll go. Reluctantly, Lilac shuffled over, only to be pulled into Chen Yanfei's embrace. Chen Yanfei proudly showed her off to Yu Yun, as if flaunting a prized daughter. This is Lilac, my best friend and also a student at Sisu. Isn't she gorgeous? But looks aren't the main thing. Han Lai has always preferred girls who are smart, insightful, and can connect with him on a deeper level. Yu Yun. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that some things can't be helped by outsiders. You understand, right? I do not understand. Yu Yun's lips trembled in anger. 4 words echoed in her mind, damn it, too much. However, as she observed Lilac up close, her heart sank. From a woman's perspective, Yu Yun didn't find Lilac extraordinarily beautiful. But as a tea master, she had to admit that Lilac was the type of girl who could charm men of all ages. A delicate face, pale skin, pitifully soft eyes. Her clean-cut shoulder-length hair was neat and fresh. Slender and frail, she exuded a protective allure. And yet, her chest size was somehow 2 sizes larger than Shi Luting's. Her outfit? Ugh! A Chanel autumn jacket worth tens of thousands paired with Parisian tights and Gucci sneakers, she radiated pure elegance and a hint of modest sensuality. If Yu Yun were reborn, she'd know how to describe this aura, pure desire. Facing this unbeatable combo of beauty, wealth, and high fashion, Yu Yun finally cracked. These aren't just rivals, they're divine beings. Just as she was about to give up, a hand rested on her shoulder, and a cool, magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Dogman, are these the friends you mentioned? Yu Yun's eyes lit up, and a sly smile crept across her lips as she turned to see Han Lai's twitching expression. Brother Lai, are you nervous? Sister Chen, did you enjoy bullying me just now? Well, your big boss is here, keep going if you dare. Han Lai's headache intensified as Ji Luting arrived in full low-pressure mode. Chen Yanfei's pupils contracted, and her playful smile vanished. As for Lilac, though this drama had nothing to do with her, she tightened her grip on Chen Yanfei's waist and stood firmly by her friend's side. Even Ding Yu, who had been watching in silence, sensed the tension. He shuffled over to Han Lai and muttered, half mocking, Big bro, looks like you're not making it as my brother-in-law after all. Han Lai rolled his eyes. No kidding. If I survive today, it'll be a miracle. Shi Luting and Chen Yanfei sized each other up, neither speaking at first. Yu Yun, with a faint smile on her lips, winked at Han Lai before turning her attention to Lilac. Well, a 2v2 battle, and everyone's already picked their opponents. Shi Luting had taken her time coming down because Lu Yao had mentioned 2 stunning beauties who might be Brother Lai's exes. She'd carefully dressed up for the occasion. As soon as Han Lai saw her outfit, his mind blanked. Seriously? You're here to start a fight, aren't you? Shi Luting was wearing tight black jeans and white Nike sneakers. Sound familiar? It should. Chen Yanfei was also wearing tight jeans, paired with white Adidas Superstars. Their lower halves weren't just similar, they were practically identical. No need to ask, Shi Luting had definitely been peeking out the window upstairs to scout the competition. The result? Total domination. When it came to legs, Shi Luting had never lost before, and probably never would. Was Chen Yanfei short? Not at all. At 172 cm 5A with perfectly proportioned legs, she was a bona fide long-legged beauty. But her naturally big-boned frame, paired with a healthy and curvy build at 110 pounds, gave her a strong, athletic vibe. Her thighs were firm and rounded, her calves well-toned. On her own she was stunning, no one could pick a flaw. But when placed next to Shi Luting, thick, sturdy, short, stocky, it wasn't fair. Chen Yanfei's figure was objectively fantastic, but against the leg queen, especially with those deliberately matching outfits, she didn't stand a chance. Standing face to face, Shi Luting's waistband was a full 10 cm higher than Chen Yanfei's, her legs long, straight, and slim. The contrast was brutal. That outfit wasn't just competitive, it was downright insulting. Chen Yanfei's cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a frosty expression tinged with authority. Meanwhile, Shi Luting maintained her usual high and mighty posture, chin slightly raised, gaze looking down from a slant, her cold and arrogant expression unmistakable. Han Lai realized it was time for him to step in. Chen Yanfei might seem like a good-natured, warm-hearted girl, always smiling and never looking down on anyone. But anyone who knew how decisively she'd cut ties with Pan Xiaohang would understand she wasn't the type to coddle anyone. As for Shi Luding, poor Pan had plenty he could say about her temperament. It would take more than a few words to accurately describe Shi Luding's stubborn, relentless, a full-on warrior princess who never backed down. Han Lai could already see it if he let these two continue staring each other down. The first exchange would escalate into a full-blown clash. The longer the standoff, the worse the fallout. He had to think of a way to defuse the situation. But the problem was, Han Lai didn't know how. Even with over 30 years of life experience and a solid understanding of psychology, this was beyond his skill set. After all, Han Lai was a straightforward guy, part geek, part introvert. He'd never been the smooth-talking, emotionally intelligent type. Sure, his boosted intelligence and EQ had helped him improve. But this situation? Nope. This is above my pay grade. To make matters worse, none of the women here were his official girlfriend. At best, they were ambiguous crushes. The upside? He still had plausible deniability. The downside? Whoever he didn't support would definitely explode. And Shi Luding wasn't just a fling, her influence extended to Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and even Pan Jiyi. Half the humanities department was under her sway. If she got upset enough to burn bridges, the fallout would be catastrophic. On the other hand, Chen Yanfei wasn't just a crush, she was Han Lai's teenage dream. The girl who'd lived in his heart during his youth. The one he couldn't even bring himself to dream about. Whenever he imagined marriage, it was her face beneath the wedding veil. After so much effort, he'd finally brought their relationship to its current stage. Could he afford to lose it here? No way. So, what the hell am I supposed to do? Before Han Lai could figure it out, Shi Luding made the first move. Of course. She never waited. With her usual queenly demeanor, she looked Chen Yanfei up and down, her tone sharp and direct. So, you're the ex-girlfriend from his high school days? Chen Yanfei's face froze for a moment. It was the second time she'd heard this ex-girlfriend label. The first time, she hadn't thought much of it. But hearing it again from this sly, leggy woman? There had to be a story here. Her irritation flared. Well done, tough guy. How come you never mentioned this when we were chatting? Wait a second. Didn't you say you never dated anyone in high school? She had no idea how Han Lai had explained things to Shi Luding, so she couldn't directly refute the claim. Instead, she put on a calm front, holding her ground. Meeting Shi Luding's gaze, she gave a subtle smile. You're mistaken. Han Lai didn't have an ex-girlfriend, only a crush. Shi Luding's pupils contracted. Yu Yun and Lilac, who had been quietly observing, immediately caught on. Oh, so you're the goddess Han Lai secretly admired for so long? Han Lai felt like clapping. Bravo. Bravo. Turning the tables like that? That's what I call a masterstroke. But Shi Luding wasn't one to be outmaneuvered. She sneered coldly. Hey, Han Lai wouldn't crush on anyone. If he liked someone, he'd charge straight ahead. So, is it possible that the woman was just too full of herself? Chen Yanfei's expression shifted slightly, not out of hurt, but surprise at how confident Shi Luding sounded, as if she were stating an undeniable truth. For the first time, Chen Yanfei realized she didn't truly know the current Han Lai. In just 2.5 months, how had he gone from an ordinary guy to a rising star in stock competitions, surrounded by beautiful women, exuding strength and composure? I've missed so much. A pang of bitterness rose in her heart, but instead of wilting, her fighting spirit grew stronger. So, who exactly has he charged toward? Chen Yanfei smirked, locking eyes with Shi Luding. You? Shi Luding froze, her teeth clenching as her expression grew icier. Chen Yanfei turned to Yu Yun next. Or is it you? Lilac's cheeks flushed red. She barely restrained herself from applauding Chen Yanfei. So strong. So strong. Double kill. Shi Luding's arrogance faltered, her confidence dented by Chen Yanfei's flawless logic. If you know Han Lai so well, why hasn't he fallen for you? If he likes you, why hasn't he made a move? Oh, it's all just talk, huh? Shi Luding was deeply frustrated. She'd never felt this way, not even when facing Pan Jiyi. At least that had been a one-on-one clash without Han Lai caught in the middle. Surprisingly, Yu Yun remained unbothered. Her resilience was unmatched, and she had long accepted her unrequited feelings for Han Lai. I'm used to being rejected. Who are you to judge me? Stepping forward bravely, Yu Yun spoke with surprising force. I've always quietly admired and liked brother. I never expected anything in return. Sister Yanfei, our school might not be as prestigious as yours, but in humanities brother stands out. Many girls like him, and he doesn't need to chase anyone, they all come to him. If he hasn't made a move, it's not because he lacks courage. He simply doesn't need to. And if, back in high school, brother really did have a crush on you but didn't act on it, maybe? She paused, her gaze sharp. Maybe you were too aggressive or too open? Otherwise, why would he become a campus heartthrob the moment he left you behind? Yu Yun's voice softened, her tone now tinged with pity. Compared to us ordinary girls, maybe being strong isn't always an advantage. We don't pressure him. We just support him, encourage him, and care for him. Wow. A tea master and a deep thinker? You'd have to watch at least 100 trashy romance dramas to come up with lines like that. Han Lai, Ding Yu Lilac, and Shi Luting were all stunned into silence. The whole situation felt incredibly bizarre. Meanwhile, Chen Yanfei was completely thrown off by this unexpected blow. She never thought that the critical hit would come from the so-called innocent white lotus hiding in the shadows. How was I supposed to know how Han Lai became a campus prince? Him? A prince? That's absurd. Well, okay, maybe not entirely absurd. Although their last encounter had been chaotic, Han Lai's overall qualities and potential were clearly remarkable. It wasn't surprising that, in a college setting, he could quickly grow into the prince type. But still, why are you so manipulative? I want to break your kneecaps so you stop groveling like this. Though frustrated and disgusted, Chen Yanfei, true to her role as the guardian beast, rose to the challenge at this critical moment, responding with ferocity. So, should I thank you all then? Thank you for giving Han Lai such critical encouragement, helping him grow into the village fish pond's campus prince? But here's the thing, when I first met Han Lai, he was already excellent. Can you kindly explain exactly what role you played in all this? Take your time, I'll wait. Chen Yanfei smiled brightly, her expression dripping with mockery. Yu Yun's fire was instantly snuffed out, leaving her at a loss for words. Role? I stretched his legs during class breaks to relieve his study fatigue. Wait. No. I've done real, meaningful things. Yu Yun's eyes lit up, and she suddenly launched into an aggressive counterattack, entirely ignoring decorum. Role? Brother is so focused on studying that he often forgets to bring his wallet or meal card. So, almost every day, Sister Tingting and I treated him to meals and took care of his daily life. The money wasn't much, but we got along like family. Excuse me. Chen Yanfei's temper flared instantly, and she shot Han Lai a furious glare. Wow. Just wow. Multiple girls competing to take care of you? Fine, let's chalk that up to your charm. But accepting everyone's kindness? No wonder they call you a dog man. Oh, so tough guy has quite the extensive family, doesn't he? Han Lai's face turned pale, and his scalp tingled. Great. The meal card has rebelled. The neutral boss has gone rogue. What now? There's no way to fix this. Guess I'll just have to die here. Ding Yu, gleefully watching the chaos unfold, covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. This drama was far more entertaining than karaoke or clubbing. When Han Lai's gaze swept over, Ding Yu quickly straightened up, biting his lip to fake righteous indignation. What a good little brother-in-law. Big bro didn't spoil you for nothing. Meanwhile, Lilac, ever adorable, covered her mouth and widened her eyes, sneaking curious glances at Han Lai. Strange. He doesn't seem like the type to do something like this. After venting her sarcasm, Chen Yanfei let out a cold laugh and shifted her focus, singling Han Lai out for interrogation. So, what's the deal? Did you blow through the leftover house money, and still not have enough to eat? Wow. No wonder, she's the hidden boss from his past life. This wasn't just a reprimand, it was a calculated strike. On the surface, she was chastising Han Lai, but underneath, she was sending a warning to everyone else, while also giving Han Lai a chance to explain himself. At the same time, she subtly conveyed, our relationship is deeper than yours. House money? House money? Shi Luting and Yu Yun were stunned, their brains momentarily short-circuiting. Buying a house? He just started college, and he's already bought property? Where? Does Han Lai have the right to buy property in Shanghai? If not, then why buy back home? Is he planning to return there after graduation? Or has his family already arranged his career, marriage, and future? The flood of questions nearly broke their minds. Both turned to Han Lai in unison, silently demanding answers. Han Lai felt a crushing weight in his chest. Where do I even start explaining? No explanations. Confession gets you jailed. Resistance gets you home for the holidays. What's the point of having scoundrel skills if not for moments like this? Time to bluff. Suppressing his nerves, Han Lai mustered an expression that was 50% embarrassment, 30% helplessness, 15% shyness, and 5% resignation. Like a pro analyst with a perfectly crafted pie chart. With a wry smile, he began. It was a bit of a mishap. I originally planned to buy a house in Shanghai, but I couldn't get past the purchasing restrictions. So, I settled for buying 2 school district properties near our campus. Great location, excellent investment potential, but the price per unit was higher than expected. After taxes and fees, I had less than 2,000 yuan left, not enough to live on. Luckily, some kind souls pitied me, so I freeloaded. What was I supposed to do? Go begging to my family? Although, I must admit, mooching really is delicious. You wouldn't understand, would you? Good grief. Han Lai's shameless confession left Chen Yanfei fuming, her chest tightening with frustration. But the sheer honesty of his explanation calmed her slightly. Thick-skinned and mischievous weren't fatal flaws, in fact. They could even be endearing in the right context. At least he wasn't secretly playing all sides. For Chen Yanfei, this reassurance was enough to let go of her initial anger. For Yu Yunyun and Shi Luding, however, the revelation hit differently. Since Han Lai frequently joked about freeloading, they didn't see it as a big deal. Instead, they latched onto his comment about not asking his family for money. After some thought, the answer became clear. Han Lai must have received a substantial sum from his family but chose to invest it wisely rather than squander it. So driven. Comparing him to the spoiled rich kids or nouveau riche in their circles only highlighted the gap in maturity. Meanwhile, the fact that Han Lai had aimed to buy property in Shanghai carried an important implication. He planned to build his future in the city. The battle's not over yet. Observing their reactions, Han Lai finally relaxed a bit. 2 notifications popped up in his mind. Your bluff skill has achieved a significant breakthrough, 10,086 EXP. Your manipulation skill has achieved a significant breakthrough, 9,438 EXP. Wow. The 5 scoundrel skills really came through. Look at how useful they are. Lilac, standing beside Chen Yanfei, whispered in admiration, Wow, your tough guy is so serious. Using family funds to invest in property? That's impressive. Chen Yanfei's lips twitched. Family funds? More like cosmetic surgery money. But she hadn't told anyone about the real source of the money. Still, hearing Lilac's praise, her anger dissipated further. She rolled her eyes at Han Lai and said, You're really something. Even freeloading has become a badge of honor for you? Of course, Han Lai replied with a cheeky grin, seizing the opportunity to climb the ladder. You know I've never experienced this kind of treatment before. Now that I finally can, why not enjoy it? Chen Yanfei let out a soft snort, a sound that seemed to indicate both acceptance and understanding. She was, after all, a reasonable girl. Han Lai explained himself, and she chose to acknowledge it, so the matter was effectively closed. As for why she accepted it, the key lay in his words, you know how things were. Yes, I do. Chen Yanfei didn't fully understand what Han Lai's life in high school had been like, but based on their first encounter, it couldn't have been easy. Despite his friendly greeting to Pan Xiaohong, the latter had responded coldly and condescendingly. Later, it had escalated into violence for no apparent reason. Wasn't it because Han Lai seemed weak and introverted, and didn't care much about appearances? Now, though, he had grown, transformed, and finally started to shine. With that transformation came certain small privileges. Was it wrong for Han Lai to enjoy these privileges as a form of psychological compensation? Chen Yanfei didn't think so, as long as he kept it within bounds. She could understand these privileges because she had grown up surrounded by them. Teachers' favoritism, relatives' affection, the respect of female classmates, the courtesy of male classmates, it had always been there for her to choose to accept or decline. If people extend kindness to you, why reject it rudely? A little reciprocity goes a long way. In fact, she even felt Han Lai deserved these privileges. His intelligence, maturity, and kindness made him worthy of respect and admiration. Her mindset was clearly far more advanced than that of most her age. That said, her understanding of Han Lai was still far from complete. In any case, Han Lai had managed to pass this hurdle unscathed. Not only that, but he had also gained something. Through rigorous practice and flexible application in live situations, you have acquired a new skill. Thread the needle level 1. Where there's a gap, strike through. Inch forward and climb higher. Wow! The 5 scoundrel skills are finally complete. This battlefield is truly the ultimate training ground. On the other side, upon hearing Han Lai's confession, both Shi Luting and Yu Yun spiraled into overthinking. Oh my god! How did such an excellent guy live such a life before? A humble, invisible nobody? It's definitely because of you. If it weren't for you, he'd already be CEO Han. Shi Luting's imagination ran wild. And honestly, you couldn't say she was entirely wrong. The outcome was obvious. Her hostility toward Chen Yanfei deepened significantly. Hey, you chubby little thing, if you can't say anything nice, then shut up. What do you mean, mooching? If I want to treat Han Lai to meals, what does that have to do with you? Han Lai shuddered, startled out of his wits. And then came the headache. Great. Shi Luting's done playing subtle word games with Chen Yanfei. That's not her style at all. What is her style? If she can out-argue you, there's no need for reasoning. If she can fight, she'll skip the chatter altogether. She wasn't one for Yu Yun's manipulative sweetness, Pan Ji's underhanded scheming, or Chen Yanfei's subtle stabs. It wasn't that she lacked the intellect to play their games, she just couldn't be bothered to deal with the endless buzzing of flies. Over time she developed a blunt and ruthless approach. The problem was, you've just put me on the chopping block. Damn it, where's my weapon? Han Lai gritted his teeth and silently recited calming mantras, desperately trying to stabilize his mental state while frantically strategizing. How do I defuse this situation now? Little chubby girl. Chen Yanfei froze. She had never experienced such an outrageous insult in her entire life. Me? Fat. Her eyes widened, and she was about to explode, but before she could, Shi Luting, standing opposite her, dramatically swept aside her blazer, placed her hands on her slim waist, and posed confidently. Fine. I'm fat. Chen Yanfei was instantly deflated, momentarily unable to respond. But deep within, a fiery anger started to build rapidly, compressing like a volcano ready to erupt. Han Lai, sensing the tension, was just about to intervene and smooth things over when something completely unexpected happened. Lilac stepped forward. The normally shy and quiet girl, standing up for her close friend, revealed an unexpected ferocity. Fixing her gaze on Shi Luting's chest, her expression turned stern. Her voice, soft and sweet like a kitten's, carried a tiger-like sharpness. So? Is that your excuse for being flat-chested? The words struck like a bolt of lightning. Having said the first blow, Lilac wasn't about to stop there. Do you even know what real slimness looks like? Beautiful slimness? Proudly straightening her back, Lilac's sweater stretched to emphasize her curves. The subtle undulation served as the perfect punctuation to her statement. You call that slim? That's just flat. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to descend from above, striking Shi Luting dead center. She stood there, stunned, as if her brain had short-circuited. You. What about me? Lilac cut her off, her tone sharp and unyielding. Want to compare? Waist, thighs, calves, total weight, body ratio, waist to hip proportion, your pick. Crack. Another metaphorical lightning strike landed. Shi Luting was completely dazed, unable to react. But Lilac wasn't done. With a dismissive pout, she delivered the final blow. As for chest size, never mind. It wouldn't be fair to bully you. Wow. Chen Yanfei couldn't help but smile. She wrapped an arm around Lilac, affectionately ruffling her hair. Lilac blushed slightly, but her eyes gleamed with excitement, a stark contrast to her usual timid demeanor. She looked like a small, defiant kitten, bristling with energy. Her message was clear: you can pick on me, but not my friends. Han Lai was utterly entranced by her. As for Shi Luting, she was fuming. Her fury far surpassed what she'd felt earlier when Chen Yanfei had taunted her. Because this time, Lilac's words hit where it hurt. I have a model's body. Flat? That's not flat, it's elegant. She screamed internally but couldn't say a word out loud. Deep down she knew any retort would fall apart next to Lilac. Damn it! Is your last name Ding? Are you my nemesis? While Shi Luting stood there, silent and simmering, Yu Yun stepped forward to redirect the tension and launch a counterattack. What's the deal? Why are you suddenly insulting people? Is this how top students from your department behave? She had arrived, carrying her tea tree with her. Crossing her arms, Yu Yun's posture emphasized her ample chest, as if to declare, if it's about size, let me settle this. What's so great about a big chest anyway? And as a high-achieving student, why are your thoughts so shallow? By your reasoning I should be the proudest of all, but I prefer to cover up. I don't want people to focus only on my body, it's so meaningless. So low class. Lilac widened her eyes, unable to respond. Yu Yun's blatant shamelessness and double standards left her at a loss. How do you even argue with that level of audacity? Wrinkling her nose in distaste, Lilac turned away, unwilling to engage further. She was clever enough to know that people like Yu Yun weren't worth the effort. There was no winning against someone whose limits were so low. But while Lilac was ready to back off, Yu Yun refused to let go of this perfect opportunity. Little sister, being slim is great. Being slim and curvy is even better. But don't you think, as representatives of your department, you and Yanfei should dress more appropriately? Even if you don't care, shouldn't you at least consider Han Lai's reputation? People might think he's hanging out with unsavory characters. Lilac's eyes widened further, and she glanced down at her outfit. Not understanding Yu Yun's meaning at first, she leaned forward slightly to check. Then it hit her. Her delicate face turned bright red, her eyes blazing with anger. Unsavory. Hey! Her fury erupted, making her look even more like a bristling kitten. Of course someone like you wouldn't understand fashion. But your big chest, no brain logic continues to astound me. The words were harsh, but Yu Yun was unfazed. As the queen of manipulation, insults slid off her like water off a duck's back. Feigning hurt, she put on her best pitiful expression, her voice dripping with false righteousness. Little sister, you're so mean. Loud doesn't mean right. I may not understand fashion, but I do know this: no proper girl wears flashy black stockings like those. We're university students, aren't we? Why make yourself look so cheap? And your idea of fashion is layering flesh-colored tights under black stockings with white sneakers? Really? Fine. I admit it, I don't get it. Right, Ting Ting? What do you think? Shi Luting snorted, piling on without hesitation. She's a top student and a rich girl. I'm not qualified to understand. Han Lai felt a chill run down his spine. Yu Yun's shamelessness and Shi Luting's spite left him speechless. Lilac, however, was overwhelmed. Her fists clenched tightly, but she couldn't find the words to fight back. Watching her, Han Lai thought, "What's the plan, Lilac? Punch her?" But just as he was bracing for chaos, Chen Yanfei stepped in, calm and composed. She didn't bother arguing about appearances or values. Instead, she zeroed in on Yu Yun's weakest point: her lack of knowledge. You're right, you don't understand much. These stockings are Balenciaga originals, priced at €249. Lilac bought them during Golden Week when the euro to yuan exchange rate was 8.382. Simple math: these stockings cost 2,087 yuan. What kind of unsavory girl can afford this? And as for those white sneakers, just because you don't understand the pairing doesn't mean it's not fashionable. Gucci has been releasing a limited run of 500 sneakers annually in mainland China since last year. Of these, only 100 pairs are classic white sneakers modeled after the Stan Smith design, a legacy style dating back to 1974. That's 200 pairs in 2 years. 5-figure price tags. You can't afford them, nor would you even encounter people who could. So when you see someone wearing them, your first thought is, how strange. Why would anyone dress like this? You're stuck with what's safe: those ordinary, cookie-cutter correct outfits you see everywhere. In your eyes, that's what looks striking yet mistake-free. The pinnacle of mainstream fashion. But in reality, back in the late 20th century, during Monaco's semi-finals at the Louis II Stadium, the Princess of Monaco herself strolled the field wearing transparens pattern tights paired with Givenchy red-heeled white sneakers. Tell me, was she cheap? And she wasn't the only one. Since intricate pattern tights were invented, countless celebrities have explored different pairings over the decades. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The sad part is, even if this trend lasts for decades more, you still won't see it because your world is just that small. And about those so-called tights. Those are cashmere thermal leggings, flesh-toned, to keep warm. Quite pricey. A set cost more than your 4 years of tuition. Lilac doesn't want to sacrifice comfort for beauty. What's wrong with that? Silence. T. As Chen Yanfei calmly laid everything out, no one dared make a sound. What kind of beast is this? Who would dare mess with someone who can hold her ground like this? Han Lai broke into a cold sweat, thinking that if he hadn't been reincarnated, he probably wouldn't have dared to stand up to Chen Yanfei. Her oppressive aura was off the charts. As for Yu Yun, who had just been verbally eviscerated, she might as well have been diagnosed with second-degree mental trauma and severe inferiority complex. She was on the verge of calling an ambulance. Yu Yun wasn't afraid of insults. What she couldn't handle was being crushed by someone's wealth, status and knowledge. It made her feel like a clown. And so, she panicked. That's nonsense. I've been to Balenciaga stores, they don't even sell tights. Correct, the domestic stores don't. Chen Yanfei nodded casually, her smile as warm as ever. Balenciaga tights have always been an afterthought in their lineup, a quick cash grab every 2 years. But they're rarely sold in China because they don't sell well here. So it makes sense you've never seen them. They weren't made for you. The logo pattern tights Lilac is wearing are a vintage design from decades ago. Production recently resumed this year, but only in small batches, and even European stores didn't fully stock them. Lilac happened to spot them while traveling abroad during Golden Week. She thought they were interesting, so she bought a few pairs to try. I think they look great. Any more questions, Yu Yun? Yu Yun was dead. Yu Yun was gone. Thoroughly defeated by Chen Yanfei, she looked as though she could barely breathe, her face pale and sweaty. Her humiliation had reached a peak. Chen Yanfei's relentless logic wasn't just hurtful, it was soul-crushing. Yu Yun felt like a needle as thick as a beer bottle had been driven into her lungs. She was overwhelmed by self-loathing and teetering on the edge of an emotional breakdown. Meanwhile, Han Lai had nothing to add. He simply wanted to applaud. Chen Yanfei, you're amazing. And as his eyes drifted toward Lilac's lower half, he couldn't help but notice her choice of tights again. He couldn't tell if it was because of Chen Yanfei's explanation, but the more he looked, the more appealing they seemed. Though there was one thing that bugged him. In his previous life, Han Lai had seen many women wearing logo-patterned tights. They were undoubtedly attractive, but somehow, they didn't look quite the same as what Lilac was wearing now. Maybe it was just because Lilac was prettier? Unable to figure it out, he gave up thinking. In 2 lifetimes, Han Lai had never really excelled at understanding fashion. In the group, another fashion-ignorant person was none other than Shi Luting. One might assume otherwise, but it was true. Shi Luting often struggled to find clothes that fit her proportions, so she rarely followed trends, opting for comfort instead. Now, after being stripped of her last bit of composure by Chen Yanfei's verbal onslaught, her temper flared. If I can't win through logic, why bother using it? She glared coldly at Chen Yanfei, her tone dripping with disdain. Through gritted teeth, she spat out 3 words. Little fat girl. Then she turned her cold gaze toward Lilac and added, Shorty. Han Lai's jaw dropped. He was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you trying to make sure I have no escape routes left? Predictably, Chen Yanfei's breaths grew heavy and sharp. But instead of retaliating with insults, she turned toward Han Lai. Old classmate, you've seen everything. I came here happily with my friend, confident we'd done nothing to offend anyone. Yet first you Yun, then your so-called Tingting acted with sarcasm and hostility. Now, tell me, am I your guest or not? If I am, then I'd like an explanation. If I'm not, I'll leave immediately. Her words were calm, reasoned, and perfectly restrained. Not a single syllable carried a direct threat, yet the pressure was unmistakable. Han Lai's temples throbbed. He felt like fainting on the spot. He turned to Shi Luting and Yu Yun. The two of them exuded a kind of smug arrogance. Shi Luting stood with her hands in her pockets, her long legs stretched out at an angle, chin raised and face cold. Yu Yun crossed her arms, her posture defiant, her expression sharp. Then he glanced back at Chen Yanfei and Lilac. Chen Yanfei stood with her hands in her coat pockets, her gaze steady, entirely ignoring the other two. She waited for him to answer. Lilac, meanwhile, had her fingers clasped tightly, nervously twisting them. Her long lashes fluttered, and her expression brimmed with grievance, like she was about to cry. Han Lai no longer found her adorable. All he felt was mounting dread. Finally, his eyes searched for Ding Yu. Perhaps his timid friend could be of some help, a scapegoat at least. But Ding Yu was standing 3 meters away, looking down at the ground, hunched over like a chastened chicken. God damn it, can't you be less useless for once? Seeing that no one was going to help him, Han Lai gritted his teeth. Fine. Let's do this. The moment Shi Luting stepped out of the dormitory, the situation escalated dramatically within minutes, like a spectacular collision of planets. It was a quiet Saturday morning on campus. And though there weren't many students around, more and more people began noticing the group gathered in the middle of the dormitory area. After all, with attractive men and women arguing, it was hard not to draw attention. Han Lai suddenly realized that things couldn't go on like this. If emotions flared any further and their voices or actions got out of control, the internal conflict would turn into a public spectacle for others to gawk at, making the situation even worse. Han Lai felt some regret. If he had stepped in earlier to mediate, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated this far. Clearly, his inexperience had shown, and his ability to keep things under control was lacking. But he didn't dwell on it. People aren't born knowing everything. Mistakes like this could serve as lessons for the future. There was no point in wallowing over it now. Without the courage to confront your own errors, you're unfit to be the master of your own life. Reflection could come later. He had more pressing matters to deal with now. The resilience and decisiveness he'd been deliberately cultivating since his rebirth kicked in at this crucial moment. Suppressing all his negative emotions, Han Lai made an extremely risky decision. Would it work? He didn't know. But he had to try. You're being too formal. Han Lai spoke softly, flashing a warm smile at Chen Yanfei. You're my good friend, someone who stood by me through tough times. Chen Yanfei visibly relaxed, her expression softening as a smile played on her lips. For her, forcing Han Lai to speak up had been just as much a gamble. Her heightened emotions, coupled with an odd sense of possessiveness, had driven her to make an impulsive decision without much thought. At the end of the day, she was still a 19-year-old girl. Everyone here had made mistakes just moments ago, or rather, they'd failed to make the most logical or reasonable choices in the heat of the moment. Forget it. Nobody's perfect all the time. Her smile carried a mix of relief and mischief. So I should thank you. Han Lai's tone was sincere, but Chen Yanfei didn't immediately understand, tilting her head in confusion. What? Thank you for bringing Lilac to see me. Everyone present had question marks floating above their heads. But Han Lai had already turned to Lilac, smiling warmly, shyly, and with undeniable sincerity. To be honest, I might as well say it now, I like you. It's probably love at first sight. It was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. A mushroom cloud rising as the shockwave swept across the group, leaving everyone utterly stunned. If you counted reactions, there was Chen Yanfei's wide-open mouth, Yu Yun's, then Ding Yu's, and finally Shi Luding's slightly smaller reaction. Lilac's eyes widened as she stammered in shock. Why? Because you're the cutest, and it's easiest to be myself around you. Lilac didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning of Han Lai's words, still scrambling for excuses and explanations in her panic. But you and Sister Yanfei. Chen Yanfei and I are just good friends. Han Lai cut in decisively, his tone calm but tinged with a trace of sadness. I have my dreams and my life, and she has hers. We get along well, but that's all there is to it. My work and studies already take up most of my time and energy. I don't want to spend my free time being just as stressed. Life shouldn't be that exhausting, right? Lilac instinctively nodded. She was smart enough to understand how difficult it would be for two strong personalities to be together. Seeing the hint of melancholy in Han Lai's eyes, she felt a pang of sympathy. But that feeling was quickly overtaken by panic as she processed the reality of his confession. Her face turned bright red, right up to her ears. She gripped Chen Yanfei's arm tightly, stammering, but I. Sensing her distress, Han Lai remained understanding, his smile gentle as he extended his hand toward her. Will you be my girlfriend? You don't have to say anything, just take my hand. Lilac stared at the clean, open hand in front of her, completely frozen. The fine hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She wasn't a stranger to confessions. In fact, she'd turned down many admirers in the past, often with poise. But this confession was entirely different. It had a touch of romance, but mostly felt like public execution. It was terrifying. She felt like she could dig a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room apartment into the ground with her toes. Utterly overwhelmed, her mind blank, she suddenly let go of Chen Yanfei's arm and dashed over to Ding Yu. Grabbing her bewildered little brother, she blurted out, Yanfei, I'm taking my brother to buy something. Ding Yu protested, struggling. No, Sias, let me go. I want to see what happens next. But Lilac firmly pinched the soft flesh at his waist, dragging him away despite his resistance. Even after Lilac had fled, Chen Yanfei hadn't fully processed what had just happened. She opened her mouth to speak but closed it again, lifting and lowering her arm as if debating what to say, but ultimately staying silent. What the hell just happened? Her gaze locked on Han Lai, her breath heavy with suppressed anger. Han Lai, however, merely smiled lightly and said, As a friend, I've considered your feelings many times. Now it's your turn to consider mine. The words weren't harsh. But Chen Yanfei's expression faltered, her imposing air dissipating. She recalled that day in the hospital when Han Lai had covered for her in front of Pan's parents, shielding her from their wrath. Whether or not it had been effective didn't matter, he'd still been thinking of her even in his darkest hour, battered and bruised, his face swollen, teeth knocked out, barely able to speak from the pain. So, what am I doing now? The memory stirred a sense of guilt in her. Chen Yanfei felt a pang of regret. Maybe her reaction earlier had been too much. But even as she acknowledged her mistake, she couldn't entirely shake her frustration. Why should I have to back down? They started it first. She opened her mouth to defend herself but ultimately stayed silent. What will you do about Xi looting? I can apologize, but at least give me some fairness. Fairness would come, without a doubt. Having decided to take a firm stance, Han Lai wasn't about to let anyone off the hook. With Chen Yanfei's attitude softening, Han Lai turned to Xi looting, his expression instantly icy. His sharp, oppressive gaze made her freeze in place. His words came out as a harsh rebuke. Xi Mingjun, do you think I'm joking with you? The moment he called her by that name, Xi looting's arrogant demeanor crumbled. Her wide-eyed, panicked expression looked as though she'd seen a ghost. Chen Yanfei stared in disbelief. What just happened? He called her by a nickname and scolded her, and suddenly this fierce woman is trembling like a scared cat. That's just absurd. She turned to study Han Lai's profile, her curiosity deepening. What kind of leverage does he have over her? Yu Yun was equally stunned, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. Even Xi looting, who usually dominated any room she entered, had been completely disarmed by Han Lai's commanding presence. And as Xi looting looked at him, her teeth gritted, she finally spat out, "I was wrong." The response was crisp and sharp, carrying an air of authority. In the next second, Xi looting raised her brows, her mouth turned slightly downward, and her lips pouted faintly. Her entire face radiated pitifulness, paired with drooping eyebrows and a slight pout. "I'm sorry, okay?" Her voice came out saccharine sweet, with an unprecedented little trill at the end. Wow! Yu Yun was instantly petrified, her jaw dropping wide enough to fit a baguette, and her eyes nearly popping out of her skull. I. What the hell did I just witness? Chen Yanfei, on the other hand, wasn't as shocked. She didn't know how headstrong and unyielding Xi looting usually was. Instead, she found it worth pondering. There's a secret here, isn't there? Han Lai, it seems, wasn't as straightforward as he appeared, but he was definitely more interesting than expected. Thinking this, her anger naturally dissipated by more than half. Since Xi looting has been humiliated even more. What's the point of me holding on to this? Han Lai, today I'm being the bigger person. She suddenly smiled brightly, stepping forward before Xi looting or Yu Yun could speak, and sincerely offered an apology. I'm sorry, Han Lai. My attitude earlier was a bit excessive, and I didn't take your feelings into account. I apologize. But there's one thing I need to clarify. I wasn't trying to flaunt my wealth. An argument is an argument, and daily life is daily life. You know me, I live just like any other normal college student. Everything I wear and use doesn't exceed 3,000 yuan. I eat at the cafeteria, crave instant noodles, and budget carefully. I'm no different from you. Saying this, she turned to Yu Yun. Yu Yun, I admit I went a little too far with my words earlier. I also want to thank you for taking care of Han Lai. Yu Yun was stunned for a moment, taking a while to process it all. But her instincts as a tea queen kicked in, and she quickly responded with a smile. Oh, Sister Yanfei, you're too polite. What was that anyway? We're all good friends of our brother. We all want the best for him, so a little spat like this doesn't matter at all. In fact, I should thank you for introducing a sister-in-law to our brother. You're so generous, Sister Yanfei. With her thumbs up and an insincere grin, Yu Yun's sarcasm was as strong as ever, and Chen Yanfei's eye twitched involuntarily. She almost broke her composure. But a boss is a boss. She merely nodded slightly, refraining from any further action. That was enough. Things were at a delicate balance now. Both of them had exchanged subtle jabs before peacefully backing down. Han Lai, observing all this, was amazed. This psychological victory I've managed to secure is a miracle in itself. If things had unfolded differently. Do you seriously think a clumsy straight guy like me could have handled Chen Yanfei and Xi looting? Hey, dream on. Thinking of Xi looting, Han Lai decided to press his advantage further. He had to crush any chance of her stirring up trouble again. With a serious expression and a meaningful look, he fixed his gaze on her. Take Yu Yun and go back. Her tea antics are giving me a headache. What happened today better not happen again. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yes, whatever you say. Got it. Nodding obediently. JPG. Xi looting rolled her eyes internally but hooked her arm around Yu Yun and dragged her away. She didn't want to stay a second longer. She was genuinely upset, frustrated that the dogman wasn't cutting her any slack, but she didn't dare act out. If Yu Yun weren't here, you'd see if I'd fight you or not. Though her mind screamed defiantly, Her actions were the epitome of retreat. Yu Yun, stumbling as she was dragged away, let out a string of hey, but couldn't stop Shi Looting's strength. What hurt the most was, what the hell? You couldn't take on Han Lai, so now you're taking it out on me. With the more challenging and chaotic Yu Yun forcibly removed from the scene by Shi Looting, Han Lai finally let out a breath of relief. I gambled and won. That was no small feat. Han Lai wasn't great at managing situations or coaxing women, but his rudimentary knowledge of psychology had been invaluable. Chen Yanfei was kind-hearted and reasonable. She could be moved with sincerity. Shi Looting was headstrong but had significant weaknesses. She could be subdued with pressure. Yu Yun's presence amplified Han Lai's implicit threat, which kept Shi Looting from acting out. Meanwhile, Shi Looting's forceful nature kept Yu Yun in check, so Han Lai didn't even have to deal with Yu Yun himself. The only wild card was Lilac, but scaring her away had been enough. If he had misjudged her character and failed to drive her off, Han Lai had a backup plan. Plan B: if Lilac had shown any hesitation, Han Lai would have gone all in, officially asking her out on the spot and taking her away. Let's go have our two-person world. You guys can keep blowing up here. Realistically, that would have been impossible, but leveraging her exit was manageable. Worst case, I'll clean up the mess later. Han Lai's plan had flaws, but the overall strategy was commendable. This was what it meant to turn adversity into triumph. The moment he confessed was when he came closest to losing everything. But Chen Yanfei was too clever, and precisely because of her intelligence, she wouldn't have exploded on the spot. Han Lai had a solid read on her personality. Having executed this risky but brilliant comeback, Han Lai reaped the rewards. The system chimed incessantly. You successfully won a near impossible battle. Conniving skill EXP 10,010. Bluffing skill EXP 52,088. Acting skill EXP. Goodness. Even his lowest scoring skill had gained 5 digits worth of EXP. His highest, tugging strings, was on the brink of hitting level 4. And the experience was only the surface level reward. What truly mattered was the profound growth from this rare test. The biggest takeaway was clear. When dealing with women, never back down. You could be accommodating, say soft words, or coax them, but deep down, you couldn't falter or be afraid. Otherwise, they would trample all over you. With the right attitude, you could figure out the specific approach over time. Even if you were clumsy and slow, you'd eventually find the right way to get along. If a similar situation arose in the future, Han Lai felt confident he could handle it with ease. It was growth, a tangible improvement. But there was still one final hurdle. As Shi Looting dragged Yu Yun further away, Chen Yanfei suddenly spoke. Do you really like Lilac? Who wouldn't like someone with her personality? Han Lai shrugged, dodging the question. Chen Yanfei was silent for a moment, then said, almost angrily, I won't help you. But you won't sabotage me either. Han Lai turned to her, smiling knowingly, right? Chen Yanfei puffed out her cheeks and glared back at him, but before long she burst into laughter. Go ahead and try. The two of them walked side by side toward the campus gates, following the direction Lilac and her brother had taken. As they walked, Chen Yanfei relaxed, her smile growing brighter. Her questions lost their edge, becoming softer. Do you really find my personality too overbearing? Not at all. Terry. Han Lai shook his head, his voice dropping to a soft tone. It's just that too many good people fall in love with other good people. But they end up exhausting each other. If you don't want to feel so tired, you either stop loving or learn to be ruthless. How ruthless. Her eyes sparkled not just with curiosity but with a hint of anticipation. Anticipation for his answer. Han Lai chuckled. Ruthless to yourself, with more self-restraint. Ruthless to the other person, with more head-on confrontation. Won't that be too much? Parts of your personality that clash will collide sooner or later. Why not address it early, controlling the process? What if it falls apart? Then you've paved the way for the next person, haven't you? What else can you do? Old. Chen Yanfei gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. She'd always known Han Lai was mature, but she hadn't expected him to have such wisdom about relationships. It was as if he'd lived through far more than his years would suggest. That kind of insight was intimidating, but also quite appealing. Suddenly she decided there was no need to keep probing. Why not ask directly? I understand what you mean. So, let me officially ask you, Han Lai, do you want to collide with me? It wasn't a question. It was an invitation. As she said it, Chen Yanfei smiled openly, unashamed. There was only a faint hint of shyness, most of it was pure anticipation. Han Lai was caught off guard, momentarily bewildered. You really are daring. Exactly. Chen Yanfei nodded cheerfully, taking his comment as a compliment. Her confidence radiated even brighter. I've always been someone who dares to love and hate. Once I realized you're my type, I started looking forward to a sweet, fun, and memorable romance. I could have waited longer, but your performance today was just too good. And with so many outstanding competitors, I can't afford to hesitate anymore. So? Have you made up your mind yet? Calm down, show a little restraint. Han Lai felt a headache brewing. This script is all wrong. Who's pursuing whom here? What's there to restrain? Chen Yanfei suddenly stepped in front of him, walking backward, her gaze locked on his. Finding someone good, trying things out, and working together to see if it's right, eventually building a family, having kids and creating a life together. Isn't it simple? And if it's not right? Han Lai countered. She answered without hesitation. Then so be it. Loving the wrong person is still love. If you don't love at all, how will you ever know if it's right or wrong? Han Lai could see she wasn't joking. She truly believed every word she said. Smart, brave, passionate, this was Chen Yanfei. To be honest, Han Lai was touched. For a fleeting moment, he wanted to commit to her, to walk this path together wholeheartedly. But it was only for a moment. Because deep down, Han Lai didn't believe in marriage or in himself. Over 30 years of a failed life had shown him too many tragedies, and his heart harbored too many ambitions. A man shouldn't lie to himself, and he couldn't deceive himself even if he tried. Lying in bed at night, asking himself honestly, if I became the only Superman in the world, invulnerable to all harm, what would I do? From major decisions to the smallest actions. The upstairs neighbors are so annoying, always banging around. I could. My boss is unbearable, sleazy with the women in the office, taking advantage of honest people like me. Those thugs who hit women deserve punishment. That adorable classmate doesn't love me but loves a scumbag who's all talk. Poor kids in the mountains don't even have textbooks. Should I help? How much? It's easy to know who we are deep down. We do good and evil, disrupt rules and maintain order. When laws and violence can no longer restrain us, most people still use morality as self-restraint. Han Lai was one of those most people. He had moral boundaries and a clear self-awareness. There were things he could do, and things he could never do even if it killed him. For example, being devoted to just one woman for a lifetime. At this stage of his life, he wanted everything. Too greedy. I don't think I'm worthy of her. For a moment, he felt dejected and ashamed. But then, it passed. No, that's not right. I'll have superhuman abilities, vast knowledge and immense wealth. I'll be worthy of anyone. No, that's still wrong. Live truthfully. Ask yourself if you like someone, never ask if you're worthy. Love yourself first. Be true to yourself, and you'll gradually become better. So. Han Lai smiled brilliantly and gave his final answer. I'm sorry, I need more time to think. Honestly, you're my goddess, but I'm not ready yet. The boss's confident smile instantly crumbled, replaced by a look Han Lai had been dying to see. Confused? Good. That's exactly what I wanted. We'll both stew in this for a while. Goodbye. Chen Yanfei waved her hand angrily, struggling to maintain her composure. She wasn't the kind of person who cared overly about face, but she was still a girl, and some dignity had to be preserved. Confessing her feelings only to be rejected, this was far beyond her tolerance. Watching her turn to leave, Han Lai didn't try to stop her. The dogman simply followed leisurely behind, smiling as if nothing had happened. Where should we go next, or what do you want to eat? Even more infuriating. Chen Yanfei gritted her teeth, her anger simmering. Don't try to act all cheerful with me. This was far worse than their earlier little disagreements. Making her forgive him wouldn't be easy this time. But the problem was, Han Lai didn't even try to coax her. He just strolled behind her, relaxed, like an old man out for a post-lunch walk. Chen Yanfei walked a few steps, then stopped to think, wait, what? Why did the dogman reject me? He clearly likes me a lot. Replaying the earlier scene in her head, she couldn't help but start referring to him as dogman, just like Shi Looting did. Yeah, it fits. As she thought, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Lilac peeking from just outside the school gate. Her heart skipped a beat. No way. You really fell for Lilac at first sight. She whipped around, her eyes wide in disbelief. Han Lai shrugged, his smile calm. Why not? Get lost. Chen Yanfei finally snapped, her calm demeanor turning into a storm. Eyeing my best friend? We're done. Han Lai, with his tugging skill nearly at level 4, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Smirking, he teased, don't be like that. Aren't we good friends? Adding family ties to that, what's wrong with that? Unbelievable. Chen Yanfei inhaled sharply. This dog man is impossible to deal with. Still, she wasn't entirely outmatched. Are you an animal? She was almost your sister-in-law. Oh, we're going there? Han Lai felt energized, immediately countering, and you were almost her sister-in-law. What's this? You want to take a bite out of your brother-in-law? One bite's not enough. Chen Yanfei turned, deliberately grinning to show her gleaming white teeth. I'd tear you apart and make a platter out of you, just so I can eat a little more. If this were she looting, Han Lai would have bantered with a cheeky comeback. But knowing Chen Yanfei didn't like raunchy jokes, he forced himself to act proper. Not act. I'm naturally proper, he reminded himself. Well, how about I treat you to a braised meat platter later? Just don't give me a hard time, okay? Chen Yanfei eyed him suspiciously for a while, then suddenly chuckled and nodded. Fine. I won't give you a hard time. I might even help you. Dear brother-in-law. I'll see what you're up to. Chen Yanfei still didn't believe Han Lai truly wanted to pursue Lilac. Someone with his emotional intelligence wouldn't be so dumb as to openly pursue her best friend after rejecting her. If he really liked her, wouldn't he flirt in secret? Chen Yanfei thought she had him all figured out. The dogman was just using Lilac as an excuse. Only a fool would take it seriously. Fine, I'll play along. Han Lai, seeing Lilac and her brother Ding Yu standing outside a convenience store across the street, glanced at Chen Yanfei and her eager expression. He sighed in defeat. Alright, no need to trouble yourself. I'll handle it. No way. Chen Yanfei instantly objected, her tone firm. You don't get a choice now. You're going to be my brother-in-law whether you like it or not. Han Lai felt his headache worsen. Rejecting her confession was clearly the right decision. She was already this difficult to deal with if he had made her his main girlfriend, who could have matched her? Not even me. Despite his exasperation, Han Lai smiled warmly at Lilac the moment he approached her. But Lilac lowered her eyes, refusing to look at him. Are you rejecting my goodwill? Han Lai stared at her intensely. Within seconds her ears turned red again. Han Lai found her even cuter than Chen Yanfei. In the mind of a typical man, easily flustered, adorable. Big bro. Ding Yu greeted Han Lai enthusiastically, kicking off the chaotic conversation. Chen Yanfei quickly learned that Han Lai and Ding Yu were actually doormates. No way. Such a coincidence. Lilac glanced at Han Lai, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. It really does feel like fate. Her younger brother and her best friend both had close ties to Han Lai. It felt as though their meeting was predestined. Whether today or some other day, they were bound to cross paths. Han Lai sensed her gaze but didn't look back. Instead, he smiled and nodded. It really is quite a coincidence. Lilac's heart skipped again. His words carried an uncanny resonance with her own thoughts. Moreover, with Han Lai no longer being so assertive or purposeful, she felt much more at ease. But her peace didn't last long. Chen Yanfei suddenly teased, since it's such a coincidence, why not just get together? Lilac's face turned bright red as she shyly pushed her friend. He's your tough guy. I wouldn't dare. Chen Yanfei's heart sank, a wave of irritation washing over her. Wouldn't dare? That phrase, no matter how you interpreted it, hinted that Lilac did indeed have some feelings for Han Lai. And Chen Yanfei could understand why. Feelings often came down to a decent first impression, a touching moment, and the right timing. Lilac, being someone who believed in fate and trusted her emotions, was particularly vulnerable to this formula. Han Lai, with his unique presence, could easily overshadow her previous suitors, making them look juvenile in comparison. Realizing the danger, Chen Yanfei immediately adjusted her strategy. Forget lunch. There's no way I'm letting the two of you sit across from each other today. Let's find somewhere to walk around. Chen Yanfei's suggestion was met with unanimous enthusiasm. The four decided to visit Jushuren Park across the street. Splitting into two groups, they walked in pairs, maintaining a short distance. Han Lai leaned toward Ding Yu and asked quietly, "Why's your sister so shy?" Ding Yu whispered back, "We both take after our mom, introverted since we were kids." Never dated anyone? Probably not. Ding Yu hesitated, sounding unsure. Han Lai chuckled. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "You seem to know Chen Yanfei already." "I visit her campus weekly," Ding Yu replied casually. "I've run into her a few times." Something's off. Han Lai narrowed his eyes, studying Ding Yu intently. The poor boy looked visibly nervous. But perhaps emboldened by recent events, Ding Yu boldly retorted, "Big bro. Are you trying to be my brother-in-law or not?" "Hey." Han Lai smirked, slinging an arm around Ding Yu's shoulders and fixing him with an empty stare. "They're both your sisters." Ding Yu froze momentarily before beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Yeah, both my sisters." "Good. Keep it that way, and don't make it hard for your brother-in-law." Satisfied, Han Lai patted him on the shoulder. Watching Ding Yu's pained expression, he chuckled inwardly. Just then Chen Yanfei glanced back and caught sight of them. "Han Lai, what are you doing? Don't bully Xiao Yu." Han Lai grinned brightly. "How could I? We're getting along great, aren't we, Ding Ding?" "Why, yeah." Under Han Lai's arm, Ding Yu nodded fervently like a pecking chicken, casting a desperate look at his sister. "Can't you see he's bullying me?" "Ugh. Women." By lunchtime, Chen Yanfei firmly declined any plans to eat together. "No need. It's rare for Lilac and me to visit the city. We're going shopping this afternoon. You two can join if you want or do your own thing." Before anyone else could respond, Ding Yu frantically shook his head. "Nope. Not coming." Seeing this, Han Lai decided it was best to part ways. At the subway station, the group said their goodbyes. Han Lai, feeling accomplished, hummed a tune as he walked away. Ding Yu, however, felt thoroughly aggrieved. He quickly sent his sister a text. "Sis, Han Lai's not a good guy. Don't fall for him. Mind your own business." Ding Ding let out a wail. "It's over. He's doomed." On the other side, Lilac showed the text to Chen Yanfei, and the two beautiful girls burst into laughter together. "Your brother bad-mouthing someone and only daring to call him Brother Lai. He must have been bullied so badly. I didn't expect his terrifying new roommate to turn out to be the tough guy you're always talking about. He's always been so stubborn with me, but today all his bravado just collapsed. Ha ha ha. What do you mean I'm always talking about him? Haven't you been talking about him too? Wow. 58 strategies are amazing, such incredible returns. Stop it. And this one's such clear thinking. What a bold move. I never said that. You're so annoying." Their laughter echoed along the street, but their conversation remained centered on Han Lai. No one brought up feelings again. Maybe both of them needed more time for observation and thought. Han Lai was starving and wasn't planning to hold out until the fancy dinner later that evening. Joking was one thing, but seriously, why wait? "Let's go, Ding Ding. To celebrate the bond between us, I'll give you the honor of treating your future brother-in-law to a meal. All right?" Ding Ding, being an honest kid, agreed without hesitation, then realized something was off. Suspicious, he glanced at his big brother. "You're trying to court my sister, and I'm supposed to treat you? Huh?" Han Lai gave him a casual glance, and Ding Ding immediately straightened up. "Big bro, what do you want to eat?" Though he hadn't yet called him brother-in-law, his attitude was a good start. Satisfied, Han Lai pointed to a Lai Xianxiang beef noodles restaurant. "I'm not a freeloader. A casual meal will do." After they sat down, Han Lai pulled out his phone and saw a flood of messages from Shi Luting. The most recent one was from 15 minutes ago. Oh boy. Seems like she's panicking. He casually scrolled through the messages, unsurprised by the content. "How do you know? Answer me. Are you ignoring me on purpose? Come out if you dare. Brother Lai, I was wrong. Don't ask, it's all my fault." Crying emoji. "Bro, what are you doing? I'm begging you, have mercy." "Kaya. If I lose my mind, it's all your fault." Han Lai read through them with amusement, but he didn't feel any pity. It just made him want to laugh. Still, the plan to completely embarrass her wasn't ripe yet. He'd have to ease her mind with a reasonable explanation first. After thinking for a moment, he sent her a single reply. "That delivery box, look at the recipient's name." Over in the dorm, Shi Luting jumped at the notification, grabbed her phone, and read it. Then she slapped her thigh with a loud smack. "I'm so stupid. How could I leave such an obvious clue?" In truth, it wasn't a huge clue. When she'd received the package, she'd immediately ripped off the label and crumpled it into a ball before tossing it into the trash. The only time it could have been exposed was in the few seconds she'd checked the details to confirm the delivery. 3, maybe 4 seconds at most. Under normal circumstances, no one would think to check. But since Han Lai pointed it out, she became utterly convinced it had to be those few seconds. She nervously typed back. "So, you looked it up online?" "Up and found something very interesting." "Crap." Shi Luting buried her face in her bed and started pounding the pillow. Her bed was too short, so she had to kneel awkwardly with her legs bent behind her. Noticing this, Yu Yun instinctively pulled out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Han Lai. "Brother Lai, are you chatting with Looting?" Oh boy. Han Lai felt a surge of chaotic energy rising within him, and so began his multitasking chatting on two fronts simultaneously. To Yu Yun, don't mess around. If she finds out, do you want to die painfully? It is she Looting, but I haven't finished reading it yet. Female-oriented novels are so slow-paced. Did you write it? Yu Yun Jun, brother, you don't like me anyway. I have nothing to fear now. She Looting's eyes lit up as she suddenly sat upright and frantically typed. It's not exactly mine, but I did contribute. You should totally check it out. It's amazing, really. The love-hate relationship between the leads is my ideal vision of a heart-wrenching romance. It combines the melodrama of K-dramas, the eccentricity of J-dramas, the sweet innocence of Thai dramas, and the edginess of niche genres. It's a masterpiece in the romance genre. The female lead wasn't based on me, but she's definitely cuter than I am. Oh, and the male lead's name is Han Lai Yi. Isn't that a coincidence? You'll totally relate if you read it. Wow. She was pulling out all the stops to keep him from digging deeper. Han Lai mentally gave her 99 points for her quick thinking, docking 1 point to keep her humble. With a grin, he typed back. Now that you mention it, I am kind of intrigued. Alright, I'll read a few more chapters when I get the chance. She leaned back against the wall, staring blankly at her phone, completely dazed. After a long pause, she collapsed onto the bed like a fallen log. Thud. Her head throbbed, but her heart ached even more. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? And what kind of freak are you, dog man? She felt as though her world had turned gray. With a vacant stare, she pressed half her face against the bed, unwilling to move. Her entire body radiated one sentiment: I've lost the will to live. Yu Yun, thoroughly confused, mulled over the scene. After a moment's thought, she daringly snapped another photo and sent it off. Brother Lai. Is this your doing? Han Lai opened the message and promptly spat out a mouthful of noodle soup. Across from him, Ding Ding lifted his head, wearing the exact same expression as the photo of Ji Looting. Shi Looting spent the entire afternoon sprawled lifelessly in her dorm room, utterly drained and listless, unable to muster the energy for anything. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that she reluctantly opened her WeChat and sent Han Lai a weak message. Shouldn't we be leaving now? The dog man perked up instantly. Go go go, time to head out. Han Lai's outfit was as simple as ever: jeans and a hoodie. To anyone else, he looked like an ordinary college student. When he saw Shi Looting at the apartment entrance, his eyes lit up. Unlike the matching outfit she had worn earlier to mess with Chen Yanfei, this look was much fresher and more youthful. She had her hair tied in a low ponytail, wore no makeup, and her smooth, full forehead was on display. A super oversized sweater fell just above her knees, hiding her waist and hips, which only made her legs appear straighter and slimmer. The overall look was very campus style. Han Lai was quite satisfied, but he still gave her a long once-over, top to bottom. At first, Shi Looting was feeling good about herself. But as the dogman stared silently, as though something were seriously wrong, her confidence began to waver. What's wrong? The moment you ask that question, you've already lost. Han Lai chuckled to himself but kept a straight face. I just think you'd look better with a little eye makeup. Huh? Shi Looting was taken aback. We're just visiting Pan Ji's house. Wouldn't heavy makeup be inappropriate? Han Lai earnestly replied, but without makeup your fox-like eyes look a bit dull, maybe even a little dazed. How about wearing glasses instead? No way. Shi Looting shook her head vehemently. Glasses were the last thing she'd consider. Faced with two less than ideal options, she quickly decided to apply some makeup. Fine, I'll go back and put on some eye makeup. Wait for me, 5 minutes. Han Lai, ever the considerate one, said warmly, take your time. We've got plenty of time. All right? Feeling the rare warmth from the dog man, Shi Looting beamed and trotted back upstairs, completely delighted. Oh, you poor thing. Her 5 minutes turned into about 10, but when she came back down, her subtle eye makeup and a touch of lip gloss completely transformed her. Her eyes now carried a charming sharpness, though still cool and reserved. The oversized sweater remained, but her aura was electrifying. Beautiful! Han Lai clapped loudly, making Shi Looting so flattered she couldn't help but sneak a shy smile, her gaze floating upward. Whatever small frustrations she had earlier that afternoon evaporated. It wasn't his fault anyway, I wasn't careful, right? Let's take a cab. She took a step forward, long legs striding confidently as she helpfully suggested, "Shouldn't we also bring a gift since it's our first time visiting? There should be a market near her place, right?" "I'm not sure. Maybe? Are you thinking of getting fruit?" "What else? We're just students. A little fruit or a small trinket should suffice." "You're right. Pan Pan's family probably doesn't lack anything. Let's go then." The two hailed a cab and headed toward Huaihai Middle Road. On the way, they debated endlessly before settling on buying 4 types of premium fruit. At a fancy fruit market, Shi Luding picked and chose meticulously. When it came time to pay, she clasped her hands behind her back, smiling slyly at Han Lai. "You bullied me today. I didn't bring any money. You scolded me today. I really don't have any money. And I've been nothing but gracious to you today." Seeing she wasn't going to back down, Han Lai reluctantly surrendered. Fine, let me check if I have enough." With visible reluctance, he pulled out his wallet. When Shi Luding peeked inside, she smacked him on the arm. "Dog man. You're carrying over 2,000 yuan and still mooching off me all the time." Han Lai shamelessly complained, "That's my entire fortune. I've got to make it last until winter break. Do you know how hard this is for me?" "Don't care." Determined to milk him dry, Shi Luding declared, "If you run out of money for food, I'll treat you. But today's bill is on you." Fine. Watching the dog man reluctantly pay up, Shi Luding smiled smugly to herself. "About 1,500 left. I'll think of more ways to squeeze you dry so you can't splurge at your own campus." "Spend on the little chubby girl?" "Not a single cent." The imported red grapes were 65 yuan per kilo. The super late season mangoes from Panjiwa were 55 yuan per kilo. The early season Shizuoka strawberries were 128 yuan per kilo, and the Brazilian cherries were 158 yuan per kilo. They bought extra mangoes, and about 1.5 kilos of the other fruits, totaling over 700 yuan. Han Lai wasn't particularly upset about the money, but he still felt cheated for not getting away with freeloading. Just as he took the receipt, the system rewarded him with a surprise. "Congratulations. You've earned a bonus item, sticky fruit-flavored chewing gum." Overjoyed, Han Lai felt the 700 yuan was worth it. He eagerly checked the new item. Sticky fruit-flavored chewing gum. Quantity 24 pieces, 4 flavors. Effect freshens breath for 2 hours. Creates a lasting sweet film in the mouth. Drawback: slight stickiness. Attributes: sweetness 50. Friction 50. Bioelectricity 50. Joy 50. Wow. Could the drawback be what I think it is? Oh ho. So, who should try this first? He glanced at Shi Luding's enticing lips, his expression contemplative. Shi Luding, still basking in the satisfaction of extorting him, proudly lifted her chin, completely unaware that dark forces were quietly stirring. Leaving the market, it was just 5:40 p.m. Panji's house wasn't far from campus, just 7 or 8 kilometers away as the crow flies, and about 1 kilometer from the fruit market. "Let's walk there?" Shi Luding's good mood had fully returned. The troubles of the afternoon now felt like they'd happened yesterday. Han Lai nodded. "Sure, we have enough time." "Hey, what do you think of Panji?" she suddenly asked. "She's great." Shi Luding frowned. "That's so vague. What else should I say? What do you want me to think of her? I mean, do you like her?" The question was hesitant, almost shy, a far cry from her usual confident demeanor. The pressure from Chen Yanfei and Lilac must have been immense. Normally, Shi Luding would have boldly proclaimed something like, "Want a date? Here's your chance to pursue me." But with Han Lai, she didn't dare. His unpredictability made her both nervous and excited. As expected, Han Lai gave a deliberately vague answer. "Do I like her? Maybe a little. She's so pretty, and everyone calls you two the twin beauties. What guy wouldn't like that?" Shi Luding was smart, but even she was baffled by his roundabout response. He lacked the impulsiveness and straightforwardness typical of guys his age. Instead, he was as slippery as a well-oiled old fish. "What's the conclusion here?" "I don't know." "Go." Getting flustered, she pressed further. "So you only like her for her looks? What else? Don't you like her because she's pretty?" "I'm just joking around." Eager to clarify, she added hastily, "I'm not actually into girls." "So what exactly did you do to Fang Fei? Han Lai's question left her speechless. "What did I do?" That's not something I can explain." Unable to defend herself, she kicked at the ground in frustration. Meanwhile, the dog man smirked and teased, "Tomorrow, let's book a hotel room together. You can show me what I'm missing out on." Shi Luting raised an eyebrow defiantly. Fine. I'll be the queen, and if you touch me, I'll break your hand. Deal. Just as she expected, Han Lai shook his head immediately. But I'll play the CEO. Her heart skipped a beat. At that moment, fantasy and reality seemed to blur. She forced herself to stay calm and scoffed dismissively. Ha! You! What about me? Han Lai's expression didn't change as he boasted. I'm a beast in fights, you know. I've paid over $1 million in damages. Shi Luting believed him. She pictured him shirtless, muscles taut, with a murderous glare taking down opponents one punch at a time. So manly. Still, she argued stubbornly, fighting isn't the same as, you know. It's not just about being rough. Skill and psychological stimulation are key. Wow, you know so much. Han Lai widened his eyes in mock amazement, and Shi Luting instantly regretted her slip. Oh no, I said too much. Just as she was about to cover it up, the dog man leaned in with a sly grin. Coach, teach me. You handle the technique, I'll bring the power. It lost. Blushing furiously, Shi Luting stomped off, long legs striding angrily ahead. Her face burned like it was on fire, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Han Lai watched her retreating figure, rubbing his chin with a mischievous smile. Looks like we're getting closer to that day. Panji's home was a garden-style villa nestled in a traditional Shanghai lane. By the time they arrived at the entrance to the alley, it was already past 5:50 p.m. Panji was waiting there, standing like a delicate flower. When she saw Shi Luting, she gave a stiff smile. When she saw Han Lai, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Clearly she was still mad. But no matter how upset she was, Panji always maintained her elegant demeanor. She would never throw a tantrum or lose her temper openly, unlike Shi Luting or Chen Yanfei. Because of this, neither Shi Luting nor Han Lai took her mood seriously. Queen Ting immediately began chatting warmly with her, while Han Lai strolled along behind them, unhurried, making his way toward her house. As soon as they entered the courtyard, both of them froze in shock. Oh, what a massive yard and house! The front yard was at least 300 to 400 square meters. The walls were lined with ginkgo and wintersweet trees, golden leaves on the ginkgo, and wintersweet blossoms still waiting to bloom. Even so, it was stunningly beautiful. On the west side of the yard was a small parking area with 4 parked cars, one of which was covered with a tarp. The low slung shape underneath hinted at a sports car. A paved driveway led to the main entrance, while a winding stone path, flanked by neatly trimmed bushes and illuminated by soft LED ground lights, meandered toward the villa. At the end of the path stood a 3-story European-style house with a pointed roof, granite exterior walls, and a spacious terrace on the 3rd floor. Lights angled onto the walls cast intricate patterns, giving the building an enchanting glow. Shi Luting stood dumbfounded. This was a level of luxury far beyond her imagination. Having grown up in a middle-class family, she had only ever seen villas and courtyards like this in movies. And this wasn't some countryside estate. This was in the heart of China's economic powerhouse, Shanghai. Not just Shanghai, but the core of its old downtown, Sujiahui. How much would a place like this cost? Billions. Panji was clearly pleased with their reactions. Han Lai, walking behind her, easily picked up on her growing excitement. Her steps became lighter, almost bouncing, as she moved with an adorable liveliness. What surprised him was that Panji didn't boast about her wealth or use it to intimidate Shi Luting. Perhaps it was her upbringing, or maybe she simply cherished her new battle buddy. Han Lai kind of hoped she'd show off a little just to see what it'd be like. But Panji didn't say a word about her family's wealth, even as she pushed open the villa's grand door. She only cheerfully welcomed them inside. Come in. I've got slippers ready for you. Han Lai and Shi Luting switched into the provided slippers and stepped into the foyer, only to be greeted by a breathtaking interior. Good grief. The ceiling on the first floor was at least 4 to 5 meters high, and the second floor's ceiling wasn't far behind at 3 meters. The main hall spanned 2 floors, creating an incredibly open and airy space. The most eye-catching feature was a massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling, shimmering like a cascade of fireworks. As for the decor, it was a classic old Shanghai style, which didn't particularly appeal to Han Lai. To him, it felt a bit dated. However, the most striking piece in the entire hall was a grand, pure white triangular piano tucked into a corner. Do you play the piano? Han Lai asked in mild surprise. Panji replied with a firm followed by a soft, exuding a mix of maturity, playfulness and pride. Clearly she wasn't just an amateur. As a guest, Han Lai was quick to offer praise. He clapped his hands lightly. No wonder you're such a refined lady. I'd love to hear you play sometime. But Pan Ji wasn't buying it. Her expression darkened as she rolled her eyes dramatically. You think you're worthy? Ouch! Her cuteness made the jab bearable, but it still stung a little. Fortunately for Han Lai, he didn't need to retaliate, someone else did it for him. Nan nan. And Dan. A sharp, reprimanding voice echoed from the right side of the hall. A middle-aged woman with a slightly stern expression appeared, her eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Where are your manners? As soon as she saw the woman, Panji turned into a docile mouse in the presence of a cat. Her face instantly lit up with a fawning grin. She whined, drawing out the word in a sing-song tone, trying to negotiate, "Can you not call me by my nickname in front of my classmates?" Ignoring her daughter's protest, Pan's mother Zhao Annie turned toward Han Lai and Shi Luting with a warm, welcoming smile. You must be Xiao Han and Ting Ting. I'm Panji's mother. Just call me Auntie Zhao. Come in, come in. The living room is this way. Let's sit and chat. Perhaps due to Zhao Annie's earlier stern tone, or the intimidating grandeur of the house, Shi Luting seemed a little uneasy. Without thinking, she clung to Panji's arm and gave Zhao Annie a polite bow. Hello, Auntie Zhao. I'm Shi Luting. Brief, direct, and perfectly polite, her default defense mechanism. Everything seemed normal, but in Zhao Annie's eyes, who had already made up her mind, her gaze twitched slightly. Look at them. Clinging to each other like long-lost lovers. What are you two doing, putting on a play about star-crossed soulmates? Zhao Annie couldn't help but internally curse her daughter. Useless girl. You're all prickly with Xiao Han, but with Shi Luting, you're all smiles and sweetness. What's the point of sticking to a girl like glue? Suppressing her frustration, Zhao Annie redirected her most gracious smile toward Han Lai. Xiao Han, you're our honored guest. Han Lai, sharp as ever, instantly picked up on her tone. With a slight bow not too exaggerated but respectful enough, he greeted her. Hello, Auntie Zhao. I'm Han Lai. This is my first visit, so Ting Ting and I brought a small gift. Thank you for your hospitality. Without waiting for a response, he continued naturally. Where's the kitchen? I'll take it there. Zhao Annie beamed with delight, her satisfaction growing. Thank you. But since it's your first visit, I'll keep the gift. I'll wash the fruit myself for everyone to enjoy later. But no gifts next time, or I'll have to give you a return gift. Understood, Auntie Zhao, Han Lai replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Panji rolled her eyes yet again. Next time? She muttered. So annoying. Zhao Annie led Han Lai into the kitchen, leaving Panji and Shi Luting in the living room. The spacious kitchen was bustling with a cook and a housekeeper preparing dinner. True to her word, Zhao Annie personally washed the fruit, chatting with Han Lai as she worked. So, Xiao Han, how many people are in your family? Han Lai smoothly launched into a brief report, knowing the drill. It's just my parents and me. Meng Cheng wasn't much in the past. My grandparents worked hard but passed away early, so my parents don't have large families either, just an aunt and an uncle. Oh, no wonder you're so well-mannered. Han Lai couldn't help but laugh internally. What kind of logic is that? Zhao Annie continued probing gently. How's the economy in Meng Cheng? Han Lai replied calmly. It's a resource-driven city. The wealthy are very rich, but most people are still struggling. Overall, the economy is growing quickly, so it's possible to find ways to earn a living. My family's situation is pretty average. That must mean there are a lot of nouveau riche families, right? Do you get bullied a lot? Han Lai smiled but chose his words carefully. There are many nouveau riche, and sometimes their behavior doesn't match their wealth. Conflicts can happen. But as long as we stay honest, avoid trouble, and maintain our self-respect, we don't face much bullying. No matter where you are, the truly reckless people are always a minority. Good, good. Such a good boy. Zhao Annie exclaimed, clearly pleased. She didn't care whether Han Lai was rich or poor. With their current wealth, the Pan family could easily support Panji's lifestyle for generations. What she cared about was his character. After their brief conversation, Zhao Annie's mind was made up. This kid is excellent. She packed the freshly washed fruit into a basket and returned to the living room with Han Lai, her approval clear in her beaming smile. Back in the living room, Pan's father had joined the group, chatting casually with the girls. The moment Zhao Annie met his eyes, she gave him a subtle nod and smile. He instantly understood. The Empress Dowager approves. With a hearty laugh, he stood up and warmly beckoned Han Lai over. Xiao Han, welcome. Come have some tea with me. His enthusiasm left Panji stunned. Han Lai felt a twinge of mixed emotions. You want to make me your son-in-law that badly, huh? Fine, but can we negotiate? How about I call you third dad instead? Suppressing his inner musings, Han Lai bowed slightly. Hello, Uncle Pan. Pan's father grabbed his arm and guided him to the tea table. Enough with the formalities. Today's all about learning from each other. But let's save the serious stuff for later first. Tea. Pan Ji and Shi Looting exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, Zhao Ani quietly observed their reactions. As Uncle Pan brewed tea and chatted, Han Lai sat calmly, smiling faintly, his thoughts as inscrutable as ever. Xiao Han, you probably don't have the habit of drinking tea, do you? Old Pan started the conversation, his question sounding more deliberate than casual. Han Lai noticed but didn't overthink it. He answered honestly. Not really. Old Pan immediately launched into a lesson. Drinking tea is good. It cultivates patience and helps a man become steady. It's much better than drinking cola. Boys who drink cola all day are like little kids who never grow up. It's ridiculous. You should learn how to appreciate tea. What's that supposed to mean? Why does it sound less like criticism and more like something else? While Han Lai pondered, another conversation unfolded on the sofa in the living room. Zhao Ani asked, Nan, today's dishes are all your favorites. What would you and Ting 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 like to drink? Want to join me for some red wine? Pan Ji responded flatly with 3 words. Drink cola. Oh? That's unusual. Zhao Ani's tone remained calm and pleasant, and she smiled slightly. Alright, you're the second in command today. Drink whatever you want. But we don't keep cola at home. Are you going to buy it yourself or what? She Looting, clueless, eagerly chimed in. Pan, I'll go with you. Panji tugged at her sleeve, took out her phone, and lowered her head. I'll call the supermarket. If we order a whole case, they'll probably deliver it. Zhao Ani didn't stop her, simply smiling meaningfully and stealing a glance at Han Lai. Han Lai didn't catch the look but heard the exchange. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Oh Hichi. Ifri me. So, the in-laws are dropping hints now? Wow. Subtle. Both Pan's father and mother were essentially saying the same thing. Panji doesn't like cola, and she doesn't like guys who treat cola like water either. The kind of man Panji admires must be steady and patient. Of course, that assumption might no longer hold. After all, she brought Shi Looting home. Who knows if she still even likes men? That's probably why they only hinted at it. If you pick up on it, great, that's your skill. If you don't, well, someone as dense as you probably wouldn't last long with Panji anyway. Thinking further, it became clear that the couple hadn't completely settled on Han Lai. Tests and observations were still ongoing. If you can win over Panji, they'll be thrilled. If not, they're not going to bend over backward for you after all. Their daughter is their priority, and they'll protect her above all else. Realizing this, Han Lai couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the Pan family. They're on another level. Everyday conversations feel like solving riddles. No wonder Shi Looting calls Panji a black-hearted white lotus. Growing up in an environment like this, how could she not be cunning? No wonder she's not interested in most guys her age. Even among 10,000 peers, it's unlikely one could match her intellect. As Han Lai pieced it all together, Old Pan resumed his tea talk. This tea here, I got it at a bargain during the Duyun Mao Jian New Tea auction 2 years ago. That time, the Qianan Duyun Company released 3 jars of their special grade King's tea. Each jar was 150 grams, sold individually. I went with old Guo from Fuxing Group. We agreed that I'd let him take the first jar, we'd compete fairly for the second, and he'd let me have the third. The first jar sold for 70,500 yuan, taken by old Lin from Guangdong. The second jar was fiercely contested. Old Guo and I drove the price up to 100,000 yuan. By the time the third jar came up, those who were determined to win had already gotten theirs, and old Guo couldn't bid anymore. So I snagged it for just 50,000 yuan. No one dared challenge me. Same jar of tea, but old Guo's cost twice as much as mine. He was so mad he slammed the table right then and there. Ha ha ha. Han Lai listened intently, his expression blank. Inside though, he was in complete shock. What the? Old Guo from Fuxing? Who is this guy? If he's casually hanging out with people like that, he must be a big shot himself, right? Still reeling, Han Lai suddenly heard Old Pan's voice shift to a more serious tone. So you see, getting something highly coveted isn't easy, no matter when. You need strategy and patience. First you eliminate obstacles. Then you plan carefully and act only when the moment is right. Never rush when you strike, it has to be decisive, leaving no room for others to react. Ah. This tea I'm drinking now. It's so much better than old Guo's. Lesson learned, sir. Your enthusiasm for making me your son-in-law is duly noted. Internally, Han Lai found it amusing, but outwardly he remained calm and composed, exuding an air of steadiness that could rival a tortoise. I'll savor it properly, he replied. 7 words. No more, no less. You couldn't accuse him of being disrespectful. He sat there perfectly straight, his attitude impeccable. But Old Pan grew increasingly agitated. Did you get it or not? Also, do you even like my daughter or not? And seriously, can't you open up a little and have an honest chat with your future father-in-law? Sorry, no. Han Lai had 3 goals for today. Observe, assess comprehensively, showcase himself strategically. In other words, until he fully understood the Pan family dynamic, Han Lai wasn't going to show his cards. At most, he'd put on a preliminary display of his capabilities and watch the show unfold. What was he assessing? Simply put, the pros and cons of getting deeply involved with Pan Ge. If the benefits didn't outweigh the costs, he wasn't going to bother let someone else deal with it. Han Lai sipped the tea. Its sweet, refreshing taste lingered in his mouth, prompting a satisfied sigh. Good tea. Old Pan beamed with pride. Right? This King's Tea Du Yun Mao Jian produces less than a kilo a year. Uncle's taste in tea is definitely trustworthy. Han Lai nodded obediently, his expression brimming with admiration, like a humble student in awe of his mentor. From across the room, Panji bit her lip in frustration. After 2 rounds of tea and some small talk, a housekeeper announced that dinner was ready. Old Pan clapped his hands and said, "All right, kids, let's eat." Meanwhile, Zhao Annie had been chatting warmly with Shi Luting, using light topics to close the gap between them. As soon as her husband spoke, she cheerfully took both girls by the hand and led them to the dining room, showing no sign of favoritism. Panji's dining room was enormous, with 2 sections. One for Chinese-style meals, overlooking the windows. Another for Western-style dining, featuring a long table and an open layout. Tonight's dinner was in the Chinese section. When Han Lai stepped inside, he was taken aback by the dishes on the table. Most families serve simple homemade meals, but this was different. The dishes were presented with such precision, and even the plates were carefully chosen. Good grief, talk about living the high life. Scanning the table, he recognized only 2 dishes: a lobster platter and steamed hairy crabs. Everything else was unfamiliar. The extravagance was overwhelming. Seated at a table large enough for 10, Han Lai and Shi Luting both felt slightly out of place. However, Han Lai maintained his composure, exuding quiet confidence. Shi Luting, on the other hand, instinctively moved closer to Pan Ge, seeking comfort. Pan Ge, still annoyed at Han Lai, shifted to her right, increasing the gap between them. As a result, the 2 girls sat closer together than Pan's parents. They exchanged smiles. Biziz. Old Pan's blood pressure skyrocketed. Ahem, ahem. After clearing his throat twice, Old Pan realized he didn't know what to say. He sighed inwardly. All right, everyone, let's dig in while it's hot. The Pan parents didn't stand on ceremony. They picked up their chopsticks and began eating. Zhao Annie warmly encouraged Shi Luting. Ting Ting, make yourself at home. You and Panji are close friends, so just relax. Eat whatever you like. Han Lai chuckled silently. If Shi Luting really started dropping by regularly, you'd probably lose your mind. Oblivious to his thoughts, Shi Luting happily started eating. To show her thoughtfulness, she picked a crab from her side of the table farthest from Panji and placed it on Panji's plate. Pan, your favorite crab. Panji smiled sweetly and returned the favor, placing a delicately steamed yellow croaker on Shi Luting's plate. Try this fish, it's steamed with huangju. This girl never misses a beat. Pan's parents exchanged green looks of dismay. The 2 handled things in entirely different ways. Old Pan went straight to Han Lai, roaring with a commanding tone, "Xiao Han, can you drink a little?" "Sir, you sound like you need a drink." Han Lai almost burst out laughing but nodded quickly. "Sure, I'll join you for a little." Meanwhile, Zhao Annie, ever composed, poured a full glass of cola for Panji, her smile mischievous. "You ordered it. Finish it." Panji's delicate face immediately turned sour. "You don't like it?" Zhao Annie teased, grinning. "Then pick beer or red wine?" Panji instinctively glanced at Ji Luting. When had Queen Ting ever backed down? She eagerly suggested, "How about we join Auntie for some red wine?" "All right then." Panji, thinking she was still in her own home, reluctantly agreed. Not long after, everyone's glasses were filled. Old Pan, reinvigorated, raised his glass and gave a toast. Today might seem like an ordinary day, but it's actually one worth celebrating. Our Panji has always been quiet and reserved, rarely inviting friends over for a meal. Today's gathering shows she's gained 2 wonderful friends, which brings great joy to both her mother and me. Xiao Han, Ting Ting, thank you for coming. I hope you'll visit often. Let's raise our glasses and toast to this wonderful evening. Old Pan was clearly a veteran of the social drinking scene, adept at finding significance and elevating any occasion. In truth, it was just an excuse to get everyone drinking. Han Lai didn't mind. He had a solid alcohol tolerance, and with his enhanced physique, he feared no liquor. Cheers. Feel free, and I'll finish mine. He was the first to cheer, downing a glass of Wulianji in one go. Old Pan laughed and scolded, "Do I owe you a drink?" Then he too finished his glass in one gulp. Pan Ji and Shi Luting were startled, glancing nervously at Zhao Ani. To their dismay, Zhao Ani, the epitome of a bold woman, drained a third of her red wine in one go, smiling brightly. The first glass is important. Auntie has to keep up. The 2 girls couldn't argue with that logic. Well, fine, drink it is. And so, the first round was downed. Before long, Zhao Ani initiated another round. Han Lai quickly realized the dynamic. This was a tag team, the black and white duo, and their mission was to outdrink everyone. Knowing he probably couldn't match Old Pan, Han Lai eased up after the second glass, sipping more slowly. Thankfully he wasn't their main target. The duo didn't push him too hard. But Pan Jie and Shi Luting? The 2 rookies were in trouble. How could they possibly handle Zhao Ani? One sip led to another under her coaxing. Even though Zhao Ani drank more than them, her tolerance was leagues ahead. It wasn't long before the 2 girls were visibly tipsy, their faces flushed, and their eyes shimmering like they were about to overflow. Then the purposeful small talk began. "You 2 are really close." Zhao Ani sighed, her expression tinged with nostalgia. "I used to have a best friend too prettier than me, but after getting deceived by some scumbag she drifted away from me." If she had mentioned anything else, the 2 might not have reacted much. But the moment scumbag came up, their spirits reignited. Men like that are the worst. Exactly. Always flirting and lying, acting like they're so proud of themselves. Yes. Ghosting after they've had their fill, what garbage. They act all righteous spending your money but sulk when it's their turn. And stealing girls' spoons? Can you believe it? Why not? I've seen them juggling 4 girls at once. Gross. So disgusting. I swear, give me the chance, and I'll whip them with a riding crop and melt candles on them. Exactly. Don't forget the leash and collar. The 2 sisters in arms went on a tirade, their complaints practically drenching Han Lai like a downpour. Fueled by alcohol and pent-up grievances, they let loose without restraint. It was an exhilarating catharsis for them. Meanwhile, Old Pan and Zhao Ani were on the verge of losing their minds. Good heavens! What have you 2? The husband and wife duo nearly flipped the table, their heads buzzing with anger and disbelief. Once they calmed down slightly, they were left with a growing sense of dread. My poor Nan. Have you grown to hate men this much? Clearly, the couple had misunderstood. Scumbag wasn't a label for all men, it was aimed at a very specific someone. And that someone was sitting quietly with his head bowed, one hand pressed to his temple, shoulders trembling as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Old Pan sighed heavily, suddenly feeling sorry for Han Lai. He wasn't sure if Han Lai liked his daughter or Shi Luting more, but it didn't matter either way. It spelled tragedy. If he liked both, well, that would be a disaster. Such a good kid. Xiao Han, come on, drink with me. Han Lai bit his lip to stifle a laugh, trembling as he raised his glass. With a terse cheers, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Old Pan noticed the faint redness in Han Lai's eyes and the glimmer of tears. The pain was unmistakable, he couldn't hide it. Ho, slow down. What's the rush? Old Pan chided, his tone a mix of blame and concern. Han Lai coughed lightly, managing a bright smile. I'm fine, Uncle Pan. Cough. Then, still grinning, he added, your turn, Uncle Pan. All right. Old Pan admired men like Han Lai, stoic, reserved, enduring their pain and struggles in silence. Men who can achieve greatness never show weakness. Sympathy. A true man never needs it. Feeling a surge of respect, Old Pan drained his glass, flipping it upside down to show it was empty, a gesture of extraordinary regard. This kind of display would be unthinkable between elders and juniors or superiors and subordinates. Han Lai was baffled, What's happening? Old Pan, seemingly oblivious, launched into unsolicited praise. Xiao Han, you're destined for greatness. Me? Greatness? The two men continued their hilariously mismatched conversation, the atmosphere buzzing with energy. Meanwhile, the two culprits, seeing Han Lai still in good spirits, glared daggers at him and let out a simultaneous huff. So all that yelling was for nothing? Absolutely not. It hadn't been for nothing. Zhao Annie furrowed her brows tightly, realizing she couldn't let things continue like this. The two had grown utterly unruly. Enough was enough. If gentle persuasion didn't work, it was time for a firmer hand. As long as Old Pan confirms Han Lai is capable, who cares whether they're willing or not? They'll have to start making me a grandchild. Old Pan and Han Lai enjoyed their drinks together. Han Lai, being not a real teenager, was mature and sensible enough to play the role of a companion and listener perfectly. Gradually, Old Pan stopped paying attention to his outspoken daughter and started venting his woes about the stock market. Han, you tell me. I'm pretty good at making money. So how come every time I trade stocks, I end up losing? Want me to analyze it for you? Sure. Go ahead. Alright, let's break it down. What's the core logic behind the stocks you pick? Of course, it's performance. The moment those words left his mouth, Han Lai's brain started aching. This was the classic sign of a clueless retail investor. But Old Pan kept going enthusiastically. Take Fuxing Pharma for example. Its performance is amazing. I've been friends with old Guo from Fuxing for years, and my cousin is an assistant to the president there. I can guarantee that the financial reports are solid, absolutely no cooking the books. But the stock just doesn't go up. If you calculate it, I've been holding it for 3 years now. Is that reasonable? And then there are bank stocks, look how far they've fallen. Last year I watched as the stock price nearly dropped below book value. From a long-term perspective, isn't that a surefire buy? And yet, I've been stuck holding them for 2 years now. Hearing this, even Han Lai's head started to hurt. Wow. Long-term perspective? Do you know how many bank stocks eventually fell below book value? Some even dropped to 0.5 of their book value. The price-to-book ratio (PB) is quite an interesting metric. It compares the market price of a stock to its book value. In theory, if a company's PB ratio falls below 1, it means you could, hypothetically, buy all its publicly traded shares at the current price and still make a tidy profit. For instance, let's say a company has $1 billion in net assets, and its PB ratio is 0.32. If you can scrape together $320 million to buy it out, you'd instantly own a company worth $1 billion. Take it private. Then use those assets to secure a loan, easily pulling out $400 million. Pay off your loan and pocket the rest, a clean $600 million profit. Of course, buying out an entire company is often unrealistic. A smarter strategy would be to buy just 5% of its shares, then publicly announce your intention to acquire it. This alone would likely drive up the stock price. At that point, you could sell your stake at a premium, turning a quick profit. Sounds easy, right? Well, here's the problem: only bank stocks tend to trade below book value, and banks, as we all know, are impossible to acquire. So bank stocks can fall endlessly without anyone stepping in to bid them up. Do they lack value? Not at all. It's just that savvy investors steer clear of them. Old Pan had the smarts to build a business empire but turned into a complete novice in the stock market. Han Lai decided it was time to step in and show his worth. Uncle Pan, your logic isn't wrong, but your understanding of performance is flawed. Huh? Old Pan blinked. What do you mean? First, performance that doesn't exceed expectations isn't really performance. What's the market really after? It's chasing potential future growth. Steady performance might as well be boring. It's the companies with better than expected growth that attract investors. Fuxing Pharma? Typical steady performance. Banks? Completely stabilized, no room for imagination. And with such large market caps, who's going to bother pushing those stocks up? Second, you can't just rely on financial statements. You need to evaluate the industry's prospects and the company's potential. Companies losing money now might thrive later. Companies making money now could be running out of steam. Third, regular retail investors focus on things like semi-annual and annual reports. But those are too outdated. The truly valuable indicators of potential growth, retail investors don't even notice them. And the data you can fully understand. Uncle Pan, think about it. What kind of data would that be? Han Lai spun his narrative like a seasoned storyteller. Old Pan, no fool but stuck in his ways, suddenly slapped his thigh. It's macroeconomic policy. Exactly. Han Lai gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Pan, your advantage lies in your vision and access to information. You can't follow the herd, you need the courage and confidence to act ahead of them. The flattery landed perfectly. Old Pan scooted his chair closer, slung an arm around Han Lai's shoulder, and smiled warmly. Han, you're absolutely right. And you explain it so clearly, not like those so-called experts who just babble nonsense all day. Oh, come on. Don't call me an expert. I'm just theorizing here. Han Lai waved his hand modestly. Not at all. Old Pan waved dismissively. I've seen your track record. Out of 800,000 people, you stood out at the top with unmatched returns. Zhao Kuo himself couldn't hold a candle to you. Just a week of trading, mostly luck. Old Pan smacked the table. Victory without arrogance, excellent. From across the table, both Pan Ji and Shi Luting turned to look. Pan Ji was especially surprised, feeling that her father's enthusiasm for Han Lai was a bit over the top. Could there really be some deep camaraderie here? That's ridiculous. Old Pan, fully immersed in the conversation, began to expand from stock trading to finance and even macroeconomics. What amazed him was that no matter where the discussion led, Han Lai could keep up, offering his own insights. The more they talked, the more impressed Old Pan became. What a remarkable young man. By the end of their chat, Old Pan sighed heavily. Han, if only you were my son-in-law. Phew! Even though Han Lai had been mentally prepared for this, he was still caught off guard. So soon? Shouldn't there have been more build-up? It was clear that Old Pan was too eager to wait. He tightened his grip on Han Lai's shoulder and whispered urgently, "What do you think? Is my daughter good enough for you?" "She's great, but..." "Ah, no buts." Old Pan cut him off. "If you like her, that's all that matters. The rest doesn't matter." At this critical moment, Han Lai decided to stir the pot. "But I like Shi Luting." "Damn." Old Pan's eyes widened in fury. "That girl likes women. Don't you know?" "Well, I've seen her messing around with collars and leashes." Han Lai nodded hesitantly, each word painfully truthful, his ability to spin a rumor at its peak. Then, as if steeling himself, he added, "Still, if I don't try, I'll never be satisfied." Old Pan, upon hearing the first part, felt a pang of despair. It's hopeless. Shi Luting must be a confirmed top. Everyone around her knows it. Which means my daughter really is the one being pursued. But the latter half of Han Lai's statement ignited his anger. Why waste time on a fake man? If you have the energy, why not pursue my daughter? She's easy to win over. Han Lai couldn't help it. He choked on his own saliva and broke into a coughing fit. Wow, Old Pan, you really do know a lot. Still coughing, Han Lai saw Pan Ji and Shi Luting casting curious glances his way. Old Pan laughed loudly, covering up the situation. "Hey, Han, you're terrible at drinking. Ginger is spicier the older it gets." The women looked away. Zhao Ani even scolded with a laugh, "Don't bully him too much. Han is a good kid." This made Pan Ji and Shi Luting roll their eyes in unison. A good kid? More like a sly fox. The scoundrel finally managed to catch his breath and, with a bitter face, pleaded with Uncle Pan. "Uncle Pan, please don't make things difficult for me. Liking someone is something I can't control." Uncle Pan, of course, understood, but he was still unwilling to give up. Han Lai's overall qualities were indeed rare. Even if the situation with Pan Ji didn't exist, he still deeply appreciated this young man before him. Talking big was easy, plenty of college debate club members could do that. But someone like Han Lai, who had solid knowledge, could keep his desire to show off in check, and still maintain composure even when the conversation got exciting. This was incredibly rare. Uncle Pan asked himself, if I had won such a competition, how would I have acted? I'd definitely be so full of myself I'd be bragging non-stop, and even the house wouldn't contain my ego. But Han Lai? Not even 20 years old, and already as composed as a battle-hardened general. Too impressive. The reason was simple: Han Lai had already seen the answers in advance. He had a deep understanding and predictions about the current market. Thus, he didn't need to be overly joyous in victory or disheartened by setbacks. When a major bull market arrives, everything from before becomes trivial. But Uncle Pan misunderstood this as exceptional strength of character. He had somewhat overestimated Han Lai. Because of this misjudgment, combined with his unwillingness to let go, he lowered himself significantly, treating Han Lai as a lifeline. "Ah, you young people and your idea of liking, it's nothing. Uncle has been your age before and knows this very well. Isn't it just liking someone because they're good looking? Can you honestly say you don't have even a little bit of interest in our Pan Ji? Come on. You're a man, aren't you? When you're young, it's perfectly normal to like one person today and someone else tomorrow, or even date two people at once. What's the big deal? This left Han Lai utterly stunned. I was just trying to play it coy and retreat strategically. But the way you're talking, something feels off. Uncle Pan saw Han Lai's hesitant expression and immediately turned up the heat, throwing all dignity out the window. A capable man, what man isn't surrounded by multiple women? I mean, not me, but I've seen plenty. You should just go for it. Whoever you win over, that's it. If you get them both, Uncle Pan will be impressed. Now that's a man. I won't have any objections, and whatever you need, I'll provide. But of course, I still recommend focusing on Pan Ge. She's soft-hearted, easier to pursue, and living with her is less stressful. Talking like this to a young man, even with Uncle Pan's thick skin, made him blush a little. Quickly he grabbed a cup of liquor, gulped it down in one go, and pretended to be tipsy. The brief pause gave Han Lai time to recover his composure. Wow. You're really desperate, aren't you? So, what does this make me? Officially permitted to two-time? Han Lai stayed clear-headed and fully understood the unique circumstances of this situation. Uncle Pan was simply panicking and throwing out whatever solution came to mind. These words would only be valid for a short time. If Han Lai truly succeeded in winning over Pan Ge and proved she wouldn't repeat her mistakes, these two would definitely take it all back. They wouldn't necessarily sabotage his relationship with Pan Ge, but they'd certainly deal with Shi Lucian. There was no way they'd let Han Lai enjoy the luxury of dating both women without consequences. The Pan family was extremely wealthy. They had countless ways to control a commoner. They wouldn't even need to resort to extreme measures. If you wanted to marry Pan Ge, receive their support, or benefit from their wealth, could you afford to defy them? Being a live-in son-in-law was no easy feat. In essence, Uncle Pan's offer was nothing more than a blank check. For most people, it would be utterly useless. Not only useless, but likely to result in losing everything in the end. Parents might support their daughters dating in college, but when it comes to marriage, they'd undoubtedly consider more practical matters. The percentage of college relationships that actually lead to marriage is extremely low. Uncle Pan's current approach was born out of desperation. However, what others couldn't use, Han Lai could. If you're willing to open this door, I'm willing to take everything you've got. Keep your family fortune. I only want your daughter. This unexpected gift thrilled Han Lai. Still, his acting remained flawless. He maintained a cautious and composed demeanor. His expression seemed a mix of interest and shyness. I never thought about doing anything with Pan Ge. I'm not that. Sigh. I've never even dated anyone before. It feels so awkward. Uncle Pan nodded approvingly. Good kid. Not a schemer at all. In truth, with Han Lai's acting skills, tricking Pan Shengwu and Zhao Annie was a tall order. But the problem was, he wasn't entirely acting. The intrigue was real, the hesitation was real, and even the surprise was real, just slightly embellished. What could be done about it? Uncle Pan couldn't see through it. For him, the situation was entirely novel. Too new. He had no suspicions at all, and wholeheartedly gave Han Lai his encouragement. Tonight we've had enough drinks for honesty. Uncle Pan will tell you a couple of heartfelt truths. Good heavens! Uncle Pan's feigned drunkenness was even smoother than Han Lai's. His eyes were hazy, his cheeks flushed, and he occasionally slurred his words, creating the perfect image of someone tipsy but not completely drunk. Without such a setup, he'd feel too embarrassed to say some things. Let's use this buzz to talk openly, man to man. Don't you dare play games with me. Got it? Uncle Pan, I'm listening. Nods obediently. Good. Uncle Pan gave Han Lai a heavy pat on the shoulder, thinking to himself, little Han's gotten sturdier since last week. Nice. Snapping back to the moment, he resumed his persuasion. I definitely understand Pan Ge better than you, right? Not necessarily. Han Lai held back a laugh and nodded. Yes. Uncle Pan nodded along, fully satisfied. Good, you know that. Pan Ge never liked playing with boys as a kid. Back in high school, the boys lining up to invite her out to dinner could have stretched from our house to your school. But she ignored them all. When has our family ever lacked a meal, right? Right. So, you see. How does she treat boys she doesn't care about? She completely ignores them. And think about it. Wasn't it her who invited you to eat that crab last time? What does that mean? It means Jia Si Luqian really pushed her buttons. The scoundrel silently muttered the truth to himself, Watching Uncle Pan draw a semi-correct conclusion from completely wrong premises. It means she sees you differently. Well, she does see me differently. Hates me so much her teeth itch. But on the flip side, without strong emotional reactions, you can't form a connection. At least I've already made some progress. Han Lai understood everything clearly, but he still widened his eyes and asked, "Really?" "Absolutely. Trust me." Uncle Pan patted his chest confidently. "But," Han Lai dragged it out, "I really don't know how to chase girls. Though I am pretty good at making them mad." "Then just keep making her mad." Uncle Pan decisively gave the order. The plan sounded utterly ridiculous at first, but shockingly, he had a follow-up strategy. It was absurd. "And then, I'll help you smooth things over with Aunt Zhao and create opportunities for you two." "What? Should I laugh now or later?" Han Lai nearly burst out laughing. Normally in college, winning over a girl's roommates is half the battle. But now, with both her parents helping out, what could possibly go wrong? Other parents might fumble or even backfire, but Zhao Annie? She could handle a cunning black-hearted lotus with ease. Uncle Pan finished laying out his plan and looked expectantly at Han Lai. But the boy was still hesitating and acting shy, which nearly drove him mad. These pure-hearted kids are so unreliable. If I had another choice. Forget it, forget it. Little Han is good enough reliable and can hold his liquor. He's just embarrassed. I'll give him a push. With one arm around Han Lai's shoulder and the other pouring him a drink, Uncle Pan adopted a tough love approach, forcing him to accept his fate. "Finish this drink. And it's settled." Han Lai downed the drink with a pained expression. Uncle Pan beamed with satisfaction. "Good. That's what a man does. Now work hard and win her over as soon as possible. From now on I'll treat you like my own son. Oh, and Panji spends a lot on daily expenses. You don't have to pay for that. When you leave later, Uncle will give you a card, use it as you like." Cough, 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 cough. Han Lai choked yet again. What the hell is this? My future father-in-law is giving me money to woo his daughter, and doesn't even care if I have a mistress. Seeing the boy's stunned expression, Uncle Pan grinned triumphantly. Like Xi Lucian? How childish. Once you've experienced high-end living and the joys of spending freely, you'll understand how good Panji is. Whether or not it works out isn't the point right now. I'm not worried about you trying your best. My money. Plus Panji's looks, what could you possibly resist? Uncle Pan thought he had completely overwhelmed Han Lai, and Han Lai. Well, he was indeed thoroughly delighted. Now I have the funds, the official approval, and the moral high ground. Hey little cucumber, come over here, and let me kiss you. This year's Best Tool Award. It's yours, no contest. Xi Lucian and Panji watched the two drunk men, arms around each other like family, with half their expressions showing disdain and the other half sheer confusion. Men? They're so weird. By the time he returned to the dorm, our dear Han Lai was still feeling dizzy. His future father-in-law really was someone special. After dinner they went to the study to drink tea and look at stocks. By the end of it, Han Lai walked away with a check, a business card, and a stock account. The amount on the check? 500,000. Even though Han Lai wasn't some kid who had never seen big money, he was still quite stunned. What was it his future father-in-law had said again? Oh, something like this. Take this and buy yourself some decent clothes. Dress up to look mature and handsome. Take Pan Pan out more often, and when you go out to eat, make sure to pick top-tier places. If you don't know where to go or can't get a reservation, call Xiao Liang at the number on the card and have him handle it. We didn't have enough time today, but next time Pan Pan brings you back home, I'll take you to see my watch collection and let you pick a good one for yourself. What else needed to be understood here? 500,000 to spend freely, mostly on yourself. If things progress well, next time, I'll even gift you a luxury watch. Dad. Don't worry, I've got this. Originally, Han Lai had planned to take the money and just string them along. Panji was too hard to chase, and with Xi Lucian in the mix stirring up trouble, it was bound to be a headache. But now, Pan Pan, you'd better be cooperative and bring me home to dinner soon, or else you're in for some juicy consequences. As for the stock account, it was already down 70%. Even so, there were still over 3 million yuan worth of stocks left in it. Wow. Uncle Pan kept saying things like, I'm just playing around with stocks, it's not much money, your Aunt Zhao doesn't mind me losing a lot, she just hates how bad my temper gets afterward. Are we sure we're on the same page about what playing around means? Now, the account was under Han Lai's full control. If it loses more, it's his father-in-law's problem. If it makes money, Han Lai gets to keep 30% of the profits. And if he manages to bring it back to the initial 10 million, he'll get 50% of any profits beyond that. No contracts, just a verbal agreement. But Han Lai felt there was no need to doubt its validity. So Brother Lai was left feeling a bit adrift. Did I buy those 2 apartments for nothing? The way things were unfolding was far from the plan he'd initially envisioned. No wonder so many handsome guys managed to change their fate in college. There are just too many eccentric rich girls, and not enough handsome guys to go around. How to spend the 500,000? At the Pan residence, Pan Ji-hee had gone upstairs to rest after drinking a bit too much. After settling her daughter in, Zhao Annie went to the basement cigar room to find Pan Shengwu. What did you two talk about? Uncle Pan replied casually, I gave him the stock account, and I also wrote him a check. Xiao Annie frowned. Why are you giving Xiao Han money? With a hint of irritation, Uncle Pan said, the kid likes she, and I'm afraid he won't try his best. Xiao Annie laughed, shaking her head. So you throw money at him? Money works best. Nonsense. If the stock account makes a profit, Xiao Han can already earn a commission. Why give him extra money? Clearly annoyed, Zhao Annie vented her frustration born from worrying about her daughter on her husband. If their relationship is based on money, they'll definitely fight over money in the future. Uncle Pan, however, remained indifferent. Let them fight, then. Even married couples fight over money. It'll give them a chance to adapt early. If they can't adapt, then you'll be relieved? Zhao Annie sneered. Uncle Pan didn't answer directly. Lighting a cigarette as he leaned back on the sofa, he said, Actually, I quite like Xiao Han. The kid has potential. He's way better than that Zhou Ci. Zhao Annie stayed silent. Though it was still too early to talk about an heir, whenever they met someone promising, it was standard practice to give them a chance and subtly test them. In their world, everyone had their position and purpose. And how were those positions determined? Observation, cultivation, and testing. The key was giving people opportunities to prove themselves, not fearing mistakes, but fearing a lack of effort. As for Zhu Ci, he was the son of a partner of her relative's business. He had been trying to use Zhao Annie as a connection to marry into the Pan family. Back in high school, he even transferred to Pan Ji's class, and now he'd followed her to the same university. You really don't think much of Zhou Ci? What does it have to do with me? Does your precious daughter even acknowledge him? I don't care. You're the one who transferred him to the all-English program. If you hadn't interfered, he would have been in the same class as Pan Pan. Maybe then we wouldn't have all this drama now. Zhao Annie's tone wasn't particularly agitated, but she was already being unreasonable, a sign she was really upset. Uncle Pan felt a headache coming on and tried to explain. Back then, there weren't any red flags yet. Stop bringing up pointless hypotheticals. Besides, in hindsight, the kid really isn't as good as Xiao Han. He's full of petty schemes and knows little of real substance. And have you considered the family background? Can Han Lai's intelligence outweigh the gap in family standing? Uncle Pan snapped, Are we talking about marriage and alliances now? It's just dating so she can experience the good side of men. If Pan Pan doesn't like him, what good is his family background? Then why throw money at him for just dating? The couple glared at each other for a while before Zhao Annie suddenly burst into laughter, and Pan Shengwu shook his head with a wry smile. That was the end of that argument. Their core beliefs were actually aligned. Dating didn't require matching family statuses, a good person was enough. They just differed in their methods. Zhao Annie preferred emotional connections to minimize conflicts, while Pan Shengwu favored material incentives, quick results, and confronting people's true intentions. Zhao Annie walked around behind her husband and began massaging his temples. You need to connect with people, win their hearts. I like Xiao Han too, but you're too cold. You're rushing things. There's no time to waste. Uncle Pan leaned back, closing his eyes. That kid looks soft on the outside but is firm on the inside. Right now he's too young and lacks opportunities, so I can still keep him in check. But think about it, if he makes it to the finals, no matter his ranking, how many private equity firms, brokerages, and major clients will throw offers at him? I specifically asked Old Wang from Guotai Yunnan. Old Wang said, at his age, with this sharpness and aggressive trading style, if he develops better defensive techniques, his future is limitless. I asked, how can you be sure it's not just luck? Old Wang laughed and said, there's no such thing as luck in short-term trading. If you're unsure, test his strategic thinking during a conversation. So, when Xiao Han and I were talking in the study, I asked him for advice on short-term trading. He didn't explain his strategy but directly told me, you can't learn it. Then he explained value investing in detail, systematic and stable, completely different from his usual aggressive style. Zhao Ani, clueless about stocks, was still fascinated. So what does that mean? It means his skills are already at a high level. It means he can be stable when he wants to be. It means he already has defensive capabilities. Pan Xingwu sighed, his feelings mixed. The kid said, I trade high-risk short-term because of the competition's rules. For your account, I'll focus on mid to long-term value strategies. You can monitor it anytime, but don't interfere. The way he said it, it was like everything he did would turn to gold. He was so confident it stunned me. Damn it! Where did this genius come from? A genius is a good thing, isn't it? Zhao Ani smiled warmly as she pressed harder, her mood lifting. Without some special skills, how could he impress Pan Pan? That stubborn girl has such high standards. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for a beautiful, strong-willed girl like she. Uncle Pan grunted softly in agreement. Zhao Ani continued, How much money did you give him? 500,000. Zhao Ani breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad. It's a bit much, but not over the top. Old Pan wasn't convinced. How is it too much? It's not even close to what you waste every year at beauty salons. You get memberships everywhere, top them up with money, and then don't even go. Isn't that just handing people free money? Yes, I'm wasteful, I'm a spendthrift. Zhao Ani smiled sweetly, scratching her husband's scalp without a hint of anger in her voice. Not like you, who's so thrifty, always supporting those little secretaries and young wives. You make sure to get your money's worth before coming back, don't you? Pan Xingwu felt his scalp tingle, and his muscles tensed up. He quickly defended himself. Don't spout nonsense. I'm absolutely devoted to you. I've never kept anyone outside. The implication being that casual flings didn't count after all. Those were pay as you go. Zhao Ani didn't press further. At their age, couples with poor relationships were more like business partners, while those with strong bonds were more like family. Some things she could understand and had long since come to terms with. Compared to her husband's minor transgressions, she found Han Lai far more intriguing. Hey old Pan, do you think Han Lai can win over Pan Pan? If we don't help him, I don't see how. That kid's a useless little virgin. He barely dared to talk to the two girls all evening. Being reliable is great and all, but you've got to make a move. Zhou Ci has experience and knows how to flirt. Didn't you push him into another class? If I'd known this would happen, Zhou Ci would have been fine too. It's for the best. Look at old Guo's daughter's boyfriend, a troublemaking little punk who's always causing problems. Poor Jin Yuan is constantly stressed out. She's only in the 8th grade, right? Already causing trouble? And your daughter is any better? Might as well let her date a little punk too. The couple whispered back and forth, utterly consumed by their concern over their troublesome Pan Pan. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ding Ding and Xiao Northeast had gone out, leaving the 4-person room feeling like a private suite. Han Lai, phone in hand, responded to various messages and summons from Shi Zlishan, Chen Yanfei, Yu Yun Fang Fei, and other girls, while also logging into his QQ side account. The moment he logged in, he saw a probing message from a lonely cucumber. A lonely cucumber, Ham? Are you there? A lonely cucumber, I need something. Can you give me your number? Wow. You're smarter than you look. Han Lai chuckled to himself. To be fair, Shi Luxian wasn't dumb, she was actually quite sharp. It was just her lazy nature and short temper that made her prone to rash actions. See? When it counts, she's quick on her feet. But if you think you can test me, you're way out of your depth. With a mischievous smile, Han Lai typed out his reply. Damn, for cucumber, I had a full schedule today. Just finished self-study. What's up? Seconds later, Shi Luxian replied urgently. A lonely cucumber, it's urgent. Big deal. What's your number? Let's talk over the phone. Damn, for cucumber 138XXXXXXXX. The number he sent was for a recently purchased, rarely used SIM card. It had an 88 yuan monthly fee, and had never been used outside of maintaining side accounts. The Huawei P6 he'd bought had stayed in his dorm since day one. See? It's finally proving its worth. After sending the number, he waited half a minute, and there was no response. Shi Luxian stared at the digits, exhaling a deep breath of relief. So it's not him. Thank goodness it's not him. Hey haha. Should I call anyway? After hesitating, she decided to dial, just to hear Ham's voice and feel reassured. For the first time in weeks, Han Lai's P6 rang. The dogman smirked, opened his pre-installed voice changer app, and answered. Hello, little cucumber? Yes, it's me. Ham? Yep, it's Ham. What's up, apprentice? Got yourself in a pickle. Hearing the unfamiliar northeastern accent, Shi Lucian completely relaxed. She flopped onto her bed, spouting an excuse. Oh, my roommates just came back. I'll hang up. Let's talk on QQ instead. After 2 beeps, Han Lai stretched lazily, slipping the phone back into his drawer. You can't wander the martial world without a disguise. It's a dangerous world, little cucumber. A short while later, his QQ pinged again. A lonely cucumber master, something huge happened. A lonely cucumber, oh my god! My male god exposed my identity today. I nearly died on the spot. What followed was a lengthy, dramatic account of the afternoon's events. In her version, Chen Yanfei was a bully. Ding Xiang was a fake, pitiful lotus. The male god was a cold, heartless dog man. Nothing close to the actual truth. Han Lai hummed and hawed in response while simultaneously replying to Shi Lucian's WeChat messages on his iPhone 5. Shi Lucian, what are you doing? Why so slow? Han Lai shopping. Shi Lucian, what are you buying? Online shopping? Do you even have money? Han Lai minimized QQ, snapped a photo of his shopping page, and sent it over. Han Lai, see for yourself. Shi Lucian eagerly zoomed in on the image, freezing when she realized what it showed. The web page displayed a variety of, let's call them toys. You dog. Come down here right now, this instant. Not to hook up, of course, but to murder him on the spot. Han Lai, however, coolly stoked the fire. Can't wait? The stuff won't arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Be patient just a few days. Shi Lucian screamed into her blanket, her dorm falling silent. Fang Feifei and Yu Yun exchanged puzzled glances. Yu Yun, curious, recorded a 5-second video of the outburst and sent it to Han Lai. Yu Yun, Han, was this you again? Han Lai burst into laughter as he watched the clip. Little cucumber. So adorable. Still, screaming like that so early. What a waste of energy. With a sly grin, he sent her another message. Han Lai gone quiet? Shy? Excited? Screaming in anticipation? Hold your horses, I haven't even started yet. The notification didn't wake her from her rage. When she finally saw the message, her temper flared anew. How is someone this infuriating? Blocked. When Han Lai tried to send another message, he got the dreaded notification. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Oh, blocked me? So fragile. Shrugging, Han Lai blocked her in return and turned his attention to coaxing Chen Yanfei. This wasn't retaliation, it was overkill. If Shi Lucian blocked him for a day, he'd block her for 3. A woman's temper shouldn't be indulged, especially someone like Shi Lucian, who is naturally strong-willed. If you only looked at today's situation, the problem did seem to lie with Han Lai. But hatred never comes out of nowhere, and Han Lai's attitude, carried over from his previous life, wasn't without reason. In his past life, Yu Yun had strung him along for 3.5 years. Yet, less than 6 months after he woke up to her game, Han Lai had completely forgotten about her and her manipulative ways. The one person he couldn't let go of, however, was Shi Lucian. Why? Because in Han Lai's eyes, Yu Yun had at least put in the effort to manipulate him. She played her part well, fooling him not because she was a master manipulator, but because she was just that much better than him at the time. But Shi Lucian? She always looked down on him, barely even acknowledging his presence. Then, out of nowhere, she used him as a scapegoat. Why? Just because he seemed like an easy target. And even after everything, she didn't show a hint of remorse. Instead, she continued to treat him with indifference, as if he was inherently worthless, as if he should feel honored to take the fall for her. This left a deep wound in Han Lai. For all Yu Yun's manipulations, she saw some value in him. Shi Lucian's actions, on the other hand, felt like a complete negation of his existence. So, even after being reborn and building a seemingly great relationship with Shi Lucian, where she now idolized him and showed him her softer side, Han Lai couldn't shake off his resentment. The memories of his past clashed with the reality before him, constantly pulling him in different directions. Logically, Han Lai understood. Shi Lucian came from an ordinary family and was exceptionally beautiful. To protect herself, she had to be a little ruthless, putting up a cold front to keep unwanted attention at bay. She didn't have the freedom of someone like Pan Ji, who had her family's wealth as a shield, nor the natural poise of Chen Yanfei, who had the intelligence to handle situations with ease. Shi Lucian had to step on others to maintain her unapproachable persona. Fine, Han Lai could understand that. But as someone who had been stepped on, didn't he have the right to refuse? Han Lai thought he did. And that's why he treated Shi Lushan with zero leniency, never giving her an inch. Strangely, it worked incredibly well. In hindsight, it was almost absurd. Not long after, Ham for Cucumber received another QQ message from her. A lonely cucumber That dog blocked me. Master, when are we going to gang up on Han Lai and teach him a lesson? Han Lai chuckled but didn't reply. Master has more important matters to attend to. You handle it yourself. For Han Lai, those important matters involved ordering an endless array of small whips. He randomly clicked on one, didn't bother checking the price, and placed the order. 1 item. 2. 3. 33. 68. By the 69th item his fingers were sore, and his eyes were tired. Then finally, the divine notification appeared. Your persistence has moved heaven, earth, and the Taobao seller. You've earned a bonus gift. System Daddy. Finally, I've impressed you, haven't I? Energized, Han Lai didn't rush to check the bonus. Instead, he opened the Taobao seller's chat. On the other end, the customer service rep was clearly overwhelmed. Customer service Kian brother, are you opening a shop? Customer service Kian, just so you know, while our products are custom made, breaking all of them might still be fatal. Customer service Kian brother, your delivery address is a school dorm. Do you want to change it? Unboxing there could cause irreversible emotional damage to your roommates. Damn. What a cheeky customer service rep. Han Lai casually replied, the address is fake. Don't send the goods, and no need to refund. I just got myself a sugar mama and felt like sharing some joy. Customer service Kian brother. That's not being kept, it's her using her dirty money to find a pure, noble partner. Wishing you a life of happiness and luxury. Big heart. Laughing, Han Lai opened another toy page and resumed ordering. Refund? Save money? Sorry, my future father-in-law doesn't approve of me being stingy. Using his father-in-law's money to mess with Shi Lushan and get revenge for Pan Ji was a win-win. With that thought, any trace of guilt evaporated, replaced by motivation. Little cucumber, just wait 3 days. I'll show you the difference between fantasy and reality. The next morning, Han Lai went for his usual run, but Shi Lushan was nowhere to be seen. The queen was still stewing in her temper, and it seemed like she wouldn't be showing up today. Han Lai didn't pay her any mind and continued pondering his own matters. For the past half-month, his health and physique stats hadn't increased at all, clearly showing that his current training intensity wasn't enough anymore. Moving forward, he'd either have to hit the gym or invest experience points to brute force his way through. His latest stats were as follows. Base attributes: Strength 70, Agility 71, Constitution 71, Intelligence 70. Secondary attributes: Appearance 79, Physique 74, Health 75, Special 75. His base attributes were generally weaker than his secondary ones. He was a bit lopsided in development. This imbalance was mostly due to his lack of high-intensity, systematic training. Otherwise, attributes like strength, agility, and constitution could improve fairly easily. At this level, he wasn't anywhere near the human limit. A regular person could train their way to these stats. That's why Han Lai had spent his experience points on things like appearance, intelligence, height, and body proportions, innate traits that couldn't be improved through training, only bought with experience. Upgrading from 70 to 79 in any attribute cost 200,000 XP per point, not cheap. With 9 points missing in intelligence, 4 each in special and health, and 5 in physique, he needed a total of 22 points amounting to 4.4 million XP. That was a fixed expenditure. On top of that, he wanted to quickly upgrade his stock trading skill to level 5, which required another 14.5 million XP. If he could train his strength, agility, and constitution on his own, he'd save 5 million XP, greatly easing the pressure. But once his stats exceeded 80, they'd surely cost even more, meaning he might still have to train on his own. Why wait? No time like the present. After returning to his dorm and doing some research, Han Lai set off at 9 a.m. with enthusiasm. First, he went to the bank to cash his check, then took a taxi straight to No. 667, Changhua Road, Jia District. There were 2 highly professional gyms located there. One was called Mi Wellness, the only gym in the country certified to provide CrossFit training and testing. It had opened less than 2 months ago. The other was called Apollo Academy, possibly the best professional boxing gym in Shanghai. The owner was a 7-time female boxing champion from the UK. Apollo had excellent strength training facilities and a top-notch team, making it ideal for Han Lai's goal of learning a combat skill. The entrance to Mi Wellness wasn't very large, but the front desk was staffed by a stunning blonde who spoke Chinese. Ni-hao. Good, good. Have you eaten? The girl was confused and wondered if Han Lai had entered the wrong place. We're a gym, not a restaurant. Her Chinese proficiency was about level 3, not bad, but not enough. Confident in his level 3 English, Han Lai switched to English to chat with her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, practicing his language skills while gathering information. After some small talk, he got the key details. A monthly membership cost 1,500 RMB, with a 10% discount for students. Classes were conducted entirely in English. One-on-one personal training sessions cost 400 RMB each. When he spoke to one of the professional fitness trainers, Han Lai found himself overwhelmed. His level 3 English wasn't sufficient to keep up with the technical terms, but he could tell the trainer was very capable and could create a tailored training program for him. Han Lai said he'd think about it and headed upstairs. At Apollo, the receptionist was also a foreign woman, but her Chinese proficiency was around level 4 and very fluent. The coaches at Apollo were just as skilled in strength training but leaned toward more traditional methods. He even caught a glimpse of the 7-time female boxing champion. At first, he didn't recognize her as a woman. Her biceps were larger than Yu Yun's chest. In terms of cost, Apollo was slightly cheaper than Mu Wellness. Monthly and annual memberships, as well as personal training fees, were about 10% lower. Which was the better value? Forget it. As a man being sponsored by his future father-in-law, worrying about value for money wasn't necessary. After thinking for 3 seconds, Han Lai headed back downstairs. The receptionist at Mu Wellness was prettier than the one at Apollo, and Han Lai felt she needed his help improving her Chinese. Of course, he was only helping her learn obscure words like Pibu Huai, a rare and quirky phrase. He picked the most expensive and professional trainer, Lias, bought 100 sessions, and began testing his physical stats to develop a tailored program. Since Han Lai wanted balanced growth in strength, agility and constitution, the planning was a bit complex. But money solves most problems, and this was no exception. Skipping the details, starting tomorrow, he'd embark on 3 months of hellish training from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. daily. The plan began with fundamental movement exercises, followed by group classes, and then additional specialized training. Weightlifting, gymnastics, and rock climbing were all included. The gym didn't have a pool, so the coach required Han Lai to find a separate place for swimming, with sessions every 3 days. The coach was willing to accompany him, but Han Lai had to cover transportation costs. Fine, let's do it. CrossFit, as it turned out, was a mishmash of different disciplines, but it unexpectedly suited Han Lai's tastes. Why? Because it was extreme. Not extreme like extreme sports, but extreme in its ability to push physical limits. Now that his system allowed him to boost stats, Han Lai theoretically had no physiological limits. He was curious to see how far he could push himself through sheer effort alone. Attributes above 80 cost 10 million XP per point, and reaching 30 points would cost 300 million. What about stats above 90? Would they cost tens or hundreds of millions? Building a golden body would be a long journey. Saving wherever possible was essential. After finalizing his training plan, Han Lai made a quick trip to Nanjing Road to buy 2 winter outfits. No conflicts or incidents occurred, just 100,000 RMB quietly spent. In Shanghai, spending 100,000 on odds and ends wasn't enough to merit a story. Shanghai's annual retail sales of consumer goods amounted to over 850 billion RMB, averaging 23 billion RMB per day, not including real estate. Visiting the city gave Han Lai a visceral sense of how little money he actually had. Work harder. First, he'd train his body into godlike perfection, then his wallet into a financial powerhouse. Only then could he truly start living it up. Fueled by ambition, Han Lai returned to school and spent the afternoon frantically typing away at his novel. By now, 190,000 words had been published, and 300,000 words were in draft form. CEO Goddess was nearing its conclusion. Of course, the quality of the drafts wasn't great. Ever since realizing that Shi Luqian's writing was more detailed than his own, Han Lai had started slacking. He focused on plotting out the story, pacing and highlights, leaving everything else to Shi Luqian to polish. In particular, the parts about the female protagonist's rise and her revenge-filled romance were barely outlined. Han Lai no longer cared to refine the cheesy plots. If not for his level 3 psychology background and his prior experience, he wouldn't have been able to write this soap opera nonsense at all. Take this, for example. The female lead deliberately lets the male lead assault her, becomes pregnant, is cared for by the second male lead, and agrees to marry him. She even gives the baby his surname, only for the male lead to find out later. The male lead goes crazy searching for her, tortures the female lead's sister, while she and the second male lead act all lovey-dovey. What's the point of this? I just want to ask, what the hell is the point of this? But Ji Lucian was convinced this plotline was incredibly satisfying and idolized Ham Leg as a genius author. Han Lai didn't feel any joy or pride. He just wanted to finish the story as soon as possible. Earn however much it'll earn. If I ever write another female-targeted web novel, I'll be a fool. Before bed, completely exhausted, Han Lai upgraded his level 3 stock trading skill to level 4 and collapsed into sleep. Monday morning, Han Lai transferred 300,000 yuan into his stock trading account. Chasing Pan Ji? Does chasing her cost money? If anything, she should be spending money on me. Switching his phone to silent mode, he calmly began preparing for the market's opening. He browsed information, selected stocks, and studied the opening bids to gauge the market's sentiment. After upgrading to level 4, the difference was immediate. Han Lai's techniques had always been ahead of his time, but his application of them lacked polish. With the skill upgrade and a deeper understanding of the current market, he now felt a sense of control and ease, as if everything was within his grasp. First, he focused on small-cap stocks, narrowing the pool to fewer than 500 options. Then, he prioritized stocks that had recently hit their upper limit. Finally, he filtered by theme. When the market opened, he committed 80% of his funds to two stocks, Qian Neng and Jin Bin. The first had doubled its value in October, making it a big monster. The second was a smaller but promising stock tied to the free trade zone, which had rallied in November. Both had undergone sufficient corrections. He split his investments because he wasn't certain which stock had greater potential. The decision to leave 20% in reserve was to stick to trading discipline and allow himself some flexibility. Meanwhile, he liquidated the bank and pharmaceutical stocks in Old Pan's account and bought Qian Neng and Jin Bin with the proceeds. Of course, he reduced the position sizes, investing only 2 million yuan. Confidence was confidence, but caution was still necessary. Until the bull market truly arrived, he wouldn't lower his guard. The morning passed uneventfully. Jin Bin hit its upper limit, while Qian Neng fluctuated. By the afternoon, Han Lai lost interest and went to sign a contract with Tencent for operational rights in a trading competition. He also collected his prize for winning last week's round. The prize? A measly 5,000 yuan, stingy beyond belief. The new round of competition would start next week, leaving him with nothing pressing to do. After some thought, he realized he'd soon be very busy. Why not treat everyone to dinner? He opened the class group chat and began sending private messages. Well, not exactly. He copied and pasted the same message over and over, not the most heartfelt approach. I've received my prize money from the competition. Thanks for your support over the past weeks. I'm treating everyone tonight at Chaifeng Road's Shrimp Bar at 5 p.m. He sent the message to Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Ji Lucian, the three big sponsors who had treated him to multiple meals in the past. Then he contacted Ding Ding and Little Northeastern. 7 people in total, 3 guys, 3 girls. Perfect. Of course, the 3 girls were all his. The other 2 guys were just wingmen. Han Lai trusted they'd know their place. No need to bring Hammer along. As for Pan Ji, he'd treat her separately tomorrow. Han Lai figured it was best not to mix Pan Ji with Ji Lucian, Fang Feifei, and Yu Yun. Things would get too messy. Soon Fang Feifei and Yu Yun responded with cheerful emojis. Wow. Finally, you're treating us. This is rare. You're amazing, big brother. 5,000 yuan, huh? Can I ask for a gift too? Just a small one. Ji Lucian, however, took her time. When she finally replied, it was only 2 cold words. Not going. That hurt. Han Lai immediately shot back, Shi Mingjun. You think I'm giving you face, huh? I'm not going. Leave me alone. Oh? A challenge? Dogman Han grinned mischievously and opened the entertainment group chat. He tagged everyone. Anyone here like web novels? I've got a recommendation for you. The group chat exploded. Han Lai rarely interacted with the group, maintaining a cold, aloof image. Riding the wave of his recent championship, he was currently a hot topic. Zhang Tishu, if it's a recommendation from Brother Lai, I have to read it carefully. Zheng Lei, does it have adult content? If not, I'm not reading it. Side-eye emoji. Lu Yao, wait. Aren't you inviting Fei Fei and the others to dinner? Why are you suddenly recommending novels? Duan Xiaoli, is he only inviting the girls? Is the class monitor going? Ji Lucian, of course I'm going. Brother Lai's prize money is a monumental achievement. If he invites me, it's my honor. The chat fell silent for a moment. Class monitor, did you get hacked? Even across the screen, Han Lai could imagine everyone's dumbfounded expressions. He nearly burst out laughing. But Ji Lucian wasn't content with just kissing up in the group chat. Her private messages were even more shameless. Retracted message. Even if I break my leg, I'll crawl to get there. Brother. Little Lucian will order a cake for you right away. What's your favorite flavor? Fruit? Chocolate? Oh, and I have a pair of black stockings. Want me to wear them to cheer you up? Han Lai leisurely replied. Approved. Then he slowly typed in the group chat Kitty in Chinese network, the king's avatar. Highly recommended. Damn. The group erupted with middle finger emojis. Meanwhile, Ji Lucian discreetly let out a sigh of relief, clutching her A. Crisis averted. Black stockings? In your dreams. Big Bro was treating everyone to dinner, so Ding Ding and Little Northeastern returned to the dorm early. Hey, did you call my sister? Ding Ding had been holding back, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he blurted it out. Little Northeastern was confused. What? What are you talking about? Nobody answered him. Nobody answered him. Han Lai smiled slyly and beckoned Ding Ding over. I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. Give me your sister's number. Crap. Ding Ding wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't you keep your stupid mouth shut? Ding Ding pulled out his phone with a bitter expression, scrolling through his contacts. Meanwhile, Little Northeastern stared in shock for a while before suddenly exploding. What the hell? Ding Ding, you're not being fair. Han Lai turned his head, thinking this guy was also into Ding Xiang, and his gaze grew sharp. But Little Northeastern continued indignantly. We agreed we'd team up to flatter Big Bro, and now you're secretly making moves behind my back. Then, turning to Han Lai, his grin bloomed like a flower. Big Bro, I must confess. I've been trying to convince Ding Ding to introduce Xiang Ji to you, but this bastard refused. When it comes to bootlickers, this guy is top-notch. Han Lai couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Meanwhile, Ding Ding, with nowhere else to vent his frustration, lost his temper. Brother-in-law, help me deal with him. That one-word brother-in-law froze Little Northeastern on the spot. Holy crap, you're shameless. Big Bro, I don't have a sister, but I've got a 12-year-old cousin. Does that work for you? Ding Ding was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Wow. You've really outdone yourself. That's cold even for you. Han Lai playfully scolded, get lost. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so filial, hurry up and find yourself a pretty wife. Got it. Little Northeastern pounded his chest. Don't worry. On my wedding day, I'll let you have the bridal chamber first. Ding Ding was completely speechless. His worldview felt shattered. This is what life among the elite is like. Terrifying. After some light-hearted banter, Han Lai led the spirited Little Northeastern and the downtrodden Ding Ding to the restaurant. When they arrived at 4:50, the girls hadn't shown up yet. The three of them stood outside chatting while they waited. Little Northeastern nudged Han Lai with a grin. Big Bro. After that time you roasted Legs Queen so badly, how'd you make up with her? Ding Ding chimed in eagerly, make up? What's there to make up for? Last time she even argued with my sister. But Big Bro didn't let it slide. He scolded Ji Lucian like she was his granddaughter, and she didn't dare talk back. Little Northeastern was stunned. Damn. So you don't even need to reconcile, just scold her until she's used to it. Exactly. Big Bro's amazing. Ding Ding nodded vigorously, full of admiration. Little Northeastern suddenly smirked. Hey Ding Ding, does your sister take scolding well? Ding Ding froze, his mind going blank. Wait a second. Why am I happy about Big Bro being so tough on women? Damn, I regret this. Give me back my sister's phone number. Fuming internally, Ding Ding glanced at Han Lai, who was laughing so hard he was wiping tears from his eyes. In the end, he could only wish his sister luck. Sis, everyone has their fate. Deal with your own love life. Han Lai found these two idiots endlessly entertaining. They weren't genuinely dumb but loved cracking absurd jokes, embodying the carefree energy of youth. Since graduating high school, Han Lai hadn't encountered this kind of cheerful, quirky young energy in over a decade. It really did feel like being young again. As Ding Ding and Little Northeastern continued bickering, the latter suddenly froze, eyes fixed on the opposite side of the street. His mouth hung open slightly, and it looked like he might start drooling. Ding Ding and Han Lai both turned to look and both audibly gasped. Across the street, three girls were walking toward them. On the left was Fang Fei Fei, conservatively dressed but wearing bunny ears. On the right was Yu Yun, her coat unbuttoned to reveal a tight sweater bouncing in rhythm. And in the middle was the most dazzling sight, Ji Lucian. A pair of leather shorts, black stockings, knee-high boots. Standing at 179 cm, with heels adding even more height, she looked to be at least 185 cm tall. Those long legs moved like they were stabbing straight into men's eyes. With two shorter girls flanking her, she was explosively striking. When the girls crossed the street and reached them, the three guys collectively looked up. Not one of them was taller than her. Shi Lushan was beaming, clearly pleased. "We're not late, are we?" For the first time, Han Lai felt like he was on the losing side. Furious, he thought, "Are you trying to rebel, little cucumber?" But outwardly he kept his composure, smiling as he complimented, "Nice stockings." Shi Lushan's face turned red, while Han Lai turned to greet Yu Yun and Fang Feifei. "Feifei, you're adorable today." "Yu Yun, you've met Ding Ding. This is Little Northeastern." After some cheerful chatter, the group went inside and settled into a private room. Han Lai took the first seat, and Little Northeastern began organizing the seating arrangement. "All right, Shi Ji, you sit to Big Bro's right. Yu Yun, you sit on his left. I'll stay near the food to pour tea and serve dishes." So thoughtful. By contrast, Ding Ding was conflicted. On one hand, brother-in-law, can you really do this surrounded by girls with a clear conscience? On the other hand, wait, wasn't his confession to my sister just a joke? Maybe he doesn't actually plan to mess with her. Otherwise, why would he call me here so openly? After much deliberation, he decided to secretly take a photo for his sister later and leave everything else alone. Big Bro is too dangerous. His love life is too complicated. I can't figure it out. When it came time to order, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun were both very enthusiastic. Finally, a chance to bleed you dry. Exactly. Payback for everything we've treated you to. Han Lai encouraged them with a smile. Go for it, aim for all 5,000 yuan. The two of them chattered away, eagerly picking dishes, while Shi Lushan stayed out of it. She glanced around the private room and casually asked, "Why book such a big room? Are we really the only ones you're inviting?" "Who else would I invite?" Han Lai asked in return. "Is there someone else you were hoping for?" "It's not about who I hope for." Shi Lushan's expression turned serious. "Feifei accidentally let your invitation slip to Lu Yao and Hong Lai. Lu Yao's already spilled in the class group chat. Only inviting the three of us, quite a few people aren't happy about it." Han Lai knew some classmates would feel slighted. But he didn't care. After thinking for a moment, he replied lightly, "So what? I won't be at this school much longer." A loud boom went off in Shi Lushan's mind, like thunder. He's leaving? Where? When? What about me? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, one tangled thread after another surfacing, each one heavy with sadness. Her expression shifted multiple times before she forced herself to stay composed. She asked tersely, "Are you going abroad?" Han Lai smirked slightly and shook his head. "Transferring to another school." "Oh." Shi Lushan bit her lip and pressed on. "Have you decided where?" "Shanghai International Studies University." "That's nice." Her expression darkened, her usual cold sharpness fading. "You and Chen Yanfei make a great match. Ding Xiang is good too, so, who do you actually like?" "All of them." The dogman teased again, but she didn't have the energy to get mad this time. Shi Lushan's mind was a mess, waves of grievance surging within her. But there was nothing she could do except suppress them and maintain her composure. She no longer looked like the queen everyone knew. She seemed more like a pitiful little girl. Han Lai didn't feel sorry for her. Instead, he found it amusing. How infuriating. "You're not even human." As she slowly regained her composure, something started to feel off. Watching Han Lai's growing smirk, she suddenly realized it looked just like every other time he'd tricked her. A light bulb went off in her mind. Wait! That's not right. Shanghai International isn't even one of the 12 schools accepting transfer students. "Hey! Caught on slow, didn't you?" Han Lai burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. Shi Lushan's leg stung from his earlier slap. Between the pain and her suppressed frustration, she finally exploded. "Go to hell, you bastard!" Bam, 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 bam! A flurry of punches landed on Han Lai in a 5-second burst. If he weren't thick-skinned and well-armored, he might have been dead on the spot. Fang Feifei and Yu Yun turned around mid-order, stunned. These two troublemakers were being ridiculous again. Of course, Fang Feifei saw Han Lai as the problem, while Yu Yun thought it was Shi Lushan's fault. Their stances were clear. "Lai Gi, could you stop bullying Ting Ting? Go pick on Yu Yun instead, she'd love it." "Class rep, why are you so fierce? Girls should be sweet, understanding and gentle." Han Lai, having laughed enough, nodded in agreement. But Shi Lucian wasn't done venting. She glared at Yu Yun. Mind your own business. What's it to you? With a loud smack, Yu Yun slammed the menu onto the table. Instead of arguing, she turned to Han Lai with a pitiful expression. Lai Ji, look at her. She's impossible. Wow. Weren't these two united just 2 days ago? Han Lai ignored them both and handed the menu to Little Northeastern and Ding Ding. See if there's anything else you want. If not, let's call the kitchen to start. The two exchanged a look. Ding Ding shrank back, but Little Northeastern gritted his teeth and stepped up. Big bro. It's enough. Ladies, how about some milk tea? I'll go buy it. Everyone was stunned. Ding Ding stared at his friend in disbelief. You're really going all out. Shi Lucian was too angry to speak, Yu Yun was delighted, and Fang Feifei looked utterly shocked. Your friends are something else. Fang Feifei gave him a thumbs up. Yu Yun giggled shyly. Don't call me that, I'm just his little sister. Alright, sister-in-law. Little Northeastern nodded enthusiastically. What kind of milk tea do you want? Han Lai couldn't help laughing. This guy is great. Yu Yun burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling. I'll have an original flavor then. Got it. Little Northeastern turned to Shi Lucian. And you, sister-in-law? I'm not your sister-in-law. Han Lai quickly corrected, third sister-in-law. Little Northeastern smacked his forehead and left to get the milk tea, looking appropriately apologetic. Once he was gone, Ding Ding realized something was off. Wait, how did I end up in this war zone again? He wanted to leave but also didn't want to miss the drama. It was a tough call. Shi Lucian, still fuming from being teased by the dogman, angrily pulled out her phone. If I can't have peace, then no one will. Han Lai's sharp eyes caught her dialing Pan Ji. He quickly snatched her phone and ended the call. Don't make a scene. My time is limited. I still have to go to the gym later, and I'll be busy until the holidays. Can't we just have a nice meal? Nice meal? You slapped my thigh. Nice meal? You told them to call me third sister-in-law. Shi Lucian crossed her arms and glared at him, clearly still annoyed. Han Lai smiled slightly and stopped teasing, switching to appeasement mode. But he wasn't just appeasing her, he spoke to everyone. You're all my good friends. You've cared for me, helped me, and looked after me. I've been meaning to invite you all out, but I needed an occasion. Today I got my first ever prize money. It's not much, but it's meaningful to me. I wanted to share this happiness with my best friends. Ting Ting asked if I was worried about the other classmates being upset that I only invited a few people. Here's my answer: I only care about the people I value. I don't care what anyone else thinks, whether they praise or criticize me. I couldn't care less. But you can only praise me. No criticism allowed. Now, let's raise our glasses. The group was deeply touched, each lifting their drinks in unison. Ding Ding felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Fang Feifei believed she hadn't misjudged Han Lai. Yu Yun was secretly delighted, feeling her efforts hadn't been wasted. Only Shi Lucian remained suspicious, staring at Han Lai, as if she'd seen through his act. Her phone suddenly rang. It was Pan Ji calling back. She shot Han Lai a fierce glare before answering. Nothing's wrong. I called the wrong number earlier. Pan Ji didn't seem convinced. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Then who are you with? I'm by myself. Okay. The door to the private room swung open, and Little Northeastern entered with several cups of milk tea. Behind him, Pan Ji put her phone down, a cold smile playing on her lips. When Shi Luting was caught red-handed, her arrogance disappeared instantly. She awkwardly smiled, looking defeated, and shrank down like a pickled cucumber. Pan, I didn't hear what you just asked clearly. Could you, repeat it? Pan Ji ignored her, and looked at Han Lai instead. I heard this is a celebration for you? Han Lai quickly stood up, vacating his cozy spot in the middle of two ladies, and invited his sponsor to take the seat. It's not exactly a formal celebration, just a small gathering. I was planning to invite you for dinner tomorrow separately. As expected, when there's a connection, there's no need for an invitation. It's like we're perfectly in sync. Shameless. All the women present thought so, while Ding Ding was thrilled. The drama from 2 days ago? Looks like it's continuing today. Han Lai vacated his seat and sat between Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei, warmly inviting Pan Ji to take the seat of honor. Feeling justified and morally superior, Pan Ji didn't refuse. She slightly lifted her chin and sat between Yu Yun and Shi Luting. Han Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Good. If she sits there, everything from now on will have nothing to do with me. Shi Looting did feel guilty. However, doesn't he know the guiltier she feels, the more likely she is to act out? And with the tea master Yu Yun and the thwarted admirer Fang Feifei flanking her. Yeah, this can't end well for her. While the women muttered amongst themselves, Han Lai turned his attention to Xiao Dongbei. Feeling Han Lai's sharp gaze, Xiao Dongbei shuddered and quickly tried to explain. Big bro, I swear I didn't betray you. I went downstairs to buy milk tea and just happened to bump into Goddess Pan. I really didn't sell you out. She asked who I was with, and I said it was just us 3 dorm brothers having drinks. Then she asked, drinking milk tea with alcohol, and then I had nothing left to say. Seriously? Expecting you to outwit her was asking for too much, wasn't it? Han Lai patted Xiao Dongbei on the shoulder. It's not your fault. Intelligence gaps are just facts of life. Xiao Dongbei felt he should be grateful for the comfort, but somehow he just couldn't. Meanwhile, Han Lai sighed quietly. He still wasn't at ease. However, unexpectedly, the meal proceeded without any major incidents. Yu Yun made several attempts to stir the pot, constantly trying to sow discord, but Panji completely ignored her. Fang Feifei, with her sour expressions, was also met with indifference. Shi Looting, still feeling guilty for being caught earlier, didn't dare act out and maintained her subdued demeanor throughout. Strange. Something about this feels off. Panji's behavior struck Han Lai as too composed, like a mastermind secretly plotting a big move. His intuition told him Panji was planning something significant. Yet, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what. Alright then. Let's finish this quickly and leave. Han Lai made up his mind and focused on eating. Around 5:45 p.m., wiping his mouth clean, he stood up and addressed the group. You all take your time. I've got to head to training. I'll pay the bill and leave right after. He had already mentioned this plan earlier, so everyone nodded understandingly. Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding offered to walk him out, but Panji stood up first. I'll go with you. I have something to discuss. Still reeling from guilt, Shi Looting hesitated to follow and ended up staying put. The others naturally didn't move either. Thus Panji accompanied Han Lai alone as he went to settle the bill and call a cab. While Han Lai was paying, Panji finally made her move. My parents want you to pursue me, don't they? Her voice wasn't loud, but it made Han Lai's heart race. Should he admit it? Of course not. Deny as long as possible. Han Lai adopted his best surprised expression, raising an eyebrow. Huh? I didn't notice anything like that. That's impossible, right? Panji couldn't find any flaw in his expression, but she was still absolutely certain. And so, she launched her second move, aiming straight for the heart. It's probably because I've been spending too much time with Shi Looting. Rumors at school must have reached my father's ears, making them misunderstand the nature of my relationship with her. Damn. That's one hell of a direct hit. Outwardly, Han Lai remained calm, but inwardly, he was panicking. What kind of woman is this? Unlike the typical campus queen Shi Looting, who had beauty and brains but was limited by her inexperience, Panji was in a league of her own far beyond the standard. Shaken to his core, Han Lai mentally fortified himself, determined to hold out. I don't think so. Your dad seems pretty open-minded. Panji still couldn't find any flaw in his demeanor. However, she didn't need hard evidence to act. Suspicion was enough. My father's open-mindedness, don't you understand that better than I do? Han Lai put on a confused expression. Wait, what are you talking about? Did I miss something? Panji took a deep breath, her smile faint but confident. Remember the night we ate crabs at Wang Bao He? You went to the restroom for quite a long time. When you returned, you smelled faintly of alcohol. Not long after that, my father came downstairs and suddenly became much more enthusiastic toward you. At the time I didn't think much of it, but the more I recall, the stranger it seems. 2 people meeting for the first time wouldn't act like that, no matter how much small talk they made. What's your excuse? I don't need an excuse, Han Lai responded indignantly, pocketing the change from the cashier and storming off. I'm not going to argue about this. You're paranoid. Retreat. When in doubt, flee. Han Lai's decision was swift, but Panji had prepared for this moment and wasn't about to let him slip away easily. She grabbed his arm and clung to it, refusing to let go. You know what role you've played. I know it too. Run? How long can you run? Where do you think you'll escape to? Han Lai sighed in frustration, stopping by the roadside. Turning to face her, he asked helplessly, What do you want? I've got training. I'm about to be late. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. Panji looked up, her smile growing wider. I spoke to my mom today. She told me my dad handed over his stock account to you. And it's not for free, is it? And so? Han Lai frowned, thoughts racing. He had plenty of guesses but couldn't quite align them with the Pan-Ji standing before him. I'll tell you so. Her smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Right now, you're nothing more than a dog I've completely taken over. Han Lai sneered. Hey. Before he could retort, Pan-Ji cut him off. You're smart, so take a guess. If I were to directly tell my parents everything about my relationship with Ji Looting, what would happen? Do whatever you want. At worst, I'll return the stock account to your dad. What's it got to do with me? Han Lai put on a tough front, betting that Pan-Ji didn't know about the $500,000 chasing fund. If she knew, he'd be dead meat. Fortunately, Pan-Ji didn't seem aware of the extra money, which gave him a lifeline. Tough guy, huh? Pan-Ji's gaze shifted slightly, and her smile grew more mysterious. It's none of your business. Can you really say you have no feelings for me? Can you say you don't need the opportunities my dad is offering you? Sure, you're capable, and you're young. But didn't the great man say, seize the day? If you miss this chance, how much longer will you have to wait to establish the same level of trust and gain control over a 3 million yuan account? Her question was deep and sharp. But Han Lai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The most crucial point she didn't know. Let's cut to the chase. What exactly do you want? Shadow Emperor Han put on an extremely impatient look, pulling a pack of gum from his pocket, tossing one into his mouth, and chewing it aggressively, looking both annoyed and exasperated. Pan-Ji's eyes curved into a smile, her expression showing a kind of pure and genuine triumph. Oddly enough, it wasn't obnoxious. Instead, it was quite endearing. I don't want much. From now on, you're mine. If I tell you to deal with Ji Looting, you better go all out and take her down. If I tell you to go shopping with me, you'll drop all your other sisters and girlfriends. And if you don't listen, I'll lay everything out to my family. You'd better hope you haven't gotten involved in any shady dealings, because if we confront each other, it won't take much to uncover your tricks. And if you've been fooling my dad, let me remind you, my father doesn't have the best temper. Scratch endearing. You don't deserve it. No, you absolutely don't deserve it. Han Lai was so furious he felt like this was the ultimate humiliation. I've lived over 30 years, been reborn, and got a system, and now I'm getting blackmailed by some little girl. Fine. I don't need your family's money, alright? Do you think I've been navigating life for decades for nothing? I haven't told a single lie to your father. Using the art of language doesn't count as lying. It doesn't. Your threats? Nothing but hot air. Just as Han Lai was about to snap, Pan-Ji struck with her next move. If you're obedient. Well, dating me isn't entirely out of the question. I'm already 19. I should date someone. And while you're a bit of a scoundrel, at least you're smart, and your skills seem decent enough. Besides, my friends and I have plenty of pocket money. We don't spend much of it. Whether it's sitting in the bank or elsewhere, it's all idle money. If your real-world performance proves excellent, I can give my pocket money to you to manage and even introduce you to clients. Do you know how hard it is to start from scratch? With just 100,000 yuan of your own money, you'd need to earn 100 times that to reach 10 million. But with 10 million in client funds, earning just 3 times that gets you 10 million in profit. You do the math. Which option is better? Do I ever? I see the math very clearly. Han Lai's anger turned into joy, and his mood suddenly lifted. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd said you were willing to pay, we wouldn't have had to go through all this nonsense. Still, before fully succumbing to the almighty power of money, Han Lai decided to clarify. Be specific. How much pocket money do you actually have? Huh? Pan-Ji was momentarily caught off guard. Looking at Han Lai's unusually serious and composed face, she thought, what a weirdo. She rolled her eyes. Fine, wait while I calculate. She started muttering, counting on her fingers. Non-listed company shares can't be touched. For listed company shares I can pledge up to 30%. Cars and houses in my name are off limits. Fixed deposits can be used to secure equivalent loans, and investments can be sold off immediately, adding my pocket money in the cards. A small operation can free up 5.6 million. If I go under the radar, I can mobilize over 22 million. Any more, and my parents will definitely find out. Let's cap it at 20 million. That's all I've got. Han Lai stared at her, his eyes wide in disbelief. It felt like he wasn't looking at a person but a literal mountain of gold. What the hell? 19 years old, and you can casually liquidate 20 million yuan. What kind of goddess are you? Want to date? Sure, let's go. Han Lai felt like he was on cloud nine, as if drunk, but his respect for the black-hearted white lotus in front of him kept his mind sharp. This girl is no angel. She's deliberately mumbling for me to hear. No way I'm revealing my cards first. All right. From now on, you're my girlfriend. His words left Panji stunned. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly as she looked at Han Lai like he was some bizarre little monster. Wait. Are we even talking about the same thing? Can you get your head straight? This is about me demanding you perform well. Who gave you the right to act like the boss here? Hey! Han Lai sneered, I don't do free labor. You think you can get me to play errand boy with just words? Dream on. Panji finally understood. This scoundrel is just like me, he won't move without a clear reward. She was annoyed. All that setup, and she still hadn't achieved her full goal. It was a bit disheartening. Alright, what do you want? Han Lai grinned leisurely. A deposit. Panji didn't feel like wasting more time. This was their first real confrontation, and she'd already won most of it. That was enough. Fine. She nodded decisively, giving a small concession. Tomorrow, I'll open an account and deposit 1 million yuan for you to manage. Profits? You decide how to settle them. Fair enough? Han Lai sneered. You rambled so much, only to throw 1 million at me? Who do you take me for? Huh? Panji frowned. What do you want then? I don't want anything. I'll take the deposit myself. With a playful smirk, Han Lai suddenly turned, spitting his gum into the grass. Then he stepped forward. The rebellious air emanating from him hit Panji like a wave, making her flinch. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. From now on, we're official, he said, leaning in close. Panji froze, completely at a loss. What does he mean official? You've already crossed this line. If not you, then who else am I supposed to date? Still dazed, she saw Han Lai wave a hand dismissively as he got into a taxi. Before the car drove off, the scoundrel flashed 2 fingers at her, a flying kiss. She caught his slow, deliberate mouthing of 3 words, as if worried she wouldn't see them clearly. The words were little weakling. Damn it! Panji's face turned red with rage as she rushed forward, choking on exhaust fumes. Han Lai. I won't let you get away with this. Stomping her feet furiously, she kicked the ground until her scalp tingled. And then it hit her. Wait. This scoundrel is my destined one? The taxi had driven quite a distance before Han Lai finally relaxed his tense body, slumping into the seat as he gasped for air. Damn. The system's products are seriously something else. Can't handle it, too intense. The chewing gum Han Lai had just been chewing was one of the freebies he got when buying fruit on the day he visited Panji's house. Sticky fruity chewing gum. A box of 24 pieces, available in 4 flavors. After chewing, long-lasting fresh breath, sugar coating effect on the mouth's lining, and an extended cheerful mood. Drawbacks: it causes some stickiness. Duration 2 hours. Effects: sweetness 50, friction 50, bioelectricity 50, joy 50. The flavor wasn't the key point. Sweetness didn't concern Han Lai, and he hadn't felt the bioelectricity. However, that friction boost, it was off the charts, making the entire experience unforgettable. Bonding. Slumped in the seat, Han Lai silently recited verses from the Sutra of Unwavering Desire. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Not bad, not bad. No real losses today. She outplayed me on brains, but on dirty tricks? I didn't lose. Panji was indeed tricky, but so was he. It was a perfect match, a battle of equals. Whether she'd be mad or not. Maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. Either way, it didn't matter. As long as she wanted to keep leveraging him, there was no way she'd flip the table hastily. She wasn't like Shi Looting. Shi Looting was a zealot, a justice warrior type. The moment things spiraled out of her control, she'd self-destruct and drag everyone else down with her. Panji, on the other hand, preferred to maintain control. She'd never do something as reckless as burning bridges. What's there to fear then? Han Lai was best at drawn-out battles. If he couldn't be taken down in one blow, the opponent could only expect to be worn out by his relentless counterattacks. There's no woman who can resist a second kiss. If one doesn't work, try 2 more. With his arsenal of scoundrel skills and a bag full of roguish tools, well, whoever crosses him is doomed. Meanwhile, Panji stood frozen for a moment before silently pulling out her phone. Opening the recording app, she replayed the file while her fingers clenched tighter and tighter, turning pale. Damn him. Man. Not a single slip-up, not one useful word. Her attempt to record evidence had failed. It was impossible to use this to blackmail Han Lai. In a daze, she headed back upstairs. Before stepping into the private room, she patted her cheeks, steeling herself to regain her usual calm and composed demeanor. Inside, everyone was still leisurely peeling crawfish, chatting to pass the time. Little Dongbei was the most lively, busy flattering sisters-in-law to keep them entertained. Of course, without Han Lai present, he didn't dare call Shi looting third sister-in-law anymore. His cleverness came and went, but today he seemed particularly sharp. Forget flirting. My brother Lai doesn't even have time to chat. If he's not reading, he's reviewing trades. You rarely see him on QQ or playing games, right, Ding Ding? Yeah, brother Lai is incredibly hardworking. Ding Ding, who had just finished secretly sending the photos he'd taken earlier, was now in a state of atonement, praising Han Lai to the skies. Brother Lai's desk is full of serious books. I've seen him reading second and third year textbooks all the time. It seems like he's already mastered most of his major courses. Exactly. Little Dongbei slapped his thigh. That's why he's number one. Shi Luting, Yu Yun, and Fang Feifei listened with great interest. Ever since Han Lai had stopped attending classes regularly, they had no idea what he was up to every day. Other than summoning them for meals with his meal card, he was really hard to reach. Hearing little Dongbei and Ding Ding's praises, Pan Ji's irritation slightly subsided. That scoundrel really is something special. No rush. I'll take my time settling the score. She silently returned to her seat. Shi Luting casually pulled her into her arms and was about to ask what she had talked to Han Lai about when she caught a glimpse of Pan Ji's lips. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Shi Luting's brows furrowed as she forcefully pulled Pan Ji closer, leaning in to whisper with gritted teeth. Where's your lipstick? Thud. Pan Ji's heart sank heavily. Crap. Big trouble. She wasn't an experienced girl. She had no idea that after a kiss, you were supposed to reapply lipstick. So, how was she supposed to explain this? Blame it on a dog eating it. No, getting beaten up was one thing, but losing face was worse than death. In a flash, her cultivated poise saved her. Pan Ji calmly pressed her lips together and replied casually. I got a piece of gum from the front desk earlier. I must have licked it off while chewing. Oh, this. Shi Luting nodded. Just as Pan Ji started to relax, the queenly girl lowered her voice again. What lipstick were you wearing? Pan Ji's heart skipped another beat. I wear Revlon, and it doesn't come off that easily. Your lipstick is either Dior or Armani. How could it come off just from chewing gum? Facing Shi Luting's icy smirk, Pan Ji's mind raced. In a flash, she found her excuse. I only went downstairs for milk tea. I didn't bother putting on proper makeup, just some lip balm. Pan Ji's expression was calm, without a trace of guilt. Honestly, she wanted to applaud herself. But then Shi Luting bared her teeth in a menacing smile, leaning so close she almost bit Pan Ji's ear. Is that so? Yes. Ha. You're telling me gum made your lips swell? You're something else. Damn it. That scoundrel made my lips swell. Pan Ji nearly jumped up, but Shi Luting pinned her down tightly. An ominous tension began to fill the air. Maybe it was the spice. You didn't touch the spicy crawfish. You only ate some steamed scallops and clams. Shi Luting's voice was as cold as a ghost's whisper from the abyss. Fess up, or I'll make you talk. Just hit me already. Pan Ji couldn't think of any more excuses but had resolved not to confess. Confess to what? Even if I have to summon a spiritual master later, I won't confess. I don't know. Is it really swollen? Impressive, huh? That shouldn't be possible. And with that, Pan Ji started playing dumb. No matter how hard Shi Luting pressed, she couldn't get a single honest word out of her. But truthfully, Pan Ji's confession wasn't necessary. Shi Luting had her own suspicions. Don't be fooled by her clueless demeanor in most situations. When it came to topics in the major yellow project category, she knew more than anyone else. The real question was, who initiated it? Fine, it didn't matter who started it. The fact remained my dog of a man got kissed by some tramp. Whatever good mood Shi Luting had was thoroughly destroyed. Pan Ji steadfastly refused to admit anything, spouting nothing but lies. Gradually the holy warrior's eyes began to flash with dangerous light. Damn it. I haven't even tried it yet. The thin string holding Shi Luting's rationality in place snapped abruptly. Ding Ding immediately lowered his head, trembling all over. But how do I follow this up with flattery? Little Dongbei didn't even try. Even Shi Luting was barely holding it together. She suddenly stood up, her face cold, and stormed out of the room. Let's go back to the dorm. Han Lai felt drained. The prerequisites for CrossFit were numerous. While the initial intensity wasn't too high, learning the technical movements was tricky. What made it worse was the communication barrier. His coach didn't understand a word of Chinese, and Han Lai's English wasn't good enough for all the specialized terms. It was a big problem. Han Lai called off the training early and went to the front desk to find the pretty receptionist. He opened with a casual hey and started flirting. 2 lines of small talk, 3 lines of jokes, and by the 6th line he got to the point. Can you help me translate? I'll treat you to some chicken over the weekend. You'll pass the time, and you'll have a handsome guy for company. Sounds good, right? The pretty receptionist, Lisa, was won over. Okay, I like your arrogance. Leave it to me, okay? Her Chinese was questionable at best. Arrogance? What does that even mean? But her reaction confirmed something Han Lai had suspected earlier. If you're willing to put your pride aside, foreign women aren't as scary as they seem. Honestly, as long as you're outgoing and confident, you can flirt with anyone, no matter the skin tone. Whether or not you succeed depends on looks and wealth, but making friends? That just takes a good mouthpiece. And so, Han Lai's workout sessions gradually became enjoyable. Feeling refreshed from the exercise, Han Lai turned off his phone's silent mode on his way back to campus. Seeing the messages on WeChat only brightened his mood further. The guardian beast had sent a greeting. Wow. Handling 3 girls at once? You're amazing, tough guy. Han Lai had already been prepared for this. He'd noticed Ding Ding taking sneaky photos earlier, so there was no need to ask. Ding had obviously snitched to Jiang. Han Lai immediately passed the blame, pinning everything on Ding Yu. Ding Ding was afraid I'd hit on his sister, so he refused to let me sit next to him. He deliberately arranged for me to sit between Shi Luting and Yu Yun. I thought he just wanted me to have more options, but it turns out he was planning to tattle the whole time. Both Chen Yanfei and Ding Xiang, who were reading his reply simultaneously, burst into laughter. Chen Yanfei gave Ding Xiang a thumbs up. Your brother's really reliable. Ding Xiang chuckled wryly. That does sound like something he'd do. It made so much sense that they fully believed it. Guardian Beast, no matter the reason, you're clearly enjoying yourself, aren't you? Enjoying what? Han Lai sent over 2 photos from his workout session, then added his explanation. It was just a meal. I sat there for less than 45 minutes before rushing to the city for training. I didn't even dare eat too much greasy food. Oh? That's rare. What made you suddenly want to work out? Chen Yanfei and Ding Xiang were both surprised. Then, they witnessed a peak performance worthy of a master predator. After what happened last time, with you 2 at my place, I was really shaken. Honestly, if those 3 foreign exchange students had kept pressing, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. I thought long and hard afterward and realized I need to learn something. The gym I'm going to has the best boxing training facility in the city. Once I build up my fitness, I plan to check it out. Touched. Of course they were. Unless they saw Han Lai as a complete nobody. Any girl with even a bit of affection for him would be moved. Especially with those photos showing the sweat-drenched workout shirt and his face grimacing with effort, proof of how much he was pushing himself. The most crucial point was that Han Lai acted first by putting in effort and then casually mentioned his motivation. He wasn't just making empty promises and then brushing things off. Chen Yanfei and Ding Xiang fell silent for a while. Finally, with mixed feelings, one of them replied. Keep it up then. Wishing you success in becoming a true tough guy. Han Lai grinned to himself, leaning back in his seat with satisfaction. Then, in a seemingly casual tone, he invited the 2 of them to dinner. I got first place in the competition and already treated my classmates to dinner today. I was thinking about when you 2 might be free. How about this weekend? Chen Yanfei instinctively glanced at Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang played with a strand of her long hair, avoiding eye contact, and softly said, Let him treat you alone. Chen Yanfei's pupils contracted. She wasn't sure if Ding Xiang's words meant what she thought they did. Brother Lai had just returned to his dorm when he was blindsided by the news Ding Ding and little Dongbei brought back. What's going on with Shi Luting? A regular meltdown, sure, that's understandable, but how did it get to this? Han Lai realized something was wrong and hurriedly logged into his alternate QQ account, planning to probe the utterly irrational Queen Ting. I can't physically hit you, and normal tactics can't keep you in check, so I can only stick to my villain persona and deal with you using proven methods. It makes sense. But everything just fits together too perfectly. In short, even one less coincidence would have prevented today's mess. To sum it up, fate is a mischievous force, tangling every bit of karma seamlessly together. The result? Everyone's paths have veered sharply, heading in completely different directions from their previous lives. As the realization sank in, chills ran down Han Lai's spine. The chaos is insane. Han Lai deeply regretted it. A legendary moment like this. And I missed it? Let's redo it. Well, a redo isn't happening, and now's no time for jokes. Shi Luting's mental state is clearly a big issue. I can't let her continue like this. She needs guidance, someone to talk her through this. So, Han Lai seriously offered his advice. Ham swaps for cucumber. Your problem is that your yang energy is too strong. You need to fix that quickly. Lonely little gourd, huh? What does that mean? Ham swaps for cucumber. It means your temper's too hot. You get competitive over everything, leading to excess fire energy, shortness of breath, impatience, irritability, and stubbornness. It's an illness. Master, you know Chinese medicine too? Ham swaps for cucumber. What's so surprising? I even know clinical psychology. Lonely little gourd, oh my god, seriously? Ham swaps for cucumber. Let me calculate based on your mental state. The chances of you suffering from menstrual cramps and irregular periods are nearly 100%. Lonely little gourd, what the? Master? You're amazing. What should I do? Do I need herbal medicine? Please no. Ham swaps for cucumber. Tao Te Ching says all things flourish and return to their roots. What is your root nature? As a girl, your essence is softness, calmness, yin, and water. Tao Te Ching also says heaviness is the root of lightness, stillness is the master of restlessness. This is the ultimate truth. Shi Luting was thoroughly baffled. Does Ham brother make sense? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Hot-headedness, irritability, menstrual irregularities. Wow. What a prophet. Lonely little gourd, I'm done chatting with you. I'm going to edit my draft. Bye. Right after saying goodbye, she immediately pulled up Han Lai's QQ profile, hesitated for a long time, then sent a pinky promise emoji. Han Lai couldn't hold back his laughter. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give her a decisive answer. Did you book the room yet? Shi Luting's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the dogman's brain worked like this. How should I even respond to that? Her usual strong demeanor made softening up difficult. So, she sent a half-hearted response. What? I'm the one paying for the room. Are you even a man? Only after hitting send did she realize something was off, but it was too late. Sure enough, the dogman climbed right up that ladder she'd handed him. Fine, I'll book the room. How soon can you get here? Shi Luting covered her burning face and spat. Go to hell. I never said I'd meet you. Dream on. Well, I'm heading down to book a room now. If you don't show up, I'll just call Yu Yun over. The fire in Shi Luting's chest flared up again. She kept repeating to herself, don't get mad, it's not worth it. My period is more important. After a long pause, she furiously typed. Fine. If Yu Yun spends the night in the dorm today, I'll change my last name to yours. Han Lai didn't reply. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Half a minute. 5 minutes. Shi Luting started to feel uneasy. A sense of dread crept up. Quickly shutting her laptop, she went to pay her bill and hurried toward the school gate. Nope, she hadn't returned to the dorm yet. After that impulsive outburst earlier, she felt too embarrassed to go back. Instead, she'd been killing time at an internet cafe. Approaching the school gate, her footsteps faltered. She veered toward a cafe across the street instead. On the second floor, she found a window seat, pulled out her phone, and stared intently at the school gate. 15 minutes later, her pupils shrank sharply as she spotted a familiar figure. Damn it! She quickly typed, where are you? Han Lai leisurely replied with 3 words, at the hotel. Shi Luting nearly passed out. That fast. She couldn't think about it anymore, and asked directly, didn't you say you'd call Yu Yun? Why is Panji leaving instead? Sitting in his dorm reading a book, Han Lai froze. What? What does this have to do with Panji? But it didn't take him long to figure it out. Oh, I see. Little Gourd is camping at the school gate, huh? What a move. But what's Panji doing out so late? Han Lai didn't understand but didn't let it stop him from playing along. Oh, Yu Yun's not quite my type. I thought Panji was a better fit. It better fit how? Because her cherry-flavored gum smells nice. Shi Luting was about to explode. She demanded furiously, which hotel are you at? Han Lai grinned mischievously. So you can catch me red-handed? Do I look that dumb to you? Shi Luting was genuinely panicking now. You think I can't find out? What's stopping me from asking Panji D directly? What? There's a chance like this. Han Lai almost burst out laughing but kept his composure as he teased. You think Panji's as dumb as you? If you manage to get even one word out of her, I'll admit defeat. Ah hey che. Dog man. Even killing you wouldn't be enough. Shi Looting had just resolved to calm herself, practice water-like serenity, and improve her temperament. Not even 30 minutes later, she'd completely lost it again. Can you blame me though? No. I did nothing wrong. However, the stark contrast between Han Lai and his ham-brother alter ego only strengthened Shi Looting's belief that ham-brother genuinely cared for her, while Han Lai was just an irredeemable dog. Glancing up, she realized Panji had disappeared. She bolted downstairs, threw 50 yuan onto the counter, and ran after her. Running too fast, she was already out of breath when she dialed Panji's number. As soon as the call connected, she demanded, "What are you doing?" Panji immediately scanned her surroundings, but didn't see Shi Looting anywhere. Puzzled, she replied, heading home. My mom said her heart isn't feeling well, so she asked me to keep her company. Hey. What a great excuse. Shi Looting bit out with a cold laugh. Do you think I'll believe that? Panji frowned, irritated. Are you insane? What does it matter whether you believe me? Why do I have to convince you of anything? Normally Panji wouldn't react this sharply, but being kissed twice today and hearing about her mother's sudden health issue had left her in an unusually irritable mood. Her tone only made Shi Looting more certain Panji was hiding something. Cut the crap. You're just trying to steal Han Lai from me, aren't you? Why even bother pretending? Panji faltered, feeling a pang of guilt. Stealing Han Lai. In a sense, yes, it was true. But before she got forcibly kissed today, Panji's only plan was to keep Han Lai in check and overpower Shi Looting. She had never seriously considered getting romantically involved with Han Lai. But then, that dogman practically glued himself to her and gave her such an intense experience that it completely flipped her perspective. Since I'm going to date someone anyway, why not Han Lai? Good looks, extraordinary ability, and undeniable chemistry. It totally works. So now, she really was competing with Shi Looting for Han Lai. Thinking about it like this made her feel more than just guilty, it was downright awkward. You me Han Lai. Isn't this a bit too messy? She forced herself to calm down and tried her best to argue with Shi Looting. Han Lai has nothing to do with you. On the other hand, you're trying to chase me and monopolize Han Lai. Don't you think you're being too overbearing? I don't even have the freedom to do what I want. So why do you think you do? What you did to me today was completely out of line. I didn't scold you because I'm polite, but now you're clinging to me relentlessly. Do you really think I'm that easy to push around? Let me warn you, don't push me too far, or else. Shi Looting immediately shot back, or else what? Panji was just about to deliver a strong threat when suddenly, an arm rested on her shoulder, and a low, ghostly voice spoke in her ear. She quickly changed her tune. Or else. I can't really do anything. We're friends after all. Could I really stay mad at you? A smart woman doesn't take the loss in front of her. What's wrong with that? Shi Looting was so furious at Panji's shamelessness that she burst out laughing. Leaning her upper body against Panji's, she gasped for breath while chuckling coldly. Come on, darling, let me escort you home to check on our dear mom. Panji was utterly baffled. Shi Looting, what the hell is wrong with you? Why do I need you to come home with me? Wait a second. Could she really have those kinds of feelings for me? No way, right? Panji shivered all over, giving Shi Looting a strange look. I'm just going home for the night. Why are you sticking to me so closely? I'm worried about your safety walking at night. I'm not walking at night. Panji quickly pointed to the intersection up ahead. I'll wait there for my family's car to pick me up. Seriously, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Shi Looting scoffed in disdain and tightened her grip on Panji, refusing to let go. A car's coming for you? Even better. I'll go home with you, and tomorrow morning you can come back with me. Perfect. What's so perfect about that? Tell me the truth, why are you so fixated on me? Because I miss you. Is that so hard to believe? Damn it. You really don't discriminate between men and women, do you? As the two were bickering, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up ahead, hazard lights blinking as it gently stopped by the curb. Shi Looting froze momentarily, then smirked. Wow, full performance here. You think I don't know good hotels have valet cars? Come on, let's go. Get in. Shi Looting eagerly pushed Panji into the back seat of the Phantom, holding her hand tightly. If I let you out of my sight for even a second today, I'll take your last name instead. Panji had no choice but to relent. Head pounding, she instructed the driver, drive. Take me home. The Phantom sped along smoothly until it came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Pan Ji's family's old villa. Shi Luting was dumbfounded. Pan Ji, what's going on? Did you actually come home? Still dazed, she let herself be pulled out of the car by Pan Ji. Looking around, she finally confirmed this really was Pan Ji's house. Something's not right. What's off about this? Before she could figure it out, she looked up and saw Aunt Zhao Ani elegantly standing at the villa's entrance. A deep frown creased Zhao Ani's face as she rested her right hand over her chest, looking like a delicate damsel in distress. Shi Luting hurriedly bowed in greeting and politely asked, Aunt Zhao, I heard you weren't feeling well. I came back with Pan Ji to check on you. How are you feeling now? Not good at all. Zhao Ani pressed her hand more firmly against her chest as she looked at her daughter. For the first time, she genuinely felt that her heart so healthy all these years was on the verge of giving out. What a disaster. Han Lai, where are you? Auntie will pay you more, just come back. Seeing her mother standing at the door, Pan Ji instinctively shook off Shi Luting's hand. Since she already understood her parents' concerns, she decided to act cautiously from now on. Unfortunately, the moment Zhao Ani saw Shi Luting, her heart sank halfway. Originally, she had planned to have a good conversation with her daughter after calling her home. But now, what was there to talk about? I'm tired. Do as you wish, the both of you. With that, Zhao Ani dismissed her daughter with a few perfunctory words before heading upstairs. The evidence is irrefutable. I don't want to hear any excuses from you two. Pan Ji quickly realized something was wrong. However, Shi Luting, still caught up in the dogman's lies, shamelessly followed Pan Ji into her bedroom. Pan Ji gave in reluctantly. If you want to stay, fine, take the guest room. Just don't bother me anymore. No way. I'm afraid of the dark, and I can't sleep in a strange room alone. By this point, Pan Ji was more guarded against Shi Luting than against any man. There was no way she would give in so easily. Tell me why you keep clinging to me, and I'll explain myself. Deal? Shi Luting tilted her head in thought and decided that wouldn't work. Little Pan was a black-hearted white lotus who would deny everything until caught red-handed. Believing her would be foolish. But still, this was a good chance to test the waters. Then unlock your phone, and let me take a look. Fine. What do you want to see? Let's check your chat history on WeChat. Sure. Look. There's nothing there. Pan Ji casually unlocked her phone and opened her chat list. But as she did, her expression froze. At the very top was a message from Han Lai, sent 10 minutes ago. It was simple and direct, just 6 words. Why aren't you here yet? Pan Ji was baffled. What on earth? Where am I supposed to be? Shi Luting, seeing the message, turned red with anger. In one swift motion, she flipped Pan Ji onto the bed. Liar. You're done for. Fighting back her frustration, Pan Ji defended herself. I have no idea why Han Lai sent that message. Ever since he went to the gym, we haven't spoken at all. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Shi Luting scrolled through the chat history and found that the last message was from several days ago. She gave Pan Ji a skeptical look. So, Han Lai didn't ask you out today? Ask me out. Pan Ji shot her a look as if she were crazy. I'd have to be insane to meet him, let alone go to a hotel with him. Shi Luting suddenly bolted upright and hastily dialed Yu Yun's number. Where are you? Her voice almost cracked with urgency. Yu Yun was taken aback, utterly confused. Where else would I be? In the dorm. By the way, why haven't you come back yet? Shi Luting froze. It was obvious Yu Yun hadn't been summoned by Han Lai either. She casually covered for herself. I'm staying over at Pan Pan's place. She heard 2 sharp screams on the other end. It was Lu Yao and Big Lu. Damn it. Yu Yun was on speakerphone. Okay, I'm just letting everyone know I'm not coming back tonight. Bye. Shi Luting quickly hung up. Then she slumped onto the bed, utterly at a loss. So? Who did that dog man go to the hotel with? Or was this another one of his tricks? After understanding the situation, Pan Ji angrily flung a stuffed animal. Do you even need to think about it? That dog is obviously messing with us. He's probably laughing his head off in the dorm right now. Shi Luting was inclined to believe her. She opened her phone's QQ app and initiated a video chat request with Han Lai. 10 seconds later, it was ruthlessly declined. Han Lai. What do you want? I'm busy right now. Keep pretending. Go ahead. Shi Luting. What's keeping you so busy? Han Lai. What kind of question is that? I already told you I'm at a hotel. Why would I be available? I've got this. Panji grabbed Shi Luting's phone and quickly typed out a reply. Shi Luting. Wow. Impressive. So, which lucky lady is keeping you company? Don't try to pin it on Yu Yun or Fang Fei Fai Fai, they're both right here with me. Han Lai. Didn't I already tell you? It's Pan Pan. Shi Luting. Don't get so familiar. As if Panji would even talk to you. I don't believe it. Prove it, turn on your video. Han Lai. Let me ask her. About 10 seconds later, he sent another message. Sorry, she said no. Shi Luting and Panji exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This was too entertaining. One-on-one, neither of them could match Han Lai's tricks. But together they had him in the palm of their hands. It felt like performing a comedy show with a monkey. Keep going. Shi Luting. Impossible. I just spoke to Panji, she's at home. Han Lai. Sure. She is at home. Anything else you want to know? Because I'm going to bed. Wow. He's good at flipping the script. If they weren't physically together, Shi Luting would have doubted everything and lost her temper again. That dog man is so cunning. Shi Luting cursed furiously. Panji smirked. Lucky for you. I'm smart enough to stay calm. If I hadn't figured this out, he'd already have won. Shi Luting blushed, stubbornly retorting, You're no saint either, you've got ulterior motives. When it mattered, Panji wasn't afraid to be direct. She decided to lay all her cards on the table. Feelings don't follow a first come, first served rule. Everything depends on our abilities. If we can still be friends, great. If not, so be it. Either way, I'm not giving up on this man. I won't make excuses, and I don't want you making any either. Why don't you take this chance to make your stance clear? Shi Luting was momentarily stunned. She really hadn't thought about what to do. There was no way she'd give up on Han Lai, but at the same time she couldn't bear to lose Panji. It wasn't romantic attachment, but the bond of sisterhood she didn't want to lose. From childhood to now, she had never had a true friend. Oddly enough, it was Panji, someone she had only recently gotten close to, who made her feel like she'd found a sister. Beneath the surface arguments and rivalry, there was a sense of mutual recognition. Still, she knew that she and Panji weren't meant to walk the same path. Sooner or later, they'd go their separate ways. She just hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Her mind was a mess, but instinctively, she responded assertively. Fine. Feelings aren't handed over. If you want to fight, I'm game. Let's see who wins in the end. Good. It's a deal. Panji nodded calmly. If you can eventually let it go, I'll still consider you a friend. Shi Luting kept a cold face and raised her chin. Don't act as if you've already won. The victor might not be you. Panji curled her lips. It definitely won't be you. A casual remark, yet it hit Shi Luting's heart dead center. Those words felt more like a prophecy than a mere statement. Panji didn't realize it, but she had seen it before. Chen Yanfei and Ding Xiang, weren't they both stunning top-tier beauties? Men's thoughts were so hard to predict. Who would have the last laugh? It was truly impossible to tell. I don't have time to deal with you. I'm heading back to my dorm, so get out of the way. Shi Luting snorted, climbed off Panji's bed, and headed for the door. But unexpectedly, Panji wasn't having it. Where do you think you're going? It's the middle of the night. Stay put. Shi Luting laughed in frustration. I'm sick of seeing you right now. Can't I just go back to my dorm and sleep in my own bed? Nope. It's too unsafe. The scene was undeniably comical. Earlier, Shi Luting had clung to Panji for dear life, afraid she'd slip away and disappear, wishing they could share the same bed. Now, it was Panji who was clinging to Shi Luting, refusing to let her leave on her own. What does it mean when they say what goes around comes around? Well, this was it. The two were still bickering when Zhao Annie, worried about her daughter, happened to push the door open. Nan, which guest room did you arrange for Tingting to stay in? Zhao Annie remained completely calm, quickly adjusting her expression and even coming up with an excuse for them. You're both grown-ups. Why are you still acting like children? Zhao Annie's sharp insight worked wonders. Panji let out a breath of relief and gave an awkward smile. Shi Luting, on the other hand, jumped up, bowed, and hurried toward the door. Sorry, Aunt Zhao, for disturbing your rest. It's almost curfew time for the dorms. I've got to hurry back. Goodbye. Zhao Annie couldn't have been happier to see her leave. What's the rush? Why not stay a little longer? No, if I'm late, I won't be able to get into the dorm. All right then. I'm not feeling well tonight, so I won't keep you. Come visit again sometime. Of course. Please don't see me out. Under Pan Ji's glare, Shi Looting darted out of the Pan household and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as she got into a cab, she couldn't wait to text Han Lai. "You bastard, which hotel are you at? I'm coming to check on you." She knew perfectly well that Han Lai was in his dorm, but she deliberately asked this anyway. After sending the message, her heart started pounding wildly, almost making her dizzy. "Here's your chance, I'm giving it to you. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you." Han Lai, sitting in his dorm writing, smirked disdainfully when he saw the message. "Hey, trying to pull this on me? Like I don't know you're with Pan Ji." In fact, the message he'd sent to Pan Ji earlier was entirely deliberate. It was a test. With Shi Looting's personality, it would be strange if she didn't go confront Pan Ji. If Shi Looting hadn't intercepted Pan Ji would have seen Han Lai's message and replied however she wanted. If Pan Ji didn't reply, then she must have been held up by Shi Looting. From Pan Ji's response, Han Lai could accurately judge the situation between the two of them. Earlier, noticing a change in Shi Looting's texting style, Han Lai had even deliberately chatted with Yu Yun on QQ. Dana Yu Yun's nickname couldn't wait to spill everything Shi Looting had done that day, exposing her entirely. "The matter of you sharing a bed with my second wife, I'll settle that score with you eventually." Just as he was coldly chuckling, Shi Looting suddenly sent over a photo. In the photo, she was sitting in the back seat of a taxi, with the dark night and bright streetlights visible outside. What the hell? She's actually serious. Han Lai immediately closed the half-written novel, jumped to his feet, and sprang into action. He didn't know why Shi Looting had left Pan Ji's house, but since the opportunity had presented itself, there was no point overthinking. He had to act. If her temper cooled down or she regretted it later, it would be too late. Go, go, go! Go! Brother Lai hastily threw on his clothes, grabbed his shoulder bag, and rushed out of the dorm. Hotel. Which nearby hotel is decent? Ah, there's a Marriott on Guangzhong West Road. Han Lai quickly replied, "I'm at the Marriott on Guangzhong West Road. Send me a photo from the lobby, or I won't believe you." Then he dashed out of the school gate and flagged down a taxi. Pan Ji's house was southeast of the school, while the Marriott was northwest. Theoretically, Han Lai should be able to book a room before she arrived. 6 minutes later, Han Lai got out of the taxi and hurried into the Marriott lobby. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to Marriott Bao Hua. Are you here to check in?" The lobby manager was a rather pretty young lady, but Brother Lai had no time to pay her any attention. "Yes. What's your best room?" The young lady's eyes lit up instantly. A guest like Han Lai, who walked in with an air of authority and immediately asked for the best room, was a rare sight. She might only encounter one such customer out of 1,000. "Sir, our top-tier room is the 209 square meter presidential suite. If you book it now, you can enjoy a 12% discount. Also, do you have a Marriott membership? If not, I recommend applying for one. If you decide to stay in our presidential suite, I can upgrade your membership card to platinum status immediately. This is my highest authority. Although you might not care about the points or other perks, this allows us to provide better service. Would you like me to show you the room first?" The manager never mentioned the price, and Han Lai didn't ask either. He simply waved his hand. "Presidential suite. Let's go upstairs for check-in." "Of course, sir." The young lady in uniform immediately adjusted her tone, flashing a professional smile as she led the way. "This way, sir." With Shi Looting's beauty, only a presidential suite was fitting to settle the score with her. More importantly, Han Lai didn't want to waste time in the lobby. If she arrived mid-check-in, wouldn't that be awkward? If she got angry or embarrassed and backed out, then what was the point of this whole charade? Han Lai had heard somewhere that only presidential suites allowed in-room check-in, which helped avoid such mishaps. So Brother Lai was ready to go all in. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time booking a presidential suite, and in such a context, how bizarre. Even more bizarre was the fact that the money for the room came from his second father-in-law. Wait, was it the second or third? Whatever, they were all the same. In any case, thanks for your generous contribution to your son-in-law's conquest of Little Cucumber. Brother Lai forced himself to maintain an air of calm, his acting experience ticking up by 1. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel a little jittery. "Little Cucumber, your master is going all out for you. Don't leave me hanging, all right? You're not that kind of jerk, are you?" When the elevator doors opened, the suite's butler was already waiting at the landing. She was a distinctly mixed-race woman, with 2 team members following behind her. Han Lai had heard someone brag in his past life that butlers in five-star hotel suites tended to be elegant and attractive, but not overly stunning, nor too young. Suite butlers were unlikely to be drop-dead gorgeous or exceptionally handsome, because such striking appearances could be more disadvantageous than advantageous. Guests come in all shapes and sizes: men, women, young, old, traditional, modern. How do you avoid missteps? Stick to the middle ground, prioritize elegance and poise, with a touch of charisma. The mixed-race woman in front of him fit this description perfectly. Her attire was formal and refined, making her look approachable rather than overly stunning. Good evening, sir. I'm Nada, your dedicated suite butler. Welcome to the presidential suite at Marriott Bao. Brother Lai nodded calmly, exuding the aura of Chen Daoming, a famously charismatic Chinese actor. What's the purpose of acting? To imitate anyone at any time. Without bothering to listen to the introduction or inspect the suite, Han Lai went straight to swiping his card. He had a few thousand yuan in savings. And of the 500,000 yuan from Panji, he'd spent less than 140,000 and invested 300,000 in stocks, leaving about 70,000 in cash. A one-night stay wouldn't put a dent in that. As it turned out, the presidential suite had an even bigger discount than promised by the front desk manager, a full 20% off. It cost about 38,000 yuan, significantly pricier than the Shangri-La. Brother Lai felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Though he was used to spending money, the problem now was that his funds were limited. He couldn't afford to splurge recklessly. Fine, spending on little cucumber didn't count as splurging. That's right, this is justified. The moment he swiped his card for the room fee and the 5,000 yuan incidental deposit, Han Lai froze for a second. His eyes gleamed with excitement. System Daddy, I knew you couldn't bear to see me poor and struggling.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.